Nudalshan Campground. A company employee, Jai Yuan, was asked to go get firewood if he was not busy. The air in the mountains is so fresh. These trees had thick trunks and were surprisingly large, a testament to their age. As the boy walked farther, he saw something in front of him that made him stop. Taking a closer look, he assumed that it had been here for a long time. Noticing the rusty axe, Jai Yuan realized that it was that legendary Lion Keys batch. He sat down thoughtfully, trying to understand how such a thing was possible. Someone must have been playing and just forgot to put them away. But the more you consider their moves, the more awkward white seems. Obviously there's some kind of pattern here, but the guy doesn't see the connection. Black seems to have caught it. Jai Yuan dipped his hand into the bowl filled with white chips. He decided to continue playing, seeing that there was still an opportunity. This was already better. The guy decided to take a picture to show the others. Suddenly his phone went off, even though it was now 80% charged. Gotta go back to camp to charge it. Upon returning back, Jai Yuan found no one. The voices of people who had noticed him were heard. It turned out to be the policeman who had shown up just in time. The boy asked if they had seen anyone here. They had just set up camp for camping today. He was told that no one was camping now, everyone was looking for missing persons. Jai Yuan was surprised by this news. It happened more than half a month ago. There was a search for a young man named Jai Yuan. The boy went into a stupor when a policeman told him that he had been missing for more than half a month. The police asked for details about his hike up the mountain. Who did he go with? Doesn't he know about search and rescue of missing persons? Losing consciousness, the guy slumped to the ground. He woke up while hooked up to machines and couldn't understand what had happened to him or where the search and rescue personnel had gone. I mean, he came to the campground, why was he reported missing? That Goban. He remembers his grandfather telling him the legend of the Go Party. The doctors surrounding him said that the patient was severely dehydrated and loss of vital functions. And he is only 19 years old. The weather changed to a gloomy one accompanied by thunder. The protagonist felt unbearable pain. He couldn't move, couldn't even open his eyes, and naively asked for help. The guy was expecting help from anyone. He heard the sound of thunder and realized that it was going to rain. When you hear the sound of falling raindrops, everything feels different. He has a strange feeling. Even though he can't see anything, he can hear everything perfectly. Apparently, he is still in the mountains, in the ruined temple. The guy couldn't understand what was going on. After all, he had met the policeman, and after that he was in the hospital. Then why was he here now? What had happened afterward? And what did those words of the doctor mean? Obviously, he's still alive. Remembering that game, he thought it had something to do with this. There were voices of people outside who didn't want to get wet in the rain. A man reminded the others to be careful as the rain had washed out the road. The protagonist was reassured by the arrival of several people. Jiang Shilin admitted that the downpour was really terrible. He was soaked to the skin. He instructed Liu Quan and Lai Gui to get coal and make a fire, and the rest of them to unpack. They need to get warm. Thanks to the fact that this temple has not been demolished yet, they can stop here. If it was already gone, Jiang Shilin doesn't know what they would do. After looking around the room, he turned his attention to what was lying on the floor in front of him. The man was surprised to see a stranger here. Wasn't he from another village? He had not seen him among the people here. Lifting him up, Jiang Shilin told the others that this beggar had not recovered yet. His forehead was hot. The guy thought to himself that they should call an ambulance as soon as possible. And why the beggar? One of the guys decided that this beggar wouldn't last long. Shilin decided to boil some water to give him a drink. Their clothes and dialect seemed strange to Jai Yuan. The mysterious people thought it was worth moving the fire a little so that this beggar would warm up too. The guy didn't want them to leave and longed for them to finally call the police. Water boiled. One of the boys had heard in town that these mountains had been turbulent lately, and the downpour hasn't calmed down yet. Shouldn't they spend the night here? Shilin didn't think it was a problem. He figured that this beggar had apparently been here for a long time. Despite his fever, he was otherwise fine, so they had nothing to fear. Even a worm could get rid of him. Jai Yuan tried to make out what these people were talking about. Is there something going on in Nudalshan? And why are they talking in ancient sayings? Xiao Dong asked not to scare him. Shilin thinks the guy should go back to his training since his courage has been pumped up. The radius of this forest is more than 200 miles. Surely there is something going on here. There is no need to be frightened by any bug. But he did hear that there was something mystical going on here. Anyway, he advised to just relax and rest, nothing to be scared of. There's not much they can do, but the exhausted guy needs a drink. Jai Yuan realized that he needed a drink. He is very weak. Shilin is afraid that he won T live long after all. It seems to the guy that Shilin's brother is a good person. If one listens to their conversations more closely, does he really have traveled back in time? The rain has finally ended. Since it was getting dark and it was not safe to walk at night, Shilin offered to stay here for the night. Jai Yuan was reassured that if he died, at least he wouldn't be alone. Everyone's attention was drawn to the visitor from the street. He told the boys that he had gone to the mountain to play with his friends, and when everyone left, he got lost in the forest and ended up in this heavy downpour. It was scary, but suddenly he noticed the light from a fire. Even if they were bandits or robbers, they could take his money, but he just asked to be allowed to stay with them. At night in the mountains alone is very scary. Shilin replied that it was alright, they were not bandits, and let him stay. Jai Yuan thought it was strange that there were more people in the temple, but he did not hear his footsteps. This is all a bit dubious. Samuro Mountain, Xinan County. Wang Jai went to fetch firewood. Suddenly, he saw the boys engaged in some kind of game and observers gathered around them. They were holding something like a date bone in their hands, but it didn't look like they were hungry. Suddenly one boy asked him why didn't he come closer. He turned around, and he saw the broken axe, and after that, he could never return to his world, to his era again. Someone just said that there are monsters on this mountain. Deep in the night, a scientist appeared in the wild mountains, as if he had grown out of the ground, which seemed very strange to the protagonist. The stranger was asked his name and training. The guy replied that his last name is Liu and his first name is Xing Jai, spelled with one character. He lives in Peimenfen, in the city of Narcissus. He studies at Kingsong Academy, which is in Deshengfu. He and his friends decided to climb this mountain on a study trip. Shilin, assuming that he was hungry, offered to have a snack with them. Jai Yuan felt that the noodles he was hanging on his ears were masterful, of course. If he didn't possess such sharp hearing, he too would have believed every word he said. But the fact that the guest is forced to play the role of an academy student means that he isn't the killer of the four and hasn't found him yet. Xing Jai recalled an interesting item they had found on their way here, which could definitely repay their kindness to the fullest. Shilin was immediately interested. The guy was talking about the annual ginseng. He is from a mountain town. They often have various merchants come to visit. He had crossed paths with them in the market a few times and learned something interesting from them. It is a mountain royal palm with ginseng leaves, but the most important and unusual part about it are these red buds. But the most interesting thing about it is that these 3 red ropes are here for a reason. A wise man told him that they were needed to prevent the ginseng from escaping. If it weren't for the law against digging up medicinal materials, he would have researched them. Scared of nothing and recognizing it as a good thing, the boys decided to find out the location of this mountain ginseng. Jai Yuan was stressed that they had fallen for his trick after all. The guest told them that this place was not far from here at all. They would have time to go there and back before the 2 incense sticks were even finished. If they were really going to go there, it was better to go before dawn. Shilin thought that it was too dangerous now because of the rain and slippery roads. According to Xing Jai, he had heard that hunters and herbalists were going to visit this place. Therefore, he would advise moving out as early as possible. Or wouldn't they be afraid that someone would dig up all the bushes? The guys recognized that it made sense. They decided that they should dig them up as soon as possible and were ready to go after them. Jai Yuan tensed up even more, for he didn't want them to go with him. Shilin decided that everyone didn't have to go. He instructed Lao Jin and Xiaodong to go with Mr. Liu. The rest of them would look after things. The man asked the guys to be careful. The roads in the mountains were still slippery. The guys said not to worry about them. Xing Jai refused the torch, explaining that he was afraid of burning his clothes. Let them carry it. Those who set out were confident of their imminent return. Jai Yuan realized that if anything happened to them, it would be his turn. But why couldn't he say anything? The others turned their attention to the beggar with whom something began to happen. Shilin assumed that he was having a seizure. They quickly lifted him up and put a piece of wood in his mouth so that he wouldn't bite his tongue. The guy couldn't imagine how dirty that stick was. The guys decided that he wouldn't live to see tomorrow. They should dig a hole and give him a proper burial. They will come back here again, so you can leave a corpse here. Jai Yuan couldn't understand the extremes to which they were going. The eerie growling of a tiger was heard from the street. Shilin realized that this was a mistake and worried about Xiaodong and Lao Jing first. From the sound of it, the tiger is far enough away from here, so he thinks they are all right. They should be prepared that they won't be able to sleep tonight. Suddenly, the roar of that tiger brought Jai Yuan to consciousness. He can't see well. What's wrong with his eyesight? At least he's not blind. One of the boys noticed that the beggar was awake. Shilin, sensing danger and preparing to fight, shouted to leave him alone. The guy felt weakness in his whole body accompanied by dizziness. The returning Xiaodong panikedly called out to Shilin. The latter had a lot of questions for him. Why had he returned alone? Where are Lao and that scholar? Did he just hear the animal roar? The guy replied that Lao and Mr. Lu were together. Mountain ginseng was growing on the slope. They had just dug it up when they heard the piercing roar of a tiger. Lao and Mr. Lu were so frightened that they slipped while trying to get up. The news sent Shilin into a frenzied panic. But fortunately, the slope turned out to be low and the scholar was fine. But Lao Jin had injured his leg, and he returned to bring someone to help drag him up from there. Shilin, taking Lai Gui with him, was going to move out immediately, and Lai Quan was instructed to stay here and look after things. This is the voice of the guy they called Xiao Dong. But Jai Yuan didn't hear his footsteps when he returned. Didn't Shilin realize? He is no longer a human being. Xiao Dong appeared right after that roar. No, they can go. If Zhang Shilin went after him, he might die, and then everyone else would be in danger. As soon as they left the temple, the guy shouted to the one to look out. Did Shilin notice anything strange about Xiao Dong? They shouldn't follow him. Xiao Dong pretended as if he didn't understand what nonsense the beggar was saying, because Lao Jin was waiting for them. Jai Yuan asked him to stop. He declared that Xiao Dong was already dead. Xiao Dong's facial expression took on a creepy look. He told Shilin not to listen to this bum-ass nonsense. Can't he see that he is fine? Shilin finally doubted whether Xiao Dong was really fine. Jai Yuan realized that he is the servant of that tiger. It is a ghost helping the tiger, bringing poor people to him as lunch. If he goes with him, he won't come back. The ghost insisted that Shilin did not believe this ragamuffin, and still went to Lao Jin and Mr. Lu who were waiting for them. When Shilin, not allowing Xiao Dun to approach him, scared him away with a torch, the ghost's body vaporized. They were now convinced that it was indeed a ghost. The boys decided to hide in the temple as soon as possible. They settled around the fire again. Shilin was about to ask the beggar a question, but the beggar cautioned him. He felt that the tiger was approaching. Is it possible that it is a tiger, or a spiritual tiger? Could it be someone who has recently left the temple? The sounds of footsteps are so massive. There is the powerful roar of a tiger. Judging from the sound and that ghost, it's no ordinary tiger. With these weaklings and Jai Yuan's half-blindness, let alone a spirit tiger, even an ordinary tiger would be able to handle them. The tiger declared that they were not enemies with him, and he had not joined the mountain god temple, so why is he helping them? It's just a stalemate, so the guy decided to take a chance. It is because he and them are not enemies with each other that he did not pay any attention to this petty ghost disciple when he came to see him. But brother Shilin is a man with a pure heart, and he is grateful to him for the bowl of hot water, so he could not let him die like this. Tiger has never seen him before but knows that he has been slowly dying over the past month, so what is he doing here and why is he still alive? Jai Yuan does not know why the tiger does not enter this mountain temple, but perhaps the beggar was not a simple man when he was alive. But now that the dying beggar suddenly came back to life thanks to his coming into this body, the spiritual tiger must have found it unusual. The fellow had to use this to trick the spiritual tiger and save his life. He decided to give the answer to his question. After all, the funny thing is that when he realized that his time was numbered, he was just waiting to die. But he suddenly realized what life and death were. The source of that day's thunder was here. The beggar in the temple on his deathbed had been reborn like a butterfly, and his concept of spiritual practice had almost certainly become extremely profound. His years of cultivation are now at a standstill. This is the chance of a lifetime. He should ask him for guidance. Tiger inquired about the Lord's opinion on his practice. He had been practicing here at New Kui Mountain for over 100 years, and now that he had exhausted all his opportunities, he had made no further progress. Could he give him some advice? Lu Shangjian would be grateful to him. Jai Yuan noticed that the tiger had even shifted to a respectful tone. It looked like he was able to trick him, but the way he addresses him is slightly awkward. And then the guy asked him how many people he had eaten during his practice. Jai Yuan thought that he shouldn't be in a hurry at a time like this. He should show his influence a little at a time. He should start by talking to him. He began to think how he should answer this question. Out of the blue, Jai Yuan found himself next to the tiger. The tiger said that he had heard what was being talked about just now. After all, how should he answer so as not to miss a great opportunity? If he can help him, the tiger promises to let him go free. The boy promised to do his best. This spiritual tiger is really very interested in the mysteries of practice. Previously, when the guy went to the temple, he slept peacefully and did nothing. But the next time, because of Shilin, he wouldn't let him do anything. This person acts according to his heart. This kind of people don't like empty words, especially such talents, right? So it is best for Lu Shangjian to answer all questions truthfully and not deceive. A spiritual tiger dare not deceive the master, but Lu Shangjun has been unable to advance in his practice for a long time, so he had to use people as food. He already has 53 lives to his credit. But he eats people like people eat birds and beasts. He doesn't kill indiscriminately. He does not eat on a full stomach, does not hunt in the daytime, and eats only the young and strong, not the old and sick. Everyone was stunned that he had already eaten 53 people. Jai Yuan recognized that Lu Shangjun was very brave. If he tried to trick him, he would make the guy despise him. Wanting to dissuade the tiger from the idea of eating other humans, he stated that humans are the primates of all things, and some demons believe that eating humans is the most nourishing. He inquired about Lu Shangjun's opinion on the matter. Tiger was surprised that he had thought about it. The guy asked him to take his time. Jai Yuan had thought of something, and the tiger wished to hear it sooner. The tiger realized that whatever the guy wanted to say, he would be wrong no matter what he said, and he should answer as his heart dictated and not refute himself. He thought for a long time about what the guy asked him. He, Lu Shangjun, has lived on New Kui Mountain for a long time since his spiritual birth, and has rarely seen other demons, so he doesn't know what they think. It is true for him that eating human beings is nutritious, but Jai Yuan's question makes him feel unsure, so he asked for enlightenment. The spiritual tiger practically dismissed the issue on his own, but that was basically what the guy wanted. Now he would show him the wisdom of modern man. It is often said that man is the spirit of all things, and that the spirits of plants, trees, and animals are attracted to him. But humans are also the most emotionally complex beings in the world, with their grudges and entangled karma, and demons tend to become addicted if fed on for too long. He thought that by feeding in this way it would help his practice, but his Kai only became entangled and the breakthrough stalled. All these feelings of people, accumulating over and over again, clouding the mind with a veil to the point of madness, is a path to self-destruction. Tiger feels the desire to eat people more and more. It seems that his practice had been at a dead end for a long time. Many people did not know what to do, but he had gotten to the bottom of it. He had really become a master. Lu Shangjun asked if there was a remedy to help him. The decisive moment had come. From his words, Jai Yuan realized that he does not kill people indiscriminately, uses them only for sustenance, and does not bother people during the day, and he does not eat the old, sick, or disabled, which is rare among demons. The guy is sure that it is because of this that Lu Shangjun did not touch this rotten beggar. Tiger declared that he wouldn't dare to hurt him. He is glad that he didn't eat that beggar. It could have been a big mistake. Jai Yuan remarked that the remedy for Lu Shangjun might be both simple and yet complex, and it was not simply to not eat people, but to fundamentally change one's life. Practicing is like being a human being. Being righteous body and mind is the most important thing. The guy decided to say something very wise to put him completely at ease. He stated that he who has surplus will suffer loss. He who suffers deficiency will have surplus. Earlier, Lu Shangjun had asked him for enlightenment and afterward asked him for help, but the essence remained the same. He and he had become very close today, and enough had been said today. Jai Yuan wondered how he would react to this. When he saw the powerful spiritual tiger, he was overcome with fear. The guy felt so tense. Had he really overdone it? A wind blew from the street into the temple, bringing in a gust of tree leaves. Lu Shangjun walked inside under a menacing appearance. He got closer and closer, increasing the tension. Finally, the demon appeared before the master. He declared that he would never forget the kindness of his instruction. When the tiger blew, he released the lad's spirit. Lu Shangjun promised him that if he could help him, he would let him go, so let him go. He no longer dared to disturb their peace. With their permission, Lu Shangjun is retiring. Jai Yuan exhaled with relief. It's finally over. The boys could not believe that the spiritual tiger was gone. They noticed that the master was not feeling well. Shilin gave him water from a bowl, which the guy himself thought was unnecessary. He was not killed by the tiger's paws, but nearly suffocated at the hands of those he was rescuing. The boys bowed before him, thanking him for saving their lives. Jai Yuan thought that they must be wondering why he hadn't saved them earlier. It wasn't that he didn't want to, he just didn't have the opportunity. After all, they had heard what the spirit tiger had said. He couldn't interrupt his understanding of life and death. The guy was in a critical position, and when that ghost appeared, he was completely unable to move. To save them, he expended all his strength. In such a condition, they were lucky to be able to escape. Jai Yuan asked the boys to be careful in the future. It's not normal to meet a statuesque disciple or a beautiful woman in the middle of the forest. They were grateful to the master for the instruction. The guy asked not to be called master and just call him master. He was very tired today, so he suggested that they lie down early. They decided to bed the master with hay sooner so that he would not catch cold. In the morning, the boys were about to leave the temple. They asked if the Lord had any further plans. Annoyed by the noise, Jai Yuan demanded to leave and not disturb his sleep. They realized that they were disturbing the master, who was angry and decided to leave the place sooner. The three tried not even to stomp so hard so as not to disturb his sleep. The horizon was enveloped in gentle hues and slightly bright yellow tones. The fox stopped at the entrance to the temple. She nimbly slipped inside, sneaking into the still sleeping Jai Yuan. The animal left him a small pouch and fled as quickly as possible. The boy finally stretched after a long and sound sleep. He was surprised to find no one around, having completely forgotten everything he had talked about while he slept. Had they left him here alone? His attention was caught by a sack left nearby. He was relieved that they still had the conscience to leave him some food. Footsteps, clearly human. Is this temple a passable courtyard where people come every day? A group of people decided to take a break in the mountain temple ahead. They went inside. Yan Fei was convinced that the people of Shuxian were right. People often rest here, but they should be vigilant. The group prepared to spend the night. Yan Fei stopped at the statue. There was a beggar sitting near it. The guy felt that this group of people seemed to have a stronger aura than the past guys, and they didn't look like ordinary people. Luo Ningxuang wondered how he dared to come to this mountain alone if there was an ogre tiger running around. Jai Yuan explained that he seemed to have overslept and his men had left without him. His eyesight is very poor, and even if he knows that there is a tiger there, he has no one to help him, and he definitely can't go down the mountain alone. The boy realized that he had to get them to have compassion to help him down the mountain. Lu Chengfeng replied that he was very lucky. They will take him with them once they are done with that cannibal tiger. Jai Yuan wondered if they were talking about Lu Shangjun. He inquired about their reason for coming to this mountain. It turned out that the group had heard that this mountain had been inhabited by an ogre tiger for a long time, and the government had been unable to get rid of it. So, following the call of their hearts, they decided to secure the area. So now they are here to kill this tiger. Jai Yuan decided that this group of people were looking for death. From the sounds coming from the bag, Jai Yuan realized that it contained a live pig and a sheep. They didn't look too bad, so he decided to see if they were really capable of defeating Lu Shangjun. The guys reasoned that according to the stories of the people in the town, the cannibal tiger has been living on this mountain for a long time, and has already eaten many people in all that time. Funny thing is, there are rumors in town that it's a demon. It's unlikely, but still, people pass through this mountain. There are a lot of guys with them, and the guy wondered, can the martial artists here walk on walls or something like that? After all, it was a spirit tiger. I wonder if they brought some enchantments or something. If the demon really exists, Lu Chengfeng would like to see it. Jai Yuan knew that this mountain was indeed inhabited by a demon. He purposely attracted the attention of the group seated around the campfire. The boy confessed that he admired them all as potential great fighters against the tiger, and he wondered what they knew about the tiger, and how exactly they planned to kill their opponent, and whether they had another plan in case things went wrong. Yan Fei saw that this beggar was very eloquent, and one could sense the strength in his voice. Elders had always taught not to judge a book by its cover. He heard that the tiger cannibal only comes out late at night, so they will use live beasts as bait. After luring the tiger out, they will attack all together. Jai Yuan was astonished by their decision to simply attack head-on without any other means. How dare these people look so confident when they had just come to feed the tiger to themselves? He must change their minds, but in a way that would not cause negativity and reverse psychology. The boy informed them of his small concerns. What if this tiger is not an ordinary tiger, but a spiritual tiger that has become a demon? Would they still have the same confidence? His concerns caused them to doubt. Luo Ningxuang remembered that someone in the city had said the same thing. Lu Chengfeng told the beggar not to make a fool of himself. Jai Yuan realizes that his words without proof might annoy them, but he sees that they all have chivalrous hearts, and the guys can do more for the people of this world. So he wouldn't want them to lose their lives here, so he still had to open his mouth. Yan Fei really appreciated his good intentions, but since they were already going to do it, they should try harder now. If anything happened to them, he might not blame himself for it. Joining his words, another member of the group added that it's about making a name for themselves. They can't just turn back halfway through, that would be a disgrace. Jai Yuan seemed to have motivated them even more. He realized that he had only wasted energy, and would hope that the previous night had at least had some effect on Lu Shangjun. The time had come. The group moves out on the mission to kill the tiger. Lu Chengfeng told the beggar to wait for their good news. They will take him with them when they return. Turning to the young warrior Lu, the fellow told him lastly that if they were in a critical situation, they could shout out that they knew Master Jai. He asked them to remember this. Lu Qingfeng couldn't understand what this beggar wanted to say with this, but there was no time to ponder. When the boys arrived at the place, they prepared a pig and a sheep. The animals were tied to the trunk of the tree, and they lurked in its branches. So much time passed, but the tiger still did not appear. Suddenly the situation was no longer so calm. Some powerful force moved in their direction. Screams of frightened animals were heard. The group concentrated. The spiritual tiger himself stopped at the trunk. The group members were at a loss for words as they observed its full power. The strange thing was that this tiger did not eat. Lu Shangjian realized that these martial artists were looking for death. If they themselves chose to find their death here, then it was not contrary to the master's teachings. Horrified, the boys realized that this tiger had indeed turned out to be a spiritual tiger. Since they are all gathered here, so be it, the spiritual tiger will play with them. He was the first to pounce on Yan Fei. The latter didn't have time to repel the attack and received a serious blow. When the guy with blood oozing from his heavy wounds rolled on the ground, Lu Shangjian was attacked by the next. But he too was knocked back, crashing into the thick trunk of a perennial tree. Lu Qingfeng declared that they were now his rivals. The team made a simultaneous attack. Everyone was suddenly dumbfounded with terror and lowered their weapons. Sister Luo was seized by the spirit tiger, pinned to the ground by its powerful paw. One of the guys ordered Sister Luo to be released immediately. There was a loud low-pitched roar from Lu Shangjian. It was so loud that they couldn't even move. When the group member in front was paralyzed by his powerful maneuver, the spiritual tiger approached him. In an instant, his sharp weapon was shattered and he himself was injured. Lu Shangjian sees a martial arts master from the human world for the first time, and he should have tasted his meat if not for the teachings of his first master. Unfortunately, they themselves came to these mountains. Lu Qingfeng realized that they were absolutely no rivals to him. He is afraid they will all be killed here. Suddenly, he remembered the beggar's words before departing. The guy had said that if there was a critical situation, he can shout that he knows Master Jai. The moment the spiritual tiger opened its mouth, Lu Qingfeng managed to say this. Lu Shangjian asked if they had been to the mountain temple, which the guy confirmed. He told him about the beggar in the temple who advised them not to deal with the tiger ogre. Furthermore, he said that the ferocious tiger had been here for a long time, but they did not listen to him. He told him to shout out that they knew Master Jai if the critical moment came. A moment was filled with silence. The spiritual tiger suddenly thought. Lu Shangjian said that since there was a master involved, he would naturally check everything thoroughly. But he doesn't know if the person lied to him, so he will go with them to the mountain temple and they will personally ask Master Jai what he wants. Jai Yuan, left all alone in the temple, pondered whether they could get away with it, which he hoped. Footsteps were heard, but it was clear from the sound that the boys were not alone returning. The exhausted group was approaching the temple with the mighty predator. Jai Yuan didn't think that these idiots would drag Lu Shangjian along with them as well. This ferocious spiritual tiger turned master had actually paid him a beggar homage in the temple. The guy realized that it seemed like this could be handled with words. He asked Lu Shangjian not to be so polite. Unfortunately, he could not greet him due to his well-being leaving much to be desired. Tiger apologized for the inconvenience, but he had a question for him and hoped that the master would be able to answer it. Lu Shangjian was enlightened by his previous teaching about practicing like a human being. Righteousness of body without evil, righteousness of path without laziness, and righteousness of mind in a steadfast mind. Tonight these 8 men ambush him to kill him. If another person has the intention to kill him, he can kill him without compromising the righteousness of his body and mind. So why did the master leave a message to save them? Jai Yuan was surprised at how well the tiger understood everything. He must give the right answer or the consequences might be unpredictable. First of all, Jai Yuan must agree with Lu Shangjian's words. There is no student who does not like to hear compliments from his teacher. Turning to him, he explained that one should not judge others by one case, because in such a case, you can kill almost everyone. This shows that Lu Shangjian has restrained himself and has excellent understanding and a valuable ability for self-realization. He wondered why these people came to the mountains and started hunting him. The fact is that he ate the man first and the warriors of the people entered the mountain second. Of course, if the men wanted to kill him, he could kill them back. Wouldn't it be foolish to stand around waiting while someone tries to kill you? Lu Shangjian humbly listened to his master. However, unlike the hunter looking for a tiger skin and the pharmacist looking for tiger bones, they had come to the mountains for the sake of the people, not for personal gain. Does he think there are many such people in the world who, knowing that there is a tiger on that mountain, go there? The spiritual tiger stated that he could not fully understand the words of the master. Jai Yuan continued to explain by saying that the likes of Yan Fei, Lu Qingfeng and others all have chivalrous hearts. Although they are young and frivolous, nothing is impossible for them to purify the evils of this world as long as they are devoted to their hearts. So Lu Shangzhen should not kill them. There might not be many people with such a heart left in this world. A few young warriors have good fighting skills, but to Lu Shangzhen, they are nothing more than child's play. That's why Jai Yuan decided to lend them a helping hand. He has an interesting proposal for the tiger that he doesn't mind listening to. Just because these 8 people behave chivalrously this time doesn't mean that they will have good character in the future. Lu Shangzhen might be willing to appear as a witness. If any of these 8 people do evil and cause trouble in the future, it will be up to him to decide how to deal with them. Whether he gnaws them or eats them will not be contrary to heaven. If even one of them is honored with the name of a warrior of mercy, his misdeed today will be completely reversed and will also be a great blessing. This is what a righteous mind and a steadfast mind means. Master Jai's words had a great effect on the spiritual tiger. As the tiger realized, he meant that he, Lu Shangzhen, had the prospect to change. Otherwise, how else could one still be among humans? How else could one not go to meet them? Instead of saving these 8 people, it could be said that through these 8 people, the master gave him a chance to understand everything. Lu Shangzhen thanked the master again for his teachings. The spiritual tiger wondered whether he should help them descend the mountain. Stunned with fear, Lu Qingfeng replied that they could do it themselves. Jai Yuan decided that they should go back on their own. There is a deep condemnation of demons in the world. Lu Shangzhen should return to the mountains and practice. Today, the tiger has nothing to repay the advice the master gave him, but he decided that he could help these young warriors. When they come down from the mountain today, they will be able to inform the public that the tiger on this mountain has been killed. From now on, visitors to the mountain may not have to worry about being eaten by a tiger. To falsely represent the people, he left them a tiger skin. With Master Jai's permission, this disciple leaves him. Breathing out a sigh of relief, the lad realized that the tiger had finally succeeded in fooling him again. An unexpected magical miracle had happened, affecting his body. Jai Yuan couldn't understand what had just happened. Lu Qingfeng thanked the guy for saving him. He regretted not taking his advice earlier. The people who were with them needed medical attention, so he offered to go down with them. Jai Yuan was also not in good shape right now, so if they were okay with it, he would like to go down the mountain with them. In fact, he was waiting for it to finally be said. Lu Qingfeng didn't know that there were demons and monsters in this world, but he was lucky enough to be saved by someone not of this world. It had once been a dream to become a famous warrior, but now for the sake of Mr. Jai's promise, it had become a goal that was simply vital to achieve. The city was bypassed by the 4th Night Guard. Yesterday afternoon, one of them had heard that some masters had gone to the mountains to kill an ogre tiger. The other had heard from the old hunters who sell their goods that there are no ordinary tigers in these mountains, so that even the oldest and most experienced hunters dare not stay on the mountain at night. One thought that this was an exaggeration, was it not? The narrator thought it best to take his word for it. The guards discovered the men ahead and were horrified when the silhouettes could be seen. They had brought a tiger skin with them. After dawn, the news of Lu Shangzhen's death spread by word of mouth. The magistrates of Ning'an County came to check the situation, and took Lu Qingfeng, Jai Yuan and the rest to Ning'an County. The tiger skin was presented to the magistrate of Ning'an, who issued 80 taels of warrior silver and bought the tiger skin. The skin of the slain beast brought was terrifying to all, giving glimpses of all its power. Alas, almost all of the troop were wounded. As the best doctor in the area said, it was a good thing that the battle with Lu Shangzhen didn't last long. Otherwise they would all be dead. Jai Yuan had cleaned himself up, and now he and Lu Qingfeng were alone. The guy inquired about the condition of the other guys. Lu Qingfeng explained that it was just cuts and bruises, so it was no big deal. Except for Du Heng, who would no longer be able to practice martial arts because of the broken bones in his arm. Maybe Mr. Jai could help him. The guy replied that he was unfortunately not good at medicine, but if they could overcome this difficulty, a bright future awaited them. Lu Qingfeng thanked him for his advice. They did what he said and did not disclose information about him, so the county thought that they were the ones who got rid of the tiger. But this reward of 150 taels of silver for the tiger's skin must be accepted by him. Jai Yuan did not refuse. After all, he was penniless, so he needed the money now. Lu Qingfeng informed him that the 3rd master of Lo Ka Villa was looking for Lu's sister, so they would be leaving Ning'an County tomorrow. He offered to go with them. Jai Yuan declined because he likes peace of mind, so he would rather stay here for a while. Right now, he didn't know much about this world, so it was better not to go anywhere right now. He heard that the average annual expense here is only a few taels of silver, and a house can be bought for a few dozen taels. It's a simple good town with a good reputation, so he is thinking of buying a house here. Lu Qingfeng then decided to help him find a house where he could settle down. Jai Yuan decided since he couldn't go back to his old world, then he would stay to live here. This was the third place they would be shown today. Zhaiyuan Jiuangsao is a quiet place, a courtyard with its own well. It just hasn't been lived in for a long time. Jai Yuan noticed that there were trees in the courtyard, but he didn't know which ones. The man was surprised that he could see them. The guy explained that he had a heightened sense of hearing and the wind would not subside until the trees were silent. This tree was a date palm and it looks quite old. In the fall he would have plenty of sweet dates. The house is not only spacious but cheap, costing only 36 taels of silver. He asked what the Lord thought. Jai Yuan was confused by its price. Even those small houses before cost 20 to 30 taels, but this place should cost at least 60 taels. The man said that the original owner had passed away long ago. It was now owned by the magistrate, and because of the remoteness of the area, it had not yet been sold. The boy decided that he would then have to go to the magistrate to buy it himself. Why not buy such a cheap and elegant house? It's a bit dirty, of course, but it'll be fine. The man remarked that he had a good eye. Then he suggested to go to the magistrate and transfer the ownership of the house before it was too late. Since Mr. Jai doesn't have the ability to move freely, Lu Qingfeng decided to bring him the documents. Then the guy would be grateful to the young warrior Lu. The magistrate recognized that Lu Qingfeng was a benefactor of their county. In 7 years, this house had had 3 masters, and they had either died of illness or died of accidents. Hearing this and realizing that the house was cursed, the warrior pounced on the man. Is it a little dirty? Is it going to be alright? If the house really is cursed, how could Mr. Jai not realize it? If it is not, then there is no problem. The man was about to take the rights to this house, but Lu Qingfeng stopped him. Jai Yuan didn't understand why exactly he had stumbled upon that thing. If only he hadn't walked in. If only he hadn't decided to make that move. This all wouldn't have happened. As suddenly, unexpectedly, just like when Lu Shangjian had left, that magical phenomenon reappeared. He had tried all kinds of postures almost all day long, but there was no way he could understand how to cause it to appear again. But here the question arises, what can it do, and how can he understand it? He feels no change in his body, but in an unexpected way this power was again exerted. Just at that moment, Lu Qingfeng knocked on his door. He bought a house for Mr. Jai and brought the title deed and the key. He didn't have a house of his own in his past life, so this is his first house. A group of warriors said goodbye to him. As he said goodbye to them, Jai Yuan couldn't help but admit that without this company of people, it would inevitably be a bit boring. The guy tried on a new outfit, and the owner confidently declared that he looked good in it. He himself didn't expect it to look so good on him. Jai Yuan wanted to order delivery of his new furniture from the store next door, along with these clothes, to his place of residence. The owner inquired about the place where he lived. The man was stunned when he heard its name. When the guy noticed the change in him, the owner hesitated and said he would ship everything right away. Jai Yuan took a closer look at the well that belonged to him now along with the house. Next to it, he got a strange feeling. His furniture and clothes had already been laid out, so the workers hurriedly left this very house. The boy could see that the shopkeeper and these people were afraid to talk about something. Could there be some illegal business lurking here? It is the 3rd hour of the night, all is peaceful and quiet. Jai Yuan couldn't understand what was going on, but he was getting colder and colder. Did he buy a blanket that was too thin? A strange sound was heard coming from the well. Something outside collapsed with a rumbling sound. The boy realized that it was the stone that was holding the well cover down that had fallen to the ground. When the dark forces in the well were no longer held back by anything, they burst out. Jai Yuan couldn't be so unlucky. He cursed the broker and covered him with a multi-story mat. The guy didn't know what to do. After all, it was already definitely an evil foul, but getting out of here was necessary. But what if he cannot escape? Then he will definitely die. Jai Yuan realized that he was sucking the Yongkai out of him. It became harder to breathe. He was able to survive in the mountains where the cannibal tiger lived. So what? Now he had to die here for no reason. He wasn't going to put up with it. It's a game of Go, and this is a Go chip. He should do something about it already. He wasn't going to give up so easily, and ordered him to get out of here immediately. When the monster wrapped its tentacles around him, he put his fingers in the right position and used a special power. The mysterious opponent could not resist and was successfully defeated. Leaking through the gap, he climbed back to where he came from, the well. The action takes place in the temple of the city god. Here it has already been made known that the impetuous darkness has escaped. One must go to the south of the city soon to inspect the locked spiritual well. This task was assigned to the Night Watch. Jai Yuan's mysterious power was able to keep him from dying. It seems that he was able to repel this ghost and he ran away, and it seems that he was frightened. The guy's right arm is tingling, but otherwise seems to be fine. He should actually run away now. After all, he might not be so lucky next time. The Night Watch discovered another mortal settling in the residence. Jai Yuan decided that he was seeing ghosts again. Turning to the well, it seemed strange to them that the Kai in it was mostly scattered. What had happened here? The evil spirit is unstable, and the Feng Shui circuitry is not broken, so it definitely hasn't escaped. If that's the case, then this is a god's given opportunity to kill this creature. The guy was surprised that they weren't paying attention to him at all. One of them stayed to guard the well while the other reported to the god of the city. Jai Yuan realized that it seemed that there was indeed some ghostly creature trapped in the well. The two men who came are probably under the jurisdiction of the city god of Ning'an County. The city god exists, so there are also gods and Buddhas in this world. Now that they are here, he supposes he doesn't need to run away. Right. After all, he paid 36 taels for this house. Besides, who wouldn't want to see demons being subdued? The remaining man from the Night Watch turned toward him abruptly. Jai Yuan wondered whether he should say hello to him. He decided to forget about it and mind his own business. One thing confused the man. Why didn't this man go to bed? Probably he woke up because of negative energy and now he can't sleep because of nightmares. Jai Yuan smelled the fragrance of sandalwood from the temple. Did the city god of Ning'an County personally appear here? The Night Watch member greeted Mr. Yupun, Mr. Jiangshan, Mr. Fei, and Mr. Jiachu. Jai Yuan felt that there were too many of them here. Did this new mortal move in? Is there anything unusual? The Night Watch member replied that this person has trouble sleeping due to the Kai attack. Yupun wanted to know what had happened to this place and why the evil spirit aura had suddenly weakened. It was reported to him that this evil spirit was thrashing and rampaging this night, and although the Sentinel member doesn't know why, it seems to him that it was badly affected. He stated that there was nothing unusual in the vicinity of Ning'an. Yupun wondered if perhaps some great master had passed by their city and helped them. Fei suggested that they stop pondering and subdue this monster first, and then deal with it. Jiachu picked up on his thought. There was no time to waste, we should act as soon as possible. Jiangshan agreed with them. Yupun ordered the officers of each unit to prepare a soul-locking formation. The obedient servants must obey the order, soul restraining lock. Finally, it had begun. Jai Yuan was surprised that it took so much effort to fight this creature, and for some reason, no one was asking him to leave. He realized that there was a soul restraining lock. Today is the evil spirit's time to die. Spiritual messengers launched chains into the well. Jai Yuan was terribly frightened when he saw a creepy something climbing out of the well. They held it down with chains, which was not an easy task. The others were ordered to destroy it with weapons. Now comes the retribution for past sins. Yupani wishes him dead today. They joined forces to end the monster once and for all. At last the evil spirit was dealt a mighty blow. The attack was so strong that it was difficult to stay on their feet. Jai Yuan was astonished by its power. After all, it was good that they were protecting the spectators. His vision is kind of strange. Usually he can't see anything at all. But for some reason, he sees things that normally he shouldn't see. It looks like the monster is about to be finished. But suddenly the angry monster is many times stronger and more frightening. Now it was almost impossible to resist it. It could not even be cut. Yupun urged allies to be bolder. They joined forces again because they must defeat the evil spirit now. With each passing moment, the monster became more and more enraged. It tried to resist the combined force and dodged in every possible way, taking on not the best, but even a creepy appearance. Jai Yuan was frightened by this so ferocious thing. If the spirit had been like this from the beginning, he would have died instantly before he could do anything. Yupun decided to give it a final blow. But the man, as soon as he noticed the man, repelled the attack. Yupun, having made a losing attack, fell to the ground. The monster broke the chains enclosing him and got rid of the effect on him. The guy wanted to see a good show, but who knew things would go sideways here? No, he can't sit down anymore, it's too unsafe. Jumping up abruptly, he realized that he had to hurry up immediately. The evil spirit was surprised at this maneuver. When it opened up, Yupun ordered it to do so. The servants once again seized him with chains. They cast incantations. Fei, setting out to attack, told the shadows to follow him. Their forces joined forces again, and this time they were many times stronger. From terror, Jai Yuan held his breath. Finally, the evil spirit was finally defeated. Great, the righteous side had won. A mysterious silence reigned around. All eyes turned sharply to the master of the house. Jai Yuan thought, an ordinary person shouldn't he have seen what he saw now? Perhaps they want to remove the witnesses. He swallowed nervously. Yupan wanted to know who this outstanding person was. They thanked him for his help. Jai Yuan didn't know if he should say something or what. Yupan confessed that he had wondered before whether a great master might have visited them to help them with this uncleanness. But he didn't even realize that this master had been sitting in the courtyard all this time. As the saying goes, a person who has found the way to salvation does not show his true face, truly seeing. The outward appearance is different from the soul. Yupan is sure that he doesn't want them to bother him, so he thinks it's worth it to leave him behind, and himself to report to the city god as soon as possible. They do not wish to disturb his peace, so they leave him. In an instant, everyone but him is gone. Jai Yuan thought that at this rate, he would definitely have a heart attack one day. Now the well doesn't have that creepy feeling. He could finally sleep in peace. Jai Yuan came out of the house and, stretching lazily, happily announced that he had slept through lunch. When he walked with the buckets to the well, it was clear that his fear had still not left him. The boy decided he'd better go outside and fetch some water to wash his face. Tianyu Square. When Jai Yuan was fetching water from the well in the middle of the square, he did not intentionally overhear two women talking. They had heard a terrible scream the previous night. One of them assumed that it was coming from Jiyuan Xiao's house again. There were some sounds yesterday, and it seems that someone has moved in there again. The guy noticed that the people were quite quiet. It seems that all the noise in the second half of last night was blocked out by that formation. He was noticed by the local girls who had not seen him here before. But since he came to Tianyu Square to fetch water, he lives nearby. Still, who is he? These words gave him confidence. Jai Yuan, without looking under his feet and enjoying the compliments, contentedly took a few steps. Not paying attention to the small puddle, he slipped. Now that the girls called him so sophisticated, he certainly didn't live up to their expectations. Both chuckled sweetly, unlike the woman standing next to them who also noticed this, who said with a chuckle that he was certainly a sophisticated young man. By his reaction, he was driven into the red. Jai Yuan awkwardly remarked that carrying water was not easy. The women noticed that this guy seemed to have poor eyesight, especially since he had gray eyes. And even so, he came to fetch the water himself. Suddenly someone offered to help him. It was a boy named Yin King. What struck Jai Yuan was that he could see him clearly. From his experience in the past 2 days, it seems that the people he can clearly see are not ordinary people. He inquired about the baby's name and age. Yin King gave his name and added that he was 12 years old. He often carries water for the family and is very strong. Jai Yuan thanked him. The boy replied that he would refill his water and they would go together. When they came to the place where the boy lived, Yin King felt uncomfortable. Jai Yuan calmly said that he really lived here and had moved in yesterday. Didn't the boy want to help him draw water? Yin King admitted that his parents wouldn't let him come up here. Jai Yuan remembered that the neighbors don't know about the killing of that creature. Then he asked him to leave the bucket and stretcher at the door. He would bring them in himself. The boy, frightened for his master, said that he should not stay here. The boy asked to be called Mr. Jai. It is surprising that at such a young age he is so friendly. As for this little house, Jai Yuan said not to worry. He will be fine here. He asked the boy to go back home so that his family would not worry about him. Suddenly, the boy turned around abruptly, finding someone behind him. The day watch officer under the city god of Ning'an County is pleased to meet him. Jai Yuan briefly asked what he wanted from him. The man handed over the city goddess invitation to his temple. If it was convenient for Mr. Jai, it was advisable to go now. The guy couldn't believe his ears. He asked him to wait a moment while he took 2 buckets of water home. Jai Yuan confessed that he was new to Ning'an County and didn't know where the temple of the city god was. The officer replied that it made sense. To the guy, it seemed like a great attitude, didn't it? But he's embarrassed. It's not like he's a big shot. Guy turned his attention to the boy watching him. He smiled sweetly and continued on his way, but at the child's side all alone. Yin King thought that this was terrible. He was walking alone, but he looked like he was talking to someone. The boy is afraid he was talking to a ghost. He decided that the ghost of the Huang Xiao house had definitely come out with him. Yin King ran into the house in terror. He was about to tell Yin Mu's mother about the good master and the ghost, but he couldn't string 2 words together properly. Yin Jiaoxian's father happened to be at home and was not pleased with his incoherent speech. The boy learned from his mother that his father had been chosen as the teacher of a new school in the county, which made him visibly happy. The father contentedly replied that it was still a couple days away from starting. It wouldn't be long. When the time came, little Yin King would go to school with him and study the books of the sages to make a name for himself in the future. Yin Jiaxian inquired about the reason for all this panic. The child told him that a man had settled in the house of Huang Xiao again. It was a very kind gentleman, but he was talking to a ghost inside. Yin Mu asked her son to be quiet. Is this something to talk about? The father sternly asked how he knew it. Yin King saw Mr. Jai fetching water for himself in the square. He has poor eyesight, so he helped him carry the water, but he didn't know that he lived in that house. Frightened, Yin Mu asked if he had gone inside. The boy replied that he dared not go in because his father and mother had asked him not to go there, and he put the pails by the door. But later he saw the gentleman walking and talking to someone at a distance outside his house. It was as if he was following someone. Yin King was very frightened and ran home. The boy asked what his father thought if the ghost of the Huang Xiao house had gone out with Mr. Jai. The man, assuming a stern look, hesitated. Mother said not to go there again and not to say anything about it on the street. She also asked her husband to take their baby king to the temple of the city god to worship and purify him from bad luck. After lunch, he promised to be sure to take him there. At the temple of the city god, Jai Yuan arrived at the city god. The city god told the officer to go. He and the Lord needed to speak privately. The lad had never imagined that the city god would appear as a mortal old man. Song Shicheng thanked him for his help in eradicating evil. The city god had honored him too much. Jai Yuan thought that just a little help was nothing. Song Shicheng noticed that the guy was too modest. He had set up an appetizer table in the building next to the temple, so he suggested going there to talk. He asked the guests to enjoy the food and feel free to contact him if he needed anything. They expressed great gratitude to the floor. The man serving them noticed that the two guests were so polite. The food turned out to be very tasty. Jai Yuan decided that the city god should also try. With a laugh, Song Shicheng declared that he was an earth deity in the early stage of his golden body, and he didn't have a physical body, so he couldn't eat the food of mortals. The boy was surprised when he realized it was an incarnation. The city god wanted to know where Mr. Jai came from and what he was doing in Ning'an County. Jai Yuan realized that he couldn't talk about his past life, but he wanted to know what was happening now. It would be difficult for him to answer this question, but he would stay here for a while. Song Shicheng replied that there was nothing wrong with him not wanting to talk about it since Mr. Jai had been a benefactor to Ning'an County, and that alone was enough. This time, he helped them get rid of a big problem. 7 years ago, an earth dragon was slain in the Deshang Palace, thus energizing the fierce energy of the earth, and by chance, a strong beam of fierce energy broke through the underground veins. This evil spirit emerged from a mass grave in the western part of the county, and was influenced by the dead Kai and transformed into this evil creature. Song Shicheng personally led his subordinates to suppress it, but he did not realize that the creature had developed a mind and had become very strange. The ghost pretended to be defeated, and by doing so he deceived them. At the critical moment, he blasted the dark power of the earth to seriously wound the body of the night watchman. The city god suffered great losses and also lost part of his golden body when he was struck by the earth demon, but he was able to strike and save his life, causing the evil creature to be seriously wounded. Unfortunately, he escaped, but they found him hiding in a well. Eventually, they managed to seal him in the depths of the well for a while so that they could get rid of him in the future when this old man recovered from his wounds. The first two occupants who had an accident in the Jiyuan Xiao house had actually died by fate. But by the time the third person moved in, the ferocious creature might have already recovered, and it managed to leave the well for a short while and frighten the man to death. They, the city gods, are earthly deities who, though they protect their land, cannot influence the world of the living too directly. So ever since then, Song Shicheng has been spreading the word around the county that the Huang Xiao house is unsafe through dreams. And then there was a rare opportunity that he got, and with the accumulated power of incense, he finally destroyed the ferocious creature. This is also a great relief for Ning'an County. It turned out that the real situation was even more sinister than what Jai Yuan had seen that night. He wouldn't stay to watch such shows anymore. He almost threw off his skates there. It looked like Jai Yuan would be the end of this string of bad luck in the Huang Xiao house. Song Shicheng decided that Mr. Jai must be joking. It was this bad luck to meet him. The guy admitted that he was not really a master, but he was lucky enough to wound this evil spirit. There are many things he would like to ask the city god for advice about. Song Shicheng was willing to give him any advice he wanted. Before, he couldn't understand how one could accidentally injure a demon born from an earth demon. Jai Yuan wondered if the city god knew about the methods of practicing humans in the mortal world. The golden body of incense and fire that Song Shicheng practiced was borrowed from the desires of all living beings, and it was not the same as the ordinary Kai cultivation practice. But there are books on martial arts for mortals. Jai Yuan was saddened when he concluded that there were none. Here, the city god said that he knew a little about ordinary Kai absorption techniques, but those techniques were rather superficial, and would probably be of no use to him. The guy said frankly that he didn't even have such a superficial technique. If the city god didn't find it difficult, couldn't he lend them to him? And these martial arts for mortals he would also like to take a look at. After all the help Jai Yuan had given them, the guy hoped they wouldn't refuse this small request. Song Shicheng decided to order the books to be sent to the pavilion since Mr. Jai would like to take a look at them. The boy thanked the city god. He remarked that the city god was a good conversationalist, and it was time to ask about things he now found difficult to know. Jai Yuan asked what immortal sects currently existed and what requirements they needed to accept disciples. Song Shicheng found it strange that he kept asking such questions. Was it possible that, just as he had said, he was not a master? As far as he knows, there is no residence of immortals in Desheng Prefecture, where Ning'an County is located, and the only one in all of Jiazhou who is a leader is Mount Yuhuai. It is rumored that there is a tablet on Yuhuai Mountain that can determine the position of the mountain god. As for how to recruit disciples, he really doesn't know, so it is a pity that he doesn't know anything about other countries. Jai Yuan asked about the heavenly palace. The city god wanted to know what he meant. It sounds very impressive to use the heavens so boldly to build a palace. Jai Yuan reasoned that since there is no heavenly palace here, then the immortals here are the ones that ordinary mortals consider immortal. The guy told him that it was just a wonderful fairy palace that he had just heard about once. There were still questions he was really scared to ask. He would like to ask him some more silly questions, and hopes he won't laugh at him. Song Shicheng promised to tell him everything he wanted to know. Jai Yuan would like to ask what country they are in, and what dynasty are they in. What was the situation in other countries? How many changes of dynasties has it undergone? He hopes the city god won't take him for a fool. Even asking about the cultivation methods of immortals is nothing. But Song Shicheng didn't understand. How could one not know such mundane things? But he is definitely not lacking in education and thinking clearly, speaking and behaving politely. When Song Shicheng was first born, he read a book of immortals with tales. There is a story that begins with a sentence like this. Waking up with a broad smile, he went out to have fun, not knowing that he had slept for 1,000 years. The city god suddenly hesitated and did not react in any way. Jai Yuan was afraid that he had asked too much stupid question. Recovering, the old man asks to hear him out. He is so respectful again, and does not speak as casually as before. Song Shicheng told him that they were now living in a huge country consisting of 13 lands. The Dajin dynasty has existed for 200 years and is currently the 8th dynasty of Emperor Qianwu. He has outlived Wu, Tang, Chu, Quan and the other 9 dynasties before. In the distant past, according to historical records, it was part of the territory of the Great Daishu dynasty. This, of course, is not the Daishu that Jai Yuan knows, but this dynasty is too old and the world has changed too much for even a land dweller like Song Shicheng to tell. The boy agreed with the words of the city god. Jai Yuan thanked the city god for his hospitality today. Song Shicheng called it a blessing for Ning'an County that he was here. He will deliver books to him in his home as soon as possible, so ask not to worry. The boy expressed his gratitude to him for everything. Both decided to talk about the rest another time. Yin King pointed out Mr. Jai to his father. The one folded his arms before the old master in the dark robe. Both of them have extraordinary temperaments, and Yin Jiaoxian had never noticed them before in Ning'an County. Jai Yuan and the city god separated. Since they had left, father and son decided to enter the temple of the city god. The city god himself was walking ahead of them, but no one could suspect that it was him. Yin Jiaoxian wanted to know who this old man was. He must know all the famous personalities. Perhaps the old man wasn't from around here either. He asked for 3 sticks of incense. Before entering, they were asked to be careful not to break them. Finally, the father and son went inside the temple. To their surprise, the mysterious old man disappeared. Yin Jiaoxian asked if little king had seen where the man had gone. The boy hadn't seen him since he entered the temple. He assumed that it was a ghost. The man refused to believe this nonsense. After all, this is the temple of the city god. Even though he had seen the old man enter the main hall. After the father and son left the incense, it was time to return home. The little king stopped at the same place. The child paid attention to the statue of the city god. It reminded him of that old gentleman recently. Yin Jaoxian had indeed noticed some similarities. This Mr. Jai is a bit of a mystery. If he remains unharmed for half a month, he will take Little King to personally visit him. Jai Yuan admitted that brushing his teeth was the most uncomfortable thing to do here. In fact, it is better to use salt, but it is expensive and brushing teeth is too wasteful. The boy felt a great boredom. No internet or cell phone, and no one to talk to. Walking down the street is not much fun either, but if there was some kind of fair, you could walk around the stores. He felt like an old man. Jai Yuan tried to remember how his grandfather and aunt used to pass the time there. The thought of them playing Go suddenly came to him. The boy thought of the chip that had appeared earlier and turned black. What used to be an invisible chip, indistinguishable from white and black, had now become a black chip. Moreover, does this black chip feel more and more real? Is it really playable on the Go board? But why has there been such a change? Could it be due to the fact that he touched that evil thing? Is it related to what the city god was talking about the evil energy of the earth? He should try to absorb the spiritual energy. Concentrating, Jai Yuan tried to do so. It really worked. Too much energy appeared, as if he was lifting a barbell with one hand. Better to dissipate a little first and then absorb as it got easier. Now it's time to collect. Jai Yuan felt an incredible pain. He realized that he had to endure it. Magic rushed through his entire body. At last it was over. Fortunately, most of his own energy had been dissipated first, otherwise it would have been foolish to die this way. The day watchman brought Jai Yuan the books. He let them enter, only a little tired, so he couldn't open the door for them personally. The city god trusted them to give it to Mr. Jai personally. The guy could not only understand why there were so many of them. Jai Yuan asked to take all these books to his room. All these boxes and books pass through the door along with the shadows, so they can't be physical. When the shadows put the boxes down, the guy reasoned that it was definitely the sound of physical objects. What a wonderful transportation technique. When the books were delivered, the shadows got ready to leave. Inside the boxes, Jai Yuan discovered bamboo planks, and all the inscriptions were carved on them. The city god has a heart. This will make it easier for him to read. At ease, seated by his date palm, he began to read. He seemed to be a genius indeed. Such incomprehensible things are suddenly very easy for him to understand. The 5 elements of yin and yang, the 8 elements and 6 meridians, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, cleansing the body and perfecting one's true nature. Even if it is a Kai manual, just an ordinary basic refinement manual, to a mortal it is already an incomparable book of wonders. Finished with his reading, he decided to apply what he had learned. There is a big world outside and a small one inside. Acupuncture points and body organs correspond to the mysteries of yin and yang, the 5 elements of the sky and the stars. Cultivation is to comprehend the vastness of heaven and earth, to comprehend the power of the great Tao in heaven and earth. Jai Yuan cast an incantation. After that, he was indeed able to see the Kai around him. Although the amount of Kai is not as great as before, but there is no numbness or pain, and it is very comfortable. Compared to his chip, this is the right way to absorb Kai. It is worth looking at something else as well. The next book was called Spell Basics and caught his interest. Here he was exposed to information about the smoke screen, the beginning fire technique and the beginning water walking technique. Although these are only elementary techniques, he can step into this marvelous world. This world is indeed beautiful. Jai Yuan reached into the box to examine the other books as well. Among them were a self-teaching guide to playing Go and the secrets of martial arts, the iron fighting pole and the eagle grab. These 2 martial arts are known as the 6 states of the iron grip. The master has put all his experience into this book. It is a powerful and easy to use technique that is considered to be of very high quality. After reading the 2 practice books, one should take the time to train in martial arts. It is important to have more tools for self-defense. The morning came. Jai Yuan woke up to the crowing cry of a rooster. He didn't even notice that he had spent the whole night reading. This date palm is so big that it should definitely bear fruit at harvest time. One might not even think about out-of-season fruits and vegetables unless one was at the level of an immortal. The date palm was the only one who read with him all night, so he wasn't so lonely. For the next 6 months, Jai Yuan lived in oblivion. When the body can withstand Kai, the practitioner collects Kai and then uses heaven and earth to channel Kai. After that, he studied martial arts and spent his free time reading a Go self-study book. Besides going out every day to eat, he was even more of a homebody than in his previous life. Jai Yuan perfected his martial art and grew stronger every day. He could easily climb up a tree and just as easily come down from it, and had good attacking skills. With the help of his intelligence and Kai, his learning speed was very fast. Jai Yuan made his way outside as it was time to go out to dinner. He had come to Old Man Sun's place for noodles and was apparently a regular customer. The guy ordered as usual, a bowl of noodles with salty meat gravy. Yin King was just passing by. The worried child pointed out Mr. Jai to his father again. Yin Jaeoxian noticed that now, half a month later, Mr. Jai still looked in good health. Pulling his son behind him, he ordered 2 bowls of noodles with salty meat gravy from Chef Sun. Yin Jaeoxian watched Jai Yuan closely. Finally, the man coughed and, feeling unsure, turned to Mr. Jai. He had heard that a new resident had arrived in their city, and if heavy schoolwork did not distract him, he would like to visit him tomorrow morning. This is the first time Yin King has ever seen his father pretend so well. The boy replied that he had also heard the same about Mr. Yin, that he was a very clever man. He wondered what the Yin family was trying to accomplish as they passed by and turned back abruptly. It was to meet him, but unfortunately, he had already seen them. Jai Yuan believes little Yin King is his son. He is from a teacher's family. They have raised such a good child. The boy was surprised that the master still remembered him. Laughing, the boy replied that he would always remember the kindness he had shown back then in helping him carry the water. If they didn't mind, why don't they share a table with him? Of course, if they are afraid, they might forget about it. Yin King felt embarrassed when he realized the fact that the master still remembered how afraid he was to enter his house. Yin Jaeoxian said that they wouldn't dare refuse Mr. Jai's invitation and of course agreed. By this time, 3 servings of noodles were ready. The boy's father remarked that Mr. Jai was so polite to the owner of the noodle shop. Chief Sun wished him a pleasant appetite, for which the man hesitantly thanked him. They honored him too much. Jai Yuan saw that although a scholar like Yin Jaeoxian did not despise old Chief Sun, he still considered himself superior to him. But since Jai Yuan had thanked him, he had to do the same to avoid looking inferior. Thanking the waiter is a habit he had in his past life. But there is a strong class mentality in this world. There are also people who are reasonable and rational, and it doesn't matter who they talk to. But a teacher always needs to be better, because his students, if they succeed, will become officials and continue to build the country. Jai Yuan asked for the bill, but Yin Jaeoxian decided to give him a treat. The boy is grateful to him for his generosity, but he has a message for Mr. Yin. Ordinary people, they are the mirror of the country. He who teaches sets his virtue as an example to others. These words had great meaning to him. The boy asked when they would go home, and Yin Jaeoxian came to his senses. He suggested that they should finish eating, they should go home too. In the morning, they would pay a visit to Mr. Jai. Early the next morning, this place used to be creepy, but now it feels clean and natural. It's amazing how freely one can breathe here. Yin Jaeoxian knocked. They were allowed to enter, the door opened. Jai Yuan decided that Mr. Ying didn't need to bring anything with him. They could safely come when they came in. But since this is his first visit to him, he hopes that Mr. Jai will accept his gifts. He was surprised when he found he had bamboo planks. The boy explained that he could not read ordinary books because of his limited eyesight. He heard that Mr. Yin was going to become a teacher of the county school, so he congratulated him. Jai Yuan inquired whether he had prepared well for school. Yin Jaeoxian is grateful for his kindness. Everything is already ready for school. The students will already start classes in 2 days. The guest asked why he should go outside to fetch water when he had a well. The fellow explained that this well is contaminated with foul water. Although not the squeamish type, he does not want to drink from it. Noticing the title of one of the books, Yin Jaeoxian realized that Mr. Jai likes to play Go. He also knows a little about Go and offered to play a few games with him someday. Yin King watched the two of them strike up a conversation about Go in the courtyard. The more Yin Jaeoxian talked, the more he realized that Jai Yuan was inscrutable, that he had dabbled in everything from astronomy to geography. The views are unique and profound, and the understanding is unheard of. Yet, seemingly omniscient, he often turned to Yin Jaeoxian for advice on secular matters. Father and son did not leave until noon. The guy is very pleasant to talk with, an educated but not pedantic person. Not only do they have something in common, but they also do not feel constrained. One of the gifts brought to him was wine. To taste it, he used the water technique. This technique is small but is a good start. This night in the forest was turbulent. The warriors, obviously making their escape, moved nimbly through the trees. One of them, Xiang Feng, was ordered to give up the sword technique, and then their bodies would remain intact. Xiang Feng repelled the attack, not intending to go along with such conditions. Then those catching up with them launched discs at them. Xiang Feng made a retaliatory attack by launching chopped tree branches at them. For a while, they were able to hold them off. Xiang Feng thought that stealing the sword technique would be easier. He did not expect that the old man from the Fan family would be so fierce that he took some of their Yandi thieves with him before he died. To kill them all, the Fan family summoned the entire Dingyuan martial arts community. If anyone defeats them, they will receive the Sword of Will technique, because of which they suffer huge losses. The Sword Intent technique was left on his deathbed by the immortal sword Zuo Madu, who is implied by his sword movements and sword intent. A simple thief like him is deluded that he can understand this sword technique. It is better to go find the tomb of the Zuo Madu family and take possession of his secret book of martial arts and the sacred long sword King Ying. Such a treasure should not fall into the hands of such intruders. Besides, killing is paid for with one's life, so the Yandi thieves must die. There was a powerful roar from the spiritual tiger. Song Shicheng is afraid that the demon is about to take over. Lu Shangjian hopes that in a few years, he will be able to break free from the fetters of the basic shackles of the demon class, and then he will be able to travel the world. He heard someone approaching. The chase was still going on. Zhang Feng had planned to use the mountains to escape, but these 6 don't give them a chance. The thieves realized that they couldn't continue like this, they couldn't escape from them. It's impossible, they need to fight. One of them suddenly stopped, pulling out the stolen goods. His comrades could not understand what he was up to. Zhang Feng knew that these crazy dogs wanted it. If need be, he would tear that shit up. One of the squad doubted that they wanted to destroy the sword intent technique in the last moments of their lives. If they recovered their corpses, the Fan family would pass on the knowledge that would help them learn sword intent. Zhang Feng stated that he was the one who might think so, but did they think the same? If the Fan family's knowledge was useful, wouldn't they have already found the greatest sword techniques and divine weapons? Zhang Feng realized that he couldn't take this technique with him and had to find a way to escape. Then he resorted to extreme measures and launched the sword intent technique into the air. The enemy did not expect such a maneuver. Apparently, the squad rushed after her. This became a chance of escape for the thieves. The enemy approached the technique and almost caught it, but the gust of wind increased, so he missed it. With annoyance, he knocked on the trunk of a tree. All their labors had gone to waste. The squad members saw that this wind was too fierce. The thieves had slipped away. Was it worth pursuing them? They decided to find the sword intent technique first. The squad set out to search. By this time, the technique was in Lu Shangjian's clutches. Good words. Unfortunately, there was nothing unusual about it. With such good literature, he had an idea. He moved farther into the woods when he heard someone snorting. Spiritual Tiger knew that the fox had gained intelligence and often came down the mountain in Ning'an County to steal farmers' chickens and ducks. He asked if she had ever seen the blind master who lived in the mountain temple. Fox remembered the day she had brought him food. Since he knows, Lu Shangjian asked her to do something for him. He threw her a scroll with a formula. It has his hair wrapped around it, so the master won't hit her, but she shouldn't get in his way. The tiger has sent his messenger on his way. If she loses this scroll, he will skin her. Lu Shangjian thought about sending calligraphy as a gift. It's not a cliche yet. He hoped that the master would like his wonderful gift and praise it. The tiger continued to strut contentedly through the forest. Jai Yuan sleeps until he wakes up. What a blessing. Now it is time for him to go out to eat. The barking of dogs was heard on the street he was passing through. A crowd of people gathered around them. The poor fox was attacked by vicious dogs who were about to maul him to death. Jai Yuan instantly dashed through the crowd. One man found it to his advantage, for he could make a good fur out of this fox. He immediately chased the dogs away. They whimpered pitifully, not daring to disobey his threatening order. In triumph, the man was about to seize the fox, but the fox, clutching the scroll with its teeth, slipped away deftly and jumped on. The people realized that this cunning fox was pretending to be dead. Then the dogs were set upon it. It could not be missed. One of the dogs pounced on the defenseless animal, but at the last moment, Jai Yuan blocked its path. The vixen was scared to death. When the guy turned around, he was surprised to see her bowing to him. The people marveled when they realized that this fox didn't want to die and was actually begging for her life. And who was this fellow? People began to recognize him as Mr. Jai Yuan from Tianyu Square. He is a good friend of Yin Jiaxian. Everyone says he's strange. He's been living in Jai Yuan Xiao's house for a few months now. Jai Yuan paid attention to the rope on this scroll. He realized that it was Lu Shangjian's tiger hair. This red fox is intelligent, but it was almost chewed to death, so it's not a demon. And it doesn't have energy yet. Besides, she is clearly here because of him, so all this happened to her also because of him. The boy asked the man to let him take this red fox. The bitten pelt is not worth much, but he will take it for 100 wen as a favor. Since the gentleman wants to buy it for 100 wen, he doesn't mind. Jai Yuan handed him 100 wen on the spot. Turning to the dogs, he asked them to disperse as well. He had no meat bones with him for them. They were all, from the looks of it, thoroughly amazed by his behavior. The boy, cradling the fox in his arms, told them all to disperse. With the help of a technique, he slipped around the corner. Local residents witnessed the use of this technique. Jai-Yun saw that the fox cub was too badly injured and needed urgent medical attention. For help, he went to Dr. Tong, who was just saying goodbye to his client. Jai-Yun slipped into the room in order to see if this fox could be saved. The doctor was embarrassed, for he had never treated livestock, let alone beasts. The boy pleaded with him, mentioning that the doctor's heart was sympathetic and kind, and the fox's life was also a life, so he should try. Dr. Tong called him inside. The assistants he instructed to keep an eye on everything. Burning with curiosity, they asked to be allowed to have a look too, but he strictly ordered them to do as they were told. This fox is less than an arm's length, but she has a strong pulse, which struck the doctor as odd. Shouldn't it have a lack of vitality? In fact, Jai-Yun had been feeding her vitality all the way. Lu Shangjun must have asked the fox to give him this scroll. It is worth preserving. The fox's body was bitten by sharp teeth in many places. Dr. Tong would use oak ash and a few herbs to treat the stab wounds. The boy hoped for his help. The man asked to help and hold the fox if it struggled out of pain. The helpers, standing in the aisle and eavesdropping, took their feet away as soon as they heard the fox's cries. The procedures were over. The consultation is free, and the fee for the medicine is 30 wen. The decoction is bitter, and there is nothing the doctor can do about it. He has to somehow give it to her to drink. Dr. Tong exhaled with relief when they finally left. The aides were worried about the master. That fox's cry was so scary. Covered in cold sweat, he declared that he was scared too. This was no ordinary fox, but a spiritual fox. What was even scarier was that it was only a cub. Yin King happily informed his mother that he had heard someone talking about Mr. Jai on the way back with his father today. A red fox was seen in the marketplace this morning being chased by large dogs. Eventually, the fox ran up to the feet of Mr. Jai, who was passing by, and bowed to him. The woman was surprised at the unexpected news. She decided to verify it with her husband. Yin Jaoxian thinks it is true. He had many people asking him about Mr. Jai when he was returning. It is said that the fox was later rescued by Dr. Tong. Jai-Yun did not expect the news to spread so quickly. He came to pay a visit to Mr. Yin. Everyone was shocked by his unexpected appearance. Yin Jaoxian asked his wife to make them some tea. The guy thought it was unnecessary. He just wanted to borrow a decoction teapot from them if they had one at home. Yin Jaoxian would bring it to him right away. He didn't have to go get the teapot since Little King did it for him. After stroking the boy's head, Jai-Yun thanked him. He decided not to disturb them anymore. Besides, he still had things to do at home. If Yin Jaoxian could do anything for him, he asked him not to hesitate to ask. The boy was surprised to see little Yin King at the door. The boy wanted to go and see a fox he had never seen before and promised to be quiet. The father, taking a stern attitude, told him to go back. Supporting the boy, Jai-Yun explained that little Yin King was still too young and it was normal for him to be curious. So let him go with him. He would bring him back in time for dinner. Yin Jaoxian apologized to the man in advance for disturbing him. The man did not give the appearance that he also wanted to go and see, and was angry with his son. After returning home, Jai-Yun found that the fox could already stand up. The fox showed distrust of the stranger. The boy explained that it was his friend's son, so she could take it easy. The fox is very badly hurt, so he asked little Yin King not to disturb her. Leaning toward her, the boy asked if she was in pain. The animal still wouldn't let him near her. Yin King had no intention of hurting her. Jai-Yun left them to prepare the medicine. Looks like these guys are not on the same page at all. The medicine for the fox is ready. He asked her to drink it. It is good for her health. The fox licked the contents in the bowl with reluctance, but suddenly she pounced on the medicine with great appetite. The bowl was empty in a matter of seconds. Jai-Yun had put Kai in the medicine, so she should get better faster. The boy needs to go to the market to buy some food and take little Yin King home. The boy said goodbye to the little fox. Jai-Yun hopes not to hear that someone in the neighborhood is missing a chicken or a duck. She understands after all. Little King is surprised at how well the fox obeys Mr. Jai. He is her savior after all. Rumors spread throughout the city about Mr. Jai, who was worshipped by a fox, and the dogs ran away at the sight of him. The hero of the local gossip visited the butcher. He would like to buy a chicken. The women discussing him turned away awkwardly. The butcher offered him a freshly butchered chicken. The boy asked to be given a slaughtered and a live one. The butcher decided to see for himself if the rumors were true. Even though times had changed, people's desire to gossip remained the same. Jai-Yun explained that she had been chased by dogs and sought rescue at his feet, and when he saw her pitiful appearance, he felt obliged to save her. The The butcher remarked that he had a very big heart. Wherever there is good, do good and save up virtue. The boy came home with the chicken he had bought. The fox cub perked up when he saw his prey. Tonight's lunch will be a slaughtered chicken, and then, when the fox has recovered a bit, he will give her a live chicken. He prepared a chicken stew for her. The fox took to the food with great pleasure. To speed up the healing process, Jai Yuan applied his technique. He used it while the animal was eating. Her appetite is good, it looks like she will recover soon. The guy remembered the scroll that Lu Shangjun had decided to give him through this fox. At first, he didn't realize what the words meant. But afterwards, he realized that they were not simple. Rather, they are a floating sword technique. This scroll doesn't contain Kai or any mysticism, and it wasn't written by an immortal practitioner. But the swordsmanship recorded here in words is capable of forming a sword while containing wisdom and intent. Guy had never thought that martial arts swordsmanship could be so refined. The martial arts master who wrote this scroll must have been a person of great talent. He wondered if he was still alive. Jai Yuan was embarrassed that he was even thinking about it now. This scroll seemed to be poisoning the mind. He had heard before that calligraphy was a kind of martial art and thought that it was just pretty words. But now he seemed to believe it, although there are no visual descriptions of sword strikes in the text. But all these words together turn into a dragon with all its swiftness. The boy eagerly used the technique. How skillfully he handled it shocked the fox. The people of the town marveled at the amazing yet strange sight. Though he doesn't know where the scroll came from, he calls the movement a flying dragon. All this time the red fox lived at Jai Yuan's house. And all this time, the fox was fed on homemade chicken energized with Kai and supplemented with medicinal potions. In the same way, Yin King and his father often visited the red fox. Time flew by. A week later, the fox jumped on the roof and looked longingly at the mountains towering above the city. He was startled when he was suddenly asked if he wanted to go back, didn't he? Jai Yuan understood at once. No matter how much you feed the wolf, he still looks into the forest. She is a mountain spirit animal, not a pet. After living in his house for so long, her wounds had already all healed. Tomorrow he will take her home. Here, she eats food fueled by Kai every day, which is much better than practicing in the mountains, isn't it? But one can't be greedy. This applies to humans as well as foxes or demons. Jai Yuan is sure that she is better off being in the mountains than here. This red fox has only recently become intelligent, and now she is closer to a beast than a human. And she and T belong in the small courtyard of a house. He realizes that it is hard for her to understand right now, and even he doesn't understand a lot of things about this life, let alone her. Noon the next day, he visits the quiet writing school, whose classes should be over by this time. Jai Yuan realized that Yin King really liked the red fox, so it was worth taking him with him before bringing him back to the mountain. Although the fox disliked him a bit, little Kin called out to him. The boy explained to Yin Jiaxian that he wanted to let the red fox go to the mountain and wanted little Yin King to go with him. He would be back in half a day. But what does Mr. Yin think about it? It was evident that the child was very eager. Since Mr. Jai had asked, it would be all right. He asked them to be careful on the road. They have known each other for almost 3 months. Mr. Jai's character and skills are indeed impressive. However, Yin Jiaxian would like to go too, but he can leave his students. The boys, along with the fox, passed by the big water wheel. Jai Yuan told them to have fun if they wanted. Yin King and the fox went into the river and began to splash in it. The boy wanted to catch a fish but clumsily let it go. The fox deftly picked it up and showed its superiority. The three of them had a great time. The moment of hard parting came. Jai Yuan said goodbye to the fox. Yin King asked to never forget him. The fox climbed up on the rock. The boys saw that she didn't want to leave. Jai Yuan decided that the animal wanted to watch them leave. After walking a few steps, they stopped again. Since they had known each other for so long, he wanted to give her another gift. When she enters the path of cultivation, she will no longer be an ignorant beast. She may have nothing in her life, but she must have a name. If she doesn't mind, from now on, she will be called Huyun. The fox, after accepting this gift, bowed. Yin King was amazed that she actually bowed. Jai Yuan reminded him that it was time for them to go home and pulled him along. They stopped to look at the animal after them. Jai Yuan returned to school with Yin King, who had fallen asleep. Yin Jiaxian apologized that Mr. Jai had to carry little King on his back. The guy carried him himself, so it's fine. One of the men standing on the street turned his attention to a stranger passing by. Zion Cheng felt that the green-clothed man was an unusual person in the neighborhood. He heard that he made the red fox bow and the dogs retreated at the sound of his voice. He realized that these were rumors that were both true and false. Perhaps it was all exaggerated. However, the head of the county also said that this man was unusual. It was getting late, so he told Master Y to get into the carriage to see him off. Something suddenly caught Jai Yuan's attention, namely what Master Y was hiding. There seemed to be an incomprehensible aura on this fatty's collar. He must have had something unusual. I wonder if it had something to do with immortals. To find out, when it was already dark, Jai Yuan put on a special suit and moved out to check. The best way to find out was to check in person. He started following the crew, hiding in the trees. Fortunately, he didn't get far. The guy wondered if he should just walk up to them and strike up a friendly conversation. While he was pondering, it became abruptly turbulent downstairs. A group of thieves attacked the carriage. They broke through the roof, breaking into Wai Wuwei's. The warriors accompanying the carriage saw that these men were strong. Without hesitation, the guard rushed to the attack. But Zhang Feng managed to strike him before. The sharp blade left deep cuts on his body. He recognized the criminal Zhang Feng from the 13 Yandi thieves. Another guard, swinging his sword, was ready to take the bloody thief's life. Wai Wuwei rushed Zhang Cheng in a panic. The place where the retaliated guard fell was right on the driver. Turning to Wai Wuwei, Zhang Feng said that blue jade was rumored to have been passed down from generation to generation in the Wai family to protect against evil spirits. The thief knew that he was wearing it now. Wiping away drops of cold sweat that had broken out, Wai Wuwei explained that the blue jade was just a jade pendant made by the ancestors. There was no power in it. The opponent, with several other armed thieves holding the life of one of the guards in the balance, advised him to think carefully before answering him again. Wai Wuwei was willing to give them both money and jewelry. Of course, Zhang Feng wants everything. Wai Wuwei, turning to the warrior, tried to prove that although he had just become the head of his family, but the blue jade would only be inherited on the 15th of the next month after the feast in his ancestral home. He didn't have it now. Enraged, the thief decided that he wanted to die, so he put the blade even closer. He had nothing else to do but to get the blue jade. This is what Jai Yuan came here for. This is definitely an unusual item. It was time to make his move, but he didn't need to, as Wai Wuwei showed his true side. All this time, Wai Wuwei had been hiding his true strength. He dispatched Zhang Feng in no time. When his opponents were stunned to see his defeated brother, he pounced on them. A single blow was enough for the two to fly several meters away. Who would have thought that this Wai would pretend to be a wolf in sheep's clothing? After recovering a little, Zhang Feng felt that it was becoming very difficult for him to breathe. These 3 needles are poisoned. He couldn't understand, how did Wai Wuwei know martial arts? So he also stooped to poison. The man likes to see that look of despair on his face. He can let the thief live if he tells him who told him about the blue jade. Did he tell him that the Fang family has a sword intent technique? Zhang Feng didn't particularly believe that Wai Wuwei would let him live if he told. Wai Wuwei declared that he was not like those scoundrels. He was open and honest and always kept his word. Jai Yuan thought that if you remembered what he had done a few moments earlier, it was very hard to believe that he was an open and honest person. It seems that in a good way, he doesn't want to confess. The man bounced back just in time as the shuriken was thrown at him. A stranger who was hiding his face intervened in the battle. Wai Wuwei realized that he was using a displacement technique. He only didn't understand why such a strong expert didn't come out and attack from the start. The mysterious warrior said that Zhang Feng had lost his sword technique last time. Now he had trusted him again. But it seems that the 13 Yandi thieves are really useless, and he must do everything by himself. When attacking, he used a special attack technique. He stabbed him with his finger, piercing the skin until it bled. Wai Wuwei began to realize that he wouldn't be able to dodge. His life was over. The course of the battle changed when Jai Yuan intervened. This martial artist is really dangerous. The guy can't be careless, so must give his best. Right now, he has no weapons, so he can only use his fists, and the iron fighting pillar and eagle grip techniques. Jai Yuan didn't realize what kind of monster was this. Not only could his eyes barely keep up with his opponent's strikes, but each strike felt as if it was hitting an iron pillar. The opponent has lost momentum and can no longer keep up with him. Then Jai Yuan got the upper hand. From the attack, the opponent's left arm is completely dislocated. That was not all. He was going to deal with the right hand as well. A snap was heard, accompanied by a scream of infernal pain. The opponent realized that he had just used the iron torture technique. Everyone wondered what sect such a prominent person was from. It seems that they think he is an expert from some sect who used iron torture, so he won't be exposed. The mysterious warrior recognized that his life was in the hands of this man. But if he lets him go, he will be able to enjoy all the riches and benefits of this kingdom. Even stand out from the world around him and become an immortal. Jai Yuan, making a different voice, asked how dare he try to fool him with such nonsense. He decided that this was just the right moment to use true Kai and change his voice and talk a bit. The warrior explained that the traces of the immortals are blurred but not gone, and there are rumors that Zuo Quantu has already embarked on this path. If he doesn't believe him, let him ask why Wu Wei. This blue jade is far from simple. Turning to the head of the Wei family, the fellow inquired why they wanted to deprive him of the blue jade. The man began his narrative by saying that his ancestors had once rescued a crane, which soon returned with jade in its mouth and gave it to his ancestors in gratitude for their kindness. This blue jade had been passed down from generation to generation, and now it had come into his possession. It is said that this jade can ward off evil spirits, but that is just a rumor. Besides, becoming immortal is too illusory. Emperor Dajin Genuine spent half of his life searching for immortality, but he died in the deepest depression. And this Zuo Quantu, aka Immortal Sword, didn't he die with hatred in his heart? This made Jai Yuan think. The masked warrior said that without wind or rain, the Kwandong Lake once flooded 30 miles. Du Yushan, a sword master, decapitated a ghost after drinking, and his sword remained cold and icy for 3 days. There is also a smiling Rakshasas who dreamed of a smiling soulbearer at night. Afterward he woke up as a smiling soulbearer. And these are not just rumors. And why Wu Wei dares to say that there are no immortals in this world. His name is Zheng Kainkyu, and 5 years ago, he broke a vintage wine jar on the bank of the Chunmu River, which attracted a giant black-nosed turtle. This giant turtle, speaking human language, asked him for good wine to offer to the god of Chunmu River. Since then, every year, on the 15th day of the 5th month, he sends the wine into the river, and it is true. Jai Yuan saw that this was not just a set of words, and asked to speak further. The turtle told him about the 3 places where he would have an immortal destiny. The old turtle said, the first place is the hidden sword technique in the Fang family of the Dingyuan house. She said, this technique will help find the long sword of moonlight, and possessing it is a great blessing. The second is the blue jade of the ancestors of the Wei family. And the third place where the immortal destiny is located is thousands of miles away in Tongzhou. If the guy lets him go, he will tell him how to use the blue jade to gain immortality when he recovers. Why Wu Wei hoped that the Lord didn't believe in the ravings of the sinister brigand. He had saved his life, and this blue jade was no match for the gift he had given him. But this man's folly, not to mention his many murders, cannot be justified by law or reason. He does not want to give it away, but he fears he will lose his life if he treasures it. That he gives Jai Yuan the blue jade for nothing is tempting. But this guy's whole body is just exuding Kai while he was trying to convey his thought. But anyway, he's not much of a good guy. And this why Wu Wei is not a good guy and is probably hiding something. Jai Yuan wondered if it was worth it to find out everything about the immortals and then silence them forever. Is he really such a person? He taught the tiger to be human first and the fox that one must not be greedy. If someone wants to become immortal, they can do anything. It's not even funny. Immortals should be free but not ungrateful, and they should be able to rejoice and smile when they see the warmth of this world. Besides, he already has a sword technique in his hands. Grabbing the blue jade and addressing the head of the Wei family, Jai Yuan recognized that it was a treasure for the path to immortality, and he gives it to him like this. Is this a sincere compensation, or is he afraid of what he will do with it? Why Wu Wei decided that the Lord was joking. He was very greedy for life and afraid of death. But he was not so rude that, lacking high morals, he would try to incriminate a noble man in indecent acts. It is his earnest desire to give him this pendant, and besides, how can he enjoy the same riches as the immortals? In response, Jai Yuan laughed loudly. He was just passing by on his way to go about his business, and he seemed to have already lingered long enough. He had no need for this blue jade. Guy asked the head of the Wei family to hand over this group of people to the authorities. Wei Wu Wei wanted to know the name of the mysterious warrior, but he managed to escape. After returning home, Jai Yuan opened the scroll again. He had already looked through it and found no clues to the tomb, so he should burn it. It's just ordinary paper, so it will definitely burn. So the clues should only be looked for in the contents. With his eyesight, he can't read ordinary books, but somehow he can understand the depth of the sword intent in this scroll. Alas, it is a pity that Zuo Quantu passed away more than 10 years ago, so I will have to understand it all by myself. The boy wanted to know what exactly the secret was. How did he suddenly manage to discover the map? If it wasn't for his unparalleled talent, no one would have been able to figure out this secret until this paper rotted. This is indeed worthy of the lines left to Zuo Quantu. Jai Yuan wondered what possibilities would open up once he got his hands on the long sword of moonlight. He was really looking forward to it. Thanks to Master Y, Zion Y stayed up all night. Y Wu-wei apologized, but he had no choice but to ask for his help when he was attacked halfway. Zion Y decided that he was just whining at his job. It was his job anyway. He asked not to take it to heart, but Y Wu-wei had already ordered a lot of food. A little later, all the food would be delivered to him. Zion Y recognized that the head of the Y family had a heart. The head wondered if Zion Y knew of a person named Jai Yuan in his district. Zion Y replied by asking if Mr. Jai was an old friend of his family. The master explained that he had just heard about the red fox bowing to him. It was amazing, so he wanted to meet an amazing person like Mr. Jai. When Zion Y told him that there were many people who wanted to visit him but the only one who dared to do so was Yin Jiaxian from this county, Y Wu-wei suggested that Mr. Jai had a bad temper. Zion Y knew that Mr. Jai was always polite and courteous to everyone, and no one had ever seen him angry. The reason why no one visits his house is because it is a famous murderer's house in the neighborhood. In a few years, there have been quite a few accidents there. Y Wu-wei couldn't understand how he dared to live in such a place. Strangely enough, nothing strange happened after Mr. Jai moved in, and the Yin family is fine, but still no one dared to visit them. If he wants to meet Mr. Jai for a chat, he can do so at the market. Y Wu-wei would like him to tell him where Mr. Jai lives. It is easy, so Zion Y will send someone to direct him there. When the head of the Y family was walking down the street, he smelled a strange fragrance. He was told that it was the fragrance of the flowers of the only date tree in the area. The man didn't think that date flowers could smell so good. Zion Y's messenger suggested that it was about Mr. Jai. He is a strange man, and in previous years, there was no such fragrance. Y Wu-wei is a man who has seen the world, but he has never heard of date flowers smelling so good. He was led to the courtyard where the date palm grows, which is the home of Mr. Jai. He swung around to knock on his door. At this time, Jai Yuan and Yin Jiaxian were playing Go. The guy realized that a guest had appeared at their door. The head of the Y family hesitantly asked if Mr. Jai lived here. He is Y Wu-wei, a merchant from Desheng Prefecture, and he heard that the fellow is quite an elegant scholar from Ning'an County, so he came to pay him a visit. Jai Yuan froze as soon as he heard this name. He asked Yin King to help him open the door. The guest refused the boy's offer of help to carry his things. He noticed the luxurious pose in which Mr. Jai was sitting. The merchant was delighted by his appearance. After saying hello, Y Wu-wei said that he had brought some cakes as a small treat. Jai Yuan wondered what Mr. Y was here for. The guest confessed honestly that he had heard about a red fox bowing to him the other day, and thought it was very unusual. He would like to ask his advice about a problem of his that has been bothering him for a long time. Yin King picked up on his thought, agreeing that Mr. Jai is great, and yesterday they released the fox back into the mountains together. After Mr. Jai gave the little fox a name, the little fox continued to worship him. The father hinted to the little fox that he had said unnecessary things. Mr. Jai did not forbid him to talk about it, so Dad questioned him about it all last night. Jai Yuan told the guest to sit down and tell them what was bothering him. Y Wu-wei remembered that it is said that the child's words are immaculate and contain no evil, so it seems that all these strange stories are true. The merchant asked if there really are demons and monsters in this world, and if there really is a way to gain immortality. Jai Yuan calmly confirmed this. Yin Jiaxian recalled an incident in the temple of the city god. The child reminded him that it was his turn to walk. Embarrassed, the man stated, "What can such a child understand? Daddy is just thinking about what move to make." Y Wu-wei handed the boy the family jade that he had been told the crane had given them, but it had never been magical. Jai Yuan decided to take a look at it. He hadn't been able to examine it properly yesterday, but he didn't expect Y Wu-wei to show it to him today. The boy examined it. It turned out that this jade was not so simple. Jai Yuan declared that it was Yuhui Mountain. It had been passed down from generation to generation in the Y family and was truly a treasure, and it has a chance of immortality in it. Jai Yuan realized that there was definitely something about him. The moment the Kai was absorbed, a faint magnetic force could be felt in Y Wu-wei's direction. It seems that even if one were to take away the blue jade, it wasn't a fact that it would lead to an immortal destiny. The merchant asked where this Yuhui Mountain was and where to find immortals. The guy has never seen what Yuhui Mountain is. Y Wu-wei doesn't know how his family can use this jade to gain immortality, but would like to ask him for advice. Jai Yuan would also like to know, but he only knows about Mount Yuhui from the stories of the town god. Turning to the guest, the guy described himself as a mere mortal, just his eyes slightly more open than ordinary people. He had heard that this mountain was in the northern part of Jeju. That was all he could say. He asked Mr. Y to take care of himself. Y Wu-wei declared that his family would never forget Mr. Jai's kindness in pointing them in the right direction today. If he needed anything in the future, he could feel free to ask and they would do their best. He left him a token as a keepsake and insisted on taking it. If he ever ran short of money, he could use it in exchange for some money. After that, he decided to bow out. When the guest left them, Yin King asked, "Does Mr. Jai really not know where Yuhui Mountain is? Do immortals really exist and what do they look like?" The boy replied that he too would like to meet immortals. As for whether he knew about Yuhui Mountain, had he ever lied? Yin Jaoxian didn't he like it when the boy said that he had only known Mr. Jai for a few months and couldn't he know if he had lied before? The boy agreed with him. He couldn't say that he had never lied, but in this case, he certainly hadn't. Anyway, little Yin King should be careful what he says. In this case, they have a friendly atmosphere here. But in other places, you have to be careful about what comes out of your mouth. Jai Yuan understood that they had to make sure that the boy did not turn into an ill-mannered child. Yin Jaoxian echoed his words. They should be stricter with him. He should not forget his manners and not offend others with his words. Not wanting to transfer the cakes for nothing, Jai Yuan offered to taste them together. The best courtesy is obedience. After such wonderful events, he continued to socialize further, playing Go and eating pastries. Compliance and restraint, this is what Jai Yuan admires most about Yin Jaoxian. It is rarer than true indifference to fame and fortune, and he has learned a lot from him. Jai Yuan found a moment to inform him of his probable departure in the near future from Ningen on a long journey. Shocked by this news, Yin Jaoxian asked when Mr. Jai planned to leave. The guy is not sure yet, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps in 3-4 days. We'll have to ask the city god for a map of the regions afterward and say goodbye to him. Father and son were upset to hear this. Yin Jaoxian knows that Mr. Jai is a very special person and he has his own reasons for leaving, so he is not in a position to ask questions. If the guy can let him know, he will definitely see him off, and if not, he wishes him a happy journey. Jai Yuan thanked him for his kind words. He is afraid that he will not be able to taste dates this year, so he asked him to pick ripe fruits and share them with his neighbors. Early the next morning, an autumn breeze had blown in overnight, and the garden was now full of fruit. He doesn't know how long he will be gone, but he will leave something for the Yin family. This time he will try his hand at writing. Yin King joyfully rushed into the house, bringing the letter Mr. Jai had left on the door. If he left the letter, he had already left without saying goodbye. It should have been handed over to Yin Jaoxian personally. Jai Yuan lived in a small pavilion, and he was the only one in the neighborhood who was his friend. He recalled the past when he had first met him at the table. Back then he had known him superficially, and perhaps he had behaved arrogantly then. However, although Yin Jaoxian is just a county teacher, he is worthy of the Book of Sages. He knows what he is talking about and learns it well. He has a clear desire to take what he wants, and he is always happy not to disturb others. I wish the moon could always shine in the sky, and there is no eternal celebration in the world. Every man has his own stars. For some, for those who wander, they show the way. For others, they are just lights. Jai Yuan will not say goodbye at night, but on his way out, he will send them a letter. Sooner or later, they will be able to sit and play Go again. He hopes Yin Jaoxian can teach and enlighten the younger generation, that his fervor will never fade, and that he will write a book and compile a biography to benefit the children of hundreds of families and teach all the people of the world. And the guy hopes he will become a great scholar. The man went outside, being touched by the words of the letter. Suddenly Jai Yuan felt something strange. Could it be Yin Jaoxian? It seemed that the letter he left behind had affected him. Stopping in front of the city, he said goodbye to his friend. Little Yin King asked his father what had happened. Yin Jaoxian informed him of Mr. Jai's departure. A little later, they decided to go and help clean the yard for Mr. Jai. When they arrived at the place, they stared at the date palm. On it grew large dates. The day before, Yin Jaoxian had heard Mr. Jai's indignant sighs, and the next evening it bore fruit. What a miracle! He visited Old Man Sun in the market square. For breakfast, the merchant offered him delicious wontons and yangchun noodles. Yin Jaoxian replied that he had already eaten at home. He brought date palm fruits from Mr. Jai's house, which he asked him to share with his neighbors before leaving home. Old Man Sun was upset to hear this. Yin Jaoxian said goodbye to him. Sun's visitors were interested in the unusual fruit. They were surprised that they were dates, even though it wasn't even mid-June. All three of them tasted the fruit at the same time. They were fascinated by the unusual aroma and taste. Many hunters for the fruit appeared, but the old man could not share it with them. His grandson had not even eaten yet. Jai Yuan's dates ripened early, and the villagers were delighted with their flavor. In half a day, the news that Jai Yuan had gone on a journey spread throughout the county. And at this moment, Jai Yuan is walking along the road to Chunhui Prefecture. The city god does everything so quickly, and this engraved map is much better than he expected. North out of Ning'an County, then east. The Chunmu River flows here, and he will reach Chunhui Prefecture by boat. According to the scroll message, the grave of the great warrior Zuo is far away in Yishu, so it won't be possible to reach it in a short time, so he won't be in a hurry. The boy decided to look for the old turtle in the Chunmu River. He flew a bullet past a man with a wagon, amazed at what he saw. As Jai Yuan walked around the area, he was noticed by passers-by. An old man asked who he was and what he was doing here. The fellow replied that he was just a passerby. The old man was confused by his eyes. Jai Yuan explained that he had poor eyesight and couldn't travel properly at night, so he hoped he would let him stay the night. The old man gazed into his white pupils. There is also a shadow under his feet. He let the master walk with him. Jai Yuan was very grateful to him. Life is a play, and it is important to be able to play in it. The local man pretended as if he wanted to help the gentleman enter. The guy realized he was taking his temperature. The old man offered to come with him and have some tea. Jai Yuan could not understand what was going on in this village. It felt like a strange atmosphere. The old man said that this house is used by people to guard the entrance to the village, so he offered to stay here for the night. He asked to be called Old Man Zhu. Could he know the guest's name and where he was from? The guy introduced himself and said that he was from Ning'an County. Old Man Zhu thought his behavior was causing the guest to misunderstand. As the old saying goes, if there is shadow and warmth, it is a living person. He asked him not to look back when someone calls his name at night. There are many strange things in their time, so one should be careful. Jai Yuan agreed that caution is never unnecessary. Old Man Zhu asked bluntly if he was a ghost. Shocked by such an assumption, Jai Yuan spat out his tea. He decided that the old man was joking. Of course he is not a ghost. Zhu apologized, but he had just thought of something and wanted to make sure. The guy reminded him about taking his temperature. Zhu recognized this is true, except that some people die without knowing it, and they need someone to tell them about it. Jai Yuan asked if his house was often haunted. The old man said that the place used to be haunted by a temptress snake, and when night falls, everyone stays at home and does not go out. The boy wondered if it could be a demon. They say it is a big snake with a beautiful head. They like to trick young and strong men and then eat them. After all, Jai Yuan was definitely not eaten. The guy concluded that this demon practitioner was like Lu Shangjun. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to understand or do anything. The old man complimented that this matter had long been handed over to the Suyuan County government. The local people had long been frightened by this. It was all true. Jai Yuan wondered, isn't he this Shunbao County? It turned out that this place is far from Shunbao. It is Higu village in Suyuan County. The guy was upset when he realized that he had run through 2 counties. He had really underestimated the strength of his legs. It seems he had run so fast for nothing. He misses his cell phone navigator. He can't even determine his real location from this map. This night he couldn't sleep because of the barking dogs. They say that dogs have the ability of clairvoyance, and these dogs are gathered together and barking in the same direction. He's a little worried. This county should have its own city god. Shouldn't he take over the place? The restlessness of the dogs was indeed a harbinger of trouble. The snake demon went in search of its prey. As the sun began to rise, one local woke up. He was displeased by the barking of the dogs. Throwing a handful of stones at them, he threatened to make dog stew out of them if they did not shut up. The fact that the dogs' barking did not subside, but only intensified, alarmed Jai Yuan. He decided he'd better go and see what was the matter. The guy prepared himself by using the fire technique. He would like to see what the matter was. The man stood on the bank, yawning lazily and pouring his liquid into the river. Suddenly a suspicious gurgling sound was heard in it. He assumed it was fish playing. But then the man heard a human voice. The naked girl, embarrassed, asked him to turn away and not look at her. The guy was incredibly embarrassed and immediately blushed, and he immediately began to justify that he did not expect to see a girl who was bathing naked. The young beauty covered her body with her hands and admitted that she didn't expect to see someone here, and that's why she had to hide under a tree from the unexpected guest. The girl asked the guy to leave immediately because she wanted to get out of this dirty water. The guy hurried to fulfill the request and started to run. But suddenly, after running only a few meters, the boy was surrounded by a pack of fierce dogs that frightened him. Just at that moment, the boy heard a girl screaming behind him and immediately asked what was happening to her. The strange stranger explained that she was scared by aggressive dogs, and when she wanted to get out of the water she slipped and hurt her leg, so now she needs help. The girl continued to smile embarrassedly and reached out her hand to the boy, clearly implying that he would help her get to the shore. But as soon as the young man grabbed the girl's hand, he immediately felt a strong jerk and instantly found himself in the murky water. Such a turn of events embarrassed Guy certainly did not expect, because now he was embraced by a stranger and tightly clung to him with her naked body, calling him a gentleman. Meanwhile, in the village, no one understood why the dogs were barking so loudly and not letting anyone sleep. People went outside and didn't even notice a man rushing across the rooftops. Jae-yoon was rushing to the scene at that moment and heard the dogs barking intensified. He decided that most likely the demon was somewhere nearby. Meanwhile, the demon had already revealed its true nature and materialized into a huge serpent, which tightly enveloped the careless Guy. Jae-yoon appeared next to the demon and declared how dare he use the eye technique to deceive his weak victims. In the next second, Jae-yoon attacked the snake demon with an energy surge that instantly reached its target, spreading in all directions. From such a powerful strike, the insidious demon was stunned and immediately became numb, loosening its grip around the next victim. But the demon's confusion didn't last long at all, and after the powerful rings of the serpent body gave out, he immediately turned his attention to Jae-yoon. The frightened boy was shocked to find himself in the arms of a real monster and started to scream loudly, but the next moment he was roughly thrown aside. While the naive young man was running and asking for help, Jae-yoon boldly approached the demon and offered to get out of the water if he was so strong. Jae-yoon also deftly grabbed a strong branch from a tree. The demon started to act decisively and tried to attack Jae-yoon, but immediately received several nasty blows. Jae-yoon knew that the snake was a nocturnal hunter and usually used fire effectively against it. After a few seconds, the branch in the guy's hand burst into bright flames, and Jae-yoon offered the demon a new experience this night. The scalding flames instantly spread to the long, scaly body of the demonic serpent, and the monster made a sharp maneuver and rushed into the water. But despite the demon's attempt to escape, Jae-yoon was certain that such a fire control technique could not be extinguished by ordinary water. The snake demon, feeling the terrible pain, had raised the degree of its aggression and now opened its toothy maw wide, hoping to take revenge on the impertinent man. People were shocked by the huge size of the horrible demonic snake and its aggressive behavior. None of them had seen anything like this before, and it was very frightening. Jae-yoon was surprised that the demonic serpent had actually bitten off its own tail to survive in this critical situation, and this was something he had not anticipated before attacking the enemy. Jae-yoon shouted with all his strength, asking where is the day and night watch under the city god now. After all, now was the time to intervene and help. The guy tried to use his strength to convey the information that a demonic creature had appeared in the area and was harming people, so it had to be taken away from these places as soon as possible. After this burst of Jae-yoon's energy, he felt that he didn't have much strength left, and at the moment, this was all he could do in this situation. Meanwhile, the people were watching the demon's bitten-off tail burn and didn't quite understand how a monster called the Temptress Snake had appeared in this place. But luckily, there was an expert who was able to save the man's life. It also surprised everyone that the expert had spoken directly to the city god. After a few minutes, the cold was terrible and no one understood what was going on. But people just tried to warm up as soon as possible. At that moment, representatives of the Night Watch appeared and said that they were glad to meet the Immortal. Jae-yoon explained that a snake demon in the form of a beautiful woman had appeared in this village and was trying to kill a man, so it would be a good idea to report the situation to the city god of Suyuan County so that he could deal with the monster immediately. The representatives of the Night Watch thanked for the information and promised to kill the demon before it escaped outside the territory of this county so as not to cause trouble to other lands. After meeting with Jae-yoon, the members of the Night Watch gathered in the temple and decided to appeal to the city god, explaining to him the situation with the demon that had escaped. Fa was surprised that Jae-yoon had used his skill to summon the Night Watch as messengers. After all, didn't this expert know that one could be a thief for 1,000 days, but one couldn't be safe from thieves for 1,000 days? Yongshin said that the person who used his sword to make the demon snake bite off its tail to survive, and who didn't strike a killing blow, could be said to be paying homage to the city god. The city god listened carefully and said that they will discuss this situation later, but first of all it is necessary to kill the demon snake. But now he orders to do everything so that no one sees what is happening, and for this purpose it is necessary to follow him and block the river. Soon the forces of the Night Watch were in place and instantly engaged in battle with the demon serpent. The city god, carefully observing what was happening, said that this demon is really seriously injured after meeting that guy. The city god also paid attention to the top of the mountain from behind which the first rays of the morning sun could already be seen, and that was why he called for everything to be done as quickly as possible because they would have more problems during the day. All the forces of the Night Watch were aimed at destroying the rampaging demon, and the city god confidently declared that today they would definitely take the monster's life. As expected, the decisive blow was delivered by the city god himself, who said that the demonic snake had made the mistake of appearing in this place before it had time to strengthen its transverse bone. After the sharp blade pierced the head of the demonic serpent, the city god ordered the soul messengers to immediately pull out the demon's soul, and the servants immediately began to carry out the order using their hooks. Once the strong chains were stretched to the limit, the city god ordered his servants to pull as hard as they could, and then announced in a satisfied voice that they had managed to deal with the vile demon. Meanwhile, the rescued young man thanked the Immortal Lord for saving his life, and the locals of course realized that if it wasn't for his loud scream, he would have been eaten by the demon snake long ago. And of course, thanks to the fact that there was an immortal man in the village, casualties were avoided. Jai Yuan explained to the agitated boy that passionate desires could be harmful, and he should be more careful next time. The young man thanked the savior for this important lesson that he would never forget throughout his life. Jai Yuan also asked not to be called immortal and explained that he only had some useful skills. The village elder turned to Mr. Jai and decided to advise him to go in a different direction in the future, because this way he could get to Chunhui much faster. All he had to do was to cross Leahua Mountain and go to the Chunmu River, and that way he could be at his destination. Jai Yuan thanked the old man for his very useful advice, and the old man in turn remarked how polite the gentleman who had saved them from the terrible monster was. But Jai recalled how the old man himself had helped him a lot and provided him with a place to sleep. All the villagers were truly grateful to fate for such an incredible meeting with the Immortal Lord and were a little sorry to part. Jai reminded his new friends of his long journey and bid them farewell with a sincere smile. Jai Yuan was well aware that he could no longer stay in this village, because there would probably be trouble when the authorities arrived at this place and started asking questions, so he must get away as soon as possible. Jai was surprised to see a group of people who had been waiting for his arrival for a long time. Jai Yuan politely introduced himself and said that he was happy to meet the city god of Suiyuan County, and also explained that yesterday the situation was too serious and so he decided to ask for help from the Night Watch, and now apparently the snake demon had been destroyed. The boy thanked the city god and all his helpers for their help in destroying the monster. The city god in turn responded with gratitude as well, for Jai Yuan had almost succeeded in fighting the dangerous monster. But now the snake demon was absolutely defeated and his soul was captured. Jai looked closely at the defeated demon and recognized the monster that tried to devour the naive and young merchant. The city god laughed in response and said that this foolish demon probably didn't have eyes since it decided to confront Master Jai. The city god said that Mr. Jai's skill had surpassed the Night Watch in many ways, and he had been told about how the fire from the tail of the snake was flowing in an endless stream, and this meant Jai's immense strength. The guy replied without hiding his smile that apparently the city god is too overpowered by him and he actually practiced not that long ago. But everything already managed to wound the snake demons using a minor fire control technique. He also used mortal martial arts techniques and human-made fire. The representatives of the Night Watch and the city god thought about such a strange answer because they did not even realize that thanks to such skills of the guy was able to resist a dangerous demon. Jai Yuan said that the fire people live forever and the sword technique that he learned was obtained from a scroll that left one genius of martial arts. That was why he was confident in evaluating the martial arts techniques that ordinary people possessed. The city god praised the lad for his fire control skills, and now that the task had been completed they no longer dared to interfere with Mr. Jai's journey. In parting, the city god explained to the lad that if he ever needed help and found himself back in this county, he could fully rely on his assistance. But Jai Yuan decided to immediately take his chance and said in a loud voice that he already had a request for the city god, which surprised the Night Watch representatives. He said that he didn't know if there were any immortal works in this district, and if it wasn't forbidden, he would like to take a look at them, and he didn't care what kind of book it was. At this, Jai was very embarrassed by his curiosity and immediately blushed. After a little thought, the city god asked the guy why he needed such information. Jai Yuan explained that he is always striving for self-development and hopes that the city god will help him in his quest for true immortality. But unfortunately, he did not have sufficient funds and would be grateful for your kindness. The city god reflected that this guy had really done them a great favor, and now his words sounded sincere, although it was surprising that he had a lack of knowledge. In the end, the city god promised to help the curious fellow in this matter, but also explained that there were no high-quality books in the prefecture, although there were still one volume each of old compilations of legends of the ways of the outside world and illuminated designs. The city god explained taking out a book. These buildings are inexpensive, but still very rare, and he is willing to gift them as a token of his appreciation. Jai-Yuan, he was beyond happy to receive such an exquisite book and sincerely thanked the city god for his generosity. With astonishment, the guy noticed that he could read the title of this unique book, which means it must be really special and carry very valuable knowledge. But the next second, curiosity and delight was replaced by surprise, because the pages were absolutely clean. Jai remembered that even if the previous old books were all blurred, they at least had clearly visible words, and therefore it is unclear what you can learn in a book in which nothing is written. Suddenly, words began to appear in the book, and this impressed young Jai-Yuan even more. The boy once again thanked the city god for such a great gift, and the god in turn wished the young master a pleasant journey. In the next second, the city god and his assistants from the night watch sharply soared into the air, and shouted that he would wait for the next meeting with the young traveler Jai-Yuan. The boy at this point felt awkward and wondered if he had somehow offended the city god, because their farewell was so swift, and perhaps this book liked the former owner very much, and he did not really want to part with it. Jai-Yuan decided that maybe he really is some kind of sage if he can see the words in this book that are hidden magically. Although perhaps the city god probably decided that he was just pretending to be a commoner, and wanted to take something away from him, and so got a little angry. Jai-Yuan then decided to continue on his way, as he couldn't stay in one place for too long, so as not to draw attention to himself. Once on the hill, the city god looked at the strange guy and wondered where this strange man with incredible abilities had come from. The first stop on the route for Jai-Yuan was a cave that could shelter from a heavy downpour. Although at the same time, the guy did not understand why the traveler he met had directed him to this place and why this mountainous area was called the Sleeping Dragon. Having settled comfortably enough in this place, Jai-Yuan regretfully realized that he did not have many dates left, although he intended to save them, but did not expect that they would be so few. Suddenly, the young traveler heard the sound of footsteps approaching and wondered who could be in this place, and most likely the person could just accidentally turn off the main road. Soon the silhouette of a tall gray-haired man dressed in white clothes appeared, who seemed to pay no attention to the very heavy rain outside. The mysterious old man seemed like a very friendly person and immediately took notice of Jai-Yuan's elegant appearance. The guy breathlessly grinned back and explained that he had decided to take a break in this place, but was also surprised at the guest's good mood, who probably enjoyed walking in the rain. Jai-Yuan immediately thought that the sound of dripping water as well as the sound of this person's footsteps are definitely real. But even so, it is obvious that this person is unusual. It remains to be seen whether he is a demon or an immortal. The old man immediately paid attention to the book that the city god and said that it is a very interesting edition of many years ago. Then the mysterious guest asked permission to sit down next to him, and Jai-Yuan offered the old man nothing to deny himself. Sitting down opposite the boy in the lotus position, the mysterious stranger immediately asked Jai's opinion about this magnificent book. The boy explained that he had not yet managed to fully read the legends of the way of the outside world, but he found it a very fascinating book, although the narrative and demonic aspects in it seemed biased. Jai-Yuan recalled the old proverb about doing unto others as you would like them to do unto you, and he wondered how the true man who had written this book could not have realized this. The mysterious guests became even more interested after hearing these words and asked him to tell him as much as possible about the contents of this rare book. Jai-Yuan, as if proving his point, pointed his finger at the page and said, "It is indeed true that there are many harmful actions of vegetation, animals, and monsters, but why generalize it all in a book?" The books describe the story of how a cat is rescued by a man and eventually turns into a girl who wants to be a wife for him. Later, a member of a rich family, greedy for her beauty, kills this young boy and ends up ruining the whole family. After that, a demonic cat kills the rich family to avenge the death of the boy, and although the whole work talks about the danger of the human heart, this story emphasizes only the fact that demons are harmful to humans, and it seems very contradictory. The book also says that the drought was caused by the heavens. People ended up sacrificing animals, praying for rain, and when the dragon liked it, he spread rain to ease the effects of the drought. Also, the author of the book says that the dragon was disobedient to the heavens and deserved the fate that befell it because it was unenlightened. Jai Yuan said that there are actually many more such biased books that only tell fairy tales of heaven and immortality, but not of righteousness, and it all seems extremely ridiculous. The mysterious old man asked if Jai Yuan knew the origin story of this wall called Sleeping Dragon. The guy of course didn't know and explained it. The old man stated that about 300 years ago, there was a Kai dragon living in the pool below this place. Also this year happened to be the year of the growth of dates, and the dragon felt his training was complete and wanted to turn into a water dragon. Dragon Kai had been practicing for too long and was too eager to become a water dragon that he forgot about the measure, so his actions resulted in heavy rains. For half a month that year, it caused flooding in the prefecture, and in the end, the flooding covered the territory of 3 prefectures. As a result, the people living in that area were in a terrible situation, and their dwellings turned into ruins. Jai Yuan thought at this moment that even with modern technology, floods still caused terrible destruction, not to mention the ancient times. The old man patted the wall and explained that this mountain wall was where the Kai dragon slept in the pool, and from which it had emerged in the past. Since then, the name Sleeping Dragon has been inherited and belongs to this place. Jai Yuan had indeed heard that there was a residence of immortals in Jeju called Yuyuhai Mountain. The water dragon appeared around that period, and it was interesting to know whether immortal cultivators had come. The old man grinned and replied that the dragon was so happy to find freedom after hundreds of years of hibernation that it naturally attracted the attention of the immortal cultivators above. Although the immortals didn't want to mention it, since the city god had chosen to destroy his own golden body in order to educate the dragon and show him his sins. He had to sacrifice his spiritual life that he had practiced so diligently. This act was ingenious and honored at the same time. Jai Yuan realized at this point that he had met a very strong person who could very well be a dragon, and asked if he could find out if that dragon Kai had eventually managed to turn into a water dragon and what had happened to him over the next 300 years. The old man replied that Dragon Kai had indeed achieved his goal and turned into a water dragon, and since then he has been moving clouds and bringing rain to Jeju, as well as restraining many water creatures. The old man asked the lad what he thought of what this dragon was doing. Is he really so unenlightened as stated in this book called Legends of the Way of the Outside World? Jai Yuan carefully looked at his interlocutor and realized that the old man was waiting for you to give him a specific answer. But still, there is a heaviness in this conversation, and it is necessary to make the right choice. Jai Yuan said that he really admired this dragon and would be grateful for its protection and help. However, if he met such an evil dragon back then and if he had the right abilities, he would try to be sure to behead it. The old man pondered over the answer and asked Jai whether Jai thought 200 years of service from this dragon would be enough as compensation for his long ago sin. At this point, the guy realized that the person in front of him was a dragon and therefore needed to calm down and not show unnecessary emotion. Jai asked the old man, will the dragon continue to cause rain and chase clouds in the case if people forgive him for his previous sins? After all, as it seems to him, merits are merits, about shortcomings remain shortcomings, and nothing can be done to correct them. So this past dragon will remain the dragon that was hated, but still he was able to become the dragon that is praised and has no complaints. The mysterious old man relaxed and sincerely stated that these words were said magnificently as for such a young master. Jai Yuan at this moment exhaled a sigh of relief and thought that he had managed to avoid the problem. The fellow then offered his interlocutor a taste of fresh dates, which were the fruits of a date palm from his courtyard. Jai explained that there was nothing unusual about these dates, but they still tasted very sweet. The old man looked thoughtfully at one of the fruits and said that at this time of year it was rare to find ripe dates, and then asked Jai if he had any more in stock, for 2 would be too few for him. The young traveler answered a little sadly that in fact he had only 4 dates and had already given away half of them, so there was nothing left but to eat them and enjoy the taste. The old man took the guy's advice and said that they were very good fruits and their flavor was unrivaled. Although the aura is very thin, it is quite tasty. The old man asked where Jai's house was, because he would like to taste more of these fruits in the future. Jai decided that such a request of the old dragon is too demanding and explained that before leaving on a trip he asked his friend to give dates to the neighbors, and not much time has passed since then, so it is unlikely to find more fruits there. The old man still decided to be persistent and asked if he could also count on these fruits if Jai was kind enough to give them to his friends. Jai Yuan explained that his friend is a teacher with no special abilities, and at home he has a small glutton who almost cannot keep his mouth shut. And these words very surprised the old dragon, and he asked how can a mere mortal man from an ordinary village school be a friend to the immortal Jai Yuan. The guys really liked the old dragon's reaction, and he replied that in this case, it was enough that he himself recognized the school teacher as his friend, and there was nothing wrong with that. The old man laughed heartily and praised his interlocutor's wonderful words, for it is wonderful when a person is able to decide for himself who he wants to be friends with. Then the old dragon slowly stood up and asked the guy if he had any necessary qualities to become a friend for Jai-Yuan. The guy immediately replied that it all depended on whether the polite old man would invite him to have a drink next time in cozy company. The old dragon explained that it was enough for Jai-Yuan to say that he wanted to have a drink together. The fellow replied that it was really all about people and not alcohol, for any wine. Posthumous people or immortals are equally intoxicating. These excellent words again elicited approval and laughter from the old man. Then the old dragon still introduced himself as Tunxian Jiang Yinhong, and the guy, following the rules of propriety, fully stated his name and place of origin. Then the old dragon said that he still had to spread rain on all the date palms of Jeju province, so the next time they meet again he will make sure that Mr. Jai drank good wine. After these words, the mysterious old man turned into a golden dragon and swiftly fled from the cozy cave into the rainy night sky. Jai-Yuan thoughtfully looked after the next magical demon and thought that at this rate, he might have a heart attack before he became an immortal human. Once in the next settlement, Jai-Yuan attracted some attention with his aura, but the young traveler only wanted a tasty and nourishing meal. Jai's appearance resembled that of a beggar, and one master asked his disciple to address Jai and recommend him to change his location. After all, he sat at the entrance and this could interfere with business. The master decided to give Jai a table in the corner and also treat him to a free plate of standard appetizers. To the young apprentice's delight, Jai-Yuan readily agreed to change his table and followed the lad, thinking about what he would order for lunch. The master's apprentice behaved politely, just as the master had told him to. Demonstrably raising a finger up, Jai-Yuan ordered himself a knuckle in sauce, stewed chicken, steamed noodles, stewed sanjin, boiled cabbage, pickled radish, and fried vegetables. At the end, a hungry Jai asked for a pot of lungi to be brought to him, and if there was nothing like that, something similar could be substituted. Such an extensive order greatly excited the young lad, who didn't expect such a thing from an unkempt-looking guest. Jai-Yuan advised the young man not to worry and assured him that he had the necessary amount of money to pay for his extensive order. Left alone, Jai-Yuan heard a young boy at a neighboring table tell his master that they had spent all their money, and all they had left of food was cabbage and buns, so they should think about returning to Yunshan. The self-confident master advised them not to worry about the money and explained that after lunch he would find a fortune-telling stall and could earn money for food. But such a statement did not impress the young apprentice at all. He advised him not to engage in unnecessary predictions anymore. The apprentice reminded the master that the last time they had a showdown in Kingliu County, they had been beaten up badly, so it was worth remembering that unpleasant lesson. But the apprentice's words only upset the master, and he demanded that he not remind him of that incident. The master said that this time he has learned that bitter lesson and therefore will tell people only good, and bad will try to keep to himself. Anyway, fortune-telling is a good way to earn money, and those cruel people who beat them were only fools. Jai-Yuan listened with interest to the dispute between the young disciple and the self-confident gentleman, and it amused him. After all, neither of them did not want to give in to each other. Soon the waiter brought fried vegetables and cabbage stew and wished the poor guests a pleasant appetite. After that, the waiter brought all the dishes Jai-Yuan had ordered, which certainly looked much better and smelled much better than the poor table-mate's order. Jai-Yuan immediately felt the gazes of the young apprentice and his master, and so he asked the waiter to give them an invitation to sit at his table and dine with him with all the available dishes. The waiter, without a second thought, decided to honor the generous gentleman's requests. Such a generous offer confused the master and his apprentice, who were not used to receiving gifts from strangers. They wondered what could be the trick, but still they wanted to accept the offer. The master said that it didn't make any difference whether the generous master could afford to pay such a huge bill. After all, they should take the chance to dine at someone else's expense. The master introduced himself as Kai Xuan, and explained that his disciple Kai Wen was traveling with him, then asked why such a kind master had invited them to dine at his table. Jai-Yuan explained that he had never seen a Taoist monk before, and so he had invited them to lunch to broaden his not-so-extensive horizons. Kai Xuan hesitated and tried to say something in the style of his standard predictions, but Kai Wen coughed in time and interrupted his master with a tap of his foot. Jai-Yuan of course noticed this awkward moment and advised the guests to enjoy their food and chat about various topics in the process. Jai Yuan also, as a polite gesture, tasted the buns that the poor guests had brought for his bet and said that they surprisingly had a good flavor and could well replace rice. The incredulous master and his young apprentice just looked at each other and then instantly began to eat all the dishes that were on the table. It was obvious that these people were hungry and had probably not eaten anything but cheap buns for a long time. Some time after the meal was over, Jai Yuan paid for all the dishes, and Kai Wen breathed a sigh of relief, for he had feared until the end that the generous gentleman would not have the money to pay the bill. Master Kai Xuan once again thanked the generous stranger for the tasty treat and asked what he really wanted from their meeting and communication. Jai Yuan appreciated the straightforwardness of his interlocutor and promised to get straight to the point. After a few seconds, the wandering traveler put a small piece of paper on the table and suggested that they start by measuring the horoscope of the 8 signs. Soothsayer Kai Xuan he was shocked by such a request and carefully examined instead of the paper, and then asked in a trembling voice whether he wanted to deceive and how is it possible that this is the horoscope of the 8 signs Jai Yuan. The guy replied that in fact there was no deception and everything was exactly as stated on the paper. Jai Yuan thought at this point that in this life he is not oriented in horoscopes, although from the past life he can remember some nuances. Suddenly an poor fortune teller jumped up from his seat and exclaimed that all this is a lie, and if it was the horoscope of the 8 signs of Jai Yuan, he would have died long ago. Young was shocked by his master's behavior and tried to calm him down. At this moment, Kai Xuan remembered his promise to tell customers only good news and never mention problems, so he immediately apologized and explained that he was most likely mistaken. But suddenly his words were replaced by a sharp cough, and a fountain of blood came out of his mouth. No one expected such a turn of events, because a perfectly healthy man inexplicably collapsed to the ground, and it really scared the young disciple and of course Jai Yuan. An agitated Kai Wen began to beg the master not to die and not to leave him alone. The visitors of the inn of course noticed this situation and began to worry about the quality of the food here, because it might have been poisoned. The owner of the establishment immediately reassured all the customers and said that his food was absolutely safe, and there had never been any problems with it. But the general panic had already gripped people. Meanwhile, Jai Yuan had taken Master Kai Xuan on his shoulders and told the young disciple that his master was still alive and needed to be taken to a doctor immediately to get the necessary help. Jai Yuan asked the innkeeper where is the nearest medical hospital, for the man must be treated immediately before he dies. The innkeeper explained that one should turn left from the door and at the end of the market there would be a medical center, and expressed his concern about the guest's condition. Jai Yuan advised him not to worry and explained that this Taoist master had been hungry for too long and had eaten too fast, which could cause a relapse of an old illness and had nothing to do with the food in this inn. The young traveler tried to speed up as much as possible to save the Taoist master and advised Kai Wen to keep up with him on the way to the doctor. During the journey, Jism Yuan thought that it was likely that the Taoist master had decided to do a horoscope calculation, but then he vomited blood. Therefore, it was obvious that he couldn't bear the results of the divination at all and had wasted a lot of energy. All this could be due to the fact that with the help of the horoscope of 8 bodies was disclosed the secret of heaven, which caused such a reaction in the fortune teller. Jai Yuan, we are almost completely sure that all this happened because of his horoscope, so the man suffered, and his life in exchange for food is an unequal exchange. Jai wanted to correct his mistake and rushed to the doctor. Soon the wandering traveler reached the right place and laid the sick soothsayer on the doctor's bed. The old healer and pharmacy owner Qin Zizhu immediately without wasting time began to examine the sick man. At this point, disciple Kai Wen tried to talk to the elderly doctor, but Jai Yuan advised not to interfere with the processes. Do not interfere with the examination, because now the most important thing to find out the cause of the disease. After a few minutes, the doctor said that the Taoist master was very weak, and his life force had been sealed by the master, so he periodically took some kind of life-sustaining drug to live to these days. The doctor explained that he was going to help him with healing smoke and acupuncture. Who knows, acupuncture point techniques can help. Jai Yuan of course knew the acupuncture technique and promised to help the doctor. Qin Zizhu advised to immediately undress the patient and asked the others to leave. The doctor then asked his assistants to bring him silver needles. After the elderly doctor took one needle in his hands, he explained that it was necessary to guide the patient's acupuncture points and block his senjiao, and at the same time do not allow his energy to take place, and at the same time using silver needles. Jai Yuan did his best to follow the elderly doctor's instructions exactly, and applied his energy to the sick seer. After that, the doctor himself, along with his assistant, stepped in. After a few minutes, Qin Jiju explained that when he removed the silver needles from the patient's body, then Jai Yuan would protect his pulse with his true Kai. The guy promised to take care of it and thought that this doctor even better than the Tong doctor he had met before. After the process was completed, soothsayer Kai Xuan regained consciousness and asked for water in a weak voice. Jai Yuan promised to fulfill the request, and the young disciple was happy that his master was feeling better. Jai Yuan then asked to apologize for the whole situation, and the wandering fortune teller replied that he now understood what it meant to be ignorant of heavenly numbers. Jai Yuan was genuinely happy that the man was relieved and said that now the Taoist master would no longer want to consider his offer of cooperation. But despite the consequences, Kai Xuan was optimistic and explained that he had just woken up, but was still willing to consider Mr. Jai's proposal. This answer puzzled Jai Yuan, and the young traveler realized that this fortune teller was the kind of person who would rather die than learn some important lesson in a dangerous situation. Kai Xuan then stated that the more he looked at the origins of Jai Yuan's fate, the more his mind became clouded, and also chiromancy was in complete turmoil, and such tension was hard to endure. After a few minutes of pondering, the traveling soothsayer asked Jai Yuan, does he correctly realize that he is not an ordinary mortal man? These words of the master made Kai Wen startled and glared at Jai Yuan. Jai Yuan still decided not to test the capabilities of the poor fortune teller and said that he needed to recover from a serious illness and then think about business. Especially in the future, his hasty decisions would have to change, because such a case next time might not survive. Kai Xuan agreed with Jai Yuan's warning and promised to think about the future. Kai Xuan quietly said that it was better to say only good things and not say anything bad. Tell people what they need to say, but also keep silent when they should not say the words. Kai Wen looked at his master in bewilderment, trying to understand his thoughts. Soon, a young girl and a doctor entered the room and offered everyone to drink fresh aromatic tea, which would certainly help to restore their strength. The elderly doctor, measuring the patient's pulse, stated that his illness was very strange, which looked like an ordinary heart attack, but in any case he was very lucky to survive this difficult situation, and so he should take medicine for a year and a half. Kai Xuan thanked the doctor for his help and expressed his joy for surviving. During their tea together, Qin Jiju said that he had a disciple from Ningyan County who was so talented that he was able to open his own medical clinic. Jai Yuan immediately assumed that it was about Dr. Tong. The elderly doctor was surprised to hear that Jai Yuan really knew little Tong. After all, they had not seen each other for many years, and he was pleased to know that he was remembered as a teacher. Jai Yuan laughed and replied that he had a lot to remember, although he actually thought at this moment that Tong had never mentioned his teacher and only said that since he had saved the fox, it would be his reward. Jai Yuan then asked the old doctor about his chronic illness and whether he could cure it. Dr. Qin was interested in the diagnosis and asked him to elaborate on the symptoms and offered to be examined. Jai Yuan pointed to his eyes and explained that he had some blurred vision, although he thought at that moment that he was going to cure his ailment during his immortality. But such an opportunity to meet with a doctor should not be missed. Qin Jiju looked at the guy in surprise and couldn't understand how he could have problems with his eyesight. Just recently he had helped in treating a person without the slightest mistake, which was impossible with poor eyesight. The old man doctor started to run his finger near the guy's face and asked if he really felt the shadow blurring, and Jai Yuan confirmed his symptoms. In the end, the doctor said that he had been practicing medicine for over 70 years and had never seen anything like this. The old man doctor thoughtfully stated that Jai Yuan didn't just have ordinary blurred vision, but could definitely be called a blind man. The young lad wondered, what if his blurry vision wasn't because of his diseased eyes at all? Or maybe his eyes are only blind to normal people and he's actually fine. The doctor suggested not to despair and decided to try a few injections to study the guy's condition. He also promised to be very careful with the needles, because of course he realizes that the eyes are the most important part of a person's life. Jai Yuan accepted the offer and trusted the doctor completely. In a few minutes, the old doctor had already prepared one of the silver needles, which to the uninitiated people looked threatening, and prepared to begin the acupuncture procedure. But suddenly, the moment the needle was approaching Jai Yuan, the unpredictable happened. The needle flew out of the doctor's hands. Jai Yuan asked the doctor if he was alright, but Qin replied that there was nothing strange about it. Although the doctor admitted that he didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to give even a single injection, because he had encountered the protective Kai of an experienced martial artist, which threw the needle aside. This event confused the guy, because in fact he did not offer the slightest resistance, and his Kai at the moment when the silver needle was to be inserted into the architectural point on the contrary retracted inwards. Jai Yuan realized that by the time he reacted, the needle had already flown away from his body, and then he suggested to the doctor not to try this procedure again. The next morning, Jai Yuan decided to go on his journey and thought that today was the 5th day of the 5th month, and on the 15th he should go to Chunhui to see the old turtle. At parting, the lad explained to the fortune teller and his disciple that he had a long future ahead of him, so he couldn't stay with them. Nu wants them to accept this silver as compensation for the trouble he had given them. Kai Xuan and Kai Wen were surprised by the guy's behavior and thanked him for his generosity. Jai Yuan advised Kai Wen to keep an eye on his master and tell him not to predict the fate of anyone in the future, and if he cannot resist it, he should go to the temple and report everything. Kai Wen promised to remember this advice and follow it exactly. Jai Yuan then decided that he had already finished all his business at this place and sincerely waved goodbye to his new friends, who were still surprised to meet such an incredible person. Following the road, Jai Yuan pondered that this divination skill was actually amazing, and he too would like to learn such an ability if it wasn't so dangerous. After traveling a considerable distance in 3 days, Jai Yuan decided to stop by the river at Birch Hill and fish and read a book for a while. Reading the book, the guy realized that it was not a real method of immortality practice, but just a collection of ideas and experiences that explained the difficulties and dangers of the practice. Practicing Kai leads to the transformation of the spirit, and the appearance of the spirit leads to the birth of energy, which is both magical power and spiritual power. This information may not seem particularly important, but it could save lives in the future. Jai Yuan realized that the city god had only given him the solution to control Kai, but not the solution to reduce it, so his path to immortality cultivation was still a long way off. Jai Yuan was a little tired of fishing without any results, but he remembered that the book on the legends of the way of the outside world said that there was a fish called water essence in this body of water. But unfortunately, nothing has been caught for half a day, and perhaps this fish only appears in the evening. Soon, the guy heard noisy voices nearby who were happily discussing their visit to the Emerald Lake. Jai Yuan immediately determined that strangers were approaching his resting place and needed to be prepared. Soon, Jai Yuan saw 2 children nearby who were in a great hurry to get to this quiet body of water and catch the fish they wanted. The children were surprised to see a man quietly reading a book on the shore of the lake, because it was already getting dark, and he apparently did not intend to leave. The boy decided to take advantage of this convenient opportunity and try to play a joke on the stranger. After a few minutes, the children began to sneak up on Jai Yuan. Having reached their target, Predator tried to synchronously shout in a jump to scare the stranger as much as possible. But to their surprise and disappointment, there was no effect, and the girl suggested that perhaps this man is deaf. The children were genuinely disappointed at their failure, for like every child, they wanted to have fun. Jai Yuan understood and turned around slightly and politely asked the children how much fun they were having at the moment. The boy immediately exclaimed that Jai Yuan was not deaf at all, and the girl indignantly asked how dare he scare them like that. Jai Yuan only smiled back and said how could they even complain in their situation. After looking at the children carefully, Jai Yuan realized that he did not notice any demonic aura on them, and this seemed very strange to him. It was surprising that 2 small children were running alone in the mountains without adults and at night. Jai Yuan wondered who he would have to meet this time, and perhaps it was the real Immortals. In the end, the wandering guy decided to stay calm and just sit and watch what will happen during this meeting. The daring young man asked the stranger when he was going to leave this lake, and the girl reminded him that there are wild animals in the mountains that become active with the onset of darkness. Jai Yuan asked in reply, are the little children themselves not afraid of wild animals? The young man replied that they are not afraid, and even though they are small, they have excellent martial arts skills. Jai Yuan laughed and said that he also had excellent martial arts skills. In the end, the annoyed guy said that even if he fished all night long, he still wouldn't be able to catch a single fish. But just at that moment, Jai Yuan felt his fishing rod twitch, and he deftly pulled a small fish out of the water to the surprise of the children, who unanimously declared that it was a silverfish. The daring young man couldn't contain his emotions and shouted that the silverfish belonged to them, and then threw a special trap to intercept the valuable catch. But Jai Yuan was much more agile than his young rival and was able to steer the fish away from the trap. The wandering immortal seeker then quickly created a small water bubble to hide his long-awaited catch. The fish was safely placed inside the small water sphere. The daring youth swore in annoyance, and he declared how Jai Yuan even dares to come to the Emerald Lake and steal their silverfish. Jai Yuan asked and replied, as this lake really only belonged to Mount Yuhui, for it is very strange. The guy noticed the blue jade pendant that he had already seen at Yui's place, and it came from Yuhui Mountain. The guy got even more angry at these words and said that since they had come here from Yuhui Mountain, they had every right to take the silver fish. Jai Yuan replied that even though the Yuhui Mountain is a famous immortal bloodline, they are not allowed to steal whatever they want. The guy was not himself from anger and started shouting that this lake belongs only to them, and that is why all the fish in it also belongs to them. The girl said that they have been coming here every year for years to find the silver fish. Jai Yuan answered the insolent children that in any case this place does not belong to anyone, and Yuhui Mountain is 800 li away from here, and they have no right to the fish. And in general, how could the children go to such a distance without an adult, and who could allow such a thing? Suddenly, another person appeared nearby and immediately apologized for Jai Yuan questioning the training these spoiled children were receiving. The mysterious stranger introduced himself as Q Feng and explained that he was the representative of Yuhui Mountain, and he was the one to blame for the behavior of these children. Jai Yuan was surprised to see Q Feng so unexpectedly, for he had not even noticed any trace of his presence until he spoke. Q Feng in turn scrutinized the strange fisherman, for he didn't see any breath of internal Kai energy from him. It was all as if this person was a mere mortal who was one with the world around him. Also, there was not a single drop of magical Kai energy in the fishing line, but it was just a simple technique to control the water, but it was very skillful. It was also surprising that Jai Yuan could see him through the void transformation jade talisman and detect his presence nearby. It was really unexpected for Q Feng to find another person after the doubtful scream, and he also wanted to learn as much as possible about this strange fisherman. Jai Yuan smilingly replied that he had just let himself carelessly shout, but he did not expect to see the senior representative here at all and thank him for his patience and understanding. Meanwhile, Q Feng's attention was drawn to the book that was lying on the ground, and he immediately realized that the person in front of him was not as ordinary as he seemed at first glance. Q Feng then apologized once again for the children who were just fooling around and didn't realize who they were dealing with. They were probably just worried because there was only one silverfish a year in this area, and it was very good for their future practice. Q Feng began to realize that the person he met had an unfathomable strength. Well, his gentleness might not be true, so he should just leave him the silverfish to say goodbye and leave. At the same time, Q Feng asked the new acquaintance if he was really here for this meeting. Jai Yuan politely introduced himself and explained that he had read in a book of legends about the path of the outside world that this place was inhabited by water spirits, so he was interested in learning more about it. Q Feng replied that since Jai Yuan was able to catch the silverfish, they no longer wanted to bother him and could leave this place and go home. Jai Yuan, watching the new acquaintances leave, decided that Q Feng was being very cautious and asked himself if this was the end of his first contact with immortal people. The children were very disappointed because they could not get the silverfish, and on the way home, they resented the behavior of the stranger who decided to take away their rightful trophy. Q Feng listened in amazement and realized that they really believed that the lake belonged to them. Q Feng understood the mood of the children perfectly, but even though they were his brother's children, he realized that the children were too ignorant of the world around them. Suddenly, Jai Yuan's voice came from behind and said that it was really a bit shameful of him to take something away from the little children, especially since they had wanted it for a long time. Q Feng was indignant that Jai Yuan had been following them all this time and had overheard the conversation of the children who resented his behavior. But Jai Yuan explained that there was no need to worry about it because it was just the words of upset children and he would never take it to heart as an offense. Moreover, such behavior of children is quite natural, because a child who doesn't watch his words should only be taught by the eldest in the family. Q Feng thought about the stranger's words and felt that he was certainly right in this situation, and then asked if Jai Yuan could give him some useful advice in such a case. Jai Yuan grinned and replied that he didn't dare to give advice, but if the children liked this silverfish so much, why not exchange it for something else, because that way they could satisfy their interests. Q Feng was surprised by such a strange proposal and said that he certainly did not know what Jai Yuan wanted, but if he could get it, he would certainly agree to make a mutually beneficial agreement. Jai Yuan thought at this moment that of course this silverfish might be valuable, but personally he could only use it to make soup, so it would be more rational to exchange it for basic Kai training techniques. Jai Yuan said that he had a special craving for the knowledge and experience of immortals, be it a technique, book or Kai energy training technique, so he would be happy to accept something similar in exchange. The Yu girl was ahead of her mentor and said that she had a basic Kai energy training technique and was willing to make the exchange for the silver fish. Qiu Feng thought at this moment and didn't understand what was the difference between taking a basic Kai practice and giving it away for free. After all, he had personally never seen such a centuries-old antique book like Illuminated Intentions, and it seems that Jai Yuan is really interested in strange things. In the end, Qiu Feng said that the smiling gentleman who pretended to be an ordinary mortal couldn't expect any treasures that he didn't have with him. Could he be interested in the ancient book? Jai Yuan easily caught the small object, and Qiu Feng explained that it was a fragment of the Jew God book that he had personally studied for over 10 years. Although this book doesn't teach any technique, it helps one understand any technique and gather their thoughts. It remains to be seen whether this item is suitable for Jai Yuan's desires. Jai Yuan smiled looking at the fragment and realized that the magic book that mentions God Jew definitely can't be nothing. And although he was glad for this opportunity to familiarize himself with the book, but of course he wanted to practice his Kai skills more. Jai Yuan replied that he was afraid that such a small silver fish was not worth much there, although he was certainly grateful for such a generous offer. The traveler then tossed the water sphere to Qiu Feng. The water sphere was invisible despite the throw, and the still recently indignant and upset children were now delighted at the skill they had seen. Qiu Feng realized that Jai Yuanmi had shown his true power besides water, but his own spell catching the water caused a noticeable ripple. Qiu Feng then bid his new acquaintance goodbye since they had already managed to settle all matters and explained that he would be happy to see Jai Yuan at Yuhai Mountain in the future. Jai Yuan agreed with Qiu Feng and promised to visit his new acquaintances when he had the opportunity. After that he set off again. But the girl decided that she was not finished yet and quickly caught up with Jai Yuan. She explained that she wanted to give him her basic technique of training Kai, and which she mentioned recently, although she does not know whether this technique will be useful to such a master. Jai Yuan thanked the girl Yu for her trust and generosity, and promised that if she ever got into trouble in the future, he would do his best to help her. After saying goodbye, the boy asked his uncle why he looked so happy after this exchange for the silver fish. Qiu Feng explained that in this world there is a type of people who are very laid back, innocent, and free, and to meet them is very rare in everyone's destiny. Qiu Feng told the children that now of course they don't realize it, but in the future they will know that they can be envied because they have already had an amazing encounter in their lives. Jai Yuan remembered that he had completely forgotten to ask Wei Wuwei about the grief that had befallen Yuhai Mountain and should have been much more prudent. But still, as expected from Yuhai Mountain, they really like the various jades. Qiu Feng had studied the remnants of the Jew god for more than 10 years, but still couldn't understand them, so it was better to look at the Kai training technique first. Jai Yuan was surprised at the effect he got, because as soon as you withdraw a little bit of his energy, knowledge itself began to appear in his own mind. It turns out that the technique of Kai energy training is to connect the 5 elements with the soul, create heart fire in the body, water flows, and transform Kai into yin and yang. Visualization allowed Jai Yuan to understand this entire process. Next, the traveler tried to engage in the creation of heart fire and the origin of water streams, which is the basis of all life. After that, the transformation of Kai yin-yang energy began to take place, and eventually the birth of the yin and yang furnace, which was the vehicle for many cultivations, took place. Jai Yuan was pleased with the creation of the inner alchemical furnace, and with such a huge size, his own abilities shouldn't be bad. The guy then felt the internal Kai energy literally being drawn in by this furnace. Jai Yuan decided that this was most likely the so-called Kai tribute he should give. And then to the guy's surprise, the most unusual looking chips appeared in the air. As it turned out, these chips appeared to be absorbing tribute Kai. Young traveler, I decided not to continue this process any longer and shouted that it was enough for now. Holding in his hands one of the chips of black color, Jai Yuan pondered on what is happening, did not realize that almost absorbed chips before it turned into magical energy, but not visible, no change. In the end, the traveler decided to forget about it for now and behave much more cautiously next time. Jai Yuan realized that it wasn't that he couldn't control the Kai energy he had taken away, but the problem was that his dantian was still too small. The guy realized that it was only 3 pawns, and the first one appeared when Lu Shanjin stepped on the right path. The second pawn appeared when he named the red fox in the morning when Yin read his farewell letter also served to create the pawns, somehow related to the changes in each character's life. Maybe it was this letter that inspired Yin Jaoxian, for example, to get busy with his accomplishments. Maybe it was enough to change his life for the better. But in that case, how come young Master Lu and Wai Wuwei didn't become chips because they weren't good enough and not because they didn't have the talent to become chips? It was also unclear why Lu Shanjin's chip had become black in color. Perhaps it was because of the effects of evil Kai energy, or it was something else that was greatly affecting Lu Shanjin's fate and life. Jai Yuan wondered whether the consumption of the tribute Kai chip was affecting him more or if it was also affecting the person for whom the chip was a reflection of life. Meanwhile, Lu Shanjin realized that the master was using the way of the man to refer to the treacherous path he once walked himself. Lu, looking up at the sky studded with stars, said that smiting evil with evil means increasing evil and karma draining his already not enough spirituality. As time went on, demons would be born and he would not be able to escape from it, because the way of heaven is the complement of yin-yang, which means that his kingdom would be greatly weakened again. After a while, Jai Yuan found himself on a fishing boat that was sailing at the mouth of the river in the evening. The fishermen turned out to be quite cheerful people, who decided to have dinner in response to the fact that they still had a considerable distance to travel. Especially during the river walk, the food is the best. One of the fishermen announced an excellent catch and advised to wait for the famous specialty flavored soup from fish heads and steamed fish along with dried vegetables. All the fishermen and passengers were excited about the future menu and unanimously stated that it was great to have fish to eat without having to think about the number of portions. Soon, Jai Yuan also got his portion of freshly cooked dish and realized that steamed fish with dried seaweed was really a delicious meal. And the old boatman showed his skill and was able to catch a lot of fish. Suddenly, there was a loud splash of water nearby, which attracted Jai Yuan's attention. And then there were shouts of people who reported a person who had fallen overboard. The fishermen realized that apparently a man had fallen from a passing ship and it was unclear whether they were already searching for him, because they had to hurry. Meanwhile, on the big ship, panic really began among the crew, because the sailors realized that overboard fell their master who drank too much, and also he does not know how to swim. The fishermen watched carefully and noticed that several other people from the big ship jumped into the water to save the drowning man. Jai Yuan also watched what was happening and decided that even he could not help in this situation, because the visibility was so bad that even his water technique could not cope. But after a few minutes, something amazing happened. The drunk guy appeared on the surface of the water, and it seemed as if someone was helping him from the depths. The overjoyed sailors quickly fished out their silly gentleman and decided that he looked pretty good. The boys then decided to wipe the gentleman off and wait for him to come to his senses. But as it turned out, the young gentleman was still very drunk and most likely did not understand what was going on around him. Meanwhile, the people on the fishing boat decided to continue the meal and sincerely rejoiced that the man from the neighboring ship had not drowned, because it was a great luck. One of the guys at the table offered to turn over the fish in the plate, but as it turned out, it was considered bad luck, so it's not even worth talking about someone wanting to flip the fish. The young guy apologized for his ignorance of the rules and explained that he doesn't often go boating, so it was better not to think about bad things and just have a drink in a friendly company. The guys at the table happily supported such a proposal and decided that the young man is a big fan of drinking alcohol at the table. The noisy meal lasted for a while, and eventually the guys emptied their plates and regretfully realized that the jug of wine was also completely empty. As it turned out, Jai Yuan was able to empty the jug of fisherman's rice wine with his water control technique and created a small sphere near his hand. The young traveler then directed the sphere of rice wine into the mouth of the huge fish and offered it to accept this alcoholic gift. The drunken fisherman of course didn't notice Jai Yuan giving the huge fish the wine and continued to party and socialize. Then one of the guys decided to relieve himself as his bladder was full. The fisherman, heated up with alcohol, of course, as it was customary on the ship, came to the edge and began to urinate in the river, but then he noticed something scary in the water and quickly finished the process. The frightened guy hurried back to the others and said that most likely he saw in the river the real lord of the water, but the experienced fisherman advised the guy not to panic or worry. The experienced fisherman approached the water and said that he would not offend the water lord and asked him to treat him the same way, and then offered the water lord to retreat and poured out wine as a sign of reconciliation. After that, the elder fisherman returned to the others and advised everyone to continue eating, and then suggested that they go to the temple once they were on the shore to pay their respects. Jai Yuan silently listened to the fisherman's conversation and decided that it was not the water lord at all. The young traveler was almost completely sure that all everyone saw in the water was just a big, smart, and alcoholic fish. It was funny that the fish was swimming around looking for alcohol, while all the sailors were just pissing in the water and didn't realize it. And it was for booze that the big fish slew a young guy who fell overboard the ship. And it would be perfect if all demons were so nice. Early the next morning, the boat captain offered Jai-Yuan to eat rice porridge and said that thanks to the tailwind they would arrive at the Chunhui-Fu wharf today. The boy thanked the boatman for his kindness. Jai-Yuan pondered that as the magical method helps the practitioner to subdue the mind, he might actually subdue the gods. The guy decided that it would be a good idea to learn such a method and use it to meet a river god. But then Jai-Yuan thought that perhaps the river god in a fit of anger could easily swat him with a huge wave and end his travels. Therefore, the only ones who could be subdued using such a method were the young gods and those deities worshipped by the people in the small lands. The young traveler continued to ponder over the various scenarios and enjoyed the calm misty morning. The whole landscape was almost natural and harmonious to those who looked at the guy from the outside. Soon the boat reached the wharf and all the passengers thanked the boatman for his work, and he in turn explained that the river god temple was located on the south side of the eastern part of the city and was a landmark. Jai-Yuan realized that it was already the 12th of May and he wanted to know if Wai Wuwei had already arrived in this city and how well prepared he was. Then the guy decided to first of all find out where the famous wine was located in this city. Soon the young traveler found the right store and asked the owner how much one pot of his famous wine cost. The merchant replied that half a liter of wine called 1000 Days of Spring costs only 2 taels of silver. Jai-Yuan, he was shocked by such a price from the merchant, because 2 taels of silver could be enough for many of the best dishes and it seemed outrageous. Jai-Yuan decided not to show his true emotions and asked the merchant if he could buy a tasting cup from him. This time, the merchant was surprised, not expecting to hear such a request at all. After scrutinizing the visitor, the experienced merchant decided that the young man did not look like a rich man or a troublemaker, so he had to be polite. The merchant then asked the fellow if he had really just recently arrived in Chunhui. Jai-Yuan said that today was his first time in this city, although he had heard about the excellent wine here, so he decided to try it. The merchant liked the young fellow's words and deftly poured a small cup, and then offered Jai-Yuan to taste the wine of the 1000 Days of Spring and comment on his impressions. The young traveler to begin with slowly brought the small vessel to his face, felt the magnificent fragrance of this wine, which of course lived up to its name. With the first sip of the drunk wine, the guy realized that there is absolutely no bitterness in the taste, and the refreshing texture with a subtle sweetness gives a wonderful sensation. There is also a pleasant sweetness aftertaste that stays for a long time in the mouth. Jai-Yuan was not really a drinker of alcohol in his past life, and never imagined that he would be able to taste something as wonderful as this uniquely flavored wine. In the end, the young traveler said that this excellent wine fully corresponds to its name of 1000 Days of Spring and put the money on the table. The merchant liked such words again and said that of course one sip of this wine would not be enough and asked the young man to wait a bit. The merchant started to take out a weighty jug of hay, and Jai-Yuan said that this wine was so expensive that even immortals couldn't afford to drink it. After that, the guy took the jug in his hands and decided to continue his journey. The experienced merchant carefully examined the leftover ceramic bowl. It turned out the reputation of this wine was not only in its good taste but also in its consistency. Therefore, even the smoothest ceramic mug requires a few taps to clean it completely. To the merchant's surprise, the inside of the small cup that the young traveler had left was completely dry. Minutes ago there was no tart and flavorful wine in it. Just at this moment, the merchant remembered Jai-Yuan's word before his move, that this wine was so expensive that even immortals couldn't afford to drink it all the time. After realizing the value of these words, the experienced merchant decided to continue talking to the strange customer. But the guy had already left the store and was walking along the road carefully looking at the jug of wine. Walking along the city street, Jai-Yuan remembered that he had to wait until the 15th of May, and now he was curious about Wai Wuwei. Then he decided to find a place to have a cheap dinner. In the evening at the inn, Wai Wuwei listened to the report that several varieties of specialty wine from the houses of Ding Yuan and Du Ming had arrived on time. But unfortunately, the golden jade wine in the capital would not be ready on time even if one tried very hard. Wai Wuwei thought for a while and said that these wines would probably be enough, then asked the servant if he had tasted them himself and which of these wines tasted the best. The servant replied that judging from the local Chunhui wines, the 1000 Days of Spring wine was the best. Wai Wuwei was able to make more than 30 varieties of good wines, and it would be hard to believe if the old turtle didn't want to come. Wai Wuwei then thought of Mr. Jai-Yuan, because it would be nice if they could travel together. In fact, at this moment, the young traveler was enjoying the local dishes in a hospitable tavern. Why Wu-wei was pondering whether or not silver would be useful to him when he traveled to Immortal Mountain, and what to do if he failed and how to deal with the problems of food and clothing and concubines back home. It was also unclear whether he would be able to return home for the new year. Soon afterward, the people gathered at night on the bank of the Chunhui River, deciding that the moment was right. Wai Wu-wei ordered his subordinates to first pour jars of the finest and most fragrant wine into the river. The subordinates of the Lord began to quickly carry out the task, and the wine aroma began to spread quickly in the air. The young boy was watching from afar and thought it was a real outrage to pour such a treasure as the 1,000 days of spring into the river. Soon the people on the shore began to notice the agitation of the water, and began to look carefully into the river, hoping to see the purpose of their efforts. There could be no mistake, and everyone hoped to see the turtle as soon as possible. After a few minutes of tedious waiting, a huge turtle appeared from the water, which amazed everyone with its size. The guy watching from far away was also impressed at this moment. Coming ashore, the huge turtle scrutinized all present and said that if the boy Zhen hadn't come, and apparently his fate hadn't been decided yet. Therefore, it was likely that Zhen had fallen into the hands of the people standing here. But the turtle added that it was probably a good thing, because it had nothing to do with him. While the huge turtle came ashore, it created huge waves washing away everything in its path, and the servants of the Lord began to scatter in panic, forgetting about the many pots of expensive wine. Then the turtle noticed Wai Wu-wei and asked what they were looking for, because obviously it was not easy to bring so much expensive wine here and spend a lot of energy on it. The excited master Wai Wu-wei introduced himself and stated that he was from the Wai family of the Desheng house. Although he knows that his ancestral blue jade comes from the immortal abode of Yuyuhai Mountain, but he doesn't know how to enter the immortal abode, and so he wants to ask for help in doing so. The turtle was interested in Wai Wu-wei's words and asked her to come closer so that she could get a good look at the jade pendant. The turtle then said that for some reason Wai Wu-wei's fate was unclear. The turtle really didn't understand what was going on and said that it was simply impossible, and in front of her was clearly a mere mortal. Although some people change their fate through perseverance, but how exactly it manages to distort the fate remains unclear. The turtle then asked the man that he must have met some other expert if he was so knowledgeable about Yuyuhai Mountain. Wai Wu-wei wondered if he could spread detailed information about Mr. Jai Yuan. Meanwhile, the huge turtle insisted and asked him to tell him about the person he might have met. The turtle also asked if she could talk to this expert or at least give him the words she would say. But Wai Wu-wei was in a state of confusion at this moment, which began to annoy the turtle. The subordinates sensed the danger to their master and began to draw their weapons. But Wai Wu-wei quickly calmed his guards and said that this immortal had indeed met on his path and he had spoken to him. The huge and old turtle apologized for his behavior and for scaring people, feeding he was really very worried and wanted to hear the continuation of this interesting story. Wai Wu-wei gradually realized that he will not be able to avoid this conversation. But unfortunately Mr. Jai is not around, and perhaps the old turtle will decide that all his words are just lies and get angry. In the end, Wai Wu-wei said that he had indeed met a unique immortal on his way, but was afraid to reveal his identity, because then he might be disappointed with him. Wai Wu-wei offered to tell the turtle what he could do, and then they would decide what to do with it. Wai Wu-wei stated that in the beginning he heard how one warrior in Desheng Prefecture killed an ogre tiger in the mountains and got the whole skin of a white tiger, and since his family's birthday was approaching, he was tempted to buy this expensive trophy. It was in this county that he first met that gentleman who looked at him closely. As a result, it seemed as if the mysterious gentleman was in imminent danger. Turtle asked if Zhen Qiankyu had come to see him. Wai Wu-wei replied that it was indeed so, and a whole group of people were gathered to capture him. But Zheng was so careless that he managed to wound him and poison him, then captured him. Wai Wu-wei decided not to mention the expert at this moment to see if this turtle could read his every word. Later, when he returned to Ningen, he had the opportunity to visit the expert for the first time. At that time, he heard that the red fox in the neighborhood was being chased by all the vicious dogs. Then seeing the expert, the fox bowed to him and cried. The turtle asked what happened to the red fox in the end and whether it was saved. Wai Wu-wei replied that the expert at that moment paid off the hunter and would gently drive the dogs away, and then took the fox cub for treatment and took it home until it was fully recovered. Also, if rumors are to be believed, she was eventually released into the wild after her recovery, for she was very sad to be home alone. Suddenly, the huge turtle began to growl and said that it was just outrageous, because it could not believe that the red fox wanted to leave its savior. Wai Wu-wei was startled by the big turtle's reaction and asked to hear him out to the end. He stated that when he was recovering from his injury in the county, he heard about this strange story, and learned from Zhen Qiankyu about the immortal destiny, and therefore, he decided to visit the Lord. At that time, the Lord was playing a game with a friend, and when he touched the jade pendant after begging him to do so, 4 small symbols of the Yuhua sacred realm appeared on it. The only thing the Lord said at that moment was that this jade belonged to the Yuhua mountain. The turtle asked that he had previously heard that this gentleman had left on a journey, but whether he knew when he would return. Wuwei replied that unfortunately he did not know, but hoped to see the gentleman soon. There is also another curious moment. Before leaving on his journey, the Lord asked his friends to share dates with the villagers when they are ripe in the fall, but to the surprise of the people, the next day the dates were already ripe. The turtle stated that meant the man who played with the Lord was a mere mortal. Wuwei agreed with this respect and explained that the man was an ordinary teacher from school, as well as the Lord's neighbor and only friend. The turtle rejoiced and realized that he was talking about a person of high morals. Wuwei regretfully said that at the moment he really didn't know where the Lord was and could only guess when he would be back. The old turtle asked him to calm down and promised not to ask any more inconvenient questions, and then explained that if Wuwei really wanted to get to Mount Yuhua that he had to fulfill several important conditions, among which was to have a talented heir. It is also necessary to have a child under the age of 5 years old in the direct ancestral line of the Wei family who can safely be sent to Mount Yuhua. The cranes of the mountain are replaced every 20 years. From the first month of the next year it will be the crane who has an old relationship with the Wei family. The turtle advised the man to take the jade pendant with him and the crane will definitely appear. One must then ask him to take the child and beg him to accompany him as an elder for a few years. It must be understood that crane will do his best to repay the favor. The old turtle then scrutinized the man's eyes and stated that he must remember that this is where Yuhua mountain is located. Wuwei felt excited at this moment. In parting, the big turtle stated that the rest was up to Wuwei himself. The boy thanked for his help and promised that his family would present the best wine again next year. Then he thought about the matter of Yuhua mountain and the family immortality heirloom. He might have missed a more valuable opportunity, but unfortunately, as they say, there is no pill for regret. The people then asked the head of the house how does he feel after his encounter with the big turtle. Wuwei addressed all the members of his family and hoped that they would not spread the word about today's events even among their close relatives. Wuwei then decided to celebrate his success today and suggested that everyone present get drunk. This was of course approved by the people and everyone immediately forgot about their pressing problems. Yuan suggested that the old turtle's request was probably related to cultivation, but unfortunately he couldn't help at his current level in this matter. Looking at this magnificent full moon, there was a kind of emptiness in his heart. After all, Wuwei wanted to change his destiny and he was able to change his destiny in the end, so why is it so difficult to do it again? The next day, the wine store was once again waiting for customers and the polite owner welcomed the next guest by showing the prepared stock of wine called 1000 Days of Spring. This time the visitor was a third master named Wang Zizhong, who of course was eager to taste the best wine and after a few minutes emptied the tasting porcelain cup. The young man's behavior made the shopkeeper a little embarrassed and he looked at him carefully. Wang Zizhong noticed the merchant's gaze and asked what exactly he was interested in. The merchant replied that everything was fine and then asked how high the third master's martial art was. Wang Zizhong explained that it was currently above the first grade. The merchant asked the third master if possible to try to drink the wine in one gulp so that not a single drop was left in the cup. Wang Zizhong was a little surprised and said that there was nothing difficult about it. After the guy emptied the tasting cup, he immediately handed it over to the merchant. The attentive shopkeeper carefully looked around the court and noticed a few drops at the bottom of the cup. The merchant tried to explain to the visitor that he should drink the wine cleanly and calmly and do it in such a way that the bottom of the cup was absolutely dry. Wang Zizhong replied that he thought the merchant had some secret and he certainly did not want to upset him. The third master said that it seems to him to perform this trick will not work, because even if you shake the wine with force, there is a sediment, not to mention the calm drinking of the drink, and he is sure that even the greatest masters cannot make the invisible water do what they are told. Just at this moment, the words about the invisible water made the merchant remember the moment when he met Yuan and he began to realize what an incredible person he was able to see. The merchant then thanked the third master for his detailed explanation. Just at this moment, a familiar voice sounded behind him and said that this time he had brought his own jug to buy wine and save some money. The wine merchant was very happy to see Yuan and assured the visitor that of course with his own jug it would be much cheaper to buy his wine. Wang Zizhong was surprised by the merchant's reaction and was curious about the stranger's background. Meanwhile, the haggler promised to bring a 20-year-old wine for Yuan if of course he would be willing to buy it. Wang Zizhong was angered by the haggler's behavior and reminded him of how he had recently stated that such expensive wine was left in limited quantities and was not for sale. Such expensive wine had indeed only been produced for 30 years, and his 20-year-old specimen was the finest of its kind. The merchant said that there are very few such jugs left in the wine cellar, and there is only one small jug in this store. Everyone knows how rare it is, and the older the wine is, the rarer it is opened. Wang Zizhong reminded the shopkeeper of how he had asked him so many times to sell this wine, and that's why he wants to buy it in the first place, if it's possible for another gentleman. Jai Yun, of course, was also interested in being able to buy a 20-year-old wine. After all, it is a rare occasion. The guy asked the merchant if the price of the wine 1,000 Days of Spring was still the same. Wang Zizhong was surprised and said how could such a rare wine be sold at the usual price. But the shopkeeper replied that for Mr. Jai Yun the price remains the same, and if he does not have enough money, he can borrow wine. Moreover, the gentleman has already brought his own wine jug, and so the price for him will be much cheaper. Such generosity of the merchant angered Wang Zizhong and didn't understand what was going on. Jai Yun of course agreed to buy the magnificent wine, and the merchant happily began to fill up the jug. After the jug was completely filled, Jai Yun thanked the merchant for his excellent service and wished him goodbye. The merchant, showing his respect, escorted the dear guest all the way out and then explained to the third master that it was a very urgent matter and he had to serve the master first. The merchant then explained that there was still some more of this 20-year-old wine that he could happily sell. Wang Zizhong was very pleased and inquired about the price of the wine. The merchant offered to sell 1 jin for 2 taels of silver. Wang Zizhong was pleased with the terms of the deal and then asked the peddler to reveal the secret of who exactly is the strange visitor who came out of the store here. The merchant explained that after selling wine to that gentleman, he felt refreshed and invigorated, and if the third master encountered this person in the future, he should behave as politely as possible. Near the temple, merchants were constantly selling various amulets from the temple, as well as cheap incense sticks to be lit when visiting the temple. They also sold handbags and other things here. Jai Yun and I decided that since he has already arrived in the city Chunhui, it is necessary to enjoy the scenery of the first sanctuary of the Chunmu River, and for this purpose, of course, bought a few sticks with incense. Inside the temple, traveler was impressed by the huge statue of the god of the river Chunmujiang that was mentioned in the book of legends about the way of the outside world. This god is a scaly sea serpent, which unsuccessfully tried to turn into a dragon, thus his armor of scales completely exhausted. Nevertheless, Bai Jiao is one of the few river gods who can actually control the Chunmu River, and of course this is something to always keep in mind. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Chunmu River, an old giant turtle was heading towards the temple that was located at the very bottom and was shrouded in a magical dome. The guards guarding the entrance to the huge temple immediately noticed the approaching turtle and warned that no outsiders were allowed to enter the abode of the river god. The big old turtle tried to explain to Mr. Yashka his origin and said that he had with him collected wine from many places including Chunhui, and he was ready to deliver it all to the god of the river. The turtle explained that he had received this wine as a tribute to the river gods and so hoped the guards would be kind enough to inform the river god. The guard said that the old turtle was in no way going to give up and explained that Mr. River God was resting now, and they would not disturb him. But the turtle reminded that the river god swims every year at the beginning of summer, and since the summer solstice is approaching he must be awake. So he asks the guardian to show favor to please the river god with good wine. But in the end the guards let the old turtle inside and he met the river god. The river god was very happy about this meeting because it had been many years since he had last drunk good wine. The old black-backed turtle of the Chunmu River named Uya was happy to meet the river god in person. These words surprised the river god and he asked if the turtle had given himself such a name. The turtle confirmed the river god's assumption about her name, and also expressed her confidence that the river god knew about her cultivation problem. In fact, she was wasting her life and asked for guidance on the right path in life. The river god reminded the turtle that over the years the turtle had helped some mortals achieve greatness. Because of this he had often appealed to the heavens, but it was unclear if he had actually been rewarded for his efforts. The river god explained that he could help the turtle install a statue of the turtle in the temple and use the power of incense and people's wishes to help transform. But does the turtle himself know the price to pay for his transformation? In the end, the river god decided to take care of things a little later, but now he was interested in tasting wine. The first jug he drank was excellent and the river god was pleased with the taste. After a few seconds, the majestic sea serpent began to glow, and his movements became sharp and incredibly fast. This change in the river god's behavior frightened the turtle. The old turtle could not believe that the ordinary wine was so strong that it made the river god lose control of his mind. Just at that moment, the head guard rushed to the rescue trying to find out what was going on. But then the river god calmed down a bit and tried to explain that he didn't know how it all happened and only felt a sudden dizziness as if it was some kind of sharp blow. Then the river god left his abode with a lightning-like movement and ordered everyone to stay where they were and wait for his return. A few minutes later, a huge serpent burst out of the river's embrace and rushed towards the sky. The people who saw it were frightened and did not understand what was happening. After a while, a serious old man in white golden clothes moved along the street of the city, attracting the attention of the locals who had never seen this man. This mysterious man found himself in the river god temple and scrutinized the statue. One of the temple visitors asked him not to block the incense from the other worshippers, because it might bring condemnation from the deity. But the gray-haired man asked the visitor if there was a special person in this temple who presented the incense, and he would like to know what that person looked like when he left and where exactly he went. The river god, of course, did not reveal his true identity, and continued to question the frightened man about the guy he was interested in. Jai-Yuan, meanwhile, was in a hurry to leave the temple grounds as quickly as possible before he was noticed. The young traveler found himself on the streets of the city with a sigh of relief and decided that it was very good if he managed to get away so quickly and did not meet the god of the river. Jai-Yuan didn't know why the river god was so fast, for it seemed as if it was rushing through his body. Perhaps it was because of the strange aura of a mysterious yellow color. Jai-Yuan praised himself for his determination and how he quickly extinguished the incense. After all, he had done so almost immediately after setting them on fire and quickly left the temple. The young traveler decided next time to just worship the temple and not use the incense so foolishly. Jai-Yuan decided that he could no longer stay here for long, and so it was better to back up and leave this city immediately. Meanwhile, the river god walked out of the temple and continued to think about the great master of great merit who had just shared Kai energy with him despite the noisy atmosphere. It was amazing that there was a man who could do something like this, because the river god had always thought that these were just ancient legends, and it was hard to imagine what could have happened if the incense had not been extinguished but burned to the end. River god didn't understand why this mysterious man immediately extinguished the aroma sticks after setting them on fire. Perhaps it was because his destiny had not yet arrived, or the river god had made an unforgivable mistake somewhere. After the river god returned to his domain and began to empty all the pots of wine presented to him, he felt very intoxicated. Then the river god turned to the old turtle and asked him to tell him his fate. But at the same time, the river god reminded the turtle that this trigram was very dangerous for him, and if he could survive after revealing his trigram, he could be sure of the river god's help in the future. The turtle did not argue and agreed to such terms. And then the river god offered the old turtle to use the incense ash he brought from the river temple. Thanks to these ashes, it is possible to start divination and open the veil of secrecy from future events. The old turtle, feeling incredibly tense, began to concentrate all the Kai energy available to it in order to find out the fate of the river god as accurately as possible. This process was tedious and the turtle remained silent. The river god couldn't take it anymore and asked the old turtle if she had managed to find out anything interesting. The turtle replied that she could swear on the practice of her life that her calculations and words would be true. Then the old turtle, worried and trembling with fear, said that in fact the trigram she was trying to decipher was just a piffle and had no meaning. The river god was disappointed with this result and finally declared that the old turtle could go, and if she doesn't show any signs of improvement for 10 years, then she should consider becoming a god. The old turtle thanked the river god and explained that actually cultivating turtles was very difficult, and the river god advised that in such a case she should do her best to achieve the result. Meanwhile, Jai-Yuan continued on his way and decided that if he found the right direction, he could go directly from Jeju to the tomb of Izo Kwantu in the eastern district of Jeju. So now one should just run as fast as possible to the south. Jai-Yuan enjoyed his flying gait, which resembled the movement of a cloud. This journey was great because he had met many people along the way and still kept on the right course. All he had to do was to learn to walk on the wind, and then he would be able to experience the ability to fly. But nevertheless, the young traveler realized that all this is a little different from how he imagined it before, and now you need to take into account many related factors. After a while, Jai-Yuan found a hidden trap in the form of a snare and was surprised, because if there is a trap, then there are some people nearby. A group of hunters sat around the campfire in the evening, resting after a tiring day. A young hunter named Fang Ku said that he had hunted for several days but had not been able to catch any big game. He had also lost his beads that his mother had given him, and it made him very sad. Ding Xing advised the young hunter not to worry and reminded him that he could buy the exact same beads in the temple store for just a few coins and therefore should not regret such a loss. Fang Qiu tried to explain that it was completely different because his mother had gone to the temple to ask for these beads and not buy them in the store. Ding Xing replied that he didn't really consider the replacement beads to be equivalent, but in any case, he could buy them at the temple to avoid his mother's complaints and such deception would be justified. Fang Qiu pondered over his partner's words and decided that there was indeed common sense in this. Suddenly, Ding Xing heard someone approaching them and ordered everyone to take up their weapons. After a few seconds, Jai Yuan showed up and asked everyone to calm down. The young traveler then explained that he had only lost his way when he was in a hurry, and so when he saw the campfire, he came to ask for directions. Jai Yuan asked the excited hunters in what direction is Qingzhui County. On his way he should have seen the river when he was heading south through the ridge of the rising moon, but for some reason on the way never reached this river. The hunters did not know which river was in question, but nevertheless explained to the mysterious fellow that perhaps he was referring to an old river called Qingshui. Jai Yuan decided that this was the river in question. Ding Xing said that he had heard from his old ancestors that the old Qingshui River once flowed from the mountain range and irrigated the local fields. But more than 20 years ago, the district magistrate had instructed the villagers to change the course of the river so that it no longer flowed towards the mountain. Jai Yuan was surprised by this information and asked how far it was from Qingshui County. Ding Xing explained that it was about 20 or 30 li east to the official road and in half a day one would be able to see people. The young traveler thanked the hunters for the useful information, but Fang Qiu reminded the stranger that he would have to travel a great distance uphill, and now it was very dark and foolish to set off now. Jai Yuan paid attention to the young hunter and immediately determined that this person had a very good heart, but the guy's inner energy and his aura was dangerous. The traveler didn't look too closely at all the hunters and didn't immediately pay attention to this young fellow who caused him to be very excited. Jai Yuan explained to the hunters that there was nothing he could do, because he was well aware that all of them were not in a very good mood. So he can't stay here to sleep overnight and wait for the morning. Moreover, the bows and spears in the hands of the hunters scare him too much. Ding Xing laughed in response and advised him not to worry because they were simple hunters and not some bandits. Fang Qiu invited the stranger to pass and sit by the fire, and tomorrow morning they can all return to the village, which is located near Qingshui County. Jai Yuan thanked for the help and accepted the hunter's offer. Ding Xing sat down by the fire and explained that in addition to Fang Qiu, Zhang Qiang and Lai San were also with him, and they were peaceful hunters who were catching game for their village. Jai Yuan told how he originally traveled with a caravan of merchants, but because of the difference in the route they parted at the fork of the road after leaving Chunhui and accidentally turned to the wrong road. The simplest village hunters were impressed by the stories told to the young stranger, so they started asking various questions while the food was being prepared. The hunters were very curious about where and when Jai Yuan had been and whether he had really tasted the magnificent wine of the 1,000 days of spring. Jai Yuan explained that he had never been on a tiered vessel before, but he was certainly able to taste the wine and its flavor lives up to its name. This magnificent wine is very sweet and pleasant like spring itself. Ding Xing admitted that he too would very much like to taste the flavor of such an expensive wine. Jai Yuan then turned to the young hunter and explained that Fang Qiu's eyes were very swollen and dark circles had appeared. All of this could be indicative of insufficient rest. Fang Qiu told how he had been having terrible nightmares for over a month now. His mother was always worried that he might be attracted to something dark, so she went to the temple and asked for the beads that he had foolishly lost. Jai Yuan was interested in the young hunter's story and asked him to tell him more about his nightmares, as he had always been interested in dream interpretation. Fang Qiu, a little thought, answered that usually he dreams of terrible monsters or ghosts, but when he wakes up, he almost forgets about them, and the next night everything repeats. Also, sometimes it seems that during his horrible dreams he sees a pair of bloodshot green eyes, and this is the most frightening thing he has seen during his dreams. Jai Yuan asked the young hunter if he had visited the city god temple, but as it turned out, Qingshui County was so small that they didn't even have a city god temple, and so the guy hadn't been to it. This really surprised Jai Yuan, and he decided that means this place is under the control of Facheng City God. But Facheng City is already crowded with people, so one can imagine the power of governance in such a small county. Soon after all the hunters went to bed, Jai Yuan cautiously approached Fang Qiu and began to observe him carefully. As it turned out, the fellow was sleeping very uneasily. The young traveler decided to use all his magical abilities and try to help Fang Qiu get rid of the harmful effects of nightmares and night ghosts. Jai Yuan was sure that his act will help to cope with the problem for a while, but unfortunately he will not be able to enter into the dream of the young hunter. The next morning the young hunter felt much relieved and finally decided that it wasn't all that bad. All the more reason to trap a roe deer, which was a real achievement. Fang Qiu then explained that if Jai Yuan followed this road eastward, he would soon see an official road that would take him southward and he would be able to reach Qingshui County before dark. Jai Yuan thanked the hunters for their concern last night, but explained that he would like to go with them to the village to buy some food, if it wouldn't bother anyone of course. Fang Qiu and Ding Xing of course had nothing against it and offered the traveler to settle down at her house and enjoy some fine roe deer meat in peace. Jai Yuan was satisfied with the result of his interaction and thought that after he met these people he couldn't leave without solving the problem he was facing. In the evening, the hunters and Jai Yuan reached the village and had a fresh meat dinner at home. Ding Xing invited Jai Yuan to stay the night, as it was too late to leave and there was no need to hurry. Fang Qiu was also hospitable and offered to spend the night at his house. In the end, Jai Yuan thanked everyone for the polite offer and agreed to spend the night at the young hunter's house. Fang Mu, the boy's mother, was watching the whole thing, but as it turned out to sleep in an unfamiliar place was very difficult, and Jai Yuan was unpleasantly surprised by the activity of the local cats, which were screaming loudly in the night. The young traveler noticed how a huge number of cats gathered on the roof of one house and felt a strange magical energy. Jai Yuan decided to deal with this noisy problem as soon as possible and decided to get the cats by hurling clots of thick oil at them. The controlled droplets started flying around just the way Jai Yuan wanted them to, and the guy realized that his combination of martial arts worked perfectly this time. The young traveler then lit a special fire and decided to immediately start solving the problem he was in this place for. After only a few minutes, Jai Yuan had already fully immersed himself in a state of meditation and tried to enter the realm of dreams. Just at this moment, Fang Qiu's scream sounded in the house. The worried mother of course heard her son's voice and instantly found herself in his room, then inquired if her favorite child was alright. The young hunter explained to his mother that he had had a very bad dream. In the dream, a rotting horrible monster appeared to him, but then somehow a bright fire appeared out of nowhere and destroyed the monster. At that moment, Jai Yuan entered the room and explained that he heard a scream and wanted to find out what happened. Fang Mu explained that everything was fine and her son was just having a bad dream. Looking at the young hunter, Jai Yuan decided that although the life fire had weakened the vital Kai energy, the shock was not too serious. Mom then asked where the beads she had given to Fang Qiu had gone. Just at this moment, Jai Yuan intervened in the conversation and suggested that the boy forgot his beads in Ding Xing's house. Fang Qiu understood everything and promised his mother to pick up the beads tomorrow and asked his mother not to worry. The next morning, Jai Yuan asked Ding Xing for help. The hunter was surprised and asked why Jai Yuan was suddenly interested in the Fang family tomb. After all, it was somehow strange. Jai Yuan decided that if he just explained that he wanted to visit this place, it would hardly be like the truth. Ding Xing asked him not to hurry, because Jai Yuan did not have to go to pay tribute to the ancestors of the people he had met only 24 hours ago. Then the young traveler asked Ding Xing if he had heard the loud shouts from the direction of the Fang house, for it was impossible not to hear them. Ding Xing said that it was frightening and he was just about to ask about the origin of the terrible noise that had awakened him. At first it seemed like it was some kind of terrifying beast, but now it was clear where that scream actually came from. Jai Yuan only grinned in response, and then asked the excited hunter to immediately escort him to the Fang family's ancestral burial site, and then he would understand. Jai Yuan soon found himself in a calm, quiet place located in the shade of large trees. Ding Xing explained that they were now at the Fang family's burial site. As Jai Yuan scrutinized each grave, or rather each inscription on the tombstone, Ding Xing couldn't understand why he was so suddenly cold. Jai Yuan decided to start using his magic abilities and advised the hunter to stay away if he didn't want his clothes to get wet. A few minutes after starting the procedure, Jai Yuan increased his magical tension and was able to make some strange object burst out from one of the graves. Ding Xing was startled and felt the effects of the unusual coldness even more strongly. The young traveler noticed the hunter's agitation and advised him to stay close and then everything would be fine. After that, Jai Yuan decided to use the life fire, which instantly rushed into the hole in the grave mound at his will. Immediately after that, a bright flash of fire erupted inside the tomb, which frightened the freezing hunter even more, and then everything calmed down and only a small stream of smoke remained. Jai Yuan did not notice the terrible state of the young hunter, who was literally in a stupor, said that it was indeed the shadow of a dead man. The young traveler remembered a Taoist saying that there are real and imaginary corpses, harmless charmers, and petty villains who harm their children and grandchildren. Jai Yuan advised in the future to tell Fang Qiu to move his father's burial to a sunny and elevated place, and no need to tell the details of today. Ding Xing promised to fulfill this advice. Jai Yuan then headed back to the village and continued to ponder over the various manifestations of spiritual energy. Ding Xing was still scared and tried his best to keep up. Jai Yuan then met with all the hunters and advised Fang Qiu to be sure to pay his respects at the Lying Mountain Temple, and to visit the Earth Temple to get rid of his nightmares forever. The young hunter Fang Qiu listened attentively to the traveler's instruction and promised to carry out all of his recommendations exactly. Then Jai Yuan as usual said goodbye to the next good people who met on his long journey to perfection. The hunters sincerely thanked him for this meeting and dabbed at the traveler's footsteps. Ding Xing, who knew much more than the other hunters, asked Fang Qiu to bow at least twice to the traveling master. But the young hunter didn't understand what he was talking about, and Ding Xing didn't want to say anything unnecessary. During the lesson, the school teacher explained to the children that they should observe the present and of course appreciate the past, as well as learn more and learn new things. For a while the students read the books attentively and repeated their teacher's instruction. Then the teacher ordered everyone to stop and listen to him. The teacher explained to the children that he was going to change the topic of today's exam so that everyone could discuss and give their opinions. This really surprised the students and they thought about the questions. The teacher told them that he had once heard that there was a Yutan tree in the North Sea, which was 30,000 meters high, and that there was a phoenix there. The phoenix itself is a mystical creature that likes to invite birds to swim, but the crane lures the birds away and invites them to eat fish and shrimp. After a while, he began to despise birds and called himself a little phoenix. Teacher Yin asked which of the students could answer if the birds and the crane had ever flown together, and what was the proper course of action in general if anyone had ever seen a crane. The boy quickly raised his hand wanting to answer the question. Such a reaction and interest from the students pleased teacher Yin Jiaxiang, for Mr. Jai Yuan's playful teaching method had indeed borne fruit. Yin Jiaxiang carefully recorded all the learning results and of course realized that educating children was just as important as participating in the whole society. Meanwhile, the Ningxia County Urban God Department was actively working with documents and servants were constantly bringing more and more stacks of papers for the Lord to review. After a while, one of the assistants informed Mr. Pangyuan about some problems that arose with the books. As it turned out, the happiness and morality of some books grow very quickly and none of the people can move these books from their place, and this is an amazing phenomenon that no one has ever seen before. Just at this moment, Jai Yuan sensed something strange that caused him to be excited. Then the wandering traveler took out a white chip that was glowing brightly. Jai Yuan immediately thought of his friend, the school teacher, and imagined him busy with his daily routine. Master Jai was happy to have a friend like Yin Jiaxiang. After stopping to rest, Jai Yuan climbed up a tree and decided that he was probably to blame for the discoloration of the stone. But Yin Jiaxiang himself was to blame for the stone's durability. The young traveler then decided to cultivate while his mind was in a pure state and should not miss this opportunity. Meanwhile, several wagons were advancing along the winding and bumpy forest road. In one of the wagons, a guy was constantly resenting the slow movement. The boy asked the coachman if he could move a little faster, for it had been a long time since they had traveled through Qingshui County. The coachman replied that he didn't mind speeding up, but unfortunately the fog was getting thicker and thicker as they moved forward. So first we must get out of the fog and then speed up. Such an explanation did not fully satisfy the passenger who wanted to get to his destination as quickly as possible. But his brother tried to calm him down and reminded him that the weather had been cloudy lately, and that was why there was such a thick fog around. At night the fog is thicker and that's why people are more careful not to get lost on their way. The indignant guy understood all this but still wanted to go faster. The young gentleman asked Wai Tong not to bother the coachman and not to make life difficult for him, because no one can influence the weather. Wai Tong agreed with this comment. The young girl asked Lao Xin how often such a thick fog was encountered in this place. The guy replied that fog is indeed a frequent phenomenon here and there is no need to worry. Lao Xin also admitted that this was the first time in his memory that such a thick fog did not dissipate for 10 days and that he had to keep waiting. At first, when the fog lasted for a few days, some people thought they had attracted evil spirits, but the merchants were fine. On the contrary, many people say that walking through the thickest part of the fog is refreshing and creates some coziness. The girl listened to the stories with interest, and Lao Xin said that an ancestor had explained that there were immortals here who practiced their cultivation, and those people who passed through the fog received blessings. Wai Tong recalled that immortal people usually cultivate in the high mountains and in their caves rather than in such a forested wilderness. Lao Xin told how he often heard that immortals also like to play in the human world, and also transform into mortals, although it might all be a bit different. Wai Tong continued to be indignant but still agreed with the old man's words, saying that the fog was gradually getting thicker and no one knew when they would be able to get out of it. The young master admitted that at the moment he could feel his Kai energy flowing more easily and his fatigue had completely disappeared. Wai Tong was surprised by this effect and didn't know how it worked. Jai Yuan heard a familiar voice from a passing leash and decided that it was most likely the same guy who had drunkenly fallen off the ship. Jai Yuan decided that it would be a good idea to ask this young gentleman to pay back the big fish, since it was a chance encounter. Although of course, it was unknown whether this young fellow remembered the incident on the ship when it collapsed into the river. Wai Tong heard an unfamiliar voice and looked out of the carriage, asking if Jai Yuan was also on that ship. The young traveler explained that he was not on that ship but was a bystander to the whole event. Wai Tong continued to talk to the stranger who seemed strange to him and tried to find out details about his stay on the ship. The young master didn't want to remember the incident and asked him to tell the coachman to go faster. But despite this decision, Jai Yuan applied his magic influence and decided that the travelers still needed to stop here and now. The young lord immediately sensed the danger and grabbed his blade and quickly left the carriage, then asked the stranger the purpose of his appearance. Jai Yuan praised the fellow for his ability to display his martial arts skills. Jai Yuan asked merely to listen to him and promised to leave immediately afterward. Master Jai asked him to remember once again that time when the guy fell overboard, or rather that moment when he was underwater. After all, in such a drunken state the young master should have drowned that night, but a huge fish intervened and brought him to the surface and waited for other people to appear. The young gentleman thought about the stranger's words and gradually began to remember that night, although he was surprised to learn that there was a fish that had saved him from death. Then the guy remembered that Jai Yuan was the same person who ate rice porridge on the small fishing boat. This made Jai Yuan smile and he advised the guy to choose what he wanted to believe. So if he wanted to repay kindness, he should only pour a jug of rice wine into the river once a year, and also need to put a statue at home in the form of a fish and sometimes say a prayer for a saved life. There is also a saying that says that if you see a man, you should look at his clothes, and if you see a servant, you should look at him as a master, and this should be understood. Just at that moment the coachman was surprised by the disappearance of the thick fog, and also no one could understand where the mysterious stranger vaporized and it looked like he just flew high into the sky. This event made the young gentleman, who continued to stand on the road, think. It occurred to him that perhaps the mysterious man could actually be that immortal. Jai Yuan continued his journey and this time, he thought about the current state of the tomb and whether or not anyone had taken care of it, or perhaps it was just buried or destroyed. According to the sword intent scroll, Jai Yuan knew that the mountain stone was supposed to be near the tomb and perhaps it was already near this place. Soon the guy discovered the gravestone and realized that Zuo Quantu is not his real name, and after all these decades in the world of martial arts there are not many people who know his real name. Jai Yuan claimed that great warrior Zuo was the best martial artist in the world, but he ended up being nothing more than a small pile of earth. After a few minutes, the huge stone as well as the tombstone was completely destroyed and Jai Yuan was able to deftly dodge the shards flying in different directions. Immediately after that, the young traveler found a box barely covered with earth next to which was sticking out the silhouette of a long blackened blade, which interested the guy. This blade was rumored to be a sword of moonlight, but for some reason it looked completely different from what a divine blade should look like. Jai Yuan asked the sword if he wanted to see the light of this world with him again, and after a few minutes, the blade began to blaze with magical flames, proving that it was actually a spiritual sword. After that, the young traveler carefully opened the wooden box and discovered a book that was the source of the secret sword technique, and it was an amazing find. After opening the book, the guy decided that it was actually probably the work of Zuo Wai, and although it was not as clear as the sword intent scroll, it would be useful to study it carefully. After a while, Jai Yuan closed the book and thought about the various subtleties described in the sword intent scroll, where everyone can transform their intention into form and aspiration. This is indeed a secret swordsmanship book left behind by the great master Zuo Wai, and perhaps it hides some secret meaning that is yet to be revealed in the future. Jai Yuan decided not to worry about it because he has an iron fighting pole, and also a long sword of moonlight. This meant that the great warrior Zuo Wei had already done enough useful things for him. The young traveler plucked a very long and sturdy branch of a creeper from the ground, and then made a spiritual blade hilt for it, which perfectly complemented the sword. Jai Yuan realized that despite the spirituality of this sword, it was limited to iron, so this green vine would complement the spiritual power and serve as an excellent hilt. But one still needed to recharge the blade with his spiritual power from time to time. As for the box of young travelers, the young traveler decided that it might be useful to sell it, and the only thing left was to decide what to do with the secret magic book. The first thing that came to the mind of the young traveler was of course to return the valuable magic book to the descendants of the Zuo family, if such exist in this world. Before setting off on his journey, Master Jai left food at the tomb of the great warrior, showing his respect in this rather humble assumption. Meanwhile, the four young men were moving towards their village and rejoiced that they had made a good deal, and also discussed that on this occasion 2 sheep and a pig had been killed, so there should be plenty of meat. If everything was as the young men thought, they would be able to eat and drink without thinking about the amount of food. One of the boys asked to stop talking about food, because it made him salivate more. Jai Yuan noticed the young guys who were apparently discussing the wedding banquet, and decided to join them for lunch, because in any case, he did not need to hand out red envelopes himself. Jai Yuan quickly appeared next to the boys and explained that he had traveled too long in the wilderness and could not find a place to rest, and now he was very happy to see kind people. Master Jai asked the boys if they really come from a neighboring village, and if so, he wants to ask for a night's lodging and water, for which he promises to pay generously. Zhao Liang turned out to be a friendly man and invited the stranger to go to the house of his family, where the wedding banquet will be held. Especially his uncle is very fond of educated people and will certainly be happy to meet. Soon Jai Yuan really found himself at a wedding banquet in the local village and enjoyed the food. At the same time, he noticed the close attention from the locals who were discussing the stranger, assuming that he was a very educated person. Meanwhile, the adult master and his young assistant were writing characters and were not too happy with the result, because there were mistakes in the writing of words and it was unacceptable. Then Master Zhao was reminded of the recent arrival of an educated man in the village, and perhaps he knows how to write without mistakes. After all, it would be nice to take advantage of such an opportunity. Jai Yuan learned that Master Zhao was going to write a wedding greeting and agreed to help with the problem and write the right words to thank him for his hospitality. Master Jai thought about the text of the congratulatory message and accepted the brush from the man. The virgin noted that the groom was optimistic. After a while, the text of the congratulatory message was finished, and it caused a real delight of the locals who had long tried to compose the necessary text, and now the task was completed without mistakes. Master Zhao, he was so happy that he offered the young traveler to take a seat at the festive table. Jai Yuan gladly accepted the offer and politely apologized for the trouble. Soon, the main festive banquet began, and all the villagers were enjoying various delicious dishes as well as quality village wine. Jai Yuan was pleased with his visit and enjoyed the people's joy. Some time after the feast began, Jai Yuan noticed the magical energy that flowed from the spiritual blade and decided that the sword was probably also reacting to the joy of the people. After the banquet was over, all the guests began to go home, and the young Zhao family representative offered Jai Yuan to stay at his house, which was nearby. But unexpectedly, the young traveler discovered the presence of the spirit of the earth. Zhao Du and was very surprised at how the spirit incarnated in the form of an old man. Zhao Du said that now there was a rare case of an immortal visiting this place, and he as a humble earth spirit came out to say hello. Jai Yuan also said that he wanted to thank the people of this village for welcoming him and inviting him to the wedding banquet. The earth spirit inquired about the origin of the young traveler, but Jai Yuan explained that it wasn't very important. His homeland was the whole country, and so he was just taking a stroll now, and Zhao Du is most likely a native of the area. At the same time, the guy thought that he didn't expect such a temple to have a deity that looked like a ghost at all. Zhao Du explained that he was from the Zhao clan before he was born, but that many years had passed since then and he was now an earth spirit. The old man then clarified that this had been going on for over 300 years. Zhao Du explained that the area under his jurisdiction is only near the village, and if there is someone in the village whose spirit does not disperse, he sometimes accompanies ghosts to guide them to the underworld. Jai Yuan realized that because of the limited territory, this local deity doesn't receive much power and incense. Although it was completely unclear why the two earths had appeared just now, Zhao Du explained that it was very rare to see someone cultivating immortality, and that was why he was interested and decided to see everything. Jai Yuan replied that by land, but he is only a minor practitioner, and not some great immortal person, and his efforts are not as great as other cultivators. Jiaodu called the young traveler a very humble person, and this is a display of excellent human qualities that are very rare to see. All of these things made the guy think. Then the Earth Spirit asked him to help him read one inscription that really shouldn't be there. But unfortunately his strength is not enough to see in detail the right words. Jai Yuan of course could not refuse and promised to help. As it turned out, the data inscription of Zhen Baogong's records was written in the font of the Heavenly Seal, and this surprised the young traveler very much. Jiaodu asked if this was a great treasure. Jai Yuan explained that Heavenly Seal script is very difficult to write in, and so these writings are rare. But that is not to say that they are very valuable, and everything will depend on the contents. Apparently this is a book of instruction on Shinto, and the practice of connecting with the Earth Chakra. Then the Earth Spirit asked to read him these notes because this book has been kept by him for more than 100 years and it cannot be torn or destroyed. And also it is absolutely impervious to water and fire. And this unique book does not absorb spiritual energy and incense. As it turned out, Jiaodu had even consulted with the district god, but he had not found anything in this book and wanted to know more. Jai Yuan was surprised by this information, and especially since even the district god couldn't do anything with this book. Jiaodu confirmed that the city god couldn't find anything but yellow paper, so the fact that Jai Yuan could see the inscription was a miracle. The young traveler carefully unfolded the huge sheet of paper and realized that although it was quite difficult to read the Chinese characters on the celestial seal, but the city god of the county must have been up to the task. Therefore, it was safe to say that this was an unusual Heaven Seal book and it might be hiding something important. A few minutes after he started reading, Jai Yuan felt a strange sensation as if all the characters on the piece of paper started to rotate in an unimaginable spiral, and it was a unique phenomenon. Then, the young traveler along with the Earth Spirit felt a huge flow of magical energy and began to watch carefully as the piece of paper began to change. Jai Yuan was very upset by this result and thought that perhaps he had somehow broken this Heaven Seal book, because its appearance had changed significantly. But just at this moment, Jiaodu's Earth Spirit suddenly exclaimed that he too could now see the entries in this book, and this had never happened before. Jiaodu thanked the young traveler for being able to dispel the spell, although he was not happy with the result because he had left some scorched marks on this yellow book, and this book is the fate of the Earth Spirit. The old man replied that there was nothing wrong with it, because Master Jai's inner energy was very powerful, and so he had not violated the essence of the text at all. The guy agreed, for indeed the burn marks did not affect the content of the book, but apparently it was not an easy restriction for this yellow paper book. The whole process caused some sort of internal Kai energy surge and his personal refinement rose. The young traveler then inquired about where he got the Book of the Two Earths in the first place. Jiaodu said that it happened when he was still a living person and found it while tilling the soil in the fields and then brought it home. He never thought that after his death he would become an Earth Spirit and this yellow book would appear in the underground temple, because only after that he realized the value of this rare item. Jai Yuan said that most likely this book was really only meant for the Earth Spirit, and even the ban imposed on it was interesting. Therefore, this ban had to be broken by the Earth Spirit itself, but in any case, what was about to happen happened. Jiaodu admitted that he was very pleased with the result after all. If not for the intervention of Master Jai, he would still be pondering the contents of this unique edition for a long time. The guy thought that nothing could be done with what had already been done, and this book was indeed an extraordinary book for the Earth. No matter how divided his fate was, it was unlikely that he would be able to shoulder the other person's worries even more. Jai Yuan explained to the Earth Spirit that the origin of this book is very important, so it should not be shown to anyone else in the future. If he manages to achieve some knowledge through this method, he must not forget his original intention as an Earth Spirit in any development. Master Jai stated that he did not want to suffer in the future together with the Earth Spirit the consequences that could have been avoided by today's decisions. During another meditation, the young traveler realized that after what had happened, his true fire had become much stronger and had transformed into a yin and yang kai. Apparently this is the legendary so-called three-colored fire manifestation. Jai Yuan decided that choosing a name for the characteristics was so intricate in its appearance. Gradually, the young traveler began to hear a strange echo as if someone wanted to remind him of something important, and perhaps it is about his merits. All of this could be considered an important opportunity for future development. After finishing his meditation, the young cultivator decided to take care of his spirit blade and began sharpening it with spiritual energy. In this way, the preservation of the order into spirituality was taking place. The spirit generated by the green vine sword directly transformed into a sword spirit. Jai Yuan decided that this was a great result, and now the sword Immortals really deserved its name. It had become obvious that the worst preservation of the spirituality order was better off just not using it. But this time it was worth the effort. The young master decided that this night had become a night of opportunity for him. Some time after that, Mater Jai arrived in Futianzong and decided that there was nothing special here. The only thing worth mentioning was the fact that the most powerful man in the world and great warrior Zuo Wei was born. But in the end, unfortunately, with the fall of the Zuo family, the famous apprentice also disappeared. Today's younger generation doesn't even know the Supreme Master, arrogant enough to call himself an immortal. Perhaps only a few keepers of history remember some of the old classics. At the same time, the young traveler noticed that his eyesight had slightly improved after reading the Earth Spirit records. Just at this moment, Jai Yuan noticed a merchant who was selling ready-made cookies as well as oven-baked pancakes at a price of 1 jin per piece, although his vision was still blurred at a considerable distance. Watching the cookie vendor noticed his bright aura of dark blue color. This aura wasn't demonic, but it was clearly something special. Jai Yuan then turned to the vendor and asked him to sell him 2 cookies. The young guy happily beside the stranger and suggested that he was most likely not from around here, and should definitely try the taste of the magnificent cookies. The young cultivator tasted the cookies and was pleasantly surprised by the great flavor of the freshly baked cookies and continued to observe the vendor, who possessed an interesting aura. The bakery vendor noticed the stranger following him down the street and indignantly asked why the gentleman had been following him for a long time. Jai Yuan explained at home to the merchant that he had recently arrived in this city and didn't know where to go yet, so he decided to follow a local and get to know the area better. The cultivator then asked to sell him 2 more cookies. The merchant decided that the unfamiliar gentleman just liked hot food, and that's why he followed him for so long. But after a while, it happened again, and the traveling cultivator was forced to buy the cookies again. The merchant was shocked by Master Jai's veracity, who had already eaten a whole dozen cookies. The guy actually really wanted to get rid of the strange man's attention and sold the last cookie. The young cultivator said that he had probably really bored the merchant with his attention, so he was willing to write some nice words for him as a thank you. The merchant didn't quite understand what he was talking about, and Master Jai stated that he needed paper and ink now, and then asked the merchant to hold the last cookie for him and wait at this place. Upon heading to the nearest store, the young cultivator was impressed by the huge amount of various goods and asked to sell him a single sheet of rice paper. The shopkeeper was surprised at such a modest purchase choice and explained that normally a single sheet of rice paper would cost 2 coins, but there were also more refined papers that cost more. Jai Yuan still decided to settle on his original choice. Jai Yuan noticed that 1 sheet of rice paper cost as much as 2 cookies, and then asked the merchant to lend him a brush to write something without leaving the store. The local merchant said that he was also a scholar to use the ink and brushes that were on the bookcase. Jai Yuan thanked him for his help and headed in the right direction. After laying out a perfectly flat rice paper on the new table, the young cultivator began to quickly wield the brush, and after a few seconds, he had already created several perfect characters. Master Jai then hurried back to the street to the bakery vendor, but he was unpleasantly surprised because he couldn't find the person who was selling him the delicious cookies. Just at that moment, the paper and ink merchant hurried to catch up with the strange customer and said that he had exquisite paper and could share his stock just to get a masterpiece of calligraphy from such a master. Jai Yuan offered the paper merchant to take back the sheet of paper with already drawn characters and asked if the merchant could give him back his money. The paper merchant took a close look at the characters and realized that the calligraphy was so good that it could only be done by a true master, so he had to put this piece of paper in a special frame. Jai Yuan asked him to return the 2 coins and then they would make a deal. The paper merchant asked Master Jai not to be so modest and offered him a much higher price for the magnificent piece of calligraphy. The traveling cultivator didn't refuse the extra money and gladly accepted the offer. But the young traveler continued to stroll through the streets of this bustling city and happily watched the children having fun. After all, this was where the great hero Zuo was once born and raised. Just at this time, a grown man sat at the table and told how a dozen clubs of smoke rose from the forest, and the enemy general on the other side of the river turned pale, and then offered the listeners to read the next chapter. Master Jai turned to the old man and asked him to tell him about the Zuo family because he was curious about what had become of the descendants of the famous Zuo family a few decades ago. Such a strange question surprised the old man, and he wondered. Master Jai grinned and said that he had some connection with the family, but it was not a direct connection. It was only through the kindness of his ancestors that he had come here to find his descendants. The old man said that the Zuo family had once been a prominent family, but alas, fate had decided otherwise. Master Zuo, he was literally obsessed with blades, and the name of the sword that remained after his death caused bloody storms in the rivers and lakes and brought misfortune to the Zuo family. After these events, the old home of the Zuo family was reborn as the home of the Cayenne family. The young cultivator wondered if all this meant that the Zuo family had completely disappeared from the annals of time. Then Jai Yuan, passing by the local casino, heard a man saying that he would never lose and eventually promised to come back after all. He still had supplies to play with. The young cultivator, watching the man who left the casino, realized that unfortunately this time good could not triumph over evil. Two ghosts noticed a light that emitted life energy, and they wondered who lived here, so they decided to go in and find out everything in detail. As it turned out, the source of the magical light was a sheet of rice paper with characters drawn by Master Jai Yuan, and the ghosts from the Night Watch decided not to stay here for long. The Night Watchmen knew that seeing a person's words was the same as seeing a person, and the depth of skill that was hard to appreciate, and his intentions manifested from his heart. The Night Watch ghosts decided to memorize this address and tell the other brothers to keep a careful eye on this place of powerful energy as well. The ink and paper merchant, of course, did not notice the presence of the Night Watch servants. He only felt a puff of wind. Meanwhile, Jai Yuan decided to inquire about available rooms at the inn. The innkeeper offered to choose from several available rooms at a price of 120 for a good room and 80 for a more modest one. Jai Yuan agreed to choose the more modest room and explained that he did not know how many days he would stay in this room, to pay in advance. The guy asked the host how long this inn had been in operation. The owner replied that it was a long-established establishment that had undergone restoration and significant renovation, and it had been inherited from his grandfather. Jai Yuan allowed that this fellow was very familiar with the western part of the city. The innkeeper confirmed this and asked where exactly the young master wanted to go, as he was willing to help and point the way. The young cultivator explained that he had once heard a martial arts master from the Zuo family a few decades ago, and that was what had brought him here. Jai Yuan decided to visit the Grand Master's dwelling place to witness the reading, but in the end he couldn't find anyone from the Zuo family. Still, one would like to get some result from his long journey. The innkeeper replied that few people were interested in the Zuo family now, but a long time ago, in the days of his childhood, the family was prestigious. There was very little information about the heirs, except that during the most difficult years the great family held a funeral every month. Therefore, it is not known if there are any descendants of the great family. In general, this family was very large, so there may well be a few illegitimate children left. But unfortunately, it is now impossible to visit the residence of the Zuo family, as they have already changed their name. Although there is a ball-making workshop outside the city, and it is said that all the blades used by the Zuo family were from there, as well as Master Zuo's own weapons. The young cultivator was happy to learn such useful information and thanked the innkeeper for helping him in his years-long quest. The next morning, the young cultivator traveled outside the city and soon found the very weapons workshop I had never silenced the blacksmith's hammers. Jai Yuan approached the blacksmith and asked if they could make. The master blacksmith explained that if the blade is broken, and the family workshop can repair it and guarantee that after that it will serve as good as the original. But that wouldn't be the case if the master wanted to forge a new sword or a new knife. The young cultivator took out a bundle with the magic sword and asked for a special wooden one to be made for it, which should be simple and durable enough to use. The experienced master blacksmith said that the first step was for them to measure the width, length, and weight of the blade, and then choose the right wood. Once in the back of the armorer's workshop, the master cultivator turned his attention to the other employees who were having lunch. The blacksmith, meanwhile, asked for the blade to be unfolded and allowed to look at it. The unusual appearance of the spiritual blade surprised the experienced master smith, and he immediately inquired about the origin of this unusual-looking weapon. Jai Yuan said that this blade indeed had some strange origins, and it was cast in this workshop about 80 years ago. Such words made the blacksmith surprised. The young cultivator noticed the master's interest and eventually declared that this weapon was a moonlight blade. Such a legendary name shocked everyone present, for it seemed impossible. The master blacksmith grinned and said that it was a good name for the blade, and perhaps it was invented by a representative of the old generation of masters. As it turned out, this swordsmith had never heard of such a blade and decided that since the guest claimed that it was made here, it was probably true. It can also be seen that the quality of this blade's construction allows it to remain durable for many years of use. This proves the fact that 80 years is a very long time for such a blade. It is all the more difficult to remember the true origin of the sword even if it once belonged to Master Zuo. The young cultivator decided that even if people forgot the origin of the blade, this unique weapon itself will never forget anything and knows everything accurately. Master Jai then stated that he was not an enemy to the Zuo family and even less so to Mr. Yang. Therefore, he would very much like to know if there are any living descendants of the Zuo family to help them with his powers. Master Blacksmith stated that since Mr. Jai had obtained the Moonlight Longsword, he must have obtained Master Zuo's secret book, and then what was the point of looking for the descendants of this family? The Zuo family has caused enough suffering to this young family, and he personally doesn't know if they are dead or not. But it would be better for everyone to know that they are all dead and the masters here have nothing to do with them. All the weapon masters began to shout indignantly that they had absolutely nothing to do with the Zuo family and therefore did not want to hear anything about those people who had long been dead. Jai Yuan suddenly laughed out loud and then said that no wonder the Zuo family was so favorable to the Yang family. After all, it has been a long time and everyone present is still defending the Zuo family lineage, and it is admirable. Master Jai asked not to worry because he is not a glory-hungry and profit-seeking swindler, and does not want anything from the Zuo family. Mortal martial arts are not important to him, and his search for the Zuo family is just a way to explain Master Zuo's delay of many years. The young cultivator decided to show off his magical abilities and made the spirit sword glow. The master smiths were impressed by the incredible sight and realized that they had an immortal blade in front of them. The master blacksmith asked Jai Yuan if he was the immortal Zuo Jiangxian or the immortal that Master Zuo was looking for. The guy replied that he was just an ordinary person who was on the path of immortality. Master Jai then said that if there were no living descendants of the Zuo family left, he would leave this city, and it was unknown if he would be able to visit this place next time. Master Blacksmith after a little thought said that he did not want to deceive him, worthy man, and in fact in this world there are still descendants of the Zuo family. The master quickly opened the doors and said that he should praise the heavens and go out to meet the immortal man, and then asked one of his brothers to immediately gather all the relatives. The young cultivator realized at this moment that there were apparently many descendants of the Zuo family among the people, which meant that his search was not in vain. After a while, the people of different generations who were descendants of the Zuo family gathered in the room, although it was hard to find out now whether there were illegitimate bloodlines of the family. For many years, they had done their best to keep these people alive when there were internal and external troubles and misfortunes all around. Jai Yuan was able to determine that all these descendants had long lost their spiritual core, and perhaps that was a good thing. Jai then declared that if someone touched the hilt of the blade, he would find out if he was truly from the Zuo family. The little boy gingerly grabbed the hilt of the sword, and he did indeed turn out to be a descendant of the Zuo family. But Master Jai wondered who should he pass on the Zuo sword technique to the child. After all, it might bring a lot of cruelty into this world again. Suddenly one of the Zuo family asked Master Jai to read the secret technique of his grandfather's family called the Zuo sword technique, and it surprised the guy. Examining the secret book, the young cultivator decided that he was probably thinking too much about In the Dark Under the Light, and maybe he was just wrong. The guy at this point stated that it was this secret technique that had brought the entire family to their demise. In the early years, the elders of the family wanted to learn the sword technique to get revenge, and so they didn't pass it on even though it was very difficult. But his grandfather's talent is no longer available to Zuo's descendants, and no one living in this world will ever reach this level of blade skill. This sword technique written by the hand of a master that roughly matches the technique with this family secret, and so it goes back to the family. Also, the young cultivator decided the fate of the Moonlight Blade, and just at this moment, the sword itself became active and began to emit magical energy. Master Jai asked why the sword was so afraid. After all, it was now a green vine sword. Why? The young cultivator explained that this lesser could not be returned to the Zuo family. Therefore, he was grateful for such a legacy that he would try to use responsibly. Master Jai promised to give the descendants his power to leave the decree, and as long as the decree is not lost, everyone will have peace in their homes and a life free from evil. Everyone will also be able to turn to the city god and ask him to take care of Zuo's family so that they will be more kind in life and even go to the underworld after death. Secondly, he would be able to stay here for a while to train everyone in sword techniques and teach the skill of holding. The young cultivator looked at all the descendants of the great warrior family carefully, and after a few minutes, he asked what kind of choice they were willing to make. The descendants of the great martial master's family pondered for a moment. Jai Yuan stated that there was no need to answer immediately, I can't think about it overnight, and voice their decision tomorrow. The young cultivator also thanked the Yang family for their hospitality and generosity, to which the representative of the weapon masters advised the young master to take care of himself. Everyone present was incredibly surprised at the existence of immortal people, and now decided that the descendants of the Zuo clan had achieved a lot because their ancestors were led by real immortal people. Everyone immediately began to lively discuss the next choice and didn't know what the head of their family would do. Some people wanted the immortal to show them the way, and then another great master Zuo would appear. But Uncle Bajin was in no hurry to make a final decision. The chief master blacksmith exclaimed that the Zuo family should decide this matter themselves, so everyone who was minding their own business should immediately disperse. Bajin felt indecisive and didn't know what to do in the future, but Master Yang said that it was his business and so he shouldn't interfere and influence Bajin's decision. The girl wanted to help and clear the table, but Master Yang said that he would take the small cup as a small offering after all. The immortal man himself drank from it. Throughout the night, the discussion among the descendants of the Zuo family continued, and every option had its advantages and disadvantages. It was clear that having an invincible half-immortal from the Zuo family was a very important acquisition. It was also a good idea to have a special decree that would keep the peace in the family and provide protection for future generations. Bajin explained to Yushin and Yuxin that even if they acted fairly towards the Zuo family, they should think about the future, which could bring various surprises. After all, the former glory of the great-grandfather of the martial arts master Zuo, it is likely that the fall of the Zuo family may be repeated and it will cause the terrible deaths of many descendants. One of the sons stated that they have already learned from past mistakes and will not repeat them after all this turmoil. They are still in good hands, and so the children have a chance to meet an immortal. Previously, only Zuo's grandfather had such a chance, but now it is possible for everyone. The second son said that his father always told them how good it used to be, but they never saw it. And what would their ancestors think of them if they knew how their great family had fallen? After the long-awaited morning came, Master Yang realized that the descendants of Zuo, although anyone who would have been in their shoes would also have lost sleep and tranquility due to such turmoil. Master Yang asked if the descendants of the Zuo family had been able to make a decision at the end of the night. But Bajin said to everyone's surprise that unfortunately no decision had been made. Master Yang was indignant at such irresponsibility, as everyone had been waiting for a specific answer. But Bajin asked not to be disappointed and promised to make a decision soon. Bajin asked Master Jai to allow him to ask an important question that would definitely help them make the right decision in this difficult matter. Bajin asked the young cultivator what was more important in his great-grandfather's martial arts, the master's instructions or his own boundless talent. Master Jai explained that Master Zuo had a natural talent in martial arts, so naturally his own talent was the main part of all his achievements. Bajin exclaimed that as long as his family didn't forget his real surname, then they should return it, even if it was in the future. In the end, after a short deliberation, Master Bajin said that the descendants of the great family would choose the first option. Jai Yuan agreed with this decision and praised them for their excellent attitude. After that, the young cultivator began to do his part and took his brushes along with the ink to meticulously write out the special characters that eventually created the promised decree. Jai Yuan explained to the descendants of the great family that this decree was given to them and had no power even if it was taken to other people. But if the bloodline of the Zuo family was somehow interrupted, then the edict would destroy itself and lose all of its magical properties. The young cultivator then took the spiritual sword in his hands and called out to all the members of the Zuo family to watch his movements carefully and not to blink. With the help of the great spiritual power, the blade of the strongest warrior of the past generations flared up, illuminating the surroundings with a bright blue flame. Everyone was surprised at this effect. The young cultivator began to repeat the incredible movements as well as waving the spiritual sword, concentrating fully on the process. Master Yang marveled at the immortal intent of the blade, which was very hard to find in the mortal world. Master Jai said that it was the divine will of the dragon that had no techniques or styles and could unite all the martial arts of the world, and it was up to the descendants of the Zuo family to realize it. Master Armorer Yang apologized for being distracted from his work for a while because he was very impressed by Mr. Jai's swordsmanship. The young cultivator advised him not to worry about it because he didn't even mind Mr. Yang watching his actions, and they should sit down and have tea together. The representatives of the Zuo clan promised to always remember Mr. Jai's kindness and always worship his great skill. Jai Yuan advised them not to exaggerate and take back the decree. Then Jai Yuan said that there is no right way to happiness or unhappiness, and this decree is powerful but not omnipotent, and only the family will depend on what their future will be. And if they want to regain their former greatness in the future, it is best to maintain a righteous spirit, otherwise the decree will be broken. The Zuo family members unanimously promised to always obey the righteous and never forget Mr. Jai's instructions in the future. The young cultivator then handed over a piece of paper with the decree, and the excited descendants of the great martial arts master Zuo felt like they had overcome a new stage in their lives. After Master Jai handed over the decree, he remembered another important matter and asked where his new scabbard for the moonlight blade was. Master Yang had forgotten about the scabbard and thought it was just a joke. Jai Yuan asked him not to blame himself and promised to wait a few more days, as it would not take long to make a simple scabbard. Master Yang thought that it would be a good idea to make many different sheaths, and let the immortal master choose the right one for himself. The young cultivator then went to the local temple. Although he didn't know how benevolent the city god he wanted to ask for a favor would be. At the entrance of the city temple, a merchant offered to buy the finest sandalwood incense, but Master Jai didn't even want to hear about the incense he was tired of. The immortal cultivator decided to instead buy a box of food, pastries and mead, as well as 2 jugs of good wine to please the city god. Pouring a glass of wine, Jai Yuan thought that if there was one city god who was the most pleasant to talk to, it was mostly Mr. Wen. After carefully placing all the offerings at the statue of the city god, Master Jai asked permission to greet Mr. Wen from the city of Fu Tianjun. Meanwhile, in the netherworld, the city god who was going about his usual business suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice asking him a favor. He immediately realized that there was a cultivator in the temple of the world of the living who was inviting him to come to him, so he had to leave the netherworld for a while. The city god looked carefully at the person who had summoned him to communicate with him, and it seemed that this guy was also able to see him even in the world of the dead. City god's assistant Wen promised to look after the temple while the Lord went to the world of living people on such important matters. Jai Yuan continued to give him some time to talk while he was in the city god temple. Just at this moment, Wen appeared and called the guy too polite. The city god advised him not to worry and promised to definitely take care of the Zuo family, and the virtuous members of the Zuo family who had already died would be counted among the watch. And tonight, he would personally check on the Zuo family and start looking after them. The young cultivator apologized for his unpredictable appearance and promised to leave this temple immediately. God Wai was pleased with the conversation and once again promised to do everything for the sake of fulfilling the request. Once outside, Jai Yuan felt relieved because he had finished his important business and it would be good to satisfy his appetite with food and drink before he left this beautiful city. As promised, the city god decided to visit the home of the descendants of the Zuo family and immediately noticed something strange about the house. Watching it from afar, he was originally interested in the relationship between the Zuo family and Mr. Jai, but now he was curious to know what treasures were in the house. After a few minutes, the city god and his assistant were in the house of the Zuo family and immediately paid attention to the decree that was lying on the table. Looking at the magical decree, it was obvious that Mr. Jai had profound knowledge and it was amazing. The city god was impressed and couldn't even imagine such a thing before. Everything indicated that Mr. Jai was very similar to an immortal. The night before last, the patrol reported a curious case where a literary store owner had received a marvelous sheet of writing. This might indicate that the magical edict was also left behind by Mr. Jai, and this raised even more questions about its origin. The city god carefully examined the magical decree and admitted that these were wonderful words that confirmed surprisingly the Zuo family. Meanwhile, Master Bajan was sleeping peacefully with his wife and gradually began to smell the fragrance of incense. Eventually, he woke up and realized that it was the smell of sandalwood. Bajan was not fully awake yet and left his bed without realizing what was going on because he was absolutely sure that there was no incense in the house. The city god and his companions couldn't understand how this person could smell the incense, and eventually they decided that it was due to the influence of the magic decree. In the end, the representatives of the otherworld decided to do what they had sometimes talked about over the years of constant cooperation. In the next instant, the city god and his companion appeared before an unsuspecting man who instantly lost his sleepiness. The frightened man immediately collapsed to the floor, and this caused the representatives of the spirit world to laugh. They immediately explained that they meant no harm and had come here to visit the Zuo family. At this moment, in the next room woke up the wife of Master Bajan and called her husband, and the uninvited guests decided that now it was time for them to leave this dwelling. In a second, the otherworldly inhabitants disappeared, and this frightened the master of the house, who was still sitting on the floor. The woman asked what exactly was going on here. The wife said that Bajan looked as if he had seen a ghost, but the excited man claimed to have met a real god who had visited their family home. He then recalled how Master Jai had promised to talk to the city god, and it had turned out to be true, so it was possible that Master Jai was a god himself. After a while, the young cultivator decided to discreetly visit Master Yang's blacksmith's workshop and used magical concealment to do so. The guy was surprised by the huge number of different sheaths and decided that there was something wrong with this family, and also he did not want to pay for such a huge job. Jai Yuan finally chose the most suitable and simple looking sheath and then remembered that he was going to leave only a coin for such work. Master Yang heard the clinking of silver coins that fell at his feet and shouted, trying to find out who dared to throw money at him. Master Jai had already left the workshop at this moment. The boy shouted from afar that he only had one blade and advised Master Yang to sell the rest of the scabbard to compensate for his efforts. The agitated Master Armorer was shocked by this because he realized that he had just scolded an immortal man, and this was unacceptable. After Master Yang's condition improved a bit, he started shouting, trying to find out whose scabbard Mr. Jai had chosen. The workers immediately started to find out. One of the masters started laughing happily and said that it was his scabbard that the immortal liked because his wooden lacquered scabbard had disappeared. The other guys were of course disappointed and sincerely envied their colleague who had received such a high honor and was able to please the immortal man. Then the joyful master noticed the silver coins in Master Yan's hands and hurriedly claimed his right to this reward, at least half of it. But Master Yan of course did not want to give away such a valuable gift from an immortal man and replied that the guy should not count on it. And in fact, these coins should be in the ancestral hall. Meanwhile, the young cultivator found a quiet place and told the magic blade that the scabbard was not fully ready for its work and needed to be patient before plunging into it. Master Jai activated his magical energy and transferred it to his weapon, gradually placing the spiritual blade into the magnificent scabbard. After the moonlight blade was completely immersed in the scabbard, the young cultivator decided to complete the refinement process and engraved special symbols on the scabbard. All of this was to maximize the effectiveness of this legendary weapon that was once wielded by the best swordsman in this world. After finishing all matters with the Zuo family, the young cultivator thought about his own practice. Although his practice was not that high, the 5 internal organs nourished the Kai energy of the 5 elements, and that was good. As for the 5 Kai energies and the 3 colors spoken of in the illuminated intentions, no one can achieve them except a true Taoist. Cultivation is really a matter of 1,000 paths and 1,000 different rules that are very difficult to generalize. However, if a true Taoist has a deep understanding of the Tao, he or she will often be able to understand the laws of many things. However, Master Jai Yuan felt that he was in a higher state of mind, and there was also a feeling of magical power mixing with the spiritual energy of the outside world. Suddenly, the young cultivator felt sick and couldn't understand what was happening to him because he couldn't even move at that moment due to some resistance. Trying to return to normal, the young cultivator felt a strong tremor in his body and also began to notice the aura of people passing by. All of this caused maximum tension, and it seemed as if there was the energy of the Kai of immortal spirits, the Kai of incense and fire, as well as the Kai of demons and the Kai of devils and the Kai of the 5 elements. Looking up into the sky, the young cultivator found a majestic and vast Kai energy of the sky and earth above his head, which attracted the Kai of all living beings in this world. Dynasties change. The battle between immortals and demons is always happening. Demons and uncleanness wreak havoc, and mountains and rivers change. All of this has become a source of energy tearing apart the vast aura of heaven and earth. Great changes are coming in the heavens and skies, and it is unknown how many millennia it will last. But whenever the heavens collapse and the earth opens up, countless innocent people will die. The young cultivator was shocked by all these fashions and gazed at the changing celestial path, trying to figure out if he would die during these terrible events. All of this was unimaginable, and Jai Yuan began to imagine a game board Guo, realizing that in fact this entire world, mountains and rivers, were actually just a chessboard. Suddenly, a sharp pain in his right eye made him forget his deep thoughts, and the young cultivator felt his vision deteriorate dramatically. People noticed this and started discussing the stranger's condition. Master Jai was shocked by this state of his body and rejected all offers of help from people, then decided to leave the busy street as soon as possible. Jai Yuan continued to hurry, thinking that this was all a manifestation of evil fate. At some point, the young cultivator bumped into an oncoming person and almost fell down, and the locals started saying that he was just crazy, and there was no need to touch him. Master Jai decided the Go Heaven and Earth board was the most important path to the clue, and everything must be somewhere here. The guy, feeling extreme pain, tried the important points, and then seeing the Go board, snatched it from the hands of the stranger and continued to run away despite the indignation of the locals, who were shocked by his behavior. The young cultivator ran as fast as he could, But the owner of the Go board was still very fast and at some point was able to catch up with the kidnapper. The young cultivator looked angrily at the local resident and he immediately changed his mind about fighting for the stolen game board. Jai Yuan merely said that he urgently needed to play Go and continued to run away from the city again. After a while, the young cultivator was able to seclude himself outside the city in a remote area, a small cave to be exact. Jai Yuan felt tired and tried to calm down and put his thoughts in order a bit. Then Master Jai began to play Go and completely immersed himself in this process without noticing how he was spending a huge amount of time on it. Gradually the day changed to night and the seasons of the year flew like minutes and did not interest the guy. At some point, the young cultivator continued to play a fascinating game and felt the approach of a dangerous beast, which carefully came out of the forest and slowly walked towards the cave. Approaching at a throwing distance, the huge dark wolf tried to make a throw towards its victim. But the young cultivator reacted to the danger in time and threw a spiritual blade towards the animal. Master Zuo's legendary weapon slammed into the ground right in front of the aggressive wolf, scaring the animal with its mere appearance, which immediately rushed to flee into the forest. Meanwhile in the school, the teacher was still doing his favorite work and was telling the students about the 67 letters he was going to send to everyone after school. Then Yin Jiaxiang asked the students why they read books and asked them to think about the answer. The teacher said that he personally wanted to repay the country, but at the moment he could not fulfill the purpose of the sages. That is why he has to retake the state exams because he wants to go further and realize his wildest ambitions. In one lifetime, a teacher educates more than 1,000 people, from them possibly hundreds of talents that will rule the future of this powerful country. Therefore, it is very important to teach and educate people, but unfortunately in the ordinary school, the forces are so small that it is very difficult to produce even 2 books that include all the desires and knowledge. Soon, teacher Yin Jiaxiang was visited by teacher Zhu, who was to take over as the headmaster of the county school after he left, so all the students should immediately welcome him and fully rely on his knowledge in the future. After the class was over, teacher Yin Jiaxiang was walking with his little son not far from his own house. The boy noticed that dates were ripe in Mr. Jai Yuan's house, which meant that this year would be fruitful. Yin Jiaxiang said that strangely enough, after Mr. Jai left, the date tree had not borne fruit for 2 years. But this year it was again producing a rich harvest for all the locals. The son suggested that perhaps they had learned about how dad was preparing for the exams, and so they were preparing for this year's results, and now they would have wonderful treats. Yin Jiaxiang only grinned in response and called his son a still young child. Yin Jiaxiang was surprised when he saw the mysterious old man in white clothes, for he had no idea who he was or why he was here. The mysterious old man thought he was Mr. Jai's friend from the county and asked the teacher to tell him his name. Yin Jiaxiang was surprised that this old man knew Mr. Jai. The school teacher then introduced himself and also gave his son Yin King's name, and then asked the old man to tell where he had last met his friend. As it turned out, the old man's name is Yin Hong, and he once met Mr. Jai in the rain in a neighboring county and has also been his friend ever since. Yin Jiaxiang decided that this old man did not look like a robber at all and said that if he was a friend of Mr. Jai, he had come to his house for nothing, because he had long gone on a long journey, and it would be difficult to see him again. Yin Hong said that during the 2 years of Mr. Jai's absence the date tree had not borne fruit, but this year it had borne fruit again. And at the beginning of their acquaintance Master Jai had given him only 2 dates, and it was not enough to enjoy their great taste. Yin Jiaxiang agreed, for these dates were indeed very tasty, and his close friend could hardly take many fruits with him. But this time, Yin Hong could make up for it and eat as many dates as he wanted. Yin Hong laughed in response and explained that he couldn't actually eat these dates as much as he wanted and only wanted to taste this magnificent flavor once more. Yin Jiaxiang was surprised by this modesty of the mysterious old man, who in turn asked the schoolmaster for permission to do so right now. Yin Jiaxiang replied that actually he shouldn't mind since he was just taking care of this place during his friend's absence. His other friends might as well be here. The teacher then asked his son to help the old man pick dates. Yin Hong looked at the teacher carefully and said that there was no need to worry about it, and the next second he let out a scream that was not like a human. Incredible power burst out from the mouth of the divine serpent, who had been in the form of an old man all this time. With the divine serpent's magical power, he was able to devour a huge amount of delicious fruits. After finishing his incredible meal, the divine serpent wiped his face and said that he was grateful to fate for such an opportunity to enjoy the taste of these dates. Yin Jiaxiang and his son were shocked by what they had seen and could not say anything in response. But the mysterious old man said that he had actually only taken a bite, and was not going to retract his previous words. Yin Jiaxiang apologized for his ignorance because he couldn't immediately see the immortal in front of him and was grateful for the honor. The teacher explained that he and his son were a little frightened by this unexpected way of eating dates. Yin Heng replied that as expected of Mr. Jai's only friend in the area, he was indeed frightened by the visit of the white-clothed stranger, but still he hoped that they would not be offended. Then the divine serpent remembered how he had promised Mr. Jai wine and asked the schoolmaster to taste the drink and evaluate its quality. Yin Jiaxiang accepted this offer for the sake of his friend. Then they all sat down together at the table and the schoolmaster thanked for the treat, and after drinking several cups of excellent wine, he declared its high quality. After drinking some more of the wine brought by the old man, the schoolteacher became very accusatory and fainted, and his young son began to worry about his father's condition. The divine serpent explained that there was nothing wrong with this, and Yin Jiaxiang was not strong enough to drink wine in such large quantities. The old man then advised the boy to go home and fetch a blanket for his father, who had better sleep in the courtyard tonight. After the schoolmaster's son went home to get the blanket, the divine serpent decided to drink the magnificent wine from the date tree, and poured a small bowl under its roots. A few seconds after the wine was completely absorbed into the ground, the date tree began to emit magical energy and its fruit seemed to become almost even more active. Yin King quickly returned home and found a blanket, and his mom tried to ask where Yin Jiaxiang was. But the boy hurried back to the courtyard of the neighboring house and was surprised, for the mysterious old man had left without saying goodbye. The schoolteacher's wife asked her son to help him and decided that they should take the drunken father home to sleep, because he would be much more comfortable in bed than outside on a chilly night. But Yin King immediately remembered the old man's words and explained to his mother that his father should sleep here tonight. But in any case, they should not leave him alone in this place. The schoolteacher's wife disagreed with this decision and said that if his father slept outside, he might catch a cold, and he had to go to the exams soon. But Yin King tried to explain to his mother that that mysterious old man was a good friend of Mr. Jai, and therefore he was most likely an immortal man and it was better to listen to his advice. The next morning, with the first cries of the rooster, the school teacher woke up and started to stretch his body and tried to understand why he was in the courtyard and slept here all night. Yin Jiaxiang was very surprised because he didn't feel any pain after sitting in such an uncomfortable position all night, and even felt refreshed and full of energy. As it turned out, 3 years had already passed since the young cultivator had started playing the game of Guo, and Jai Yuan felt completely exhausted from the process. A complete helplessness engulfed the traveling cultivator. His thoughts were confused despite continuing to play this tedious game. His entire attention was still focused on the playing board. The only thing that sometimes distracted the young cultivator was the vibration of the moonlight's spiritual sword, and he felt a real despair and emptiness. In the end, Master Jai still dared to get out of the cave because all he wanted to do was eat and taste fresh water. Soon he found a tree with fruit that hung very high. Thanks to a skillful throw of his magic sword, the exhausted guy was able to knock down a few ripe fruits and quickly pick them up, hopefully to satisfy his incredible hunger. The young cultivator began to greedily eat the fruits of the huge tree, constantly knocking down more and more fruits. But despite the huge amount of fruit he ate, he still couldn't feel satiated and at peace. After the master seeking immortality finished with the fruit, he went to the nearest river and quickly managed to catch a local fish, which he did not even cook, but began to eat raw. After dealing with the cold and slippery, but still very tasty fish, the young cultivator drank directly from the river, and then feeling very weak lay down on the shore, continuing to look up at the sky. After a while, the silence of the valley was broken by the hysterical laughter of the young cultivator, who gradually began to realize everything that had happened to him in recent years. After calming down a bit, Master Jai stated that in his past life, because of the time gap, even when he was found by the search and rescue team, he couldn't survive. But this time he would not repeat his past mistakes. After all this time, the key to the great calamity of heaven and earth was still not fully understood, and he still failed to realize many of these great processes. The only thing he has managed to realize is the situation from which he must stay away, and never try to go too deep into it, because it would be the most serious mistake of his life. The north ladle in the freezing cold, the south ladle being made of nothing. Black and white stones actually have magical powers, and this whole life is like a game of Go. Once you make your move, there's no turning back. Raising his cultivation level is a must or his life expectancy will end before he can finish playing Go. Finding the right person is also a must, and if he wants to save the world and resist the great calamity, he needs new stones. No man, god, ghost, demon, spirit, immortal or Buddha, and even the devil himself can play a game of Go without a central figure. The young cultivator realized that there was definitely no way he could join some famous immortal family now. Therefore, he must realize that he has only one chance in this world, but he still has plenty of time, so he must hope for a future opportunity and try to achieve his goal. In the end, the young cultivator decided that the most important thing in this life is to be persistent, and then he will definitely see what will happen next and try to make the best choice by all means. Master Jai was then shocked at the state he had brought himself to and decided that he needed to recover as soon as possible. Then he took the spiritual blade in his hands and felt its great power. After calming down a bit, the young cultivator continued to hold the Moonlight's spiritual sword and said that the past 3 years had been very difficult for the two of them. But now the ordeal was over. Master Jai then remembered that his walking bag and umbrella had been lost on the way here, and this game set he had stolen from the first local he met. After a while, the young cultivator cleaned himself up a bit and pinned up his hair with an ordinary branch he had picked up on Earth. He then decided to visit that very same Futianjun city again. Once in the city, the young cultivator remembered his terrible appearance and decided that it would be a good idea to find new clothes. Wishing to remain unnoticed, Master Jai decided to use a magical disguise that would allow him to hide his terrible appearance and appear normal to people. The merchant rejoiced as he worked and said that girls were very picky because it was the best silk from Wanju A1. A piece of such a splendid fabric cost 10 taels of silver. The young cultivator was shocked by the huge price of just one piece of cloth and decided that this silk was really worth more than gold, so ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford to make such a purchase. But the beautiful girls didn't think about the price of the magnificent silk and agreed to buy it, asking the merchant to wrap up the amount of cloth they needed, which of course pleased the shopkeeper. The young cultivator watched carefully and decided that these girls were not ordinary people. Their magical power as well as their bodies and breathing were stable, so it could be assumed that they were practitioners. Just at this moment, the merchant turned his attention to Master Jai and asked him not to squeeze so actively expensive cloth. The merchant thought that the guy looked graceful and humble, but his hairpin made from a branch looked strange. The young cultivator replied that he was just touching the fabric to see how different the silk was today, and then asked the merchant to help him find a suitable outfit. The merchant responded with courtesy and promised to attend to the gentleman in a minute. At the same time, Master Jai kept thinking about the girls who looked very strange. They weren't ugly, but the incredible chaos on their faces seemed inexplicable. Though maybe he just didn't know about modern makeup and it was quite normal for girls. Thinking about the beautiful girl made the young guy blush with embarrassment, and he grinned and said that he probably really didn't understand something about women. After the young cultivator made the purchase, he decided to take a walk on the streets, because most likely the seller of Go boards was still at the same place where they met 3 years ago. Walking through the city streets, Master Jai noticed a merchant who was advertising jade jewelry and talking about new arrivals in the form of jade bracelets, jade pearls, jade rings, and other beautiful items. Upon seeing the young cultivator, the merchant immediately offered to buy him a beautiful jade and started talking about its incredible green color. After carefully examining the merchant's merchandise, the young cultivator noticed a neat hairpin and asked about its price. The merchant explained that the item was of average quality, and he was willing to sell it for 30 coins. Master Jai was genuinely surprised at the low price of the magnificent item and offered 1 tael of silver instead of 30 coins. Without thinking about the money, the boy gave the merchant the money and advised him to keep the change for himself. The merchant was shocked by such generosity and looked at the amazing gentleman attentively. Jai Yuan meanwhile continued on his way and carefully placed a beautiful jade hairpin in his hair. The merchant couldn't believe that this man just left like that. After all, he had left for an ordinary jade hairpin the amount of money he earns in 2 or even 3 months. After a few minutes, the merchant caught up with the strange gentleman and said that this jade jewelry was not worth such a huge amount of money, and he was not willing to accept this gift. After all, it is actually a stud made of ink jade and it is crudely made, and paying a lot of money for it is wrong. Continuing to refuse the silver bounty, the surprised merchant explained that he was actually willing to accept ordinary coins and that would be enough for him. The young cultivator inquired about the merchant's name, and as it turned out he had been working in this field for a long time, and his name was Lin Tian. The guy, despite the master's questions, continued to insist on the correct price of the jade stud. Master Jai or what grinned in response and said that he really liked this jade stud, so he was willing to buy it, and then said that he had heard that the Drunken Fragrance restaurant had very good food. Wouldn't he like to check it out personally? After a while, the young cultivator and the merchant were already seated at one of the tables in the Drunken Fragrance restaurant. The merchant was surprised by the Lord's generosity and didn't understand why he would spend such a huge amount of money for a piece of ordinary jade. Master Jai listened attentively to the merchant and then asked how much more expensive it could be than a 3-year supply of food. This question came as a surprise to the merchant and he pondered over the answer. Soon there were magnificent dishes on the table, minced chicken and fish head soup, as well as steamed pig and flatbread with braised cabbage. All this was the hallmark of this establishment. The young cultivator apologized and explained to the merchant that he had to start the meal first as he felt very hungry, but don't mind him, and suggested that the merchant enjoy the meal as well. After the plates were emptied, the young cultivator stated that he really liked this jade stud. Therefore, as a thank you, one portion of delicious food would certainly not be enough. But Merchant Lin started to refuse and said that he didn't need anything else, and then suddenly asked the stranger if he happened to be some rich relative. Jai Yuan only laughed at these words and said that they were not relatives, but still he would like to know something interesting. Master Jai then asked the young merchant what choice he would make and whether he would want to become rich and prosperous instead of living a quiet life with little income. The merchant explained that he doesn't really have any education or ambition and just wants to marry a good woman to have 2 children and continue to live a quiet existence. He is also pleased to know that he can provide for his parents and to feel cared for by them. In the end, the young cultivator said that people do change and the more they get the more they want. But of course it is commendable for everyone to be satisfied with something small. Master Jai then asked the agitated merchant to call the waiter so that he could pay for this magnificent lunch. Lin immediately hurriedly complied with this request and left the table. Just at this moment, the young cultivator dipped his finger into the wine cup and carefully drew a mysterious hieroglyph on the table with a hidden meaning. After completing the magical character, the young cultivator used Kai energy to make the mysterious character instantly move on to Merchant Lin's head. The young merchant didn't immediately realize what had happened to him. But at this time, a nearby restaurant patron was praising his comrade for his excellent character writing skills that would allow him to do well in school. Master Jai was watching and heard the conversation between the strangers. In the end, the young cultivator decided that it was time for his friend to shine. The wandering cultivator then sensed the magical energy that emanated from the stone symbolizing teacher Yin Jiaxian and took it in his hands. Meanwhile, in Chunju County, the examination court was filled with applicants to take the exam, among whom, of course, the village teacher Yin Jiaxian was waiting for his turn. Soon it was announced that the state exam was about to start any minute, and all participants were allowed to bring their own pens, inkstones, and food boxes. Paper and water will be provided by the examination yard, and all participants should go in one by one. One of the representatives of the examination court immediately recognized the school teacher and said that they had certainly not met, but he had read his book called Group Bird Theory and found it quite interesting. Yin Jiaxiang was impressed by the man's words and said that he couldn't accept his compliments for his humble work. After that, the examination court official suggested to proceed to the exam and hoped that the school teacher would get into the A grade. Yin Jiaxiang had a positive attitude and promised to do his best. After a few minutes, a gong sounded to announce the start of the next exam. Each of the participants took their designated seat and there was complete silence. Yin Jiaxiang carefully watched every movement of his hand and carefully drew a complex character on the rice paper. At school, all the papers were handed in for inspection and the main examiner stated that the text was indeed exhaustive and detailed, although there were some voids in it. Different abilities could be used to fight for dry, that is what the text was about. Half a month after the exam, all the participants crowded around the notice board and tried to find out the results. Among the many names, everyone wanted to see their own at the top of the list and some rejoiced at their success. Then some of the participants noticed the name Yin Jiaxiang at the top of the list, although no one knew any information about this person. The school teacher himself stood modestly on the sidelines and pondered the result. After that, the celebration of the completion of the exam and the success achieved in it began. Everyone happily raised cups of wine and sincerely congratulated the school teacher on such an incredible success, and Yin Jiaxiang thanked them for their attention. Soon, the school teacher got very drunk from just 2 glasses of wine, and his companions regretted that they had not immediately talked him out of it. Although after all it was a festive banquet in honor of successful passing of the exam, and everyone was so happy that it was necessary to drink strong wine. The schoolmaster's companions were worried about his condition tomorrow, for it was quite obvious that he would feel a stronger headache in the morning. Just at that moment, they were followed by a beautiful girl who tried to keep in the shadows. The mysterious woman had an incredible flair and immediately noticed the two representatives of the Night Watch who were observing the city from the heights performing their official duties. Overcoming the rest of the route, the mysterious woman cleverly penetrated into the room where the school teacher was resting and immediately approached him, gently calling his name. After a few minutes, Yin Jiaxiang felt the presence of an intruder and woke up, and then tried to find out who this woman was who had somehow unimaginably entered the men's room uninvited. The girl only smiled mysteriously and laughed quietly, and then suggested that the school teacher call her Lady Hong. At the same time, the mysterious stranger did not take her eyes off the excited boy. Lady Hong then quietly whispered to the school teacher that she hadn't seen such an educated person like him in years and was really impressed by his incredible results in the exam. Yin Jiaxiang, despite the words of the stranger, did not understand what was going on, and when the mysterious girl asked to look at her carefully, he was horrified, because instead of a beautiful face was a terrible mask of a real monster. The school teacher was shocked and felt a rush of panic and fear, because it was hard to believe that in front of him is a terrible monster that can destroy him with one move. Our chapter begins with a picture like this. Yin Jiaxian looked fearfully at the Hong girl sitting in front of him wearing an elegant red robe. Clenching his strong fists, the man decided that there was no way he should scream, for otherwise, he might lose his precious life. The girl sat up on his bed, trying to get his attention, but the man started waving his hands and saying that he already had a family and he had no intention of taking a concubine. She had better get out of here so as not to ruin the innocence of both of them. The girl was surprised that this scholar did not succumb to her charms. She remembered what they say, those who have a righteous soul are not afraid of evil spirits, and thought that maybe it was true. The girl smiled slyly and decided that if he did not want to do well, he would do badly, and began to break his righteousness with the help of her charms. Wrapping herself in the charms of attractiveness, the girl asked Yin Jiaxian whether his wife, who sits at home, has the same figure as her. Hong assumed a beautiful pose, and putting her slender fingers to her face, asked if his wife could look as beautiful as she did. The man was very angry at her vile behavior. After all, he loves his wife madly and she is always the best for him, and this girl is trying to win his attention by hypnosis. Yin Jiaxian shouted that her parents raised her in the hope that she would become a good person, and she comes here and defiles herself. She really doesn't know how to behave properly. Quickly reacting, the man created a shield around himself so her charms wouldn't touch him or affect his head. He shouted that he was not the kind of person she thought he was. The girl was already starting to get angry. Her eyebrows were starting to frown, but she tried to pull on a smile in order to show her confidence. Furious, the girl lunged at him and called out her name to tell him something. Hong overcame the shield that Yin Jiaxian made and grabbed his neck. Her arm immediately became more like a man's. She screamed that she wasn't even afraid of the city god, and did he really think he could do anything to her? The girl squeezed his neck harder and harder with her hand. Laughing at the man, she said that he could not escape from her. Yin Jiaxian's eyes were blushing red. It was hard to take a breath, and all he had in his mind was his beloved family, his precious wife and the best children. Breathing in air, he was able to mumble that there was a demon here. The man was calling for Mr. Jai's help. After Yin Jiaxian's requests, Mr. Jai woke up in a cold sweat, feeling wildly anxious. Through his sleep, he sensed that Yin Jiaxian was in danger. The guy thought about. He could feel a faint but fierce demonic aura. Yin Jiaxian is definitely in danger, so something urgent needs to be done. The guy couldn't decide for a long time whether he should replenish the tribute Kai through the stone, or use another option. The other option was to place it in the heart of the mysterious flame. After thinking for a while, he still made a decision. The magic cauldron was ignited in a flash, the flames reaching upwards. Making special gestures with his hands, Jai Yuan shouted to save Yin Jiaxian. A huge ball of flames flew out from this cauldron of fire. It seemed to fly at the speed of light to help the man. Jai asked Yin Jiaxian to hold on as long as possible. The flaming ball flew into the distance with tremendous speed. Suddenly, Jai Yuan had a thought that needed it to return. The ball returned to the magic cauldron. Meanwhile, Yin Jiaxian's head and neck heated up to a very high temperature that steam came from it, and the girl's hand was badly burned. At first, she tried to bitch about this burning pain in her hand, for she wished to teach the man a lesson. But still she gave up, throwing the man, because he flew above the bed. Hong caught a little panic, and did not know what to do. She began to look at her burned hand, wondering how it came to be, and while she was thinking, a sudden appearance of flames in front of her illuminated her. It turned out that Yin Jaeoxian had created a huge ball of searing flames around her. The girl screamed in her despair. There was a massive explosion that destroyed part of the house they were in. Hong was thrown off the second floor of the building. She hit the ground with a thud, the rocks flying up into the night sky. Hong immediately got up on her own feet, and all burned and wounded she laughed a little mentally. The high temperatures made white vapor lie all around. The girl screamed that he dared not do such cruel things to her, and she sincerely wished that he would die an agonizing death. The city god who stood on the roof saw her screams and fall, addressing her as a demon, said he should not be so presumptuous. Within seconds the defenders of the city in masks with horns, and with katanas in their hands started running at the girl. They shouted that she dared not behave like that, so they would take her life. The demon grinned with excitement in his eyes and a smile. His body was already half true and terrifying, but the other half was still the same attractive girl. The defenders of the city jumped at her, but the demon easily, thanks to his demonic power, brutally cleaved their bodies. Then, the girl with all her lungs blew on them. The dissected city defenders flew off into the distance. They still couldn't even wound her slightly. The city god was furious and said that this was utter nonsense. He shouted to the demon that he would kill it and aimed his fire attack at it. But the demon managed to activate its protective barrier in time to withstand this powerful attack from the city god. The demon clucked angrily because his strength was already running out. He wouldn't be able to handle another attack. Therefore, Hong made the decision to escape by quickly galloping away across the rooftops. The city god ordered his assistants to catch up with her without fail, but they desperately answered him that there was no sign of Kai demon. The city god got angry and said that he too had lost track of that damn foul thing. One of the assistants said that this demon had already perfected demonic Kai, and he didn't know exactly what it even was, and most importantly why they couldn't find it so quickly. The city god replied that he was afraid that this demon had been doing evil in their city for a long time without being detected by them, and he couldn't guess how many mortals had fallen victim to it. He also said that the fire was strange enough that they should check the books in the afterlife. The aides agreed with him. Zhang Xilin asked his companion what that noise was in the middle of the night. The guy told him that he didn't know either, but he thought it was thunder and asked if he heard a woman screaming. Zhang Xilin said that he did and assumed that someone was sick. A terribly frozen Yin Jaeoxian was lying on the ground. He was trembling violently, and moaned from the pain in his body, opening the door from where the sound was coming from. Zhang Xiling and his comrade found Yin Jaeoxian on the ground in a fetal position and were very frightened. The guy noticed that he had a very high fever and urgently needed to call a doctor. His comrade saw that something wrong had happened to the walls and urgently needed to report it to the authorities. The city god watched them and was confused. After all, this flame had just thrown the demon back, but nothing had even been burned here, which was very strange. The city god said that it was rare for a scholar to have even a drop of Kai, but this person had already displayed a very unstoppable Kai. His assistant said that although the Lord had said so, but he was only a mortal and he wouldn't have the strength to drive away such a strong demon. The city god decided that in a few minutes, he would ask Yin Jaeoxian himself what he knew. Yin Jaeoxian was rescued, sleeping on a soft bed. The doctor that Zhang Xilin had called said that he would sweat a little after the medicine, and the fever would pass. The guys calmed down, for his life was no longer in danger. They all left the room. The doctor closed the door to the room where Yin Jaeoxian was resting, and told the boys not to let anyone disturb his rest, and he would return in the morning. The boys bowed to the doctor and thanked him for his help. The city god had no trouble getting into this room, and looked at the sleeping Yin Jaeoxian. The man immediately woke up from the stranger in the room and was a little scared. He started anxiously asking him where he was and who he even was. The old man asked not to be afraid of him and told him that he was the city god of Chunhui County and he had come to ask him a question. Yin Jaeoxian introduced himself to him, and after making a bow, he said that he was very happy to meet the city god. The city god asked him if he had gotten a good look at the woman who had attacked him at the inn. Yin Jaeoxian replied that he really wanted to thank him for saving him in his time of need. However, he could vaguely see it, but it looked like a blood-colored skeleton calling itself Lady Hong. The city god frowned his eyebrows and questioned him if it was definitely Lady Hong. Yin Jaeoxian replied that her name was exactly that, but unfortunately he didn't know anything else because he was very dizzy and sick at the time. The city god then asked him one more question. He was interested in the moment when this demon tried to harm him. A strange light in the form of a flame appeared and drove him away. Could it be that some great expert had granted him protection? Yin Jaeoxian replied that he was just lucky to have a friend who had the ability to subdue ghosts, spirits, and demons. He was indeed an extraordinary person, but he had no right to reveal his name without his consent. The city god touched his beard and said that he understood him. Anyway, it was good that this man was protecting him. The city god bowed in front of him and thanked him for clearing up the situation, then said goodbye. Yin Jaeoxian bowed to him in return. He flew out of the room through the open window. Yin Jaeoxian settled back into his warm bed to sleep further. Sitting at the cauldron, Jae-Yuan waited for the fever to finally subside, and when it did, he exhaled with relief. The tired guy immediately collapsed into a soft and said that this fire was truly terrifying. Anxious thoughts kept him awake. He kept wondering what Yin Jaeoxian had gotten himself into. After all, true fire can only be used once, and this demonic being had already become so strong that even he wouldn't dare to oppose him. And now he was 2,000 li away from Yin Jaeoxian, and couldn't solve his problems so easily. Jae-Yuan said that to make sure that Yin Jaeoxian was alright, it was worth executing this demonic being. Thinking even more about the demon's execution, he looked at his sword, which was lying beside the bed. The sword began to vibrate slightly. Jae-Yuan sat down on the bed and took this sword in his hands. Taking the sword out of its holster, he thought that his own strength might not be enough, but he had the green vine sword, and with some training, he might be able to do well. As he approached the blade of the green vine sword, he said that this time it would be up to him. Jai activated his flame magic and achieved the temperature he wanted. Then, the guy slowly touched the blade of the sword that had characters on it. He ran his fingers over the iron. The overheating made him feel hot and he abruptly withdrew his hot hand. Frowning his eyebrows, he exhaled. The guy got up from the bed and said smugly, "These 49 execution orders, a rescue order cast with the help of the Kai of the Heaven Earth, which would definitely destroy this demonic creature." Walking to the window with his sword, he pronounced that true fire was not easy to get rid of, and then ordered the sword to go to Mr. Yin Jaeoxian and follow the Kai of true fire to find the demon and kill it. Lastly, he asked it to remember that this demon must die and its sharpness would only work for the first strike, after which it would already weaken, and if it couldn't handle in one strike, there was no point in fighting further. Ordering him to act, he let the sword go on its way to cleave the air. Jae-Yuan smilingly escorted the sword on its way, and said that he even envied it, for it was able to fly. The wounded Hong returned to her lair all burned and mangled. One of the demons ran up to her and began to ask what happened to her. Barely walking, Hong told him that she had been extremely careless today and asked him to help her pass. The demon grabbed her so she wouldn't fall. Reaching the throne, Hong sat down on it and exhaled. 4 more demons came out of the lair to join her. They all asked her what happened. How did it happen? How did the city god of Chunhui County have such skills? And could it be that old man Jaio made some move? The pig-like demon said that if it was this old man, Hong would not have returned. The girl got angry and told them to stop guessing, and then explained that part of this injury was from the city god, but mostly it was a blow from the mortal scholar. Everyone interjected in one voice, asking how come it was a mortal man who did it. Hong replied that suddenly the scholar's aura of righteousness became incomprehensible. She believes that he is protected by some great immortal, but she got greedy and received some incomprehensible fire injury. Then the girl said she was tired, so she would go heal first, and asked if there were any more victims in the cave. The demon answered her that there were 4 more, all of them bought from the Jianghu gang in Dingyuan Mansion. He then added that 2 of those victims were mortal martial artists, and their blood and their Kai were still rich in energy. The girl was pleased by this and decided that she would take them all, and when she recovered fully, she would go and find a new supply of blood herself. The demon laughed respectfully and said that he understood her wishes completely. Meanwhile, in the cave sat the bound victims. There were girls, children, and men. Fear for the future was visible in their faces. Suddenly, the heavy iron door to them creaked open. They immediately shouted that demons had come to them. A little girl cried because she was very afraid to die. The demon laughed loudly and said that they would no longer need to be afraid, for today they would feel much better. Turning his attention to the men who were practicing martial arts, the demon said that the 2 of them might even be able to enjoy some debauchery before they died. Getting closer to the mortal men, Hong shouted loudly, and first she pounced on the very little girl who wanted to live. She sucked all the energy and strength out of her. After finishing, the girl wiped her mouth and said that she could barely suppress that searing pain after that flame she was attacked with. It was powerful. Suddenly, a strange unease gripped her and she looked around. Sweating profusely for a couple minutes, Hong said that something strange was going on, for she felt abruptly uncomfortable. The sword swiftly flew into the demon's heart. It had traveled most of the way, and was already close. Meanwhile, the girl wondered if this strange feeling of unease was related to the burn she had received. The girl ran to the other demons and ordered them to leave immediately, because she had something to tell them. The wolf-like demon laughed and asked if she was relieved, but the demon girl told him it was unlikely, and the elephant demon started asking her what was wrong. The girl was very angry and told them that she would take care of getting sacrifices for next season, but right now she really wanted to ask them something. Hong asked with concern in her voice if they knew a certain flame that didn't burn tables and chairs and wooden beds and was red in color and gray in hue. The pig-like demon asked confusedly if such a flame even existed. The elephant demon suggested that it might be some kind of true fire. The snake demon suggested that perhaps Ms. Hong was afraid that she had messed with some powerful true immortal that shouldn't be messed with and now she might be in trouble. Smiling and crossing her arms over her chest, she said that after all these years spent in Disheng, only one mountain, Yuhui Mountain, could still be considered the abode of immortals. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the sword that Jai Yuan had sent flying into the den. It was aiming straight for Hong. The girl shouted at them to run away immediately. Expecting to defeat the demon, Jai Yuan kept saying that she should be executed. Hong tried to run away from her death, but as the sword approached her, it struck a sharp blow. After the blow, the demon turned to ash. Nothing was left of Hong. She was overtaken by the death she deserved. The ash that was left of her was scattered by the wind that suddenly appeared in the lair. Suddenly the sword flew up and froze in midair. The demon snake told no one to move because this immortal sword was definitely targeting Miss Hong, and no other orders other than to kill her, so the immortal sword now hung motionless. The pig-like demon asked what they should do and how long they should stand there. The snake shouted that they should wait until the immortal's sword lost patience and flew away on its own. The demon elephant said that things were bad, because the sword was so strong that it was likely to be noticed by a city god. The demon wolf replied that he would rather fight a crowd of city gods than be killed by a sword for no reason. The demon pig resented that Ms. Hong had angered someone so powerful, and she must have sensed something before gathering them here. Suddenly, the sword moved and flew straight at that demon. The demon thought that he was about to die from the blow just like Ms. Hong. The city god who was in the city with his fellow civil judge of Chunhui County was talking, and noticed that a demonic aura had appeared in the mountains and just now, a bright sword light flashed there. The judge said that they should see what happened there. City gods and judges from other counties also traveled, such as the city god of Duman County and the military judge of that county along with him. Dozens of city gods and judges traveled to that mountain together with them. Demons began to get very nervous because they realized that here gathered not only the city gods of the two regions, but also the city gods of the surrounding counties. The city god saw the sword and realized that this immortal sword on the orders of its master was to execute its target, and it seems to have succeeded. The god wondered if it was because there were still demons here, but there was no order from the master, intentionally suppressing them all this time. The city god bowed to the immortal sword and thanked the immortal sword spirit for helping them and subduing all these demons. When all the gods met, the Chunhui County god said that as the prefecture city gods, it was their duty to apprehend and destroy the evil demons. The second god replied that it would be right for them to work together today to rid the world of demons. The city god threw his chain into the demon's lair to catch someone, and while the god was pulling the chain, he said that he hadn't seen evil demons in uniform in a long time. And who would have thought that he would see several demons at once today, so on this day he was going to purify their souls. He caught the demon serpent. It was desperately beating its scaly tail against the stone walls. To purify the demon's soul, the city god used special magic. Meanwhile, the snake demon greatly resented that Ms. Hong died an easy death. The townspeople of the county saw that something wrong was happening in the mountains. A bunch of lightning bolts were hitting the rocks, thundering louder and louder. People were anxious about the lightning on the mountain. A townsman said that today was a particularly strange day. It was still sunny above them while it was already cloudy up there in the mountains. A girl replied that the thunder had been rumbling for a long time, but it was not known if it would rain heavily. Exhausted demon elephant barely lay on the rocks, and the demon wolf managed not to run away far. When tired, decided to sit by a tree, tilting his head. He was sad that everything was so. The defenders of the city caught the demon pig and the demon snake. Golden magic chains pulled them tight. The sword that had been frozen in the sky suddenly flew off into the distance, leaving behind parted white clouds. One city god said that thanks to this sword, the demons were successfully captured today. But I wonder who owns this sword. The other city god replied that it is really interesting, and where this sword flew away so quickly, they assumed that its place is somewhere very far away. The city protector flew to the city god and said that they had discovered hundreds of skulls in the very same demon cave. When they arrived at the cave, they were shocked at how many skulls were there. They assumed that these people were probably taken from other places, otherwise they would have known about such a large amount of missing people. Everyone was outraged that these demons knew so well how to conduct their nefarious business in the mortal world. The city god said that their business was done and they should already disperse, and all the guilty would be brought to the Yin Chunhui division for trial, and asked if there were any who were against it. The second god replied that there was no need to be so polite. Chunhui, after all, was originally the prefecture of Jeju, so it would be more appropriate to bring them to their court. Everyone thanked each other for helping them catch the demons and said goodbye. Yin Jaoxian had already recovered. He was reading the newspaper, but suddenly he thought that he was in trouble because he had messed with a demon. He thought about the fact that the city god didn't seem to know much about demons being in the city, and it would be a shame to be eaten by one. He wondered if maybe he should go ask for an amulet for protection. With a yawn, he thought that if Mr. Jai was here, it would be much easier to deal with this problem. He fell asleep with his head resting on his fist. Suddenly, there was a shout in the room, someone calling his name. From the loud sound, the man immediately woke up and started looking around to see who was shouting. When he saw the two men, he stood up abruptly from his chair and asked who they were. The two masked men said that the god Chunhui himself wanted to see him and hoped he would honor them and go with them. He was surprised that the very messengers of the underworld had come to see him. Bowing, he asked if he had reached the end of his life. The man laughed and said that he should not be afraid. It was not that his life had ended, but that the city god wanted to invite him for a talk, after which he would be sent back. Yin Jaoxian was glad that he wouldn't be killed. He agreed to meet with the god, and the messengers from the underworld told him to follow them. After a short time, they came to the main hall of the underworld. It was a huge multi-story temple. Yin Jaoxian came to the god, bowed and said that he was insanely happy to meet the city god. The god replied that he shouldn't be so polite and asked him to sit down. Over a cup of tea, the city god told Yin Jaoxian that the demon that had attacked him earlier had been destroyed, and all the other demons had been similarly caught and destroyed, so they would no longer be able to harm humans. The man glistened with happiness and thanked the god for ridding him of the demon. Now he could exhale in peace. The city god again reminded him not to be so polite, especially since it was most likely him who needed to thank him. Yin Jaoxian asked what the god had to thank him for. The god said that he remembered about Yin Jaoxian's strange friend, and when the demon tried to harm him last night, he was wounded by the defense left behind by his friend. He then inquired if this friend carried a sword with him. Yin Jaoxian thought for a moment, and said that he had not seen him carrying a sword, but he remembered something. His son once said that he saw him dancing with his sword, and flower petals began to appear around him, and seeing him was like seeing a bright dawn. The feeling of blooming flowers immediately appeared. The city god realized that this man must definitely be a master. There was not a shred of doubt about it. The elder said that although his friend might already know something, and perhaps in the hearts of such experts, this matter might not bother them. While he was saying this, his hand went into a hidden pocket on his chest. Taking out a wooden piece of string from the pocket, he held it out to Yin Jaoxian with a request to give it to his friend if he could meet him. Taking the wood in his hands, the man promised that he would give it to his friend if he could see him. The god said that he was grateful for his help, but he had already overstayed his welcome, so it was time for Yin Jaoxian to be sent home. Suddenly, Yin Jaoxian hit his forehead hard on the table in his room. He woke up, with the feeling that it was all a dream, tried to remember what had happened. But then, he found on the table the very wood that the city god had given him. Jai assumed the lotus posture and late at night decided to meditate. After a while, he opened his eyes as he heard a sound approaching. A golden light flashed and his shining sword flew towards the hero. Judging by the way his sword behaved, Jai smiled and realized that everything had gone well. The sword was obviously happy about it and its blade trembled. The magical sword began to rotate rapidly around its axis, and Jai laughed, saying that it was Jitxiai. After that, the guy took his sword in his hand and squeezed its hilt. Jai noticed that this fight had not used up all the energy of the sword and looked at its symbols. With a smile, he tucked the sword back into its scabbard and decided that they remained even in such a Jitxiai. A bright Gina sparkled in the sky and Jai decided it was time for him to get some sleep. The next day, a sad Jai arrived in the city. He was sorry that he couldn't get his bag and umbrella back, but he was more sorry for the things that had been given to him by the city god and the Immortal. The hero noticed a go board with a burning white checker above his head. It looked like Master Yin was doing well, and next spring he would definitely pass the capital city exams, and even the imperial exams, so they will meet in the capital. Sooner or later, Jai will have to visit the imperial city to check the situation there. As the hero followed further away from the city, he turned around to the multicolored Jai of light that shone over the buildings. Smiling, he remembered all of his acquaintances who belonged to the respective colors of the Jichai. He turned around and walked onward on his way to the mountains. The first step led him to his destiny, and with the second step, the heavens cheered. Jai knew that his path would be smooth. The protagonist reached a small town where people were resting. The man who was pouring tea for the visitor asked Jai to wait for a while and take a seat, but Jai waved his hand and asked him to take his time, for he was in no hurry. The hero looked up and something caught his attention. Not far from Jai sat two women with whom was a child. Behind them, a man sat alone at a table. The hero called him brother and politely asked him to take a break at his table. In response, the man did not smile but allowed him to sit down. Jai thanked him for his understanding. The man said that if Jai Yuan did not bend, he was welcome to treat himself. Because Yuan was thirsty for a little drink, he decided not to refuse his offer. With a smile on his face, Jai picked up the teapot and poured tea into his cup. For the first time, the man smiled and even laughed. He noticed that this gentleman was a good drinker, not at all like an ordinary person. He was surprised that Jai did not feel tired, for he inspected that Jai had traveled a long way alone on the official road, without any means of transportation. The hero looked up at the man in surprise and held the mug near his lips. Here, at their resting place, it was quite crowded and visitors began to look back at Jai with interest. Jai didn't understand why they were acting like this. After all, it was as if they had seen a ghost on their faces. He had just decided to drink tea and already he was in trouble. He sipped from his cup and told his named brother that transportation was not cheap and needed care. Though he was tired of walking, it was more relaxing for Jai to walk. Jai turned around at the boy he had noticed earlier and thought there was something wrong with this child. Looking at him from the side, Jai had the impression that this child was sad about something. One of the ladies with red cheeks thought that they had already met in Futianjun a few days ago, and now they had met with Jai again outside the city. The second lady also smiled and assumed that this gentleman had taken a fancy to the sisters and had fallen in love with them on the same day. Having said this, she laughed softly. Jai did not even know what to say to this, for he had not even seen what they looked like. But it is unlikely that they understood him, and Jai took his eyes off his sisters. He got up from the table and told the man that it was indeed a coincidence. Regardless of whether the two girls believed it or not, he was not going to make them uncomfortable. Since he was not welcome in this small tea store, Jai decided to leave. At that moment, a waiter with a teapot approached him and greeted the dear guests. Jai replied that there was no need to greet him, for he was not going to rest here. The man who sat at the same table with Jai gave him a glance. He doubted that the man was really just a simple passerby. The red-cheeked woman had no doubt that they had seen him in the clothing store in Futianjun, and there was no mistaking him. That day, he was just as calm and at ease. Her sister replied that this man was obviously unusual. In addition, Futianjun was not so close to here. In such a Sjichai, it was incomprehensible to them how this person was able to get here in 2 days on foot. The man had no doubt that this man must be hiding something, and in any case, they should be careful. He furrowed his eyebrows and turned once more in the direction that Jai had gone. It got dark outside and it rained. Jai took out an umbrella and said that when it also rained, the perception of the terrain became much clearer than on a normal day. On the way, he came across an old derelict house and looked inside. On the threshold, he folded his umbrella and shook off the raindrops. Here Jai noticed that the divine light of the golden Dharma body was absent, and the incense was unusually faint. He looked up at the large statue that sat in the house. At first glance, it seemed to him that it was not a real deity, but a spirit that had attained the status of a mountain god through incense and wishful thinking. Jai was afraid that with this weak incense, it would take 100 years of trials before he could achieve any results. With these thoughts, he took his pillow and placed it on the floor. Since the weather was not favorable for traveling, the hero was going to do other things. He took out his book and sat down on his pillow, deciding that he would practice. In the book, he found a rescue order, which was perhaps more powerful than this technique of capturing gods. After all, it was a marvelous magical ability. Jai was sorry that he wouldn't be able to try it out. Little gods were still the same kind of gods after all, so he couldn't just bully the gods out of his high knowledge of the Tao. With these thoughts, Jai heard some movement behind him and assumed that someone had come here. It was the same sisters with the little boy, accompanied by men of war. One of the men abruptly opened the doors and allowed the girls to go inside. The other man breathed a sigh of relief and hoped they would not be caught up. His partner thought nothing of it and asked the lady about the young gentleman. One of the sisters was holding a baby in her arms and said he was still unconscious. Standing next to her was a man named Mo Tong. The young lady was worried about his wounds, but the man called them nothing. Looking at the boy, Jai thought he was a lost soul. He was interested in the fact that apparently the boy's soul had left the body on its own. Jai decided that it was better to go out to the people on his own, otherwise they would start making up things about him again. The hero coughed, making it clear that he was nearby. The men immediately grabbed their swords and stared into the darkness. They wanted to know who was here and turned to the invisible guest. Jai, that held the book, put his hands up and showed that he was no danger. It looked like he wouldn't be able to sit anywhere in peace and quiet. But this time they were the ones who disturbed him. The sword had no eyes, so Jai wished people wouldn't be so impulsive. The man who had sat at the table with him earlier thought he was waiting for them here on purpose. Jai laughed and confessed that he just didn't want to cause any misunderstandings, and that was why he had come out to meet them. If he really had evil intentions, he could have done it secretly. Jai hospitably offered to come and make a fire to warm themselves. It was a cool autumn rain, and they didn't need to stand there and catch the cold winds. The man laid down his weapons and apologized for them misunderstanding him. But at the moment they were in no condition to make a fire, and they might have to leave after a while. The woman who was holding the young gentleman in her arms said that he was not hurt or bumped, but it was not clear how he could have lost consciousness in such a sjichai. Her sister asked her not to think too much. The young master was not hurt, and he would come to his senses soon. Jai thought this was strange, for the soul could move and be not far from the physical body. But the soul of this boy was not coming back for some reason. The soul should not have wandered around, for it could die after a while. Jai suggested that there was another reason here. The hero turned to the gentleman and said that since fate had brought them together again, they could tell him what they had encountered. From what he had heard, perhaps the boy was suffering from the hereditary disease of soul loss. The sister who was holding the child in her arms looked sadly at Jai, but apparently didn't understand what he was talking about. Jai nodded his head and said it was true. People suffering from soul loss were simply impossible to wake up, or they were too insane to be saved by medicine. The man asked the hero what they should do in such a sjichai. Jai replied that in his hometown, the family would go to the place where the sick person usually went to call their soul back. Either they worshipped the earth, the city god, or the god of the mountains and begged the gods to help them find a soul. When the men heard this, they were clearly confused and looked at each other sadly. Jai noticed that one of the men wanted to say something to him and looked up at him. His new acquaintance wanted to do something, but Jai interrupted his speech and raised his hand. Apparently, this was a really unusual case in the mountains, so Jai decided to take matters into his own hands. The hero looked at the sister who was holding the child and ordered to protect their young master. Meanwhile, he was going to meet the guys outside. No sooner had he said this than the window to the house opened abruptly and a few branches from a tree flew inside. Outside stood several swordsmen that were clearly unfriendly, and their eyes glowed with a strange yellow light. The man in the group drew his sword and said that it had nothing to do with him. These people were very skilled in martial arts and they had even lost some brothers because of them. He asked the Jai not to do jijipost and to retreat. Hearing of their skillfulness brought a smile to Jai's face. Jai could admit that for ordinary martial artists they were really very good. He had seen many humans and demons, ghosts and gods, but this demon was a real rarity. It had clearly used the flesh of several mortal martial artists as a shell to take their child. Jai found it quite interesting. One of the attackers laughed and said that it was quite an amazing day to encounter a practitioner in this poor mountainous region. He advised Jai not to get involved or else he would have to replace these bodies with the body of an immortal cultivator. Jai believed that one of the demon's bodies should now be haunting the child's soul, and that he himself was here to take the flesh. The body engulfed by the demon replied that even if Jai saved the body, its soul, in any sjichai would be taken by them. Jai speculated that this may or may not have been true. Mentally, Jai thought that in this situation, it would be quite forgivable to use the god capture technique. The hero tapped his foot on the ground and ordered the mountain god to appear. He closed his eyes and folded his hands into a seal. At the same instant, the people in the house were frightened by the sudden whirlwind in front of them. The men did not know what it was and watched in horror at the phenomenon they did not understand. The enemies that had been captured by the demon rushed to flee in different directions, for Jai had subdued the mountain deity. The hero asked them not to think that they could just escape. With these words, he rushed to run after one of the demons. Jai waved his hand and created several magical threads in front of him. The magical blue threads began to block the enemy's path and curled around him. They clutched the man's body tightly, preventing him from moving a finger. Unable to move, the demonized man fell to the ground. When the man's body was seized, the evil spirit showed its true colors. No sooner had the dark energy left the man's body than the Jai ordered him not to move and had already prepared a fire-blazing symbol to attack. The dark demonic soul was apparently frightened and shuddered at the sight of fire. It was quite surprising for a Jai, but it really worked. The hero used a holding technique that is not recorded in the Illuminated Intent or the Legends of the Way of the Outside World. The other two were already too far away to be caught, but it would be easy to get rid of them. With these thoughts, the hero looked at his magic sword and ordered it into action. The sword glowed and promptly disappeared, leaving behind a trail of golden flash. As Jai approached the house with his bound enemy, an old man came out to meet him. Slurring his words, the old man said that the mountain god Gong Muhua was paying homage to the immortal master. Gong Muhua bowed to the hero and was ready to do his every bidding. Jai threw his opponent to the ground with a smile and said that he did not need to be so polite. He took the liberty of inviting Gong Muhua here because he would like to ask him for Usik. The hero said that the spirit of the child should now be running somewhere in the mountains and the possessed person should follow him, so he would like to ask the Guna as a mountain god to bring back his soul. As for the possessed man, the Jai was going to take care of him on his own. The old man immediately disappeared and said that he had heard the Immortal's decree. He called himself a humble god and promised to do everything soon. The group of people that accompanied the young lord could not find words for Mr. Jai. Jai smiled in response and said that their young master's soul would soon be returned by the mountain god. Therefore, they could take it easy and just wait for a few minutes. The whole group responded with a respectful bow to Mr. Jai and thanked him sincerely for his help. Meanwhile, one of the possessed chased the boy's body and asked him not to think that the boy would be able to escape forever. After all, his physical body would soon be taken over, and even if he decided to leave the physical body, he would still have to return. Running away in tears, the boy asked not to be chased, for he did not want to be a lonely soul and did not want to be alone. A certain old man appeared right in front of him and scared the boy. The boy stopped and shouted that another demon was here, but the old man put his hands up and asked him not to be afraid. He was the god of this mountain and had come to find the boy. The frightened boy was not going to listen to him and rushed forward. At last he shouted to the old man that he was a demon. The goon did not like this and looked gloomily at the fleeing child. A few minutes later, the disgruntled old man appeared in front of Jai and reported everything to the Immortal. Fortunately, this god managed to regain his spirit. The boy still desperately fought off the old man and demanded to be released, also calling him a demon. Satisfied, Jai thanked the mountain god Guna Muhua and bowed to him in gratitude. Jai approached the boy and asked him to return his soul to his body. Besides, being outside for so long was not good. The boy immediately recognized the gentleman whom Mo Tong had kicked out of the tea house. The hero replied that no one had kicked him out, for he himself had left there and ordered him to act. At the same moment, the boy's body shone with golden light and everyone stared at the young master's body in wonder. After a few minutes, the boy came to his senses and stared absent-mindedly at the floor. The man smilingly thanked the immortal master for his help, as well as the mountain god for saving his young master from the Mo family. The woman also smiled and thanked the immortal master and the mountain god for their help. The hero smiled in return and asked to take care of their young lord. He suggested that the mountain god step aside for a bit and discuss something. The old man looked questioningly at Jai, not understanding what he wanted from him. The immortal and the god walked out of the house and stood in the pouring rain. The hero said that if the god did more good deeds in the future, more people would believe in him and help him become a righteous god faster. Gong promised to memorize the immortal master's teachings, but from the look of him, he was obviously frightened by the Jai. This time, the hero had nothing to repay the mountain god and offered him something else, as long as he did not relax in his own practice and could bear the mountain god's responsibility, do good and accumulate virtue. One day the Jai would bestow boons on him. The mountain god made a bow and promised that this god would not forget his advice and would do his best. Jai thought sadly that the stone had not appeared. Gong treated it like a plague, even though he now promised enthusiastically. But the hero was afraid that this god wanted to get rid of him quickly. Still, his experience was still too shallow, so until he reached the necessary level, Jich would behave in the old way. Since there was nothing holding the mountain god now, Jiki told the old man that he could be free. Gong nodded his head vigorously, agreeing with his words. At parting, the old man warned that this humble god was leaving him and vanished into thin air. Jai returned to the group of people that had already built a fire in the house. From their story, Jai realized that while they were in Fu Tianjun, the men had noticed someone sneaking around behind the house and coming and going without a trace. After that, their young master began to have frequent nightmares before he decided to leave Fu Tianjun and go home. The man confirmed that he had gotten it right, and since there are immortal practitioners who wanted to take their young master Mo as a disciple, he was wearing a spell that helps to hide his aura. Jai suggested that there must have been some sort of premonition for which they were told to take refuge in Fu Tianjun. The hero assumed that their young master had seen their problem long ago, and told them to hide in Fu Tianjun to take refuge in the popular city. But apparently he did not expect that when he left for a while, he would almost be kidnapped by a demon. Looking at his calm Kai, it was as if the boy had become Jichai. After his soul left his body, their master must have felt the change in his Kai and recovered quickly. The boy didn't understand why they wanted to catch him and assumed that the teacher had provoked them. To be more precise, it was one person, not a group. With these words, the Kai turned to his captive, who still lay restrained by Gajiba threads. Although each of the 4 demons acted and thought differently, they were, in fact, nothing more than parts of demonic energy containing demonic thoughts. Their soul had long been tainted by the demon and had long since merged with them. And if the demon energy dissipated, the soul would disappear, and the physical body would immediately lose its vital Shiji. With this explanation, the Jai absorbed the dark aura from the captured enemy into his fingertips. By the way, the hero confessed that this was the first time he had seen someone with such a special spiritual rhythm like young Master Mo. Escaping from the body without cultivation was even rarer than meeting a practiced beast. It was no wonder that demons were watching over his body and soul. The boy smiled and wanted to ask Mr. Jai who was more capable, his teacher or his Jai. He smiled with certainty that the boy's teacher was more capable than him. The next day, a group of people noticed that apparently Mr. Jai had already left. The girl was worried and asked the boy for his opinion. She wasn't sure if Mr. Jai's immortal magic would be useful. He said that he would be able to hide the young master's aura. Mo reassured her and said that it would definitely work. Yesterday, Mr. Zai wrote 2 words to him with water, and he felt much better now. The man told the woman that if anything went wrong, they would do as Mr. Zai said. As soon as the young master feels that something is wrong, they will go to the city temple to hide there. The girl averted her gaze and said that it was the only way. Song Jin thought this was strange. He went here to look for aura, but he couldn't find his disciple's aura. It seemed more strange to the old man that the trigrams showed that danger had been replaced by safety, but nothing else. Sun Jin flew past the forest and noticed human figures passing below. He opened his mouth in surprise when he noticed something. Among the passing people was his disciple, who was walking under the arm of a woman. As soon as the group of people noticed the presence of the stranger, they immediately grabbed their swords. One of the men ordered the protection of the young master and tried to find out who was causing this strange wind. A smiling old man appeared in front of them and said it was his work. The boy was overjoyed when he recognized his teacher. For a while everyone froze with surprise, for they did not expect to see a Mo teacher here. The old man wanted to know from the boy what had happened to him yesterday. The boy excitedly told him that yesterday bad guys came after him and they couldn't beat them and ran away. He was so scared and didn't want to be caught, so the soul somehow left the body. The boy told everything and his teacher understood everything. He guessed that the Daos he met was named Jai, but he did not understand where the mountain god had come from and why he was so actively searching for a soul. One could clearly tell that he was passing by for a reason. The man asked permission to report to the Immortal that he could clearly see that it was Mr. Jai. The fact was that their savior raised his foot and struck the ground. After that, he ordered the mountain god to appear. The boy's teacher was shocked that they really saw that guy handling the mountain god. The man looked at the old man with a serious look and confirmed that it was true. It was surprising, but Sun Jin knew that it was the capture of a god. Previously, he didn't realize which of the great Taoists were capable of playing such a game. Now he knew that his name was Jai. The boy enthusiastically said that he asked Mr. Jai who was more capable than his teacher or Jai. Mr. Jai said that he should be the one with more skills. The boy thought that Mr. Jai relied on his legs to move over mountains and rivers. Hajicha said that he didn't even know how to fly, so his teacher should be Jicha more capable than Mr. Jai. The old man smiled and told the young child that every mountain had a mountain above, and there was another sky above. He was just being self-sufficient. Some great experts really like to just walk around and not rush anywhere. The old man asked him to forget about it, for the lad couldn't understand it yet. By the way, Sun Jin was curious to know Master Jai's full name. The boy said that he asked him about it, but Master Jai did not say. He took his teacher by the hand, and they walked farther down the path. After a while, Mr. Jai reached a small pier. He took out a fishing rod and waited patiently for his catch. Jai sighed sadly, for he had been stuck by the river for many days. The old dragon must not have had a home, or he would have met him long ago. To the south was the famous Scholars Ferry, where most of the applicants for the exams came to posit the chance of winning. Jai was sure that Yin Jaoxian had traveled this way. If he continued fishing at this pace, Jai had no idea who would be the first to greet his friend in the capital. He barely thought about it as an old man appeared behind him. The satisfied old man ran up to Mr. Jai and called out to him. He happily said that he had brought the Lord 2 gin of wine. By now it was already cold and the old man offered to stay at his house for the night. Jai was grateful to Uncle Chen for the offer, but he was resistant to the cold, and his boat would keep him out of the wind and rain. The old man did not understand at all how it was possible to take shelter from the rain and wind there. Besides, he had already suffered many times in the cold rainy weather on it. But Jai was a really good man in the old man's opinion, and paid enough money for the rent. The old man looked at Jai's empty basket in surprise and told the gentleman that he had not caught a single fish. The hero sighed sadly and said that 2 dragons swam by today and scared away all the fish. He didn't understand how they even dared to do that. The old man laughed and told Mr. Jai that he was joking again. The old man was about to leave and said in farewell that if the lad became uncomfortable at night, he could come to the Hashitao village as well. His guest house was always vacant. Jai agreed and said he would come if he needed a night's lodging and said goodbye to Uncle Chan. He took one of the buns that Uncle Chan had brought him and took a bite of it. Meanwhile, another big dragon swam past him. Jai was puzzled by this and did not understand what was going on here today. There were too many water dragons in this river, and perhaps there was a reason for that. At the same moment, the water dragon felt the guy upstairs just looked at him. The dragon didn't feel any strong spiritual power from this person and assumed he was just imagining it. It didn't matter to the dragon now, because the true dragon's birthday party was hard to get to, so he decided to arrive early and cause less trouble. The dragon headed to Jijabina's, where there was a very real underwater city. It was inhabited by many fish with human bodies that worked as prisigas and served food. The sad boy named Yingfeng sighed heavily. He was upset that the birthday boy's father had not returned yet, but everything was already ready. The girl named Yingzholi walked up to Yingfeng. Earlier, the father had told them that he was going to find some friend who was supposed to go to his birthday party, but he had been looking for him for a long time and couldn't find him. So the father couldn't find the friend and they couldn't find the father. The saddened boy looked at the saddened girl and they were silent for a while. Looking at each other, they exhaled simultaneously and heavily. Later, a soldier came to them and reported to the river goddess that the supreme master of the lake named Ting Shui had arrived. The girl asked him to escort him to the guest room and told him not to manifest his dragon body, as dragon energy would cause discomfort to the weak water dwellers. The subordinate understood everything and asked in such a Esjichai to go. Yingfeng didn't even want to think about the fact that their father wouldn't return on his own birthday. The girl lost her temper, not understanding how this could happen. Father had a sense of proportion after all. Yingfeng wanted to make sure she was sure of it, but he only caught the look of a confused sister. She proposed an idea to Yingfeng and said that he could replace neatly his father. Perhaps the others wouldn't even notice it. With these words, Yingfeng's face turned pale. The brother choked on his drink and asked his little sister to understand what she was talking about. After all, right now she was pushing him into the fire of adultery. The girl blushed and, showing her tongue, admitted that she had said it for nothing. They looked at each other in silence again, not knowing what to say. Out of hopelessness they sighed heavily and simultaneously again. As they flew past the forest, the gray-haired old man noticed a large crevice in the ground. The saddened old man said that he had been looking for Jai Yuan for 3 years, but he could not find him. He had no idea where his friend could have gone. This time while Jai was fishing, a bigger fish swam past him. It noticed Jai's bait and raised its head. Jai sighed heavily as he looked at the rod and exclaimed that it was impossible to catch this fish. There were dozens of different waves floating from different directions, and it was possible that water monsters from outside the Dezhang had also come here. There must have been something serious going on here, but since they were so calm, there was nothing wrong with it. While the hero was fishing, a small group with wagons stopped behind him. One of the men wanted to know from the boatman how far away the dock was from here. The fellow replied that it was a dozen miles south down the river, and the man thanked the boatman for his help. The man looked out of a passing carriage and thought with a smile that it was after all a lone boat with a fisherman. This fisherman was drinking alone by the riverbank, and the atmosphere was indeed pleasant and friendly. Next to the smiling man, his brother sat next to him and grudgingly glanced at his relative. He didn't understand how his brother could be in a good mood when he was almost freezing to death. Meanwhile, Jai was wondering how the Yin family would get to the capital since it was cold now. The family should still have enough money to hire a carriage. Meanwhile, Yin Zholi was sadly waiting for her father and brother to return. Finally, her brother arrived back and the girl wanted to know the news. Yin Feng sighed heavily and admitted that he still had not been able to find him. He was even thinking of agreeing to her proposal that she made last time. Perhaps they should have thought about it. As they were talking, the brother and sister noticed a blinding light upstairs and looked up. They already knew what it meant and satisfied smiles appeared on their faces. The man who was looking out of his carriage toward Jai thought it was strange. He did not see that there was another person near the boatman. His brother suggested that they might not have noticed it as they were passing by. The man closed the curtain and suggested that they forget about it. Perhaps he really just wasn't paying attention right away. A gray-haired old man came over to Mr. Jai and laughed. He thought that Mr. Jai's elegance was pretty good. He was looking at the river in his boat and drinking alone. The hero greeted Mr. Yin and apologized for being near his house and hating him. But the old man laughed and asked to notice that he was not at home, so naturally he could not visit him. Yin thought he couldn't find Mr. Jai, and didn't think he would meet him here. In such a SJ, he would like to see his congratulatory gift. But Jai looked at him questioningly and did not understand what he was saying. The old man laughed again and said it was a joke. Mr. Jai had come all this way to wish him a happy birthday, so it was already a great honor. Yin asked to follow him to his water palace. Jai assumed that it was a feast in honor of his birthday. It was a banquet in honor of the true dragon's birthday, and it was no wonder that so many water spirits and demons had come here. The hero never thought that he would be invited to a birthday banquet. It was undoubtedly leading him to the very lair of demons, and he was not happy about it. Mr. Jai suggested that Mr. Yin have a drink with him on the boat and celebrate his birthday. Jai said that it was an underwater palace, so it wouldn't be very convenient for him as a land cultivator. Moreover, this boat was rented by him, so going off and leaving it unattended wouldn't be good. Mr. Yin laughed loudly and said that the guy was too worried. He reassured him that there were good guys there. Besides, Jai had to go and taste some of the fine wines produced by the Four Paths Water tribe. As for the boat itself, Mr. Yin saw no problem with that. As soon as he raised his hand, the boat tilted backwards and went underwater. Once they were underwater, Jai noticed that they were still standing on the boat. The boat itself was in a large bubble and was protected from the water. The group of people that had earlier asked the boatman for directions looked back at Jai, but no one was there anymore. The man on the horse wiped his eyes and thought he was imagining things. He looked carefully at the river again, but did not see a boat there. Meanwhile, the boat, together with Jai and Mr. Yin, was already approaching the underwater palace. Looking at the various underwater creatures, Jai wasn't sure if Mr. Yin had invited him. Rather, it was more like he was being kidnapped. The old man smiled and apologized to Mr. Jai. His whereabouts were unclear, but Yin was very eager to invite him. The old man asked Mr. Jai not to worry, because all the participants of his birthday banquet were considered peaceful practitioners, so they wouldn't be too conspicuous to them. The friends arrived at the entrance of the underwater palace where a big signboard was hanging and went inside. Inside the palace, the sister and brother happily greeted their father. They were madly happy that their father had returned, for otherwise the atmosphere would not have been right. The brother confirmed the sister's words and told their father that if he had not returned, they would have been about to make a wrong decision. The boys looked back at Mr. Zai and assumed that he was the very friend that the father was supposed to find. There was no spiritual power, magic, or any other marvelous features in his entire body. This man appeared to them to be a mere mortal. Yin introduced Mr. Jai to his daughter named Yin Zholi, who was still in the body of a water dragon and was the rightful god of the Tanshan River. But the god's home altar, it was only a support while her true path was yet to be revealed. Outside, Jai was smiling, but mentally he decided to wait until Yin introduced everyone to him before making a bow. After the daughter, Yin introduced the youngest child, Yin Feng, who also had the body of a water dragon. Yin asked the children to greet Jai and called him uncle. This nickname made Jai uncomfortable and made him gloomy. The sister and brother bowed and exclaimed that they were happy to meet Jai's uncle. Yuan was embarrassed and asked them not to be so polite to him and asked them to call him by his first name. As the saying went, it was better to arrive late than never. Tonight they had a birthday banquet planned for Mr. Yin's birthday. Last time, he had promised Yuan that he would treat him to his own drink, and since they had such an occasion, Yin was not about to renege on his words. The hero folded his hands in gratitude and said he would only start after Mr. Yin. Suddenly, the brother and sister felt a rush of air that came from Jai's back. Yuan, meanwhile, followed Mr. Yin. The sister and brother looked puzzled at the hero's sword and silently escorted them with their gaze. The brother had no doubt that this sword could not be in the possession of a mere mortal. Jai and Mr. Yin walked to a long and spacious hall, where everyone took a small table of their own. Mr. Yuan looked rather calm and a slight smile could be seen on his face. Yin glanced in his direction and smiled back. The sea dwellers were puzzled by the mysterious visitor. They assumed that there was a man in front of them, but his neighbor replied that he had never seen him here before. The old man with sea ears did not understand how this man could sit next to the emperor with such an ordinary appearance. The demon-like sea dweller tapped the tam-tam with a stick and announced the start of the banquet. The sea creatures with fish heads immediately came out of the kitchen with many different dishes and carried them to the tables. The old man thanked everyone for coming to congratulate him today. They didn't have many opportunities for the whole tribe to get together, and this old man's birthday was one place to socialize. Today didn't have to be formal to share this glass with Yin. Everyone could just spread out on the table and talk in groups. Having said that, Yin laughed out loud. The old man winked at Mr. Jai and asked him not to drink too much, for he had some good wine stashed away. They could drink it together when this banquet was over, and Yuan didn't mind. During the banquet, beautiful music started playing. Various sea creatures played their musical instruments. From nowhere, beautiful ladies with fishtails appeared and performed a beautiful and mesmerizing dance to the audience. All the guests clinked their glasses and decided to drink to the beautiful occasion. Yin's daughter turned to Uncle Jai and asked permission to ask about his sword behind his back. She assumed that the sword was immortal. The girl stared with interest at the sword, which moved by itself and began to rotate on its axis. Jai smiled and admitted that it was indeed considered an immortal sword, and Ying Zholi understood everything. She smiled embarrassedly and inquired how Uncle Jai met her father. Earlier, her father had insisted on inviting him here, but with so many water monsters and demons, Ying Zholi seemed a little uncomfortable with Uncle Jai. The hero smiled and said that it was true. He had some discomfort present, but it wasn't disgust, but rather pressure. A bunch of people were staring at him at dinner and it made him uncomfortable. As for their acquaintance, it was just a few small conversations in the rain, and they ate a few dates each. With this account, Yuan sipped a drink from his small shot glass. Ying Zholi found it hard to believe that their acquaintance had been so simple. But Jai smiled back at her and replied that it was quite simple. A man named Gao Jianmin was sitting next to Ying Feng and asked the guy to come over to him. He smiled at Ying Feng, who showed up here just in time. He whispered in his highness's ear that they didn't dare ask the dragon emperor who the man was that sat next to the river goddess. The lad replied that it was his father's new friend of recent years named Zai Yuan. His father had been looking for him for 3 years to attend this banquet. People were shocked that the dragon emperor himself had been looking for him for 3 whole years before he found him. The man wanted to find out from his highness the cultivation level of this man. Ying Feng drank his shot and replied that his father had told him and his sister to call him Uncle Jai. Judging from this, one could guess everything. His brother advised him to concentrate on keeping his mind clear and to watch his back carefully. The surrounding guests looked at the mysterious guest with surprise once again and held their breath. Only now did they see the immortal sword behind the mysterious guest's back. Right now, there was almost no intention to use the sword, and there was no spiritual pressure. His father had said that once this sword was exposed, it would definitely be terrifying. This, surprisingly enough, was a true Dao practitioner, so the man didn't understand why they were inactive. Ying Feng suggested that the guests ask the immortal for guidance, or they wanted to be instructed on their future cultivation. The guests were confused and didn't know what to say in response. Ying Feng urged all of them to give up the idea. Meeting karma in the future was only their business, but right now, after all, it was his father's birthday party, and all of this was inappropriate. The guests became uncomfortable and the man laughed, telling His Majesty that he was right. The fish-headed sea dweller confirmed this and suggested that they should not be so rude. He was immediately distracted by the dancers and their dancing, which was still magnificent. The second man also became uncomfortable and offered the others a drink. Jai raised his head and looked in the direction where Mr. Yin was silently drinking. The hero didn't know if this reunion could be considered as their new acquaintance. Ying Zholi assumed that Uncle Jai knew the Chan god Mujian and asked him a question. The hero replied that he had seen him before at the Jianshan Temple in Chonghui Prefecture. Judging from the records and the legends of the way of the outside world, his transformation into a dragon had failed twice, and all his scales had fallen off. He was a prime example of the dangers of turning into a dragon. And if this was indeed the case, then surely the suffering from it was far worse than death. Judging from Anjoli's words, she was afraid of turning into a dragon, and it wasn't the best mindset. After all, this was the daughter of the hero's friend and he thought it was worth it to support her a little. Knowing the dangers of turning into a dragon and wanting the freedom of a true dragon, it's kind of a dilemma. If she didn't have a true desire in her heart to break through, then there was no way to talk about becoming a true dragon. This white water dragon's heart was full of determination, and it just chose the wrong method. And that wasn't the end of it yet. Jai said that if the river goddess didn't even have enough determination to challenge, then she couldn't be worthy of the title of daughter of a true dragon. The girl thought that Uncle Jai was going to say by this that this white dragon Chunmuzen still had a chance to turn into one. The hero replied that people born in the same place had different fates. Ying Zholi wanted to know Jai's opinions on whether she could successfully turn into a dragon in the future. The hero sighed sadly and didn't understand it. If she herself wasn't confident, then there was no reason for her to become a true dragon. Although the old white water dragon had a strong will, it had failed to turn into a dragon twice and its scales had crumbled. But if it was given a second chance, it would surely dare to do it again for the third time. Yuan was afraid that he would really try and do it a third time. But if he failed the third time, the only way out would be death. The hero laughed and decided that the river goddess had already understood his answer. All she lacked to become a dragon, besides the Tao, was her desire and spirit. If she had those two things, she was already halfway to becoming a dragon. The girl glared, thinking about the fact that she really could already be halfway there. She probably didn't even think about the fact that she had a true dragon father in her lineage anyway. It probably didn't mean anything in her opinion. The hero looked carefully at the girl and thought about the fact that her father is a true dragon. Perhaps she is not so much afraid of death as she was afraid of turning into a dragon. With her father's power and numerous resources, she has always lived in his shadow. Jai decided to ask King Zholi whether it was really not easy to be the daughter of a true dragon. For a moment, Injoli was silent and looked sadly at her father. The hero laughed and admitted that it was hard not to gasp under such pressure. Since she called him uncle so often, he could teach her something. Mentally, Jai realized that he had not yet reached the level where he could help people know their heart. But the effect of sounding the rescue order could be effective in theory. The hero asked Injoli to loosen her mind barrier and close her eyes quietly. The girl said nothing and only silently complied with his conditions. After that, she should have purified her soul. She should have looked far away at the rice fields, lakes, rivers, mountains, cities, and intersecting waterways. Hundreds of years of cultivation had only led up to this moment, when her Tao path had reached its peak. There had already been heavy rains for half a month, so it was the right time to set off. Ying Zholi saw herself in the form of a white dragon and looked excitedly at the nearest city. The girl replied with her eyes closed that she couldn't do that, because there was a city ahead and she couldn't go that way. But now that she knew which path to take, Jai suggested that she begin. The white dragon turned around and flew away from the city. Ying Zholi flew towards a high mountain from where dazzling lightning bolts were striking. In the form of a dragon, Ying Zholi realized that it was impossible to retreat, because as soon as she changed course, countless creatures would die. Yuan didn't expect that deliberate meditation would have such an effect. But it was like it was a bit out of control as she immersed herself in the suffering of the white water dragon. If she couldn't handle it, Jai feared that disappointment awaited her. Jai realized that it was impossible to make his friend's daughter suffer, moreover on his birthday. In that case, he would try to cheat. It was either all or nothing here. Meanwhile, the white water dragon looked at the mountain and his body trembled. If he dared to turn into a dragon for the third time, then he was already ready to die. After centuries of cultivation, indeed, he couldn't just back down like this. Ying Zholi realized that it was too late to regret his choice, and his spirit and faith were like a dragon. There was no going back, and one only had to go forward. If her mind weakened, the dragon body would not advance. If she was not afraid of death, she had to smash this mountain in front of her. But compared to the humiliation of not being able to break through a third time, the fear of death was fading into the background. The dragon let out a roar and shouted that there was no fear of death in him. Ying Zholi furiously threw herself forward towards the huge mountain that stood in her way. The dragon pierced through the huge mountain with fury and burst forward. The body of the water dragon rushed into the sky, whereupon the mountain split exactly in two, and the river began to spill over the mountain. Jai tiredly leaned on his arms and decided that everything was ready. Ying Zholi half turned into a dragon and roared like a beast. Her clawed hands broke the table she was sitting at. The dancers were frightened and covered their faces with their hands. Old Man Yin looked at his daughter in bewilderment and assumed that this was a successful breakthrough into the true dragon. The old man understood and bowed to Mr. Jai, saying that this gift would be too much for his congratulations. The hero didn't mind bowing to him in return, but he didn't have the energy left to do so at all. The old man turned his attention to his raging daughter. He approached Yingjoli and asked her to restrain her dragon energy and not interfere with his birthday celebration. The girl was calm and replied that she understood her father. Her magical aura diminished, after which she came to her senses and smiled. The old man laughed and apologized for his daughter's rudeness. She interrupted them all, but the dancing and music would begin and the banquet would continue. Yingfeng apologized to the men, but he suddenly remembered that he had not yet gone to Uncle Jai's toast, so he had to hurry. A man grabbed His Highness by the arm and stopped him. He wanted to know about what had just happened. He guessed that the dragon body of the river goddess had gotten some kind of benefit. Yingfeng frowned and replied that he didn't know that yet. He was even more curious than the man, so he asked him to let go and find out on his own. The guest let His Highness go and asked him to remember to tell them everything. Yingfeng walked over to Uncle Jai with a smile and said that he had toasted with almost everyone in this hall and was finally almost done. Now he could spend time with the near and dear ones of their family. Yuan noticed that this guy was now calling him his family, although before he had just called him by his first name. Yingfeng asked Uncle Zai to let him pour him a glass. Mr. Yinhong had recently asked him to drink less, so after this glass, the hero was not going to drink. As for the rest of his questions, he was better off asking the river goddess. Yuan sipped from his glass and Yingfeng felt embarrassed. He smiled and said that Uncle Jai had spoken the truth. The brother blinked and turned to his sister, who was calm and decided to find out what had just happened. But the girl still kept her eyes closed and was still focused. The brother frowned and asked his sister not to languish him, for she must have gotten something from Uncle Jai. He saw his father bowing to the hero and thanking him on such an occasion. Yingfeng did not understand why he was not in his sister's shoes. The girl looked at her brother sternly and said that he should have come here from the beginning to make the toast. She asked him not to think of his own benefit. The father said it was already too expensive a gift. It was a great blessing she had received, and if he wanted it for himself, it was too late. Yingfeng couldn't believe that his sister had actually received a blessing and he didn't get anything. Hearing that, the guy turned pale. Jai pretended not to hear anything and only calmly finished his drink while his brother waved his hands excitedly in front of his sister. The gray-haired old man looked back at the rest of the sea creatures and asked them about the guest of honor, but the other invitees didn't know it themselves and had never seen him before. The gray-haired old man furrowed his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the man unknown to him. 2 days had passed since Jai had been invited to the birthday party. Sitting underwater at a table with a game of Go, Yin laughed and exclaimed that Jai had won again. This old dragon was on a completely different level from Yin Jiaxiang. The hero frowned and suggested that they play another game. Whereas in Yanggo, it was 2 figures complementing each other, in Zhengonggo, it was 2 figures. They competed with each other just to make up for the lack of Yanggo from a new angle. Jai seemed unimportant whether they were feuding or living with each other, but the main thing was to occupy the land. With these thoughts in mind, Yuan made his move. Mr. Jai's path changed and he accidentally lost his way. Yin realized that this was bad and this game would be lost. During their game, Yingjoli came up and called out to her father. She notified him that the Baikai of Chun Yujian had not yet left and wanted to see him again. He was at least a god, so it was not good to leave him out. Mr. Yin apologized to Mr. Jai and said that this old dragon must meet him. Yuan already sensed his near victory, but now the old dragon had to slip away somewhere, which disappointed him. Yuan smiled and said that if he didn't go back soon, he was afraid that the fisherman who rented him a boat would report it to the guards. But this Baikai clearly had other purposes in mind, so Jai didn't want to cause trouble. The old man smiled and replied that Mr. Jai was right. Besides, he still had to wait for Mr. Yin to enter the capital, so he really shouldn't have stayed long. Therefore, it would not be easy for Baikai to find him again. Since Mr. Yinhong was on his way to the meeting, he could pass on some words from Jai. Yin conveyed Jai's words, asking for unfavorable dharma, righteous perfection is true, follow the dragon and protect the country of the gods. When nothing was missing in the mind, it was time to offer incense. Baikai lowered his head and repeated the last words that Yin had told him. When there was nothing missing in the mind, it was time to offer incense. He repeated these words over and over again. Baikai repeated it until he realized that it was really him. He clenched his hands into a fist, for this news was astonishing to him. Suddenly, the old man bowed to Jai Ying and thanked him. He also asked him to convey his thanks to Mr. Jai for his advice, and he would definitely use it. Lord Yin thought it was strange that he was reacting so strongly to this. Perhaps it meant that these words helped Baikai to form the Dao transformation of the dragon. But Yin doubted that such a thing was possible. He was clearly told to stop begging and be a good river god and collect incense from all people to continue the path of deity. Mr. Yin decided to ask Bai Kai what exactly Mr. Jai meant, and why the old man reacted so strongly to it. The thing was that Lord Jai did not say it directly, so Bai Kai could not articulate it clearly. In any case, he was truly grateful and once again wished them a long and prosperous life. At this point, he decided to bid farewell to Yin. The old man wrapped himself in the form of a large dragon and left the underwater castle with a smug laugh. Mr. Yin didn't understand what was wrong and questioningly gave the dragon a questioning look. At the same time, Mr. Jai smiled and looked at another commandeered stone in his hand. Sitting beside the magical large cauldron, he threw a blazing lightsaber at the heavenly go board that was right above his head. This time, he received many benefits. Besides the new stone, he also got many treasures from the old dragon. With the help of this ambergris wine, a certain Tao playing with death was able to prolong his life. The hero smiled and decided that the only thing left to do was to go back and wait for Yin Jiaxiang. His fishing boat was once again on the surface of the river, and the hero swam towards the current. Ying Zholi was curious to know what happened when Dad and Uncle Jai met for the first time. From the looks of it, he was quite a cheerful fisherman. On the surface of the river, a big ship was moving towards the small fishing boat. The man approached a young boy named Jun Lo and said that there were some things he couldn't do as he wanted to do. The man recalled that he had been well fed and cared for since childhood. Although he had studied literature and martial arts, he had probably experienced real hardship at some point. The young lad replied to his father that learning martial arts was a lot of suffering and hardship, and it was inappropriate for his father to say this without having practiced. It was rumored that there were no fish in the Tongtine River and that the fishermen were starving in such cold weather and were working without rest to feed themselves. The father hoped his son understood what he was getting at. At this time, a Jai swam past them, and hearing their conversation, a strange smirk appeared on his face. The father replied, Junlu, that they were now standing in the cold in their furs, and the fisherman was wearing thin clothes and a straw hat. He pointed his finger at a passing boat with a Jai. His father felt that all Yuan could do now was to keep rowing towards shore, but the sweat might kill him if he stopped. The men thought it rather strange that this fisherman was rowing quite fast. Jun Lo wanted Hanzu to be his first wife, but he didn't understand why he couldn't just marry a concubine in that case. His father sternly replied that their statuses were too different. This woman of easy behavior obviously couldn't enter their family, and Jun Lun's mother would definitely not agree to such a marriage. All the more reason for him to think about what the courtiers would say about it. It would inevitably affect his future career as well. Jun Lo exclaimed that no part of the law stated that official families could not marry women from brothels. Besides, Hongzhu was selling her art, not her body. But my father thought it was all cheap feminine tricks. Besides, it was only a rumor that she was selling her art, not her body. Besides, it seemed to his father that she herself had recently opened her legs in front of his son. Jun Luo couldn't find the right words for his father and exclaimed that it was just useless to argue with him. But the father asked his son to come to his senses, for if he insisted, he would suffer as much as that fisherman. The father was sure that he would not lie to his son. Hearing their arguments, Jai smirked and thought of the delusions and sufferings of rich families. The man sighed heavily and asked his son about his decision. Since there was no way that Jun Lo could change his father's mind, he suggested that he start by getting first place in the exams. His father agreed and said that as soon as they reached the capital, he would go to his uncle Liu's house for tea. After passing their ship, Jai turned to Mr. Yin with a smile and thought that his rivals in the imperial examinations were very strong. Early the next morning, the boat was already back in its place. The hero woke up in the morning to someone calling him. The shouting was quite loud and Jai opened his eyes. It was a worried old man who didn't understand where Jai had been riding his boat for the past few days. He was worried that Jai had disappeared for days in such cold weather without saying a word to the old man. It was true, and Jai felt bad for making him worry. The hero hoped that Mr. Cheng would forgive him and smiled. The fact was that a few days ago he hadn't been able to catch any fish, and when he met a good friend who said he could catch them a little farther away, he forgot to leave a message for Old Man Chen and swam away. The old man sighed heavily and said he had been gone for many days, and it was unexpected. But it was good that he had returned. But looking at his empty basket, the old man clarified with Mr. Jai that he and his friend never caught any fish. The hero confirmed that they had caught nothing and swam away. It had indeed been hard lately, and the village people could not catch a single fish. The old man thought that this should not have happened since the beginning of spring. Jai waved goodbye to the old man and thought that things would get better soon. The old man grinned and hoped so. He decided that he would then leave Mr. Jai alone, and Yuan asked Uncle Chen to take care of himself. The hero took the parchment in his hands and unfolded it. This book of the old dragon, like the previous ones, had no authorship. This was because they feared that what they were writing would be unpleasant to the eyes of great immortals or ferocious demons. They feared that they would be taught a lesson, so none of them signed their names. Suddenly, Mr. Jai's float began to twitch and waves floated on the surface of the water. Mr. Jai did not expect to have a pecking fish and looked at the float in surprise. A man named Shi apologized to his brother Yin for getting him involved. He should have known they were crooks, but he didn't listen to his brother's advice. Because of this, he and his brother lost their travel money. Brother Yin asked Brother Shi to stop beating himself up and just accept this life lesson. That may have been true, but the brother didn't understand how they dared to complain about them first. If it wasn't for Yin's status as a Jiju scholar, they would have been sent to prison long ago. But Yin thought that in such a case, they should all the more pass the exams and become officials in the future to eliminate such cases. In any case, it was not good without good. Brother Shi decided that Yin was right. It was just that the exams were only a few months away, and that she didn't understand how they were going to make it in time. They didn't even know if they would have enough money left over for the ship trip. Just then, a boatman was passing nearby in the river, and the brother suggested they go and ask him how far it was to the scholar's dock. The brother didn't mind, and they proceeded to the boat with the fisherman. In the boat was a Yuan who was fishing as usual. At the same time, one of the sea dwellers purposely put a fish on his hook. His Highness ordered to put a large fish on his hook from time to time. But for some reason, Jai had not picked up the rod for several days. The underwater dweller was already beginning to think that the guy was blind or he needed a bigger fish. But at some point the fisherman sharply raised his rod and pulled out a healthy fish. The brothers who approached the fisherman did not expect that he could catch such a big fish, and opened their mouths in amazement. The hero looked at the fish with a smile and laughed. Since he had caught such a big fish, he should have waited for his friends from afar. Brother Yin recognized Mr. Jai and was instantly happy to see them. He called out to Mr. Jai and his cheeks flushed red with joy. He waved to the fisherman to notice them and said they were already here. Jai threw the fish into his wicker basket, but the fish didn't even fit in it. Half of its body got stuck and the fish started twirling its tail trying to break free. Jai bowed respectfully to Mr. Yin and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. He was curious to know how Mr. Yin was doing. The man replied that they were doing well at home and they cleaned his small yard from time to time. He invited Mr. Jai to come ashore for a closer conversation. Mr. Yuan swam up to the shore where his brothers were already waiting for him. At the same time, the fish kept trying to escape from the cramped basket. Brother Shi was surprised that his brother knew this fisherman and asked his brother a question. The brother said that Mr. Jai was a neighbor of his hometown and his good friend, so he did not expect to meet him here after so many years of absence. The boat pulled up to the shore and Mr. Jai carefully stepped onto the land. As soon as he was next to his brother Yin, they immediately shook hands with smiles. The brother introduced their fellow countryman, Brother Shi, to Mr. Jai. They were now on their way to the capital together. The brother came a little closer and politely introduced himself to the new acquaintance. Jai also gave his name and introduced himself as an old acquaintance of Mr. Yin from the same province. He took a basket of large fish and said that since they were all gathered today, he would treat them to fish for lunch. The hero asked them to climb aboard him and go together to the village of the old man Cheng. As they floated down the river, Brother Yin was curious to know where Mr. Jai had been all these years, especially since little Cheng kept bringing him up. He also mentioned the date tree. After 3 years, while it was bearing fruit again, the old gentleman came and ate dates with great pleasure. The hero laughed and suggested that little Yin Kai was probably thinking more about that little red fox. Brother Yin would like to hear some unusual experiences and interesting facts from Mr. Kai that he could share with him. Yuan smiled and replied that for several years, he had been beheading demons and eliminating evil things. He had met souls that had not gone to the afterlife, met immortals, and attended the Dragon Emperor's birthday banquet. Brother Yin glowed with delight and laughed. He exclaimed that it was wonderful, marvelous, amazing, and simply beautiful. His brother furrowed his eyebrows, not understanding the way his brother believed it all. After a while, their boat reached Chen's grandfather's village. The old man gladly prepared them a dish of huge fish and put a large cauldron on the table. Mr. Jai thanked the old man for his help and they all sat down on chairs together. The old man smiled and replied that even the big restaurants in the capital would not be able to get these 30 jin of fish. The old man invited Mr. Jin and the 2 guests to enjoy their meal. The brothers thanked the old man for the treat and bowed before eating their lunch. Brother Yin noticed the look in Mr. Jin's eyes. He thought that apparently Mr. Jai's eyes were feeling better. Yuan winked at him and replied that it was just a simple good disguise and nothing more. Brother Yin was impressed as usual, but his brother was clearly not surprised and only furrowed his eyebrows again. This was a rare opportunity, so the hero asked for permission to tell them about the interesting news on the way. On the way to Futianjin, he passed through one village. After listening to his whole story, Brother Yin laughed. Even Brother Shi listened to it with interest. Taking another piece of meat and stuffing his mouth with it, he exclaimed that it was a funny story. Brother Yin knew that everything that came out of Mr. Jai's mouth was alive with a lot of emotions. The joy of meeting strangers and attending a wedding banquet, the kindness and righteousness of old friends who had done their best to help each other for 10 years in difficult times. It was amazing and even enviable. At the same time, Brother Shi was interested in learning about this Master Kai as a person. The hero told the brothers that tomorrow he would take them to the capital, but first they could go to the Scholar's Ferry to get the prize. He will be waiting for them at the Scholar's Ferry. As soon as they are finished and get on board, then they will depart. The brothers rejoiced and replied that they could not have dreamed of more. When night came and the brothers lay down on their futons, Brother Shi asked Yin about Mr. Jai. He didn't understand how this man could have gone through so much. Yin suggested that his brother had better think about the imperial examinations. For such people who play the Game of Thrones are beyond the reach of ordinary people like them. Brother Shi replied that the Game of Thrones was an excellent play on words. After a day of socializing, she really felt that he was some kind of celestial. It was no wonder that his brother called him a close friend. Brother Yin smiled but didn't reply anything to his brother. From all appearances, he was in agreement with him. Uncle Chen told the brothers that Mr. Jai was waiting for them at the Scholar's Ferry. He was ready to take them there now and the men thanked Uncle Chen for his help. The old man pointed his finger forward and said that there, with white walls and black tiles, was the temple of the river god of the Tunshan River, where many scholars had left their texts. In that direction was the Scholar's Ferry. Mr. Tsu must have been at the small wharf to the north, so the old man advised to look for him there. The brothers bowed to Uncle Chen and promised to be sure to repay him as soon as they became officials. The old man grinned and wished them good luck in their endeavors and asked them to take care of themselves. The wharf was quite crowded and the brothers followed ahead as Uncle Chen advised them. The hero was reading a book, but as soon as he noticed the purple-colored aura blending in, he immediately looked up. He assumed that there was some kind of connection in this crossbreeding of scholars. It was a pure, albeit shallow aura, untainted by the corruption of the court and even, one might say, light. In the legends of the way of the outside world, it was not without reason that it was said that wise people could foresee danger before it happened. Jai smiled, and thinking that this was all quite interesting decided to walk over and check it out for himself. Yuan jumped off the boat onto the pier and suggested that an interesting encounter might happen to him during this time. At the same time, a small group of people were passing nearby. The man that accompanied the third young gentleman told him that if the gentleman was cold, they could go to the ship, for there were heaters and mech. In response, the third gentleman furrowed his eyebrows and said that he was spoiling all the fun again. There were no new exquisite inscriptions in the river god's temple, so he was just going to take a walk on the Scholar's Ferry. Along the way they came across two brothers named Shi and Yin. The third gentleman was curious about the transportation they had used to come here. Alternatively, they could have come here on foot. The male attendant replied to the third gentleman that their steps were quite smooth, even though they had obviously traveled a long way. The third gentleman came face to face with Brother Yin and stood in his way, scrutinizing the man. Brother Yin stared at the third lord in surprise and opened his mouth in astonishment. The third master smiled. The brother looked at him as if there was something on his face, so the master asked Yin a question. Without waiting for his brother's answer, Brother Shi pulled Yin's hand and motioned for them to move on. Brother Yin smiled and apologized as he was lost in thought. He just thought the man looked good, but he was also sure he had never seen him before. For this reason, he became curious and so he glared. Brother Shi was startled when they were quickly surrounded by a crowd of attendants. One of them pounced on the Yin from the back and felled him to the ground. The same thing happened to his brother. She didn't understand what they were doing and asked them to stop it. One of the attendants told the third young gentleman that they had checked them for guns. He held out the item to him and said they had one. The third gentleman took the folder in his hands with interest and asked the man if his name was really Yin Jaoxian. The seized brother exclaimed that it was him. The master smiled and read the document. He found it interesting that Yin was a scholar from Jeju and ordered the servants to release the brothers. Yin immediately began picking up his scattered books, and his brother grudgingly squared his shoulders. The third young master picked up one of the books and thought it was famous, for he had never seen it before. In his hands was the theory of group birds and the knowledge of harmony and justice. These were the humble writings of the Yin, not the books of any famous authors. The master flipped through the book and offered Yin Jiaxiang to sell him his writings. Yin did not expect such an offer and hesitated to answer. He wondered how much the young master wanted to offer him for his books. The man didn't answer anything, but only extended his hand to his subordinate. The attendant understood everything and reached into his pocket for the payment. The lord handed his brother-in-law 2 small silver ingots that resembled ships and hoped that it was enough. She literally snatched the payment out of his hands and happily declared in return to his brother that it was enough. Ying felt a little embarrassed, for the master had offered them too much. The young lord and his subordinates moved on, and Yin looked sadly after them. She told his brother that these books were sold for only a few taels of silver, but now they could safely survive this winter in the capital. Jai meanwhile watched the situation from the side and smiled. It wasn't obvious, but the young master's purple kai looked particularly powerful. When he was back in his boat, his brothers approached him and wanted to tell him about their amazing story. Yuan smiled and asked them not to talk too much about the case. He invited them to take a seat in the boat and finally cross the river. The boat quickly floated on the turbulent current of the river, which only got stronger. Brother Yin was somehow sure that Mr. Jai was aware of the events, so he didn't need to tell him anything. His brother turned his head and couldn't understand why he couldn't see the scholar's ferry. Yin didn't even notice it, but as soon as he turned his head, he was also greatly surprised. Jai smiled and asked Mr. Yin and Mr. Shi not to look back, but rather look forward, for there was already a capital city ahead. Their boat docked at the shore quite quickly. Before the brothers could look ahead, they had already arrived. This surprised them even more. In parting, Jai said that the capital was about 10 miles to the west and wished them both good luck in their exams. The brothers bowed to Jai in gratitude for his help. Yin held out a small block of wood to Mr. Jai. He whispered to Mr. Jai that this was what the city god Chun Hui had asked him to give him. As the brothers left, Mr. Jai looked questioningly at the bar and thought that the city god Chun Hui wanted something from him. Jai used his magical energy on the wooden bar and the bar lit up with a bright golden flame. The hero closed his eyes and concentrated. The bar showed him a real picture of torture. A certain man struck the demon chained to the cross with a whip and said that there were still 120 blows left. Only after the last of them his demonic soul will be purified to join the ranks of the watch. The demon had to confess and then his fate would be easy. But otherwise, the man was willing to go to extreme measures. Before he could finish, the demon shouted in desperation that he would tell him everything. More than 60 years ago, a great demon in the southern wild mountains stole the pill of heaven from the furnace of the Tianji pavilion. Watching this terrible scene and listening to the demon, Zai was shocked. The hero immediately thought that now he could do nothing outside of Dezheng, and the city god of Chun Hui Prefecture thought highly of him. In that case, Yuan decided it was time to return the boat to Old Man Chen and headed down the river. Meanwhile, His Highness of the Underwater Castle demanded an explanation from his subordinate. He did not believe that they had searched the whole area well and did not find the fisherman who was supposed to be fishing on the river. The sea dweller bowed to His Highness and said that they had conducted a search. He suggested that the gentleman had most likely left. Ying Feng clutched his head, not even guessing where Mr. Zai might have gone. Meanwhile, Mr. Yuan was already in the capital region of Fu. Mr. Tsu was passing along one of the roads where there were quite a lot of common people. But along the way he came across some people who looked very much like day and night sentries. Every other man had umbrellas in his hands, and the men themselves were all wearing white masks. Jai assumed that someone was going to die soon and they had come to take his soul. In any case, he should have looked at it. The hero noticed that besides the normal kai of humans, there was a slight trace of demonic kai hidden in the house they were going to. A multitude of people bowed down and stood in front of an elderly man's bed. Earlier, the doctor had told the sick man that he only had 2 days to live. But after his death, his eldest son will run their family business. His son was furious and told his father that he was very kind and even sheltered her for many years. But she turned out to be very evil and he will never forgive her. The father turned to his son Itzin with a heavy cough. He warned him that if he did, their family would respond to good with evil. A saddened-looking white-haired girl named Bai Zhou walked into the room. As soon as she came closer to the father and son, the son scornfully bounced aside. Bai Zhou stroked the forehead of the sick man and said that she should not have come here today. She was sure that the servants of the afterlife would not let her go. Even so, they had loved each other for over 30 years, so she wanted to ask for permission to see him off on his final journey today. Almost immediately after she appeared, a group of people entered the room. The masked men told Zhu Niancheng that his life was over and he should have gone with them. But then the men noticed a girl named Bai Zhou and quickly grabbed their swords. The servants of the afterlife were furious that a demon dared to hide in the homes of the people of the capital city. Their first priority was to deal with this uncleanness, and the soul of Zhu Niancheng could wait for a while. The girl looked quite sad and knew that the servants would not understand her, but she had been in love with her Zhu for many years. She wanted to ask their permission to escort him to the underworld, and after that, she would not dare to resist them. It became unsurprising to the surrounding people that it was somehow chilly. The man decided that the messengers of the underworld were already here, and they had come for their master. The son of Zhu also grew dark with fear and asked them to be quiet. The messengers asked her not to think that they would believe her just because she was not hostile. If she did not resist and allowed them to bind her soul, they might not only allow the Zhu to be conducted but also make her a servant of the underworld. The girl bowed to the servants and asked them to do as they wished. The servants released their chains and grasped their weapons, then proceeded to business. They were about to grab the girl, but the girl really didn't even think of resisting. Bai Zhou closed her eyes in anticipation of her fate and endured each blow with chains. The attendant could not believe that she really did not intend to deceive them. No one could believe that she had decided to part with her life just to see this man off on his final journey. Still, some believed that she must have already prepared a path of retreat. As soon as the relatives realized that the man had died, a woman immediately ran up to him. She did not understand why her dear one had left them. The son bowed down before his father's bed and exclaimed that he had been disrespectful to him. Jai watched as the servants of the underworld led the soul of the deceased, and the demon Bai Zhou also went with them. Altogether they walked leisurely out of the house. Now the demonic soul and the human soul could hold hands again. Watching them, one of the underworld attendants said that in all his years on the watch, he had seen a man in love with a ghost, but he had never before seen a man in love with a demon. His partner replied to him that if the life energy of this Zhu had not been drained by this demon, he would not have died so early. Zhu was just lucky that he met a love willing to go with him to the end, but he was unlucky that it turned out to be a demonic being by his side. The man looked sadly at the chained girl, but she only smiled at him. She asked him not to worry as she was fine, but unfortunately, she could only extend his life by 20 years. She was sure that even if she searched all over the world, she would not find someone like him. Zhu didn't let her finish and told the girl that he was luckier than any other man in the world that she had been with him for so many years. Bai Zhou was pleased to hear this and she smiled sincerely at her lover. After that, they reached the appointed place and stopped near the temple. At parting, the girl asked the dear Zhu to take care, for she could not escort him further. After that her body was vaporized, leaving only her clothes and chains. The servant of the underworld did not understand how such a brave demon dared to try to escape when he was at the gates of the underworld. They tried to grab with their chains the demon that tried to escape, but their chains went through her. The servants could not believe that this demon had tricked them. The girl got behind her lover and pulled off another camouflage dress. The man did not expect her to do such a thing and looked back in shock. Running away, the girl asked the attendants to take care of the Zhu. The servants nearby were furious. They didn't understand how a demonic creature dared to frolic in front of their city temple of the city god, and it was outrageous. Jai calmly watched them about the chase and thought that her tearful farewell was not fake. The hero felt embarrassed when he remembered the city god of the capital. He didn't think he could ever afford to quarrel with him. During all these events, the immediate family and relatives were still mourning the man's body. At the same time, the body of the Bai Zhou woman lay behind them. As Jai sadly bent over her, he thought that he would never before have engaged in something like stealing a corpse. As soon as he raised only 2 fingers upward, Bai Zhou's body soared into the air. At this point, the hero thought there was something wrong and frowned. Jai was impressed when he realized that her body was really created from a tail. Even he was fooled by her concealment technique, which was really amazing. The people that were mourning the man soon noticed that Madame Bai Zhou's body had disappeared. They could not believe that the seductress had actually escaped. It was only recently that her body had been here, and the people were determined to find her. Jai was surprised at himself, for he had to run away with the body of someone else's lover. Yuan strongly did not want to come into conflict with the underworld, so he had to do so. It seemed to Jai that not much time had passed. Since she dared to escort her lover to the entrance of the temple of the city god, she should not have been caught yet. Jai used his summoning magic and ordered Bai Zhou to immediately return to her body. He repeated this several times and stretched his arm upwards, creating a magic field. Yuan smirked at the thought that the god's capture could be used even in this way. At the same time, the frustrated demon was trying to elude the city god's pursuit. The girl looked toward the mountains and thought that once she left the capital, she would no longer have to worry about the city god's power. As soon as she crossed the high wall, Bai Zhou exclaimed that she was able to escape. But suddenly, a golden net appeared right in front of her. The girl stopped and someone shouted to her that she was a demon seeking death. Bai Zhou was horrified and decided that it must be the spirit of the capital land and turned pale. It was surprising to her that the earth spirit reacted so quickly and grabbed her. Once she had no chance of escape, the girl thought that perhaps it would be better for her to stay to accompany her Zhu. A gray-haired old man with a staff in his hand asked the demon not to think that she could leave the city and go unpunished. But the old man remained puzzled, for the woman's body had abruptly evaporated and left the golden cage empty. The rest of the pursuers caught up with the earth spirit and greeted him. Bowing down before the earth spirit, they asked if he had seen the fleeing demon. The old man replied that he had recently sensed a demonic aura and magical light, so he went out to find out what was going on. He was close to catching the demon, but he totally didn't expect her sudden disappearance. All the ministers were shocked when they found out that the demon had suddenly disappeared. The servant of the underworld didn't understand how this demon could escape when the earth spirit was here. It was really strange, because originally it could disappear and not run away from them. Meanwhile, the girl's soul passed through the magical Jai barrier and hit the floor near her abandoned body. Bai Zhou didn't realize what was happening and grabbed her head from the impact. The demon looked around questioningly and saw Jai sitting next to her body and smiled. Jai called it a veritable morass, but fortunately it seems he was a bit stronger than the earth spirit. Bai Zhou immediately understood everything and bowed to Jai, thanking him for saving her life. She promised to never forget his kindness, and if she could do anything for him, she would do whatever he wanted. Seeing her true appearance, the hero laughed. He could not understand what kind of demon with such a short tail, and it turned out that the girl was a white deer. Jai asked her to stand up. He didn't need her to do anything for him and could just answer a few questions for starters. He asked her to tell Ms. Bai about her background and her and Zhu's relationship. He really liked to hear interesting stories. The girl sadly lowered her gaze and began by saying that it all started over 60 years ago. A great demon in the southern wild mountains had stolen the pill of heaven from the furnace of the Tianji pavilion by an unknown method. After that, the giant Jai pavilion chased him to the southern wilderness mountains and captured him. It was unknown whether he was put to death or locked up in the Tower of Demons. Only a few years later, the immortals from the giant Jai pavilion still came to the southern wilderness. Then the news spread that the stolen pill of heaven had not been found. This was the reason for the rebellion of the demons of the southern wilderness. Then the few demons who did take the pill were able to improve their Tao and crown themselves as demon kings. Over the next 20 years or so, the demonic aura became more and more rampant. Even groups of demons rampaged, leading to many tragic events in the small southern wilderness. Eventually, the mountain gods of Mount Heng became angry. The immortal Buddhists struck and the demons shuddered, fleeing from an unknown number of people. Jai thought about the demons scattering, but he didn't know whether it was good or bad. Fearing for being involved too deeply, Bai Zhou fled to Dajin. At that time, she was already badly injured and severely exhausted, but she didn't dare to even go anywhere, let alone harm anyone. And then she met her Zhu, who had gone to the capital to become an examiner. With a little trickery, she managed to sneak into the carriage. At the time, she thought he was very funny. His eyes were burning, but he wouldn't touch her, saying that he wanted to marry her. Zhu was very kind to her, and she as a demon had never felt such care and sincere love before. She was a little confused until one day she accidentally showed him her true appearance. She thought she would scare her Zhu, but he was just surprised and asked her if she could give birth to his child if she was a demon. That night she realized that after spending almost a whole year together, dear Zhu had already noticed something unusual about her. At first she was scared, but when she realized that she had not hurt him, but had treated him affectionately, her fear gradually went away. After learning that she was a white deer, Zhu was even a little surprised and pleased. He said that in his hometown, the white deer was a good luck charm. Many people told stories of people lost in the mountains who were saved when they saw the deer. Although Zhu did not succeed in the imperial exams, they married and settled in the capital city. He did not know, and Bai Zhou did not realize, that after the wedding they failed to observe abstinence and harmed Zhu's vitality. Jai suspected that once Zhu noticed this, he took other wives and concubines. But this turned out not to be the case. Since the demon's body was incapable of bearing children, she didn't want Zhu's lineage to be cut short, so she was the one who asked him to marry a mortal woman. After about 7 or 8 years, she finally sensed that something was wrong. Even though she was careful not to let him get a trace of demonic energy during sexual intimacy, his life was still unstable. She was as scared as she had never been in the southern wildlands, and she started looking everywhere for a way to save him. Even in the mortal world, few people could live hand in hand for 30 years. Jai could call it a good story. Perhaps he should have asked Master Yin to write a biography of the girl Bai Zhou. The demon bowed to the ground in front of the Jai again, but the hero didn't understand what she was doing. The girl sobbed and confessed that she knew that he was an immortal and a man of great strength. She didn't want to practice in this life anymore and didn't want to be a practitioner anymore. She wanted to go to the capital to stay with Zhu until his afterlife was over. Bowing many times, Bai Zhu asked to escort her there. She had run away before because she was afraid she would just be beaten to death, but now she was afraid that she would not be able to see her Zhu again. She knew she was asking for a lot, but she had no choice but to beg the immortal. Looking at the two of them, Jai even felt lonely. He thought it was funny that he was now jealous of their love rather than the great immortals. For starters, she needed to calm her turbulent energy while he thought about all this. The girl understood everything and immediately calmly returned to her body. The girl's body opened her eyes and she leisurely got up from the floor. This was exactly how things happened when Jai started to interfere in other people's affairs. He definitely wouldn't be able to go there right away, and it would be too much of a humiliation after all this fuss. If the hero wanted to fix something, he would have to come up with a good plan. And then one good idea popped into his head. He smiled and told the girl that he had an idea that would not only help her see Zhu, it would allow her to stay for a while, but he would have to ask Ms. Bai Zhu to be his maid for a while. The girl was madly glad that such a way really existed. The immortal had no doubt that there was such a way, and it was good that in all this time, she hadn't shown her true form to the gods. Next, they had to lie and erase her identity as a demon. Jai smiled enigmatically and the girl looked questioningly at the hero. One night a Jai arrived in the capital on a white deer. While the deer was leisurely driving him to the temple, Jai was quietly reading his book. As soon as they were near the entrance, the deer stopped. The hero got off the deer and notified that the wandering monk Jai Yuan had come to visit the spirit of the land and hoped that the spirit of the land would reveal itself. After his request, a small whirlwind appeared in front of Jai's eyes. In a few moments, the same long-bearded old man with a staff in his hand appeared before him. Jai frowned a little and pulled a smile on his face. For some reason he had imagined the earth spirit very differently. The earth god wondered what it was that his friend wanted from him. Yuan bowed and said that it would be a long story, so they had better find a place in the temple where he could tell him the whole story. The hero introduced his white deer and said that it was his riding animal. From time to time she listened to him recite some touching love stories from the legends of the way of the outside world. Later she went so far as to sneak away to the mortal world in search of true love while he wasn't following her. And then something irreparable happened. At that moment, tears welled up in the deer's eyes. She had been losing her practice for decades and had even developed a faint demonic aura, but it did not cause any harm to mortals. Jai couldn't bear to see her lose her way, so he cast a spell to save her, but now she really missed her husband. The earth god closed his eyes and sighed heavily. A smile broke out on Jai's face and he thought it was a success. The earth god decided to clarify something. In other words, she was willing to be treated like a demon and wanted to accompany Zhu in the underworld until she exhausted her lifespan, even if it meant that her soul would be purified. Jai confirmed his words. The old man sipped from his mug and confessed that he had seen a lot of love between mortals, but never like this. But the old man did not understand what exactly Master Kai wanted to ask of the earth spirit. The hero would like to ask the earth spirit to accompany them on their way to the temple of the city god. Still, this is the city god of the capital city and the presence of the earth spirit would have to soften things up. The old man raised his gaze to Jai and thought for a while. The old man was confused when the white deer kneeled before him and asked Miss Bai to get up and made her promise. But even if she and her master go together, the city god might not agree to all this. Deer was grateful to the earth spirit, but she just wanted to see her dear Zhu one more time. If the city god was really unwilling to show mercy, he might even purify her soul on the spot without any complaints. The earth spirit asked her not to worry. Even if he was very harsh, they would be able to release her without any problems. The earth spirit pointed out that Jai was a rather unpredictable person. He had a rather polite and calm character. To him, it seemed unsurprising that such a person could mentor such an immortal deer. The hero bowed and thanked the earth spirit. He hoped that the old man would forgive him for dragging him into all this. But the earth spirit asked him not to be so polite. He had heard a good story, so all was well. The old man raised his shining staff and suggested that they go to the underworld. A few moments later, they found themselves in front of the entrance to the afterlife. One of the servants of the underworld greeted the Earth Spirit and the Immortal. He wanted to know what business they had come here for. The Earth Spirit replied that they had nothing special. He brought a demon that had escaped a couple days ago, but it turned out not to be a demon, but the Immortal's lost riding animal. They had come to escort it to receive punishment, so they asked to report it to the city god. The attendant asked them to wait literally a moment and inform them immediately. Soon the deer with her owner and the spirit of the land were escorted to meet the god. Jai silently looked at the old man and they nodded to each other. The hero had fears that they would be rejected immediately. But now, the more people, the better their chances were. The old man began his explanation and said that it all started when the white deer was able to escape from him. At that time he realized that there had to be someone strong to help her, and so he recently met Mr. Jai. White Deer deeply loves Juan. Her feelings are really very sincere, so Mr. Jai did not want White Deer to go off the right path. The god listened to them calmly and turned to his subordinates. The subordinates thought that the laws could not be proceeded with and the punishment should be carried out. The second subordinate agreed with the words of the first. In the underworld he had always kept strict laws. However, they were not so insensitive, and decided that a mitigating circumstance should have been considered. Surely it was more terrible for the deer to lose his husband than to endure mental anguish. Indeed, Ju's life must be inextricably linked to her bond. The fact that this deer did not harm them even in such an emergency was a testimony to the purity of her heart. God understood everything and said that in such a case everything was settled. God sentenced her to 260 heartbreaking whiplashes. They would be used as punishment, and if she held out, she could go to Ju's house to keep him company. Jai and the old man did not expect such punishment and only looked at the white deer in horror. One of the subordinates present thought it was too much for her. The other agreed with him, for 260 blows would knock the soul out of that white deer. God agreed with them, but it was said that a demonic soul could withstand up to 200 blows of a soul-crushing whip. After each subsequent whip blow, the chance of survival was 1 in 9. God warned her that if she turned back now for the sake of the spirit of the land and Mr. Jai, he would allow her to leave. He directly asked the deer if she really wanted to see Ju. Holding back her tears from the last of her strength, the deer replied that she wanted to see him. The god smiled and agreed with her. He reminded her that the average life expectancy of a Ju was 26 years and suggested that she receive 10 lashes every year and leave if she could survive. The girl assumed human form and sincerely thanked the city god for his kindness. The earth spirit accompanied Master Jai through the labyrinth of the palace. He said that those who could become spirits and gods were ultimately people of high virtue. The spirit added that he had worked with this city god for nearly 200 years, but only today had he seen this side of him. Mr. Jai replied that wasn't that why the saying ghosts and spirits respect virtue existed. That ghosts and spirits also possessed virtue. The spirit agreed with him. Jai added that he thanked the earth spirit for its help today and asked it to take care of the animal's body for him. He said that this body would allow Baijo to return to his physical body periodically, which would stabilize him and keep him from dying. The spirit replied that he didn't have to worry about that because the spirit wasn't going to destroy the disciples' foundation of Tao. The spirit struck the ground with the staff. The animal's body was surrounded by a vine that the earth spirit had conjured up. He added that he would be interested to see a woman like Baijo, who was worthy of becoming a protector of the path of Tao for a while. Jai replied that, in that case, he would leave her fate in the hands of the spirit. The young man bowed to the spirit. The spirit bid him farewell, wishing him good luck. He also said that Jai should not have hesitated to come and speak to him anytime. Jai replied that if they were destined to meet, they would surely meet. In the young man's hands was a stone. In that stone, Baijo could be seen. Baijo was on her knees. She said that she would never forget his kindness. Jai thought that still, she could use a cultivation technique for mythical beasts so that she wouldn't resort to demonic techniques. He received the stone. What interested the young man was that the stone turned white in a place as dark as the underworld. Jai thought it was an unexpected and pleasant feeling to have a new friend in the person of the earth spirit. The earth spirit thought that even though he had found his riding animal, he still left alone. He realized that, in this case, Jai was more like a father than a master. The spirit felt that this fawn was very lucky. Lightning flashed in the sky. The maid was telling her laboring mistress to try harder. The woman replied that she could no longer because she had no strength left. The excited husband waited outside for the baby to be born. Suddenly the doors of the room opened. The maid turned to Mr. Y. She said that her mistress had fainted. The maid asked who the man wanted to save, the wife or the baby. Mr. Y became angry. The maid asked him not to get angry, saying it would be too late if he didn't make a decision. The man grabbed the maid by her clothes. He warned her that she had to keep both of them safe, and if anything happened to either of them, she would be buried with them. Mr. Y added that the maid was useless and he should have gone there himself. The other servants tried to stop the Lord with words that he was not allowed to go into the maternity room. The head replied that they should not have gotten in the way. He said he didn't care what the room was because he had to go and support his wife. The shouts of the mistress from the room were heard. It was raining heavily outside. The cries of an infant were heard. The servants rejoiced at this event. The exhausted woman was lying down. Her husband never left her side. A servant girl brought the baby. She congratulated the Lord, saying that a boy had been born to him. The baby cried. Mr. Y was glad that both mother and child were fine. The grandfather sat under a tree and dozed. The man said hello to his grandfather, saying that YY was already here. The grandfather asked that the man had finally had a son. YY replied that Grandpa already knew everything. Grandpa asked that even though the child wasn't even a week old, he was already going to the Immortal's home. Yue replied that it wasn't so because he wasn't that impatient. He added that he had come to ask for a name for the child. The man said that if Mr. Jai was still around, it would be better to ask for a name. The man sighed with regret. Grandfather replied that such an immortal, they mortals couldn't just reason. Grandfather said that since this son was born out of necessity and had to do with the future of the Y family, so the child should have been named Y Yuancheng. Wu Wei hesitated for a moment. This name meant the beginning of a new lineage. He thanked his grandfather. Wu Wei replied that Grandpa really was amazing because he was given the name Wu Wei, which meant fearless, and he had not been afraid of anything since he was a child. Grandpa chased him away with the words that Wu Wei was the biggest wimp of all. Wu Wei laughed and was about to leave. When he came back, Yue ordered everyone to get ready for the full moon because they were going to have a big celebration. The carriage entered the city. In the carriage were Luo Tiancheng and his other sister. The young man asked his sister if it was true that many people made a name for themselves when she fought a tiger. He thought of Yan Fei, who was said to be quite powerful. He also added about Lu Qingfeng, who was known as the junior lord of the Cloud Pavilion. The young man asked that the Y family should have invited them. The girl replied that she didn't know herself, but with the new year approaching, perhaps someone was going to be sent to congratulate them. Perhaps they themselves wouldn't be there. She looked out of the carriage window. The carriage had reached the Y family's estate. The girl went down first. At the gate stood a man who introduced himself as a member of the Du family from Tianyu Prefecture. He congratulated the Y family on the birth of the young master. The girl recognized the man as Du Heng. The man recognized her as Luo's sister in her. The man quickly bowed. The man hurriedly walked into the manor. The girl was uncomfortable. The servant receiving guests said that this child from the Du family hadn't given up martial arts yet. One of the gentlemen said that this Du Heng had wasted this life, and now he had completely lost his grip. This gentleman turned out to be Luo Feng. He wanted to go to him to reminisce about the past. The girl disappointedly told herself that she should have forgotten about it because he wouldn't even talk to her. The feast was moving along. One of the guests stood up. He introduced himself as Lu Qingfeng. The man congratulated the Y family. One of the people present remarked that the Cloud Pavilion's young master had come all the way here to congratulate them. Another added that this young talent had a great future. A third added that he was very young and energetic. Du Heng pondered for a moment. The joyful head of Y spoke to the guests. He first spoke to Mr. Lai, whom he asked to drink more wine today. He then turned his attention to Mr. Zhao. Y said that since his son wasn't here today, he should have eaten more for him as well. The guests congratulated Mr. Y on the birth of his son. Wu Wei noticed that Du Heng got up to leave. Du Heng distanced himself from the guests. He sat on the railing and took out a jug of wine. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingfeng appeared. He said that he had finally found him. Du Heng felt embarrassed. Lu Qingfeng began his story. He said that it was only after he had suffered a lot in the past 2 years that he was able to reach the pinnacle of training in the martial arts school and earn the name of Cloud Pavilion Junior Master. Du Heng did not want to listen to this story. Lu Qingfeng continued, saying that he actually didn't need to be too discouraged, because just like what Mr. Jai had said, that if he could get through this, his future would be limitless. Du Heng replied that he was only a third rate right now. Lu Qingfeng said that even if he couldn't succeed in the martial arts world, he could still find another way to accomplish something. At the end, he added that every profession had its skillful people. Du Heng became angry. He thanked Brother Lu for his kind words. One of the guests joined them. He asked Lu's brother what the man was doing here. The man added that they had agreed to have a drink together. Lu Qingfeng replied that he was going. He said goodbye to Du Heng. Out of anger, Du Heng broke the jug. He repeated Lu Chengfeng's words while leaning against a pillar. Suddenly, Mr. Y came in. He asked Du Heng if he knew Mr. Jai. Du Heng turned toward him. Wu Wei explained that he was just passing by and heard something curious, so he decided not to pass by. He added that after all, he didn't expect that the white tiger skin he bought back then had only been obtained by a few people, so it was really surprising. Wu Wei said that he and young warrior Lu had just heard him and young warrior Lu chatting, and they mentioned Mr. Jai in the conversation. He asked Du Heng if it would be convenient for him to talk to him about it. Du Heng replied that it wouldn't really be convenient because Mr. Jai had asked not to mention him in front of strangers. The angry head of the house replied that young warrior Du was wrong because Mr. Jai was talking about outsiders. But he, Wu Wei, was not an outsider. Wu Wei hastily explained that he knew Mr. Jai, brought him cakes and wine, and ate dates from his courtyard. He believed that he couldn't be an outsider. Du Heng didn't know what to answer. Du Heng asked him when he first met Mr. Jai. He explained that when they left at the very beginning, Lu Chengfeng had even stopped by Mr. New Year's Day. But he said that the house was already empty. Wu Wei replied that this Lu Chengfeng was good at what he did. He was on his own search and would tell if he found something himself. Wu Wei said that he met the gentleman in Ning'an County. He added that he was there to buy a tiger skin, but then fell for the bandits and stayed there for a while. Wu Wei said that was how he met Mr. Jai and got some answers from him. He asked Du Heng that whether Mr. Jai had really told him that his future would be bright if he survived this setback in life. Du Heng didn't know what to answer. A man named Du said that when they were leaving Ning'an County, Mr. Jai said something, but it seemed to him to be for consolation, for he really thought he was almost worthless. Mr. Y asked him if Lord Jai had said such things to anyone else, such as the incomparable Lu Chengfeng. Du said he didn't think he had. Mr. Y clucked and smiled. Meanwhile, Du thought about how even though he didn't know Mr. Jai that much, he still knew what kind of person he was. Y laughed and said that he didn't think Lu Chengfeng was that great, and most likely the opposite at all. Then, with a smile, he said that he shouldn't be so disbelieving, because even Mr. Jai had left such a message for him. Du thanked Mr. Y for his consolations. He then said that he had seen not a few things in the past few years. When he suffered the pain of his broken arm, he had ambitions. However, now even his family had turned their backs on him. Y replied to him that he didn't think that his family had turned their backs on him. Especially, did he really think that he had already survived Mr. Jai's so-called disaster? He said that he had also studied some ancient books and legends about immortals like Mr. Jai. The so-called disaster is more than just physical pain, and did he really think that when his hand healed everything would go uphill? And asked if the evil fate after did not fit on it anymore. Mr. Du became very nervous, his eyebrows frowned. Then, Y said that now Du could tell him how he met Mr. Jai, for the master had become a great benefactor to him, so he would like to know more about him. Mr. Du told him that they actually earned the title of the so-called heroes of defeating the tiger thanks to Mr. Jai. Y inwardly resented that the white tiger skin he bought was actually spit out by a tiger demon. He couldn't believe that such a noble Mr. Jai could be so careless sometimes. After telling the whole story, Mr. Du said that this was how he met Mr. Jai. Turning away from Du, Mr. Y thought to himself that as expected, these guys don't know Mr. Jai as well as he does. And as for the pact with the demon tiger, it wasn't a convenient way for Mr. Jai to save their lives. He then told Du that since Lai Chengfeng had visited Ning'an County on New Year's Eve, had he told them the story of the date tree bearing fruit. Mr. Du replied that he had not heard anything about it. A little shy, Y scratched the back of his head and said that maybe he didn't have time to hear about it either, so he didn't tell him. After talking, Y said that it was already time to go because his son's birthday party was about to start, and as a father, he couldn't be absent from it, and he had to go too, so he couldn't get drunk here alone. Starting to leave, Y suddenly said that there was something he should warn about. Turning his head, he said in a gruff voice that the agreement between him and the tiger, breaking it, he would almost certainly die. After 3 years, he would of course remember it, but what about 30 years from now? He abruptly returned to his gentler self and said that he seemed to have gotten too carried away, and may have said too much, then chuckled and asked him not to take his words to heart. After his words, Master Du of course thought hard. A short time later, the party to celebrate the birth of his son began. Mr. Y greeted his guests, and told them to make themselves at home and enjoy tonight. Mr. Du was gorging himself with appetite on the food that was given to the guests in celebration. The 2 boys who were sitting next to him started to discuss his strong appetite. They said that they had not seen Mr. Du like this for a long time. Then, one of the boys said that they should hurry up to eat or else Mr. Do would eat everything. The other boy agreed with him, especially since for them to get to such a feast with food was a rarity. While Mr. Do was eating, he thought about the fact that he could no longer continue his self-abuse, and since he was here in Deshang Prefecture, he might as well go to Ning'an County once more. Early the next morning, Mr. Du came to the stables to get his horses. Not seeing his horses, he approached a subordinate of the family and asked where his horses had gone. The man with the 3 horses explained that his horses were accidentally taken by mistake and the master of the family ordered to compensate them for those horses, then said that there were carriages and if he wanted to go to some counties and cities in Deshang Prefecture, he could take him there. Mr. Du was confused and asked if Y knew where he was going. The man replied that of course he didn't know about it. It was just that the gentleman suggested that he might need it. Mr. Du thanked Mr. Y for his kindness and said they would go on horseback. They didn't need a carriage. The boys formed to such horses, for they were much better than what they had before. They climbed on the horses. Then the man came up to him and said that the head of the family had mentioned that if they were going to Ning'an County, they should know. Du frowned his bushy eyebrows thoughtfully. The man went on to say that the date tree in the Lord's courtyard had several red fruits this year, and they still hadn't fallen off, and since Mr. Du was his old friend, he was sure that the young man who tended the garden would give him some seeds. The head of the family said that the Y family was willing to buy some seeds from him at a high price. Du was surprised that they were asking to buy the seeds of the date tree, for with the Y family's wealth, they could get them whenever they wanted. Could these seeds from that tree be special? Mr. Du replied that as soon as he got there, then he would settle the matter and asked him to convey the Y family's thanks to the head of the Y family. They rode their horses on a long journey. The boy who was walking with Mr. Du was very much surprised when he saw the date tree, and said that it was strange. And the reason it was strange was that the date tree was all green and gave fruit in the winter season. Mr. Du told the boys to tie their horses and go inside. A boy with long hair jumped out from around the corner and started to ask who they were and what they were doing here. The Mr. made a small bow and said that his name was Du Heng, an old acquaintance of Mr. Jai, and he was passing through to pay a visit. The boy thoughtfully said his name as if remembering something. Suddenly the fright from the boy's face was gone, and he politely said that he remembered him, that he was a hero who fights tigers. Mr. Jai had spoken of him many times, and invited them to come inside. The boy poured the drink into cups for everyone and said that they had not come at the right time, for Mr. Jai Yuan had not returned yet. Then he told them that once upon a time this date tree produced fruit in just one night to send Mr. Jai Yuan on a long journey. And even a few months earlier, there were also many dates in the courtyard, but they had become much fewer. The guys sitting at the table were thinking the same thing, that this young lad was too good at showing off. Suddenly, this frisky boy rushed into the house. He said he would go and get something to show off. One guy at the table said that these dates were red like fire. He wondered what they tasted like. He asked Mr. Du if they could pick a couple of them to try. Mr. Du replied in a serious voice that they should not move. The boys were greatly frightened by his tone, so they immediately froze. That long-haired boy came back with a book in his hands. He told them that his own notes were written down in it. Mr. Jai had told him some interesting stories, and he wrote them down in case he forgot. Opening the book to the right page, he told him that Mr. Jai had only told him about 2 one-armed warriors, and one of them was Mr. Du and the other was Yang Guo. Mr. Du immediately asked who Yang Guo was. The boy said he didn't know him because he was not from a famous family, but he was very good, even Mr. Jai said so. The boy told them the man's story. He grew up in the suburbs, he was bullied and looked down upon. Then this child's uncle cut off one of his hands. In the unfeeling valley he was sent a strange poison and was humiliated by the lord of the valley in every possible way. The boys were greatly surprised that this young Guo was still alive after all this. Would he be able to fight again after all he had been through? The boy went on to say that later on, Yang took the eagle as his teacher and trained hard for dozens of years. He always had great righteousness in his heart, but never lost his chivalrous heart, and in Jianghu he was known as the divine eagle warrior Yang Guo. One of the boys wondered if such a person really existed. The boy with long hair got very angry when he heard that they didn't believe him. He was angry that they thought Jai was a storyteller. He started to say that he had even been to some city. However, he abruptly closed his mouth without saying what city he was in. He got so nervous that he almost blabbed. The boy said that it must be true anyway. He turned to Mr. Du, saying that with Jai, they had only talked about 2 one-armed warriors, the first of which was so strong that it went beyond what was possible, and the second was him. The boy poked his finger at Du. Du furrowed his eyebrows and thought about the fact that he was the second one-armed warrior after Yang Guo. The boy looked at the date tree and said that since a warrior had come to visit them, he would pick some fire dates for them. He said that the date tree would probably agree to give away a couple of fruits. Well, he wanted to try them again. Mr. Du was surprised that he was talking about the tree as if it were a person. The boy hung on the branch and told the tree that an old acquaintance of Mr. Jai's had arrived for the first time in 3 years, so could he give him a little treat of fruit. He reached out to pick one fiery date. He succeeded in plucking the date, and so he began to cheer loudly. Mr. Du ordered his comrade to back the young lad up if he fell. The boy threw the fiery date from the tree to Mr. Du's warrior. The man deftly caught the fruit with one hand. After that, the boy told the tree that it would be ugly if they gave only one date, since there were 3 guests. The tree allowed him to pick 6 more fire dates, and Du was able to catch all of them without spilling a single one. Suddenly the tree shook violently and the boy slid down a little lower. He shouted that the tree did not want to give any more of its fruit. He began to beg the date tree to give at least one more date. But the tree shook again so violently that the boy could not hold on and fell off the tree. But he was lucky not to fall to the ground, for Mr. Du's comrade was able to give the boy a quality safety net. The young lad named Yin shook off and muttered at the tree that it was greedy. Mr. Du's comrade said he was too reckless. Yin said it was okay and he only fell because he knew they could catch him. The boy was embarrassed because he felt guilty for falling out of the tree. The boy switched to dates and said it was about time to share them. He added that maybe they had never tasted this particular kind of dates before. The boys were unhappy that they only had 1 date each, while Brother Heng had 4. Yin King remarked that they were still lucky because he only had 1 too. If it wasn't for the fact that they had come with Master Du, they wouldn't have gotten anything at all. The boy hurried the guests over. He knew that the emperor would crave these dates when he saw them. The smell of the dates was really appealing, which made it hard for them to hold back. Du Heng noticed that this date was actually like strong wine, creating warm currents flowing through the body. He speculated that this date might be some kind of heavenly treasure. The boys, having finished with their dates, asked to share with them. Yin King objected sharply. He declared that this date could only be eaten by Du Heng. Yang Guo had his own capabilities, and Master Du has fiery dates. They can't touch them. If they want more, they can pick their own. One of the guys dared and grabbed a date, pulling an entire branch to himself. Du Heng realized that it wouldn't do any good. The incredibly strong branch rose up with him. As a result of the failed attempt, the guy fell to the ground, leaving him with nothing. Yin King's expectations had been fulfilled. The guy was surprised that the branch swept away his center of gravity even though he tried to ease his fall. Du Heng recalled what had happened a few years ago at the Mountain God Temple. A conjecture loomed in his mind. As he set off, Du Heng began to think about the first becoming so strong that he had become the second. Yang Guo didn't even have anyone to help him, while he at least had the Du family. So what if he doesn't have a right-handed sword technique? The Du family's left-handed sword technique wild sword didn't fall from the sky. Remembering this, he jumped down from his horse. He bared his sword, cutting through space with it. The technique he used seemed surprising from the outside. He declared that from then on this disaster had been overcome. The boys observed this for the first time in 3 years. Brother Heng performed all 12 techniques completely, and much more smoothly than when his left arm was healthy. He seems like a different person. Du Heng said not to hesitate and rather return to the Des Heng house to give the remaining 1 date to the head of the Y family, and they would go home. Most likely they would not be able to celebrate the new year, but they should return home anyway. Fu Capital Region. There was something in Guo Pavilion that interested Jai Yuan. The appearance of this chip is a bit inexplicable. Jai Yuan was offered to play 1 game, but he refused, explaining that he was not strong in Go, so he would not make a fool of himself. The guy asked if the owner was going to close early on New Year's Eve. The owner's plan was to leave all other worries to his employees, and he himself would go out and buy some New Year's Eve red ribbons for New Year's wishes. Jai Yuan knows a calligraphy master who has a small booth outside, so he can go in and have a look. Wenku Street. The man who set up his booth there is the master he mentioned. Jai Yuan comes from the same province as him and knows that he is a very honest man. His New Year's writings are unique in that they are clear and purify the house from all sorts of evil. Since this is so, the owner decided that he would have to ask him to write some more applications. People were indeed convinced that this gentleman writes beautifully and enthusiastically lined up in a big line. The customers were very impatient, and Yin Jaoxian had to subdue them. The guy didn't expect to be found here by Tunxian Zhong Yinhong. The old man knew that Mr. Jai had to be in the capital before the new year, and if he found Yin Jaoxian, he would find him too. Jai Yuan couldn't imagine why this old dragon would come to see him on New Year's Eve instead of spending time with his family. The third young master was also led to Yin Jaeoxian's booth. Jai Yuan felt that he was meeting too many familiar faces. Tunxi and Jiang Yinhong believes Mr. Jai will not leave the capital before the end of the new year. The guy, on the other hand, was wondering who this newly arrived person was. He was obviously of uneasy origin and possessed great strength. The old man assumed that it was some relative of the emperor. Jai Yuan replied that this person calling himself the third young master was actually Prince Jin, the third son of the current emperor Dajin. Tunxin Yinhong reacted somewhat with indifference. The fellow continued by saying that although Dajin had proclaimed his eldest son as the heir, the current emperor was still young and strong and had a unique personality. But he is still slow to confirm the crown prince and believes that his eldest son is just an eyesore. Tunxi and Jiang Yinhong asked if Mr. Jai thinks that this person can become a crown prince or even an emperor in the future. The guy can only say that it is possible, but he is too fiery, and in the midst of a big fight, there are many situations. He seems to be very interested in it, but at the same time he doesn't seem to care about it. He can't see the truth. Since it's the end of the year, the old man suggested him to go back with him to the underwater realm for a while. Of course, he could also take Yin Jaeoxian with him. He is not bad after all. Jai Yuan decided that it was better not to expose him to anything outside the mortal world. Moreover, returning to the underwater realm just to eat and drink was not much fun. He offered to join him today for a tour of the festivals of the mortal world. There must be a lot to see in this imperial city on the eve of the new year. Since Mr. Jai is so interested, Tunxin Yinhong will accompany him. The princess attendants dispersed the crowd to address Yin Jaexiang. The boy asked if he remembered him. What he remembered was good. The prince has read his books, they are wonderfully written. He is having a banquet at his house today, so he offered to go with him. Yin Jaexian respectfully accepted the invitation. Then the prince ordered his scholar acquaintance, Shi, to assemble his entire booth. It seemed to him the same as kidnapping a man in broad daylight. He decided that he should inform the guards. Yin Jaexian did not expect that this third young master would turn out to be Prince Jin. Lai Mushu met the guest, already knowing who he was. The prince introduced the teacher to the first on the list of those who had passed the Jejin degree examination, the literary master Jiju. His words seemed overly flattering to the guest. The prince also introduced him to his teacher, the junior tutor Lai Mushu. Yin Jaexian is pleased to meet Mr. Lai. Lai Mushu asked him not to be so polite. He had already read the group bird theory and knowledge of harmony and justice, and admired his talent. He then said that he had to hold on to such a great talent, otherwise it would be taken away from him. The guest replied that Mr. Lai was too kind. He understood that the emperor's son was not to be trifled with, but once you ride a tiger, it is hard to get off. The prince will go to the palace first, so he leaves them. His teacher will keep an eye on Yin Jaexian so he won't get bored here. When they were left alone, Lai Mushu asked the guest not to be nervous. Today is Prince Jin's family banquet, and there are no members of the imperial court present. Prince Jin also appreciates his talent, so he invited him to come and sit next to his teacher. Yin Jaexian did not bother to hide the fact that his back was soaked to the bone. After laughing, Lai Mushu called him into a separate room to talk about the group bird theory. Watching him, Jai Yuan noticed that Mr. Yin was quite popular, but his righteousness did not work well in such delicate situations. His Majesty does not like palace dinners and in recent years has been visiting the imperial family. This year he went to Wu Palace. The banquet at Prince Jin's residence is usually small and consists of close associates, with no princes or ministers. Lai Mushu read Yin Jaexian's essay. His desire for prosperity cannot be achieved without prosperity. The guest feels that although Dajin is not as prosperous now as it was in his days of youth, it is still prosperous. If the people are strong, the country will be rich, and if the country is rich, the people will be safe. Lai Mushu saw that, albeit somewhat naively. He had his benchmark, not just a pipe dream. The younger generation is breathing down his neck. He suggested we go to the banquet hall. It is much warmer there than here. Yin Jaexian was surprised at his decision to go to the banquet hall before the prince returned. The old man replied that there were already many guests there and it was already cold now. How could they make an honored guest freeze? Yin Jaexian did not consider himself as such. The hall was indeed full of guests. Everyone noticed that Mr. Lai was frosty, but he was still absent. Lai Mushu confessed that if he hadn't found a quiet place to exchange poems and literature with Yin Jaexiang, he would have been here long ago. He would like to introduce the great scholar of the world from Jeju to all of them. Jai Yuan thought that although Mr. Underwater Realm is magnificent, it is not as comfortable as here on a cold day. The old man replied that the underwater kingdom has a constant temperature in all seasons. Coral and pearls are dotted like stars, and there are dancing sirens and fairy music. He doesn't seem to understand. On the table, they found the capital gold jade wine. Tunshin Yinhong remarked that it was still not as good as Kairichong, let alone Lun Yangxiang. To Jai Yuan, it seemed pretty good for a mortal's wine. Noticing the shortage of 2 glasses of wine, the servants fussed. They announced His Majesty's arrival. No one had expected the emperor to arrive at Prince Jin's residence. Wasn't he at the Wu residence today? Lai Mushu thinks it will be difficult to observe etiquette at a family banquet in front of the emperor, so advised Yin Jaoxian to say nothing but greetings. Jai Yuan wondered why the emperor suddenly decided to come to the third son's house. Everyone respectfully greeted His Majesty. The emperor asked to sit back down. He had just come to eat. He noticed that the place was still cozy and the layout was just like home. He didn't like that his son was still standing in front of him and not sitting down. He just wants to eat. The emperor inquired when the banquet would begin. Prince Jin thought it was only natural that the feast would take place immediately after his father arrived. Then the emperor suggested that he should hurry, for his father and 2 mothers were hungry. The start of the banquet was announced. Several girls, walking in a row, carried various dishes to the table. Turning to his father, Prince Jin remarked that he didn't have much song and dance here, but he had invited a famous storyteller from the capital to perform. This man has many stories in store and is well versed in the art of ventriloquism, so he can tell a story with a lot of emotion. The emperor positively welcomed something new, anticipating in advance that this place would be fun. Today, the narrator would like to tell them a paragraph from the legend of the Immortal's journey to the Dragon Palace. It is said that in the time of the previous dynasty, there was a son named Kyan in Zhongnan. Ventriloquism is a skill that Jai Yuan heard for the first time in 2 lifetimes. Obviously, there is only one person behind the screen, but the voices are so multifaceted, realistic, and vivid that it is amusing and interesting. Using extraneous objects, the narrator continued by saying that in the end the son could not resist his greed and on his way to the restroom stole a precious pearl from the dragon's palace. The Dragon King clearly saw him even though he didn't say a word, and after that, he never invited that greedy man again. Kyan Shisheng used the pearl to gain temporary wealth, but he lost his family's fortune and pleasure and neglected his studies and fell into a bad lifestyle in his old age. Rising from his seat, the emperor demanded that the partition be removed. It was done as he commanded, and now there was no barrier between them. Being intoxicated, His Majesty asked if Mr. Wang knew whether people really go to the underworld after death, and where is the underworld. The narrator replied to His Majesty's words by saying that he had heard that the underworld is the abode of spirits, but he was not sure exactly where it was. But there seems to be some sort of connection to the city gods. Prince Jin expressed to his teacher his assumption that his older brother had upset his father, so he decided to come to him. Lai Mushu advised him not to say anything and just pretend not to know. The prince assumed Yin Jaoxian was already used to the family banquet. The guests thanked him for the food and wine, but this chair is very hot. Prince Jin asked him not to be so formal. Everyone knows his temperament, and no one he invited is an important official, so he is not considered biased. When he remembered the hot chairs, he thought that that storyteller was even more uncomfortable than him. The emperor kept pestering him with questions. Are there any real immortals on these famous and rumored immortal mountains? And are there dragon palaces in the rivers and seas? Is there any way to attract gods and immortals to see them? Jai Yuan sympathized with the poor storyteller, not understanding how one could ask about gods and immortals from a mere mortal. The narrator tried to convey to His Majesty that his humble person did not have such a great opportunity. As far as the emperor knew, most of the city gods had been chosen by the people of the city to build the temple, and some of them had also been posthumously saved after the death of a virtuous and talented member of the imperial dynasty. In those days, Emperor Zheng Yuan issued a decree ordering the city god to appear, but the temple was full of clay statues, so how could any righteous deity appear? The narrator could say nothing in reply. Thereupon the emperor ended with him continuing his narrative. Tunshin Yinhong noticed that this narrator could be said to be quite well informed and answered questions about some ghosts, spirits, and demons. Unfortunately, the emperor wanted to know how to become immortal and live forever. He is not content with all the benefits of the world that he already has. This is the usual behavior of emperors. A rite of silence was announced from the street. The guests, having finished their meal, left the utensils. The sky was awash in the bright colors of a mesmerizing glow. It was time to say goodbye to the old year and welcome the new. The brightest moment in Jai Yuan's self-cultivation had arrived. He had advanced to the next level of cultivation, increasing his might. Tunshin Yinhong was stunned, unable to say anything. The alternating change of year when you can actually cultivate. This is really an extraordinary person and a wonderful method. No wonder he is reluctant to go to the underwater realm. Jai Yuan cast an incantation. Now, on the Chinese New Year, it will be the first day of spring, when the clear air leads to the new year and everything is prosperous. A mighty force spread throughout the neighborhood. Under its action, the buds of beautiful flowers bloomed. Passers-by could not help but marvel at the magical sight of the heavenly blessing. The emperor could not believe that such a thing was possible. He decided to see for himself. When he and the rest of the feast stopped at the bridge, they caught an amazing moment. With that, His Majesty turned to God. If there is a God here, he asked to show himself to him. He promised to build a temple for him and to give him eternal gifts of incense of Latin. Jai Yuan suggested that the old man leave. There was nothing more to see here. Before he left something for Yin Jiaoxian. The man noticed two unknown men and recognized one of them as Mr. Jai. Jai Yuan and Tunshin Yinhong strolled down the street filled with an atmosphere of festivity. Since this earthly family feast was over and Yin Jiaoxian had gotten a lot of use out of it, the old man suggested that he return to the underwater realm. Jai Yuan wanted him to forget about this underwater realm for a while, and just consider accompanying him on a leisurely stroll. There was a strength emanating from the guy, achieved by a sophisticated technique. Tunshin Yinhong realized that it seemed that his understanding of fate was leading him to an important point in his practice. He just didn't understand what kind of technique was being practiced that was so amazing. Mentally, Jai Yuan continued to play Go, sticking his head up to the sky. He wished everyone a happy new year. Mysterious forces encompassed every plant blooming in the garden. One of those present was allergic to this amount of pollen. The emperor was tired, so he returns to the palace. Prince Jin stopped by the carriage to say goodbye to his father. After his departure, he exhaled with relief. The boy hoped they would return. In front of Shi Yuesheng standing in the street, he apologized for waiting. Yin Jiaoxian finally came back. He thought he had been kidnapped. Tunshin Yinhong saw that Mr. Jai seemed to have high hopes for this scholar Yin Jiaoxian, which was somewhat unusual. The guy explained that firstly, it was a normal concern for his friends, and secondly, Yin Jiaoxian would have a great influence on the people of Dajin. Well, and thirdly, he might even affect the general trend in the world. The old man recognized that his righteousness was indeed very rare, so he thinks Yin Jiaoxian has the qualities of a conscientious minister, and he won fail in the exams. He hoped Jai Yuan would not disappear again after the spring exams. The guy asked to let him go. He really can't do anything to His Majesty. That time, the river goddess was just lucky. If either of them couldn't control their faith, they would have already been kicked out of the underwater realm. Tunshin Yinhong thought he was joking. Jai Yuan told him that when he was done with all the business in the capital, he wanted to find a quiet place to do his cultivation. But before that, there was one more thing to do. This is not an interesting story. Once, at the beginning of his travels, he met a mortal Taoist who wanted to predict his fate. As a result, his life was cut in half, but now Jai Yuan has a chance to replenish his life force. The old man couldn't put his mind to it. How could this Taoist even read his fate? When he first looked for him, he couldn't read anything at all. When Jai Yuan decided on a place to practice, he promised to be sure to tell him so that he wouldn't have to look for it. Laughing, the old man remarked that it was a good thing. In the morning, the street was full of happy people. Suddenly, strolling down the street, Jai Yuan noticed someone who interested him. In the open window, he saw the storyteller who had amused the emperor at the feast yesterday. Quite by chance he met him again. But the fellow really hadn't expected him to be so energetic after talking most of last night, even with the ventriloquism. He sat at his desk and diligently practiced writing a story. On New Year's Eve at the prince's palace, Wang Mu was invited to tell the story of the gods and goddesses to the emperor's family. When the emperor approached to ask a question, sweat came out behind his back and he could not tell the story of ghosts and gods. Suddenly, sounds of joy were heard outside the hall, continuously breaking through the sounds of spring. The whole garden bloomed. Xiaodong brought the food prepared for the lord. He noticed that Mr. Wang was writing some story. Wang Mu told the boy that last night he had been invited by a large family to tell a story and had witnessed a happy occasion. The boy asked to tell which big family he went to last night. Wang Mu assumed that the boy would not believe him, but yesterday he was invited to the princess residence, and he even met the current emperor. Xiaodong wondered what the emperor looked like and whether he was really as fearsome as a tiger. The narrator admitted that it was so scary that he couldn't even breathe when he sat next to him, but more amusing things happened afterward. The Immortal cast a spell to make all the flowers and trees in the prince's garden bloom and blossom, and it was beautiful. Xiaodong made no secret of the fact that according to his father, the Lord was a storyteller and was the best at making things up. Wang Mu stated that his stories were not groundless. What he has just told is from personal experience, and it is true. The boy decided not to argue and went to fetch hot water so that the master could steam his feet. Jai Yuan decided that this man must be more suitable than Mr. Yin. Suddenly, mysterious symbols appeared on his canvas. He could not understand which of the great calligraphers had written it. The fate of the white deer was written on canvas. By touching it, Wang Mu learned everything that Jai Yuan wanted to convey to him. He fell into a dream narrating the fate of the white deer. The guy walked past the kids going to collect firecrackers. At the establishment, he bought 5 buns. He noticed a conversation between the boys collecting firecrackers in the soaked snow and a man. He offered to help the boys clean up the firecracker debris in exchange for some candy. The boys gladly accepted the offer, hoping he wasn't lying to them. The old man replied that he wouldn't dare to deceive the children. Jai Yuan observed that even though this man looked old and frail, but he had excellent martial arts skills. When their gazes met, they wished each other a happy new year. Shu Mansion's library. Several people standing at the entrance were discussing the fortune blessing of the Prince Jin's residence that had happened last night. It was even known that Emperor Wu had dropped his glass this morning. Jai Yuan overheard other people's conversations. He is hiding here on the 3rd floor, so he should not be discovered. The son of the Chu family asked Uncle Zhu where is the group bird theory book that his father sent someone to copy. He would show it to his brother. It was on the 2nd floor, so the old man went to fetch it. He climbed the stairs and made his way to the bookshelves, but then the man sensed something wrong. He found no one on the 3rd floor and climbed to the roof to get a better look. There was not a single footprint in the snow around him. Maybe he was overexcited. The old man hurriedly slipped into the library when he was reminded of the book. Jai Yuan noted his shrewdness. On the other hand, Yin Jiaoxian's fame seems to have spread a bit. Wang Mu woke up, unable to remember why he had suddenly fallen asleep, as if he had had a long dream. Looking at the canvas, he remembered the fate of the white deer. While the memory was fresh, he should write it down as soon as possible. The Immortal had passed the story to him. There should be 5 chapters in this book. No, there should be 6, even more than 6 chapters, to tell it fully and in all its colors. The streets of the settlement were illuminated by the night light of the silent month. Examination court. The list of those who coped with the exam was not published, causing widespread excitement. Conversations were interrupted by a demand for silence. It was established for the purpose of placing an announcement. Several warriors grabbed the canvas and moved through the crowd. They set up a plaque with the names of those who had successfully passed the exam. Yin Jiaoxian's name was singled out among them. Prince Jin asked, didn't the teacher want to go to the examination court to join in the fun? Lai Mushu realized that none of his students were there, so why would he go there? He was more surprised that he didn't go there. The prince sharply stated that he would not go. The last incident made his older brother look at him in a bad light. In any case, he doesn't go to any big dynasty-related events now unless he has to. Lai Mushu believed that such events might not necessarily be bad for the prince, but they would definitely bring trouble to His Majesty Emperor Wu. The prince was informed that the winner of the examinations was Yin Jiaoxian of Jiju. The teacher remarked that Yin Jiaoxian is indeed a dragon among humans. Prince Jin doesn't know where this rumor came from, but it is said that Yin Jiaoxian possesses a great and righteous spirit and is a rare and wise servant of the world. The old man thought that if he was not offended by fate, with the help of the prince, there would be a place for him in the court of power in a dozen other years. After all, this was the second threefold success since the founding of Dajin. The prince was surprised that his teacher believed in him. He was able to pass the exam on the first try, and some people still couldn't win even when they knew the general direction of the exam. The emperor personally intervened in the palace exam. It would be the best choice for His Majesty to make this scholar from a humble family a winner. A great scholar, a triple winner and role model, was solemnly advancing down the street on his horse. Even His Majesty himself presented him with wine. After 10 years of hard work, without anyone's help, he became famous in one fell swoop. Jai Yuan hoped that Jiaoxian would continue in the same vein. The first attempt at the flying technique was much easier than expected, although he didn't fly very high, but flying was still amazing. Yunshanian, this King Song Taoist isn't going to guess again, is he? Jai Yuan observed that there was something interesting about the Taoists here since they worship stars instead of gods. No wonder people don't come to this Taoist temple to offer incense. There isn't even a statue of a deity here. The guy decided to stop by the county temple square and buy something to eat on the way. The teacher and his student are seated at their table in the square. Taekshuan tried his best to attract customers for inexpensive interpretation of marriage zakas. He seems to have heeded Jai Yuan's words. It is not about fortune telling, but about interpreting marriage signs. A gentleman asked if the peace sign was interpreted for the marriage hearth. Kai Wen was about to say that it is not, but the Taoist master interrupted him, happily accepting the suggestion. If the sign was not detailed, he could make up for it with a hexagram. And wouldn't he even charge him extra? Jai Yuan and Kai Wen sighed at the same time. Taekshuan reported that the struggle under the curtain would be endless. It's not for the good. He thinks that Master wasn't born with such a bad expression. The client was angered by this interpretation. The student tried to reassure him that his teacher sees that his face has deteriorated recently. It is not an insult. The client wanted the Taoist master to interpret the sign differently. Feeling awkward, Taekshuan explained that this gentleman actually had a good face and a pleasant appearance with straight features. But now, the situation had changed. Either he has been haunted by old grudges lately, or someone is plotting something evil against him. Either way, he's already vaguely aware of it, isn't he? The gentleman asked for more details about this and what can be done about it. Taekshuan explained to him the term commander used to refer to a member of the military staff, and that the battle of commanders is a real battle, with bloodshed, under the ringing of swords. If it were an ordinary sign, everything would be fine, but the word endless on a gentleman's sign is a sign of danger. The client was afraid that by this he meant to say that the matter had reached a stalemate, and there was no room for maneuver. The Taoist master explained that there are no hopeless situations in this world, but in any case, it is right to do more good deeds and less evil thoughts. Taekshuan thinks he already knows himself where he should go and offered to give him his horoscope sign and let him predict his fate. The client thanked him for the interpretation and handed over the fee. Taekshuan held it up for him. He sees that the gentleman has a gloomy face now and could calculate his fate. He wants to know whether he will die or survive, right? He's not some ordinary fortune teller and can see things they can't. Feeling awkward, Kai Wen tugged the teacher's sleeve. The disciple begged him to stop. This master doesn't he want this? Taekshuan didn't he understand. Why doesn't he want to know the result? Is he really afraid of it? He could convince him. The teacher noted the mild temperament of this person. But someone is willing to bet that if this person had a fiery temper, it wouldn't be time for another beating. Both of them were blessed by the appearance of Mr. Jai. Kai Wen noticed that he hadn't changed a bit. Jai Yuan, on the other hand, saw that the guy had grown and become almost as tall as him. The Taoist master inquired when he had come. Jai Yuan had been here for a long time, and before coming here, he had gone to Yunshanian and looked for guys. Taekshuan closed his small business in a hurry. They suggested that he join them for a casual dinner in Yunshanian. Taekshuan agreed if they didn't mind him disturbing their peace and quiet. In response, Taekshuan called it a real boon to see Mr. Jai in their small rundown house. The sun was disappearing over the horizon, illuminating the earth with its last rays. Jai Yuan asked what time they usually came back and whether the place was too dark. Sometimes when Kai Wen returned to the Taoist temple with his teacher, it would already be dark before they even had a chance to climb the mountain. He has 2 woodchoppers in his backpack for protection from wild animals. Taekshuan added that it happens occasionally, and even so, he only opens the shop occasionally, mostly practicing in the mountains. Jai Yuan became curious about how the Taoists practiced. Practicing the Tao means, naturally, to achieve immortality. Mr. Jai is a real immortal, and it is strange for Taekshuan to talk about immortality in the presence of an immortal. Jai Yuan remarked that it was a good idea to become immortal, and said to continue in the same spirit. The Taoist master said that in fact, what Taoists practice is nothing but pure mind. They do not make offerings to the gods or seek wealth in the mountains, but the stars and all things in heaven and earth are what they respect and fear as Taoists. When the body and mind are calm and turned toward nature, a balance can be achieved between heaven and earth, which is the home of their peace and tranquility. Jai Yuan silently continued on his way, which made the man feel uneasy. Reflecting on it, the guy noticed that he had said well. Many immortal cultivators aspire to the same thing, some even less aware of it. Man follows the path of earth, earth follows the path of heaven, heaven follows the path of Tao, and Tao follows the path of nature. Taekshuan pondered the last words. After stopping at their house, they ate to their heart's content. Jai Yuan had something for the Taoist master. He gave him wine, which made Kai Wen wonder if it was very expensive. Jai Yuan told him that this wine was not famous, it was not sold in large quantities, only one person in the world could make it, and those who were not destined to drink it would not be able to do so even if they were good at it. Of course, it is quite difficult to make, and the strength is quite high, so one could easily become intoxicated, and he only had a few cups on hand. He offered to drink a couple of cups. Kai Xuan hoped Mr. Jai would also have a drink with him. The guy declared that he would not drink it. He had specially brought it for the Taoist master to drink, so let him not procrastinate. There was some special energy felt in this wine. Jai Yuan hurriedly told him not to sniff it and just drink to the bottom. Instantly intoxicated, he plopped down on the table and fell sweetly asleep. It was easy to get drunk with this wine, and Kai Wen's teacher drank so slowly that if Jai Yuan didn't, he would pass out without finishing. He offered to continue the meal. Kai Wen was worried whether his teacher would be alright, and what kind of wine did he give him. Jai Yuan asked him not to worry, because the wine his teacher drank had many valuable herbs in it, making the medicine very strong. But it was good for his body. The amount he drank is not small at all. The boy thinks he will sleep for 3 to 5 days. Kai Wen understood that Mr. Jai was the reason for this. They laid the Taoist master on the hay, ensuring that he would sleep more comfortably. Still, the disciple was surprised that he would sleep for so long. Jai Yuan explained that the medicine would penetrate all parts of his body, some old ailments and injuries would be healed, and his body would become stronger. The disciple believed this was the legendary martial arts magic medicine. The boy asked if it helped a person gain strength and become a master in the world of martial arts. Jai Yuan replied that it almost did, except that his teacher did not practice martial arts himself and would not become a martial arts master. Kai Wen grabbed some hay and, on his way to his guest's room, admitted that their Yunshanian was a rather humble place, so one had to make do with what they had. Jai Yuan reassured him that he had stayed in worse places, at least there was a bed here. It's getting late, so Kai Wen should also go back and rest. Lastly, the guy asked him to keep the doors and windows locked. Sometimes different beasts might sneak in at their peak. Jai Yuan would definitely do so. In the deep night, someone's squeaking kept the guest awake. He decided to check what was the matter. A pair of rodents were trimming small twigs. Jai Yuan couldn't distinguish who it was. Weasels, or ferrets, or maybe it was some kind of mink. When the rodents got out, one of them was clawed by a bird of prey. Another sank its teeth into the owl's wings, taking it a considerable distance off the ground. Both rodents fought back the bird and were rescued. Jai Yuan was saddened by what he saw. With the help of technology, he decided to realize what he had planned. He took out a piece of fish and hung it outside the house. If the tail of the fish was still there the next morning, it would be breakfast. He himself wandered into the mountains. The sword of the green vine went with him. Jai Yuan thought that it was indeed a beautiful place on top of the mountain. Now was the time to try out this combination of order and item-based communication. It remains to be seen if his skill level has dropped. He thinks it kind of adds up like this. The origami didn't come out too badly. Sword of the green vine is going to have to take a little trip. The guy attached his hair to the piece. Together with the message, the sword traveled on its journey. The sword of the green vine was making its way through the mountains. The appointed place was the temple. The origami coiled around the statue of Ying Zholi and stopped in her palm. Jai Yuan's plan was immediately realized. The goddess herself rose before her statue. She wondered what this spell was. She noticed Uncle Jai's hair tied to the origami and pulled it. This became a way of conveying the information she needed. The girl could not believe that such a piece of paper had traveled 6,000 li. The underwater palace of the Dragon Emperor. Ying Zholi informed her father about Uncle Jai's letter. The old dragon asked if there was anything else. But all that arrived from him was this paper bird flown into the hand of the statue in her temple, and nothing else. The girl added that this bird could indeed fly. The emperor remarked that Jai Yuan always knows how to surprise. This paper bird can really fly by itself. Ying Zholi informed her father about the hair on the neck of the paper bird. It is something like a transmission spell. He could tear off the hair and he could read the letter. His daughter didn't know about it before and accidentally read it first, so she hopes her father won't blame her. From the letter, he learned about Changshuan province. This little thing flies so far away. Is it really all because of this hair? When the horizon was illuminated by the rays of the rising sun, Kai Xuan woke up after a long sleep. Did he really get drunk? At least he felt good. The Taoist master wondered what kind of wine Master Jai had given him. But something unexpectedly shocked him. His lifespan was no longer so short, and why could he see this? Could it be that immortals really possess the elixir of immortality? After wishing him a good morning, Jai Yuan said that as far as he knew, there was no immortality elixir in the world. The monk awkwardly admitted that he seemed to have gotten very drunk last night and apologized for what he had seen. He hoped their guest had rested well in the temple last night. Jai Yuan assured him that everything was fine. He also asked to be allowed to use the land for a while to practice, which was not refused by Kai Xuan, for what was the big deal? One didn't he even have to ask, he could do as he pleased, even if only to live here. Kai Wen was overjoyed when the teacher finally woke up. He had slept for 5 days, and if he hadn't woken up, he would have already carried him down the mountain to the doctor. The teacher was stunned when he realized that he had slept for 5 days. Yunku Village. The little Taoist master came down the mountain without King Song. The boy came to the village to buy some food. Kai Wen thanked Uncle Sheng and handed over the money for the food. Suddenly, the atmosphere became turbulent when the guy was spotted by their recent customer. Kai Wen decided that this person wanted to have a fight. He hoped that if he got beaten up, the people in the village would help him. But, not living up to his fears, the man made a sign of respect. Huang Xingai introduced himself and his friend Lai Mayan to the little Taoist master. He hadn't seen him all these days, so he asked him to find him, his teacher on the mountain. Thanks to his advice, he overcame his difficulties. The boy exhaled a sigh of relief when he realized what he had been searching for. He replied that his teacher was in the temple and asked if the master wanted him to ask the teacher to come down to him. Huang Xingai replied that they could visit their temple themselves, not understanding how they could bother the Taoist master to come down to see them. He had brought some small gifts with him, so he would carry them with him up the mountain. Then Kai Wen called the believing masters with him to the mountain. A few days ago, Huang Xingai experienced a misfortune that almost cost him his life, thanks to the interpretation of Taoist master King Song. The Taoist master's words had raised his guard and once again motivated him to perform good deeds to change his fate. It so happened that the city did not have enough money to repair the Earth Temple, so he earned it in one fell swoop and bought an incense burner to send there. But he never thought that they would reach such desperation that they would set fire to his family's house while the rest of his family was sleeping in another house, with the intention of burning it down along with the house. Surprisingly, the sudden dropping of the kettle from the table woke him up. Looking around, he discovered the fire. The 2 servants guarding the house outside, one was unconscious and the other was missing. In the end, the fire could not be put out, but fortunately the family was awakened and nothing happened. The more he thought about it later, the more mysterious the story became. The floor, table, and chairs were on a level place, so the kettle couldn't have fallen for no reason. It was the noise that saved his life. It must have been a help from above, and very congruent with the donation to the Temple of the Earth. Kai Wen assumed that he had settled his affairs and had only come to see his teacher to express his gratitude. But he was wrong. Huang Xingai was faced with something even stranger and more confusing. The fellow then decided to leave this conversation until he met his master. Fortunately, Mr. Jai was there now. Kai Wen was busily climbing up the stairs, unlike the new visitors to the mountain. Lai Mayan wondered, did the little Taoist master really have no knowledge of martial arts? With his physique, it couldn't be said that he often walked these mountains. Huang Xingai saw that they were high enough, so they would soon reach Yunchanian. The guy told them to push on. They are on the smoky peak and start climbing. The guests doubted if they would even get there. There are no statues of a god in this Cloud Mountain temple, so there is no need to constantly offer incense. Who is it for? Naturally, for this week's stars, for heaven and earth. Jai Yuan reasoned that heaven and earth don't accept their incense, don't they? The Taoist master explained that they could not disrespect even if heaven and earth would not accept them. They were informed about the guest. Huang Xingai, tired from the arduous journey, greedily grabbed a bowl of water. The monk inquired about the reason for his visit to Yunchanian. The guest stated that the master had to help him. He was in great trouble. He set to work. Later he bought a large fish and meat to go to the temple to thank the earth spirit for saving him. After making the offering, he asked the earth spirit with a smile whether the crisis had passed him by. But he threw the bamboo shells 3 times for prediction, and all brought only failure. He panicked and dropped a few more times, but not only did the result not change, but on the 10th time they shattered altogether as if mocking. Since he was still in crisis, the Taoist master assumed that he had come to him and wanted him to figure things out for him. The guest explained that there was more to it than that. The next day he returned to the temple to offer incense, but found a large crowd of people in front of the temple. The statue of the earth spirit had been vandalized the night before. He entered the temple and saw that the earth spirit's left arm had been torn off. Kai Xuan tried to inform him that he was just a poor Taoist priest who foretells people's fortunes. Huang Xingai was unaware that on that day in front of the temple, the Taoist master really tried to take care of him. He was really impolite, so he asks to give him another chance. He will never forget his kindness. The priest replied that he had misunderstood. Intervening in the dialogue, Jai Yuan dared to ask Mr. Huang if he had ever gone to the city temple of the city god of Dongil County. The guest asked the Taoist master who it was. Kai Wen introduced him as a great benefactor to him and his teacher. Jai Yuan identified himself as a friend of the Taoist master King Song, whom he had met during his travels and who now lived in Yunshanian. The priest acknowledged that Mr. Jai was a sacred guest, and what he had just asked was, did Mr. Huang visit the temple of the city god to worship? The guest confidently stated that he had financed the repair of the earth spirit statue on the one hand, and brought quite generous tributes to the city god on the other. He then asked all the way how to find the foot of Mount Yunshan. Turning to the priest, Jai Yuan heard him say that the earth spirit had not yet founded a temple, and that his own practice should not yet be considered high. At the very least, he had not yet obtained the incense to become a true god. King Song wondered if he had said something like that. He awkwardly admitted that what Mr. Jai said was true. It seems if the guy remembered correctly, Maoqian City is also the jurisdiction of Dongil County, the spirit land of Maoqian City, if his statue was destroyed by something evil indeed. Even if Mr. Huang did not bring the tribute, the city god of Dongil County would not sit idly by. The priest agreed with him. The guest felt relieved. Judging from Mr. Huang's words, Jai Yuan reasoned that the first part of his crisis was almost all perpetrated by a man, and nothing strange happened afterwards. Only after he received the Earth Spirit's prediction did he realize that something was wrong. Huang Zinai confirmed his words. Previously he thought that the trouble had passed, and sent gifts to thank the Earth Spirit. Turning to the Taoist master, the guy suggested that he also found it quite strange. The priest stated that it was very strange, and Mr. Huan was indeed lucky that he was able to get here alive. He asked for his date of birth. The Taoist master narrated that Mr. Huang was blessed with profound good fortune and ancestral blessing, so the first half of his life would be smooth and the second half free of worries. However, Mr. Huang's destiny is illuminated by the Jiddu star, so he wouldn't have much trouble. But now that he was in this situation, an unclean force had intervened in his destiny and would take away by force what he had. Although Huang Zinai has a good fate, his destiny is not unchangeable. Right now, there is a strange energy hidden in his destiny, and it seems to be a living being. His appearance is different again from last time, and only now was the priest able to calculate some of it in combination with the 8 symbols. Jai Yuan saw that the matter was strange in every aspect. To be able to lay hands on an earth spirit, but to allow Huang Zingai, a mere mortal, to run alive until now. That energy hidden within his aura, the life force. King Song assured that if he could survive this year, next year he would be lucky and the Taiyan star would illuminate his destiny, and he would be able to achieve everything. The man is hopeful he was able to get through this too. The guy remembered that according to King Song, some demons spy on the special Kai of those who are lucky. Fearing that the Kai would be dispersed, they would lead the way and set traps to lure people into them. The thief might not have meant to burn Mr. Huang to death, but he was just trying to make him half alive before finding something. Otherwise, if the body died, the Kai would be dispersed. The Taoist master agrees with him, but half alive is not good to be either. Jai Yuan said that there are some dormant evil spirits and demons in the world with strange morals. This time, it seems that one of them let Mr. Huang go. However, he could be sure that even if the city god didn't care about the matter, Taoist master King Song would not sit back and do nothing. King Song agreed with him as he was suddenly frightened himself. Although he is a weak Taoist, but since Mr. Huang had asked for help, he would not ignore it. The guest expressed great gratitude to him. If he can survive this time, he will reward him generously. The night came. The priest thought Jai Yuan had thought of countermeasures to help this Huang Zingai. The fellow replied that the countermeasure was to have Taoist King Song accompany Mr. Huang down the mountain so that in case of any changes, he could help him destroy the demon. The Taoist master reminded that the maxim could predict the fate of people. How would he be able to kill the demon? He had never even seen a ghost before. It was too complicated. He had just regained his full lifespan. Jai Yuan knew that Taoist King Song would definitely follow him down the mountain, but no one said that it had to be the real King Song. The boy took on his appearance. Kai Wen asked the teacher to take care of himself. The guy asked why Mr. Jai's face looked the same as the teacher's. Is it a martial arts master's disguise technique? The teacher grudgingly repeated once again that Mr. Jai was an immortal. Kai Wen reminded that according to Mr. Jai this was not the case. King Song was suggested to go to the temple of the city god first. Huang Zingai thought it was safer to hide in the neighborhood. His wife's mother's house is in the city. Jai Yuan said that he might be able to avoid him for a few days, but not for the rest of his life. Sooner or later he would have to face him. Gods and spirits usually take their time in their actions, but humans were not concerned. It would be better to settle this matter once and for all, even if they stay in Dongil County. The master agreed with him. They drove up to the temple of the land. Jai Yuan said that there was a day watch going on in front of the temple, so they should not say anything unnecessary. Usually the day watch is sent by the city god of the county to inspect and study. The members of the day watch recognized Huang Xinai. They knew that he was the one who had gone to the city god's temple to talk about the situation here. And beside him was the Taoist King Song of Yunshanian Temple, the same one who usually set up a booth in front of the temple. Jai Yuan saw that the statue's incense was very faint, but there was no evil spirit left. Is it really only people involved? House of Huang. It was ordered to send some wine and food to the guest house and prepare 2 small wooden tablets, and not to disturb idly. The day watch realized that the Taoist King Song could see them. He knows the rules of the underworld, so he did not make contact with the 2 ambassadors while the mortals were here. For the past 2 days, they had been checking the city day and night, mainly to find the earth spirit. But it seems that this earth spirit has hidden and they can find it. Jai Yuan couldn't understand how this could have happened. The spirit of the earth has hidden. It seems that the matter is not as simple as it seems. On behalf of Taoist Master Jai Yuan also hopes that the 2 of them will now return and report to the city god. Have them tell him that Huang Xingai has a special destiny, and it seems that a powerful evil being is up to something. So it is necessary for the underworld to send more people to investigate. The day watch will return and report to the city god to make a decision. He thanked them both for their time. He would like to invite the land spirit of Maoqian City to meet with him. The summoning attempt was successful. The land spirit of Maoqian City paid homage to the Immortal. It was good that the Immortal was here. He should help this humble earth spirit. Jai Yuan didn't understand how this coward could be so similar to Huang Xingai. He asked the earth spirit why the underworld was looking for him and he didn't appear. The one replied that if not for the Immortal's help, even the city god of Dongil County would not be able to suppress what Huang Xingai had brought upon himself. He had helped the Huang family before without knowing it himself, and if it wasn't for the appearance of the Immortal, he wouldn't have dared to show his face. Jai Yuan asked what was so terrible that he had encountered. Teaming up with a person with no demonic aura and appearing like a mere human, but is actually something alien. No pupil, long tongue below the stomach, not a ghost, not a human, not a god or spirit. The spirit of the earth does not know what it is, but it is truly frightening. He didn't actually see anything when Huang Xinai came to the temple that day to find out his fate. But since the Huang family had been kind to him in building the temple, he channeled his aura into Huang Xinai to make his fate more accurate. Jai Yuan decided that, in other words, he had not told his fate that time, but his own impression. The earth spirit asked how could he have the strength to calculate this strange demon. But this man is really fierce, and he saw that something was wrong. At this time, Huang Xingai's special aura was already unstable, and when he saw the situation, he let himself break the teapot. After Huang left, he was anxious, vaguely realizing that he might have gotten into something serious. And so it was. Trouble came at midnight that night when the statue's arm was broken. His temple had not yet been built, so it was not closed at night, and that night a strange man in a straw hat came. The earth spirit just thought it was a mortal who wanted to stay in the temple, but the man entered the temple and stared at his statue with a ghostly look in his eyes. In addition, there was a strange sound in his stomach, and just by hearing it, the earth spirit felt that he was in a hostile situation. The man reprimanded him to mind his own business and rushed towards his statue. The earth spirit was shocked, and when he realized, if he had been even a little slower, not only would the statue's arm have been damaged, with no pupil, a long tongue, and even being on the ground the earth spirit could hide. It was much more complicated than Jai Yuan thought. The more inconspicuous this creature is, the more problems it carries. He asked the earth spirit if the thing he was talking about was still within the city and would he be able to find it. The old man knew that it should not be in Maoqian City right now. While hiding, he pondered over the matter, and he was puzzled by the fact that this thing seemed to want to make Huang Xingai desperate by any means possible, rather than kill or devour him. Jai Yuan realized that, in other words, it wanted to wait for Huang Xingai to fall and absorb his aura before it dissipated. He just doesn't want the special power in his aura to slip away. It seems that the special Kai in Huang is a personal god, who can also be called a self-generated god. It is one of the self-generated deities of heaven and earth, and it is rumored that it can only appear in people who are spirits of all things. In the legends of the Way of the Outer World, it is mentioned that human gods are very sensitive, and when they sense that something is wrong, they run away or even disperse themselves. This Huang Zinai seems to be a simple landowner and merchant, but he managed to engender such divine qualities in himself. The Earth Spirit realized that the Immortal had noticed something. He had some assumptions. He would like to ask the Earth Spirit to watch the boundaries of the city and come immediately to inform him if he finds that person. The matter had become a big headache for him. It was no longer just the usual tricks of demons. It's good that it's hard for the demon to notice Huang Zinai's personal god and recognize him. However, the demon is confident that nothing in this city can harm him. Of course, with the exception of Jai Yuan, so fate has decreed. The master was asked if it was true that the affairs of the city would be handled by an old servant. Huang Zingai replied that although nothing had happened in the past half a month, they should still follow the advice of the Taoist master not to go outside the house. So he was giving him the care of the city. He was also informed that a junior member of the Chu family had come to visit today, and the carriage had already entered the city. The master has ordered a reception to be arranged. He will receive him personally. Jai Yuan appeared at the door of his house. He and the Lord's guest met each other's gazes in a surly manner. Huang Zingai introduced to his nephew Chu the Taoist master King Song, the guest of honor in his house. Some time ago, he had attracted something unclean to him and asked the Taoist master to exorcise evil spirits. Jai Yuan realized that it was another shell made of human flesh. The situation became heated, and the hostile guest had nothing more to hide. Jai Yuan was convinced that this was the opponent. The disguised person said that it seems like this honored one is definitely not King Song. He knows him very well. He is a simple Taoist priest who predicts fate. Jai Yuan saw that this was in no way a disembodied demonic energy, but a real demon in his own right. He confidently stated that this honored one was not Chu Mingkai either, so he suggested that he not state the obvious and take a walk. Poor Huang Zingai was stunned with fear. Jai Yuan knows that such a personal god is extremely rare, but since he is here, His Excellency should not act rashly. If he and he get their act together, they can easily destroy the entire Maoqiang city and even the surroundings of Dongol land. Behind his back was a green vine sword. The demon wondered why this Huang Zingai was able to spawn a human god, but he did not realize that behind him was a true immortal. He was right, getting into a fight was not in anyone's best interests. Jai Yuan saw that everything was going the right way. Since neither of them could trust anyone, he suggested that they go to a trusted person. He called upon the spirit of the earth. The opponent felt tense when he was shown the god's grasp itself, used so easily. He began to worry whether he could come out of it unscathed. Turning to the earth spirit, Jai Yuan said that they needed a quiet place to talk. The old man suggested going to his temple, which was simple, but it would not be disturbed by mortals or unclean things. They inquired about the demon's opinion. The adversary declared in disgust that he would not go to the place appointed by this spirit of the earth. Jai Yuan liked his insecurity. He is weak too, but the demon doesn't know that. Then he suggested that he decide on a place, promising to do as he decides. The demon decided he wanted to stay in this house. This decision did not particularly please Huang Zinai. To avoid disturbance, Jai Yuan told the earth spirit to send Huang Zingai away with all the servants and maids of the Huang house. In conversation, the demon confessed that besides Yuhuai Mountain and the Tunshan River, he was shocked to see such a figure in Dazheng. He was also very intimidated by this gentleman. It seems that many people came to Dazheng to join in the fun. Even true immortals came. Jai Yuan didn't understand what was fun about Dazheng. Could it be that the old dragon knows something? He is afraid. The interlocutor might have misunderstood. But he is a man of great chastity, although of course, it was not yet called great chastity. The demon was surprised. Doesn't the old dragon know that besides the true dragon, there is a true immortal in Dazheng? With a smirk, Jai Yuan replied, how could he not know? He is his old friend, and even the sons and daughters of the true dragon should call him uncle. The demon couldn't believe it. After all, most immortals and demons dislike each other, and they actually know each other. Jai Yuan added that he had also sent a letter to Tunxianzhong the other day that he would stay in Dongol County for a while. With the temperament of this old dragon, he doesn't know how soon it will come to him. But surprisingly, it happened right away. A strong wind blew in from the street and a menacing roaring sounded. When you think of him, he's right there. What a coincidence. Just when they remembered him, this old dragon appeared. The demon clenched his teeth tensely. Dirt and debris can't get close, but water droplets can. It can't be a preservation technique from dirt and debris after all. He had a flawless true body. This person was much more impressive than he thought. Dajin was hiding such a terrifying true immortal, and from all walks of life, no one even suspected it. Suddenly, a hare flew towards Jai Yuan. He didn't think that the hare could return to its place. This is amazing. The old dragon himself and his son Yingfeng paid him a visit. The old dragon knew that by following this hare, he would be able to find Mr. Jai. But he didn't expect there would be surprises. Jai Yuan invited Mr. Yin to have tea. The situation was most tense for the demon surrounded by strong personalities. It seems that His Excellency likes to drink tea, but now it was time for them to talk business. Jai Yuan doesn't quite understand what the demon means when he says that he has come to join in the fun. He is used to loafing around, so he is not aware. The old man can't believe that Mr. Jai doesn't know. Although, even he didn't know about it until recently. Rumor has it that in the heavenly secret pavilion in Tangshuan Cave, 3 elders felt Gua a few years ago. It took a year to reach the southern corner of the eastern lands of Yunju, that is, almost where the border of Dajin country passes. The emergence of the great Kai blossom, and the boundless possibilities of the Tao edge hidden within. Jai Yuan inquired what was next. It turned out to be nothing. Jiang Yin had heard that Tangshuan Cave was now forbidden and completely closed. All visits to the Tianji Pavilion were forbidden. All 3 elders seemed to have been seriously injured, and he doesn't know how this became known. The demon remarked that this matter was really strange, and with the help of Tianji Pavilion, it was impossible to check whether it was true or not, so he came to have a look. After seeing Huang Xingai conceive a human god, he became curious to watch. The old dragon asked about his body and what happened before. Although his old friend doesn't have any paranoid thoughts about demons, he hates evil and demons. Even though he smiles and drinks tea with him, the sword intent called the Sword of the Green Vine might not even be able to be suppressed. To the right of the demon is a true dragon, to the left is a true immortal. This might be the most dangerous moment in a long time. He declared that this Chu Mingkai was not a good person. If he didn't have evil thoughts in his heart, even he wouldn't be able to easily enter his body and control it so easily. It is rare to find a true immortal like Mr. Jai who has no prejudice against demons, devils, humans, and gods. He is willing to promise the 2 lords on blood that he will not willingly attack Dajin territory, let alone attack Huang Xingai. Otherwise, if they really start fighting, Dongul County and even Dajin will definitely be in a state of chaos. Accompanied with a thunderstorm, Jiang Ying flashed a threatening glance. The demon realized that this threat had now worked in the opposite direction. From the exertion, the mug burst right in his hand. Jai Yuan asked the old dragon to calm down. There was some truth in what he said, and it was true that they would make too much noise if they started. However, they need to find the Yin division of Dongul County to test Chu Mingkai's character as a person. If everything is as he says, he will let him go in peace today. But if there are any abnormalities, he will have to give them answers. The demon asked to listen to what Mr. Jai said. Jai Yuan summoned the spirit of the earth. He said to immediately report to the Yin department of Dongul County that they wanted to investigate Chu Mingkai's birth and character. They learned from the document that Chu Mingkai, a native of Yuan Square, Changchuan Prefecture, had been a bit spoiled since childhood. This person is very lustful and often goes to brothels. It is true that this person is not virtuous, but neither is he evil. Jai Yuan, assuming his appearance, inquired how in the old dragoness opinion the matter should be resolved. They agreed and, without hesitation, used force. A powerful blow that pierced the roof of the house struck the enemy. Yingfeng didn't understand why they were letting him go so easily. Shouldn't this guy be left behind? They saw that this wasn't just a little demon that had just incarnated, and imagined what the consequences of a real fight would be. However, Jiang Ying recognized that his uncle Jai's method was quite sinister. First, the celestial demon made a blood oath not to enter Dajin again, then made him run first. And they both struck 1 blow each without pursuit. Even a true demon would be hurt if he was struck by both the dragon claw and the sharpness of the immortal sword. He would have already died on the spot, but still, he escaped. Yingfeng wondered if he would backtrack and return to Dajin to make trouble. The tops of the mountains were drowned in rain clouds. The demon was lucky that he had only received these 2 blows. For the next 100 years, he would definitely not enter Dajin's territory. Jai Yuan returned to the Taoist temple. Yingfeng realized that in front of him was the same Taoist King Song who dared to boast that his cooking ability was comparable to that of Xiaolu and Xianfu. It's a big fresh fatty fish from the Tongshan River, so they will see what human delicacy he can prepare. Dao's called the guests inside. Today he will cook a great dish. Kai Wen was amazed at the size of the fish. He didn't understand how they walked around with a still alive fish weighing more than 40 kilograms. Turning to the guy, the priest did not hide the fact that these two people were confusing him. They were not ordinary people either, right? Jai Yuan noticed bad habits were taking over again. He advised to just behave normally and everything would go well. Dao's chuckled carelessly. Jiang Yin had originally only taken the matter of the Tianji Pavilion as a joke, but he didn't expect that even a true devil was attracted. Only, he was unlucky enough to run straight into Mr. Jai. Jai Yuan decided that it didn't turn out to be much fun. Just lucky that sometimes he pokes his nose in. Mr. Yin also had to intervene. After all, Dajin is where he and they live and breathe. The old man remarked that it was natural, but then again, those guys from Yuhuai Mountain are too slow to react. This reminded Jai Yuan that there is not only one true dragon in Dezheng, but also Yuhuai Mountain. He doesn't know how Qiu Feng is there now, nor does he know whether the Wei family has climbed the mountain. The house was filled with noise from the young master prankster. He had a game of catch-up with his maid. Another managed to grab him, reminding him that it was his first day in class. He must not leave a bad impression. Wei Yuancheng, Wei Wuwei's son, declared that reading was no fun at all. He demanded to be returned to his parents, not understanding what kind of person sends a 3-year-old child to school. The teacher remarked that the young gentleman was the only intelligent child he had seen in his life, with a very strong soul. If he studies hard, he can become the second Yin Gong of Desheng. He proposed to start the lesson. The master asked how Yuancheng had behaved today and what the teacher had said. He was told that he appreciated the young master's wisdom and said that his guiding star shone very brightly. Only, after all, the young master is still too young and cannot sit still. The child rejoiced at his father's return. Wei Wuwei asked if Yuancheng knew why he had sent him so early to study and write. The boy thought the reason was that he was intelligent. His father admitted that he was indeed naturally intelligent, but he needed to learn to write and read before the age of 5 because there was a place his father wanted to take him. The boy calculated that it was the end of next year. His wife tried to convince her husband that Yuancheng was still so young, but the man stated that his future and that of the Wei family were at stake, and it would be an understatement to say that this was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Today he will reveal the secret of their Wei family to his son for the first time. He may still be young, but his father knows he will be able to understand him. He emphasized that the boy must not tell anyone about it, otherwise the fate of their Wei family will be unpredictable. His Wei family has a piece of precious jade that used to be passed down from generation to generation. But something went wrong. It happened in Ning'an County. Yuancheng must remember 2 of the most important benefactors of their Wei family. One was the mysterious master who had saved his life, a man with a low, husky voice and amazing technique. But until now, they had not been able to find out his identity. If they had the opportunity, they could repay his kindness. Yuancheng promised to remember this and asked about another benefactor. The second benefactor was the Immortal who had shown their Wei family the way. He glanced at this jade pendant. This was the only time he had ever seen Mr. Jai, and it was the one who had revealed the immortal destiny of Yuhuai Mountain. The possibility of obtaining immortality on Yuhuai Mountain lies within these 20 years, and Yuancheng is the hope of the Wei family. The boy realized that he had to go to Yuhuai Mountain to attain immortality. Wei Wuwei promised to go with him. If he could stay with him, it would be good, but in case not, he would have to rely only on himself. The child inquired about the origin of the fruit of the immortal that his father had told him about in his first month after birth. Wei Wuwei spoke with great pleasure about the date tree in Mr. Jai's courtyard, which has rarely borne fruit in recent years. The fruit is fiery red in color and is known as fire dates, and it is very difficult to obtain one such date, so the one he ate was obtained for his papa from the great warrior Du. But since his daddy knows that it is in Ning'an, the boy inquired, can't he get more? The man explained that there are many things in the world that money cannot buy and that cannot be obtained through martial arts. In short, all these fruits belong to Mr. Jai, and anyone who got hold of them inappropriately would await retribution in the future. The date tree is under the care of a young man, and that man is Yin Jiaoxin's son. He had played with Mr. Jai at an early age and was far from being an ordinary child. After this conversation, Yuancheng became diligent in reading. The teacher himself was surprised that the youngest son of the Wei family had actually changed, and instead of the mischievousness of yesterday, he was now studying diligently. Yin King was engaged in reading a book under the powerful branches of a tree. It had been almost 2 years and he hadn't gotten a single fruit. How greedy it is. Mom and Dad went to Wanju together, but he couldn't go. who will clean this yard and take care of him, the big date tree, if he goes. He is already having a hard time, and it can't even give him some dates to comfort him. The date tree responded with silence. Offended, the boy called it so stale, or rather wooden. But suddenly he could not believe his eyes. He was paid a visit by a little fox. One date fell from the tree right on her head. It was followed by several more that crumbled. This caused Yin King to be greatly angered. He, stroking the vixen, confessed that he had missed her and she had not come to him all these years. The guy couldn't resist the long-awaited dates, which Hu Yun noticed. He realized that she was the one who should eat it, not him. It had been years since she had come back again. This one date wouldn't do him any good, so she should eat them soon. These dates won't be as tasty if she leaves them for later. The date tree took pity on him and threw him one date. Yin King happily took the food, hinting to the fox to eat as well. Hu Yun, having eaten enough dates, had a heavenly delight. Her fur felt so nice to touch. Jai wanted to know when Mr. Jai would return. He had been gone for several years. Jai Yuan continued to stay high in the mountains. Now there was an appearance of destiny. One day, he gave the little vixen a gift. When she entered the path of cultivation, she would no longer be an ignorant beast. She might have nothing in her life, but she must have a name. From now on, her name was Hu Yun. It was clearly imprinted in her memory. The vixen choked, startling Yin King. He poured her some water to soothe her throat. Out of the blue, the fox said her name. The boy opened his mouth in a state of shock. In astonishment, he asked if she could speak. Hu Yun repeated his words. He asked again if she was repeating after his speech. The fox said her name and mentioned the master. Yin King became very excited. Her name is Hu Yun. This is the name Mr. Jai gave her. The vixen enthusiastically repeated his words. The guy awkwardly corrected that his name was Yin King and hers was Hu Yun. He made it his goal to teach her to speak. 2 years later, Jai Yuan came to meet the head of the Wei family, and as proof, he presented the item given to him. Wei Wuwei was already rushing home on his horse. He was truly delighted to meet the special guest. After all these years, the lad was pleased that Wei's family still remembered him. The head of the family couldn't forget his kindness. The guest was also greeted respectfully by the boy Yuan Cheng. Jai Yuan offered to sit down and talk for a while. A few years ago, during his travels, he had come across the affairs of the Wei family, and now that the time was getting closer and closer, he stopped by to take a look. Wei Wuwei asked him how much hope he thought Yuan Cheng had in getting to the Immortal Mountain. Jai Yuan pointed out that with strength like his son's, naturally he would not be refused help, but it would be a bit difficult for them to go up there together. The head of the family asked if he liked his little boy Yuan Cheng. The boy replied that it was better for him not to think about it. Yuan Cheng is destined by fate itself to go to Mount Yuhuai, so even if he liked him, Jai Yuan would not be tempted to take him as a disciple. Too much hassle. Wei Wuwei was upset that Mr. Jai was not taking disciples. If he couldn't accompany Yuan Cheng to the mountain, wouldn't his boy be left alone? Jai Yuan remembered his old acquaintance on Mount Yuhuai, so the head of the Wei family might as well make it clear to the crane when the time comes. He could tell him that there is a person with the surname Jai who knows Immortal Q Feng. He thinks it should help. Both of them expressed their gratitude to him. Turning to little Yuan Cheng, the boy asked if he wanted to go to Mount Yuhuai and attain immortality. The boy was confused. He is asking him specifically if he wants to cultivate immortality. Most likely, his parents had told him that he should prepare for it. Well, what about himself? The boy was curious if all immortals were like Mr. Jai. He replied that there were certainly some like him, but they were very few. Yuan Cheng wanted to see if he was sure that he wouldn't accept him as a disciple. Everyone says that he is so smart, but Jai Yuan still hadn't changed his mind. The child admitted that he is still a little afraid of the Immortal Mountain, but he still wants to go there. He knows that it is very rare for a mortal to get such an opportunity, perhaps even once in a lifetime, and he will definitely regret not taking it. Besides, if he doesn't go, more than a year of study will go to waste, and he doesn't want that. Yuan Cheng asked if Yuhuai Mountain was big and if his dad could go with him. Jai Yuan replied, doesn't he know exactly about its size, so he hopes he will tell him when he is there. His dad should also not be a problem. But then the boy remembered his mom and Xiao Kui. The boy made origami for Wei Wuwei. When he arrives at Yuhuai Mountain, if he sees Immortal Q, he should give it directly to him. He said to ask him to fold the wings of the paper crane and then spread it out as he shows. The paper crane instantly took off. If Wei Wuwei couldn't find it himself, he could spread its wings himself, and it would go to whomever needed it. The boy also asked for a message from him for little Yuan Cheng. The boy said that he wanted to become immortal like him, and he took him seriously, so it could be considered a deal, so let him not forget it. Wai Wuwei promised to give this message to Yuan Sheng and urge him to do so. Then Jai Yuan decided to leave them without the need to see him off. Before the head of the family knew it, the guest was already gone. No one present saw him disappear. Meanwhile, Jai Yuan, using the technique of flight, recalled his home, which he had not been to for a long time, and even had time to miss. He wondered how things were now, whether his house was covered with centimeter dust, and whether his date tree was still in bloom. When Jai Yuan returned home, the date tree showered him with its fruit. He just wanted to taste a little. It would be too much if everything fell out at once. These dates were even better than the previous ones. Quiet and unhurried, without demonic Kai, this could be regarded as a successful practice. But he felt a little sorry that the date tree was not blooming this year. This morning, the residents were revitalized by the pleasant smell of the date tree that suddenly started blooming. Yin King and Hu Yun hurried to Jiuang Xiao's house. The open door could only mean one thing. Mr. Jai had finally returned. Yin King eagerly asked when he had returned and would he stay longer this time. He also couldn't help but report that Hu Yun could speak. At first, he was so shocked. Thanks to the fox, Lu Shangjin had gotten wind of Master Jai's return. Under his pressure, she still felt great fear. Tiger excitedly paced around the cave, thinking that he should go and meet Master. But then he remembered that he would scare people to death if he went down the mountain, and the city god would not let him pass. He inquired if Master Jai had mentioned him. It was clear from the fox's uncertainty that he had not mentioned. Jai Yuan had never thought that a formidable spiritual tiger could have such a side. He appeared before Lu Shangjun, inquiring how he was doing after many years. The spiritual tiger instantly paid him his respects. The guy asked him not to be so polite. Had he taught him anything? He felt a little uncomfortable. Lu Shangjun still remembered how kind and instructive he had been to him. Now that his practice had improved and his spiritual foundation had become clearer and more enlightened, he could not treat him disrespectfully. In that case, while Jai Yuan is still in the mood, he will give him a lecture on the essence of demon cultivation today, and with him a fox. He suggested to go out and find a suitable place. The tiger cave is too dark and not spacious enough yet. Lu Shangjun suggested that the master thought that this cave reflected his state of mind. He was going to come out of the dark cave with an open mind. Jai Yuan saw that this ferocious spiritual tiger really had outstanding abilities and could rightfully be considered exceptional among demonic beings. They stopped on a smooth mountainous surface. Kai declared that they were mountain animals endowed with enlightened wisdom and spiritual charm, so they should be familiar with the agony of finding the path. Demon cultivators take the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine their form and shape their bodies, generating demonic energy, transforming spiritual impulses, giving birth to divine powers, and striving for Taoist virtue. Demonic cultivators prioritize strength, envy, and are jealous of the advantages of the human body, not knowing that the path to the soul is not limited by birth, and the ability to cultivate the soul is born in the ordinary way. By purifying and perfecting their demon body, their mind, their spirit, they must comprehend the Dharma itself. Then the demon path can also become the immortal path. Guy found that the sympathy of heaven and man, the demon, is a chance for a breakthrough. This is karma and this is dharma. There is a beginning and there is an end, that's all. Jai Yuan does not want to be struck by the lightning they attract. He advised practicing about relying on oneself, not waiting to be given freedom. He also forbids them from freely claiming to be their teacher. There was a prolonged roar of a tiger that roused the forest. The students obey the teacher's instructions. Yuhuai Mountain. Wai Wuwei left the servants behind and went onward with Yuan Sheng himself. If things didn't work out, they were asked to return. The warriors will wait here for 2 months. The Lord said that with the support of the Immortal and so many people, his Wai family would never be defeated. The mountains are harsh, so he told them to be careful. In response to his father's question, the boy admitted that he was a little scared. But next to his dad, everything was fine. An hour later, Wai Wuwei has already had time to tire. Yuan Sheng noticed a crane in the sky and wondered if it was the one. It seems to be flying away. In response, the man asked if the little boy was hungry. He had grabbed some baked goods, so he offered to take a break. They crouched on rocks by the riverbank. A mysterious girl realized that they were lost in the mountains and couldn't get out. It so happened that she was also lost on this mountain. Why don't they go out together? Wai Wuwei assumed that this person was a reincarnated immortal crane. He told his son to show the jade pendant around his neck. The boy held it out, showing it to the stranger. The girl inquired about their last name. In response to the immortal's question, Wai Wuwei and Yuan Sheng introduced themselves. The girl remembered that it had been a long time ago. If they were able to find their way here, it meant that someone had guided them. But it didn't matter, the Wai family's kindness should always be repaid. She liked the boy's name, then she said to follow her to Yuhui Mountain. As for Wai Wuwei, she would help him leave these mountains. The head of the family thanked her for sheltering his son, but since Yuan Shang was so young, he wanted to accompany him to the mountain. The boy asked the Immortal not to chase his dad away. Wai Wuwei wanted to tell the Immortal about how he once met a gentleman. The Lord told him that if he couldn't enter the mountain, he should tell the crane guarding the mountain that there was a family acquaintance who knew Immortal Qiu Feng. The girl inquired about this person. The head of the family confessed that this gentleman didn't like people to freely reveal information about him, so he let her tell the Immortal that his surname was Jai. He said that would be enough for the Immortal Qiu Feng to understand everything. Then the Immortal promised to pass on his words and said to wait for her news. Taking the form of a crane, she took the little one with her. Suddenly, Wai Wuwei discovered that the paper crane bag was empty. Had he lost it in the mountains? Immortal and Yuan Shang reached the mountain settlement. The boy noticed a paper crane that probably belonged to his father. The girl was surprised that this paper bird had no fluctuations of magical power, but could flap its wings and fly by itself and perhaps became a spirit. Yunchu's house. One of the people present reported that on the way back to Dajin he met an evil devil and was attacked. That day, they did not hesitate to use their magic powers to soar into the sky and fly away in the wind, which was strange, but when the evil devil was in front of Dajin territory, he did not follow them and was incomprehensibly afraid. It was as if he was afraid to cause any disturbance. Perhaps something in Dajin was holding him back. The man had heard that an expert from Zhuzhou had fought before, and it was said that the Tunshan River Dragon Emperor was also present. Together with another expert, he was able to restrain the true devil and chase him away from the eastern cloud continent. Everyone knew that Jiangyan had an unpredictable temperament, so did he decide to lend a helping hand. No one knew who the other was and whether he was also a true dragon. The guy asked what Uncle Pei's jade token says. Is it accurate information provided by Tianji Pavilion? The man replied that Tianji had been counting for a long time and had accomplished nothing, so they intended to jointly make another count, which would not be finalized soon. This matter is not yet clear, so they should not spread the information so that it would not affect others. He dissolved all. A group of men paid their respects before leaving. A paper crane flew up to Yunchu's house. It stopped on Qiu Feng's palm. One began to wonder who possessed such exquisite magic of the paper bird and whether there were any fluctuations in magic and aura. Qiu Feng used the item to transmit thoughts. He learned that this paper crane was from Mr. Jai. He is going to talk to his uncle. The other mysterious practitioner who struck in Bingju could very well be him. A man with a very long beard gathered many people in the room. He was holding a paper crane in his hands. He said quietly that this paper crane looked very ordinary and asked if he should open it and look at it. The man began to reach out his finger to the paper crane. Suddenly a green light wafted from it, and when he touched it with his finger, the crane flew sharply toward the little boy and fell right in front of him. The boys with red marks on their foreheads fell into astonishment. One of them asked if the crane was a living being, and the other asked if the paper had become a spirit. The man replied that whether it is or not, it is a special spirit technique, and it must be the personal technique of the master. This paper crane has such a spiritual nature that if you continue to heed the Taoist teachings with your aura, one day they can really achieve great success. A boy asked if a piece of paper could become a spirit. The man replied with a smile that even stones become spirits, so why can't paper become one? A little boy shyly approached a woman named Crane and asked about his father. The Immortal saw the boy and decided he wanted to help him. The Immortal bowed to the man and said he would go get YY himself. The man gave him permission to proceed. When Mr. YY saw the house, he thought that it was really the home of immortals and it was amazing. The Immortal told him that he had been practicing for almost 200 years but had never decided to take on a disciple. But when he saw Yuan Shang, he decided that he wanted to take him on as a disciple. Mr. Y said that was just fine, he would count on him. Inwardly, he thought to himself that most likely the Immortal that Mr. Jai knows must be capable, so it was good that he was the one to take his son as a disciple. The Immortal walked up to the young boy and stroked his head, saying that he should try not to disturb the other immortals, and if he got lost, he could shout to his sister Dao's crane to come and rescue him. The boy replied that he understood him. The Immortal then said that Mr. Y is Yuan Shang's father, so can also practice the small immortality practice method, but he has been immersed in the mortal world for decades, and it would be difficult for him to achieve great accomplishments. Y bowed and thanked him, for it was a great blessing to be here with his son during his training. The boy asked the Immortal when he was going to visit Mr. Jai Yuan. He replied that now that he had arranged for him and his father to go to Ning'an County soon. Smiling, he added that if he hadn't arranged for them first, how would he answer questions in front of Jai? The boy then asked when he could go to his mother's house. His teacher replied that he had just ascended the mountain. He couldn't come down from it right away. At least he should lay the foundation for cultivation first. However, he must remember that on this mountain, time always flows fleetingly. Sooner or later his mom would die of old age, illness and disease, and he would most likely look down on his family. The boy waved his hands and said he wouldn't do that. Then said that he might look down on his family in the future, but he would always keep his mom in his thoughts. He will visit her when she is sick, and he will support her in her old age, and Nanny and Zio Kui. The Immortal replied that it was fine, but those who were too shallow and deeply involved in the mortal world could easily lose their way. The young boy replied that first of all, Master Jai had talked a lot about his views on spiritual practice, and he also agreed with his thoughts on the matter. The teacher furrowed his eyebrows and asked what exactly Mr. Jai had told him. The boy's father was greatly worried that his son was allowing himself a lot in his conversation with the immortal teacher. The boy said with a sad expression on his face that if one went off the path because of the mortal world, it could be said that he was not fit to cultivate immortality, and that it was more suitable for him to continue living in the mortal world. The disciple asked how one can examine oneself without entering the mortal world. How does one stick to one's path even if one fears it? And under this sky, there are no gods who fear freedom. The man was shocked at the young apprentice's mental capacity. He looked at him and thought about the fact that in just a few words, he had revealed the truth of Kusingyuan and even Kusanji. His disciple would have great success in the future. The Immortal said that the path of Tao is simple and Mr. Jai is right, but he himself still believes that the foundations must be laid first. The young disciple sighed heavily. An immortal named Qiu Feng came to Jai Yuan's house to visit him. Suddenly, a light paper crane crashed into his chest and flew back to the courtyard of Jai Yuan's house. Meanwhile, Jai was sitting outside reading a book. After catching the paper crane, he noticed that the spirituality was a bit overrated. Therefore, he shouted for a guest to enter the courtyard. The Immortal entered and introduced himself, saying that he had come to visit him. The guy replied that he shouldn't be so polite. They were soulmates after all, so if he didn't mind, let him sit down at the stone table. Jai Yuan poured him a rainy spring tea from Chunhui Mansion. Qiu Feng thanked him sincerely. There was a game of Go on the table, so Qiu Feng asked Jai Yuan if he knew how to play it well. The shy guy replied that he wasn't interested in this game before, but he had to, and now he even enjoyed playing it. Qiu Feng then asked why he had invited him here and if it had anything to do with his tears about Tianji Pavilion. He replied that there was no point in guessing. He knew whether the rumor was true or not. The guy said that a real demon had recently appeared, so he teamed up with the old dragon to make the demon swear an oath and then disappear from Dezheng. Qiu Feng was very surprised by this. However, Jai Yuan said that the reason he invited him here was to ask for one humble request. Jai Yuan remembered the elder telling him that Yuhuai Mountain still had some inheritance, and according to rumors, the decree of the mountains is indeed true and can determine the true god of the mountain, except that no one on Yuhuai Mountain can touch the decree, so they can only suppress the entrance. The guy motioned the figure on the field and said that this Jai was studying the way of preserving the edicts and heard an old dragon say that Yuhuai Mountain has a true mountain protection seal talisman. Then, he looked at the Immortal and said that he wanted to take a look at it and know the conditions under which it was possible. While pouring the tea, Jai Yuan asked the man to make sure he understood him correctly, for he certainly understands that the rescue order is very important to Yuhuai Mountain. It's just that right now, while there are no outsiders around, he is trying to ask a question alone with an old friend. Qiu Feng replied that he would then take the liberty to ask what the relationship between Master Jai and true dragon Zhang Yin was. He remembered his master telling him that Grief Yuhuai did not have a good relationship with this true dragon. After all, when ancestor Jiyu insulted him, he decided to take revenge in the form of a dragon. That day was a disaster for Yuhuai Mountain. Subsequently, a special anti-dragon formation was set up on Yuhuai Mountain to protect it from the true dragon. Jai Yuan replied that he was kind of a close friend of Mr. Yin, met him by chance, and he visits him sometimes. He added with a laugh that he usually sits in the same place where Qiu Feng was sitting now. The man jumped up on the spot with fright. Jai Yuan smilingly asked him not to worry. After all, Mr. Yin is sometimes very picky and does not look at Yuhuai Mountain very kindly. He had told him himself that this matter had long been resolved. Frowning his eyebrows, the man asked him if he was lying. Motioning the figure, Jai Yuan replied that Mr. Yin would not lie to him. Qiu Feng bowed and thanked Jai Yuan. The man then said that he wouldn't be able to handle his desire to see the rescue order alone, but he felt that Mr. Jai shouldn't get his hopes up too high, because after all, there was no such precedent yet. Jai Yun said that he was grateful to find out about this matter anyway. Tianji Pavilion's prediction has come out. Dajin will be a little more cautious, but the situation is different with Yuhuai Mountain. But on the other hand, if they can seize this opportunity, perhaps the mountain will become famous all over the world. He then said that a wrong path could cause a huge storm and asked how Immortal Mountain felt about this matter. In response, Qiu Feng asked him how he decided to leave his homeland and dared to travel as far as the eastern lands of the country. He then added that he understood that Jai was not here to catch the wind and chase the shadows and the great Taoist destiny of serenity. However, it was inevitable that people from the outside world would think about it. Even he and Yuhuai Mountain were not immune to such thoughts. Jai tensed up, for to be honest, he was really here for the great Taoist fate of serenity. He immediately remembered the old man who had told him about the rumor that according to the prediction of the head of Tianji Pavilion, the great destiny of Dajin was now in full bloom, and there were endless Taoist destinies hidden within it. The old man said that the prediction made by Tianji Pavilion probably had more to do with Mr. Jai than with Yuhuai Mountain. Laughing, he added that this mountain was not good enough for such a thing. Jai Yun then thought that he might be the only person in the world who knows the truth about the so-called great fate of Dajin. Hiding all these thoughts, Jai Yun replied to Qiu Feng that he is actually not a foreigner, and his homeland is Dajin, and he is ignorant because he is just lazy. Maybe it's because he didn't have such an interest before, or maybe it's just a deep dream. The boy threw the white go pieces into the bowl and thought about the fact that once he woke up, the world turned upside down for him. Suddenly, a strong wind blew and they, along with the playing field, found themselves above the river among the mountains. The Immortal tried to shield his face from the whipping fierce wind, and in a moment, they were back at the stone table. Qiu Feng was extremely nervous, sweat dripping from his chin. Jai Yun abruptly threw a figure on the field. He then said that monks like them are still human after all, and with age, they sometimes become a bit sentimental. But he probably felt funny about it now. Qiu Feng felt anxious. After all, in front of him was a Taoist immortal saint. He had been practicing for almost 200 years, but he had never had such a strange and frightening sentimentality. He strongly wanted to know what kind of feelings were oppressing Jai Yun. Meanwhile, a team led by a man with a long beard had gathered at Yuhuai Mountain. He charged his fingers with magic, making a special gesture, and directed it at the bell that hung above them. The sound waves traveled to the nearest settlements. In a couple of moments, many people from the nearby counties flew in. Zhu Yuanzai asked what reason they had for ringing the bell and summoning them all here, if it was because enemies had come to the territory. The man who had summoned everyone bowed and told them that several important events had happened recently, all of them related to Mount Yuhuai, so he had no choice but to disturb them, and told them that it all started with the rumors about the Tianji Pavilion. The girl asked if it was true that the true dragon was no longer bothered by that incident. Someone from the crowd asked who this Mr. Jai was, and how could a true immortal be hiding in their territory. The girl asked another question if they could let them see the rescue order. The man standing beside him said in a rough voice that it was the most important treasure of the mountain. They couldn't just show it to anyone. The others agreed with him that even if he was a true immortal, showing the rescue order would be a mistake. People were discussing that since Jai was familiar with the method of saving orders, he might know how to use the rescue order on Yuhuai Mountain and he might be able to use them for something. Someone resented that this was nonsense and the order wouldn't be transmitted so easily, and even if he knew, why would they need it? Zhu Yuanzai said that according to Comrade Dao's, this is a figure of the level of a true immortal, and began to ask the question that besides returning to his true nature, what else is special about him? Qiu Feng furrowed his brows and clenched his fist. Qiu Feng said that today, while returning to his Taoist friend Jai Yuan's house, he had experienced something similar on himself. He said that he had talked to Mr. Jai about his immortality cultivation experience and sentimentally recalled the years that had passed, while Jai reminisced about his past. At that time, it seemed to him that the little courtyard had transcended heaven and earth, traveling through the universe, and that everything in heaven and earth seemed to be quite near. Pausing, he said that the changes on the great path were like the vicissitudes of fate. Qiu began to emit a lilac glow. More emotions poured out of him. Covering his face with his hand, he said he was afraid to look any further. The light that Qiu Feng was emitting had already reached the dome. It trembled like an earthquake. The guys with red marks on their foreheads shouted that things were going badly and he needed to calm his heart immediately. One of them ordered to protect the spiritual foundation because Qiu Feng was sinking into contemplation, and the other ordered to cut off Qiu Feng's connection between the Jade Dome Hall and the outside world. They created a dome over Q Feng that helped interrupt his lilac glow. Thus they were able to sever his connection with the outside world. One of the guys asked what he really felt. The other guy said that they had to act together to break the connection with the outside world, and asked if the power of true immortals really inspired respect and fear like that. Zhu Yuanzai thought about the man's words, and thought that perhaps it was Mr. Jai's unintentional feelings about the changes in the world that led to such a vision, a manifestation of his inner state of mind. He said that there are no really true immortals. It's hard to describe, but that doesn't mean he hasn't seen it before. However, Jai is really incredible. One of the guys said that Taoist immortals are not subject to speculation, and the generation of true immortals is not without its merits. The second guy agreed with him, and said that since Mr. Jai has a good impression of Yuhui Mountain, he is just as likely to mediate the reconciliation of old grievances with a true dragon, which can't be helped. Jai Yuanzai said that he is right, although the mountain talismans cannot be shown to anyone, but they can send Mr. Jai some conclusions from the study of Yuhui Mountain about the Salvation Order talisman. Jai Yuan sat in his courtyard and said that as expected, Mount Yuhui was keeping vigilant against him, because he can't just take their most precious treasure. However, the scrolls that fell into his hands turned out to be even better than he expected. They looked a bit vague and difficult to understand. They can't hide the subtleties. Rubbing his chin, he thought about the fact that there was still a big difference between the present method of the rescue order and his that he used to take for granted. And if he were to look at the mountain rescue decree right now, he might not be able to take advantage of the situation and miss his opportunity. This scroll, on the other hand, is a treasure to quickly perfect a cultivation based on just a few lines and a few words to convey the Tao teachings. As Mr. Jai headed out to have lunch, the townspeople greeted him, all noticing his good mood. He was brought some delicious wontons to the table and thanked Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam then approached Xiao Liu and asked him why he was sighing so heavily. The man replied that those doctors who were treating his mother for a cold didn't look very skillful, and Dr. Tong hadn't returned yet, so that's why he was so worried. Uncle Sam was surprised that he had been gone for so long. It seemed over a month. The man at the table sighed heavily again. Their conversation was overheard by Jai Yuan and turned around to ask where Dr. Tong had gone. Uncle Sam replied that they had left for Dayuan County last month and still hadn't returned. He thought about Dayuan County for a moment. Then he made a special gesture with one hand, and said with a slight chuckle that even if someone is a miracle doctor, no one can escape from old age, sickness, and death. Finishing his meal, he thanked for the food. However, his thoughts were only on the doctor. Qin is a skillful healer whom he truly admires, so he should take a look in person. Walking outside, he saw a building that was illuminated with different glow. He said the spirit of the earth and the day watch had come, and when virtue is strong, ghosts and gods admire it when it is true. As he approached the building, he saw dozens of crying children and adults. Approaching one crying boy, he bowed and said that Mr. Qin had helped him once, so he had heard about it and came to see if there was anything he could do to help. The guy replied that he had come too late. His uncle had already left, so he didn't need to bother. There were more than enough people here. He added that they appreciated his concern, but if he wished, he could pay his respects after the funeral hall was prepared. Jai Yuan thought about not daring to bow after the funeral hall was prepared, and bowing about said he would leave them. With his hand behind his back, Jai Yuan walked peacefully through the city. Then, with a special gesture, he activated the magic of passing through walls. He passed through a certain wall. He was spotted by the masked man with mounts. The masked man with horns asked him who he was and what he forgot here. The guy replied that his last name was Jai and he was a good acquaintance of Dr. Qin. He explained to them that he had a sudden feeling that his lifespan was cut short, so he would like to pay him a visit. Jai Yuan stood up in a stance and activated his power. The masked men sensed that his strength was that of an immortal man. One of the masked men replied to him that Qin Jiju's life was extinguished, and asked him what the immortal wanted from him. They should send him to the underworld after all. Jai Yuan asked them not to worry, and promised that he would only say a few words to the doctor. They could accompany him. The masked man looked at his commander and waited for his reaction. The latter nodded, which meant good. Then, he looked at Jai Yuan and said that since the immortal wishes to meet Qin Jiju, they will not make it difficult for him. It is their duty to enter first and explain what happened after his death. The guy replied that it was the right thing to do, so he would wait for the signal that he too could visit the doctor. Near the bed on which Qin Jiju was lying, there were many grieving townspeople. One of the people wearing a white mask with horns came into the room. He could see the dead man, so he told him that his days were numbered here, and they had come to show him the way forward. The dead Qin Jiju asked the masked man who they were. The man replied that they were the day watchmen under the city god of Dishang Prefecture, followed by 2 soul guards and a shadow umbrella attendant. He had been ordered to come after him, and now that their family's funeral was over, it was time to escort him on his way. He then warned the doctor that he was forbidden to touch his relatives or become attached to his old body or places. He could only go home and visit his relatives after 7 days. The old man replied that he understood and thanked them for the warning. The masked man then asked him if he had met an immortal in his time. They explained that there is an immortal outside who wants to see him. He says he is an old acquaintance of yours, so they allowed him to meet him. When they went outside, Jai Yuan saw Qin Jiju thought about how the soul is as beautiful as it was then, just like a living person, and there is not much ghostly aura. The rarest thing is that he has a spiritual rhythm inside, similar to the feeling of a human god, which is rare in the world. Jai Yuan bowed before him and said that he was glad to meet again. The old man thought for a bit and remembered that he was a master who was blind but could see the light. The fellow replied that he had an excellent memory, had practiced medicine all his life, and at the end of his life he had an earth spirit to watch over their home and some messengers who had come to see them off. He added that it was truly dignified among mortals. He thought the underworld had long ago organized a great place for him. A man from the city watch said that a great doctor like Mr. Qin usually rests in peace in the underworld first and receives offerings from his descendants. After his soul is compacted, he will be trained in the method of ghost purification, and if there is a vacancy in the 24 departments, he will be promoted. Jai Yuan thanked for this information. Then he said that Dr. Qin, the ruler of the underworld, could look after their children and grandchildren and also ensure the longevity of the ghost body. Besides, with his virtue, the villagers could build a temple for him in the future so he could become a free god. Except that his ghost body is compacting his own pure Kai, and it seems to him that there is another way out. With no help from the righteous spirit Shui Zheng, who has accumulated strong incense and possesses a high level moral virtue, the ghost body can be transformed from yin to yang. Jai Yuan explained that at this time, they would not be burned by the light of the heavens or chained by the cold. They could practice the true and cultivate the spiritual path, and they would have a real body. The chief city watchman asked his subordinates if the immortal was talking about a god wandering around the realm. He quickly told them that there are rumors of a deity who can travel to the 8 corners of the earth without being bound to it, much less being burdened by changing dynasties. He will be able to enjoy the incense of the temple. He will be worshipped by mortals. Over the years his powers will become unlimited. Jai Yuan pointed his finger up and said that the earth spirit is very perceptive, but the wandering god is so great that it is impossible to achieve such a thing under Dr. Qin's current circumstances. The latter replied to him that he was right. Those who are capable of becoming a wandering god realm must be blessed by heaven and earth, and it is not that easy. Suddenly, Jai Yuan put his hands crossed and said that he hoped that things would be like this in the future. The man with the staff was petrified at the young lad's sudden words. Jai Yuan went on to say that the earth spirit was right. In order to become a wandering god, one must obtain the blessings of heaven and earth. But it's not that impossible. The hardest part is the first step, which is to transform yin into yang with the Shui Zheng power. He clarified that the amount of incense and wishes required for this is incalculable, and few deities are willing to contribute to this endeavor for fear that it would cause great damage to the stability of the divine path. Jai Yuan was glad that he could at least please the 2 main water gods. The guy said that he hoped the doctor heard them. After all, this was a chance to achieve the status of a wandering god realm, and although there was a chance of failure, it was worth a try. Even if it doesn't work out, he will make sure his ghostly body is safe. If he agrees, but will go to the underworld of Deshang Palace and explain the situation. The man with the staff kicked the doctor in the arm and said that such an offer could not be refused. Jai Yuan said that if Dr. Qin is happy with the world order and just wants to comfortably shelter his descendants and enjoy the offerings, that's fine too. The man told Qin that if he had any doubts, he could decide when to go to the underworld where the city god would be present, and he would find out from him whether their words were true or not. If there is even the slightest chance that it is true, it is a chance that will make all the gods and demons of the world jealous. Old man Qin thanked Jai Yuan for his kindness and asked if he could give an answer after he entered the underworld. The guy replied that he seemed to be in too much of a hurry. Then he would like to ask the earth spirit to accompany the doctor throughout the process and explain the importance of the matter to him. The guy said that he was ready to leave first and would wait to meet him in the underworld of the Deshang Palace. The man with the staff asked where he would be going now. Jai Yuan replied that he wanted to go and ask the chief water deity for help, so that when the time came, There would be no urgency to ask for help. After ascending into the sky, the guy flew off into the distance to go about his business. Mr. Yin asked the servant why Master Jai Yuan had come to see them and why he was looking for Ying Zholi. The servant replied that Master Jai had come to see the river goddess. Mr. Yin touched his beard and said he was surprised that Jai had not come to see him. He ordered the servant to go get Ying Zholi and he would go and get Mr. Jai himself. When they all met, Yin asked Jai if he was trying to save the sealed wandering god and added that it was very interesting. He had never seen such a thing in his life. Jai Yuan replied that the word rescue is a strong word. He is only trying to see if the way of the wandering god is possible. Mr. Yin laughed and said that it was almost the same. He invited rather to go and find Bai Kai. Guy noted that Mr. Yin was even more excited than he was. When they arrived, the city god showed them with his hand that the main hall was just ahead. There were people wearing white masks with horns walking behind everyone. One of them said that it was amazing that the first greatest god and the second greatest god were here. The other guy remarked that even the Dragon Emperor had arrived here. Based on that, they decided that the rumors about the wandering god were true. There were many people in the hall, and Qin Jiju was standing in the middle. The city god began to speak his speech about him, that he was one of the great benefactors of Desheng Prefecture, and had not committed any crimes. Qin Jiju had practiced medicine for over 80 years. He had a life expectancy of 120 years and was blessed to be able to give shelter to 6 generations. Children. He then added that the Immortal now feels his life's work and sees that he is very rich in pure spiritual energy, and wants to enlighten him so that he can practice. He asked the practitioner if he wished to choose the path of the wandering god. He replied that he understands the fact that such an opportunity comes once in a lifetime, but he just wants to ask Immortal Master Jai why he chose it. He added that perhaps his body and soul were a bit special because he had saved many people, but he was sure that it was possible to find a person with the abilities of an immortal and better, and how he could repay the immortal. The guy answered him that he didn't even know if he could find a soul like his. Jai Yuan then asked the doctor what was the reason he had been practicing medicine all his life. The doctor told him that it was to heal and save people. The guy sitting opposite Qin Jiju saw that his body and soul aura did not fluctuate, indicating that the answer completely came from the heart. Healing and saving lives was as obvious to him as eating and drinking. Jai Yuan said that he hoped that if he took the path of divine cultivation, he would still be able to help as much as he could, but not 100 people, but 1,000 people, or even 2. These were the inhabitants of the entire world, the spirit world, sentient beings and ordinary people. The old man was still pondering about this proposal. The fellow went on to say that the path of the wandering god is not attained overnight. It is truly divine and extraordinary, and cannot be mastered by those who are not benevolent and exalted. He then said that he had only seen such a person once, and that was exactly Dr. Qin Jiju. Jai Yuan went on to say that everything in heaven and earth has a spirit and all things have feelings. He again said that he really hoped that he could step onto the path of divine cultivation and he would still be able to assist all living beings and spiritual beings. Those who could follow the path of a wandering god were too few, and the path might not be easy, just as very few people could walk the path of immortal cultivators. As he flew above the river, encased in a yellow glow, the fellow asked the elder if he was willing to become a god for the sake of ordinary people. Qin Jiju bowed and said that he didn't promise to fulfill the expectations of an immortal, but he was willing to walk the path. The guy holding a chip that emitted a yellow glow smiled at the doctor. Then, bowing in return, he said that Qin Jiju had impeccable virtue. The two men stood and talked about what they had seen. One of them asked how Mr. Qin's ghostly aura had dissipated and vitality was overflowing. The other suggested that maybe it was the beginning of a method. Jai Yuan approached the city god and said that he would like to take a seat in the inn hotel itself for a while. The latter replied to him that he could do as he pleased. There were 5 people in the room. In the middle stood Qin Jiju, who was already ready to be initiated. Jai Yuan made a special gesture with his hand and waved to the side, activating the salvation. The water deities folded their hands and let powerful streams of water from behind their backs. The water headed straight for old man Qin Jiju. The water spiraled around the doctor. The doctor stood inside, placing his palm to palm. Jai Yuan noticed that pure Kai was starting to circulate and the ghostly body had reached the threshold of the yin body. Pointing his finger at the accumulation of water, the guy shouted to act the order of rescue. Radiating his light, the guy said that the light of heaven does not adore, and the cold of the underworld does not move. The real body can be transformed, but it also has a real body. Mr. Yin fell into a stupor from the fact that this yellow Kai could be the light of faith and virtue. He didn't know that true immortals could do such things. The guy continued to mumble that the earth has no limits, the heavens have no limits, the spiritual path is self-generated, the divine path is self-knowing. Mr. Yin thought that the ability to harness the power of the heavens and earth and participate in creation was something that only existed in legends, just like the gods of this realm. After finishing all his statements, the guy said that the reincarnation into a wandering spirit realm was complete. Water and yellow Kai began to disappear around the doctor, and his body was no longer transparent. He walked over to the table and saw the tofu steamed with amaranth. He decided that he couldn't pass by such a meal. He was very happy to snack on the delicious food. Qin Zizhu wondered if his palate had sharpened in this state. After having a snack, he decided that he needed to visit the children. He came to see a kid whose airways were blocked and blood didn't flow evenly. He had always lacked exercise, just like when he was a kid, but he never listened to the doctor. He put his palm to the boy's forehead. The boy named Yana raised his head and looked at the doctor and called him father. The old man told him that his older brother had died early and now the family depended on him. This pharmacy of Anren. The doctor asked him to pass it on as much as possible, but if there were no children left in the family who wanted to study medicine, then so be it. The boy obeyed the doctor. Qin Zizhu returned to Jai Yuan and Mr. Yin. The boy asked him if he would like to stay longer with his family. The old man waved his hands and said that the children and grandchildren already had their own blessings and he couldn't stay here forever. After his words, the three of them ascended into the sky and flew into the distance. The next day, Brother Yanner sitting at the table noticed the tofu and said that it looked as if father had come to visit that night. Yanger looked at this tofu and was greatly surprised and didn't even know what to say. Dr. Qin and the others also continued to fly into the distance. They had a view of the mountains wrapped in clouds with the bright light of the sun falling on them. Mr. Yin asked him if this was his first time seeing this view of the rising sun against the clouds. The doctor replied that he often went to the mountains for medicine, visited some peaks several times and saw similar scenery. He then added that if the Dragon Emperor is talking about standing on a cloud and watching the sunrise, it is indeed the first time. Mr. Yin laughed out loud. Jai Yuan said that there was no true teaching for the wandering spirit realm from the inheritance. However, true teachings always started from somewhere, and this beginning could be found in the past, not necessarily in the present. They flew to Yunqian Temple. The guy went on to say that the scenery on the Cloud Hill was beautiful, and the aura was very natural, so here they could nurture the heart of Tao. Jai Yuan started to say goodbye to Qin Zizhu. He said that Taoist Kai Xuan and his disciple Kai Wen are good people, and when he combines the Taoist method with astrology and adopts one of them, he can begin to understand the way of the gods. The doctor thanked him for his help. Approaching their courtyard, the doctor asked if anyone was home. At this moment, Kai Xuan and his disciple were practicing. The boy told the teacher that someone had come to see them. They greeted him. Then the doctor bowed and said that he would like to become a Taoist monk in Yunqian Temple. They asked Qin Zizhu if he was too old to be a Taoist priest. He replied to them that if you didn't practice martial arts when you were young, it was a good time to go to the mountains to train. Kai Xuan scrutinized the old man and saw that his appearance was blurred and indistinct. Perhaps it was an immortal again. Therefore, he decided to directly ask if he knew Mr. Jai. The old man smiled and said that his name was Qin Zizhu. He had heard the words of Mr. Jai and Mr. Jian, and had come here to practice, so he wanted to know if they could accept him. Kai Xuan choked on his tea when he realized that divine Dr. Qin had come to see him. It was hard to believe because Mr. Qin Zizhu's appearance had changed a lot. Kai Wen fell asleep at the stone table. With him, a little fox was sleeping on the table together. There were two interesting envelopes on the table. Jai Yuan looked at the sleeping boy and said that although he had avoided the last meeting, but avoiding forever would not work, so he must still go to Chunhui Mansion. The fox named Hu Yun woke up and saw that Jai Yuan had returned. Kai Wen woke up and hesitated, not realizing what was going on. When he saw Jai Yuan, he was overjoyed. His sleepy state was lifted. Jai Yuan saw that the guy was awake and asked him if he remembered his father's request for him to go to Chunhui Mansion. The guy said in a dejected voice that he remembered. Jai Yuan patted him on the shoulder and said that in that case, he should get ready tonight and say goodbye to his teacher and classmates tomorrow, and then they would hit the road. As he left, he made the boy happy that he could take Hu Yun with him. The boy and the fox were happy to hear this news. Looking out of the carriage, the boy noticed that they were moving towards the mountains. So he asked Jai Yuan why they were going to the mountains if they were supposed to go to the ferry. Jai replied that there was a body of water on that mountain. He wanted to know if there were any fish in it. When they saw this body of water, the boy thought it was strange, as if instead of fish it was more like a big snake or something. The fox agreed with him. Suddenly, without warning, Jai Yuan threw a green sword into the pond. The sword sent a strong shockwave into the water body, the surge of water even reaching the shore. At this moment, a large, fleshy fish jumped out of the water into the sky. The boy immediately shouted in surprise that there were fish in the water. Wrapping the fish in large sheets, Jai Yuan said that now they would have fresh fish soup. They went to the ferry. The boatman told them to be careful and sit still, so they set sail. The boy dared to ask Jai Yuan where the sword that was only recently in his hand was. Where had it disappeared to? For such a long sword cannot be stuffed into such a small bag, and the shape of it is not the same. Jai Yuan realized that he was talking about the green vine sword, and this sword does not want to show itself to people easily, so it is hidden in an invisible place. The boy's eyes immediately lit up, because this beautiful sword seems to be very energetic, and when he saw it he immediately realized that it is a great weapon. The sword that was right next to Jai Yuan at this moment smiled. He was pleased to hear good things about himself. Jai Yuan gave an embarrassed laugh. Jai Yuan asked the boatman to stop to rest here for the night and set off again tomorrow. He explained to him that several interesting incidents had occurred while passing this section of the river, so he would like to stay here for one night, as he had done before. The boatman grudgingly told him that since he was paying, he could do whatever he wanted, and grumbled that smart people were a problem. After stopping, they began to boil fresh fish soup on a cauldron, nothing to portend trouble. Suddenly, a strange creature swam by the boat, raising waves that rocked the boat. The boatman woke up in alarm and wondered if there was a real lord of the water. He climbed out on the edge of the boat and started looking into the water, trying to see something. Jai Yuan, sensing something strange, got out and asked the boatman what happened. He turned to the guy and explained that there might be some unclean creatures in the river, but he shouldn't be afraid, because the boatmen have their own methods of solving it. Only he needed some alcohol. Jai Yuan poured him some wine called the 1,000 Days of Spring. The man took a glass of wine and splashed into the water with the words, "We do not offend you, you do not offend us. This small glass of wine is a sign of respect," and asked the water lord to leave soon. Jai Yuan thought about the fact that unfortunately for the boatman, he would definitely not expect to meet there an alcohol-hungry fish. The better wine you give it, the more likely it is to stay. The boatman was confident that his method had worked and calmed down. Jai Yuan then suggested that he join them for a snack of fish soup, especially with his physique, half a bowl would be enough for him. The boatman was afraid that the soup might be poisoned by some unknown poison. Jai Yuan decided that the soup was ready and started pouring it into bowls. He noticed that the silver fish had actually dissolved into the soup. The guy held out the boatman's bowl and said that this fish is a great strengthening agent and all of its healing power is in the soup, which is very healthy. The man thanked the fellow for his kindness. The boatman liked the soup very much, so he ate it very quickly, saying that it was insanely delicious. When he finished, he thanked the guy again. His thoughts started to swim a little and his cheeks turned red. Jai Yuan put his arm around his shoulder and walked him to his boat, telling him to go to sleep or meditate, and most importantly not to fall into the water. The boy went to the boatman and seeing his condition, asked Jai Yuan what had happened to him. Pouring the soup into a bowl, Jai told him that it was just that such food strengthens the body too much. Then he said that it was time for the four of us to sit down and eat the soup. The boy really liked the smell of the fish soup. He wanted to taste it for a long time. Suddenly, it came to the boy's attention when Jai Yuan said that the four of them should eat. But there were only 3 of them in the boat room. Jai Yuan didn't answer his question. After a short pause, he handed the boy the soup he had made. The bowl was filled to the top, so Kai Wen asked if it was too big a portion. After all, he was giving the boatman half a bowl. The boy answered him that there was a big difference between him and the boatman, so he had nothing to worry about. After tasting the soup, the boy said that it was insanely delicious, even better than what his mom made. Suddenly, in the water something huge jumped into the air and dived back, sending large waves through the water. The fox felt it and was very scared. He asked Jai to remove the monster from the water, but Jai Yuan replied that it was just an ordinary enlightened spiritual fish, and from the perspective of Taoism, he fox werewolf is much stronger. Jai Yuan then went to the pier and sat down on one knee and started talking to the fish. He said that he hadn't seen it for years, but it turned out it was still active on this stretch of river. Then he asked if it was still doing good deeds. A huge fish swam out of the water to Jai Yuan and replied something with a fish tongue. The boy and the fox were greatly frightened by this fish, for they had not seen such large sea creatures before. Jai Yuan saw that there was no hostility in the body of this fish, and there was a vague light of desire power, so he thought that the family had fulfilled their promise. Jai Yuan offered the fish to taste the silver fish soup he had prepared and poured the contents of the bowl into the water. The fish immediately started sucking up the water where the soup had gone. The fox moved closer to the fish and asked him why he still hadn't processed the crossbone. The water was so cold after all. How did he even survive? The fish answered him in his own language. Then the fox said that according to Jai's stories, he is very virtuous and good, and asked if he had saved many people, and if he had ever seen the Lord of the Water. The fish, spreading its fins, told the fox something. Jai suggested to the fish that it should follow this canoe and together go to the section of the Chunmu River near the Chunhui Palace. He promised the fish that the river gods would not drive it away from there. The guy then looked at the boy and told him that in the future he would study at Huiyuan Academy in Chunhui Prefecture, and whenever he had a break, the boy would go to a secluded section of the river and study with that big fish. The boy was surprised and asked again if he would definitely do that. Jai Yuan answered him that those with refined minds are good at everything, so let the big fish help the boy on his journey. The boys sailed to Chunhui. Even from the pier, they could still hear the sounds of the city's bustle, fairs, and the conversations of ordinary townspeople. As they walked through the city, Jai Yuan explained to the boy about his plans. That first he wanted to send the boy to the academy, then he would try to find an inn where the boy could stay, and then he himself would return to Ning'an County in a couple of days. The fox didn't really listen to Jai, but looked at the food stalls. Jai Yuan noticed this and watched the fox. Huiyun asked the chief to wrap up 2 layer cakes with meat for him. Back at the sleeping place, Jai Yuan fell asleep and the fox was cowering near the table where the wrapped food was. He grabbed the red ribbon that the food was wrapped with his teeth and jumped out the window. Jai Yuan's sword began to shake and call for his help, but the guy with his eyes closed said that everything was going according to plan. Let the fox go where he needed to go. 15 minutes later, the guy still couldn't sleep, thinking about the fox. A couple hours later, the guy still couldn't sleep and was in a lot of agony about it. Abruptly throwing off the blanket, the guy said that in general, there was no reason not to look at something so interesting, and told the sword to go with him. He jumped out of the window and followed the fox's trail. Meanwhile, the fox came to a certain spot and threw a box of food on the ground. The fox was near a body of water. Walking a little closer to the water, Huiyun started to ask the big fish if it was here. Suddenly, a big fish flew out of the water. A splash of water splashed in all directions around. The fox was very happy to see the big fish. He told it that Mr. Jai Yuan bought him food, so he brought it to it. The fish thanked Huiyun. The fox took one piece at a time and gave it to the fish in his mouth. Jai Yuan came to the place and hiding behind a tree watched them. The guy was surprised that the fox was sharing food with someone. After all, it was rare because Huiyun was a glutton. While he was laughing, the fox and the fish were taken by surprise by a splash of water not far from them. Something large and strange was coming out of the water. The creature asked the fox if he could give him a taste of these delicious treats as well. It turned out that it was a huge turtle, which was many times bigger than a big fish. She and the fox were very frightened and did not know what to do. The fox looked anxiously at the huge turtle in front of him. He stuttered and asked if he wanted a snack. And inside himself, Huiyun was very afraid that he wanted to snack on him and not the pies. The turtle abruptly bent down and ate everything the fox brought with him. After chewing, he said that the pies didn't taste bad. Then approaching Huiyun, the turtle said that Lord Red Yaksha had asked him to patrol this stretch of river on his behalf, and then he asked how dare the fox appear in Chunhui Prefecture without fear of being captured by the night watch. Strongly worried and with a tremor in his voice, he pointed to the wooden piece of wood that hung around his neck and said that with it, he could be unafraid. The tortoise replied that he thought the fox had a special kai that was hard to recognize, but it turned out to be simpler than that. And then he said that the fox could stay here, but the big fish couldn't stay in this section of the river. The fox started shouting for them not to touch the big fish, or else he asked Mr. Jai to deal with him. The turtle was greatly surprised that the fox was related to Mr. Jai Yuan. The turtle again abruptly approached the fox, yes, so much so that water flew to the shore. Poor Huiyun jumped up on the spot in fear. Huiyun couldn't understand why he was suddenly angry. Maybe he had been insulted by Jai Yuan once. The fox was very afraid that because of Jai, he had gotten himself into trouble. Huiyun huddled on the ground and said in a trembling voice that he was just a little fox. Mr. Jai Yuan had contacted him, so he had nothing to do with it. Jai Yuan, standing at the door, grinned at the fox's words. The turtle didn't reply anything, but just looked at the fox, tension flying in the air. and raising his head, he desperately said that the fox was very fortunate in life. Huyun didn't understand what he was talking about. Now he was even more worried, because he thought that the problem was him, not Mr. Jai Yuan. The turtle slightly leaned over and asked Huyun how many years had passed since the day his spiritual consciousness became clear, and he was no longer clouded. Confused at such a sudden question, the fox replied that it had been about 15 years since he had stopped being clueless. The turtle was greatly surprised that it had only been 15 years. It was very little for him. Then, he looked at Huyun and saw that his demonic energy and aura were small and his magic power was not visible. He had refined his bones in a short time. This was worthy of someone who had been shown the way by an immortal. Turtle smiled and asked the fox how long he thought it took him before he could speak. The fox hesitated and said he looked old, so most likely within decades. Turtle laughed and thanked the fox for having such a high opinion of him, except it took him 230 years in those times, so it doesn't compare to his natural talent. The fox remained silent, but thought about the fact that it was indeed an incredibly long time. Lu Shangjian was not even 200 years old now. Looking at the moon, the tortoise began to say that the fox was given the name Huyun after the immortal showed him the way, and he really suits this name, and most likely in the future he will receive a lot of benefits that you don't even know about. Then, leaning towards the fox again, he said that knowing what kind of opportunity he had gotten, he shouldn't run away, because so many demons had cultivated for 100 years and had given their lives without even receiving a bit of guidance from the immortal. Fox felt ashamed for behaving so recklessly. Jai Yuan jumped onto a thick tree branch and continued to eavesdrop on their conversations. Meanwhile, the turtle tried to ask the fox to introduce him to Jai, but decided that first he needed to find out how they even met. Huyun began to tell him that he was recently descending a mountain near Ning'an County when he happened to meet Mr. Jai returning. Then the fox hurried back to the mountain to tell the tiger spirit Lu Shangjian about it, after which Mr. Jai came and told him about the teachings of the Tao. The turtle hummed and asked what Mr. Jai Yuan told him after that. Huyun thought about it, trying to remember what Mr. Jai had said, but he only remembered what was said about freedom. The turtle kept asking him about the content, what it was about. He wanted to know at least a little about it. Huyun answered him that there were a lot of words, so he forgot. Then the turtle became furious and started yelling at the fox. Standing up to his full height, the turtle started to rage with anger, creating large waves in the body of water. The fox was very frightened. He was afraid that the turtle would do something to him. The big fish was also very afraid that he would be kicked out or something worse. The turtle looked at the fox with burning eyes and did not understand how he had survived until today, if he repeatedly misses the blessing of heaven. The fox once again pressed his whole body against the ground in fear. Raising his red face, the fox said that what Mr. Jai said that day was indeed something special, but he hardly remembered it. But he could ask Mr. Jai and tell him next time. The tortoise shook his head and said that the teachings couldn't be passed on so easily, and everything could be done once without repeating. He accepted it, saying that for him and his level wasn't bad. And if the fox did tell him the Tao that Jai had taught him, it would be a big taboo for him to steal teachings from his teacher. Suddenly, the turtle looked into the distance and saw someone he immediately started to worry about. The fox saw that the turtle had focused his attention on something, and decided to turn around to look as well. Seeing Mr. Jai, Huyun asked him if he had come here a long time ago. The turtle introduced himself with the name Wuchun and said that he was very happy to meet Mr. Jai. Jai Yuan decided to see what kind of aura and energy Wuchun had. He was glowing with a blue light. The guy noticed that his water energy was a little richer than it was the last time he saw him, and also a trigram pattern was starting to appear on his back. Huyun looked at the guy and asked in a sad voice if there was anything he could do to help the turtle. He was having an incredibly hard time practicing after all. The guy said that the practice is difficult, but the turtle's obsession is getting deeper over the years and he has wasted hundreds of years failing in his every attempt. The strength of the Tao is deepening, however the practice is stagnant. It is less deep but still full of flaws. It darkens the spirit and spoils the mind. Jai then asked the turtle how he was doing with the purification technique given to him by the river gods. Wuchun replied that he had practiced the self-cultivation technique diligently, but other than the occasional burning sensation in his bones, nothing else worked. Jai thought for a bit and said that he had sort of helped many mortals over the years, and it seemed he wanted them to help him when they got rich. So why was he in this condition? He assumed the stale aura in his body had nothing to do with it. Exhaling heavily, Uchin replied that predicting fortunes was easy, but it was hard to understand people's hearts. After all, the desires in some people's hearts were immense and had no limits. He was unlucky and often relied on the wrong people. Every time he thought he had made a good decision, but as time went on, more and more bad karma appeared afterward. Abruptly raising his head, Wuchun cut off that he had currently abandoned the whole endeavor. Jai Yuan told him that whenever Huiyuan Academy was closed, a disciple surnamed Yin would come here to study. And if he wasn't embarrassed that this disciple was young and uneducated, why wouldn't he join them? Wuchun's cheeks turned red. He didn't believe that he would ever get this chance. He sincerely thanked Mr. Jai for showing him the way. Jai Yuan said that he didn't need excessive payment, so there was no need to swim through boiling water and tread on fire. He asked him to pick up the stories of a few people Wuchun had helped, who had touched and impressed him, to tell him later. Uchun bowed and said he would do it. Fish said something fishy, and Jai Yuan replied to him that although he didn't have enough cultivation, he had taken a fancy to him, so he wanted to give him the name Luo Biking. Luo Biking jumped up enthusiastically, twitching his long mustache. Wuchun cried because of the fact that he had given himself a name and because of this mischance to get a name from an immortal. Two boys peeped into Kai Wen's room through the window and told him that today was the 20th of August, the day of rest. They told him that it was almost time for the fall harvest, and many famous scholars from Jeju had appeared in the vicinity of Gongyuan and invited him to go and see. Kai Wen replied to them that it sounded tempting enough, but he had some business to attend to today, so he wouldn't be able to go. The boys immediately started asking what business he had and if they could help him, but the boy told them that it was small things and they could just go alone. Having collected himself, in the morning Kai Wen came to Mr. Jai, who was fishing. Jai greeted the boy and told him to read aloud whatever he found interesting. The boy began to read that a scholar should be polite, know his manners, and know his righteousness. But what righteousness is and what politeness is and what it means not to be prejudiced is not very clear. Not far from the shore, Uchun lounged on the bottom. He listened to the boy and realized that he had an unusually clear aura, felt his heart. His spirituality was pure and his destiny was profound. After a while, sunset came. Jai Yuan said it was time to finish, because in half an hour the city gate would be closed, and then he asked Wuchun and Du Biking to bow with a boy named Yin King. The student didn't understand who the teacher was talking about. As suddenly a huge Wuchun and a big fish Luo Biking came out of the water, the boy was shocked from the size of the turtle. The turtle introduced himself to the boy and thanked him for his teachings. The boy immediately said that he was just an ordinary student of Huiyuan Academy. The boy said in a sad voice that it was time for him to go back, and it was time for Jai and the fox to go to the county. Jai Yuan said that they were already leaving. The water transportation in Chunhui is well developed, and letters can reach Ning'an County in a few days, so he will wait for Kai Wen's letters. They waved to each other and separated. Jai Yuan sat on the ground in the lotus posture and reminded Wuchun that last time he had asked him to prepare stories about people he had met and whose deeds had moved him. He had of course already read the legends of the way of the outside world, but he was more interested in hearing the stories of people who had experienced it. Turtle began to tell him that it happened almost 170 or 180 years ago. Back then Dajin had only existed for 30 years. There was a scholar named Xiao Jing who came to visit Chunhui Palace and was considered very successful. One day on a pleasure boat a drunken man forcefully decided to molest one singing girl of easy virtue. The other man got angry with him but the drunkard threw him off the boat. Uchun revered this scholar as a decent man and wanted to make good connections with him and point out a business opportunity. However, after the scholar's family became a little richer, he still wanted to be an official more than anything else, and wanted to be a big official. Of course, a great desire and promotion is normal, Wuchun thought. But it's not that simple. The scholar had some talent, but it was not enough. Then Wuchun directly told him that if he refused to study hard, he would not be able to make an official career, especially with the help of demonic star powers. After that day, Xiao Jing never came to see him again. After a while, Wuchun learned that he had somehow reached the position of Imperial Chancellor in just 6 or 7 years. At that time, it was the 32nd year of the founding of the Yuan dynasty, and the founding Emperor Dajin was already at the end of his life and it was time to hand over the throne. Except that the prestige of the prince was still low, while most of the old ministers of the dynasty were still alive and well. With despair, the tortoise said that this was how he failed because of the little help he had given, and when blood stained the imperial court, bad karma followed. Jai Yuan felt sorry for the turtle, After all, the Imperial Chancellor was in charge of overseeing the garden and could declare impeachment of all officials, and it went without saying that he played a role in executing deserving officials. The bad karma that came after was enough for the old turtle. Wuchun went on to say that this incident made him shiver with fear, and for years he hid in a cave somewhere on the Chunmu River, afraid that one mistake would lead to disaster. On rainy days, even if there was no thunder, he didn't make any extra movements or even practice thickly. After a while, he felt the onslaught of bad karma reaching its peak, and finally began to weaken, so he realized that the tragedy was coming to an end. Wuchun told him that the new emperor had ascended to the throne and had brought order and investigation to the traitors with a bang, and had returned belated justice to several loyal and good people. Jai told him that it is true that he is not very lucky, but the opportunity is still there. Things are not so bad to cut his path short. Jai ordered the turtle not to use his magical abilities to do anything bad in the future, he just needs to be peaceful. Jai Yuan then said that he remembered Wuchun wanted to ask Hu Yun the essence of freedom, and he could tell him. Wuchun was insanely excited to have Jai Yuan tell him about the essence of freedom. The guy started to tell him that there was a fish in the north and its name was Kun. It was so big that he didn't even know how much lye was in it. And when it turned into a bird, it was called Peng. It had no natural enemies and no problems, so it lived a carefree life. Wuchun immediately visualized a huge bird above his head. The turtle was extremely nervous and sweat was dripping from his face. Jai Yuan thought that the means of manifesting the thought was not bad, but at least from a Proteus point of view, it was really profound. Jai added that Wuchun had been too obsessed for a long time, so this freedom piece was quite suitable for him. The guy said that he would have to come and listen to the book with Bixen more often when he had time. Wuchun began to thank the guy for instructing him, for passing on the Tao, for enlightening him, and for passing on his teachings. A happy Wuchun escorted Jai Yuan's teacher with his gaze. The turtle thought about the fact that the day had finally come when luck smiled on him. Jai Yuan sat at the table and said that the names of books in the cultivation world were somewhat simple, that regardless of the difference in content. The book was called Kai Manual, however if one really thought about it, this book should be called Heaven and Earth Transformation Method. Which was the point? He thought about the fact that the existence of the heaven and earth conception in him also gives new meaning to this heaven and earth transformation method. He wondered if he could extract the 3 kinds of true fire from the Dan furnace, because this power is so unfathomable. Then the guy suddenly remembered about the Golden Bridge in Dan. The Golden Bridge is the only connection between the Dan furnace, and also the key point for converting Dan Kai into magic. He would indeed be able to obtain a portion of true fire, and by using the Golden Bridge to the Dan furnace, then the 3 kinds of true fire could directly come to him. The guy was a little nervous that he might burn to death, but he had drunk a lot of old dragon wine, so he should be able to hold his fire and not die a horrible death. But he decided that he should still improve his technique first. Utilizing the Samadhi fire by simply reversing the transformation of heaven and earth was clearly not enough. He suggested that it could be combined with an exceptional fire control art to form a special fire control method. It started snowing outside. After 5 days, the guy sat like this in one place and thought, his head and shoulders covered with snow. Suddenly the guy stood up and flew away. He took the Dan furnace with him and began attracting the true manifestation fire. Flames ran along the Golden Bridge towards the guy. When the flames approached him, Jai Yuan channeled the fire into himself. The fire entered Jai Yuan, and after reaching his mouth, the fire headed into the study of the heavenly stream, then into Jai's upper vessel, and then reached the center of the human dam. Opening his eyes, the guy tried to forcefully lift the heavy stone lying near the tree with his mind, and he succeeded. Then he tried to exhale hot air, and he succeeded in that too. He blew that stream of air into the rock he had lifted into the air, and when they collided there was an explosion. Only dust was left of the rock. The guy was overjoyed and said it was really worthy of being true fire. Suddenly someone outside the courtyard asked if Mr. Jai was home. The boy opened the gate and he was greeted by the letter carrier. He handed him all the letters that had come 2 days ago and were addressed to him. Jai thanked the letter carrier. He was surprised that he received a letter from Du Hen, a one-armed swordsman. He began to read that when Hen was wandering along the banks of the autumn waters of Jishu, he heard from the villagers that an evil woman likes to tear out hearts and eat them. Both counties were in a state of panic. The officials had no way to catch them. Hen, who is a self-proclaimed martial arts master, day and night scouting the area with his friends, gaining strength and waiting. This demonic woman is evil. Hen and his friends fought hard all night and 13 people were killed and wounded before they finally cut off her head. He thought the matter was very strange and unusual, so he sent a letter to Mr. Jai. The The guy was embarrassed that the gods there didn't care about such things. Looking up at the sky, he thought that maybe it was just some evil master practicing some evil art. Jai Yuan asked the date tree for a single fruit. The tree immediately dropped a date for him. The guy deftly caught the fruit of the tree with one hand. After the guy received a letter about a woman who kills people, he immediately went to Tout County. Jai Yuan quickly rushed through the clouds and wind, flying through other counties. Meanwhile, in Jiju Tingshui County, there was a gloomy atmosphere. A bunch of injured people were lying in the medical station. Each of them were badly maimed. Some could stand on their feet, some were eating after the battle. All of them had no face. Mr. Du frowned his eyebrows and sat on a chair. He was very nervous about the whole situation. The fighters were discussing what was happening in the county. One of them said that they had definitely cut off her head, but she was still alive and doing whatever she wanted again. It was so horrible that no one would believe it. The other fighter added that the most disgusting thing was the poison. As soon as they ran out of medicine, there were more deaths. One of Mr. Du's subjects asked if they could escape. At first he didn't answer anything. The room became very quiet. Everyone wanted to know the Immortal's answer. Tapping his sword against the floor, he shouted that of course it was possible. He reminded them that they had written a lot of letters, so help was sure to come. One of the fighters said that maybe the weather would cause snow to cover the roads and the letters would not be delivered. Mr. Du replied that this would not happen. He explained to them that he had received news that one of his elders had returned home from his travels, and he had written to him before winter set in. Suddenly there was a thud on the roof. Everyone immediately jumped out of their beds and set up for a fight. Mr. Du told his men that there were 7 people on the roof. Suddenly there was a knock on their door. A man's voice said that they had hot water brought to them and they should open the door to bring the water inside. Suddenly, the man behind the door screamed exhaustedly. Tongues of red glow came through the crack in the door. One fighter swung around to kick the door with his foot. Kicking the door, there was no man behind the door. The doors fell to the floor. On the floor lay a dead man without a heart who had brought them water. When the fighters looked up, they saw the same demonic woman. She had long purple hair and a pink Japanese dress, and this woman was also pregnant. Mr. Du ordered his men to be careful. The fighters decided to quickly light torches. Mr. Du put his sword to her seemingly steel hand. Both he and she dreamed of killing each other, except the demonic woman was doing evil, and Mr. Du wanted to provide peace of mind to his people. Suddenly ghost children sprinkled from the roof, who were at one with the demonic woman. One of the fighters noticed this first and asked for the blood of the black dog to be brought to him sooner, because it could repel evil spirits. He grabbed a basin of black dog's blood and splashed it in the face of one of the ghost children. The ghost child started screaming in pain, his face burning. The fighters realized that the blood of the black dog really helps to deal with evil spirits. The men began throwing torches at the ghost child to make it catch fire. They succeeded in doing so. They were glad they were able to handle such an onslaught. When the demonic woman saw what was being done to her child, she screamed that it was her favorite boy. While the demonic woman was distracted, Mr. Du waved his sword right in front of her, telling her that she would soon follow her son. Mr. Du managed to slash her shoulder. Grabbing the wound, the woman laughed hysterically and said that she had underestimated them, but now she had a greater excitement to eat their hero Du's heart. Mr. Du turned around, sensing something wrong, and was horrified by what he saw. It turned out that these ghost children were not dead, but had turned into ghosts. The demonic woman started laughing loudly, and said that they had already ruined her practice 3 times by trying to protect the peaceful people, and since it was over, it was fine for her to start over, but today she would destroy everyone in Tingshui. At this time, Jai Yuan had already managed to arrive in the county, and after hearing the demonic woman's words, he said that it was a strong statement. When Mr. Du saw Jai Yuan, his eyes lit up with happiness. He had a hope of victory. Jai Yuan mockingly asked who she was, because she was not a human, not a ghost, not a demon, not a devil, and said that she seems to be just a ghostly mother of 9 sons, only that comes to mind when you see her. When Jai Yuan asked her who taught her such an evil technique, her eyes lit up furiously. Strongly angry, she shouted to her ghost children to kill Jai Yuan. The ghost children swarmed towards the guy. While these children were attacking Jai Yuan, the girl decided that now was the time for her to run away, for she was very afraid of him. In order to quickly get rid of the ghost children, he decided to use the true fire he had learned for a long time. The ghosts were instantly killed by such fire. With a smile on his face, he said that dying from his true flame was a great honor for them. Meanwhile, the demonic woman had already run out into the street and ran through the frost in the distance. Jai Yuan immediately realized that she wanted to escape and ordered his sword to follow her so that she wouldn't escape. The sword immediately flew out the window after the woman. The woman reached a small building. Opening the door to the formation with one hand and holding her stomach with the other, she began to call loudly for her teacher to help her escape. Her teacher asked her to take her time and asked where the other demons were and if they had been captured by the city god or any of the spirits of the land. In a serious voice, he said that he had told her to be careful to avoid the attention of the gods and spirits, but reassured her that there was nothing to fear. This was no longer the Dajan border. The woman told him that the one who attacked was not a spirit or god but a man in light-colored clothes. The old man was surprised that it was a man. The teacher asked her if the man had used some kind of spell with a jade pendant. The girl replied that there was no such thing. She made her children throw themselves at the man, but he blew out some kind of club of smoke and burned all her children into ashes. She asked with concern in her voice if he could avenge his student, but the old man became very nervous after he found out that the man was blowing smoke. The woman said it was just a strange puff of gray smoke. The old man asked her if she felt something wrong when she came back, something akin to a panic attack that wouldn't let up. Suddenly, the crunching of snow was heard from outside. Someone was approaching them. Meanwhile, Jai-Yun slowly walked towards the building the demonic woman and her teacher were in. When the teacher saw Jai-Yun could not say anything, for he had no trace of dirt, but no trace of magic. His skill had reached a level beyond his comprehension. Teacher understood that if such a creature really wanted to kill her, there was no way she would be allowed to escape. This was the real problem. The teacher bowed before Jai-Yun and asked what was the purpose of his visit to his humble abode in the middle of winter. Maybe he was looking for this ghost mother. The girl was surprised that her teacher would say such a thing. The old man shouted that he was not her teacher and explained that a few years ago, he had killed an evil cultivator and took the book of evil techniques from him, and he would never have thought that this woman would steal it while he was chopping wood. The woman looked desperately at her teacher. The teacher went on to say that today this woman came to him for help and wanted to become his disciple. So he realized that her practice of the evil method must have caused her problems. But fortunately this woman was still at a low level of evil practice and had only become pregnant. Jai-Yun said that reality showed that she was far from having a low level of practice. This woman had spawned herself 7 demons, each of which was going to kill the entire neighborhood, so she had to be instructed by an outstanding teacher. The old man started to pretend that he was amazed that she had already spawned 7 demons and that she wanted to kill everyone in the neighborhood, and directed fire at her. But suddenly, Jai-Yun's sword fell between the old man and the woman. The teacher was in astonishment when he realized that in front of him was an immortal sword. Jai-Yun laughed at the old man that he dared to settle here and conduct his dirty teachings, and now he was trying to turn things around in his favor. The guy told him to run and he would see if he could save his life. The old man recited an escape spell and immediately fled from the spot. But Jai-Yun immediately recited an execution spell and aimed at that mean old man. In the blink of an eye, it split the wall that the evil teacher had created. Pieces of stones fell on the vicious old man and it seemed that he was dead. Jai-Yun was very pleased with himself, but he still had to deal with the demonic woman. While he was distracted, she tried to escape, but the guy immediately threw a hold on her. Only Jai-Yun realized that something had gone wrong and this evil teacher was still alive. Jai frowned when he realized that the old man's fake body was in front of him. Together with his immortal sword, Yun rose into the sky and exclaimed that he couldn't escape so easily. Meanwhile, the demon teacher quickly climbed higher and higher into the snowy mountain. On his back was a seal that was slowly evaporating. His face was withered and pale. In desperation, he held the stone of the mountain god in his hands and asked him many times for salvation. Turning to the mountain god each time and begging him for help, the old man did not understand why he did not come to him. He did not have a second spare amulet. Jai leisurely approached him and watched from the side. The hero furrowed his eyebrows and his immortal sword was ready to deal with the fugitive and came out of its sheath. The old man looked back in horror and saw the glittering sword flying towards him. He was sure that his life was already over. At the same moment there was an explosion right in front of him, which lifted a whole pile of snow upwards. Jai didn't expect a huge stone creature to appear right in front of them. A huge stone hand came between the old man and the immortal sword, repelling its strike. The teacher raised his head in fear and saw the huge stone hand in front of him. But the immortal sword was stronger and gradually the arm of the huge stone creature broke. Huge blocks of stone began to fall down around the old man, almost hitting him. The tall stone man introduced himself as a mountain god of the mountain named Tintiu. The god did not yet realize who dared to attack him and saw the gleaming immortal sword behind his back. When he realized everything, the god Tintiu looked angrily at the old man and asked what kind of creature he had provoked. The old man pleaded with the mountain god and said that no matter what, he had to save his life this time. The mountain god remained silent and grudgingly restored his injured arm. The mountain god turned to the Immortal and said that this man from below was his old friend. No sooner had he asked the Immortal for a favor than Jai replied that he could do it. The demon teacher had already had time to rejoice with the thought of being saved and smiled. But Jai frowned and gloomily asked what old ties bound him to this evil and deceitful man. After all, this evil cultivator had a lot of bad karma, so he couldn't let him get away with it today. His immortal sword once again prepared to attack and stood in front of his master, preparing to attack. But the sword hovered in the air and began to absorb all the energy nearby, splitting the blue and red energy flow. The mountain god and the old man were terrified. It seemed to them that the heavens themselves were about to collapse on them. Jai smirked and exclaimed that it was a sword of execution. He didn't expect that with just a rash act, he could realize a whole new level of power utilization. The mountain god couldn't resist such power and bowed his head, and the old man fell to the ground again. Since the giant was a mountain god, Jai was sure that he was not a close friend of this evil man. And if he had made any promise to him, the fact that he had just repelled the power of the heavenly sword without retreating a single step would be a worthy action for that promise. The hero pointed his sword towards the mountain god and asked if he would continue to stand in defense of this evil cultivator who was unworthy of his death. These words horrified the huge stone god. Meanwhile, the old man also pleaded with the mountain god and was sure that he would not watch his friend being killed. He recalled his promise, but the god angrily answered him that if he had not protected him from the first blow, he would have died. Besides, he would not have been on the point of that sword now and thought he had helped him enough already. God had done his best as it was, but the old man apparently wanted him to die for him. The god introduced himself as the Hun god of Mount Tingyu and apologized for offending the Immortal and promised to leave now. The god headed towards the mountain and the old man desperately shouted to him. He called out to him repeatedly and mentioned that he couldn't just leave. His screams suddenly paused as he grabbed a blow from his back. The Immortal's blade struck the old man, and Su said that it severed most of his mind and spirit, leaving only a remnant to maintain immortality. His karma would be known when he went to the city temple. The old man fell unconsciously to the ground. The mountain god covered his eyes and knelt down, touching the mountain. He managed to merge with the nearest mountain, but it was obvious to Jai. He had true harmony with the mountains, and the god of mountains Tingyu was not so simple. Judging from the streams of energy coming from the mountains, Jai thought that they had escaped. Seeing the power of the heavenly sword, no one would dare to approach this place. As the rumors about the Tianjin pavilion spread, there would surely be quite a few beings worried about the Dajin situation. Jai realized that there could be several like this evil old man, so now was the time to scare them away. To avoid more trouble, it was better to deal with this evil cultivator first. The hero descended to the ground and approached the old man who had managed to get covered in snow. He folded his hands into a seal and pointed it at the old man. Later, Jai turned to the mountains and exclaimed that he would like to speak to the mountain god once more. But apart from the blizzard, there was only dead silence. Then the hero angrily tapped his foot on the ground and said that he would like to invite Hun Shenton, the god of the mountain Tintiu. The head of an ordinary man emerged from the ground, but he was quite different from the stone giant golem. The man frowned, thinking that if he hadn't revealed his technique earlier, he wouldn't have been so worried. Hong Shengshan bowed and greeted the immortal master. Jai replied that he had no choice but to ask him to come here, as he couldn't call him for nothing. He wanted to find out from the mountain god about the rumors of Tianji. Naturally, he knew. He wanted to clarify that the immortal had come here because of this man and pointed his finger at the old man. Jai shook his head and said that wasn't quite true. Dajin was the peaceful path of the ages, and even if there are evil cultivators looking for that nebulous opportunity, they would still follow the heavenly laws. Carelessly using an evil method like his could only lead to disaster. The god turned pale and thought of just how Jai himself had caught up with him. Jai pointed his finger at the old man and said that this man might not have known about the rumors of the Tianji pavilion. He was afraid that he was being used as a pawn to test how evil magic worked. To be honest, the god had known him for decades and he had helped him a lot. And when he came again, instead of studying yin miasms, he started practicing evil magic, which was really a bit strange. The god wondered what the immortal had called him for and assumed that he wanted to tell him something. The hero put his palms together and wanted to ask the god for one request. The rumors about the Tianji pavilion seemed to still be vague, and there were many people who were thinking about it, so it wasn't a big deal if they just want to take a look at it. But when it becomes like mouse droppings underfoot, it was already becoming unpleasant. The mountain was located in the northern part of Dezheng, and was one of the state borders with Tinglejiang to the north. And it would be good if the mountain god took the time to notice and even warn some of those who were not on the right path. The mountain god promised that he would pay extra attention to this, even if he had to sleep less, since it was entrusted to him by the Immortals. Jai smiled and thanked him for his help. After that, the hero bound the female demon and her teacher. With a smile on his face, he carried them to the entrance of the underworld. The servants of the underworld stopped him and asked him about these people and what was their reason for interfering in the realm of the underworld. The hero held out his hand and showed them the wooden plaque of the city god of Chunhui Prefecture. He asked to be informed of Jai Yuan's visit. Later, the captives found themselves in the prison of punishment of evil. There, the servants of the underground god severely beat the captive demons with whips. When they had already been placed in a cell, the woman and the old man came to their senses. The old man did not realize where he was and assumed he was already dead. The bound mutilated demons started laughing loudly at the old man. They thought it was funny that he didn't realize where he was. The figure of a clerk suddenly towered over the old man. He confirmed the old man's words and said that he was almost dead. But the old man did not understand why in that case everyone was laughing at him. But it was not surprising, but natural, for at last they had met someone who would be worse off than they were. The old man had committed many sins, so the Department for the Punishment of Evil was not even going to try him, but immediately sentenced him to death. They have a saying in the Department of Punishment and Evil, a quick death is the ultimate happiness, and he was soon to realize what it was all about. The clerk grabbed the screaming old man by the scruff of the neck and dragged him behind him. The demon woman heard the crunching of bones and various terrible sounds. The old man begged her not to do it and promised to do anything. A terrifying shiver ran through the woman. Later, the hero reached Huan Xiao's house. There he found a book on earth-moving charms and Kai concealment charms, as well as pure heart charms. He took the book in his hands and pondered. A smile appeared on his face and he instantly burned the book in the flames. In his opinion, its existence could only bring harm. Jai lazily raised his hands and yawned tiredly. He eventually comprehended a wonderful way of practicing the laws of the natural world in the dream world. He happily lay down on his pillow and covered himself with a blanket and closed his eyes. At that time it was still winter, but then winter changed to spring and the sun came out. Spring was followed by summer and the tree near the house of Jai blossomed. Finally it was time for the 10th visit and a little red fox appeared in the courtyard of Tsu. The little fox looked at the paper crane nearby and wanted to make sure that Mr. Jai was still asleep. As soon as the paper crane noticed the vixen, he immediately ran into the house and slammed the doors behind him. The little fox was suddenly frightened at the thought of Mr. Jai waking up. He was terrified, for if Shang Jun found out that he had woken up Mr. Jai, he would be finished. Meanwhile, the hero leisurely got out of bed and yawned sleepily. It seemed to him that his sleep had been quite long. The hero noticed how the fox immediately ran away after he woke up and thought that she had a grudge against him. He could not sleep any longer or the Jai would not be in time for the birth of the Yin's second child, and he did not know whether the Yin King had already set out. Somewhere in the mountains, a group of merchants were leisurely climbing higher and higher. One of the men did not understand why they had chosen this particular road. His partner said that if they didn't take this road, it would take them at least a month to go back and reach Lishun. The guy ahead of him didn't understand how he had the nerve to say that. If he hadn't insisted on going to the Inkstone workshop and wasted too much time, they wouldn't have to take this road so hurriedly right now. By then, the banquet to celebrate the birth of Lord Yin's son would probably turn into a banquet to celebrate 100 days since his birthday. The young man answered them that they didn't know that the Chase Mountains would collapse, otherwise it would be beautiful to see the Inkstone and enjoy the mountain flowers as planned. The man that followed him sighed heavily. He decided that it was God's will that they were unable to foresee. They needed to walk harder, and once they left the mountain, there would only be 7 or 8 days left to walk the trail. The boy noticed a small house up ahead and thought there was someone there. He was glad that they could get a bowl of hot water there. The partner suggested they walk faster as he was tired and wanted to go to bed tonight. Once inside the house, they introduced themselves to the men as traveling scholars. It was difficult to travel on the mountain trails, so they wanted to rest here from the mountain winds. The tired-looking old man said that there was plenty of room so they could make themselves comfortable. The group of people went inside and thanked them for their hospitality. Toward nightfall it started to rain, but it was quiet under the roof. The boys made a fire and cooked food on it. The young blue-eyed boy heard a noise and realized that it had rained outside. Suddenly someone knocked on their closed door. Outside stood the young ladies who were soaking wet from the rain. The girls pitifully asked the people to let them in and warm themselves by the fire. As soon as the men saw them, they immediately blushed and could not refuse them. One of the women came closer and was about to sit down near the men by the fire. All but the young guy became embarrassed and they got embarrassed. One of the old men exclaimed that they were all scholars and should have read. When a man and a woman give or take something, they were not supposed to touch each other. The sudden appearance of 3 women in the middle of the night in the mountain wilderness was very strange. The young scholar got to his feet and said that his uncle was right. He thanked him for the reminder and offered to pass the fire to the 3 girls and squeeze a little with them. The man who was sitting nearby blushed even more and replied that it was not necessary. The girls chuckled when the boy ordered the man to get up. They thought it was funny that he was so proper and replied that they didn't care about that. The young man took his frozen comrade under his arms and exclaimed that they cared. The girl's reputation was no small matter, but at some point the guy smelled a rather slutty odor from one of them. One of the women looked at the bag of one of the scientists with a smile and wondered. She pretended not to notice and accidentally knocked things over. The girl asked who they belonged to, and one of the scientists replied that they were his things. The man rushed towards the girls and asked them not to step on his rice paper. The young boy was about to stop his friend named Moshu and reached out to him, but it was too late. Moshu began to gather his things back into the wicker bag, and at that moment one of the girls came over to him. She told the gentleman that her clothes were all wet and she was cold and uncomfortable, so she wanted to borrow some clothes from him. The man didn't know what to answer and blushed red again. Overcoming his shyness, he took out his clothes from his bag and held them out to the girl. 2 of her friends reminded themselves and asked the others if they could borrow some clothes. The shy scholars smiled and gladly offered them their clothes. In slowed down his companions and said that he had some clothes and would bring them for the other 2 girls. The girls thanked him and the guy silently looked in his bag. Among his books and the rest of his supplies, he found what he was looking for. Ian hid a small insert in his clothes and held it out to the girls. He smiled and admitted that he didn't know if the outfit would fit them. One of the girls happily accepted the garment and said that it was better than going without it at all. The moment she took the garment, the very writing fell out of it. On the outside, the name of Jai Yuan could be read. The girls were abruptly startled as soon as they noticed those writings and their pupils sharpened. The envelope with the writings fell near the fire, and the girls bounced to the sides. Ian grinned and apologized for Mr. Jai's letter that had fallen out of his pocket. He took the blame for not putting it away normally, but mentally thought about it working. Moshu wondered why the paper in Brother Yin's hand glowed, and what was wrong with these girls. Yin took his partner aside with a smile and suggested that this was where they would bother them. He asked them to make themselves comfortable and they would go ahead and not disturb them. Time passed, but the rain outside still did not subside by any means. Ian looked with interest at the girls who sat silently behind them and warmed themselves by the fire. Soon one of the girls decided to ask the young gentleman what he had in his hand, as she thought it was a valuable object. Ian brushed it off and replied that there was nothing special here, just a family letter from the older generation. The other 2 girls were clearly displeased with his answer and frowned their eyebrows. One of the sisters suggested that the others change their clothes right there since they had been lent clothes. The second sister agreed with the first, saying that she was still all wet. The third girl grinned coquettishly and suggested they take off their clothes. All the men except the old man and Brother Yin reacted violently to their slutty scent and opened their mouths in pleasure to look at it. But then the old man grabbed his knife and banged it on the floor and exclaimed that this was lewdness. All the other scholars seemed to come to their senses and looked fearfully at the angry old man. One of the girls got angry at the scientist and called him an old fart. For a moment, Brother Yin saw her real shadow, which displayed the shadow of a spiritual fox. All the men were able to notice her green scary eyes and they were overcome with trembling and terror. Brother Yin hoped that Uncle had some local method of dealing with spirits and monsters. Uncle agreed with him and asked everyone to prepare a knife song. The men grabbed their knives and banged them on the floor, then they sang. Closing their eyes, they sang of the traders that climbed the mountain and the strong men that blocked the road while holding a knife in their hand, carrying 100 pounds on their backs, and in the desert they feared neither tigers nor leopards. A golden flame began to emanate from the group of scholars, which scared away the spirit foxes. They were furious that a bunch of mere mortals dared to do this. One of the sisters reincarnated back into a fox and ordered the others to get out of here. The men were glad that they were able to chase away the spiritual vixens who had pretended to be the 3 girls. They laughed when they sensed their fear and asked them not to run away, for they could also use a good fox skin. Stopping somewhere in the middle of the mountains, one of the foxes exclaimed that she was mad. She couldn't believe that they had been scared off by some bunch of mortals. She called her sisters cowards and blamed it on them. It was just a bunch of mortals they could have easily eaten. At that moment, a strong bolt of lightning struck right above them, which startled the foxes and even hit one of them. Brother Yin thanked the good people for raising their swords. If they hadn't, everyone would have been in great danger today. The old man also thanked the guy for what he had just done. The amulet in his hand had helped them a lot. Brother Yin laughed and thought that now their friendship would be for life. He heard that they were going to Wanju and offered to go with them. His partner told Brother Yin that he was very good. Educated people are really different and his head will lead him to a great future. A couple of scholars that stood behind Yin laughed. The next day Jai arrived in Lishan County and stopped at the arch with the name. The hero noticed that in a place as rich as Wenju, people's morals were weak and even vicious foxes could breed here. Although he took the problem away from Yin King, it didn't cure the problem at the root. He would have to ask about people's morality from a knowledgeable person. Mr. Yin was happy to welcome Mr. Jai, who had finally arrived in Wenju. He had been waiting for him for quite a long time and was happy to see him. The hero greeted Mr. Yin as the county chief and admitted that he was glad to see him too. But the man asked not to laugh at him, for as an official he really wasn't that good. Jai thought that he hadn't seen Mr. Yin for several years and he had already developed a few gray hairs on his head. It was like he had worked very hard. The hero smiled and said that he was the most talented person in the city and the most popular person in the court. He doubted that there was something that Yin couldn't achieve. Mr. Yin sighed heavily and told Mr. Jai that things were not as rosy as he thought. He didn't want to lag the hero, but Wanju is really rich. But some people are full of gold and jade and others had nothing to eat. The former were few and the latter were many, and that's just terrible. Before he came to power, more than 70% of the farmland had been turned into mulberry fields, and almost all of it was in the hands of the sons of high-ranking families. Residents were paid in coins only for help in growing silkworms, and if there was not enough grain in Wanju, it had to be bought abroad. And the price for grain was set by rich merchants and officials. People could not do anything if they did not have enough money. They could mortgage their real estate and hope for the next year. Mr. Yin asked to imagine that the small village headman now had as much as 50 hectares of mulberry fields in his hands. Mr. Yin didn't understand how he got this field. He doubted he could get that much even in a lifetime of working as a headman. What was even more annoying was that out of these 50 hectares of land, there was at least a hectare of permanent land, which was the lifeblood of the people. When the hero flew through Wenju on a cloud, he did see many mulberry forests and little grain land. He thought that everyone here was developing silkworms together to get rich, but this apparently only ruined the ordinary fields of the people. Mr. Jai assumed that Mr. Yin had done something to this headman, but Yin shook his head negatively. If he could do something, he wouldn't be so depressed right now. Every time the Imperial Court inspector came back, he would say that Wanju was fine. Yin was afraid that there were deep-rooted interests in the court. Mr. Jai listened to him attentively and silently poured himself a cup of hot tea. It was funny for Yin to say, but when he first became the ruler of Lixan County in Wanju, he was on guard day and night lest he die this sudden illness. Perhaps because they saw that he did nothing, they began to try to attract him, and the number of gifts increased. Yin did not refuse the gifts, so they were all accepted. According to him, Jai realized that Mr. Yin had decided to accept the gifts first, and then move on to war when the opportunity arose. Yin laughed in response and mentioned his parents, time after time, one brush stroke after another, and he clearly remembered each gift. If anyone besides him hated this matter more than anyone else in the Dajin court, it was the current emperor. But as far as the hero knew, the emperor was still thinking about his happiness and was preparing a waterway puja to ask for immortality. It was hard to tell how much this man's heart might have been attached to the Wanju. His Majesty may no longer be young and strong, but he would not remain indifferent to what was happening in Wanju. That was exactly what Yin thought. Half a year ago, he had secretly spoken to the sacred audience through His Majesty the King of Jin. He didn't say much about it, except that he wrote down the money he was paid by a bunch of givers. Mr. Yin invited Mr. Jai to guess a figure. The hero guessed that it was over 50,000 taels of silver. Later he suggested that the number might have been as high as 100,000 taels. Far from being so, Mr. Yin suggested that he try again. Mr. Jai used his magic power and found out that they had been offered 210,000 taels of gold. Yin looked at Mr. Jai questioningly and didn't understand how he knew about it. But in any case, it was correct. If you include all the treasures, it's about 2 million taels of silver, which is equal to the tax paid in Wanju for half a year. Yin was the chief of Lixan County. He had received a lot of payments in 2 years, so one could imagine how much they had taken from the people. A secret letter from the King of Jin said that His Majesty received his secret message and broke a set of tea mugs he liked best in the imperial office. The hero smiled, for it seemed to him that Mr. Yin had already made up his mind and devised a plan. After several years of experience, he was clearly no longer a small fish in the world of officials. Mr. Yin smiled and suggested to stop this. He just couldn't help but complain about it when he saw Mr. Jai. He hoped that Yuan wasn't offended by it. He had already arranged for Mr. Jai to stay in the guest house at the back of the house. The hero laughed and said that he should have congratulated Mr. Yin in advance anyway, and the official thanked him. The streets of the city were full of vendors who offered to buy their incense. They offered to offer incense to the city god to ensure their success in exams and prosperity. One of the residents asked the stall owner to give him 3 sticks of incense. Although the underworld could not interfere in the affairs of the young world, it was still possible to visit the temple of the city god to inquire about the evil and resentment breeding here. With these thoughts in mind, Jai approached the temple with a smile. When he went inside, he saw before him a large golden divine statue. The old man who stood in front of Jai suggested that the gentleman offer incense to the city god for blessing in all his endeavors. The hero grinned and said that their city god was a great incense, but unfortunately he would not be able to offer him incense, for it would be too much. The man did not understand what the Lord meant. Mr. Jai replied that there was no deep understanding here, but only a straightforward meaning. Another man approached the hero from behind and said that Mr. Zai was right. He suggested that he come out of the temple and have a little conversation. Yuan respectfully accepted his offer. As they left, the old man gave them a glance and couldn't understand what kind of strange couple they were. On the way, Jai told the clerk that most people who came here to offer incense had selfish purposes. Such incense was poisonous, and perhaps no temple would answer such prayers. The man recognized his cloudy dark eyes and dark hair with a very restrained Taoist strength. If he understood correctly, the man in front of him was the legendary Lord of Jai and asked the hero about it. Yuan found it hard to believe that his reputation had become so famous and spread even to Wanju. The hero would not dare to claim to be legendary, but his name is indeed Zai Yuan. The man laughed when he realized that the man in front of him was indeed Mr. Zai. He was just trying to guess, but he didn't expect to see him in person. These were troubling times for Danjin now, and he was very happy to meet Mr. Jai, who was capable of keeping the 4 parts of the world under control. The hero didn't understand what he was talking about, nor did he even realize what had happened to the world while he slept for the better part of a year. Jai didn't know if the city god would be able to clarify the whole situation to him, but he was a little confused. The man asked Mr. Jai not to be so polite, for he was putting him in an awkward position. At present, the strength of the human path in Dajin is uncertain, and the city gods are more restless than a candle in the wind. The city god wanted to narrate something to Zai, but then thunder rumbled. Clouds covered the sky and lightning flashed. The hero pointed toward the mountains and thought it was from there. The god replied that it was in the direction of Lake Kwandong, which was less than 100 miles away. It was also part of the boundary of Lishan County. A large area of water life force was spilling over there, causing dark clouds and celestial thunder. But Jai felt it perfectly well himself. Nearby people passing by could not believe that they had come across a sudden thunderstorm on such a sunny day. His partner suggested the man look up into the sky. For whatever reason, the cloud above them resembled the shape of a dragon. Mr. Jai asked the men to run faster, for whatever was about to fall was about to fall. The huge body of the dragon fell to the ground behind the houses with a rumbling sound. The protagonist approached the scene and saw the weakened dragon that was lying on the ground. The city god speculated that this dragon must be a respected Mo from Guangdong Lake. The city god introduced himself by the name of Lai Baoshan from Lishan County. He had come here to look at the dragon that had fallen from afar. He wondered what had brought him here. Jai assumed it was a black dragon that lived in one of the 4 great lakes of Denjing, so it must have been watched over by the dragon emperor. The city Tog was horrified that the dragon's tendons might have been damaged. The hero introduced himself to the black dragon and said that he was an old friend of the dragon emperor. Jai saw that his dragon tendons were overstretched and he wouldn't last that long. He could tell him what had happened and explain it to the dragon emperor. The city god saw that the black Mo dragon apparently had no intention of trusting humans, and there was more to it than that. The hero realized what was wrong and snapped his fingers and touched the dragon's nose. He raised his other hand to the sky and used energy gathering magic. After that, Mr. Jai used release and banished the evil and binding unclean power over the afflicted dragon. He gave the order to rescue and expel the evil and bind the unclean power. With this order, the dragon's body glowed and it screamed. Black liquid flowed from the dragon's eyes and nose and it fell to the ground again. The liquid that spilled on the ground began to form into a black demonic entity. The hero frowned and used his immortal sword to execute the entity. His bright blade pierced through the demonic figure with its green light. Once it was done, the hero hoped that the dragon Mo could talk to him. The black dragon was grateful to Master Jai for his rescue today. He wanted to ask Yuan to call the Dragon Emperor here, for he had something to say. The hero agreed and looked at his immortal sword and said that he would send word to him immediately. The immortal sword understood everything and immediately flew up into the sky to fulfill his master's request. The city god was afraid that the body of the Mo dragon couldn't lie in this village, so he would ask him to use his magic powers to bring it to the lake. Jai probably didn't think he would have to carry the body of a huge dragon on his own and didn't know how to do it. Looking up at the sky, the hero smiled and thought that the pouring rain might help him a little. The city god lowered his head in surprise and noticed a large stream of water under his feet. He thought it was amazing that Jai had such an admirable ability to control water. The hero was able to make their stream an entire river that ran right past the village. The huge flow of water was able to lift the black dragon's large body upwards. The city god suggested that Mr. Jai might have known the origin of the Mo dragon. The hero replied that it was the first time he came to Wanju and the first time he visited the shores of this lake, so he did not know the origin of this dragon named Mo. The city god narrated that about 40 years ago, the legend of the Hua King had spread along the shores of the Kwandong Lake. The so-called Hua King was a multicolored poisonous toad that had been lurking in the lake for hundreds of years. It not only devoured fishermen, but also threatened nearby villagers with nightmarish methods, forcing them to build temples and erect statues to sacrifice boys and girls. That spring, King Hua teamed up with other demons in the lake to cause a flood and carry away countless people from villages and towns along the lake that were peacefully living their lives. At that time, there were no lake gods in the lake, and the gods of the underworld joined forces to destroy these demons, but they escaped by cunning. Just as they were about to ask the river gods to help them, a dragon called the Venerable Mo arrived from outside the Dajan by water. He wanted to seize the lake as a place to practice and inform the Dragon Emperor, whereupon he entered the lake to fight the demons under the water. After the war, peace was restored to the lake and demonic beings such as the Hua King became a relic of the past. Jai thought about this dragon Mo. Apparently, he was just occupying the lake for cultivation and had no intention of becoming the god of the lake. Only this time a great misfortune befell him. A terrifying rumbling and roaring of a huge dragon was heard from the heavens. This meant that the Dragon Emperor himself had already arrived. The huge body of the white dragon descended from heaven to earth and dived into the turbulent stream of water. The city god realized with horror that the Dragon Emperor was angry. Half an hour later, the Emperor appeared out of the water and greeted Mr. Jai and Lai Chenghuang. Jai greeted Mr. Yin. The city god also expressed his joy at seeing the Emperor. The hero was curious about the situation of the black dragon Mo and whether Mr. Yin had any speculation about it. The Emperor calmly explained that the dragon's tendons had been taken away and its entire essence had been destroyed. The Emperor nodded his head and said that even he couldn't help him. If Mr. Jai hadn't removed the demon from him in time, Mo wouldn't have been able to keep even his dragon soul. The city god was shocked that it was a demon. The Emperor confirmed this and said that this kind of trick was horrible, vicious, and extremely difficult to detect. With the demon enveloping him, not only could the Mo dragon not speak, but its life force was depleted. If the dragon died from the demon, its soul would become a new demon and return to its owner. Mr. Jai was quite right. The Danjan's chastity must not be broken, and not only that, it must also rise up. It is better to be strong enough to lead the entire continent of Yunju and advance humanity to suppress evil than to have devils flounder. Those who attacked the Mo dragon were an unusual individual. If the Mo dragon hadn't blown up the dragon pearl, he wouldn't have been able to escape back to Danjan. In the past few hundred years since the beginning of the unrest on the border of the two barren continents, it was believed that it would not affect the continent of Yunju, which were thousands of miles apart. The Dragon Emperor said he would be leaving Danjan for a while, so he would ask Mr. Jai to look after the dragon here, and they would talk about other matters on their return. Thereupon the Emperor again assumed the form of a great white dragon and soared into the sky with a roar. The city god wondered if the Dragon Emperor would be able to track down the criminal on this mission. The hero wasn't sure, but surely they wouldn't be able to avoid deaths. Jai also realized that the old dragon definitely didn't want an altar to sit on. Somewhere not far from the city was the imperial palace of Kengi province. Sitting at the table, His Majesty invited the others to talk about what had been happening in Wanju lately. A man reported to His Majesty that they had traveled all over Wanju and found that, just as Manager Yin had said, most places were outwardly prosperous, but in reality people were not living in peace. His Majesty furrowed his eyebrows and looked at the man with the report. Honest officials in all prefectures and districts were very few and the corrupt ones were many. One small headman managing 100 households could squeeze out hundreds of taels of silver every year. The incomes of high-ranking officials grew day by day, and the exact amounts were difficult to even calculate. Those in His Majesty's hall cried out that this was sheer lawlessness. His Majesty remained calm and only asked what else they could tell about the Wanju. His interlocutors only glanced glumly at each other but remained silent. One of them did decide to say that there were two other things about Wanju besides local affairs. The first was that the Yin ruler's wife had given birth to another son. His Highness replied that in that case it was worthwhile to give the ruler of Yin a congratulatory gift. He was also a pillar of the state and the councillors agreed with him. The second case, however, concerned the fallen dragon now spoken of in Wenju. His Majesty had evidently not heard of the fallen dragon and came to be horrified. It was rumored that on the 20th day of April, dark clouds covered the sky and lightning flashed. Many villagers in the Kwandong Lake area saw with their own eyes a dragon floating on the dark clouds falling from the sky. His Majesty could not believe that there was actually a fallen dragon here. Wanju was the land of the fallen dragon. Thinking about it, His Majesty got to his feet and leaned on the table. His Majesty began to look for his secret report in a hurry, but could not find it at all. His subordinates waited patiently for the man to sort through the papers on his desk. At last the old man smiled when he managed to find what he needed. Their servant felt that the Wanju affairs could not be tolerated. The officials cheated their superiors and subordinates and became corrupt, causing the common people to suffer poverty. At the end of the report was the signature of Yin Jiaxiang, head of Lixun County. The fall of the dragon had befallen them, as well as internal strife. His Highness sighed heavily. He slammed the table loudly and said that Yin Jiaxiang was right. They couldn't put up with the problems in Wenju. No matter what they had to do to the other side, they had to do their best to do it well. In that case, the government would not blame them. Anyone who dared to blab would be executed by the imperial family, and any courtiers would be wiped out along with the relatives of the three clans. Somewhere on the eastern sea, a true dragon appeared and frightened the local demons with its presence. One of them ordered all the others to run away quickly. Some of the demons tried to prove that they had nothing to do with this incident with the dragon and asked to spare their lives. The Dragon Emperor was greatly enraged and killed one of the demons he caught with his large claws. The rest of the demons on the way he knocked down with his long and powerful tail. Other demons he gnawed with his powerful dragon fangs and spared none. Later, the Dragon Emperor arrived back at the bottom of the Guangdong Lake where the Black Dragon and Mr. Jai were waiting for him. The Emperor sadly told the Black Dragon that he was not sure that the one who had put the curse on him was dead. However, many demons had been buried with him, so Mo could go in peace. The Black Dragon spoke his last words and only asked the Emperor to take care of himself. For him, it was indeed a beautiful death of the dragon family, becoming part of the environment. Unlike the growth process of dragon transformation, the power of the soul gradually dissolves, leaving a mindless and voiceless remnant of true spirit energy roaming the waters. It is only when he meets a unique aquatic creature whose body he can occupy that the memories of his previous life gradually return to him, at which point he is reborn as an aquatic dragon once again. After these events, Master Jai went to the garden of the House of Yin. Together with Master Yin, they sat in a beautiful gazebo and played Go. After making his move, Jai noticed that Master Yin was distracted and asked him a question. The man rubbed his fingers between his eyebrows and said sadly that he had news from the capital. His Majesty had finally decided to do something about Wanju, except that the decree for the Water Land Puja had also been issued, called the 10th meeting of the Nine Heavens, inviting all the great men of the world to join in the celebration of the Immortal Path. Mr. Jai asked that they be allowed to do whatever they wanted. After all, it was not to concern Mr. Yin in any way. Besides, the Emperor was still worried about Wanju, which was beyond his expectations. Mr. Yin sighed heavily and admitted that the hero was right. He was busy enough and had no time to attend to other matters. Jai smiled and reminded him that he had been here for about 2 months and it was time for him to leave. Yin assumed that Mr. Jai was on his way back to Ninian County. Yuan smiled and said that he was wrong. He was going to see the Water Land Pujas in the capital city. On Chanlafu Street, local workers hung a big poster on the wall of a building. The locals were interested to see what it said. Some people were surprised by it, for it was an imperial announcement. The emperor let the world know that the country had existed for 200 years and was now in its prime. The whole world was subdued by him and the people lived in peace. He was hereby issuing a decree to call upon all Taoist masters to join in this great event and celebrate the 10th gathering of the Nine Heavens, for the sake of Dajan and the emperor. Not far from the place of announcement sat a local who looked like a homeless man. He had heard from the local about the gathering of the Immortal Tao. It is a Waterland Puja gathering. They made a real fuss and people didn't even know if the Immortals would really be there. This meant that now the Dacian Emperor wanted to hold a Waterland Puja. The locals were afraid that this gathering of Immortals might not turn into a gathering of rampaging demons. While they were talking, his grandson came up to the grandfather and saw that the grandfather was already awake. The soiled lad held out pastries to the old man and said that they weren't even stale. Rising to his feet, the old man suggested to his grandson named Ewer to go to the capital for a walk, to which the boy was surprised. The grandson took his grandfather's hand and they walked down the street. Ewer thought that the capital city was the busiest place in the world. The grandfather didn't know that and agreed with his grandson. Jai looked into one of the establishments in the capital area. There he got himself a teapot and sat down to rest over a cup of tea. Meanwhile, a grandfather and his grandson approached the same establishment. The place was nice and you could smell the smell of vegetables on both sides and see a lot of people. Ewan exclaimed that the capital was indeed big and lively and there were hardly any beggars here. The grandson pointed his finger forward and told his grandfather that apparently a blind man was watching them from the tea house. The old man smiled and called him a silly boy, for there was no way the blind man could have been watching them. He caught sight of Master Jai, who smiled at the boy and looked exactly at him. The old man frowned and told Ewer that this was no ordinary blind man. The hero introduced himself by his name and walked out to the old man and the child. He greeted them, and if they didn't mind, they could join him for a cup of tea. The old man bowed respectfully and introduced himself as Lu Niancheng, and his child's name was Lu Xiaoxu. The grandfather let the child eat and the boy exclaimed joyfully. They sat down at the table and Jai himself started the conversation. He thought that the so-called Waterland Puja would be full of spirits and demons, but he didn't think there would be anyone of high level here. The old man admitted that he had the same feelings as Jai. The hero realized that he had indeed come to the water puja from the earth and smiled. The old man was surprised when he realized that Lord Jai was not here to participate in the puja. Ewan said with a smile on his face that this was naturally not the case. In the last book, it was said that General Huang accomplished many outstanding achievements and was finally proclaimed a general by the emperor at the age of only 34. Then followed the battle that glorified General Huang, known as the Battle of Duncheon. Grandpa thought that Mr. Jai was also interested in this mundane story. The hero smiled and replied that there was simply a fascinating and interesting experience in this story. One of the men in town noticed the three heroes in the window of the tea room. It seemed to him that after the emperor's announcement at the Waterland Puja gathering, it really brought out the experts. Meanwhile, some old man thought the two masters had arrived at his humble abode and stroked his long beard. The man asked his master to pass on and the master asked the Master Chu to guide him. Right in front of them was a table with many gold and silver sparkling tails and various food. There were also cages of livestock in the backyard. The pigs and goats were screaming loudly, apparently to be let out. The old man grinned and turned back and said that they were very satisfied with the preparation of the Chu house. He asked Mr. Chu and the others to stand aside while they started practicing. Uncle Zhu looked at the Lord in awe and asked what exactly the two masters were capable of. The man told Uncle Zhu that the two were true masters. They should not have been treated so and so carelessly, especially in their time. One of the men behind them said that he had personally seen them turn mud into dancing men, and could bring back all the water they had splashed out of a body of water. His Majesty had summoned water-earth pujas to see people with real skills, and these two masters were different from those who pretended. The two men abruptly interrupted their conversation when a transparent beam of light slipped right between them. It flew past them and flew straight into the window of the house. At that moment, the masters flew out of the house in terror and begged for mercy. The second master shouted that they were already leaving and ran after the old man with all his legs. The old man turned pale and yelled that he had done nothing. One of the men wanted to stop the craftsmen, but they had already disappeared behind the entrance archway. Uncle Zhu began to doubt that the two men were really experts, but no one knew what the white light was. One of the men thought it came from the backyard of the house, and the men decided to go there and check it out. There were shelves of books in the backyard of the house, and one of the books was glowing with a golden light. The man picked up the book and read on the cover that it was about the Bai Palace. When he opened this book, he noticed a note in it that glowed with the same golden light. He unfolded the large sheet and after reading the hieroglyphics exclaimed in surprise that they were wonderful words. The man asked Uncle Zhu if he remembered this book and this leaflet. The uncle replied to the gentleman that he thought he had seen this book on the third floor of the book pavilion. He thought that one of the gentlemen wanted to read it, but after half a month no one had ever touched it, so he put it back. The gentleman asked when it was and Uncle Zoo wondered. He couldn't remember exactly, but it must have been a few years ago. Toward nightfall, when it was already dark, the escaped masters finally stopped to rest. Barely breathing, one of them thought that it was really very creepy. The pale old man still couldn't catch his breath, and at some point he began to think that he was about to die. The grandmother, who was also a master, sat down on the ground by the wall. She did not understand what that white light meant and what kind of divine power it was. The old man had no idea, but the mere thought made him shiver. His grandmother agreed with him and suggested that it was better not to think about it. Suddenly they heard someone's threatening hiss. The masters immediately forgot their fatigue and shuddered, not realizing what that sound was. Thinking that it was a monster, they ran again as fast as they could. It turned out that a gray cat was sitting on the roof of the house directly above them and silently guided them with its bright green eyes. This time, at the moment of their escape, the grandmother ran even faster than the old man. They saw that there was a certain path ahead in the fog and decided to run there. The masters did not even notice how the road they were running along began to vaporize. As soon as they were in the middle of the river, the road completely disappeared and toppled them into the water. With screams, the masters fell into the river. It was deep night in the courtyard. The masters desperately tried to get out of the water and repeatedly asked to be rescued. Eventually, their bodies floated upside down and they stopped giving signs of life. At this point, the gray cat that had frightened them jumped on the back of one of the drowned masters. The cat looked extremely aggressive and started devouring the dark energy of the body. Once it was saturated with energy, it lazily stretched out, emitting the usual cat meow. But this was an unusual cat with 5 glowing tails. His rest was disturbed by a glowing arrow that almost hit the animal. At the last moment, the black cat noticed it and jumped aside. It turned out to be angry servants of the underworld who were chasing the animal. The black cat immediately jumped on the roof of one of the houses and fled. In an attempt to get away from his pursuers, he created clones of himself to confuse his enemies. One of the servants launched an arrow at one of the cats, but it was only his shadow. The acolyte frowned and exclaimed that it had escaped. They noticed the creature had a rather high skill in illusions, and this demon was clearly unusual. Meanwhile, the 5-tailed cat reached his hiding place and went inside. He didn't expect that even a couple of night watch servants could possess such Taoist skill. The capital of Dezheng was indeed an unusual place, and it was best not to even approach the Tao Palace. That night, Jai strolled through the night city with a smile on his face. It was often said that the moon was full on the 15th day of the month, and today was just such a wonderful day. The hero noticed Mr. Liu, who was apparently also enjoying the moon in the middle of the night and seemed to be in a good mood. The old man grinned and replied that there might have been a show here tonight. But there was no way he expected to meet Mr. Jai here. In mid-autumn, when the moon rises in a few days, another group of people will come here to participate in the meeting. Having said that, the old man grinned again. Yuan noticed that Mr. Liu was good at predicting events, so he was hardly here to stop Jai. The old man asked not to think so. Besides, he was just a plain old beggar and he didn't have such abilities. He was just curious what brilliant, wonderful method Mr. Jai would use and laughed. Mr. Yuan noticed another man behind the old man and asked who he was. The man smiled and introduced himself as a Taishi manager named Yan Cheng. The capital of Dezheng is indeed a place of great talents. The old man didn't even think that someone like him, an old beggar, could be discovered by Mr. Yan. He hoped that Mr. Jai wouldn't blame him for bringing him here, but that didn't matter to the hero. He had some moon gingerbread that the 3 of them could share afterward, and he wanted to do one thing first. The moon gingerbread had an inscription on it, signifying the moon. Jai drew his weapon and froze in a certain pose, holding his sword in front of his face. He closed his eyes and concentrated. After that, golden shards of light began to form around him. With each swing of the sword Jai, they began to form into bright golden writing. The old man smiled as he noticed the writings of lunar brilliance. This was truly an amazing skill, and it was rare to see such an exquisite method of pointing. Once all the writings were written, they descended to the ground and arranged themselves in an even circle surrounding the Yuan. Jai closed her eyes again and drew her sword behind her back. Concentrating, he folded the seal with his left hand. Picking up one of the glowing golden gingerbread, the old man grinned and said that the moon gingerbread was ready to be eaten. Grandpa showed the moon gingerbread to Mr. Yin and offered to eat it quickly, but the man waved it away and asked him to gobble it up as he was not hungry himself. The old man wanted to make sure that Mr. Yin's decision was correct. He might not be able to eat that moon gingerbread again in his lifetime. When the old man picked up the 2 moon gingerbread, he noticed movement in the side of the houses and pointed his glowing hand toward the rooftops. It was the same cat that had previously escaped from the servants of the underworld. Grandpa instantly pinned the cat to the ground and smiled. He didn't think the cat wanted to leave so quickly after coming here himself. Jai was impressed and told Mr. Liu that his hand technique was very skillful. He won with little effort and it looked like he was a master of his craft. The old man asked Mr. Jai what they would do with this cat. The cat was showing clear aggression and was emitting a dark aura. It tried with all its might to get out of the old man's hands. Seeing that the animal was still not calmed down, the old man flicked it on the forehead and the cat clucked angrily. The hero recognized the five-tailed demon cat. This vicious beast had probably harmed many living beings since its development. The old man remarked that this demon's body wasn't small at all, and it had probably done a lot of harm during this time. Grandpa Liu suggested taking it to the Tonshan River and drowning it using the black water method. Even now, it could be seen that this cat still looked fierce. This demon cat wasn't that easy, and even with the help of their Kai breath they wouldn't be able to deal with it. Yuan inadvertently thought about his Kai breath. He knew that if he used it, he was afraid that it might come out to hurt him. A voice came from behind them and exclaimed that drowning him was unnecessary. The heroes simultaneously turned their heads in the direction of the voice. Right in front of them stood a long-haired, gray-haired old man who was the Dragon Emperor. He greeted Mr. Jai and congratulated him on the Moon Festival. Mr. Jai smiled and also congratulated him on the Moon Festival. He handed the old man a gingerbread and said that he still had 2 moon gingerbreads left, so he would share one with him. The Emperor noticed that the old man and Mr. Yin each held 2 gingerbread men, while he only had one. The hero asked not to misunderstand him, but he didn't know the Dragon Emperor was coming here. The old man took the cat by the withers and said that the evil had to be dealt with first. Seeing what he did after that, the old man and Mr. Yan froze in horror. Mr. Jai was also surprised that the old man had just eaten the animal. The Emperor laughed and said that he had just swallowed it, not eaten it, and that was a little different. The old man Liu pointed his finger at the Emperor in surprise, guessing that he was the same Dragon Emperor. Mr. Yin imagined the image of that very formidable white dragon and couldn't believe that the Dragon Emperor in front of them was really the Dragon Emperor. At the same time, a couple of people entered His Majesty's palace. His Majesty called out a man named Yan Aking several times. It seemed to him that the man had worked hard on the puja and might like to rest a little. The man bowed. She replied to His Majesty. Yesterday he had the good fortune to see the Immortal dancing with a sword and waving a moonshine. The Immortal gave him a moon gingerbread and then flew away. He couldn't sleep all night, so he was a bit distracted. He didn't dare to hide the moon gingerbread, so he wanted to offer it to the ruler. His Majesty was interested and asked him to show the gingerbread. The man was served the gingerbread on a tray which had an inscription signifying the moon. His Majesty wanted to make sure that it was indeed a gift from an immortal. The man bowed and said that he wouldn't dare lie to him. He also told His Majesty that if you took a basin of water and hung a moon gingerbread over it, the reflection in the water would not be the moon gingerbread, but the bright moon. The other workers doubted that this was true. They did not understand how a bright moon could be reflected in a basin of water. His Majesty asked for a basin of water to be brought to him and with a smirk was about to throw a gingerbread man into the water. He brought the gingerbread to the water and noticed that it was indeed glowing. Perhaps it was really a gift from the Immortal. At some point, His Majesty accidentally dropped the gingerbread from his hands. The man sighed heavily and the gift immediately went underwater. His Majesty did not understand how it could disappear so quickly and thought that he simply did not have time to catch it. The man asked Yan Aking if he really only had 1 mooncake. The man replied to His Majesty that it was a gift from an immortal that was rare to find in this world, so he wouldn't dare keep it for himself. Sweat ran down his forehead, for he had clearly lied to him. His Majesty sighed regretfully and let him go. He also asked him to put away that basin of water and not to spill a drop. A big muscular man struck the gong loudly and announced the beginning of the Water-Earth Puja. His Majesty asked to invite all the saints to the stage. People dispersed, lining a wide corridor where the saints walked. His Majesty asked Yan Aking if the immortal who danced with a sword under the moon would really be here. Yan Aking was a little hesitant to answer and admitted that he didn't know that. But Jai was right in the middle of the crowd and watched along with everyone else. One of the locals offered to look at the one on the side. His face was painted like a singer's, and the man assumed that he too was a preacher of the Tao. Another man marveled at such a large snake and called this man a true master. After all, Dajin's past was not so simple. Even though the Yuan Emperor had repeatedly made wrong moves, now was not the time when Dajin's strength could run out. Thinking of this, the hero raised his head to the multicolored sky with a smile. The grandson asked the grandfather Liu about what they were doing. The old man replied that it is Dharma practice. It is when the masters in their own way pray to the heavens for the blessing of the Dajin and the emperor. In the end, exactly enough will be sifted out to identify the experts who truly possess the ability of the Tao. Suddenly, the entire sky was covered with clouds and the speakers seemed to be paralyzed by lightning. The old man noticed that the human Kai was so strong that it overshadowed the spiritual sense of demons, so that they remained unnoticed. People didn't understand why the weather had changed so suddenly and it looked like it was going to rain. It was quite frightening weather to watch. The skies were draped in deep clouds, and in the clouds appeared many golden thunder dragons that flew in circles above the ground. One of the lightning bolts struck directly at the gong, frightening the people who were standing near it. Yanking told His Majesty that today was not a good day, so he would ask him to get up and go back to the palace. His Majesty thought that with the thunder and lightning that suddenly started during the water-earth puja, the heavens were thus warning him. Yanking replied to His Majesty that he need not have worried. Wind and rain, lightning and thunder were normal phenomena of the season, but snow in summer and thunder in winter would be considered something abnormal. His Majesty rose to his feet and said that in that case they would return to the palace. At this moment, His Majesty was called out by an old man and ran up to Mr. Yang. He asked what the masters were going to do about this thunder and lightning. Since they were experts, a little wind and rain would do nothing to them, so no one had to worry about it. Yan asked to order all the imperial troops on the stage to move back to the auditorium. The people didn't understand what was wrong and looked at each other with fear. A golden lightning bolt struck right in the middle of the crowd, which hit one of the people. The old man standing next to the sword in his hands thought that this was not ordinary thunder, but thunder magic, and someone must have been controlling these thunderbolts. He raised his head to the sky in horror and tried to say that someone was definitely controlling it. But before he could say anything, he was immediately struck by golden lightning. The crowd was in a panic as people were gradually dying. Shouts were heard advising people to run away so as not to die. People decided to run away as fast as they could, for life was more precious than money. The craftsmen that were performing on the stage threw themselves into running and ran into a huge puddle of water. One of the men stopped when he noticed the terrible reflection of a sea creature in the water. The creature was looking directly at him and smiling. In an instant, the people closest to the puddle were engulfed in bright flames and they screamed. Watching all this as a performance, Jai grinned and said that the reflection in the water shows the true essence. The moon, the decree, the power of humanity, and the hostility of demons was an effective way of borrowing power. Grandpa Lu took his grandson's hand and suggested that they go downstairs. The boy looked back regretfully and suggested that all these people would die. The old man replied that he could probably help, but he was not going to help these creatures. In the imperial palace, the emperor's birthday came one sunny day. The attendant exclaimed that the great puja masters of the water-earth puja were entering the hall. People entered the wide hall with columns and lined up in 3 rows in front of His Majesty. His Majesty asked Yang Aiken which of the experts he recommended to him. The master suggested that His Majesty choose Mr. Lu to receive an audience with the emperor, for it was he. His Majesty frowned and smoothed his beard. He asked the old man what abilities the latter possessed. The old man bowed and said that an old beggar like him once thought of taking 2 disciples. One had endured worldly sufferings since childhood and the other had grown old and enjoyed worldly fame. This water-earth puja is a kind of opportunity, so he would like to ask His Majesty. The old man wanted to know if the emperor was willing to relinquish his imperial throne. The emperor turned pale at the sudden and insolent question and his eyebrows drew closer together. The attendants exclaimed that this was sheer insolence and called the old man an impudent man. The emperor's counselor wanted to order him away, but His Majesty asked them to take their time. As the emperor thought, the old man was going to tell him that he had a method of immortality, but that wasn't quite true, or he could attain power and wealth surpassing the emperor's position and gain power and freedom surpassing the emperor's throne. The old man Lu smiled and feared that this kind of freedom was impossible to achieve. The emperor waved his hand and speculated what would happen if he stepped down from the imperial throne. He wondered what would happen if the imperial throne remained empty and there was no one to handle the affairs of state. The old man calmly replied that the country could not be without an emperor for a single day, so naturally the throne would be given to the emperor until the emperor's last day. The emperor laughed and offended that this was a good thing. He asked the Aiken if this was really the person he recommended. Everyone was shocked when the emperor ordered the court Taishi and the old beggar to be taken and arrested. The old man Lu remained perfectly calm when many swords were put to his throat, but the court Taishi turned pale when it happened to him as well. His Majesty decided to ask the Taishi who had asked him to recommend this old beggar. He suspected the King of Wu or the King of Jin. The men did not understand how he dared to commit such a grave sin and were horrified. Taishi told His Majesty that it was his own candidacy, and not that of anyone else. Mr. Liu was a true master, but he did not know why he had said such treacherous words and took the blame. His Majesty wanted to find out from Old Man Liu why he said it and assumed that someone had instructed him to do so. In response, the old man smiled and hoped that Mr. Yanking would forgive the old beggar for his words. This was all from the old beggar's rant, and Master Yan's fault was definitely not here. The old man calmly suggested to His Majesty to put the old beggar to death, and then they could temper their anger. The frightened Mr. Yan didn't understand what Mr. Liu was saying and called out to him. His Majesty replied that if he really had any magic ability, he should have shown it. He would not only let his crime go, but would reward him in that case. The old man shook his head negatively and suggested just executing him as an old beggar. His Majesty assumed that the old man Liu just didn't believe that he would dare to kill him. But the old man smiled and replied that he didn't have to worry about the old beggar's death and suggested that His Majesty do it. His Majesty laughed and agreed with his words. He ordered the guards to immediately take this old beggar outside and behead him right in public. The emperor also ordered Taicheng to be removed from his position as an official and sent to the heavenly prison. People were curious and decided to watch the man being led to be beheaded. Jai worriedly asked the restrained Mr. Liu what crime he had committed. The old man smilingly replied to Mr. Jai that he had insulted the emperor, and now he would be beheaded. The old beggar had heard that before the beheading they were given a bowl of rice to eat, and he was glad of it. The old man offered Mr. Jai to help him a little and bring the old beggar a bowl of rice. Mr. Jai smiled and agreed to his request. Later, Master Liu calmly took the bowl of rice and ate it like nothing happened. The beggar gave the empty bowl of rice to Mr. Jai and suggested that he step back a little so that his blood would not stain his clothes. But then he remembered that his body was immune to all dirt and dust. The executioner raised his hand and exclaimed that the bystanders had to move away. Now that he had finished eating, the old man had to prepare to depart and not blame them for their callousness. He had to blame himself for committing a mortal sin. Mr. Jai couldn't even believe that this old beggar was really going to be beheaded, and he wasn't going to get out of this situation. Perhaps this was his way of convincing everyone that he could survive even if he was beheaded. The executioner raised his sword aloft and exclaimed that he must carry out the punishment. The man did indeed behead the old beggar before everyone's eyes. The passers-by were just horrified and exclaimed that it was just awful, but Jai smiled and realized what the matter was. The executioner was just as frightened as the people when the decapitated body of the old man suddenly came to life. The frightened man suggested that everyone run away from the place. The old man's severed head was still smiling serenely and calling his blind body to him. Finally, the body found its head and lifted it up. The old man knelt down and put his head back as if it had never been cut off. The old man sighed sadly and said that he couldn't interfere so easily with the fate of the now reigning emperor, but his relationship with the old emperor was over. The old man thought he had cheered Mr. Zai up and offered him some tea. The hero smiled and offered to follow along with him while the servants looked at the old man shocked and understood nothing. They did not dare to stop the beggar who went his own way with Mr. Jai. One of the servants did not understand how they could now return to His Majesty. It only meant that this old man was indeed immortal, and they would have to tell the whole truth. His Majesty turned pale when he heard their story and ordered it to be repeated again. The attendant told His Majesty that he had seen everything with his own eyes. The old beggar's head flew off and blood spattered, but after a few moments the corpse put its head back in place and came to life. His Majesty was enraged and did not understand how his subordinate could lie to him. The four men bowed before His Majesty and tried to convince him that they would not have dared to lie to him. Many people had seen it with their own eyes and His Majesty only needed to ask them. Even now the bloodstains from the decapitated head were still there, and the servants begged His Majesty to have mercy. The emperor didn't understand where the old man had gone and why he didn't return with them in that case. It was reported to him that the old beggar had left with a man who looked like a scholar in blue robes. These two were obviously immortals, and after a few steps they were already far away so that they could not keep up with them. Also, this old beggar left a message before he left, and the emperor ordered him to speak. The old beggar said that he could not interfere so easily in the fate of the now reigning emperor, adding that his relationship with him by His Majesty was over. The emperor turned white at his words and could not believe it. After what was said, his legs went under and he fell back to his throne. From Mr. Liu's words, the hero realized that he was not going to accept this student. The beggar replied that he had died once, and there was no need for him to accept this fool. This old beggar this time was testing Emperor Dezheng and was afraid that he had also violated Mr. Jai's taboo. The hero dipped his finger in the tea and said that this move of Mr. Liu would surely cause some upheaval in the Dazhen dynasty. However, Mr. Liu got it all wrong. Dazhen has its own fate and evil, and hostile people had to be controlled. But what he did was not contrary to his heart and his way, so Jai didn't care as long as Liu thought it was worth it. With these words, the hero wrote a character on the table with a finger wet from tea. The old man scratched the back of his head and thought that perhaps it wasn't worth it. It seemed that his actions looked ridiculous to Mr. Zai. Besides, he had really wasted a lot of effort that was of little use. In that case, Mr. Zai suggested that the old man take the old emperor for granted instead of provoking him to kill him. The old man smiled and didn't understand what the hero was talking about, for he didn't even want to give him the moon gingerbread. Besides, even though he himself had provoked him to kill him, the emperor could very well refrain from doing so. It's not that Jai didn't want to give him the moon gingerbread, it's just that he really couldn't catch it himself. The old man also didn't understand how it was possible to grab the flower in the mirror or catch the moon in the water. With these thoughts, he looked at the Jai and smiled softly. Later, the clerks congratulated Mr. Yang on his release from prison and reinstatement. The official thanked the clerks who told him that the old man's blood had not been washed away. A few buckets of water would have washed away the blood from the beheading of an ordinary prisoner, but this blood was different. It could not be brushed away with a brush, and any water that was spilled on this blood turned scarlet, and was painful to look at. The official looked thoughtfully at the pool of blood for a solution. At that moment, Mr. Jai came up the steps to them. Mr. Yan was happy to meet Mr. Jai here and greeted him. The hero smiled and called it a true coincidence. The official bowed to the hero and assumed that Mr. Jai wanted to see him. Mr. Jai pointed his finger at the pool of blood and said he was here for that. Although this blood had been left by Master Dao, it could attract evil and it was dangerous to just leave it here. There was still an old beggar involved in this incident and it wasn't that simple. The blood aura was vaguely connected to the Imperial Palace. The hero crouched down on his knee and blew a stream of air onto the blood as if getting rid of dust. The official covered his hand against the wind and felt incredibly hot. The blood began to rise into the air and turn into small dust particles. Mr. Yan thought he was hallucinating, because no one could turn that blood into dust with just a breath. But what surprised them even more was that Mr. Jai disappeared without a trace, and no one even noticed it. Mr. Yan got upset and said that Mr. Jai never gave him a chance to speak. Later, the beggarly old man was walking around the streets with his grandson as if nothing had happened and eating food from a bag with him. The old man thoughtfully touched two fingers to each other and felt something. He told the guy that he was actually blinded by the Emperor's fate and almost left a hidden problem. He was now indebted to Mr. Jai. Some people had heard that the Emperor had directly enthroned 14 heavenly lords at a great banquet, each of whom was rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold. 1,000 taels of gold was quite a lot, but alas, their monk was not fortunate enough to be bedridden at this time. Listening to the conversation between the two men behind the wall, the bald guy in the name of Buddha decided to sneak out at this time. As soon as he got dressed and took his staff in his hand, the door creaked open and he saw a great steadfast stealing tiger and a lurking dragon. He was confused and did not know what to say to this old man. The Dragon Emperor smoothed his beard and said that the guy never went to the banquet, pretending to be sick, and then decided to sneak out afterward. The monk smiled confusedly and said that he was only here to participate in the Waterland Puja, and now that it was over, he was preparing to leave the capital. Besides, he was not a monk and he was not a member of the Dajin court. The Dragon Emperor grabbed the monk by the scruff of the neck and advised him to go with the old dragon to the underworld. The monk was frightened and asked the Dragon Emperor to wait a little while, for this little monk did not know the art of flying. Soon they found themselves in the capital of the underworld. Here all the evil demons that had been caught during the Water-Earth Puja were committed. The monk turned white looking at the demons and more than once recalled the great and good Buddha. They reached the hall where many people, including the gods and Mr. Jai, were already waiting for them. Mr. Jai bowed and said that Mr. Yin was already here. The frightened monk bowed and greeted all the immortals and introduced himself by the name of Huetong. He didn't know why the master had taken him, a young monk, to this underworld. Mr. Jai heard that the master was a monk from Dalian Temple in the land of Tingliang and asked him how many years ago he had come to Dajin and had not returned. Now the young monk was 42 years old, which meant that 17 years had come. The hero smiled and replied to him that it was time to go back again. The master had just passed the reformatory and had to see the villains who had infiltrated the Chajin. It was unclear what was behind these demons though. Many of them came from the Tianbao Kingdom, which bordered the northern border of the Tinglian Kingdom. Hearing about the kingdom of Tianbao, the monk did not understand how such a thing was possible. The state of Tianbao was prosperous, so naturally, there were places where demons could breed, not to mention human gods. Even among the ordinary people, there were outstanding people. Although the Dragon Emperor had long since lived in Dezheng, they had more or less heard of the Tianbao. But now that so many famous demons had come on the same day, something must have gone wrong in the Tianbao realm. Either the country was already in chaos, or someone was inactive. According to the Honorable Huatong, they could conclude that the anomalies in Tianbao had appeared in the last 10 years or so. But one of the girls present suggested that perhaps it had been well hidden, and they had hardly noticed anything. According to the emperor, the demons were unclean and of bad thoughts, so he didn't understand how they could have been patient for so long. Most of the unclean by nature are prone to tyranny, but they just might not have had the patience. The group of sinners who came to the Waterland Pujas didn't cause particularly any trouble. Even a cruel, tyrannical person will tolerate for a while or even longer for some higher purpose. The emperor agreed with Jai's words, for there was some truth in it. The emperor inquired about the gods that blessed the land. One of the counselors suggested that they go for a walk in the kingdom of Tianbao, but the girl exclaimed that they were too blind to rush to Tianbao just because of his speculation. The hero told them that they had purified all the evil spirits after the Dajong Puja, so if they took any serious steps right away, they would inevitably scare away all the snakes. It would be better to send a day watch to reconnoiter to find out the details. The young monk asked to take this responsibility. Although he had profound Buddhist teachings, it was an evil demon that was the beginning of all troubles, for which Buddhist teachings might not be enough. Mr. Jai wanted to warn the young monk about this. The monk was the master of a dallying temple located near the border of the country of Tianbao. He was also planning to travel north to practice Buddhism at the Great Wheel Monastery in the Tianbao Assembly. And even if there was something wrong there, he would go anyway. Mr. Jai smiled and praised him for his impeccable virtue. He said that great accomplishments await the monk in the future. Later, in the company of the young monk and the emperor, the hero reached the Tingwu Mountains. He pointed ahead and told the young monk that beyond that mountain was the country of Tingliang. Earlier they had talked mostly about Tianbao, but in Tingliang the peace could also be broken, so they had to be careful. The young monk bowed to the hero and said that the great Buddha was with him, so the Jai and the Dragon Emperor could not worry about him. Behind the hero, the mountain god Tingwu appeared and greeted Mr. Jai, the Dragon Emperor, and the Taoist Master. Jai was grateful to the mountain god and hoped he was not too disturbed by the delivery of the Taoist Master to the right place. The god bowed to the hero and said that in that case he and the young monk were leaving. The Dragon Emperor wasn't sure if there was anything this bald scout could do. Jai smiled and replied that this monk was a true master of the Buddha's teachings and possessed merit and virtue, so he had the ability to turn misfortune into good fortune. As soon as the Dragon Lord saw this mountain, he suddenly remembered something. He had heard that the hero had an immortal sword technique called Tianking. It was rumored that when he used this sword skill, he was able to make the sky fall to the ground. Mr. Jai assumed that the old dragon was trying to exchange experiences with him, but if it was a joke, it was clearly not funny. The hero smiled and replied that there was nothing complicated about it. It was just a trick to scare ordinary people. There was no need to believe the rumors so much. There was a local wine called Daoshao in Tingshui County in Jinshu that was very tasty, and Jai still couldn't get enough of it, so he was going to buy some. He said goodbye to the emperor and soared into the sky. The Dragon Emperor was just curious to see how powerful a Tianking must be. He doubted that he could even withstand it. Knowing Mr. Jai, he was afraid that this sword skill was so strong that it couldn't be performed here at this moment. Further action began to unfold at the Lishan residence. There were rumors that Chen Yu had angered His Majesty and had been sent to the heavenly prison in the Ministry of Punishment. The interlocutor thought that Lord Chen was the former governor of Wanju and was right. Not much time had passed since his promotion, but he had already been removed from his position. It was said that he confessed many of Wanju's secrets in the heavenly prison because of his fears. The young man went to Lord Yin and notified him that Lord Zhao, the ruler of Yunbao, had come to see him. The lord decided that he had had enough, so he should go and meet Lord Zhao. When Yin arrived at the meeting place, he bowed and hoped that the lords did not tire of waiting for him, for he was just taking care of his wife and child. The men were glad that Lord Yin was able to meet them and greeted the official. Lord Yin had probably already guessed what they had come here for Lord Chen's affairs were not good at all. Although, despite his one-sided arguments, he had said quite a bit about what should and should not be said. The men became furious and said that he ate the most, but in the end he sold them. Chen Yu was to them a beast with a wolf's heart. Lord Yin sat down at the table and said that yesterday he had received a secret letter from His Majesty ordering him to find evidence of corruption among the officials in Wanju. Despite the lack of evidence, the emperor already believed it. Even if he sits quietly, it will be strange if he provides nothing. Chen Yu actually still had a conscience to say about the 20% of corrupt Wanju officials. The emperor this time was willing to let him find this 20%. With these words, the officials looked among themselves and remained silent. Yin knew a saying, "Whoever speaks first governed others," but there is also a saying about throwing stones on the one who has fallen into the well. The Lord told the gentleman that he did not want to be among those 20% officials and advised them to make their choice as soon as possible. Instead of fighting alone, he should have encouraged the tigers to fight each other. Thinking of this, Lord Yin sipped from his cup of tea. At the end of the year, a group of imperial inspectors arrived in Wanju and thousands of officials abdicated, seizing untold amounts of gold and silver. This news spread to all parts of the kingdom. All the courts and officials were shocked. The next summer an order came from the emperor. The order was given to the governor of Lisan, Yin Jiaxian, who was a loyal and patriotic ruler and eradicated corruption, and was an official of great honor and outstanding political achievements. He hereby appointed Yin Jiaxian as governor of Wanju and governor of Yunbo Prefecture. Yin Jiaxian bowed in gratitude for the emperor's favor. The hero glanced at his go board, which displayed mountains and a rushing river. The mysterious yellow aura was no longer as thin as before. In one of the white checkers, he saw a portrait of Mr. Yin. Mr. Yin was as swift as a river and Zhen was clear. He was the key move and go, and the only one so far. Master Huitong had been away for most of the year and Jai didn't know what he had found. This guy also acted weird from time to time, but luckily he was fine and that was a good thing. Master Yuan was writing with a brush under a flowering plum tree in the middle of a clear day. At that moment, a small red fox jumped out to him and greeted Master Jai. The hero didn't even take his eyes off his business and advised him to remember to enter through the door next time. The fox was just afraid that Master Jai was still asleep and didn't want to wake him up. The thing was that Master Shanjan's hair had started to fall out and he was a little worried if something had happened to his cultivation. Therefore, he asked him to ask the master about it. Master Jai wrote characters on the paper that meant transformation and smiled. Looking at the writings, the fox was surprised and assumed that Lu Shanjun was going to change his appearance. The fox received a message from the master and rushed with all his legs to the cave where Lu Shanjun dwelt. Just before entering the cave, a deafening roar was heard and he was asked to stop on the spot. He was forbidden to enter the cave for now and just talk outside. Coughing, Lu wanted to make sure that Mr. Jai was already awake and gave him a message. The hero relayed to him that he was now transforming, so maybe he wouldn't be a tiger anymore, at least not a regular tiger. Mr. Jai told him not to worry and to train, and to pass something on to him. The fox took the letter in his paw, which was tied with a string around his neck. Jumping with happiness like a kitten, the huge tiger came out of his den when he heard that Mr. Jai had a gift for him. The letter spoke of a day when he would be completely transformed. It was a day when he would succeed in his transformation. When he read it, the fox got a shiver. For a while, the tiger and the fox looked at each other in silence, not understanding what it meant. The fox quickly ran away, saying goodbye that he had seen nothing and left the sullen tiger alone in the cave. Later, someone knocked on the hero's door. Mr. Jai opened the door and saw Master Lu in front of him. He was surprised that he and his grandson had found this place and invited them to come in. There was an old saying that a great hermit dwells in the noisiest city, but inwardly keeps himself a true hermit, inaccessible to secular temptations. This could not be better suited to Mr. Jai. The old man looked up at the tree and noticed that these date fruits smelled very good. But Mr. Jai asked them not to even try, for the date tree in his yard did not drop fruit unless something special happened. An old beggar told how he visited a Yukai oncologist and learned that he lived in Ninan County. The hero replied that since they had parted in the capital, he didn't know where they had gone, so he thought they had left Dajin. It was hard for them not to repay the favor he had done him and they came here. The hero winked and remarked that the old man was quite mercantile for a beggar who uses the sky as a blanket, and the earth as a bed. He doesn't need him to return favors, so there was no need to pretend that the old man owed anyone silver. The old man waved his hand and said that Mr. Jai's mouth was indeed poisonous. Knowing his cultivation and intelligence, the more the old man talked about it, the more difficult it became for him. But Mr. Jai dared to say something else like that. Meanwhile, the boy began to read the notes that were on Mr. Jai's desk. He read about the sleeve universe being great. The action was to be bold and decisive. The top benefits from its generosity, and the bottom from its selfishness. This is the way of all living things. The Tao contained many worlds, and the technique of the sleeve universe was described. The old man became angry and pulled his grandson by the arm. He ordered him to stop this immediately. He took the blame for telling him so little, but to tuck behind the true teachings of others is a taboo in all walks of life. But Mr. Jai smiled and said there was nothing wrong with it. It was just his calligraphy practice notes, and there was no need to get so angry. The old man noticed Mr. Jai hide all his calligraphy supplies in his sleeve and they disappeared. It was definitely an unusual heaven and earth technique that could be seen. Pondering the fact that the universe in the sleeve was great, the old man realized that the Tao contained many worlds. Since Mr. Lu was on Yunhui Mountain, Jai was sure that the old man understood what they were now preparing for. The old man asked permission to ask, but he had long since noticed that the Dragon Emperor and the hero seemed optimistic about the situation in Yunhui. But the skills of the Tianji Pavilion were not wasted. That hexagram a few years ago was not this hexagram. Moreover, the monk has been there for more than half a year and he is fine. Mr. Jai and the Dragon Emperor were right, and the Tianji Pavilion was also right. The old man assumed that Yunjukai would decrease while Dajin would prosper, but this was not in accordance with the balance of yin and yang. The hero replied that Mr. Lu had always been in the midst of worldly bustle, so he must have seen the change of many dynasties, their rise and fall. In Mr. Jai's opinion, Dajin was blessed with such a unique destiny. Jai replied to the old man that if the sky had feelings, it would also grow old, so mankind is forever experiencing cataclysms and hardships. Mr. Lu clearly had a high opinion of him, and Jai could only wait for this moment. The grandson pulled his grandfather's sleeve and asked if they were really going to leave Dajin. Grandpa Lu didn't know what to say to that and sighed heavily. He admitted that it would not be easy to do so. Meanwhile, Mr. Jai smiled and continued reading his book. He made a striking argument while restraining the Immortal. He wished that Lu would be good and stay in Dajing. A certain man asked for directions from an old man, and the old man confidently stated that it was straight ahead. The man was not sure if Mr. Jai was at home and asked the old man about it. If he wasn't there, it was likely that the door to the courtyard would be locked, and this way one could see that it was open. In that case, the man thanked the old man for showing him the way. The man stopped right in front of the signboard outside the house. He had been here before, but he hadn't been here for many years, so he had completely forgotten the way here. Before he could go inside, someone called his name and asked him to come in because the door was not closed. It was Mr. Jai who greeted Lu Das and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man apologized to Mr. Jai for coming here uninvited. This young warrior was so energetic at that time, but Mr. Jai wondered what he had experienced over the years. The hero noticed that he was in decline even though he was only 30 years old. The guest put his jug on the table and told Mr. Zai that he had not changed a bit in all these years. He had heard that the Lord loved wine and had brought this jug here. It was not some elite wine, but a simple homemade wine from his father, which he had made before he died. Mr. Jai recalled that it had been 10 years since they had seen each other. Lu Dacia sadly lowered his gaze, thinking of the fact that Mr. Jai was still the Lord of Eight. The hero still remembered all their names well and listed their acquaintances. The man with bags under his eyes smiled and said that Mr. Jai had a good memory unlike his. When they first met in the mountain village, it was still early spring. When they heard that a tiger was attacking people and there was nothing the government could do about it, the 8 of them, confident in their martial arts skills, immediately went to Ninen County. Lu pounded on the table and said that if they had not come to Ninen County and if they had not gone to the mountains to get rid of the tiger on a whim, many things would have turned out differently. Jai smiled and said that for him it was just another adventure, and his life's journey would probably not have changed much. The biggest influences were Du Heng, as well as Luo Ningxian, Zhao Long, and Yan Fei. Mr. Jai said that Du Heng's left hand was mutilated and Luo Ningxian's scar grew to the base of her neck, which was terrifying. Zhao Lun and Yan Fei were also badly hurt, and Lu thought he had suffered much less than them. The hero asked his mate to confide his thoughts to him, for even men had the right to be sad. He poured him the drink that Lu had brought and the guest drank it all in one gulp. Wiping his mouth, Lu told him that he had met Du Heng and wanted to ask him something. He wanted to know if Mr. Jai was really immortal. Mr. Jai smiled and asked his friend who he wanted to see here. He wanted to see either an immortal or Mr. Jai himself. He had heard that immortals were so powerful that they could fly in the clouds or travel through the underworld, and he wanted to know if this was really true. Jai became clear and he touched his fingers to each other with a smile. The hero recalled that this house was bought with his help, so if it was in his power, he could help Lu. He knew that Lu's parents had passed away not too long ago, and now he was grieving for them. However, no one could come back to life. Even true immortals and great lords cannot be brought back to life. The man pulled a smile on his face and told Mr. Jai that he had misunderstood him. He wasn't that brazen of a person and wouldn't ask his immortal magic to bring his parents back to life. He was wondering if there really was an underworld in this world and if his parents could really go there. People often said that when both parents died, they dreamed of an heir, but Lu, for example, never dreamed of such a thing. He was just an invalid who relied on his parents for shelter and was not as successful, unlike his older brother who even in grief could keep the family business going. He asked Mr. Jai if people really became ghosts after death. He did not know if his parents despised him as a vain waster. If the Jai was really an immortal, he could take him to the underworld to meet them. According to the hero, Lu had gained much and lost much, but it was all in the past. Sooner or later it would clear up and a ray of light would appear. His life wasn't over yet, so he was going to take him to meet them. The man immediately jumped to his feet, hoping that Mr. Jai was telling the truth. He was clearly already anxious to go, so he inquired about getting to the underworld. Jai was surprised that his friend wasn't even drunk after drinking so much wine and smiled. The man didn't know what he was talking about. After all, he had just drank one bowl and clearly couldn't be drunk. No sooner had he finished speaking than his body veered to the side and he began to fall. Jai looked at his friend with a smile that he fell face down and fell asleep on the table. As his body lay there, the spirit of Lu rose above the body. He looked questioningly at the hero, who motioned for them to go. Before the gate to the underworld, the servants of the underground god greeted Mr. Jai and decided to immediately report him to the city god. When Lu saw his relatives, he could not believe his eyes and tears welled up in his eyes. His father was angry with his son, for this was clearly not the place for him to come, and ordered him to return to the world of the living immediately. The frightened mother replied that they were fine and also asked her son to go back soon. After their meeting, Lu soon opened his eyes and saw that he was lying on the same table where they had been drinking with Jai. He clutched his head and remembered that he had gotten too drunk. He thought he had dreamed that his parents had scolded him very much. However, his parents still took care of him. The man grinned and Jai smiled back at him with a dose of pity. Lu took the liquor bowl Mr. Tsu gave him and drank it all in one gulp. Mr. Zai's sobering tea was really good. He immediately felt much more awake. After listening to Mr. Jai's words today, he was able to quiet his sadness and grief, and he would try not to let this happen in the future. Lu smiled and was grateful to Mr. Jai, after which he said goodbye to him. Jai asked Mr. Lu to get better. Helping his brother was as good as fighting for justice roaming the world. During their farewell, a plum fell right on Mr. Lu's head. He felt something heavy and picked up the plum in his hands. The man looked questioningly at Mr. Jai and said that a fruit had fallen from his tree. Jai smiled and asked him to take it with him, for it was for him. The tree rustled its crown and the Jai and Lu raised their gazes to the fruit hanging overhead. Lu waved goodbye to Mr. Jai and thanked him, then left. Later, the man returned to Lu Yunja's residence. There he met his strict brother and notified him that he had returned. The brother irritably raised his eyes to Lu and shifted his eyebrows. He asked him where he had been missing all these days. He didn't need to repeat that the situation of their Lu family for the past 2 years was not very stable. His brother smiled and showed a rare date fruit that he had received as a gift from a great man. He had no doubt that this fruit was very unusual. The brother looked at the date fruit questioningly and remembered that it was not his season. As soon as he took it in his hand, he felt a strange energy that shocked him. He wanted to give it back to his brother, but Lu smiled and said that it belonged to him now. He asked his brother not to be ceremonious and brought it especially for him. Lu didn't know if it would spoil if kept for long, so he better eat it before it was too late. On leaving, Lu told his brother that he didn't need it anymore, and his brother asked what he was going to do. The younger brother replied that he needed to sleep first and then get up and practice. The older brother was surprised, for Lu had been depressed after the death of his parents, but now he seemed completely different. Meanwhile, Sai examined the letter written by Little Yin King with his left hand. His signature was not here, and he was quite cautious. The emperor was gravely ill, ignoring the government and frantically seeking immortality and medicine, and had succumbed to the king's entreaties to remove the ministers and suppress the other princes. There seemed to be an undercurrent of danger in the emperor's court, invisible from the shore. Jai went to the window and looked at the rain that was falling outside. He thought that after 2 years of living at home, it was time to take a walk. He put on his hat and decided that he should have gone and found the storyteller Wan Lai and listened to his story about the white deer. If it turned out to be a good one, he would give him some new stories. During the meeting, Mr. Gao was congratulated, for his house was indeed blessed with a high share of good fortune and prosperity. The young Mr. Gao had won the imperial examinations. People believed that he was a young generation with great promise. The lad laughed and, thanking the people for their praise, asked them to pass. The passing Zai heard people talking. Some heard how Mr. Gao had invited a famous storyteller from the capital to entertain them. They had never heard of him before, but they were glad they were here today. They also talked about Wang's brother, who was quite polite. The man told his son that it was a good time to go in first to greet everyone, and the son agreed with his father. Mr. Jai approached Mr. Gao and congratulated him and his son on winning the imperial exams. The man looked questioningly at the hero, trying to remember him. The hero introduced himself and said he wanted to dine at this place, but when he saw that the Gao family had booked the restaurant to celebrate his son's high achievement, he wanted to congratulate them. Gao and his son thanked Jai for the congratulations, and the hero was about to leave, but the man asked him to stay. If Jai did not mind, he could join their banquet. The hero had heard about the excellent taste of the food in this place, so he would like to thank Mr. Gao for the invitation. Gao addressed everyone present and said that today was a joyous day for the Gao family, and he invited them to listen to an excerpt from a new book. This book was a miraculous achievement granted to him by the gods in a dream, and it was called The Fate of the White Deer. The story went that during the Shunqin years, a scholar surnamed Zhu lived in one of the remote counties of the Dajin dynasty. This surnamed Bai, being the spirit of a white deer, appeared before Mr. Zhu in the form of a beautiful woman. Meanwhile, Scholar Zhu, in a hurry to the exam, passed by a village where blood-sucking and marrow-sucking evil ghosts, who eat people without spitting out bones, were hiding. To save her husband, Ms. Bai fought the evil spirit. The hero found it interesting that there was no divine light present, but there was incense, and speculated that there might have been a goddess here. Lady Bai traveled to the underworld with her dead husband and found herself imprisoned in the underworld. Every year of the anniversary of Mr. Zhu's death is also the day that Lady Bai is punished in the underworld prison. After hearing this amazing story, all the guests applauded and exclaimed that it was wonderful and magnificent. True love was hard to find in this world, and human and demonic love always follows hard experiences. At that moment, someone's female essence waved her hand and summoned a wind. This wind was directed directly at the narrator, who covered his face with his hands, not realizing what was happening. The wind became so strong that it extinguished the burning candle and also destroyed the plates of food that were standing nearby. The wind walked all over the room, and the guests present began to get nervous. Mr. Jai remained perfectly calm and discreetly continued to drink tea. The master asked to close the window immediately, but the man exclaimed that this window would not close. Then Zai dipped his finger in the tea and wrote some symbols with it on the table in front of him. Suddenly the wind stopped, and the man asked to close the windows immediately and light the lights. The puzzled girl did not understand why her charms had disappeared. Mr. Zai discreetly turned in her direction and only smirked. The young master smilingly apologized to Uncle Liu for today's incident. But the man smiled at young Master Gao and said that today's story was good and the food was also wonderful, so it could be said that they had enjoyed themselves. The young master laughed back and agreed with him. Jai turned to Mr. Gao and thanked them for their hospitality. He had some other business to attend to, so he asked to send his regards to the second Lord Gao. Gao agreed with him and wished the elder Jai well. Hearing such a nickname in his direction, Mr. Jai felt like a real old man. Suddenly he laughed to tears and said that it was funny. The hero thought that now that the young lord of the Gao family had risen in the ranks, he should have spent most of his time in Wanju as a scholar. He also asked him to remember to pay homage to his ancestors and to light incense before leaving home, and to take a handful of earth from his hometown with him. The young master reflected that there are still many vacant seats in the Wanju government. This is indeed a good opportunity to make a difference. He bowed to the elder Jai and thanked him for the good offer. The man asked young Master Wang to take his fee. Everything else, however, belonged to his master. Wang smiled and thanked him for the honorarium. Toward nightfall, someone's loud footsteps sounded somewhere in the middle of the city. It was Mr. Wang, who had gotten so drunk that he could not speak. During his drunken adventures, someone called out to Mr. Wang and asked him to stop for a while. It was the same girl who had brought the wind upon them earlier. She had heard that Mr. Wang's white deer fate was a sincere and heartfelt piece, and she was fortunate enough to hear it today. The drunken Van thanked her for the compliment. He remembered that it was now deep night, so she had better go home. The girl smiled and replied that Mr. Van was right. She confessed that she was afraid to walk alone at night and asked him to walk her home. Mr. Wang thought it was not a good idea for a lonely man to walk a woman home. The girl ran up to him and asked Mr. Wang to go with her. She could help him see Duanmu Wan again. The drunken Wan was surprised that she knew the Wanner and suggested that she hurry. Jai meanwhile watched them from the sidelines and recalled Duanmu Wan. He felt that this commoner's divine Tao was not very stable, and he did not know what her background was. When they got closer to the forest, the girl decided to ask Mr. Wan a question. The Lord assumed that the Vanir had told her to ask him something and allowed her to ask the question. The girl pointed her hand at him and asked where exactly Mr. Van had learned about the story of the white deer's fate, and whether it was true that Miss Bai from the story had been imprisoned in the underworld to be tortured every year. After her question, Mr. Wang was still flying in the clouds in the same way, and was only thinking about where Wanner was. The girl hit the Lord so that Wan fell to the ground and asked him not to play dumb and answer her question. She was angry and did not understand how a mere mortal knew the story of the white deer's fate, and even in such detail. The frightened Van told the girl that before this story saw the light of day, the gods themselves had told it to him in a dream. He received 3 words that meant the destiny of the white deer written by the gods. When he touched them, visions appeared in his soul and he fell into a dream. The girl could not believe that this could really be the transmission of the soul through things. This meant that Miss Bai had really endured punishment in the underworld just to be with her husband. Punishment in the underworld would dispel her soul. Saying that, the girl grabbed the man by his clothes. The frightened Van replied that it wasn't like that. Miss Bai, although she was in the underworld, but she was under the protection of the Earth Spirit and the Immortal. The underground court didn't want to give her any trouble at all, so she only received 10 lashes a year. But earlier, he said that Miss Bai was punished every year for the entire anniversary of Junan's death. The frightened man spread his hands and said that this was only an embellishment of his work to make the story more exciting. The girl raised her hand, on which horrible claws had grown, and did not understand how this man dared to lie to her. Just as she was about to hit him, the hero used restraint magic on her. Her clawed hand stopped right in front of the frightened Van's eyes. As soon as the Van noticed Jai, he thanked his savior repeatedly for saving his life. But Jai asked him not to thank him, for his life was not in danger. The girl probably wouldn't dare to kill him immediately, but he was curious about something. He saw their deep friendship with the white deer, or she just had a deep hatred for this man. Hearing that, the girl was confused. After all, she was right that there were high-level people present here. It was no wonder that the spell in the restaurant also dissipated. She decided that she would give the answers to these 2 questions to the Immortal. First of all, Sister Bai was kind to her, and at one time she had helped her take revenge, so naturally her kindness was boundless. And the second, as for this man, he not only deceived her about the ending, but also made it up in his book to belittle her. The more he spread, the more she suffered, so her anger was understandable. The hero was already beginning to guess who that ghostly creature from the 2nd volume of White Deer's fate was. Upon hearing about it, Mr. Wang turned pale with fear. The girl confirmed it and said that she was the same evil spirit that sucked blood and sucked marrow, and ate people without spitting out their bones. The hero even felt embarrassed, for it was impossible to come up with even such a thing on purpose. Jai turned to the frightened Wang and said that in the case of the Tao, the power that carried the attraction of the human heart was important, and if the fate of the white deer were to be more widespread, it would indeed be quite terrifying. But even the hero thought that the main villain of this book had returned to heaven. But to his surprise, not only is he still alive, but he has taken the path of a god. If this girl was from the city of Danju, then it was no wonder the incense was unstable. Jai guessed that it had been a long time since she had been to her land. It was like she placed a very high value on friendship, from which she often came here because she was worried about the white deer. The girl did not understand how the Yuan knew where she was from, especially since it was not mentioned in the book of the white deer's fate. Jai looked at the guy with a smile and said that he was the one who wrote those 3 words about the fate of the white deer on his desk. It was in a house he rented in an alley near Yuning Street in the capital city. The shocked Wang poked his finger towards Jai and realized that he was the Immortal who had helped the white deer descend to the underworld. The girl also stood in shock, thinking about the fact that the Immortal master and teacher of Sister Bai was in front of her. For a while everyone stood motionless in silence and looked at each other. The frightened Van asked Madam not to worry and promised to immediately revise the plot of the story when he returned home and would never mention her again in the story. The girl unhappily tusked and said that for Mr. Jai's sake, she would let him go today. She also told them that it was Duan Muan, a famous courtesan in Yuzhou. Her stage name was Hongsu. She was proficient in kin, guo, calligraphy and painting, so she was able to get into the hearts of many nobles. Except that the current Duan Muang is no longer a real person, but a fox seductress pretending to be one. Mr. Wang didn't understand how this was possible, because just 2 days ago, he had met a Wanner, and she was definitely a human. But the girl mentioned that she also looked like a human when they met, and he didn't notice it. She was about to wait for this narrator on that zoo boat when she came across this Honshu, and she couldn't go wrong with that fox scent. Jai thought that the underworld might not have noticed this to the net, or they didn't care. The underworld, according to the girl, shouldn't know yet, because Zhu's boat floated on water and belonged to the realm of the water gods, and that Hongsu herself was not dead. Therefore she acted cautiously so as not to reveal herself. Hearing this name, Jai wondered, for it sounded familiar. Meanwhile, there were several women on Zhu's boat. Someone approached Mr. Zhang and told him that he was late today. Official Zhang wished Mr. Zhang well and asked him to pass. A full auntie with red lips was happy to see Mr. Wang and asked him to come in quickly. She noticed a possible official beside him and said that he was simply charming with his elegance. Mr. Wang looked at Mr. Jai and confessed that he had not been here that often, and auntie asked them to pass. The girl next to him smirked. She didn't think this guy believed himself and asked to listen to her. She told Mr. Jai that this man was very prone to lying. The hero silently looked at the brothel and thought that he had never been to such a place before in his past life. He wondered if a girl named Hong Zhu was now free. The woman replied that she was now playing the zither for a big official named Liu, who is the younger maternal uncle of the Chengsu governor, so at least he had an official to play for. Mr. Wang thought it was funny, but he suppressed his inner chuckle. It was indeed surprising that he didn't even care about the governor. This distinguished guest was bound to linger, in the woman's opinion. She smiled at the guests and suggested that they drink some tea and rest. As soon as they went inside, Jai immediately felt a strange unkind energy. The girl offered Mr. Jai her help to bring this fox. The hero replied that her experience in the Tao was not enough right now, but this fox demon was not so simple. Earlier, Mr. Jai had told Mr. Wang that this current Hongshu girl was not pure, but the hero couldn't say for sure before they saw her. Mr. Wang didn't even want to think that Miss Hongshu was really coerced by an unclean force. The girl was angry and didn't understand what he wanted to say to Mr. Jai in the end. She asked him to take his time, for he was beginning to annoy her. He just thought that this might be a chance to save Mrs. Hongsu, who was a wonderful woman and shouldn't have to suffer such a thing. Mr. Jai asked with a smile about the girls Mr. Wang used to visit at the Daxu house. The guy was embarrassed and remembered the names of the girls, then listed them. The girl that was with them smirked, because previously Mr. Wang had not told them that he sincerely liked Hongzu. Wang blushed and replied that it was something else entirely. The hero sighed heavily and said a few words to Mr. Wang. He thought that Wang was lustful unless he was in love, and he just liked carnal pleasures. The girl felt very funny, but taking her eyes off Van, she suppressed her laughter again. At that moment their aunt came into their room and apologized for the long wait. She told the heroes that Ms. Hongsu was now putting on her makeup and would come over to them. Jai clarified that Ms. Hongsu was now correcting her makeup. The woman confirmed this and said that out of courtesy, Ms. Honshu always corrected her makeup before meeting new guests. Jai noticed that even a moment ago, the demonic aura had faded surprisingly quickly, and now it could barely be felt. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing at such a close distance, considering that it was happening right in front of his nose. A gorgeous woman entered the room and introduced herself as Duan Muan. She greeted the mother and said that her daughter was a little late. The woman smiled and suggested that the boys socialize while she left. When they were alone, the girl smiled and offered the gentleman some tea. Yuan decided to compliment her and said that she had really great makeup. The girl was embarrassed and replied to the master that whatever talents she had, her path eventually led her here and her appearance was the only thing she had left. In that case, he was curious to know how Mr. Zhao knew her and why she was helping him in the fraud. Hearing this, the girl's face immediately changed. She smiled and pretended that Mr. Wanner had not visited her for a long time, even though the capital was far away. But Jai did not recall speaking of Mr. Zhao from the capital. The girl replied that since he was the only Mr. Zhao she knew, so she thought he was the one he was talking about. But one day, a friend of the hero said that there were only a few experts in the world who were able to change their personality, and it was really rare. And when he saw it in person today, he was really surprised. The girl got angry and asked the hero who he was. When the hero was returning from the old dragon's birthday banquet, he came across a large service boat with the Zio family on board. The Zio's son was arguing with his father over a woman from a brothel. Jai assumed that that girl was not her yet. At that time, young Master Zio with great ambition said he would take first place, but apparently he was not very lucky and ran into Yin Jaexiang. The girl fixed her curls and asked a question. She didn't understand how the hero knew that it wasn't her yet at that time, since he wasn't there. But given the state of the Zio family at that time, it was unlikely that young Master Zio had married a Hongshu, let alone the imposter who was now sitting here. The real Hongshu was obviously not allowed to see the light of day, and the hero assumed that she was now in young Master Zio's concubines. In that case, the girl assumed that there was some merit to it since they were able to get together. With the power of his eyes, Jai saw above the girl the purple aura of a large clawed fox. Even if she was able to help them, the hero didn't understand the point of her staying on this ship. The girl replied that it was a wonderful environment here and it probably seemed that way to the heroes too. They didn't even care about the water god, so she didn't understand why Jai and the others were so interested in it. And if they wanted to harm her in any way, they would hardly treat her so kindly. In other words, she wanted to say that the god of water knew about her, but he still didn't care about her. The girl confirmed Jai's guess and said that they themselves could personally ask the water god about it if they wished. Yuan dipped his finger in the tea and ordered the water god to appear. With these words, he directed the drop into the open window across the street. The drop flew out the window and fell right over the side of the ship into the water. After a few moments, a stream of water rose up and a human figure formed from it. The man introduced himself as a water god named Du Guantong and expressed the joy of knowing Mr. Jai. The hero was surprised that the water god knew him. The god smiled and replied that he was a close friend of the Dragon Emperor, and he had the honor of seeing his face at his birthday banquet. During their conversation, the girl became quite uncomfortable. She was covered with cold sweat and her face took on a pale hue. Jai covered his eyes for a moment before saying everything to the water god. He became angry and asked the god how he dared to harbor a foreign demon and let him hide in their waters. He wanted to know their purpose and the purpose of the god himself. Yuan suggested that perhaps the old dragon had told him to do so. The god bowed to Mr. Jai and exclaimed that this was an unfair accusation. After all, a humble and water god like him definitely did not receive demons from beyond the border, nor did the Dragon Emperor give him any such orders. In this water, he only had a few water spirits and demons who lived in the world and cultivated. If he didn't believe him, they could summon them now. The hero grinned at Miss Hongsu and said that apparently the water god didn't know her, especially since he wouldn't have the courage to lie in front of Yuan. The water god was angry at the cursed demon and asked her how she dared to slander him in front of Lord Jai. Pale with fear, the girl smiled and told Mr. Jai that she was just making a little joke and asked the water god not to be angry. Jai replied that as one of the sentient beings on this earth it was normal to feel emotions and make jokes. He had no more questions for the water god, and he saw that the god had nothing to do with this girl, so he asked him to sit down. The god thanked the Lord for his insight. The hero smilingly told Ms. Honshu that if she thought it was funny, she could keep making jokes for as long as she had the patience. The girl excitedly asked Mr. Jai what he wanted to know. The hero asked how long she had been living in Dezheng. It turned out that she had been living here for 2 years. The hero assumed that she was hiding on this ship to hurt people. Hongsu didn't think she would be believed if she said she wasn't. Yuan assumed that if she wasn't harming people and wandering around, she must have been unable to practice. In that case, he didn't understand the reason for her visit to Dazheng. Not to mention that she wasn't that simple and had a ferocious aura. The hero realized that she was clearly not a meek sheep. The girl replied that she had heard that there was a mysterious and unpredictable hidden immortal who possessed great power and magic. He also had an immortal sword that possessed the power of the heavens. She dared to ask if this lord was really sitting right in front of her. The angry water god didn't understand how she dared to answer Lord Jai with question after question when he had first asked her. The hero replied that the power of magical ability was limitless, and he didn't think there was such a practitioner in the world. At least, he had never seen such a person. That was his answer. Honshu smiled and happily declared to Mr. Jai that she had actually come here with only one happy thought: to escape her own problems, and did not intend to cause problems to others. Also, she would like to admire his immortal sword. Hearing this, the water god spat out his drink in shock. He sullenly wiped his mouth with his hand and thought that this female demon was probably a fool. It was ungrateful of her, and apparently she still wanted to look at the immortal sword without fear of being beheaded by it. But Jai was completely calm and answered her positively. Yuan waved his hand, whereupon his immortal sword appeared right in front of him. Hong-soo gazed mesmerized at the hidden blade rising to the heavens. It also had a spiritual green vine. Mesmerized by the beauty of the immortal sword, the girl extended her hand towards it. But as soon as she touched it with her fingertips, her scream resounded throughout the surroundings. Hong-soo was thrown back and covered with burns. The invisible girl that came with the Jai smirked and exclaimed that it was her own fault. The hero was impressed that this demonic fox was quite quick on her feet and recovered quickly. Hong-soo got up and said that she too would like to have such an immortal sword for herself. No one expected to hear such words from a demon. The faces of all 4 people present had the same incomprehensible expressions. The girl put her hand to her chest and introduced herself to Mr. Jai Tuzian. She was from the Jade Fox Cave on Sang Mountain in the western region of Lanzhou. She really didn't do much when she did anything against the way of Dao, at least not since she came to Dajin. The hero thought this was strange for a demon fox, since they usually had names for their mountains. According to her, the mountain should have been called Tuzian, not Lanzhou. The girl looked questioningly at the hero. Jai explained to Miss Tu that he talked to her calmly for a long time because he had doubts in his heart and he didn't want to scare the people on that boat. He was offering her to redeem herself and leave Dajin. Tu was surprised at such words and thought for a moment. It was a bit unexpected for her. She waved her head and said that she could not leave here. She asked Mr. Jai to lend her his sword and she would return to the west, after which she would return it to Yuan. The water god couldn't stand it and jumped up from his chair, exclaiming that the demon really wished to die, and if she really wished it, he was going to fulfill her wish and asked Mr. Jai to rely on him. Jai replied absolutely calmly that in that case he would leave it to the water god. The human hand of the water god transformed into a scaly dark hand that grabbed the girl by the neck. The girl named Thur turned pale and asked the water god to be easy on her, for she would soon suffocate. Hoping that Lord Jai would help her, she spoke his name. The water god frowned, for this seemed strange to him. He had used his magic power to bind this demon's neck, but he had a strange feeling that he couldn't use any power. Watching all this from the outside, Mr. Jai had some contradictory feelings. The young boy who was sitting next to Mr. Jai begged him to ask the water god to let Miss Hong-soo go before she suffocated. The water god squeezed the girl's throat even tighter, and the guy shouted that here was a human being being killed. Soon the god let go of the girl's pale body, and she fell to the ground. He asked Mr. Jai what they would do now, and the Yuan suggested removing the mask from her face for starters. The god stuck 2 fingers into the girl's head in disgust, and abruptly peeled off her skin. Underneath the mask was only a bare skull, from which a purple demonic aura oozed out. Feeling the unbearable stench, the young boy felt so sick that he vomited. The girl who was standing next to him also covered her nose with her hand from such a horrible smell. It turned out that there was a decomposed female body in front of them, and it was unknown how long it had been dead. The fox spirit meanwhile was hovering right above the same ship and thought that Mr. Jai was indeed a true great immortal. The green vine sword seemed quite beautiful to her, and she felt sorry that it couldn't even be moved. Even though the hero had faced demonic foxes several times, he still underestimated her, saying that he laughed. Yuan believed that he possessed abilities that were still too modest. The water god frowned. After all, if he said that about his abilities, then his abilities were out of the question. He could only seem like a small fish in the water to Jai. But there was no doubt that the demon was truly terrifying and had managed to escape from Mr. Jai's eyes. If Lord Jai had not come and confronted him, something terrible might have happened. A pale Mr. Wang grabbed his head and asked Mr. Zai what kind of body it was and where Hong Zhu had disappeared to. He was afraid that if the brothel owner saw this, he would look for them afterward. They ended up killing someone and they would definitely report it to the authorities. Jai smiled and replied that this female corpse had been taken out of the common grave outside the city and it was necessary to send the corpse back. A true Hongxiu was most likely to be found in the Zio family. As for today's Jiangsu, it could be said that she had redeemed herself. The hero glanced at Miss Zhang Zhangzhui and said that she would likely have to work a little harder. 15 minutes later, all 4 of them sat down at the round table again. Jai looked at the girl across the table and thought that now they only had one problem left. The girl who sat across from Jai turned out to be Zhan Jui, who had changed her appearance to Hongxiu. She looked questioningly at the hero and asked what the problem was. Jai smiled and threw a handful of taels on the table. He blushed a little and admitted that over 100 taels or silver had been spent in over a decade, and that was all he had left now. He grinned and asked the guys how much it cost to ransom a girl of easy virtue in the Yuzhu area who is quite famous. Mr. Wang waved his hand and said that it was definitely not enough and too little. The insecure fake Hongshu offered them 1,000 taels. The hero looked questioningly at the water god and asked how much silver he had. The god scratched the back of his head and told Mr. Jai that he never had any gold or silver. He clearly had no use for these meaningless objects. Mr. Yuan was too upset when he realized that his hope had been dashed. After a while, a full woman knocked at their door and opened the door with a smile. She informed the Lord that it was almost dawn and the rooms were all ready. She suggested him to go and rest here for a while. Mr. Yuan asked the landlady how much silver they needed to ransom Miss Hongsu. The woman grinned and replied to the master that her daughter was thought of by many influential people. Besides, she had worked hard to raise her, and she was worried that she would suffer if she was ransomed. Therefore, the woman thought that her daughter had to decide for herself what to do. But Yuan had no doubt that Miss Hongsu was definitely already agreed, so she could just name the amount. The woman frowned as she realized that this person's identity was not so simple, and it seems that this girl had made sure of it and was ready to leave. The woman grabbed Miss Hongsu's hand and told Mr. Jai that she was going to have a word with her daughter, and they could take a little break for now. Mr. Wang was worried about Miss Zhang, who had just been taken out, and hoped that she would be alright. But the hero didn't see it as a problem, for she was far from being a weak woman. The woman looked angrily at her daughter and asked if she really thought her wings had grown back. She saw no good in being ransomed, and her daughter surely wanted to be one of the official's concubines. The woman warned her daughter that this would obviously not end well for her. Miss Hongsu fixed her curls and thought that they had already made enough money over the years. If the deal went well, they could get some money. Otherwise, afterwards it would be too late and they would be left with nothing. With two tall ambassadors standing behind the woman's back, she told her daughter that trying to marry for a marriage of convenience was far from her level. Besides, one could not abruptly turn one's back on the one who raised her. She ordered the Danader to send Miss Hongsu back to her room while she went, and explained herself to those gentlemen. Miss Hongsu smirked defiantly at the two ambles and thought they were looking for death. As the men screamed in extreme pain as they rolled on the ground, the girl rubbed her hands together and advised them to never mess with her again for the sake of their health. After that, Tu Zian calmly entered the room and explained that in her opinion, as long as there was a trace of Hongzu from the brothel, why they should poke mortals and why not fight against the evil. Jai Yuan replied that it was better for them to settle things peacefully without causing much trouble in the eyes of the brothel owner. Hongzu, this item is for sale and priced accordingly, although it's possible that she will exalt the value and actually resign herself to asking for a higher price. The traveling cultivator promised to pay as much as they asked and someone would reimburse them in full afterward, so there was no need to worry. Master Jai then turned to the water god Du and said that everything now depended on him. The water god advised Jai Yuan not to worry about it and promised to see to it that everything was done and decided to get down to business immediately. The brothel owner looked in amazement at the huge amount of money that was generously given to her as payment, and even from the sight of the treasure for a while lost speech. After completing all the business, the tray continued its journey along the river, and Master Jai recalled the proverb that says that even a fish's eye can sometimes be confused with a real pearl, and yesterday had broadened his horizons. The water god Du still reminded her that this courtesan had cost them several hundred gold taels, and that the pearl was not the legal property of the brothel, so it was unlikely that they had suffered a loss. Jai Yuan said that he must now find the person who hid the real Hongzu and retrieve the gold he had lost. God Du thought at this moment that because of Mr. Jai's request, he was finally able to establish a good relationship with him. Mr. Wang thanked Jai Yuan in farewell for the wonderful story of Wu Chun and decided that it would now get a new adaptation. Master Jai praised Wang for his excellent ability to handle his duties and promised to definitely meet again. Wang asked not to worry and promised to do well as a storyteller, bringing joy to the audience and taking the responsibility of alerting the whole world. Jai Yuan was satisfied with what he heard and advised him to always do what his heart tells him to do. Wang shouted, expressing his desire to always stay as he is now, and Jai Yuan replied that it would be a great decision to continue in the same spirit and not to turn to the wrong path. After a while, Master Jai noticed the agitation of the water and decided that perhaps it was someone he knew, and soon Ying Zholi appeared with her companion, greeting Master Jai. The girl explained that her father was sleeping and she could wake him up if necessary, but the traveling cultivator didn't ask and explained that he was on his way to the capital and was just passing through, so I should not bother anyone. Ying Zholi asked about the purpose of the visit to the capital. After all, it was the capital of the desert, let alone the demons. After all, one wouldn't even be able to meet a ghost there. Jai Yuan explained his language with two reasons. The first was to collect a debt, and the second was to see how the fate of the Dacian dynasty would turn out, because the old emperor's strength was already running out. Such an explanation caused surprise among the underwater inhabitants. After all, they could not even imagine who is such a brave man who dared to be in debt to Uncle Jai. After a while, Master Jai with his companions he came to the capital restaurant, where the polite manager immediately offered to pass and also asked if a table had been ordered in advance. Jai Yuan pointed to the upper luxurious room in the northeast corner where they had been waiting for a long time. The manager didn't immediately realize because that room was already occupied. He actually had no mistake, and it was ordered by Mr. Zhao. He had arrived first and should already be waiting for them. The restaurant manager believed the guests and offered to go ahead. After reaching the right room, the young cultivator quickly went inside and greeted Mr. Zhao and of course Miss Hong. It was a complete surprise to the people in the room, and Mr. Zhao was surprised by the appearance of a stranger, and the girl tried to say that her last name was not Hong at all. Yin Feng continued to watch the pair of mortal men with interest and asked if they were the people who owed money to Uncle Jai. Mr. Zhao was indignant and sure that he owed nothing to the strange gentleman. But Master Ju said that 10 days ago it turned out that he owed 500 taels of gold. Young Zhao continued to call it a complete absurdity because 500 taels is a huge amount of money, and he would definitely remember if he owed someone such an amount. Jai Yuan calmly explained that of course Zhao couldn't remember it because he wasn't even present during the time when he became a debtor, and it was certainly a unique situation. Jai Yuan talked about how he had ransomed a person similar to this girl on a large ship. Perhaps he officials have some tricks up their sleeves, but discreetly replacing one Huxing with another is hardly something that can be done without repercussions. Zhao then still promised to give the 500 taels if Mr. Jai insists on it, especially since he just happens to have a silver banknote with him. The next moment, the young master jumped up from his seat and called out to the great god of King Palace to answer his call. Master Jai Yuan calmly watched as the magical snakes in front of him began to manifest and continued to hold the cup in his hands, while Zhao meanwhile decided to get away with his companion as soon as possible. But after a few seconds, their escape attempt was interrupted by a magical wall, and the young cultivator wondered if they were already going to leave. Jai Yuan stated that if ordinary people were in his place, their hearts would instantly be pierced by a multitude of magical snakes, resulting in death. This sinister bloodthirsty method uses blood to feed the talisman, and this alone is enough for the underworld to send people's souls to the underground prison for nurturing. Therefore, Zhao must immediately answer where did he get such a mighty talisman from. The frightened guy replied that it was a gift from a deity, and not some evil method, and they just want to be together with Hong, and only because of goddess help are they present here today. Yin Feng was angered by such a ridiculous excuse and demanded a more detailed explanation about which deity they were talking about, since he had never heard such a thing before. The agitated Zhao said that if they really wanted to settle accounts with him, then they should turn to the river goddess of the Tunshan River, and perhaps then they would get answers to their questions. And it was Mrs. Ying of the Tunshan River who helped them with their problem. 2 years ago, she saw how he and his beloved could not be together, and to help them, she not only cast a spell but also awarded this powerful talisman for protection. Ying Zholi was furious at what she heard, and then she forcefully slapped her hand on the table and exclaimed that it was all nonsense, and the guy's words couldn't be true. Ying Zholi assumed that the river goddess must have instructed the boy that this talisman must be fed with blood from time to time. Spiritual blood came first and human blood second, but animal blood came last. Zhao was shocked by the girl's words and asked how she knew all this. Yin Zholi explained that in the future the guy will rely more and more on this talisman, as he will be able to use it with impunity to harm other people. But the appetite of this talisman would also grow, and eventually the blood of animals would be useless. There will be a reckoning with human blood, and more people will have to be killed. If this woman called herself the Tunshan River Goddess, did young Zhao after her handed over such a dangerous thing? The boy said that when the deity appeared in front of him directly from the waves of the river and showed many miracles, at that time he was only a mortal and could not know the whole truth. Yin Zholi suggested that at that moment the guy had doubts in his heart, but he still gladly accepted everything, and most likely the special impersonator of the river goddess made an offer that the man could not refuse in order to get this talisman. In the next moment, Yin Zholi showed her magic powers and exclaimed that if the sinner thought she was a river goddess, then who was she? Yin Zholi explained to the frightened boy that if he could not answer this question correctly, she was ready to help him and give him a clue by telling him her real name. But he made the grave mistake of realizing that the talisman was evil and still used its power, so his heart became vicious. Yin Zholi decided to deprive the guy of 10 years of life force as a small punishment. Xiao Lan instantly felt extremely tired due to the deprivation of life force, and his appearance took on a very painful hue. The girl was afraid for her lover and asked him to answer her questions. Hong apologized for her mistake and explained that it was all because of her, so she begged to spare Xiao Lan and she was ready to share his punishment. The guy tried to talk his favorite girl out of it, but Hong kept begging. Jai Yuan intervened in the conversation and asked Ying Zholi to calm down a bit and listen to the girl, because her words make sense and everything needs to be sorted out properly. Ying Zholi said that Xiao Lan could thank Uncle Jai for his intervention and for her sincere feelings for Hong. Immediately afterward, Ying Zholi used her magic powers again and promised to make concessions in such a case if true love was really involved. Wanner Hong shared the weight of her lover's guilt and felt weak and hurt. Xiao Lan hugged his beloved. He called her stupid, for such a weak girl should not suffer terrible pain. Jai Yuan thought at this moment that Miss Dragon really didn't hold back the first time, but the second time returned 9 out of 10, taking only a symbolic year received from Duan Wu Wan. Because otherwise, with Duan Wu Wan's physical condition, she would have fainted long ago. Master Jai said that Mr. Xiao has enough wisdom to understand people, therefore it is better not to ignore something for the sake of gain. A scholar must have a core, and a few years ago it was much stronger than now. Xiao Lan was surprised at such words, and Jai told about how in the winter on the Tongshan River at the stern of the boat of Xiao's house, Master Xiao had a big fight with his father, including over Hong Zhu's girlfriend, and back then he seemed like a very ambitious man. Xiao Lan exclaimed, could it be that Jai Yuan was the same fisherman who was rowing in that boat? The traveling cultivator confirmed that this was the case, and now seeing the sincere feelings of the two young men, the river goddess showed mercy, and this is the main difference between a right god and an evil one. Yin Zholi was able to stop, and the other gave a very harmful talisman, so in the future Xiao Lan should behave appropriately. And these words were a real revelation to the young men, and they both began to thank the goddess by the river and also Mr. Jai for correctly pointing out their mistakes. After a while, Xiao Lan prepared the necessary sum of 500 taels and asked the traveling cultivator to take them as compensation for the money spent. Master Jai was pleased with the result of this meeting and was of course happy with the money he received. That was why he said that they were now even. Meanwhile, a group of people were rushing to find out the results of the spring exams as soon as possible, and they were all curious to know who had won the first place. It soon turned out that Yin King ended up being a second-ranked candidate and almost went down to the third rank. This was a poor result compared to his father, but still, relative to the other students, it was a significant achievement. Master Jai calmly drank tea and watched the large crowd of students figuring out the exam results, and thought that little Yin King seemed to be purposely hiding his outstanding skills. The emperor was informed of Yin Jiaxiang's visit, and he allowed the guest to enter his place. Yin Jiaxiang introduced himself as the manager of Wanju and paid his respects to his majesty. The emperor immediately noticed that Yin Jiaxiang this time looked different from the other courtiers, and his whole body was very clear and light. The emperor said that he had heard rumors from the streets that Minister Yin was a very honest and loyal man, and now that he had seen him with his own eyes, he was ready to believe it. Yin Jiaxiang was embarrassed by these words of the emperor and decided that this praise for him was too unjustified. The emperor then asked his assistant to give way to the guest instead. And according to the emperor, some high-ranking officials of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries had already been received by him individually. But today, it was Minister Yin's turn, and he must answer one question. Yin Jiaxiang promised to tell everything he knew. The emperor thought a bit and asked the experienced minister who he thought was the best candidate for the position of ruler of Jin or Wu. Yin Jiaxiang said that he is only the ruler of the district, which is far from the capital, and therefore knows very little about the 2 crown princes. Therefore, the emperor is the only one who can determine the future of this kingdom, and who he chooses as heirs will be considered a worthy man. After saying this, the emperor invited the minister to stand up and sit down next to him so that they could talk and drink tea together. In response, Yin Jiaxiang thanked the emperor for such an honor. The emperor explained to the minister that he was not only a man of character and loyalty, but also a pedant, and no one at court could have handled the Wanju case so well. Yin Jiaxiang explained that the situation in the province was due to His Majesty's favor, and he was only carrying out the emperor's own decree. These words made the ruler laugh, and he admitted that even flattery from Minister Yin's mouth sounded exceptionally good. Yin Jiaxiang tried to tell you a lie about the dragon, but this made the emperor laugh even more. Then the supreme ruler confessed that in his life luck had always accompanied him, and even the unpredictable path to immortality had been near him several times. But now that his time was running out, he had an epiphany and could leave at any moment. But in such a situation, one cannot leave one's legacy to fate. So he wasn't kidding when he asked about his 2 sons, one of whom could take on such a big responsibility. In fact, there are very few people in this world who have the righteousness to be virtuous and wise in this field. Either be a famous minister at court or be able to understand the wisdom of the ruler. The emperor asked the minister if he could say that he made an ignorant ruler. Yin Jiaxiang replied in his personal opinion the emperor is a naturally wise ruler. This caused the emperor to chuckle, and he asked the minister again if he thought Prince Wu or Prince Jin were ignorant people who would not make good rulers. Qin Jiaxiang replied that both princes have completely different character, but in terms of their talents neither of them is incompetent for the role of a ruler. The emperor pondered over the minister's words and decided that he did not have any inclination in his heart. Also, as far as he could remember, the minister had attended the family banquet on New Year's Eve at the prince's residence before the spring exams. Yin Jiaxiang confirmed that he was indeed present at that time and was invited to the prince's house, which came as a complete surprise to him at the time. After thinking for a bit, the emperor ordered all his servants and immediately left the room so that he could speak to the minister in private. Everyone present instantly complied with the order and headed for the exit. After the doors had closed, the emperor turned to the minister and asked him not to hesitate to speak frankly. The supreme ruler once again asked which of the 2 princes would be able to handle such a difficult task as ruling the country. Yin Jiaxiang said that both princes had high status and it didn't matter who succeeded the throne as long as His Highness trusted him. The minister promised to do his best to help the future ruler ensure the prosperity of the country and the fate of the entire dynasty. Yin Jiaxiang promised that there would be no unrest in the emperor's court as long as he was in charge, and he was confident that he had the ability to achieve this goal. The emperor expressed his confidence in the minister and promised to give him a golden ticket, which will allow him to enjoy the privileges. He hopes that the minister will not forget today's conversation. Yin Jiaxiang sincerely promised to take mortal risks to fulfill his duty. Then the emperor confessed that he is well aware that Prince Jin is a bit more talented than Prince Wu, and he himself likes Prince Jin better. But Prince Wu is the firstborn, and for many years now he has honored his duty and made no mistakes, and his authority in the court is much greater. Then the emperor decided to leave the secret decree, and if the one who will inherit the throne wants to harm the lives of his brothers, then Minister Yin and intervene in the situation and make everything right. The emperor admitted that he had decided to give the throne to the first prince, and the imperial decree would be issued in 10 days. The minister, on his part, would have to provide support. Yin Jiaxiang bowed to the ruler and promised to follow the order. In the evening at Prince Jin's house, the counselor reported that Lord Yin had immediately gone to the palace when he arrived in the capital this morning and was still staying by the emperor's side. Therefore, it could be assumed that the emperor wants Yin Jiaxiang to help him. Jin replied that this would only happen if his elder brother was unable to, but in any case, his father's health was not a concern at the moment and he could tolerate a few more years. Meanwhile, Prince Wu's house also reported the visit of Minister Yin Jiaxiang, who had been staying by the emperor's side for a long time. The prince's advisor carefully gave him the secret news from the palace, which indicated that Yin Jiaxiang was one of the 3 elders, and the emperor had asked the minister several times in a row about the choice of his heir, and had even asked all of his entourage to leave when he was alone with him. This news shocked many of the minister's confidants, who explained that his father had his loyal men by his side to tell him the most important news. Prince Wu now realized why his father had been so quiet lately. He was probably just waiting for Minister Yin's visit. The advisors advised him not to attach much importance to this visit, because even a trusted minister could not fully influence the emperor. But the prince's prudent prince, who finally thought for a while, said that just in case, he should do something to prepare for any surprises. Yin Jiaxiang was overjoyed when there was a knock at his door, and his guest was Master Jai. The minister immediately invited his old friend to come inside the house. Yin Jiaxiang reminded him that it had been 3 years since they parted ways in Wanchu, and if Master Jai was here for this meeting. Then the minister mentioned his son, who ranked 2nd in the exams, and apparently little Yin doesn't want to be the center of attention. Then Yin Jiaxiang showed a book about schooling that he has been developing recently, and if it is implemented in the future, it will surely benefit students all over the world. Jai Yuan realized that the hidden meaning between the lines revealed a great sense of righteousness, and although the content seemed simple, it was filled with deep meaning. It seemed that Yin Jiaxiang was holding the quill like a sword during the battle with the brigands. Yin praised his friend for the perfectly chosen words with meaning that fully expressed the whole essence. And even the farthest journey begins with the first step. Jai Yuan poured fragrant tea and asked his friend who he thought would win the battle for imperial power in Dajin, Prince Jin or Prince Wu. Yin was not too surprised by such a question from an old friend, because he had already heard such a question from the emperor. And then Minister Yin admitted that the day he arrived in the capital he already knew the name of the future ruler. Jai Yuan laughed and admitted that he was seized by a sense of excitement, so it would be good to make a bet with an old friend, because it is very curious. On a rainy evening, the elderly emperor rested peacefully in his bed enjoying his reading, and at some point a faithful servant reported a message from Commander Kyan. After quickly reading the short message, the emperor laughed out loud and then reread the letter several more times. Meanwhile, the eunuch in his residence was surrounded by the care of his cronies. Then Eunuch Lai came to Eunuch Han's residence and explained that he had come here by order of His Majesty, and was to present a reward in appreciation of his many years of service. Eunuch Han was very pleased with such attention to himself and did not even expect that the great ruler still remembered about the old slave, and would be interested to know what the reward was. But as it turned out, the gift was not what Eunuch Han had expected. The box contained a white towel and a vial of poison, which was the last treat for the traitor. Prince Wu was angry when he learned of Eunuch Han's death and didn't understand how his father had found out. The prince then suggested that more decisive action should begin. But all his associates began to dissuade the prince from taking drastic action. And if the emperor already knew everything, it would be very difficult to succeed in acting rashly. Prince Wu realized that it was very difficult, but he still wanted to feel the problem of hope, because now there was still a chance to fight. If he hesitated, his father would be able to destroy all of his forces. Lord Zhang advised to listen to his words, and perhaps the murder of Eunuch Han was deliberately done so openly, and so there was no need to take any action now. And if Prince Wu can keep calm, they will still have a chance. For now, they should be patient and calm and not think of empty illusions. All of Prince Wu's advisors bowed low, hoping for his prudence, and finally, after some deliberation, the prince said that he would wait for the right time. Meanwhile, in Prince Jin's house they were discussing the recent events related to the murder of Eunuch Han. Everyone was outraged by Prince Wu's insidious plans to gradually gain power bypassing his father's will. In the end, if Prince Wu rebelled, he was unlikely to succeed. But his temperamental nature could make him fight to the death, so caution should be exercised. Prince Xin grinned and said that they used to be in a desperate situation, but now they had a glimmer of hope. These words interested the people close to him. Prince Xin said that his elder brother would most likely decide to rebel, and if he still couldn't make up his mind, then he should definitely help him to do so. The old teacher was shocked by the young prince's words, but the heir to the throne said that he saw only one chance to succeed, especially since they were brothers and he should not give in to the courage of his older relative. After a while the aide informed the supreme ruler of the visit of Prince Jin, who requests an audience. The emperor, not taking a break from reading, ordered his son to be let in. The emperor's youngest heir immediately showed his respect by kneeling down and then explained that he had come to pay his respects to his great father. He asked his son to rise from his knees and sit down, and then inquired about the matters he was interested in and whether he had simply come to the palace to show his respect. Prince Jin confessed that he used to be very afraid of the emperor's father and therefore did not dare to come here, but now he thought he should come more often to pay his respects. His father thought for a moment and then said that when his son said such things, he felt that they did not have much time left and would not be able to talk in peace in the future. Prince Jin did not deny this possibility and admitted that he was thinking about the future. Many people say that it is difficult to be intimate in the imperial family, but he remembers the times when his father held him in his arms. And now that he's grown up, his fears are even greater and he remembers that he hasn't spoken to his father in a long time. The emperor asked his son to come closer and sit beside him, and then noticing the young prince's confusion, he asked him what he was afraid of, for he had often sat beside him in this room when he was a child. Feeling confident, the young prince promised to accept his father's invitation and immediately sat down next to the emperor, trying to forget all his previous fears. Shortly after this meeting began, Prince Wu learned of his younger brother's visit to his father and was furious. Junior left at 11 o'clock and returned almost at midnight. Prince Wu then inquired if there was any more news from the palace. The loyal servant said that according to His Highness's order, all the people surrounding His Majesty the Emperor had stopped delivering messages, and it was now difficult to find out about the events in the palace. Prince Wu ordered to continue to monitor Prince Jin's movements, but at the same time of course realizing that any movements of his younger brother could harm him in the future. For several days afterward, Prince Jin came to the palace every evening to see the emperor. In addition, Prince Jin periodically openly visited Yin Jiaxiang at the inn. After a few days, Prince Jin decided to send his old teacher away, even though he disagreed with the decision. The prince explained to the teacher that he should return to Yanju because he entrusted this matter to Yin Jiaxiang, and even if his older brother inherits the throne, the teacher will remain safe. The young prince himself decided to stay by his father's side and wait for the results of his victory or his defeat. In parting, the old teacher asked the prince to take care of himself and be very careful. After learning that teacher Shumu had suddenly disappeared from the city a few days ago, Prince Wu was furious, but as it turned out, several other experts from Prince Jin's house had disappeared along with the teacher. Prince Wu continued to be indignant and didn't understand what his younger brother was trying to accomplish, and then asked the aide what they had learned about the people who had been arrested a few days ago. As it turned out, Prince Jin had given the family silver and ordered them to disguise themselves as ordinary people to live in the city if they were not recalled in a year. They would leave the capital with the silver and return home and no longer participate in the affairs of the palace. The counselor suggested that Prince Jin was probably aware of his slim chances of winning the throne and was therefore dismissing his subordinates. But the general disagreed and reminded that it could have been done much earlier, which meant that Prince Jin was actively preparing for something. Prince Wu agreed with the general and thought that everything was happening for a reason. After all, if the younger brother had admitted defeat, why hadn't he taken any action earlier? And why had he left the recall in place? The general reported his inspection of the arsenal of the city's troops and was able to find out that other than some damage, no weapons were missing. The counselor was outraged by the general's amateurishness and tried to find out who gave him the right to check the arsenal without any knowledge. But as it turned out, Prince Wu had approved the general's actions a few days earlier. The prince then advised Counselor Zhang not to worry unnecessarily, as Mr. Zhu was the chief counselor of the city's troops and nothing would happen if he inspected the city's arsenal. Just at that moment, a servant shouted in the corridor to inform the prince as quickly as possible that Lai Mushu's teacher had been discovered. The prince asked where he was now, and as it turned out, Lai Mushu had appeared near Prince Jin's residence about an hour ago, and soon after entered the palace with him as if they had been summoned to meet. Prince Wu was furious at such news and after collapsing in his chair ordered everyone present to leave the room immediately and leave him alone. Lai Mushu told the prince that all matters with the family had been settled, so he could return and accompany his highness to see the results with his own eyes. He was already an old man of age, so he did not have long to live and should not be afraid of anything. After a while, the old teacher and Prince Jin stood in front of the emperor and paid their respects to him. The emperor meanwhile was minding his own business and said that Hayar had long been working hard on his emotion output game. His father's strange words immediately excited the young prince. The emperor, pretending not to notice anyone, asked eunuch Lai to give Prince Jin his decree. Lai immediately complied with the emperor's request and handed the scroll to the young heir. The emperor then looked at his son carefully and asked, "Is he dissatisfied with what he saw?" These words made Prince Jin even more worried and he didn't know how to answer. The emperor advised his son to continue, because he had long dreamed of this and so he should go forward with a broad soul and a brave heart and also enjoy life. And he hoped that his son understood him correctly. Jin bowed to his father and promised to do his best. After the young prince and his teacher left the palace, the emperor said that Hayar had a good attitude towards Lai Mushu. The old teacher himself was loyal and ready to die for Hayar. The emperor did not know how cruel this was. Eunuch Lai tried to explain that this old servant would not dare to say anything about what was going on. That means that His Majesty has his own agenda in mind. The emperor agreed that it was this self-delusion and cruelty that had ruined his chances of immortality, and perhaps he had not made the right decision in his path. Eunuch Lai felt fear and began to bow low, saying that this old servant had said this completely without any malice. But the emperor felt no anger and asked the loyal servant to rise to his feet. Then the emperor ordered to quietly spread the news that the imperial decree he had given to his youngest son contained the transfer of the throne, and when these men had finished spreading the news they should be sent on their way. After a while, everything happened exactly as the emperor had planned, and of course Prince Wu's loyal servant delivered important letters to him from several places in the palace. The loyal advisor said that these letters were about the transfer of power, but it all seemed like a silly mistake. But Prince Wu had already learned well about how his younger brother had left his father's palace with great joy and laughter. Then Master Du was invited into the room. The gray-haired old man Du Cheshang looked mysteriously calm and expressed his pleasure at seeing Prince Wu. The prince confessed that he knew how Master Du had the ability to see a person's Kai energy and could see their blessings and misfortunes. Therefore, he asked to see what does this prince's energy look like. Du Cheshang took a close look at the eldest son of the emperor and stated that at this moment, he seems to be in a state of anxiety and confusion, and his highness's purple Kai looks chaotic. Old Master Du explained to the prince that the purple Yu is a manifestation of the emperor's energy, and those who possess such energy have an imperial destiny. The prince then inquired about his younger brother's energy. Du Cheshang explained that His Majesty Prince Jin is also an imperial son and has more or less the same purple energy, but not as bright as Prince Wu, the eldest son of. The emperor then ordered to send fearless soldiers from all over the county to intercept and kill Prince Jin. Meanwhile, inform the battalion from the Southern Army and the secret Shuan battalions to get them ready to rebel. This time, the heir to the throne's patience ran out and he felt rage and lust for destruction. That's why, waving his blade, he ordered to seize the emperor's palace. Prince Wu's loyal general informed the troops that a serious event had occurred in the palace and a traitor was holding His Majesty the Emperor hostage, so they must act decisively and ruthlessly. The general tried to speak as convincingly as possible and explained that at this difficult moment, Prince Wu had taken charge and ordered to immediately enter the palace to help the great emperor. Without hesitation, the soldiers were ready to fulfill their task. Meanwhile, the carriage along with Prince Jin and his old teacher was surrounded by troops sent by his elder brother. Prince Jin's loyal soldiers did not retreat defending the lord, but they were few. Soon there was a serious fight, and then arrows and spears pierced the thin walls of the carriage, frightening the young prince. The commander of the guards inquired about the prince's condition, but the problem was with the old teacher. One of the enemy's sharp arrows pierced the thin wall of the carriage and hit the chest of a loyal servant. Prince Jin was furious and tried to find out how long it would take for reinforcements to get here. The commander explained that all those people in the city should be on their way by now. Then the young prince ordered to break towards the emperor's palace. Meanwhile, Master Du finished talking to Prince Wu and was shown the way to the restroom at the end of the long corridor to the left behind the banquet hall. The elderly man hurried along the route and asked to be left alone for a while, explaining that he was still able to reach the place without anyone else's attention. Master Du thought that this was not a good thing, and that he had come here today for nothing. And if he didn't leave this place now, he would be involved in big events. Thanks to his incredible abilities, Old Man Du summoned a strong bodyguard to help him, and thanks to his young back, he was able to climb the high wall. But unfortunately, the prudent Master Du completely forgot that he still had to climb down the high wall, and collapsed down like a sack of potatoes. Master Du expected the bodyguard to climb the fence behind him soon, but he wasn't there, as if he was stuck in the courtyard. The old man didn't want to leave the bodyguard behind, but he really didn't want to go back after spending so much effort to escape the trap. But after a few seconds, a strange figure made of paper appeared above the fence along with a figurine. Master Du was angered by this effect and realized where did his yellow talisman go. The old man desperately tried to grab the paper figurine to get his item back and shouted for the paper bodyguard not to run away from him, but the master lacked speed. But at some point Master Du realized that there was no such thing as a paper bird that could fly on its own, and there was something mystical involved that needed to be solved. Just at that moment, Jai Yuan appeared in the same courtyard, but Master Du didn't notice him right away and kept thinking that he had to run as fast as possible. Cautiously approaching the old man, the young cultivator said that the methods Master Du Tianqi used were quite peculiar and deserved careful attention. Jai Yuan introduced himself and invited the old master to have tea together, but Master Du tried to politely decline and referred to the urgent matters that awaited him. Master Jai didn't insist on his invitation and returned the old man his yellow figurine. The young cultivator then apologized for disturbing him and was about to defiantly leave, but Du Tianqi still felt curious and turned to the old stranger. After that, the old man all agreed to give the guy some time, and they settled down in a cozy place and enjoyed some fragrant tea. Jai Yuan took a glance at the imperial palace in an unlikely calm night. Just at this moment, the imperial guards clashed with Prince Wu's troops who intended to infiltrate His Highness's palace. It was obvious to everyone that this was a real rebellion. But nevertheless, Prince Wu explained that some bandit had taken his father the emperor hostage and was trying to destroy their great dynasty, so those who block his path will be immediately killed without pardon. The emperor looked calm despite everything, even as his advisors informed him of the events outside the walls of the imperial palace. The ruler didn't seem surprised at all. The emperor asked the servant to bring him the Book of Succession, and then they would go to meet his son. The servant asked to clarify which copy of the book Majesty was referring to. The emperor only chuckled quietly in response. Then he explained to the loyal servant that today he was interested in the copy of Prince Jin's book. The servant only replied that he would immediately carry out the order. After Prince Jin together with his troop escaped from the pursuers, he continued to regret the death of his old teacher, for it was an irreparable loss. The commander turned to the prince and suggested that he first find a way to hide, because if Prince Wu succeeds in the invasion of the palace, he will not spare any of them. Jin replied that he still had pride and remembered how he had fought for the peace of this sky, and if he was to lose, he must bravely accept it. And if the news from the palace was disappointing, he would personally come to meet his elder brother. The only thing Prince Jin didn't expect was that Big Brother would make his move so quickly. This only confirmed the vast information network and his resolute heart. The dead teacher's spiritual essence was next to his body at this moment. The teacher was surprised because he had never thought that ghosts really existed after death. Just at this moment, the otherworldly servants approached teacher Lu Mushu and ordered him to go with them. This surprised the old man, who had not expected the strangers to appear. One of the guests explained that they were servants of the underground department of the city capital, and they were ordered to take Lu Mushu to the underworld, because the affairs of living people no longer concern him. Lu Mushu asked the servants of the underworld if they knew how the battle for the throne ended. One of the servants promised to tell the old teacher the whole truth so that his spirit could rest in peace. As it turned out, the palace said that Prince Wu had failed in his intentions and was unable to seize power by force, even though his forces were superior. After the end of these events and the suppression of the rebellion, according to the imperial decree, the throne was passed to the youngest son, Prince Jin, who became the legitimate heir to the dynasty. This wonderful news caused Lu Mushu's spirit to laugh and rejoice, and he gave thanks for the truth, truly able to rest in peace and know that his life's work had not been wasted. Jai Yuan said that Master Du is the only one of the few masters left in the capital who possesses true Dao skills. Master Du tried to explain to his interlocutor that he just knew a little more than the others. But Master Jai stated that when he says abilities, he is not lying, and for example, he can cite a paperman who is a bodyguard and he has never seen such a thing before. Master Du stated that his humble ability has suddenly attracted Master Jai, and it surprises him. This method was researched while he was still alive, so there is no need to underestimate the paperman after all. In terms of strength, he is as good as a strong adult male. Jai Yuan was still surprised at how Master Du was worried about the paperman, and it seems this method is not so simple. The old man explained that the thing was that he had made 6 yellow papermen over the decades, and 2 of them had been destroyed in the past few years. And now that he had expended most of his energy, it would be difficult to recover the loss of another one. Jai suggested that perhaps Master Du was unlikely to have any special Kai energy training technique. He wondered if it was possible to exchange such an energy training technique for a method of making papermen. Master Du was clearly surprised and asked to clarify whether Master Jai meant a training method that could transform yin and yang, as well as separate the 5 elements and point the way to longevity. Jai Yuan corrected the old man and said that longevity is not something that can be obtained so easily just by practicing Kai energy. But his personal method was definitely stronger than the one practiced by Master Du. At least with it, one could reach the Golden Bridge as well as the furnace of the inner heaven and earth. After the old man heard about such incredible abilities of his interlocutor, he fell to his knees. Jai Yuan immediately asked Master Du to get up since this gift was not that big. Master Du was impressed that Jai wanted to pass on his true immortal teachings, and so he naturally had to fulfill the greeting of master and disciple. And even that wouldn't be enough to show his respect in front of a supreme master. Master Jai explained to Du that if he had cultivation problems in the future and wanted to know how to overcome them, he could always contact him, but it would be forbidden to mention the master-disciple relationship. In the fall, on the 23rd day of the 9th month, Prince Wu was captured for his rebellion and his brother Prince Jin was crowned as crown prince. During these events, there was no dissension either inside or outside the palace. Soon, the aged emperor was lying on his bed and Jai Yuan could tell that the violet aura had become much weaker, and wondered what the old emperor was thinking now. In a tired voice, the emperor asked who he was, but the loyal servant who did not notice Master Jai's presence thought that the emperor simply did not recognize him. But despite this, the old emperor continued to address Master Jai, which further caused anxiety. Court eunuch, who did not know how to help his master. Jai Yuan asked His Majesty if he could ask him a question, to which the old emperor only replied that he was willing to talk despite his unstable condition. Jai Yuan recalled how Master Lu had asked questions and whether the old emperor wanted to talk and meet with Lu Mushu again. The old man, after thinking for a bit, asked if it could bring him back to life and help him recover. Master Jai reminded that life and death is the cycle of heaven, and right now His Majesty had run out of energy. Therefore, he would be able to live for a few more days, but it was too late to reverse the process. This was from hard news, for the old emperor once again asked to explain who the mysterious stranger really was. The court eunuch at this point thought the emperor was becoming delusional. The court eunuch became worried about the emperor's condition and tried to explain who he was, but eventually the emperor pushed the servant away and ordered him to get away. Jai Yuan advised not to be angry at his current state and to realize that the eunuch cannot see him and therefore does not understand what is going on. Jai asked the emperor if he remembered the moon gingerbread that he had failed to catch once. The emperor only now realized that it was the same immortal standing before him. Jai asked if the emperor still wanted Master Lu to come to him. The emperor asked to be sure to invite Immortal Master Lu to him. Jai promised to return soon and asked the emperor to hold on for a while longer. Meanwhile, the court eunuch ordered the maids to prepare the temperature of the ginseng soup at his request. He also asked to send for all the princes, mounts and harem maidens, for perhaps His Majesty was dying. Soon Jai Yuan found Master Lu and explained that he wanted to invite him personally if of course it was trustworthy. Master Lu was fine with this and confirmed his trust in Jai. Watching the large delegation near the imperial palace, Master Jai decided that most likely the old emperor's time would soon come to an end and history would turn another page. Jai Yuan said that the emperor was very much waiting for Lu, although the master himself remembered how the last time they talked he had his head cut off and it was not the best impression. A few minutes later, Master Lu was already at the emperor's bedside and asked if His Majesty remembered his old interlocutor. The emperor, barely restraining the trembling in his body, certainly remembered the immortal master. Observing what was happening, the chief eunuch suggested that the great emperor was hallucinating because he had recently started talking to himself. Master Lu asked the emperor how he would answer today to the question that was discussed many years ago. But the emperor explained that Immortal Master Jai had already said that his time was running out, and it was too late. Immortal Lu confirmed Master Jai's words and said that the messengers of the underworld were already waiting outside and they had all come for the great emperor's soul. The ruler, of course, was disappointed at his speed, but Lu reminded him that everything in this world has an end, even if you are the emperor of all men. No matter how great a man is, messengers will surely come for him and take him to the afterlife. But when the emperor is taken to the underworld will be free from the responsibility of the merit and punishment department, not to mention the judge of the evil deeds of the afterworld. And if Mr. Jai hadn't swept away the drowning blood, they wouldn't have been able to talk so peacefully today. And that's most likely where fate itself lies. Lu explained to the dying emperor that now he could talk to his old interlocutor about anything that interested him except family matters. The great ruler replied that he had already lost interest in everything, but he still wanted to know what would happen after his death, because it was very important. Lu suggested to wait a little to see the rulers recorded in the history books often did not live 10 years after their death, and most of them lived only 3 or 5 years. After that, the soul of the earth would go to the earth and the soul of the sky would return to the sky, and then the person as emperor would no longer exist in this world. The emperor said that it was good since thanks to the 2 immortal masters, he could see the true beauty of immortal wonders at the end of his life's work. After all, such a thing was not given to everyone. Just at this moment, a representative of the afterlife entered the room and greeted the 2 immortal masters, expressing his respect. Lu reminded the emperor that Yin Jiaxiang is a great scholar and great sage of the world, so people pray for his safety and even the spirits and gods admire his merits. The messenger of the afterlife turned to Emperor Yongzong, saying that his time had come and his body and soul had already begun to separate, and while he still had a few breaths left in this world he could say his last words. The emperor told Prince Jin about the virtues of Yin Jiaxiang as a great man because he has a great responsibility on his shoulders and should not be allowed to become a victim of betrayal. Also at the court there are several other assistants besides Zhao and Liu, and they will faithfully serve the new ruler. After these words the great emperor of the past years stopped his speech, his hands weakened, and the young heir heard his father's breathing for the last time. All present bowed their heads, showing their sadness. Watching the otherworldly envoys perform their duties, Master Jai spoke to Lu about his question to the emperor. Master Lu admitted that now there was a moment when he wanted to ask again, but then realized that it might be a few glimpses of life for the disciple. Immortal Master Lu watched the great emperor's soul that was leaving his palace forever, and he wanted to memorize this touching moment. Afterward, Lu asked Jai, is it really so boring to talk to him? After all, except that this old beggar in terms of cultivation development is still a step behind. And Emperor Yongzong's state of mind at the time of his death was truly worthy of an old beggar's disciple, and this seemed to disappoint Mr. Jai. No matter how many years a disciple would have left in this world, their thoughts before and after death are fundamentally different. Master Lu promised to take him as a disciple, and when he was condemned by the underworld, he would go to the capital underworld to ask for him. Jai Yuan smilingly asked, does this mean that Master Lu is all taking Yongzong as his disciple? His body is like an extinguished lamp, and only Lu can make Yongzong's body and soul one. The old man Lu grinned and said that he had long established arts, and beheading was just a manifestation of one of them. 100 years ago he had kept a few patches of jasper lilies, which now had 3 or 5 flowers and a dozen roots. This item was extremely valuable, and was best suited for hiding and nurturing a departed soul. At first, it would be able to keep Yongzong's new soul from crossing over to the path of ghosts. The old beggar invited Mr. Jai to guess what he wanted to do. The hero guessed that Mr. Lu was trying to tell him that he was going to use the lotus root to recreate a real physical body for Yongzong. The old man was impressed that the hero could guess that too. Imagining in Yongzong's mind, Yuan thought that he shouldn't have even guessed. Trying to get rid of his horrible thoughts, Master Jai clutched his head. The old man looked questioningly at Mr. Zai and asked what was wrong with him. The hero looked at Mr. Lu and thought that he was going to change the shape of Yongzong's flesh. Yuan asked the old man if the body would be shaped like a child or if he would keep its original form. The old man thought that naturally, it was necessary to keep the original form, for there was no use for the child's body. Jai advised the old man to leave it as it was, for the child's form really wasn't particularly practical. The old man assumed that Jai was going to return to Jeju. Yuan replied that he was going to return and travel again after some time. While cutting out the little men from paper, the protagonist looked up at the sky and thought that it was already New Year's Eve. And now he was like a lonely old man. As soon as he thought of this, someone outside the wall of his house called out Mr. Jai, and Yuan asked to come in, as the door was unlocked. It was a small firefox who quickly ran up to Mr. Yuan. On behalf of Shangjun and himself, he sent greetings to Mr. Jai for the new year. The hero smiled and said that one had to wait until the Chinese New Year to pay his respects, but New Year's Eve didn't count. The fox waved his paw and grinned, telling Mr. Jai that it wasn't that they didn't know about it. The point was that on the occasion of the new year this year, Lu Shangjun wanted to take him to practice with him. He had begun to be reborn, and at the time of the new year change, he should absorb new life force, so they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to make it to the new year. Jai smiled and remarked that he really cared for the fox, and so he asked to wish him good luck from him. The fox looked questioningly at the little men who were lying on the table in different poses and asked Jai a question. He assumed that the hero wanted to learn how to cut out paper patterns, but they had to be made of red paper. Yuan frowned his eyebrows slightly and continued to cut out another little man. After a couple minutes, a few more different little people fell to the others in the stack. Earlier, the Dragon Emperor had said that he and his master had come to the conclusion that 108 was the number of the Great Bear, as well as all of the Paper Man's movements in full. It was also the limit of their mana and mind power. The process of cutting out must be supplemented with awareness and mana to portray the divine essence of the fingers, palms, bones, skin, and nails that the Paper Man must have. If something goes wrong in the middle of the process, all the mind-connected paper men together will turn to ashes. At some point, the hero thought about it and accidentally cut off the little man's hand. No sooner had he done so than all the cut-out little men burst into a bright flame that scared the firefox to death. With sadness, Mr. Jai waved his hand and removed the ashes from the table, saying that he had been a little hasty. The fox asked Mr. Jai what the little paper men were for. Many of them looked like they were fighting, and the fox assumed that the Zai was going to stage a shadow theater. Yuan irritatedly replied to him that he was talking too much. Until the evening, the fox slept peacefully near Zai's table. At some point, the sun began to set behind the mountains and illuminated the sleeping fox in a beautiful golden light. After carving the last little man, Jai smiled and exclaimed that it was a great job. The last two groups of little men were called Strengthening Truths and Strengthening Images. He placed all the little men on 3 stacks. When Jai took one stack of little men in his hand, the fox sleepily opened his eyes. Looking at the beautiful golden light that came from the little man, the fox asked Mr. Jai what this art was. The hero smiled and replied that it was a summoning spell, and when it was performed, a man in golden armor would be born in response. Therefore, the fox could only watch for it and wait. Mr. Jai lifted the little man between his palms and dripped a drop of his blood on the paper man's head. Along with the golden light, he launched the little man into the sky and ordered the bodyguard to appear. Absorbed by the bright golden light, the little man fell to the ground and transformed into a huge warrior in golden armor in an instant. The warrior bowed respectfully to Mr. Jai, calling him His Holiness. The fox looked at the paper man in surprise and exclaimed that it was alive. It looked so strong that it looked like it could beat Lu Shanjun. The fox thought and told Mr. Yuan that this spell could be called the Golden Armor Bodyguard Divine Spell. Jai smiled and replied that it could be called that, or it could just be called Golden Bodyguard. The fox suggested him to call him Red Bodyguard, because he loved the color red just like his hair, and it looked very beautiful. Yuan replied that the yellow color was there for a reason. That stack of yellow paper was not simple, and it carried traces of the spirit of the earth. There was a saying that strength came from the earth, and the bodyguard was bound to the earth. As long as his magic power didn't run out, his strength would be endless. The warrior in golden armor decided to demonstrate his strength and raised his huge fist upwards. He struck the air and lifted all the nearby foliage, which impressed the red fox. The fox assumed that if this big guy was lifted into the air, he would immediately become weaker, and looked questioningly at the Jai. Indeed, as he said, if the bodyguard left the ground, the only source of strength would remain the mana used in summoning the caster. This weakness could not be told to outsiders. Jai grabbed the fox's cheeks, and the latter replied that he understood. In general, Mr. Yuan was fine with everything, except that if the paper man was destroyed, so would the golden bodyguard. In the future, it would be good if he could cultivate this technique to the level of giving birth to limits and eliminating emptiness. It was already quite late, and the hero advised the fox to go back. Lu Shanju said that he would take him with him to celebrate the new year, so he would help him. In that case, the fox was about to leave and asked Mr. Jai if he could borrow the bodyguard talisman for a few days. The hero, of course, denied him this request. Sadly walking farther away, the fox once again turned to Mr. Jai, but the hero's answer was final. That night the city sparkled with bright and huge fireworks that filled the whole sky. The hero looked up at the sky with a smile and said that the new year of all things had already arrived and mentally wished everyone a happy new year. The next morning, someone knocked loudly on the door and asked if Mr. Jai was home. At the order of the head of the family, a servant of the Y family came to invite him in. The hero opened the door with a smile and assumed that the head of the Y family and Yuan Shang had come down from the mountain. The young lad replied that this was exactly the case. They were accompanied by the young lord's siblings. The hero was glad that those guys were also with them. At the Y house, everyone was happy to meet Mr. Jai. He was invited to pass to the house of the Y, who had prepared a banquet for him. The hero thanked everyone for their hospitality, including Mr. Y. The younger boy that sat at the round big table told Mr. Jai that his master had returned. The hero inquired who was his master. Y, who was still only 7 years old, replied that his master's name was Pei Zhen. He had gone to the Tianji pavilion of the southern desert continent a few years ago because of rumors, and it was the first time he had seen him. Shang, who was 18 years old, said that together with several masters of the heavenly pavilion mages, the master had been changing astrological signs for several years and finally predicted astrological changes for 3 of them. Next to her sat a young lad named Guanhe, who was also 18 years old. It took another year to determine the numbers of heaven, earth, and masters. At that time a year alternated with 4 years to determine the trigrams before the whole trigram was completed. This was a major prediction of doom, and it appears that they actually succeeded at something in this prediction. That being said, in the 3 years that Yu Huaishan's prediction had been blocked, the hero asked about the news that Pei had reported. He assumed that Yui had asked Why to come and tell him everything. There was something strange. The master said that all 3 masters were seriously injured while making calculations, and that this time they had prepared well and spent several years. Y had heard that it was the chaos of the heavens, and that if it wasn't a change in the heavens, then it was man-made. It was clearly not a miscalculation. When the master returned and heard about Mr. Zai, he found it so strange that he asked them to ask Mr. Zai what he thought of the trigram. Since it could be related to the elevation of Mount Yui, the mountain could have followed the example of the Tianjin Pavilion and re-established the Tianji calculation on the ground in Dajin. The master thought it was absolutely hopeless and asked him to speak to him privately. If Jai could, he should have reminded those elders on the mountain, or else he felt that he should have done the same. Jai assumed that this was only what Pei had asked him to say in private, but the rest of the Yu Hui mountain did not know about it. Although they were explicitly told that it was Pei Zhen's private word, it was actually also the mountain's probing of the Lord's ground. In the first place, Father Y thought that Jai could have something to do with it, and in the second place, if he was interested, he could also make calculations together. Yu Huatian should not have been interested in what and how Jai was doing. The hero had been in Dezheng long enough, and perhaps he would go out for a walk sometime. He didn't care if the fortune-telling was true or not. He asked to go back and tell all those people on the mountain that he wasn't strong enough to stir the heavens alone. The man understood and asked Mr. Jai not to worry. In the middle of the deep night, when the bright moon was shining, the hero went outside. He looked up at the sky, which was shining with different shades of aura. He thought of the situation in Yunju, where there were signs of chaos. After thinking about demons, devils, immortal gods, and humans, the hero knew that it wasn't that simple. After all, this was not the world of television dramas. As idle as the world was, everyone had desires, and as vicious as they were, everyone had their fears. This was normal, and it is quite possible that other continents and kingdoms are just as complex. But the hero, the so-called Go player, couldn't even comprehend the entire board right now, let alone control it. He summoned his immortal sword, which flew out of the rooms of the house and leaped straight into Jai's hands. Yuan smiled and said that his sword also breathed the air of the new year. A 3-foot green blade that concealed the ability to kill and bestow life like change and yang. Like black and white stones on a blackboard. All things had the desire to resurrect, and even this dead branch would instinctively spread its branches when it smelled the new year. The hero felt that he still knew too little about the world and didn't understand a lot of things. He should have gotten out and looked at the magnificent mountains and rivers in all the countries of the world. The next morning, lush roses were blooming in the flower bed. The girl asked everyone to go and see another blooming rose, which everyone was delighted with. Shai, who was standing behind the crowd, smiled and said that it was Mr. Jai. Guan asked his sister where Mr. Jai was, and the girl replied that he had left before dawn. After a while, the hero found himself in the lands of Yu in the middle of the forest. After crossing the border city of Zuetsu, he didn't see any people for a long time. Judging from the width of the path, it should be the main path, but there were too few people walking along it. After passing through the forest and crossing the tall grass, Jai noticed something when he lowered his gaze. When he pushed back the bushes, he saw 2 skeletons lying there, embracing each other. There was no more soul energy left on those bones, and it was unclear how they had passed away. However, it would indeed be difficult for ordinary people to walk this path without sufficient food and water supplies. But fortunately, Jai no longer needed much food or water. Half a day later, the hero reached the mountains. Ahead of him, he spotted a certain village and rejoiced that he had finally reached a populated area. Jai found it strange that there was not even a hint of anyone alive in this village. When he entered the village, he saw broken windows and derelict houses. He reached one of the empty houses that stood on the outskirts by a low fence. This house was completed and sheltered from the wind and rain, so this night Jai decided to rest here. Judging from the sky, it was likely to rain at night. After a while, the hero gathered wood and made a fire, then took out his book and sat down in front of the fire. Toward nightfall, a violent thunderstorm broke out and the sky was doused with lightning. The hero heard human cries, who noticed the fire ahead and realized that there was someone there. Finally, this village was not abandoned and they would like to trade something for food. The hero sighed heavily, because every time he stopped in the middle of nowhere on a rainy night, he met people. However, it wasn't that bad and it seems that there weren't many people. But suddenly, Yuan was startled by a certain strange odor that rattled his nose. In addition to the thunderstorm, it was raining heavily outside closer to nightfall. A small group of people with a horse greeted Jai and asked permission to come in to take shelter from the rain. The hero opened the doors and asked them to enter as quickly as possible, for it was just the beginning of spring and it would be bad if they got wet and sick in this wilderness. The man bowed to Jai and thanked him for his help. The hero also bowed to them and introduced himself. He said that this house was abandoned and unoccupied, so anyone could rest. This was not considered help, and they did not have to be so polite. Another old man thanked him for his generous help and introduced himself as Han Min. The people behind him were considered his juniors. The wood outside was most likely already wet, and he still couldn't use his dry ones, so they could take them and make another fire. The people rejoiced at this and thanked Jai once again. As the group of people sat down across the street and made a fire, the hero looked questioningly at the entrance. He did not understand where the strange odor came from and for what reason it had disappeared again. The child that sat next to the old man ear told him that this older mister was a real handsome man. He sneaked a look and noticed that his book was entirely of white paper and nothing was written in it. The old man asked him not to talk nonsense, but the child was not lying at all. The old man approached the character and decided to inquire why he kept staring into the distance as if he was looking at something. Jai replied that there was nothing special there. The land was now deserted and he was afraid of wild animals, so he was just wary of them. The hero hit Mr. Hanyu with a question and asked him why the place was so deserted. The old man suggested that Mr. Jai must have rarely walked along this road. In the early years of the Dacian War, all the men from around Nanyuan were conscripted into the army. As a result, there were more and more women and fewer men. Then there was gang warfare and rumors of something evil. And eventually, this is what became of this village. The old man also received a message that he needed to pick someone up, so he went to Nanyuan. He also wondered why Mr. Jai was here alone, for it could be very dangerous here. The hero answered the old man that he was not a native of the country of Yu, but he had traveled north with the intention of visiting that country. Judging from the fact that the hero came from the north, the old man assumed that he was from Dacian. Yuan confirmed this and said that indeed he could be considered a native of Dajiang. The old man immediately became curious about how things were in Dajiang and asked the hero a question. He heard that except for the princes and nobles everyone had nothing to eat, but Jai frowned, not understanding who told him such a thing. The old man scratched the back of his head and replied that it was what everyone was saying. Jai smiled and said that everything was fine in Dajiang and things were not that bad. But the countries of Yu and Dajiang were not on the best of terms, so it was inevitable. Jai was even more wary when he smelled that strange odor again and looked out the window. The hero got to his feet and told Mr. Han that it was best for them to go to bed early tonight and not go out anywhere, because this place was not very peaceful right now. The old man thanked Mr. Jai for the information. At that time, a horse neighing was heard somewhere in the field in the midst of the heavy rain. There was a real fierce battle going on here. The cavalry were shouting to their soldiers and ordering them to get rid of their enemies. There was even a girl on the battlefield that cut the throat of her attacker in cold blood. A mounted warrior told his men that if they cut off one head, they would be rewarded with a whole roasted leg of mutton. If they cut off 2 heads, they would be rewarded with half a lamb. The man ordered his brothers not to let their opponents escape. A pumped-up man in a bandana hit his opponent right in the head and offered to try to take his life if he had the guts. The blow was so powerful that his opponent flew backward and a pool of blood formed on the ground. The frazzled men thought to themselves that these guys were strong today. One of them grinned and said that these girls would have a hard time later. The other man, on the other hand, cursed and said they wouldn't last long. Their sad comrade replied that it was only if they didn't get cut to pieces. At that moment he heard a strange sound behind him and looked back at the bushes nearby. Suddenly, a demonic head appeared in the tall grass and bared its sharp fangs, releasing a terrible stinking odor from its mouth. At the sight of this horrible sight, the man turned white. The demonic creature abruptly jumped out of the bushes and was introducing its large fangs into the man's neck. None of the men even noticed how their comrade fell dead in the bushes, and his body dried up and now resembled a mummy. The fierce battle between the two sides continued again. The man on the horse grinned gloatingly. He believed that the Jianghu people were still Jianghu people after all. It didn't seem unimportant to him that their martial arts skills were superior. Although at first they suppressed forcefully killing and injuring his brothers, they also consumed a lot of true Kai, and were unable to handle the overall situation. The tired warriors helped their injured brothers to stand on their feet. They didn't see the point in exerting themselves so much. After all, they didn't need to kill everyone right today. At least it would be safer that way. His comrade grinned and agreed with his words. They had saved quite a few brothers, so he thought that after this, they would be able to get a little bit more meat when they ate it. The men came across a bunch of people who were lying motionless for some reason and assumed they had fallen asleep. One of the men kicked Lao Qiyu with his foot and ordered him to wake up. But when they turned the body over, they saw a horribly mutilated corpse that looked as if it had been lying there for years. The warriors who saw this decided to address the head and exclaimed that they were in great distress. They reported that all the brothers were dead and the commander-in-chief asked to be shown the way as he had to see it for himself. After examining the corpses, the men realized that the wounds were the same on all of them and this place was clearly not worth staying in for long. The man who examined the corpses waved to his comrades and ordered everyone to move away. One of them did not understand why they should move back, because at this rate these vagrants would not last long. The man replied that there was something unclean here and all the wounded brothers were dead. Each one had been bitten on the neck and this place was not safe and it was urgent to get away from here. Later the people heard a whistle which was a signal to everyone. Both groups of people who were fighting among themselves suddenly stopped their fight and looked questioningly at the man. As soon as the group heard the whistle from their own, They immediately began to retreat. Their opponents did not understand what was happening or why their enemy abruptly went into retreat. The girl didn't understand how they made their enemies retreat. Anyway, they should have gotten out of here and found a safe place to rest. The tired and wounded group of people approached one of the wounded enemies. Holding onto his wounded shoulder, the man stepped on the injured man's back and the man cried out. He put the blade of his sword to the enemy's neck and the latter asked him not to kill him. If this was how he wanted to live, he should be willing to cooperate. There was no place nearby to shelter from the rain, and he had better tell them the truth. The victim understood everything and said that up ahead was a village where no one lived, but some houses were still intact. The man asked his name and the guy introduced himself as Bozai. At that time, the hero realized that there were about 16 people approaching here, judging from the voices. Although some of them needed help, most of them had a good pace, so they were probably trained. Jai looked outside and told the crowd of people that they were probably looking for a place to stay. They had a big house, still in good condition, so they could pass through and transfer if they were okay with it. The man that led his group frowned and said that he would scout everything first for safety. His comrade asked him to be careful and beware of ambushes. The man bowed to Mr. Jai and thanked him for his help as they really needed rest. Once inside, the man realized that these people looked like ordinary people without any knowledge of martial arts, and it didn't look like they had bad intentions. He went out to his group and asked them to go in and be careful. They should also move carefully and not disturb other people. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and said that she could finally get some rest. The comrades wanted to hurry up and longed for a sip of hot water. Before arriving at the Huang, the man wandered around the world and introduced Mr. Jai to the rest of his friends. They met the bandits halfway, so they had to fight. If they had not fought for life but for death, he feared that this rainy night would have been the end of them. The old man that sat next to the child looked back at his new acquaintances and said that it could be dangerous. But fortunately, the bandits retreated. Since they had survived this calamity, great happiness must have awaited them all. Mr. Zai told the group that they were naturally very brave. But from their story, he feared that there was another reason why these bandits had retreated. Honestly, looking back now, the man realized that there was something very strange and assumed that Mr. Zai had heard something wrong. They must have encountered something unclean that frightened them, causing them to retreat, leaving even their comrades behind in their haste. Having said that, Mr. Jai turned to their sad captive. Speaking of something unclean, the group of people assumed that Mr. Jai was talking about the place being haunted. It might not have been a ghost, but still something very sinister. Jai wasn't going to hide it from them, but he had a special sense of smell, and he had just smelled a strange odor on them all. The man wondered what those odors were. He assumed it was the simple odor of blood. There were different kinds of kai and different flavors. Ordinary people had human kai and yang kai, while ghosts had yin kai and ghost kai. Even demonic beings had demonic kai, but none of the ones they encountered were part of that group. But since this creature did not follow them, the Kai believed that it had gone to the bandits' hideout, and obviously they were luckier. Apparently, it had decided that they would not be able to satisfy its appetite. Hearing this, a group of people felt sick and turned pale with fear. The hero had no doubt that this creature was very evil and should not be left unattended. Jai asked the young warriors to take this bandit with them on a sortie. Hearing this, the bandit became frightened, and the men thought that the Lord wanted to go to the robbers' hideout. Jai frowned and replied that the bandits deserved to die, but they couldn't let evil become a habit. This thing was quite special, and it was good at hiding. If they didn't get rid of it now, they could miss this opportunity. Perhaps this creature wasn't alone, so Jai would temporarily lend them something for protection. He handed the paper man to the man and told him that if anything went wrong, he was to bite his finger and use the blood as a source to summon and shout the summoning of the bodyguard. The hero gave the man the paper man and warned that he would be back before dawn. As soon as Mr. Yuan grabbed the young bandit by the scruff of the neck, he shouted that he didn't want to go with him. Everyone silently escorted them with a look as the hero calmly walked out of the house, leading the frightened bandit behind him. That night a terrible thunderstorm was raging and it was raining heavily. Jai walked behind the frustrated bandit, who clearly did not want to go with him to explore. The hero told the guy that the light from the lightning would help him keep track of the road, and now they were going to the place where they fought. Jai frowned and hoped the bandit hadn't forgotten the way. The frightened guy replied that was correct, and in a few minutes they would be on the hill, after which they would need to turn around to get to the place. They reached the battlefield where corpses continued to lie, and it looked like this was the place. The corpses really looked like desiccated mummies, and there were bites on their necks. Jai noticed that the dead had a complete lack of blood, but a few of the dead still had blood. It was like this thing loved more than the living and sucked the blood dry along with the person's spirituality. It was something similar to a vampire that sucked the life along with the blood. There was no blood or soul in the body of the deceased, which caused the zombie-like appearance. But this bloodlust was too strong. It must have tried to single-handedly suck out a shelter with hundreds of people. Hearing this, a shiver ran through the bandit's entire body. Jai calmly straightened up and ordered the bandit to show him the way. The guy stuttered in fear and asked to follow him. At that time, the bandits were already in the bandit building called Manhwa. They were drinking wine that was very strong and tart. That is how they thought their brothers were firing away. One of the bandits was angry that he didn't bring a couple of those women here. In that case, he would have had a lot of fun today. But he had the misfortune of running into an evil spirit. The head who was sitting in the middle asked Mr. Lau what kind of evil spirits he was talking about. Their partner reminded his brother that all of their brothers had been bitten on the neck and 2 marks went straight through the blood veins in the necks of these tragically dead men. The man frowned and confirmed his words. These guys died silently and their bodies were exsanguinated, from which they were gone. The rest of the group was surprised to hear them talking. Their dancing for a moment even became. The man continued and said that was why he had taken his brothers away, leaving the group of disciples there. Women, gold and silver was certainly good, but it took a life to enjoy them. The group of bandits decided that this was a great solution and offered to drink to it, raising their bowls to the top. One of the drinking companions turned to Lau and ordered him not to leave the place and to continue drinking. But the man, flushed with alcohol, decided to take a piss first and then come back for more. Going out to the toilet, the robber got a shiver and thought about the fact that it was still cold in March. After he finished with his business, he tightened his belt tighter and noticed some movement ahead. There were 2 human figures standing there and one of them was clutching the throat of the other. The bandit did not understand what they were doing and asked them a question. He was frightened when the incomprehensible creature turned to dirt and crawled out right under his feet. A withered dead hand grabbed him and the creature's fangs sank into his throat and the man screamed. While the bandits were celebrating and partying, one of the men heard the scream and asked them to be quiet. The head pointed to several men and ordered them to check what was going on outside. The armed robbers opened the door and ran outside. But no sooner were they outside than the people inside heard their screams. The head realized that their deeds were bad and ordered his brothers to prepare for battle. At the same moment, their building walls began to collapse. The astonished bandits saw people in front of them who resembled walking corpses. One of them approached the puzzled bandit and with one wave of his hand decapitated him. Seeing their headless comrade, the bandits standing behind them screamed in terror. The corpses became more and more numerous, and they slowly moved inside the house. The man who had been examining the corpses earlier cursed. He realized that this filthy thing was following them even to the house, and if they didn't fight for their lives today, they would all be finished. He ordered his comrades to pile on them as hard as they could. All the bandits armed themselves to the teeth and swooped down on the unexpected dead guests, intending to kill them. Meanwhile, Mr. Jai and the frightened bandit reached the gate of the Nanwang shelter. Not only was the entire shelter found to be lifeless, there wasn't even any soul energy here, so obviously the bandits here had been stripped of all their essence before they were even born. The hero smelled a sudden strong corpse smell and realized that there were more than one of them here. In addition, all the corpses were underground. The frightened bandit turned even paler when Tsu said that there was more than one creature here. The hero pushed the bandit aside when he sensed something wrong and stared at the ground beneath his feet. At that moment, many corpses actually jumped out of the ground at them and rushed at Mr. Jai. The corpses from all sides pounced on Mr. Jai, preparing to devour him. The hero deftly dodged the dead that wanted to attack him from under the ground and from the air. He used his magic palm and hit one of the corpses, which flew off and crashed into the wall of the structure. Many more corpses appeared from behind the wall and threw themselves down on Mr. Jai. The hero exhaled flames and pointed his palm towards his opponents. The corpses abruptly ignited and stopped in place. Seeing them being tormented by his fire, the hero assumed they were hiding underground. It was like zombies or something. They could hide underground and were also sentient, which was a problem. Jai approached the ruined wall where one of the corpses had flown off earlier. He raised his hand and used his magic power to pull the corpse outside. The hero decided to take it with him, and tucked the dead man into his wide sleeve of clothing. He adjusted the sleeve and stated with a smile that there were apparently a few more. He grabbed the shocked young bandit by the scruff of the neck and they rose high above the ground. The hero extended his arm, whereupon a green light shimmered in it and an immortal sword appeared. He used its discharge and pierced an entire mountain with a wide green beam. On the roof of the house where the other people were hiding, a paper crane that shone with the same green light flew up. Suddenly, the horses that were outside began to get nervous and make loud roaring noises. The old man got to his feet and recognized that it was their horse. They had to go out and check to make sure it didn't run away. The man agreed with him and suggested he go out and see what was there. The pumped-up warrior warned the men that they did not know martial arts, so he asked for permission to escort them out. As soon as the man also got to his feet, a white crane, emitting a bright green light, swirled around him. The crane flew up to his finger and pecked it painfully, causing the man to gasp. Blood spurted from his finger and splashed onto the golden paper crane. The man did not think that this bird would be the one to peck him. The old man was more surprised that it was a paper bird and it also flew by itself. The paper crane swirled around the golden man, which puzzled the man. But then he realized everything and ordered the golden bodyguard to appear. Immediately after these words, a huge warrior in golden armor appeared in front of them. No one had ever seen such a thing before, so they stared at the unexpected guest in surprise. The bodyguard realized his task and silently looked outside through the window. As soon as he went outside, he immediately used his fist and slammed it into the ground. A bright golden flash appeared, which raised the shards of earth to the sky. When the flash disappeared, one of the walking dead could be seen falling to the ground from the impact. 3 more of the same dead were slowly approaching their house. One of the men was shocked that the ground was literally torn up. The warrior grabbed him by the shoulder and asked him not to go outside for the time being. As the dead men got closer to the house, you could smell their horrible corpse stench. The group of people realized that it was probably not human, but anyway they had this deity in golden armor for protection. The people were somewhat reassured by the presence of this huge warrior. One of the corpses stopped next to his defeated comrade. The dead man decided to ask the golden warrior how he was able to hide and why he didn't sense his presence. The golden warrior only looked at his opponents in silence and did not answer them. The demonic entity was going crazy and didn't understand who the warrior was, a god or a demon. Also, he didn't understand why his breath was so special, and why he had no light or spirit aura. But the bodyguard in golden armor only frowned his eyebrows and also looked at his opponent silently. The dead man didn't understand why he was protecting these mortals when he wasn't bound to them by incense and desires. The warrior in golden armor finally spoke up and said that according to his master's orders, if demons or evil spirits approached, they were to be punished with death. The dead men asked the golden warrior about the lord of whom he spoke, but the warrior continued to remain indifferent and only looked at his opponents in silence. The demon began to lose his temper and ordered him to answer him as to who was his master and to give his name. The warrior repeated that it was his lord's order that when demons or evil spirits approached, they were to be punished with death. The dead man replied that if the warrior sought death, he would get it. He was going to start by draining him before he drained all the mortals he guarded behind him. With wild cries, the dead man threw himself at the warrior in golden armor, leaving the rest of the dead behind. The warrior grabbed the arms of the distraught dead man, who bared his teeth at the powerful foe. But the warrior was so strong that he began to move the undead backward. The demon couldn't understand how this giant in golden armor actually blocked all his power with just his strength. In the end, the golden warrior knocked the enemy down. The dead man held on with all his might to hold back the warrior's onslaught and waited for backup. During the battle, 2 more dead men approached the golden warrior and jumped on him from his back. One of the dead jumped into his left arm, which was wearing armor. The second dead man also dug into his shoulder, but the warrior was still protected by his golden garment. Ignoring all their bites, the golden warrior grabbed the largest dead man by the throat and lifted him above the ground. The demon gritted its teeth and realized that its deeds were bad. The warrior decided to repeat it a 3rd time and said that by order of his lord, if demons or evil spirits approached, they must be destroyed. With these words, he hurled the dead man to the ground with all his might. No sooner was the demon on the ground than he saw the warrior's big red fist in front of him. The warrior ran up to his opponent at great speed and punched him right in the face. The people that were inside the house felt a strong earthquake that alarmed them. Meanwhile, the paper crane continued to sit on the upper beams from the building. The warrior did not stop delivering his powerful blows to the unclean thing. Trying to somehow ignore and block his blows, the unclean thing realized that it was doing very badly. The moment the demon blocked one of the blows, he roared furiously at his handy dead. The dead men understood his order and, leaving the golden warrior alone, rushed toward the house where the other men were. As soon as the man saw the 2 unclean things approaching them, he became frightened. The golden warrior swung away from one of the dead men and tried to get to the dead man that was already running up to the house. One of the men shouted that they needed to close the doors immediately, but apparently it was too late. The dead man was moving too fast and was already near the frightened men, who fell to the floor in fear. For a moment the men closed their eyes, but then, when they realized that they were not being attacked, they looked at what was happening. A warrior in golden armor overtook the dead man and crushed his head with his huge palms as if it were a fly. The man took a frightened breath and could not believe that they were still alive. The old man also wiped the sweat from his forehead and thought that they were still alive. The warrior in golden armor pushed away another dead man with his palm, who swayed to the side. After that, he stood right in front of the people's window, obscuring them with his body. The man apologized and dared to ask the divine general if the demon had been subdued by him. But to their surprise, the golden warrior did not even answer them, but only continued to stand silently at the entrance of the house. The unclean entity thought that fortunately, the method of luring the tiger away from the mountain had worked, and if he fell into its trap again, a couple of blows would not be enough. He let out a curse, for the demon knew he was no match for this general of golden armor. But if he couldn't do anything about it, he could always find a way to kill all these mortals, so he told the general. After all these events, a cloud appeared in the rainy, gloomy sky on which Mr. Jai flew with the captured bandit. As soon as they landed on the ground, Mr. Jai looked at the frightened bandit and ordered him to be silent. The man was the first to come out of the house and greeted Mr. Jai. Everyone was happy that Mr. Yuan had come back again. Mr. Jai smiled at the men and let go of the bandit, who fell to the ground with a clatter. A warrior in golden armor approached the Lord and called out to him. The hero looked at his paper crane that landed on his hand with a smile, and thought that things were a little better than he expected. It was quite cold and windy outside, and the man suggested to Mr. Jai to go inside as soon as possible. But the hero asked him not to be in such a hurry. Meanwhile, the dead man was digging his tunnel furiously, and thought that the mysterious man who had arrived was the gentleman the general in golden armor was talking about. But he looked like a mere mortal man. The demon suggested that it was probably a trick of the eye. Suddenly, for some reason, he had the feeling that someone was watching him when he had already hidden so deeply. The hero smiled and suggested that this demon might have been the source of these monsters. Hearing this, the demon gritted its teeth. Lord Jai pointed his immortal sword at the ground and bid it to come out to meet him and gave the demon 3 breaths. The demon hurried outside and looked out of the ground and warned him that he was on his way out. Mr. Jai frowned and ordered him to come closer. The hero kept the demon at the tip of his sword and the demon slowly crept towards them. Yuan thought that this creature was bloodthirsty, strong and tough, and could disappear underground. It also possessed intelligence. The impression was much stronger than that of a zombie. The corporeal evil creature devoured the blood and soul of living beings and was the natural enemy of living beings. The hero was going to ask him some questions, and if he answered them, he could either take the sword strike or leave after getting hit by it with fire. If he didn't answer him, it would immediately destroy his body and soul. Jai looked at the demon sternly, hoping the demon understood him. The demon respectfully bowed to his superiority and asked to ask a question. Yuan realized that this demon was intelligent enough. The hero wanted to know what kind of corporeal evil it belonged to and what kind of zombie it was. He wondered how many other such servants there were. In the proper sense, the creature would call itself a corporeal demon, which could also be considered a type of zombie. As for his servants, he needed them to disperse his own blood. There were 13 of them and one should still be alive, and the demon didn't know where he had gone. But if they were his servants, he must have known where they were. Jai did not believe that the demon had no control. In fact, the last of the corpses was just outside the wall behind Jai. But the demon exclaimed that he really did not know that, and assured the Lord that he had not deceived him. In the past he had known where it was, but now all he knew was that it was still alive. In that case, the hero wanted to ask where his master was and why he had sent him here. The dark creature waved his clawed hands and exclaimed that he had no master. In that case, Zai was going to ask him one last question. He wanted to know his name and why his soul was damaged. The demon introduced himself by the name of Wuchu. As a corporeal demon, he was abhorrent to heaven and earth, and his corporeal body carried corporeal energy for many years after his death. The hero sighed in surprise and said that there were many strange people and strange things in the cultivation world, and he was also no exception. Even though Jai questioned him, he stuck to his principles in his activities. Outsiders considered him a person who liked to meddle in other people's affairs, but as a cultivator, he would not back down. The hero lowered his sword and covered his eyes. The demon could choose which he would prefer, his sword or fire. The choice was his and Jai gave him 3 breaths to ponder. The demon looked at the immortal sword and thought that the power of this sword could not be underestimated. So he chose fire and hoped that Jai would keep his promise and let him go after burning him with fire. The hero grinned and asked him not to worry, for he had always kept his word, so he would blow lightly on him with fire. Mr. Jai blew out a small ball of flame that engulfed the demon's entire body, and he screamed. Looking at the demon, the hero thought that true fire, as always, justified its power. If an ordinary cultivator didn't have any means of deterrence, facing such a demon, it was likely that they would fall at his hands. But fortunately, it was Jai who faced him. The charred body of the defeated demon fell to the ground and turned to ashes. The group of people accompanied by Jai finally reached the appointed place. They were overjoyed that they had finally left the Nanyuan road. The old man smiled and agreed that he was pleased to see other people. Since they had already arrived in the city, Mr. Jai was going to leave first and bowed to the people. The man asked Mr. Jai what he thought about this bandit who was with them. The young frightened guy bowed to Mr. Jai many times and begged for his help. He asked not to be sent to jail and knew that as soon as Jai told them, he would be immediately released. The hero smiled and said that a person should always take responsibility for the mistakes they made. Some mistakes in life and others after death. In his opinion, it was better to do it in life. Mr. Jai said goodbye to the gentleman and said that they would meet again. The people waved goodbye to the gentleman and asked him to take care of himself. The hero went to one of the shops and asked the seller how much his tortillas cost. The man smiled and replied that one flatbread cost a couple of coins or 10 coins for 500 grams. The smell of dried vegetables seemed familiar to Jai and he assumed that the man was a shopkeeper from Daejeon. But the man replied that this was not the case, but that he had once learned it in those parts. He had already realized that Mr. Jai was not from around here, so he should have been more careful on his way. The hero looked back at the people who were looking at him suspiciously from behind and thanked them for the warning. The people sitting behind him were already dreaming of stealing from him. They noticed a jade hairpin, which must have cost a fortune. The people decided to follow Jai, who seemed like a rather large fish. Meanwhile, Yuan took a bite of a flatbread and noticed a trio of people behind him. It seemed to him that he received a rather cold welcome. The security of the local lands was really not good. The pursuers began to slowly run out of breath and could not believe that this man was walking so fast. But they thought it was not surprising, because Jai looked quite slender. The man who walked in front advised his friends to move, because they could lose him. The group of people eventually reached the gazebo where Mr. Jai was headed. At the end of their journey, the bandits were even more numerous, and they admitted that the scholar was quite brisk. Their leader ordered him to hand over anything of value he had and held out his hand. The hero finished his scone as if nothing had happened and shook out his hands. He looked at the men and assumed that if he gave them his valuables, they would let him go. The head laughed and raised his knife, which did a few flips in the air. He smirked and replied that letting him go would be problematic enough. This county was surrounded by a wilderness full of wolves and beasts, so they could kill and not bury. Looking at their horrible evil purple aura, the hero grinned and said that in that case, they wouldn't have any negotiation. The chapter didn't understand why he was amused and assumed he was some kind of former wanderer. Suddenly a strong wind picked up, and Jai looked up at the trees. The bandits became wary, not realizing what was the matter. From the crowns of the trees appeared someone's shadow, which quickly slipped past them. The bandits stepped aside a little, not realizing who was here. They didn't even have time to see the man who slit their throats with his sword. The rest of the bandits froze in place, looking at the mysterious man in front of them. The mysterious swordsman slipped past the entire group of bandits and slit their throats. Jai smiled and told the unexpected guest that his skills were pretty good. The swordsman hid his weapon and told Mr. Jai that he still looked good after all these years. Judging from his voice, the hero assumed that he was the same young warrior named Yang. Alternatively, he was now to call him a Yin warrior. Yan Fei smiled at Jai and said that he was glad to meet him. He did not expect Mr. Jai to remember him. The hero grinned and said that the voices of several young warriors was something he would never forget in this life. Yan hoped that he didn't have any problem in killing 9 people, but they had brought this trouble on themselves from the start. There was nothing Jai could do if they didn't want to make contact. And if they didn't want to, then he wasn't going to listen to them either. The guy smiled and replied that the Lord was mature right to the root, and invited him to come through and have a drink in town. Yan noticed that Mr. Jai was better dressed today than last time. The hero smiled and replied that the warrior Yan was quite eloquent, and so today's drink was on the Yuan's dime. Along with the drink, they were served a delicious variety of dishes. Yan asked Mr. Zai what brought him to the realm of Yu. Besides, Jizhou was not so close from here. The hero replied that he was just out for a walk, because it was a great way to experience a new world and make new friends. Yan finished his dish and told the Lord that in that case he had gone far enough. Master Yuan was also surprised to meet War Yan here. Since they had parted ways in Ninian County, He had only met 3 of the 9 young warriors. It was him, the young warrior, and the third one. Yan was interested in which of the first to meet Mr. Jai. The first was a warrior named Du Heng and the second warrior Lu Chengfeng. Both of them had experienced their ups and downs and had come to their own realization. Perhaps they both deserved the word of a great warrior in the future. The hero wondered what brought the young warrior here. The fellow replied that he was just sharpening his sword. He frowned and recalled that Jai had met with Du Heng and Lu Chengfeng. He surely knew how his martial arts skills were stronger or weaker than theirs. The hero replied that in terms of martial arts, Lu Chengfeng was far inferior to him, and when compared to Du Heng, he didn't know which one was weaker and which one was stronger. Yan remembered that Du Heng had lost his arm back then, but he never thought he would be better than Lu Chengfeng. Yan left Dajin 7 years ago and moved to the kingdom of Yu. There he became famous as a flying swordsman. During their conversations, the heroes heard some sort of moaning. Yan smiled and replied that it was always like that in the Yuan Kaiyan. The hero also smirked and said that it was quite a fine place for commoners. Jai was wary and rose to his feet when the shouting became stronger. Yan asked Mr. Jai to ignore it, for it happened all the time. It was also a good way to teach those who were too lustful to remember. But Jai had no doubt that this time the shouting was completely different. Together with his companion, Mr. Jai hurried to the roof of a neighboring building. A red aura could be seen on the building opposite. Mr. Jai told the guy that there was a demonic aura in front of them. Yan was an excellent martial artist, but he wouldn't be able to defeat the demon, so he needed to be patient. Yan looked at the master questioningly. Jai noticed that the demon had already left and offered to go into the inn and check on him. Yan asked Master Jai to be more careful, for it shouldn't have been so quiet here. The hero came across a man who was sitting at a table. With his head down, he fell asleep right on the chair. Yan told Mr. Jai that all those people in the rooms had fainted. The hero didn't understand how an ordinary demonic creature could leave behind so much hair. However, Lu Shanjin cultivated to the point where he began to lose his hair. Yan looked at the clump of hair that was lying in one of the rooms and asked what was wrong with it. Mr. Jai picked up the clump of hair and said that this strand did not appear to be from an ordinary person. The hero was going to go after them, while Yang could go to the authorities or look after the unconscious people in the meantime. Yan didn't understand what Mr. Jai meant. The hero didn't answer anything and pushed himself away from the window before flying up and running across the rooftops. Yan spent a shocked look at the hero, unable to believe that he could move so fast. After a while, Mr. Jai reached the mountains and climbed up the rocks. He did not see any silhouettes and assumed it was some kind of trick of vision. The fact that the demon could maintain a human form, cover its tracks and move quickly and exude little demonic aura meant that it must be a demon with great skill, which could be quite problematic. The hero was about to take a shortcut through the forest, only to find himself right in front of it. Not far away from him, a human hand showed itself to the side. Using his vision, the hero saw a bull demon, which was quite uncommon. A man who held a girl on his broad shoulder jumped out to meet Mr. Jai. Above his head blazed a bright orange aura that resembled a bull demon. The demon was surprised that this man was not only able to see through his spell, but also his original form. He asked the mysterious man who he was and assumed that he had waited for him here on purpose. Mr. Jai smiled and replied that his concealment charms were pretty good, but there were no ghosts or gods here, so he had no one to hide from. Besides, Mr. Jai was curious who this woman he was carrying on his shoulders was. The man assumed that the man in front of him was an immortal practitioner who had decided to ambush the demon. Although it seemed to the demon that this man was an ordinary mortal, and there was no sign of anything special about him. Mr. Jai showed him the wool, which was clearly ox hair. In that case, he didn't understand how it ended up in the inn, and he was curious, so he came to get the answer. The man was surprised that a Jai could have been in an inn in the city recently. This bull demon's reaction seemed a little strange to Jai, and he smiled. The hero told the bull demon that he had indeed been in the inn. As the demon realized, he had also taken this hair from the same inn. The hero asked him if he knew that this was where that hair had fallen. Mr. Jai stared at the man who was in no hurry to answer him. Later, the demon sighed sadly. He said that a person practicing with a calm aura like his shouldn't be able to lie. It seems that he really hadn't seen her, much less known her. The hero didn't understand who he was talking about or who he was afraid of. The only thing he realized was that he was hiding from him by traveling this way. The demon suggested that he should have been hiding from Mr. Jai rather than her. Lastly, he wanted to give him some advice to get rid of that damn hair, which was such a headache. The man replied that the hair was like a living thing, and if it started to grow, it meant that she was close. He waved his hand and warned that he was leaving. The hero looked at the back of the man's head and assumed that the strands of hair had been pulled from the neck of the bull demon himself. Mr. Jai came down from the cliff and said that he did not give the impression of a hostile evil nature, but for some reason he was carrying a woman on his shoulders. Since he was hiding from his enemies, it must be too burdensome for him to carry a man. When the man heard this, he became angry and looked obliquely at Jai. The bull demon realized that Master Jai wasn't finished yet. Mr. Jai was an immortal cultivator, and the man asked if he knew anything about sexual blackmail. They paired up to attack him, so not even death could atone for the atrocities committed. But he wasn't one of those and wouldn't kill her, and when the time came he would let this girl go. Jai wondered what he wanted the girl for. The man exclaimed that he was the victim of a frame-up and he could not bring her back without teaching her a lesson. He had had enough and ordered that the harassment and accusations stop. The hero looked questioningly at the back of his head, from where the hair had begun to grow, emitting that very red demonic aura. The bull demon tried to pull them out and decided it was no good. He couldn't hold them back again, and that had to mean she was near. The demon used the green magic aura and touched his neck where the red hair grew from. Mr. Jai exclaimed that things were bad, and turning around behind him called out Yan Fei. Behind the hero's back, his immortal sword appeared and glowed with green bright flames. He waved his hand towards the bull demon. In a couple of moments, the girl's body jumped out of the demon's hands and was sucked inside the Jai sleeve. The bull demon was furious at how the immortal could steal women from him. Ignoring all his cries, Mr. Jai pushed himself off the ground and flew about his business. At the same time, Mr. Yan was already fighting off the reanimated Walking Dead with all his might. Yan wounded one of the people in the shoulder, but it was like these guys were completely unafraid of pain. They continued to attack as usual even with such injuries. Yan didn't realize who was in front of him, evil spirits or humans, and why they were attacking him. The dead people ignored the guy, so Yan just chopped off their heads. After the corpses fell to the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief and decided he had dealt with them. Suddenly, Yan smelled a pungent odor of red demonic aura, then he was grabbed by someone's dark long hair. The girl laughed, deciding to do something else before catching that old bull. The demon smiled and said she would start by catching a perky boy like Yan. She grabbed him even tighter and lifted him off the ground. Yan felt great pain, but did not drop his sword from his hands. He was getting worse from the evil demonic aura and turned pale. He had no doubt that there was an evil spirit or demon in front of him. When he began to lose consciousness, Mr. Jai came over to them and cut the demonic hair with his immortal sword. He took War Young under his arm and bounced with him to the side, away from the demon. Yan opened his eyes and saw Mr. Jai. The hero decided that the guy was struck by demonic charms and advised him to sit back and take a deep breath. The hero looked at this demon and decided that compared to that demon bull, this woman was really unbridled. Jai took the paper golden man in his hands and fulfilled the call of his armor warrior. The warrior bowed respectfully to his lord, and Lord Jai asked him to watch over the young warrior. As soon as the woman saw the immortal sword of green vine behind the back of the hero, she immediately realized that in front of her Jai Yuan and fell back. The hero smiled, surprised that she was able to recognize him. The woman in response only remained silent and bared her teeth viciously. Behind the hero, a bull demon suddenly jumped out. He glowed with joy and thanked Mr. Jai for his help. His aura took on a bright golden hue in the shape of a bull's head, and he promised that he would take her life while he weakened. A golden huge hoof appeared above the demon's head, intending to crush her. The rampaging force stomped on the demon, and the man ordered her to die. He laughed, thinking that she must be in a lot of pain, and hoped that she was already dead. Yan was overcome with disappointment at what he had seen. He didn't understand what was the use of martial arts in front of such demons. Yan looked at Mr. Jai, not having previously guessed that he had such unusual abilities. He assumed that in that case, the Lord was an immortal. Yuan smiled and replied that from the point of view of ordinary people, it could be called that as well. To the bull demon, such a punishment was small, and he lifted the block of stone in his arms. He threw it towards the demon that should have been right there. Feeling that all the demonic energy was gone, the bull demon looked hopefully into the pit, hoping that the thing was already dead. Zai asked the man not to bother looking for it, for he had already broken it. Hearing this, the bull demon assumed that it was indeed dead. But something was still wrong. The man looked at the back of his head in horror and didn't understand why his hair was still in place. When the dust from the ground settled, Mr. Jai and the bull noticed that a body made of wood lay in the woman's place. The bull demon was furious that the woman had managed to escape. The female demon managed to take refuge in a dark cave where she decided to take a breath and rest. She breathed a sigh of relief and thought that it was a close call, for she never thought she would encounter Jai Yuan. She had to thank this old bull, for without him perhaps Jai Yuan would have seen that it was a switch technique. It was said that Jai-Yun could even restrain gods and demons with a word, and if he forcibly held her in the wooden doll with his magic, even if she could break free, she would only be a walking corpse. However, this was not the place to linger. Thinking about it, the woman quickly jumped out of the shelter and flew onward. Meanwhile, Jai told the bull that the demon had escaped with a strange technique, but she had escaped unsuccessfully and the bull had probably hurt her badly. Obviously, this was the demon's actual body. This technique is somewhat familiar, and judging from the way the puppet was oozing blood, the price the other party paid should be quite high. The hero asked the man if he knew this woman. The bull had no idea where this creature came from, except that she was mean as hell. The old bull succumbed to her charms and destroyed his own demon body, causing him to lose his Tao and nearly end his life. Jai didn't understand what enchantments he was talking about, for surely he must have just succumbed to lust. The man blushed and admitted that it was kind of embarrassing. Everyone had their own interests. He told Mr. Jai that the thing didn't even dare to move when it saw him. The bull assumed that Jai knew about her and where she came from. The hero assumed it was related to one fox, and it wasn't that simple. Before leaving, Mr. Jai exhaled flames and burned the demon puppet. The old bull looked at Mr. Immortal with a smile and asked if there was anything he could do to help him remove that hair from his neck. With his help, when he regained his body, the next time he met this beast, it would have no advantage over him. Mr. Jai could try it, but he couldn't guarantee that it would work. The old bull didn't understand why they were waiting in such a case and asked what was required of him. The hero explained that he needed to dispel his demonic aura and then lower his head to expose the back of his neck. The old bull looked rather tense. It sounded like he had to stick his head out and put his life on the line. The hero said that the bull was a demon and he was an immortal cultivator, so naturally being defenseless against it was not something he was very keen on. Jai could also tell that the method he was going to use was breathing. With those words, Jai used fire to destroy the human bodies that lay nearby them. He explained to the bull that he possessed the art of true fire called true samadhi fire, and demonstrated it. Seeing its flame, the bull was covered with cold sweat. The man immediately decided to forget about it and said that this hair had grown long enough, so he was already used to it. Saying this, he laughed nervously. In that case, Yan realized that the culprit in the inn was that female demon. The old bull said that it was that very thing. Even those weirdos were actually ordinary people that she had drained all their essence out of. The hero looked at his hand and touched his middle finger and thumb. The old bull turned to the young brother and assumed he was a mortal martial artist. The bull liked to handle weapons and they may have met before. The bull introduced himself by the name Nubation. He thought his name sounded pretty strong and asked what the guy's name was. The warrior bowed and introduced himself as Yanam Fei. The old bull also noticed an obscure tall warrior that was standing behind the Yan. He also looked quite strong, but he hadn't said a word or even looked at either of them the entire time. He only heard Mr. Yuan call him bodyguard. Mr. Jai interrupted their conversation and suggested that they return to the city, for they were barely finished for the night. After all, Jai felt that he was still not good enough and was still bad at calculating time. He turned his warrior in golden armor back into a golden man and took him in his arms. The old bull looked after Mr. Jai and thought that he must have the ability to unravel the evil art of growing hair on the back of his neck. But he didn't know if this man was trustworthy. Anne turned to Senior Nayu and motioned for him to leave this place. Bull decided he'd start by following them around a bit and asking a few questions. The old bull decided that after Mr. Jai had settled things with the woman, he would go back to his room to rest, so the Yang should have a drink with him. It seemed to him that the Yang was in a bad mood and asked about it. Yan sadly lowered his gaze and asked the elder New if his martial art was really no threat to them at all. The old bull asked him not to be ceremonious and just call him Brother New. He put his hand on Brother Yang's shoulder and said that he was good at martial arts and it was amazing. Some fighting methods and striking techniques were also very important. It was just that ordinary people with their thin arms and legs really weren't very useful. But Yang was different, because he had Master Jai by his side, and Yang could beg to teach him the immortal arts. But Yang wasn't sure if Lord Jai would teach him, and if he asked, the Lord would probably despise him. In that case, the old bull decided to ask him where he had met Mr. Jai, and how much he knew about him. They had become friends with Brother Yang from their first meeting, and he also admired Mr. Jai very much and really wanted to know more. Now when Brother Yang thought about it, he remembered that 12 years had already passed. At that time, there was a demon ferocious tiger turned spirit. They thought they could help people, but they almost died in the tiger's jaws. Thanks to Mr. Jai who saved them, they were able to save their lives. Seeing Mr. Jai again today, some thieves who didn't know their place wanted to kill Mr. Jai for money. While telling this story, it was evident that Brother Yang was getting drunk quickly and put his head down on the table. He told how Mr. Zai had spared the spirit of the tiger. In that case, the tiger spirit even gave Mr. Zai a disciple's salute. This scene impressed Yan so much that it could not be forgotten. The old bull drank thoughtfully, thinking of the Immortal showing everyone the way. In the end, the old bull had to take Brother Yang under his arm and walk him out. He grinned and told Brother Yan that he drank much worse than he did. Even in that state, he was still clutching his sword as he slept a dead sleep. No wonder Mr. Jai had a high opinion of him. Thinking about it, the old bull laid the warrior down on his pillow. He also smiled and told his sleeping brother that the treaty they had made with the tiger back then was not an easy one. Master Jai was testing both him and the spirit tiger. In his current state, it was hard to tell if he would be eaten. But since Brother Yang called him brother, the old bull would naturally protect him. If this tiger came to him in the future, he would beat the tiger for him. At that time, Mr. Jai was meditating and could quietly hear their conversation. He smiled, thinking that it was funny. Looking at the character of this demon bull and its demeanor, it was possible that it was not taught by vicious and virtuous people. But perhaps it was a pet bull that eventually became a spirit. Eventually the next day came. While Mr. Jai was quietly eating breakfast alone, the bull and his brother Yan came down to him from the second floor. They bowed to Mr. Jai and wished him good morning. The hero wished them good morning and invited them to sit down and eat. After eating, he was going to leave Nandao County and continue northward. He wondered what the young swordsman planned to do next. If it was convenient for Lord Jai, Yan would like to accompany him for a while. He asked the Lord not to worry, as he was by no means an ungrateful person. He just wanted to accompany him on his journey for a while. The hero calmly replied that he could follow him if he wanted to, and when he felt uncomfortable, he would naturally say so. The old bull smilingly handed Brother Yang a plate and offered to eat some porridge. He had become very friendly, and they had a lot to talk about last night. He had some other things he wanted to talk to him about, but it wasn't in a hurry. They could talk about it on the way. Saying that, the bull grinned. As long as Yang Fei followed Mr. Jai, he had an excuse to stay by their side. The old bull glanced at the reaction of Brother Yang Feng and Jai, who only remained silent. But then the old bull realized that Yang was interested in Jai's book, which was empty. If the old bull was right, Mr. Jai was now reading the heavenly book of the Immortal Path. It is a spiritual text written in the image of the will of immortal spirits, and unless he was an immortal cultivator, he wouldn't be able to see the inscription. However, it is unknown what kind of immortal magic is written there. The hero smiled and answered them that it wasn't magic, but just a legend of the way of the outside world with some interesting stories. The old bull opened his mouth in surprise. Brother Yang asked Brother Nu if he had heard of the legends of the way of the outside world. The old bull nodded his head affirmatively and said that of course he had heard them. But then Brother Yang felt awkward when the bull replied that he didn't know about them. Yan thought about the book without words, which was the heavenly book. He told Mr. Zai that he had once heard in Zhonghu the Dao Wai family of the Kingdom of Yu had a heavenly book without words. It had been handed down from generation to generation, but no one could read the inscription on it, and many practitioners had been invited to study and examine it, but all to no avail. Previously, he had thought that the story of the heavenly wordless book was a false claim by the Wai family to present themselves as such, and few people in Zhonghu believed it. But now that he saw this book about Mr. Jai, he thought that the book of the Wai family might also have been genuine. The hero pondered over his words and the heavenly book without words. Since it had been passed down from generation to generation in this Wai family, there was a high probability that it was a genuine heavenly book. Mr. Jai made up his mind and said that after eating, they would go to Zhonghu. Toward nightfall, the heroes stopped for a break among the forest and built a fire there. Brother Yan decided to verify with Wu Nu that he was indeed a demon bull, just as Mr. Jai had said. Mayu explained that the farming family treasured their plowing bulls, and the old bulls he lovingly cared for had been plowing for them for 3 generations. Only when they sold him to someone else did he free himself from the bull rope and go into the deep forest to practice on his own. Here the old bull became embarrassed and wanted to say something to Mr. Jai. The hero looked questioningly at the man, asking what was the matter. He reminded the gentleman that earlier he had said that there was a way to remove the evil spell around his neck. Jai smirked and asked if he really wasn't afraid the man would take advantage of the situation. But the old bull felt that if the Lord wanted to do something to him, he wouldn't need to wait this long before doing so. He was also determined to help Lord Jai. The hero didn't mind trying to help him remove the evil spell and asked what he could do to repay him. The man frustratedly told Mr. Zai that he had not previously said anything about payment. Mr. Zai agreed with him that he had not told him about it, but the old bull had not asked him about it either. Nayu explained that he had nothing to offer him as a reward. He suggested that he simply express a few low bows to him. Jai laughed and asked him to sit back and dispel the magic on the back of his head. That hair was rooted in his marrow, and to pull it out would take some effort. To prevent him from feeling it, it would be impossible to move at all for a while. Otherwise, any deviation in the introduction of true fire would be enough for him to get hurt. The overjoyed old bull took off his shirt and sat down with his back to Mr. Jai. The hero asked him to get ready and stay still, for the true fire was no joke at all. With his magical eyes, the hero could see the uncleanness from within and realized that it was really not easy. It not only penetrated deep into the bone marrow, but also constantly scooped up the essence and mana of the old bull, trying to sprout deeper. He aimed a small ball of fire directly at the back of the bull's head. Nu started to feel terrible pain, but the hero ordered him not to move. The true fire Kai had already entered his body, and to eradicate it, he must wait until it reached the roots. If he was not careful, his divine soul would also be incinerated. The bull had to silence his mind and meditate. He was not to think of the true fire behind him, otherwise his mind would fail sooner or later. Yan thought that this must be a difficult situation for Lord Jai and Brother Nu, so it would be better for him to go farther away so as not to get in the way. The swordsman jumped up into the trees and was transported deep into the forest in a flash. Yan looked back and decided that this distance should be enough to stay out of Mr. Jai's way. Brother Yan looked ahead and noticed that there was also someone's fire burning in the distance. Brother Yan saw light sources, and there were quite a few of them. He guessed that they could be city lights. There was not a single village for 100 miles away, so there could not be a city here. Not far from him, a carriage with 2 horses showed up and was hurrying somewhere. The swordsman noticed that this carriage was heading towards the source of light and decided to go back and discuss everything with Mr. Jai. When Brother Yang returned back, the old bull excitedly offered to look at his hair, which had disappeared. After all, Mr. Jai had helped him solve the problem. The man laughed and said that when he had fully recovered, he would not be afraid to face that horrible thing alone again. Brother Yan was happy for Nayu and congratulated him. By the way, the swordsman wanted to warn Mr. Jai and Brother Nayu that just now he was walking in the forest and saw a town ahead. It was in the same direction where the horse cart was heading, and Yan offered to take a look at them. The hero looked at the Yan in surprise and asked about the city ahead. The old bull thought it must be a mistake, for there was no city here. After all, he hadn't seen the concentration of souls and emotions common to cities. The hero also didn't notice any signs that people would be gathering in this place. But since Brother Yang was talking about it, Mr. Tsu asked them to follow him. When they reached the cliff, they made sure that it was indeed a city. They didn't understand what kind of people gathered here and why Yang hadn't heard about it. The old bull grinned and said that Brother Yan was mistaken. Although it was a city, but it was not a human city. The bull was probably trying to say that it was a ghost town. Mr. Jai decided to use his magical vision and examine the city. The yin energy cloud in this case was not a natural phenomenon, and it must be a conscious ghost cultivation. The city was lit up quite brightly, and Jai didn't think it was just that. So one should have waited and watched, but without the need they would just ignore it. The old bull told Mr. Zai that he had never been to the ghost town of the afterlife and it looked quite lively. He offered to walk around it, but Zai shook his head negatively. He suggested they wait for daylight and see if they could see what this city was based on. In the meantime, they could offend someone if they barged in there. The old bull understood and agreed. Sighing sadly, he looked away and noticed ghosts walking by and asked Brother Yin to take a look at it. The swordsman didn't know what he was talking about, and the old bull assumed that he just hadn't seen them. He asked the fellow to come closer for him to help him see them. As soon as the young brother approached the old bull, he snapped his fingers on his forehead. After he did this, indeed Brother Yang saw a whole mountain of ghosts that was walking along the forest path. The old bull noticed that they were all lonely and miserable ghosts who had died in an unknown way. They had no relatives or friends to take care of them. This situation was everywhere in the U realm. The swordsman tensely asked if these ghosts were harming people. It was often said that people were afraid of ghosts, but here the ghosts were even more afraid of people. As it was said, if they didn't do anything wrong, they wouldn't be afraid of ghosts knocking on their doors. They were lonely ghosts who had no one to rely on. They would scatter if they weren't careful, and unless they had a deep grudge. If one was not too weak, there was nothing to fear them. Perhaps this ghost town consisted of lonely souls and wild ghosts from all over the U Kingdom, but the hero couldn't guess whether it was bad or good. A bright moon shone over the city, which illuminated the white ghostly haze over the city, and soon night changed to day. Brother Yan looked forward in surprise and suggested that this city was gone. Master Jai replied that it still existed, This cloud of gloom has not yet dissipated because of the light from the heavens. The yang is refracted, and the city was ghostly hidden between the yin and the yang. They walked towards the city and the old bull noticed something up ahead. He asked Mr. Jai to look at it. They came across a carriage that was still clean and didn't look abandoned. Brother Yan decided that it was the same carriage he had seen last night. The old bull wanted to make sure he was sure of it. It seemed unsurprising to know that the swordsman could see the carriage heading towards the city. After all, it was not a ghost carriage and horse at all, but a mortal carriage. In that case, Brother Yan wanted to know about the people in it. Mr. Jai looked ahead and assumed that they had stayed in that ghost town. The old bull believed that those people had entered the ghost town without realizing where they had gone. He was afraid that they would not be able to get out on their own, and it was extremely dangerous for the living to be surrounded by ghosts. He suggested that they go into the city and lead them out. Master Jai smiled and asked the old bull if he was really kind enough. Nayu laughed and said it was because of the noble spirit he had learned from him and Brother Yan. Even though he was a demon, there was still a bit of humanity in him. If that was really the case, the hero said that they would enter the city to find any of the humans. Under normal circumstances, the ghosts in the ghost town were no different from normal people, and the yang fire was suppressed by the yin energy when a living person entered the town. If you don't get too close to the ghosts won't notice anything, so you might not even realize that you are in the center of the ghost town. The old bull suggested that they would wait for the ghost town to appear. Jai replied that the longer they delayed, the higher the chance of something bad happening, so they would try to enter right away. The hero thought that if he directly used the green nether sword to crack the yin-yang defense of the ghost city, he was afraid that it would alert the ghosts in the city. Probably the defense spell of this ghost city is not as sophisticated as that of the Immortal Palace, so he should have tried to imitate the Night Realm, and then he would be able to trick this city. Mr. Jai concentrated on his celestial go board and spoke a few words. He made the stars swirl and the sky and earth transformed. Brother Yan and the old bull were shocked at what they saw. Right in front of them, the entire day sky was sucked up by the night stars and darkness fell. After a couple of moments, they saw the night ghost town, which once again saw the night and revealed itself. Yan did not expect that day would change to night and the ghost city would appear. The old bull also looked admiringly at the sky, which changed and bright stars appeared on it. While Mr. Zai had changed from day to night outside in the city, it was still day, albeit gloomy. It was unbelievable, except for the more sinister aura, and the city could pass for real. Zai smiled at the guys and said that in a way it was true. Brother Yan asked Mr. Zai if the others saw anything unusual about them. The hero smiled and told him not to worry. He had put a magic spell on it and ordinary ghosts wouldn't be able to see through it. Besides, the sword in his hand had killed many people. It contained rage inside, and it was a sharp and murderous sword. Even ghosts can't feel good when they are struck by this weapon. With those words, Brother Yan clenched his weapon tighter. The story of how swordsman Du Yushin drunkenly decapitated a ghost should be known to Sword Brother Yan. First, they needed to find anyone alive in the ghost town, and that wasn't that hard to do. It was possible, of course, if nothing happened to them. Meanwhile, the people that had gotten into the town were just waking up. One of the men was dissatisfied with this horrible inn. He had had a rough night's sleep, and he might as well have slept in a wagon in the middle of nowhere. His roommate agreed with him and said he woke up with a headache. They decided to go get the third and fourth sister and afterward find a good restaurant for lunch, for it had been a long time since they had eaten good food in the wilderness. Going downstairs, the guests met the receptionist, who asked them how the guests had slept last night. One of the men answered him rudely and said it was just awful. The administrator became curious when they told him they were looking for overnight accommodations. It seemed to him, unsurprisingly, that they had not slept well. One of the men chuckled and told the host that he was saying something strange, as if he had slept during the day instead of at night. But this was natural for the administrator, and he replied that he slept either during the day or not at all. Despite this, the guests decided to go on, for they were starving. One of the men suggested that they find a place to eat. It seemed strange to them that there were quite a lot of people here last night, and very few during the day. They couldn't believe that people here could sleep during the day. Perhaps they had some kind of folk festival yesterday, and everyone went to bed late, so today everyone is going to bed late. When they visited the place, they were again surprised that there were quite few visitors. Although they had nothing to complain about, because there were few people, they were quickly brought food. But after barely eating a bite, one of the men turned pale and choked. He immediately called the host and asked what they were doing, for this food was not for humans at all. The wine was tasteless like water, and these dishes were rancid like rotten food. Perhaps they didn't pay them enough or they didn't have proper food. The man didn't understand how they could open their doors when they served food like this, and it was no wonder no one came in. The old man that approached them asked the gentleman to calm down. These dishes were indeed different from those prepared by living people, but they really didn't have anyone to pay to cook for them. All the good cooks were in the city with the nobles, so they could just finish the food in peace. After all, it wasn't that bad. The guest didn't understand what all this nonsense was about. He assumed that the old man considered his restaurant an elite place, or he was still paying homage to his recently deceased grave. The guest thought he was being mocked in this way. After these words, the dead man's eyes and facial expressions changed and took on a red hue. All those present were also dissatisfied with their words and began to stare at the uninvited guests with contempt. The man felt uncomfortable and assumed that the restaurant was a den of robbers. He did not understand how they dared to bully customers in broad daylight and threaten them with the guards. The old man silently approached the pale man and sniffed him. His eyes took on an even more scarlet hue and he grinned, telling the others that this man was indeed alive. All the workers and visitors present seemed to go crazy. They got up from their seats and slowly walked towards the guests, saying that there were living people here. The ghosts didn't understand how they got inside alive, for they hadn't seen such a thing in a long time. The man turned pale with fear but thought it was quite funny. He could not believe that the dead were standing in front of him. The old man stuck out his long horrible tongue and said that the man must be joking, for they were really dead people. The dead people began to take on their true appearance and exulted that they would soon be able to taste the young energy of a living person. The living person's blood, heart, liver and the rest of the organs seemed beautiful to them as well. The guests turned pale with fear, not knowing what to do in front of the revolting crowd of dead people. At that moment, a dead man named Hai Lingshi entered the establishment. He didn't understand why the visitors were showing their dead faces here and how dare they disregard the laws of the city. The owner of the establishment was frightened of Mr. Hai and pointed to the 4 people who were the living. The man smirked and said that since they were in this city, he shouldn't blame them. He himself wanted to take the 4 men with him, for they would be the main course at tonight's banquet just for the city lord. The guests jumped up from the table and grabbed their sisters under their arms and turned to flee. But then the dead man's arm curved like a rope. He had no difficulty in seizing the fugitives and tying them up. Hai laughed as soon as he felt the body and breathing temperature of the really living people. There were even a couple of practitioners here, which he was thrilled about. The owner of the place told the gentleman that these people were found eating at his restaurant first, so they could at least leave them some. He believed that the master could not take everyone, but Hai did not understand how he dared to argue with him. He glared angrily at the master and threatened to scatter his soul. The host of the place and all the other guests were furious at his words. People thought that even if he was Hai Lingshi, he shouldn't have been so arrogant. The hero thought that this ghost city was much larger than expected. There were countless old ghosts piled up here and many ghost cultivators hiding here. There were even a few strong afterlife rankers. This was truly a sacred place for ghost practice. As they passed by one of the establishments, they heard shouting at a Hai who bullied the other ghosts too often. Ian didn't understand what was going on and asked Mr. Zai about it. The hero realized that something had happened to them and offered to go there. Inside, they found broken plates of food on the floor. The bull demon thought they were a little late. Mr. Jai politely approached the owner of the establishment and asked if there had really been a fight here. The man replied that Mr. Hai was so powerful that he had forcefully selected the 4 living people who were first in their restaurant due to his cultivation. In addition, these people hadn't even settled their accounts. The hero made a surprised expression. He didn't understand how a living person could get here, and it was really rare. The hero was also surprised that the Dark Order ambassador had selected the people and planned to suck out the Yang Yuan personally. The ghost replied that this was not the case. There would be a banquet tonight to celebrate the city lord's breakthrough, and the Dark Order ambassador planned to offer these living people to the lord. If it wasn't for their respect for the city lord, they would have fought the Dark Order ambassador tonight and wouldn't even dare to retreat. In any case, they obviously wanted to have a bite to eat at his place, and the lord bid them pass. But when the master turned around, those customers were already gone. He asked the workers if they had seen the customers leaving here. The cleaners replied that they had not seen them, and the guests disappeared in a flash of eye. Jai frowned and said that the Lynchie was very well camouflaged, and the exact location could not be calculated by a simple method. It proved to be a bit problematic for him. The bull asked the lord what they should do next and suggested that they should just wreak havoc here. Mr. Jai pondered the fact that they could wreak havoc on the entire ghost city. He doubted that the bull was strong enough to be willing to take the initiative. Although he was somewhat cocky, this old bull and didn't know about all the ghost city's practices, and most likely he wouldn't be able to afford it. But with the master's skills, he didn't believe that there would be anyone in the ghost city who could stop them. Jai realized that it was easy for him to speak when he wouldn't solve the cases himself. As they walked along the streets, they noticed a swift demonic aura ahead. Bull thought that someone had arrived for their souls, but Sai didn't think so. The demonic aura was strong but not aggressive and should only be a means to make a statement. Most likely, the city lord and the guests who had come to the feast were celebrating this night. Looking at the demonic auras of the guests and how strong they are, the hero feared that this city lord of ghosts is also not easy and one should be very careful. There were quite a few people gathered at the banquet. They parted in front of the demonic carriage in which the lady and lord were sitting. The man in the wagon smiled and said that there were indeed some secrets in this boundless ghost city, and he didn't know how much better the old ghost had become after his breakthrough. The girl looked around and indifferently replied that there were indeed only ghosts around. At some point, the man turned his attention to one of the passers-by, who turned out to be Mr. Jai. As soon as he noticed him, he immediately asked him to stop. He grabbed the girl's hand and pulled her along, but she didn't understand what was going on. The man asked to go along with him, for he didn't think the old ghost could invite even him. Everyone was shocked when the man bowed before the hero and introduced himself as Gao from Tianshui Lake. His wife Xiaqiu was with him, and he paid his respects to Lord Jai. The hero recalled that this man had been with Ying Feng at the old dragon's birthday banquet. He had changed quite a bit, so he didn't even recognize him right away. Master Jai bowed to the man and recalled that he had been at the old dragon's birthday party. The man confirmed this and said that he was honored that he remembered it. Back then, he hadn't even had a chance to talk to Master Zai at the Dragon King's birthday banquet. But now he had to take the opportunity to establish a good relationship. He did not dare to be rude in front of Mr. Zai and asked to be called by his name, as well as his wife from the water family. She had not yet turned into a water dragon. The bull opened his mouth in astonishment, not even suggesting what Mr. Zai's origin was. The hero introduced his friends the sword warrior Yang Fairies and a race of demons named New Bashan. The wife and husband greeted their new acquaintances. The man assumed that Mr. Jai was acquainted with Xin Wuya and had been invited by him to his feast. The hero assumed that the name belonged to the city lord of this ghost city. The man was surprised that it turns out the Lord of Sin did not invite him. In that case, the Lord came to congratulate him by chance. Gao didn't think that Xin Wu had the courage to ask Lord Jai himself to come in and congratulate him. Bull didn't understand what kind of performances they were talking about. He and the Lord had discovered a caravan of living people who had mistakenly fallen into the ghost city, so they went in to try to get them out of here. Just now a ghostly being called Hai Lenchi had taken all those living people and said he would offer them to the city lord at the feast. The man could not believe that something of this nature could have happened, since this old devil had come to the attention of Lord Jai, and if he still had a mind he would bring them back. Gao did not believe that the man would dare to do evil in the presence of Lord Jai. The boys thought it was strange that just now it was the city lord of the ghost city, and now it was just an old devil. The hero replied that the city lord of Ghost City shouldn't know about this matter yet. For now, he was thinking about the best way to save people. Since he and his wife were here, there was a possibility for an exception, so they could try asking someone from the other side. Gao asked Mr. Jai not to worry, for he would take care of it. He knew this old ghost, so he felt sorry that he dared to do such a thing to the people. He suggested that the Lord should go together to look for this old ghost. Accompanied by the head and his wife, the hero and his friends went to the huge palace. The hero noticed an inscription that said it was a dark ghostly palace. Gao explained that this old ghost was considered unusual among ghost cultivators and without the origins of the divine Tao. He was stronger than many ghost gods in terms of cultivation. He gathered lone souls and ghosts, teaching them ghost cultivation techniques, and single-handedly built a city, intending to establish a sacred ghost Tao place. The hero frowned and looked at the temple with a sly smile, thinking that this ghost had a wide soul. The supreme master of Lake Tianshui had finally arrived. The servant asked to follow him into the courtyard to rest, and when the banquet was ready, the servant would go to announce their arrival. Gao asked where Xin was now and asked to meet him to talk about some things. The man apologized and said, Mr. Gao, that the city lord had important business right now and it didn't matter who wanted to see him. He would naturally go out at night for a big banquet. Gao frowned and asked what this old man Wu was so busy with that even he couldn't see him. The servant asked for the reason for meeting the lord of the city so that he could report to the lord. Gao exclaimed that last night several of his friends had accidentally entered the ghost town, and they all survived and were captured by one of their Black Order messengers. He said that he was going to offer their blue as a dish at a dinner party, so he had come to settle the matter. The servants thought it was amazing that these living people turned out to be friends of the water dragon of Lake Tianshui. They asked them to wait a little while before they reported the matter to the city lord. The city lord's palace was simply huge and a blue cold aura was flying around it. The servant told the city lord that Mr. Gao from Lake Tianshui had come with Mrs. Gao. He said that he needed to see him, and he also said that he had some mortal friends who were mistakenly captured by a Black Order envoy last night. Mr. Gao wanted the city lord to release them immediately. A dark aura in the form of a face appeared from the huge gate and asked if his friends were indeed mortal. A servant confirmed it and said that Lord Gao was apparently very angry. The lord snapped back, saying that this place was not his lake and he had no time to see him now. He ordered to tell Lord Gao that if the messenger of the Black Order really brought living people for the offering, he would personally give the people to him. The servant promised to do as he said. Mr. Gao was dissatisfied with such importance of the old ghost. He asked Mr. Jai whether they should have infiltrated the mansion of this old ghost and got him out of there. The hero was afraid that this over-aggressiveness might have gotten them in trouble. For now, they will forget about it. After all, it's his holiday and since he promised to let everyone go, he shouldn't have made a big deal out of it. Gao understood and asked the servant to tell Old Man Wu not to blame him for not telling him that if something really happened to these people, the consequences would be much more serious than he thought. The servant bowed and promised to pass on the message. He also asked Mr. Gao to get some rest. Gao decided to ask Mr. Zai's friends how they were resting. He apologized that he had neglected them because he was socializing with Mr. Zai. The bull smiled and replied that it was no big deal. He understood how he felt. After all, it wasn't easy to meet Master Zai once. The man smiled and said that Brother Nu had hit the mark. He wondered how Hero Yang and Brother Nu knew Mr. Zai. Yan apologized to Master Gao. After all, he was just a mortal martial artist and didn't deserve such loud nicknames. He had been rescued by Mr. Jai more than 10 years ago. The other day, he had been rescued by Mr. Jai again, and he couldn't say that they were directly friends. It was more about Mr. Jai's kindness here. Gao thought that since Mr. Jai had managed to save him twice, that said that their friendship was unusual. Gao saw that Hero Yang and Mr. Jai were old acquaintances. Already over 10 years was no small amount of time by the standards of mortals. He asked the same thing to Brother Nu. The man grinned and replied that he had a similar case with Brother Yang. Earlier, he had encountered some trouble involving Mr. Jai. By the way, he would like to know from Brother Gao who Mr. Jai is and how great he is. Gao replied that Mr. Jai's identity was very mysterious and he knew nothing about it. So if they really wanted to ask, he thought that only the Dragon Lord knew anything about him. Their first meeting was at the Dragon Lord's Millennium Banquet. Bull was shocked that the Dragon Lord almost missed his 1000th birthday to find Mr. Zai. Back then, this celebration in the ghost town wasn't even considered an ordinary flop. Gao suggested that apparently these two didn't really know Mr. Jai, but since they were with him, it wouldn't hurt to have a good relationship. As for Mr. Jai's abilities, Gao believed that he at least belonged to the category of true immortals. Hearing this, Bull Nu was again shocked by the unexpected news. He was anything but a true immortal. It was said that Mr. Jai's strongest skill was sword technique, and his sword technique was called pulling giant strength. If they didn't have the strength to resist the fall of the heavens, then they wouldn't be able to resist the fall of his sword. But someone would still be able to resist the fall of the heavens. Mr. Jai's way of decreeing is also very strong. In addition, he could apprehend spirit deities and order them to do anything. Bull asked about Mr. Jai's method of controlling fire. He asked Mr. Gao what he had to say about such a powerful method. Gao was as surprised as he was, for he had never heard that Master Jai had any sophisticated fire control techniques. Bull was surprised that he had never heard of it before. But indeed Gao had not heard of it and assumed that Brother Nu knew something about it. Actually, he couldn't see the full picture, but Mr. Jai's method of controlling fire definitely surpasses Brother Gao's imagination. Yesterday was just a whiff, but he definitely felt a sea of monstrous fire, and that fire would cost nothing to burn his whole body to the ground. This fire was the result of the transformation of divine fire by the heart, the true fire in the Dan furnace, the Kai of higher Yang into true fire, Gan Yang and Kai of higher Yin into true fire. Cold Yin and all these three components were perfected together. Mr. Jai called it true fire samadhi and no one else in the world was capable of it. Yan told Brother Nu that he forgot one more thing and mentioned Mr. Jai's golden armored servant. Nayu confirmed this and said that the hero used to take out a yellow paper to summon a divine guardian in golden armor. Mr. Gao really had never heard of this method. Mr. Jai seemed truly inscrutable. Bull asked Brother Gao what he could say if this Lord of the Ghost City would not hand over the people. The man grinned and said that in that case he would dig his own grave. Although Mr. Jai treated all sentient beings equally, but he was more hostile to the evil generation. Closer to night, Mr. Jai and his friends got to the banquet of the ghost town, where quite a lot of people had already gathered to participate in the feast. In addition to the ghosts and demons, the gods of mountains and water, the city gods, and another generation studying divine enlightenment were also here. In the Dajan territory, to see ghosts and gods sitting together with many demons and ghosts would be difficult to even imagine. When humanity retreated, all sorts of weeds and filth would begin to triumph, and if chaos reigned in the world, evil would triumph. Jai saw that the kingdom of Yu was nothing like this. Mr. Gao asked Mr. Jai what he thought of the banquet celebrating the ghost city. The hero replied that it had a suffocating atmosphere that would be hard to imagine. Master Gao was approached by the drinking ghost and laughed. He didn't expect Master Gao to come to the ghost town and offered to drink to him. He thought that when the banquet was over here, Master Gao should go to him to drink some more. He also had a couple of boys and girls who had the flavor that would not be bored. Jai looked at the ghost with anger. His gaze made Gao uncomfortable. Mr. Gao jumped to his feet and asked since when they were so well acquainted and how long he would still want to eat boys and girls. In anger, his scaly hand grabbed the ghost by the throat. The ghost didn't know where he had managed to offend Master Gao, so he apologized to him. The hero calmly replied that he was acting the way he was used to and it wasn't worth it to curve his soul and go against his own Tao, so there was no need to prove anything. Gao angrily let go of the ghost and threw it at a nearby table. Jai smiled and replied that he had overdone it a bit, even though it turned out well. He just couldn't help but get angry at this spawn of evil. But Jai didn't understand how he dared to approach them and clog their ears. If he ended up in the lake of Tianshui, he would go to feed the fish. The mysterious silhouette behind the screen replied to Master Gao of Lake Tianshui that he had a fiery temper and impressive strength. The whole group of friends turned around at the mysterious guest. Xin Wuya himself, the city lord of the ghost city, came out to them. Gao greeted the city lord of Xin Wuya. He had a holiday today, and his first thought was to congratulate him on his great progress in cultivation. But they had a lot to talk about. Gao asked the lord about his promise from the afternoon. The lord replied that he certainly hadn't forgotten about it and asked the servant to bring them over. The servants brought them 4 mortals and asked Brother Gao if they were really his friends. Gao looked questioningly at Mr. Zai and the hero replied that he was not acquainted with them. Also, he didn't know if everyone was here. Gao seemed okay with that and suggested that he just ask them. Mr. Gao told the mortals that last night they rode a carriage into the city Wuai and asked if there was anyone else in the carriage besides them. One of the lads replied that there were 4 of them. Mr. Gao laughed and told Mr. Zin that everything was correct and they were his friends. He asked him to hand them over to him, but Mr. Zin asked him to wait. He mentioned that the Gao had previously said that they were his friends. Since they are his friends, he really doesn't know them. Also, he thought it was strange that he didn't know their number. Mr. Gao didn't lie and said that he didn't know them well, but knowing what they were going through, he wanted to save them. He called them friends without much thought, fearing that the hungry ghosts would eat them, so this matter didn't need to be delayed. It seemed to Zin that this scaly dragon of Lake Tianshui inexplicably showed great kindness and cared for the death and lives of several mortals. He had no doubt that there must be another reason here. Zin turned his attention to Mr. Jai and asked Brother Gao who was with him. The hero introduced himself by his name and said that he was a simple slacker, so he was congratulating City Lord Zin on his cultivation success. He also confessed that it was his intention to save people and Master Gao was just helping out of righteousness. He wondered if the City Lord could free them. The Lord saw that this man's body was devoid of the law of power and divine light, and he also looked like an ordinary mortal. But such temperament and calmness could by no means be that of a mortal. He didn't think that this person was a slacker and had figured out an immortal. The disgruntled Zin gave orders to release the men and Jai thanked the city lord for his high thoughts. The frightened people were handed over to Mr. Zai and his friends. The swordsman asked them not to panic and introduced himself as the one who had come here with these people to rescue them. The young man could not believe that in front of him was the same flying swordsman, the hero of Fei Yan. Upon learning that this was indeed the case, the people rejoiced that the hero Yang himself had come to their rescue. The Fang ghost smirked and thought that they were nothing more than mere mortals. He turned to the city lord and said that if he wanted food, they could always catch some fresh ones for them. The Supreme Lord of Lake Tianshui was in full bloom, so it wasn't worth it to bother his eyes. When today's banquet was over, they would have another banquet for the living people, and it would probably be even more fun there. The ghosts thought that was just fine and laughed. Listening to their talk, the hero summoned the immortal sword to himself. Mr. Gao and his wife realized that these guys were digging their own grave. The sword soared into the sky and glowed emerald green. But in an instant it was gone. The The green hue was replaced by blue lightning bolts that spread out in all directions. The local ghosts believed that Gao was only the lord of the lake of Tian Shui. But in this ghost city, only the city lord of Xin could make decisions. The other guests laughed slyly. One of the bull-shaped ghosts thought that the guests were following the host. That is, now if the ghost city wanted to change the direction of the banquet, Master Gao would have no questions. On the faces of these people, the ghosts didn't see the slightest emotion of annoyance. Instead, they were grinning wryly. This person with the surname Jai was also too calm and was without any sense of threat or fear. This was by no means a bluff. Xin also looked suspiciously at the calm Mr. Jai. Mr. Jai decided to ask Xin whether such a poisonous atmosphere was the desire of the city lord. All the guests froze in surprise that the hero dared to ask him such a question. Jai hoped that the city lord would be careful what he said and would not, in anger or a fit of rage, say unnecessary things. The hero frowned and said with a roll of thunder that he could take it seriously. Hearing a terrible rumble from heaven, Mr. Gao raised his head. Judging from the rumbling of thunder, it was clear that someone was using the law of thunder. Mr. Gao looked at Mr. Jai, who was exerting a terrifying and hidden pressure. It looked like the fate of this old man's life and death was being decided now. Xin replied that his city was never interested in so-called living victims. All the ghosts and gods gathered here reflected his face. If the food in his ghost city seemed unappetizing to them, they could eat somewhere else after leaving his city. However, judging from Immortal's words, Xin realized that it was worth taking it as a threat. Xin felt like asking the hero a question. If he really didn't know what was good or bad for him, or if he wanted to do something bad to Mr. Immortal, what punishments would he have? It seemed no surprise to the hero that the city lord was able to invite many ghosts and gods to come and congratulate him. He was indeed skillful in keeping himself in check. If his words had offended him in any way, Jai hoped that the city lord would tolerate him a little longer. The hero smilingly sat back down at his seat next to Gao. Voices were heard behind him towards Old Man Wu. They thought it was better for him to leave. They weren't threatening him. It was just that this Mr. Zai was not a person he should have ever messed with in the first place. It was Gao who mentally tried to warn that the clouds above them were already throwing thunderbolts, and the city of Wu would disappear from the face of the earth any minute. He said everything he wanted. The rest was up to Xin to believe him or not. Sinya's malevolent soul wanted to even test this and didn't believe that a hero could wipe out their city from the face of the earth. His soul left his body and tried to approach the sword, but he was struck by lightning. When he regained consciousness, he immediately grabbed his head in pain. Xin understood everything and replied to Mr. Jai that he was worthy of being considered an immortal cultivator with a high level of self-control. Since he honored him with his presence at his feast, Xin suggested to consider it all a misunderstanding, for he was not that ignorant. Eventually, the feast continued and music with beautiful dancers played. Ian was glad when they finally got out of this ghost town. Bull couldn't believe that they would just leave this ghost town like this. The hero smiled and asked what the bull wanted to do to him. Mayu thought that with magic and psi capabilities, they would be able to wipe out this ghost town. Mr. Gao frowned and looked at the bull. He might not have realized, but the city had almost been wiped out as it was. Gao's wife thought that Brother Nu did not appreciate Mr. Jai's efforts. It was not difficult to destroy the ghost city and more difficult to get rid of all the evil spirits in the city. After the destruction of this city, there would be less space to contain and hide the evil spirits, and the kingdom of Yu was already full of chaos and evil spirits. In the future, this land would be full of chaos during the day and evil ghosts would roam at night. Officials and bandits will prosper, and the divine Tao will weaken, causing the land to become desolate. The hero smiled and said that Lady Gao had a clear mind. But among the ghost cultivators, this city Lord Xin was characterized by great talent. Suddenly, a group of people appeared on their road and blocked their way. The man next to Blue introduced himself as the god of the lunar realm of the Dejiao realm of Lucheng City. He was pleased to meet Mr. Jai. The hero greeted them with a smile and wished them a good day. Gao glanced at Old Man Wu and assumed that he had decided to block their way. Xin told how Gao's brother had relayed a message at the banquet that Zai had spared his life, except he couldn't understand. If he was so capable, why he tolerated the taunts of ghosts and demons during the feast and why he spared his city. The hero was just waiting for the moment when Xin wanted to meet him. The divine Tao in the kingdom of Yu had fallen into decline and many places had become a paradise for evil spirits. Xin created a ghost city to gather many lonely souls and even ferocious souls and ghosts that could enter but could not leave, although it was for his own cultivation, but it was a good rule. Moreover, in the matter of the 4 surprise guests, they kept their promise and did not pressurize or restrain them. Shinya had good self-control. It was rare for someone to be able to bring their ghost body cultivation level to such a state. Zin chuckled when he realized that Jai liked talents, and this was a great rarity. The hero admitted that he liked talents and would not hinder the development of a dynasty that had its ups and downs. In the case of the lack of control from the underworld, with no control, Ghost Town was able to provide a home to many ghosts and evil spirits. After all, as said, they tried to plant flowers and they didn't bloom. In between sticking a branch into the ground, it grew into a shady tree. Regardless of whether Zin was angry or puzzled, but it was fate that he had come here to meet Jai. After these words, Jai waved his hand toward the sky with a smile. Bright golden thunder rumbled and formed into a ball of fire. A huge fireball descended on the palace and it burst into bright flames. But these flames did not burn the palace, but only ringed the entire ghost city. The hero made the hand gesture again and the flame turned into a small ball of fire. Earlier, Shinya asked the hero why he spared him in the ghost town. It wasn't really true, but now he was letting them go. Right in his hand was a flaming ball of fire that expelled evil and unclean powers. Zin turned pale, thinking about what would have happened if he hadn't come here. After this incident, the bull realized that Mr. Tsu was apparently not as good as he seemed. The hero asked them not to be nervous. This thunder spell wasn't easy to process, and his soul still ached for a while after using it. There were many innocent ghosts in the city, and even if he controlled this spell well, accidental injuries would be inevitable. But Zin felt that accidental deaths would be more appropriate here. Zin bowed and thanked Mr. Jai for not killing him. Gao wondered what kind of lightning control technique the Lord had just used. He, as a member of the dragon family, felt with his entire body the many needles piercing his body to the point of numbness. This spell was a supreme thunder decree, containing a decree for the gathering of thunder and celestial wind. In essence, the spell combined thunder decree, heavenly wind and yuan kai. It referred to a dragon of his cultivation level if one gathered his entire essence. With this lightning control, one could collapse everything at once, so it should be quite a powerful ability. Just thinking about it made Gao feel uneasy. Zin along with his servant also froze in horror at his words. The hero turned to the city lord Zin and told him that he was doing well. But surely the Zin didn't understand what the hero was talking about. Zin bowed his head and replied that he knew about it. Deciding to end there, Mr. Jai waved them goodbye and told them that they were on their way out. Mr. Zin looked sadly at them and sighed. He saw Jai hid his hands behind his back and a bright blue ball of light shone on his fingertips. In parting, the hero reminded the city lord that the evil ghosts in his city demanded living people during the great feast. If they were of no vital use to him, he knew what had to be done. Zin bowed and replied that he understood. The man next to Zin told the city lord that he would also go. Zin looked at him questioningly and thought that he was expecting Mr. Zai to come. He really wanted to clarify something with Mr. Zai, but it was already fine now. Xingyu shouldn't have left the city for long, so the guest decided to leave them. Zin asked one of the ghosts who were those guys at the recent banquet who were making noises about making a feast out of living people. The ghost replied that he remembered them. The Lord asked not to forget anyone. He would need to return to his place soon, so it was better to kill the wrong person than to miss the culprit. He also ordered the execution of the Black Order's messenger at the same time. The Lord imagined how many old ghosts would dissolve their yin kai. In the end, everything was going very well. Soon he would be able to raise his city's yin kai to a new level, and was happy about it. Gao suggested that the hero visit his mansion on Lake Tianshui. Although he couldn't get the divine drink, he still has good wine. The wife supported her husband's words and told Mr. Jai that if he didn't mind, she would personally cook and set the table with good dishes. The hero smiled and said that he would definitely come to their house as soon as he had free time. The young lady took his words seriously and asked him not to retract those words. Mr. Gao said goodbye to Brother Nhu and Brother Yan, as well as to the 4 people who had been rescued. He said that they would see each other again when he had a chance, but now he and his wife were about to leave them and wished the boys good luck. Bull never thought he would see such an amazing sight in his lifetime. The man of the 4 cautiously asked the heroes if the demons and ghosts were really gone. Bull replied that now the demons were gone and ghosts were even more unlikely, so it was safe to rest. To be honest, walking around surrounded by demons and ghosts really made his heart clench. He grabbed the guys by the shoulders and pulled them to him. From what he heard, the guys were appearing from Lupin's city. He wondered if there were any glorified places there. He meant those places with the pretty girls, and he hoped the guys knew what he meant. The heroes escorted the 4 men to the city of Lupin. The young man replied to Mr. Jai that since he had come to their town, he should have been a guest in his home. He did not understand how in such a case the hero could stay in an inn. His partner supported him and said that there were many guest rooms in their house. Jai thanked for the kind invitation, only he had a special love for silence and tranquility, so there was no need to worry. He asked his new acquaintances to return home quietly. Swordsman Yan told Mr. Jai that it was too late today and suggested that he visit the Y family tomorrow. The swordsman first wanted to stop by the Y family's store in town and inform them of tomorrow's visit to be courteous. The hero agreed with him and asked him to let him know if anything happened. Yan came to the store and bowed. The salesman thought the warrior wanted to buy groceries or was looking for something from his Y family. The hero introduced himself and said that tomorrow he would bring his master to visit the Y family of Lupang City to borrow a heavenly book without words. The man was shocked when he realized that the very flying hero Yang Fei was standing in front of him. The swordsman confirmed it, but said that he wasn't proud of the word hero, so he didn't need to mention it. The man understood everything and said that he would definitely report everything. In that case, the young wished him well and apologized for bothering him. He silently turned and headed for the exit with sword in hand. At the moment Yan left the store, a certain person was discreetly following him. The swordsman noticed this and gloomily looked back. He decided to quicken his pace, but the pursuer jumped out from around the corner and ran after him. Yan swiftly drew his sword and was about to deflect a possible blow, but the man grabbed his weapon with his bare hand right by the blade. The pursuer turned out to be a frightened bull, who asked Brother Yan to be more careful. The swordsman didn't understand why Brother Nu had changed his attire and was sneaking up on him. It didn't seem surprising to the bull that Brother Yan was known as a flying swordsman. His movements were precise and swift, and even he was able to be frightened. He kept his expensive outfit for a special occasion, and if he damaged it, he wouldn't be able to buy a second one. Yan realized that the bull was only scared of him because of the fact that he could damage his clothes. Nu put his hand on the swordsman's shoulder and told him that he had come to take him to a good place that could only be reached now. Yan didn't realize where they were going, but the bull decided not to spoil the surprise. He would know when they got there, and the bull asked the guy how much silver he had with him. When Yan realized everything, his face lit up red. He couldn't believe that this was really a good place that Brother Nu was talking about. Na Man said that it was exactly that and asked only to see the enthusiasm of those girls. One of the women was delighted at the handsome man who had come to see them. The other confirmed this and thought they should not have relaxed. Terrified, Brother Yin grabbed his sword and dashed out of the place. He stopped to catch his breath and thought that fighting demons was much easier. On the way, he met Mr. Jai, who asked where Yan was coming back from. The swordsman remembered his original task and said that he had notified the Y family of the visit, for which Mr. Jai was grateful. He smelled some interesting scents on him and thought that the bull had dragged him to a brothel. The swordsman felt embarrassed and spread his hands. The hero knew full well that he wasn't there for entertainment and offered him a rest. Yan exhaled in relief and thanked the hero for his understanding. Meanwhile, the girls flirted with the bull and said that the more they looked at him, the more they fell in love. Another girl offered the master of nudes to spend that night with them. A third, however, hoped that the brother Nu would not leave them. The bull replied that he was going to visit the Y family tomorrow. If he stayed here, his companions would be in difficulty when they could not find him in the morning. The girls were delighted that Mr. Nu was so much in demand. The girls waved goodbye to Mr. Nu and asked him not to forget about them and to be sure to come again. God laughed and promised that he would come back again. The soft jade pavilion was as good as ever, and he was even sorry he couldn't stay there for the night. Next time, he wouldn't summon so many popular girls. The regular maidens were also very good, but they emptied his entire wallet. He was startled by the voice of Zai, who thought that the soft jade pavilion had an elegant name. The bull didn't understand what the gentleman was doing here and admitted that he had scared him to death. He just liked to have occasional pleasant nights like this one and hoped that Lord Jai had not come here to punish him. But the hero had nothing to punish him for, and he didn't care who he spent his time with. He just decided to take a little walk, and Nayu assumed that something was bothering him. It was rare to find a large city where the streets weren't patrolled by gods in the middle of the night. The hero looked up at the starry night sky and thought it might have been strange. Jai asked Nu to follow him. Since they had met, perhaps his strength would come in handy if they encountered something difficult. Nayu grinned and said that he would follow Mr. Jai to the ends of the earth. Their path led the heroes to a house shrouded in a golden aura. It seemed strange to the hero that the aura of the divine path was not just faint, but was rapidly dissipating. Despite being a demon, the bull was allowed to enter the main hall of the city god's temple, which he was thrilled about. Jai said that the incense sticks had not been lit for a long time and even traces of the underworld had disappeared. Apparently, the temple had been empty for more than a month. He didn't realize that a city as large as Lupin might not have a night watch or gods protecting it. It was strange to think that a city could go without a god for so long. The death or disappearance of a god for other reasons was primarily suffered by ghosts and spirits. It was likely that this time they hid in the underworld and sealed the gates, awaiting the rebirth of the city god. Even if the lupine god no longer existed, as long as people worshipped him, the death would not be final. He will be able to return from heaven to earth and take his throne. Bull suggested that in that case the gods were immortal. Jai replied that to be reborn meant to start anew, having only learned of purposes and duties through the hearts of believers in temple records. He didn't think a god could be called immortal if he couldn't even remember the last time he had served the world. He was to build up his strength from scratch and develop a golden body. Besides, if the temple was destroyed, there would be another great deity that the residents would start worshipping, and there would be no way to be reborn. They could only exist as long as they were needed. Otherwise, they would not have fought evil so zealously. They not only had to embody great virtue, but also had to take care of their own survival. Bull suggested that if the city god was missing and the underworld was sealed, it meant that after death, people's souls were doomed to wander. Jai replied that even without the god's help, it was possible to find peace if family members offered prayers for the dead. But although they would not become evil ghosts, it would not be easy to get to the other world. The bull yawned tiredly and asked the Lord what they were looking for since they had already been wandering around for half an hour. Jai could do little but consider it patrolling the streets on behalf of the city god. The hero wanted to see to it that nothing marred the beautiful night lupine. No sooner had he said that than they came across a building with a purple aura emanating from it. Rolling up his sleeves, the bull realized what the matter was and asked Mr. Jai to provide everything to him. There was also a purple aura emanating from the people that were in the vicinity of this building. A man asked his wife and children not to whine because her husband had already sold them. He thought it was the only thing they could do, and if they didn't shut up, he would chop them into pieces and feed them to the dogs. The bull was about to follow them and see what the matter was, but Jai asked him to take his time. One of the men apologized to the sixth master for being able to offer him only so many people and asked if such a number would satisfy him. The master stroked his chin and a gloating grin appeared on his face. He licked his long tongue and said that it would satisfy him quite well. Jai looked warily at the strange man, who seemed suspicious. He recognized in him the very ghost from the City of Ghosts. The enemies had a narrow road, that demon on the wagon they had seen at the banquet, and he wanted to invite the Gao to absorb the energy of the young men and women in the city. Jai was going to follow him. The man arrived at the Lang residence where the masters greeted him and opened the doors. Jai thought it rather daring to live in a mansion in the center of the city. The bull had no doubt that this demon was a wolf and said that this was the Lang's residence. Nayu didn't like this demon from the beginning and asked for permission to deal with him on his own this time. After all, he was also a demon, although he took the form of a human, and Jai hoped that the bull wouldn't screw up. Nayu asked him not to worry, because he didn't think he was as weak as this wolf. Meanwhile, the strict woman in the wolf's house poured hot water for the family and ordered them not to cry. Tonight they had to tidy up and put on new clothes, and tomorrow Master Lang would take her out of town to find her a good home. The woman begged not to do this, for no one had yet returned from Master Lang after he had taken them away, and asked him to let her go with the children. She was going to go to her mother's house to borrow money and would be sure to pay back whatever her husband owed her. The full woman angrily replied that they wouldn't be here if they could find the money, but it was better than being sold to a brothel. She ordered them to wash up before she herself helped her with it. Outside the wall of the house, the protagonists heard snoring, and the bull realized it was the demon wolf asleep as soon as he returned. The bull used his demonic power and knocked out the wall in front of him with his fist. He pounced with his fists on the demon wolf who had just woken up and didn't realize what was going on. No sooner had he gotten out of bed than Nu hit him right in the head. The demon bared its fangs viciously and a trickle of blood spurted from its mouth. Its head instantly turned into a wolf's head that tried to bite the bull's arm. Nu was worried about his clothes and quickly hid his hand back. Avoiding the battle, demon wolf jumped to its feet and broke through the ceiling of the house. It smashed through the roof and instantly flew out into the street, disappearing from sight. The hero looked sadly after him and told the bull that his weak point was his waist, not his copper head and iron bones. Next time he would attack the demon wolf, he had to start with his waist. The bull explained that he had chased him out of the city on purpose, so he would not escape from him. While they were standing there, the demon wolf ran away from the sudden guests with all his legs. The bull had already caught up with him and said with a laugh that he was only a small wild dog who could not escape. He ordered them to stop and fight him, and then he could die with honor. Nayu swiftly appeared at the demon wolf above his head and said that this pitiful puppy was not fast enough. He swung his foot and offered to try his thunder hooves. His foot turned into a huge golden hoof that came down on the demon, and bull horns grew out of his hair. After the blow, the bull looked questioningly at the demon that he was to suffer. The demon completely reincarnated into a large gray wolf and bared its teeth at the bull. Nu laughed in front of the huge wolf, who finally decided to stop and show his true form. The bull stood in front of the demon and suggested that he just accept his death. Nu released his golden demonic aura and asked him to remember his name and die with pride, for he was going to take his life. Seeing all his power, the gray wolf became uneasy. He flattened his ears and seemed to be frightened. The hero noticed that this was the same move that Nu used against the demoness last time, but now it was much more powerful. The wolf roared at the bull and exclaimed that he didn't know him at all. He was also of the demon race, so the wolf didn't understand why he wanted him dead. The bull wasn't going to explain anything and only sent the demon to hell. With those words, he created a huge golden axe and swung it. With a single swing, he hacked the body of the huge wolf in two. The bull sighed tiredly and thought that he had spent too much energy on the girls in the soft jade pavilion and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Nayu grinned and told Mr. Jai that it didn't matter what kind of head and bones he had. When he had strength, even a golden head could be cracked, and he was completely pleased with himself. Yuan called him a real brute, for he had killed the wolf without even asking him a single question. The bull looked questioningly at Jai, not understanding what he meant. If he was called the sixth master, then there could be a fifth master, a fourth master, or something else. Jai could only calculate that there were several other masters related to wine and dark profiteering. Jai Yuan decided that you can't leave the corpse, otherwise it will attract evil spirits, and after a while negative energy or poisonous miasma will appear here. Then he asked if Nayubation would absorb it. The guy replied that he had no such hobbies, besides the energy inside this demon is all mixed up and there is hardly any value in it, not to mention the ugly appearance. Master Jai explained that he just remembered an old friend who kills demons and absorbs them and thought it would be useful. Jai told of an old dragon from the Tunshan River, or what they call the Dragon King, and he often ate demons. Nu was shocked and thought that one should not judge a real dragon. Jai decided to destroy the corpse with the true Samadhi flame. It will only take a moment, especially if Nu is not going to consume it. But the guy asked to wait and not do it. Nayu began to quickly search the dead demon's body, and after a few minutes, he said that everything was fine now, and he could start sizzling the demon since he had managed to collect useful items. Jai Yuan thanked the guy because thanks to him, he remembered something, and then tore off a piece of wolf hair, which instantly ignited with a bright fire. Nubation admitted that he was not careful enough and there were still a few good things on the body of this vile beast, so if it wasn't for Mr. Jai's petty gaze, they would have missed them. Then the ruthless flames created by the Immortal cultivator quickly rushed forward, destroying the fierce demon's body. On the way back, Nu inquired about the demon's residence. Jai explained that only ordinary people were left there, and as soon as the death of the Lord was known, there would be a struggle for power and advantage. So there would be chaos, and it would be enough to leave them a note and not worry about it anymore. After a while, in the demon residence really became known about the death of the Lord, and a great unrest began. And everyone was shocked from the message left behind. Yanfei, lying down, looked up, constantly pondering the same thing. The guy was bothered by the very thought that mortal practitioners were really that weak and couldn't do much. Just at this moment, Jai Yuan and Nayubation were in the next room, and they heard an indignant voice asking why martial arts were so powerless in this world. Jai Yuan then unfolded the old writings and learned how 80 years of improvement was a long way off, but where was the end of martial arts in that case? And could immortals be higher than the heavens? Jai Yuan began to realize that Yanfei is different from Lu Chengfeng and from Du Heng, and he is solely a martial master like the great warrior Zuo Wei. And that speaks volumes. At the time of writing the sword canon, Zuo Wei's mad martial arts master may have still only been a Xianqin master. But when he wrote the sword intent scroll, Zuo Wei had already become known as an invincible blade master. This sword intent is the Tao and is one step away from passing to the next realm. And if he had succeeded, what excitement would follow can only be imagined. But in the end, Zuo Wei died with regret in his heart, and that is a sad fate. Master Jai then called Yanfei and asked the guy to come to his room if he was still awake, of course. The guy was awake at this moment and was still busy thinking deeply. Sun Tian greeted Jai Yuan and apologized for disturbing him, but the great cultivator reminded him that he was the one who had disturbed young Yanfei's calmness and invited him to sit down. Master Jai then explained that the handwriting in this scroll had an inner strength and the strokes were like dragon and snakes, which was an indication of a strong character, and excellent swordsmanship, and the whole work could be called beautiful. And perhaps the swordsman Yan Fei had already heard the famous name of this sword intent scroll, which was left by the great warrior Zuo Wei. The guy gradually began to realize that he was talking about the famous mad warrior Zuo, and he didn't even know that he had some important scrolls before. Jai Yuan was surprised that young swordsman Yan believed that the martial arts described in the sword intentions were no more than arts for mortals, no matter how incredible they were in essence. There is also a belief amongst immortals that martial arts are only for mortals and are not worthy of special attention. Yan Fei replied that there was probably nothing wrong with this statement from the perspective of immortals. Jai Yuan replied that he had expected such a response from the young swordsman. But martial arts and martial arts paths were not as simple as the superficial practitioners of the immortal path thought. Zuo Wei sword intent scroll Nam his view is close to the path and can be called the path of martial arts. Zuo Wei, who was a lifelong martial arts fanatic in his old age, began to seek immortality. He did not know that his martial arts skills would become unprecedented, and he only had to take one step forward. After all, there is really no limit to the power of man, and martial arts is much more than just an art for mere mortals. But this is not everyone realizes. If there is a man who has fully studied the martial arts and has broken through the barriers and continued to operate on them, his martial path will be unbelievable, and he sure once from the path will be very difficult, but in the end it will not be inferior to the path of immortals or demons. So Yan must not cultivate immortality, otherwise he will easily turn into a demon. But in martial arts, his potential is very close to that of Zuo Wei. And today, he receives a ball intent scroll that is endowed with spirit, and Yan will be able to realize the style of the great warrior of the past. At the first sight of this precious scroll, Yan Fei would probably feel tired and fall asleep, so for convenience, it would be better to read it in his bed to avoid falling unconscious. The young blade master thanked Jai Yuan for saying such important words on this quiet evening and promised to remember them throughout his life and treasure this useful information. Yan Fei then left the room with the scroll, and Jai Yuan wondered how far this young man would be able to go on the path of martial arts and sincerely wanted to place great expectations on him. After a while, the head of Wei was delighted by the visit of the Yan warrior, and joyfully stated that it was a great honor for his entire family and he was grateful for it. Yan Fei thanked for the hospitality and introduced Mr. Jai of his good comrade and loyal associate Nu Baishan to the master of the house. Wei looked at the immortal cultivator carefully and stated that he was glad for this meeting and he had already instructed Ming'er to bring the Book of Heaven. Jai Yuan thanked his master for his attention. Soon, a young guy appeared with a neat wooden box and invited everyone present to take a look at this magnificent book. And as it turned out, this book had been passed down from generation to generation in the Wei family for a very long time and was certainly treasured by every descendant. Yan Fei politely invited Master Jai to personally familiarize himself with the book. After Jai Yuan flipped through the pages, Yan Fei asked what he could see in this book. Jai Yuan immediately noticed the author's indication and the title of the book, Dreaming in the Clouds. Apparently this book is Wei and Ming'er's personal biography, and Yan Fei were surprised by this answer and pondered over the words of the great immortal cultivator Jai. Wei asked the master if he was sure that this book was called Dreams in the Clouds and if it was really a biography. After all, in his Wei family, it had been passed down from generation to generation that this book contained the great martial arts used by their ancestors. Jin Yuan suggested that most likely someone once in the family made a mistake, and this book does not contain martial arts and its author does not bear the surname Wei. Judging from the records, the author's name is Zhang Pingsu, and he is a foreign alchemist. This answer made the landlord angry, because he couldn't imagine that this book was written by a foreigner. Wei decided that Jai Yuan was a liar who would definitely say that he was a descendant of the author of this book. Jai Yuan advised not to worry and wanted he was really interested in this book without words, but not enough to deceive. Master Jai then asked for permission to stay in this room and read the book. Wei calmed down a bit and said that he was really glad since the dear guest could read the book without words, and then asked when Jai finished reading to tell about this mysterious manuscript. Jai Yuan replied that it was not difficult for him, but it was unlikely that anyone would be able to memorize his retelling, and it would be much better if he wrote everything on paper. Wei was happy at this opportunity and ordered to immediately bring paper, a quill, and an inkstone. Master Jai began carefully reading each page of the mysterious book and carefully transferring the contents onto paper. Wei watched the process and marveled at how fine and very refined the handwriting was, which literally felt like something mystical. The characters created by Jai Yuan were truly worthy of a master's hand. At the same time, he himself realized that he had originally thought that this book contained a simple account of a person's journey. However, his divine will could soar between the earth and the heavens by following the entries in the book. This mysterious, free and effortless power makes people's minds wander. Liu Beixian felt something incredible and asked Yan Feng to look around. The young blade master was perplexed by what was happening and tried to realize his senses. Everyone present in the room found a completely different territory around them, and somehow they found themselves amongst tall mountains high in the sky, and it was unfathomable to the minds of ordinary people. Jai Yuan ended up saying that this was a wonderful book, and even though it did not contain mystical techniques, it was still a treasure. Of all the books he had seen in his life, this book was the best. After that, the young cultivator turned to the landlord and asked to borrow the book for a while. Wai was unprepared for such a question and pondered his decision. The landlord explained that it was their family's treasure, and they had never given the book to anyone else. They were certainly grateful for the help in deciphering the book, but it would be much better to avoid such a predicament. Jai Yuan reflected that even though the book had just manifested its magical abilities, Wai still didn't believe him. The first dive into this magical journey has the greatest effect, and it would be good to read the book a few more times. But if it doesn't work out, it's fine. In the end, the master cultivated with the Wai house master and gave him the book, explaining that it was indeed a mistake to bother the Wai family members for such an occasion. After that, Master Jai flew out the window to everyone's surprise. At parting, he said that in his heart appeared enlightenment, and he is going to find a place for seclusion and stay there for a while. But they might meet again in the future. Liu Beixian was furious at such an occurrence, and his aura began to glow brightly. Yan tried to calm down his comrade, but Niu was not happy about this bad luck, because now he had lost the opportunity to be close to the immortal man. Wai didn't quite understand everything that was happening, and tried to find out if the master who flew into the clouds was really an immortal man. Yan Fei reminded the master of the house that he had eyes and asked Wai to ask in such a case. Yan stated that today he had brought Mr. Jai here to look at the heavenly book, and now that the survey had decided he was leaving this house. Wai was not happy with the reaction of the guests, and began to realize what his mistake was, so he asked Yan Fei and Liu Beixian not to leave, but nothing could change their decision, and they left the room. Nigrin tried to stop the guests, apologized for the act of Wai-san, who didn't know what he was doing. And the Immortal Lord left the house too abruptly, and it would be good to bring him back. He excitedly asked the guy to stay late at the Wai residence and promised to do everything possible for the convenience of the guests. After all, they are interested in establishing a relationship with such master warriors. Yan Fei replied that nothing is needed and advised if you do everything possible to prevent rumors from spreading, because then the Wai family will face trouble. The book without words used to be just a beautiful fairy tale, but now that Immortal read it and left the translation, it has a different meaning. Meanwhile, Liu Beixian was in a hurry and said that it didn't matter what to do now because the breakthrough speed couldn't be affected, and he must live long enough to see and do many things. Nigrin was disappointed with the result of his interaction with the guests, and would never have thought that the heavenly book was real, and if they allowed the Immortal Lord to scrutinize it more thoroughly, they could gain great knowledge from it. Wai said that there was no point in talking about it now, and if the Immortal returned to borrow the book again, he would definitely get it. But now at least they had a thorough translation of the heavenly book that Immortal had written. Wai ordered everyone present to never utter a single word about today's events, for if an outsider were to find out about it, their family would be in mortal danger. But no matter what, with this dream manuscript in the clouds from the Immortal Lord himself, there was no fear of the Wai family's decline and ruin. Moving quickly through the city streets, Yan Fei asked his companion as he read whether the copy of the dream book in the clouds would bring good fortune to the Wai family or whether it would still have no effect on their situation. Liu Beixian replied that the manuscripts written by Mr. Jai were certainly unusual, and if the Wai are careful enough, they will be able to benefit from reading them, but how it will be in reality is unknown. But at the same time, it is necessary to understand knowledge will force the Wai family to face new problems, and now they will be forced to defend themselves not only from mere mortals, but also from more dangerous opponents. Meanwhile, Master Jai found himself in the land of Yu, where ghosts and evil spirits are common, and it is not suitable for deep meditation. The cultivator decided that the sea is the best place to comprehend the true meaning of the dream book in the clouds. Master Jai Yuan decided to use the righteousness of Earth Heaven to master the 6 Kai energies for the journey to complete infinity that he had long dreamed of. Just at this moment, the young cultivator felt a strong vibration from his spiritual blade, which immediately burst out from the embrace of its sheath, and the fighter rushed towards a high cliff. The spiritual blade pointed in the right direction and cut down the top of the mountain, preparing a perfect place for his master. Jai Yuan was pleased with the result and was glad for the opportunity to practice meditation. The young cultivator's immersion in a state of complete infinity could not be disturbed by any external factors, and Jai Yuan remained in a serene state despite the change of day and night. The young cultivator was also not affected by the weather conditions. Jai Yuan absolutely did not feel the effects of rain, cold, subway, or even hear the terribly loud roars of heavenly thunder. 4 years after he started meditating, a real tragedy was happening nearby. A real storm was raging on the sea, and a small ship was wrecked in these troubled waters, and the sailors were desperately fighting for their lives. Master Zhang ordered everyone to hold on and warned them that a huge wave was approaching. Then one of the young sailors noticed a hill nearby and advised everyone to turn to land as soon as possible. But Master Zhang said that in no case should not go near this rock, because the waves will surely break the boat and kill everyone on it. Jai Yuan at this point woke up and felt the presence of people. With lightning-fast movements of his hand, the great immortal cultivator was able to create a small water sphere, and decided to intervene in the fate of the people who were fatefully nearby and desperately fighting for life. Gradually, the introductory sphere began to change, and the young cultivator ordered the strong wind to immediately disperse the clouds. Immediately after, magical symbols that were empowered appeared in the sky. A bright ray of sunlight instantly cut a window in the dark cloud-covered sky and illuminated the cliff where the cultivator had been practicing the mysteries of the immortal path for years. Gradually, the entire sky cleared of dark spots, and Master Zhang and his companions were shocked at what was happening. After all, the terrible storm for some incredible reasons ended, and now everything around was calm. The happy sailors began to celebrate their magical rescue and decided that God himself noticed their suffering and did not leave them in trouble. No one had expected such a miraculous rescue, and now the sailors were crying with happiness. After these events, another year passed, which the great immortal cultivator also spent on a lonely cliff in the middle of the vast sea. Jai Yuan still felt relieved and sighed heavily. After the guy straightened his tired body, he realized that his pupils had just been diamond-shaped. The aura of the 5 elements overflowing his body from the Kaoyuan realm completed. Therefore, the long seclusion could be considered complete. Setting off on his further journey, the wandering cultivator realized that the dream book in the clouds was very useful, and if he could meet Master Zhang Pingshu in the future, he would definitely thank him for such useful knowledge. Master Zhang and his assistant looked disappointedly at the almost empty bucket. After all, they could not catch any fish or shrimp near the front where almost nothing is found, and so they must get together and head for Dingfeng Island. The little boy asked his grandfather what kind of Dingfeng Island they were talking about. Master Zhang said that it is the place where Grandpa witnessed a miracle, and it is where God is hiding. No matter what the weather, rain or wind, there is always calm around that mysterious island. If there is a sudden storm, it is enough to swim to the island, and the chance of surviving it becomes much greater. Sooner or later, all the fish around Dingfeng Island will also be caught. Therefore, this problem cannot be put off, and when they return they need to talk to the villagers to hire a priest with the collected New Year money. Jai Yuan, being on top, heard everything and didn't understand what New Year custom they were talking about. He had not been to such festivals for a long time, and it would be nice to visit and see everything with his own eyes, as well as to taste the festive treats. Once in the village, Jai Yuan asked a local resident to tell about what was happening here, as he himself came from a distant land and he was interested in learning new things. The guy explained that it wasn't a New Year's ceremony. Several villages together hired a high priest to exorcise evil spirits so that the fish would return to the coast in the coming year. The priest said that a lot of people are needed, so there are people gathered here because of the godfathers of the fishing villages, and later there will be a feast for 1,000 people and a torchlight procession. Jai Yuan thought it was New Year's Eve and wanted to join in the fun, but it turned out it was just an exorcism, and he was probably not allowed to participate. He lagged behind his friends and is just now walking in an unfamiliar area, hungry and tired. The guy explained that the more people gathered the better, and if the traveler is not embarrassed by the slightly dirty environment, he can join. Jai Yuan gladly accepted the offer, and then asked the young fellow to go quickly and explained that it had been a long time since he had done anything. The young cultivator asked his new acquaintance to help him in these unfamiliar places, and the guy agreed. As it turned out, the guy's name was Lion Pingle, and he was quite a polite and sociable person. Jai Yuan called his name a symbol of goodness and happiness and asked him to elaborate on the exorcism of evil spirits he had mentioned earlier. Lion explained on this side of the sea villagers make a living only by fishing, But since the end of last year, fishing has become very difficult. Jai Yuan decided that the fish of these waters had simply run out. The guy said that the vast sea is limitless and has a huge amount of fish, shrimp and crabs, and it's just a matter of figuring out how to catch them all and bring them to the village. The traveling cultivator decided that the people blame all the problems on evil spirits, and so they are going to exorcise the otherworldly forces with the help of the priest, hoping to bring back the big catches. That's exactly what the locals think. There have been several priests here before and they haven't found anything. But this time everything is different, and all the villagers have collected money and invited the best priest who is different from the previous ones. Jai Yuan realized that the priest gathers people to concentrate their energy in one place, and that means he understands something about it. Jai didn't notice any demonic aura around the village, but the sea hides the traces of aura too well, so he needs to check it separately, but of course it's better not to go into the water. Eventually, all the people from the surrounding villages gathered in one place to raise the level of spiritual energy Kai, and the magical energy did increase, and the priest tried to take advantage of it. Jai Yuan sensed the strong aura of the priest as well as his magical power, but he chose the wrong way to refine the energy and need to dive into the mind and visualize the flame of his own heart. Meanwhile, the self-confident priest grabbed the torch and ordered everyone to get ready to torch wool, forming a long unified column, and then he started moving. This was all very interesting in the traveling cultivator's opinion, and he certainly knew that one shouldn't underestimate the power of humans, especially in such huge numbers. Soon all the villagers were on the seashore, and the priest began to call out to the evil spirits and demons, urging them to leave. All the people began to repeat the priest's words, and then the sea began to stir. Thousands of human lights have gathered together, and so earth gods, ghosts, and demons should not hold grudges against each other and go their way. Also, the water spirits must leave these places if they have settled near the shore. At that moment, the self-confident priest felt fear as a huge wave began to rapidly approach, and at some point swept over the real people on the shore. But unbelievably, the wave could not hit anyone, and the priest immediately realized that this wave could not be stopped by his abilities alone, so someone else intervened to help. Soon the villagers began to shout that a real demon had appeared in front of them, and then began to ask the priest to immediately do something to protect all the people. Then a huge creature that no one had ever seen before burst out of the depths of the sea, and people felt incredibly scared, and the priest didn't know what to do. The priest tried to find out from the monster where it came from and said that local fishermen live on this coast, so the creature's karma will be ruined because it drives away fish and makes life impossible for thousands of fishermen on the coast. But the creature from the depths of the sea did not listen to the cocky one at all, and his words on the contrary began to annoy the monster. That's why the huge Keith waved his tail and launched a wave to the shore. After that, the deep sea asked who was in charge here and why he was hiding. Giant Whale said that he is a general, and since the main man does not show up, and all these fishermen insulted him badly, he will kill them. But at that moment, suddenly a bright beam of magical energy pierced the tail of the giant whale, and made the creature howl in piercing pain. The people along with the priest were shocked by what was happening and watched silently. The giant submerged underwater realized that it was really very painful, and if someone decided to protect the mortals, he must be an immortal who likes to meddle in the wrong things. In order to calm down a bit, the general of the underwater forces decided to have a lunch of fresh fish, and as usual for this purpose he opened his huge mouth as wide as possible, devouring everything on his way. After a while, the giant whale did not feel the chase and thought that he was let go, but still decided to rise to the surface of the water and check. Cautiously surfacing from the depths of the sea, the giant whale looked up and was surprised when an unfamiliar voice addressed him. The person who had startled him asked if he remembered what had happened on the shore. The Kit general saw Jai Yuan and immediately realized who had attacked him, but Master Jai called it just a small punishment and then explained that Kit could eat fish anywhere, and there was no need to do it near the shore. After all, fishermen who depend on catching fish can't live well because of it. Besides the fact that he calls himself the general of the whales, it is not clear where his soldiers are, whom he must apparently lead at his post. The whale explained to the stranger that general is the name his mother gave him, and he has his own reasons for staying near the shore, and if he started to explain it, it would be unacceptable. Jai Yuan agreed with the giant whale's reasoning and said that he needed to know the true reasons anyway, and then reached for his blade. The whale was immediately frightened and began to beg not to kill it. After that, the whale squealed that it was merely waiting for its master Mo by the shore. This interested Jai Yuan, and the whale explained that Master Mo is a great dragon and he passes by this place every year, so he had to travel a long way, and now he has been waiting for the great dragon for over a year. Master Jai tried to clarify if the name of this dragon is really Mo wrong, and if it is really true then the giant whale's waiting is in vain. After all, this dragon will never come back. The whale was shocked and asked what happened to the master. Jai replied that he had done nothing to him, and 8 years ago when Mo Rong returned from the East China Sea he was ambushed and seriously wounded with a large number of unknown evil spirits. Eventually he managed to escape, blew up his dragon pearl, but he was badly injured and died in the Guangdong Lake. The giant whale could not immediately believe what he had heard and said in a trembling voice that such a thing could not be possible and his great master must go on living. Jai asked the whale what he wanted to get from the great dragon, or did he really want to find the Dragon King through him. At the same time, Jai Yuan thought that perhaps the mother of the giant whale was the wife of the Dragon King. The giant whale thought about the man's words and then asked, does he really know the Dragon King? Master Jai replied that it is true and he knows the Dragon King very closely. Giant whale was shocked by this information and asked the man to call the Dragon King in that case. Keeping the young cultivator intrigued, he replied that it was most likely possible. Big Keith then asked the immortal man to introduce him to the river goddess Ying Zholi or even His Royal Highness Feng. In the end, Master Jai promised to help the whale and call the river goddess for starters. But in that case, the whale would have to wait. And if he was hungry again, he would have to find a better place to fish than near the shore. General Whale promised to do the right thing and not to bother the village fishermen again. Whale was very surprised that the immortal man did not question him about the reasons for his request. But Master Jai replied that if Whale himself wanted to tell him, he would gladly listen to his words. After that, the great cultivator flew up into the sky and went to do important things, putting behind the whale who was hoping for help from the man, because no one else could solve his problem. After a while, Mr. Long was informed about the appearance of Master Jai, who had come to find not only him but also Lady Yin Zholi and His Highness Feng. This surprised Long very much and he wondered. Meanwhile, Yin Zholi had already met with the great cultivator and asked did her mother really send someone to find her father, because it seemed unbelievable. The girl kept asking questions and trying to find out the details of the visit. Jai Yuan told how the giant introduced himself as a general and said that his mother called him that, although he doesn't know exactly who actually sent him, but he wanted to meet the river goddess. Yin Zholi happily agreed to follow Uncle Jai, but she didn't understand why her father hadn't come yet. The servant explained that at the moment the Dragon King was asleep and no one would dare to wake him up. The girl asked the great cultivator to wait here for a while, and in the meantime, she would personally go and call her father, because he wouldn't scold her for it. Unlike the servants, the river goddess tried to enter her beloved father's room, but the guards explained that it was best not to enter. In fact, the ruler Feng did not sleep and heard everything and thought about the visit of Jai Yuan. The servant asked the girl not to shout so loudly at a time when the Dragon King is resting, because it may cause his anger and they are afraid to see the ruler in such a state. But Yin Zholi did not calm down and said that this time all the events could be related to their mother. Just at that moment, Master Jai appeared nearby and explained that it was impossible to wake up a dragon that was pretending to be asleep, so it was better to leave the matter and go to meet the giant whale now. The great cultivator said that he would be the first to leave this place and would no longer disturb Mr. Fang Long's peace, because if the Dragon King didn't want to meet, he couldn't be forced. Yin Zholi was upset by her father's behavior of refusing to go with them and showing his rudeness, but Master Jai replied that perhaps that wasn't quite true. Meanwhile, the Dragon King was watching what was going on and once again realized that Jai was too smart a guy and maybe he could sense him in the mirage state. After starting the search for the whale, Jai Yuan explained to the River Queen that the whale could certainly hide, but he had done some tricks on it last time and so there was no need to worry that they would eventually find it. It was quite simple and the young cultivator once again asked his spirit sword to search for the giant whale, and after a few minutes, the general whale surfaced. The giant whale once again began to beg the immortal man not to kill it, but Master Jai only deftly moved his hand again to force his blade back to the right, certainly not intending to kill the monster in the process. The giant looked closely at the girl at his mother and most likely she is the very same Lady Yin Zholi. The River Queen asked the giant general whale if her mother really sent her to leave him here. The whale explained that it was not really her mother, for how could she have suggested such a thing? But in fact he had secretly sailed here himself. Yin Zholi asked him to explain why he was looking for this meeting then. Keith told how 100 years ago demonic creatures began to appear from the sea, and about 20 or 30 years ago, an evil scaled dragon with a deep understanding of the martial path arrived and began to cause trouble. Therefore, his mother had to hide on Lunyang Island, and he himself felt that he had to help in some way, so he went in search of Mo Rong. The River Queen was furious at this story and said that if it was true, the scaly dragon would regret being born. Teeth agreed that it was unacceptable for a demonic monster to bully the mother of the Eternal Queen, but if he hadn't been so weak he would have tried to deal with it himself. And finally Yanjoli asked to be escorted immediately to where the scaly dragon is. But Jai Yuan, since the opponent is an evil dragon from beyond the barren sea who dares to molest Yanjoli's mother, which means he has some reasons and confidence. The girl agreed that there must be some hidden reasons, but she is her mother's daughter, she can't feel comfortable hearing about it. Then the girl said that she had a certain request and asked to borrow the sword of the Green Zone for a while, because it is a great weapon of the Immortal, and it was unlikely that a scaly dragon would be able to resist several attacks with such a magnificent blade. Ruler Long continued to watch his daughter's actions from above the heavens and called Yanjoli too foolish, for the Green Vine sword could only be used by the hands of Jai Yuan, not by anyone willing to use it. Master Jai promised to go with the girl if she decides she needs to get rid of the dragon. In that case he will lend her his sword, and the blade itself would be more obedient next to him and it would be easier for her to use it. Yanjoli was immensely grateful for such help, because it was much easier to solve this problem and offered to go on a search immediately. Master Jai was not opposed to this proposal, but said that later he would have to go to the fishing village on the shore, and after that they would go together. The young fisherman was happy to see Master Jai again, for he had suddenly disappeared that day and they searched for him all night, finally deciding that he had been dragged into the sea by a huge monster. The great cultivator claimed that he was fine and even heard the priest get rid of the demon. Now he felt guilty and decided to come back to see such villagers. The guy was happy and stated that now all the villagers would be very happy if Master Jai was alright. In the end, Master Jai decided to thank the villagers even though he didn't have anything special with him. But since today was New Year's Eve, he promised to write about it and asked for permission to do it as a gift. After the guy brought the red festive paper, and Master Jai used a brush made of real wolf hair to magnificently depict the magical words. In a few minutes, the neat piece of festive paper was decorated with perfectly precise characters that emitted a magical aura. The River Queen was marveled at such skill as well as the unique brushwork. The young fisherman was happy and said that he felt wonderful even looking at these words, even though he couldn't even read. He also wanted to share these words with the other villagers. Jai Yuan didn't mind and then he was offered lunch. It was almost noon. But Master Jai refused and explained that he could not stay, and then asked him to hang these 2 talismans on his door and never sell them even for a lot of money. Soon after bidding farewell to the fisherman, Master Jai returned to the sea and Yanjoli asked if she understood correctly that her uncle had written the Immortal's decree for the fisherman. But Jai Yuan modestly replied that even her father could make such a decree, and immortality played no role here. Then the cultivator asked the street queen if she knew where Lunyang Island was, where her mother should live, because he wanted to get to that place as soon as possible and find out the reasons for the conflict. Yanjoli knew about her mother living in the East China Sea, but then she left for another place and never came back. Jai Yuan asked the whale where exactly Lunyang Island was. Giant Whale said that their mother is not allowed to tell about it. But now things are different and Immortal Master Jai and Yanjoli should know, especially if they are going there. Lunyang Island is not in the East China Sea but on the border of the East China Sea and the North Sea, and to get there you have to go around a part of the Barren Sea. Jai Yuan visualized the future route and decided that this is the most northeastern part of the Barren Sea. As a result, Master Jai, the River Queen Yanjoli together with the giant General Whale set off on a long journey to find the mysterious island. Yanjoli's father decided that if Master Jai was also in on it, then there would be no problem. Meanwhile, the people of the fishing village were pleased with the words that Jai Yuan had left behind. The young fisherman said that these words were worth 1,000 gold coins, which means that these words cannot be sold for any money, because it is a New Year's gift from Master Jai. The boy decided to choose the best place for the gift. The village elder advised him to go back to the house and get some paste to glue the words on the wall. But after a few seconds everyone was surprised by what was happening, because the sheet with the magical characters written on it stuck to the wall on its own, completely scaring the boy. It looked amazing and the young fisherman even tried to peel it off, but it was impossible. It looked very strange to the ordinary people of the fishing village and they stared at Master Jai's message for a long time. The fact that the words themselves glued on the door spoke volumes. And why, after a few minutes, the message began to glow with magical light and everyone decided that it was a real treasure. Excitement swept over the villagers and everyone began to realize why the message should never be sold, because this New Year's gift was meant only for them. One of the fishermen said that he had once heard of some outstanding writers whose skill exceeded all expectations and whose hieroglyphics were a real treasure. The elder wondered if the words would be spoiled if left on the door, for they would be exposed to the sun and wind and it would be good to frame them. But now no one knew how to get the words stuck to the door. But in the end everyone decided not to remove the leaf because it was a blessing for the new year from Master Jai, and so there was no need to worry. Meanwhile, the travelers continued on their way and talked. The giant whale said that his name is actually General Zhu Jing and he does not know if there is such a surname. But if there is no such surname, then he will be the first to receive it. Then the giant whale explained that the East China Sea is very far away, and crossing the border will take more than a day, so Master Jai and Lady Yindoli can go into his belly where there is enough room. The girl laughed at such a suggestion, and Master Jai advised Zhu Jing not to worry about them and just keep sailing towards the goal. Jai Yuan then decided to get busy writing words. Jai Yuan explained to the girl that this setting and atmosphere was like dreams among the clouds and free, and he would write down some words in the meantime. Yinjoli reminded how far they were from the Tianshan River and it was not at all necessary to call her the goddess of the river. Fully concentrating, the master cultivator once again dipped his magnificent wolf hair brush into the present ink to deduce magnificent characters on the purest white paper. Yinjoli watched carefully, and the longer it went on, the more she marveled at what she saw, for even the ink blots disappeared from the paper magically. After the rain began to fall, Jai Yuan took shelter under the magic dome, completely protected from the external effects of nature. Jai recalled that today was the eve of the new year and it somehow affects his practice. The river goddess asked her uncle if he wanted her to disperse all the clouds in the sky, but Master Jai advised her not to worry about it because such a severe thunderstorm at sea is very rare. The great cultivator then applied his magical energy and used an evil banishing spell. Yinjoli was amazed and delighted at the manifestation of the royal thunder spell that her uncle had made so easily. Jai Yuan was pleased with the result because the thunder spell was now capable of causing thunder and lightning. However, the scale of the thunderstorm must be quite large. If it was a normal thunderstorm, it was possible that the thunder absorbed might not be enough to use the spell. The river goddess once again asked if she could now disperse all those clouds, and this time Master Jai suggested the girl to act. And then the white huge dragon let out a terrifying roar, clearing the sky. As soon as the clouds started to disappear in the sky, a ship became visible. Jai Yuan realized that he was disconnected by this huge storm and did not even feel the ship in the sky, and most likely this is one of the ways to move in this world. Just at that moment, the people on the deck of the flying ship were shocked by the huge dragon and did not know what would happen next, gradually panicking at what they saw. No one could think that dragons would turn out to be such dragons if it was a real dragon. In spite of their panic, people tried not to provoke the dragon and to behave quietly. One of the passengers of the flying ship told his elder brother that this dragon has 4 claws and rainbow glittering all over its body, so it means that it is the legendary Kai dragon in front of them. The river goddess explained that this flying ship is designed to hold several hundred people and its defense allows it to travel long distances. At the same time, the ship's route would pass through sects of immortals. Master Jai looked at the huge flying object with astonishment and admitted that he had never been on such a ship before, and he couldn't even believe that there could be so many people on it. Yinjoli, as a dragon family member, did not need such transportation. She was much more comfortable crossing the sea or flying through the sky. Meanwhile, the passengers of the ship noticed the people on the back of the huge whale and realized that the dragon girl was accompanying some gentlemen. Tai Gui of the 9 Peaks Mountain told Lin Jian's brother that it was not clear whether the man below was also of the dragon race, but in any case he did not look evil. As a result, they began to discuss whether they should fly away or fly closer, as the people on the ship were curious about what was going on. Kai Gui suggested that they descend to a suitable altitude and then slowly fly towards the strangers below. But at the same time, the passengers should be told not to shout and greet those on the whale's back. Jai Yuan suggested to the river goddess not to be distracted by others since the time was almost here. Jai then reminded the girl how at the birthday banquet her dragon heart had formed, so she should be attentive when he would create the spell, and in the future it would be useful for transforming into a dragon. Gradually, the huge ship began to descend from the sky, approaching the giant whale. This surprised the whale because he didn't expect anyone to try to catch up with him on the sea. This so annoyed the whale that he made a dash to show all his capabilities, but the river goddess ordered him to calm down immediately, reminding him that it was New Year's Eve and he should not cause trouble. For good measure, Yinjoli kicked the whale with her foot. The heavy blow perfectly worked as a sedative for the whale general, and he instantly became obedient as a pet. After a few minutes, Master Jai declared that now the right time had come. The magnificent magic brush was once again in Jai Yuan's hand. The river goddess realized that Master Jai was trying to focus on the tip of the pen and observe the separation of pure and dirty energy in the surrounding world. All the passengers of the flying ship were watching the murky green magical light like frozen people and trying to realize what was really happening around them. Kaigong said that immortal scriptures say that at the time of the change of the old year to the new year, images of turbidity and clarity permeate the sky and the earth. In them are hidden all the marvelous changes that are the root of life. And the man below, by drawing his pen in the water, removes the old negative energy. And as soon as he starts writing, fresh energy appears, which means he has mastered the art of energy purification. Master Jai was delighted with his result, and looking at the magic brush he realized that after all his previous efforts were not in vain and he should move on. Yin Zholi asked if Jai Yuan had really created all these changes. The guy replied that he didn't have such abilities, and all this is a sign of the change of life in heaven and earth at the time of the change of the old year to the new. And this always happens on the first day of the new year. Then everyone witnessed the birth of a new energy, and thanks to Jai Yuan there was a separation of turbid and pure energy as if a real curtain between heaven and earth was opened. It was even affecting a better understanding of the transformation processes. The river goddess noticed how the giant whale fainted after observing what was happening, but its skills were not enough. Jai Yuan suggested to let the whale sleep and in the meantime board the flying ship. Meanwhile, the passengers of the ship looked at the whale in amazement, because its huge size was astonishing. But the man who was accompanying the dragon girl was the most interesting of all. There was a debate between people as to whether or not it was possible to replicate those magical brush movements. But Lin Jian was sure that it was impossible, and it was unlikely that anyone had the same ability. The old man advised them not to worry and not to be rude. People watched as Jai Yuan along with the river goddess gradually approached the ship and began to speak quite quietly. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of the mysterious strangers and was worried. As soon as the guests stepped aboard the ship, they were greeted by the masters of the Nine Peaks, and then asked how they could help on the ship that was under the jurisdiction of the Nine Peaks Mountain. Yin Zholi introduced herself and explained that she and her uncle just wanted to see the flying border ship. Jai Yuan confirmed that he had never seen such vehicles before and was curious. The master of the Nine Peaks was surprised at such ignorance of modern technology. Then they offered to give him a tour of the ship, and Jai Yuan gladly agreed. As it turned out, the ship was a trading platform, and the stores were run not only by mortals but also by practitioners. Jai Yuan asked what the conditions were for a mortal to enter this ship and if there was a common currency in this market. Kaigong explained that a practitioner has to pay a certain amount of spiritual items, and ordinary people are exempt from paying. And if people were brave enough, they could safely visit the ship. Yin Zholi was surprised by her uncle's lack of understanding of the ordinary things of the practitioner world. Then the girl remembered her father's words that a person who hadn't traveled the world for a long time should definitely rethink new processes. All of this could take a very long time, and so patience would be required. Then Jai Yuan suggested to find the best restaurant where he could eat the best dishes, because he had not eaten anything good for a very long time. Master Jai Yuan was happy that he was able to see something like this today, for the border flying ship was truly an amazing treasure. Talking to the members of the Nine Peaks Mountain clan, Master Jai expressed his admiration for their ability to refine such a spiritual item with their power, and it was unusual in his opinion. Kaigong thanked Master Jai for his kindness and explained how difficult and dangerous their path could be, and that was why they tried to prepare more carefully. Jai was sure that the local restaurant was open with a lot of cultivators, and so the cuisine should be excellent, and they should try some of the chef's specialties. Jai also asked the chef if he always lived on the ship. The chef explained that his family has been living here for many years, and there are no harsh taxes, natural or human disasters on this ship, and one can always observe rare and beautiful scenery. Moreover, if one day he could establish a good relationship with some master and guide his offspring to the path of immortality. Jai noticed that on the ship at least the aura looks richer than in the outside world, and living here is really exciting. However, it is best to live on the ground intermittently for a while. The flying ship is always in the sky, and not being able to walk on the ground can weaken the balance of the 5 elements. After that, everyone started to enjoy the great dishes, and the chef's skill was really incredible and gave a new feeling. Meanwhile, the huge whale woke up and couldn't find his friends, and so decided that they had been taken to the ship. Jingong and Lin Jian heard the annoying roar of the giant whale and showed to immediately inform Mr. Jai and his companion. The whale meanwhile continued its threatening behavior. Jai Yuan realized how loyal the general whale was in spite of its simplicity. He then asked Yanjoli to go and calm the whale down before he completely lost his mind. Soon there was silence and Master Jai suggested to continue enjoying the dishes. But after a while the master's attention was attracted by strange sounds resembling blows. The river goddess noticed Jai Yuan's strange state and asked what was wrong. The great cultivator asked everyone present if they had heard the sounds of a powerful drum right now. This question alerted everyone because in fact, no one present had heard anything like that. Master Jai then left the restaurant and went to the deck of the ship to see what was going on. A strange light was seen in the distance and Master Jai hurried to find out the source of the glow, which was quite far away and would take a long time to fly. Jai didn't understand what could be so strange on the first day of the new year. As he approached the source of the sound and light, the drum beat stopped louder and louder and the great cultivator thought that perhaps it was due to the roar of a giant whale. Then landing on the whale's back, young Master Jai asked the huge animal if he had heard the drums and noticed the red light far up in the sky. As it turned out, General Whale did not hear the sound of any drums and did not even see the red light in the sky. However, he had recently been very agitated and was having a hard time controlling himself, so he practically dove into the sea abyss and then roared loudly. At that, the giant screamer heard a strange scream and this screamer scared him a lot, but then this screamer almost immediately disappeared. Jai Yuan wondered about the origin of the scream and tried to figure out what it meant. According to the giant whale, this voice was very strange and a bit hoarse and it seemed as if it was near, and at the same time very far away. And he wasn't so scared even when his mom was mad at him, so it would be good to know more about it. The river goddess was angered by everything that was going on and didn't understand why she couldn't hear anything while the strange sounds were listened to even by the dumbest in the world, and it was strange. Master Jai explained that this was indeed a very strange matter and since there was no information, there was no need to worry too much about it, especially as there was no obvious threat. Master Cultivator then said that it was time to say goodbye and continue their journey to find the mysterious island. After all, they couldn't stay on the flying ship for too long. Qinggong said goodbye that it was fate that allowed them to meet and he could clearly see how pure Master Jai's Kai energy was, which meant that he was a great practitioner and virtuous in the world. His mountain of 9 peaks holds a gathering of wandering immortals every 60-year cycle, and it will take place in a few years, and the opening will take place at the height of summer. Then Qinggong handed Master Jai a wooden amulet that was the sign of his family's 9 Peaks mountain. Qinggong hoped that Master Jai would come when he had time and they would be happy to receive him at home. Master Jai gratefully accepted the gift and promised to definitely visit them when he had time. But now they must leave to continue their journey, and there was no need to regret it. Master Jai and Yanjoli left the hospitable flying ship bidding farewell to its kind inhabitants, and the representatives of the 9 Peaks mountain family wished the great cultivator well and farewell. After that, Jai Yuan kept thinking about that strange drumbeat and horrible scream. In any case, there must be a reason why such strange events happen at the time of the change of the old New Year, and perhaps the Great Whale General too when related to it. But unfortunately human time is limited in its possibilities and so it is very difficult to see all the wonders of the world in full and sometimes much remains covered with a veil of mystery and one is left only to speculate. Meanwhile, Yanfeng had returned to his father's palace, much to the surprise of the guards who, as usual, spent their time quietly guarding the ruler of the depths. Yanfeng handed the jug to Qiandu and asked him to keep it in a safe place, since he wanted to gift this jug to Uncle Jai in the future as a token of his respect. Yanfeng was fully confident that Uncle would highly appreciate this fine wine, and it would be nice for Uncle to be in a good mood and be able to teach him the thunder spell. Then the prince of the underworld inquired about his sister. The faithful servant told how Master Jism had come to visit some time ago, and invited the Dragon Lord, Lady Yanjoli, and Prince Yanfeng to go to a place. But in the end, the two of them went alone. Yanfeng was surprised and asked if even his father had left the palace. But as the servant explained, all this time the Dragon Lord is fast asleep, and even despite the appeals of Master Jai and Lady Yanjoli, I managed to wake him up so he is still in his chambers. This angered the young prince and he decided that the Dragon Lord was probably just pretending. And this whole situation is too unpleasant since Uncle Jai left the palace without telling where he went. The servant explained that according to rumors they went to the edge of the East Sea near the North Sea. A demon whale named Big Whale General begged Mr. Jai for help and they set off on a long journey. And it was all related to Lady Yanjoli's mother. Yinfeng didn't understand what was really going on and why his mother's help was needed, and even more so why Mr. Jai should be involved in all this. In the end, the prince decided to figure it all out on his own, and all that was left was to find out how to get there. The servant asked the prince not to hurry because Mr. Jai had already left a long time ago, and they did not know the exact road. Moreover, there was no need to worry since Mr. Jai was involved in the trip and nothing terrible would happen. But the prince was furious and demanded to get out of his way immediately as he wanted to visit his father. Yinfeng quickly headed to the palace pushing the guards away, and demanded that his father stop pretending to be asleep as his mother might be in danger right now. But as soon as the prince approached the palace, he ran into a magical shield that quickly pushed him away. Rubbing his bruised face, Yinfeng said that his father had gone too far and he should stop pretending to be asleep immediately, and then called his father a real tosser who was afraid of trouble. These words impressed the Lord of the Depths and he got angry in the end. He allowed his son to come in to see him in peace. Yin Zholi explained to father that he just wanted to know where exactly his sister along with Uncle Jai had gone so that he could catch up with them as soon as possible and help with the problem. Father explained that sister's Da was much higher than Yinfeng's and she had accompanied Jai Yuan in the past, so there shouldn't be any problem. The prince felt contempt from his father, who advised him to wait for news, and if Jai Yuan couldn't handle the problem, what good would even 100 such princes be? Meanwhile, the travelers continued their journey on the back of the huge whale general. The river goddess once again noticed the wariness of her uncle, who was also bothered by the increasing drumbeats. Yin Zholi asked if everything was the same now as it was last time. With a little thought of the great cultivator explained that he could hear the sound of no drums, and then asked the whale to sail that way. On board one of the ships, the sailors were indeed beating drums, and the commander ordered them not to stop for a second and to constantly increase the rhythm of the beats. The commander-in-chief shouted that the ships in the fog observe the formation only thanks to the drums, and the drummers change every 500 beats, and this process must not stop for a second. The river goddess was delighted by such a huge flotilla. Jai Yuan agreed with this observation, for there were indeed a lot of ships and he wondered where exactly they were headed. Meanwhile, on board one of the ships, the commander said that the chief inspector had always said that the more terrible the weather, the more careful one should be to prevent the appearance of demons in the sea. Since last month 3 boats had been bewitched and kidnapped by demons and the boats themselves had been destroyed. We should not relax. Chief Inspector Kaio Yang inquired about the location of Xiangxia Island that the state councilor was talking about, and whether the elixir of immortality could really be found there. Alas, it had been 8 years, and even if they found it, it would take a long time to return, and it was unknown whether the supreme ruler was still alive. Yin Zholi suggested that if this man knows about Xiangxia Island, then he is not aimlessly and blindly trying to find this mysterious place. Jai Yuan thought about what was happening and remained silent. Then the Grand Cultivator said that if he continued searching at this pace, it was not certain that he would be able to find the entrance of Xiangxia Island, let alone obtain any immortality elixir. The river goddess told her uncle that there was probably something he didn't fully know. These words surprised Jai Yuan, and the girl said that even she had always been in the Tunshan River, had heard a lot about Xiangxia Island, and her older brother had a friend who was suppressed by an immortal cultivator from this island. There are rumors that this island is located in the East Sea. There is also a suggestion that the island is located in the North Sea, and other people say that the island might be located in the Outer Sea. Jai Yuan also heard rumors about this island, exactly the Chinese Sea, and whether it is possible to imagine that the island can move. The girl did not know about such, but once heard a story about how mortals accidentally traveled to the island and received things gifted by immortal people. All these people also returned home safely, and some of them described it well without any mystery. And unlike ordinary people, even if an immortal able to fly, for example, foolishly go in search of this island, he may never find it in the end of his search. In that case, the immortal cultivators of Xiangxia Island must have relatively good intentions. After all, according to rumors, they are in the business of destroying evil and demons. However, this state councilor on the ship is surprisingly tolerant to still allow such a fleet to travel the waters in a fierce search for the island. On the one hand, this man counted on luck. On the other hand, he counted on his sincerity, which would have to help communicate with the immortals of the island. Yin Zholi agreed with her uncle. Vidya's country benefits from having a huge fleet of such ships to fight in the end for his hope. But this whole group of ships wandering in obscurity is only pitiful. Jai answered that if you look at the mood of these crew members, there is no sign of hope, and most likely they have long been disappointed in their work, and it would be good to encourage them. The river goddess asked how this could be done if they did not have the elixir of immortality with them. Master Jai reminded the girl how these people have been searching hard for the elixir for 8 years following the Imperial Order. But no matter what, they couldn't rebel and only wanted to return home at any chance. Yin Jolie wasn't sure if there was any way to influence these people, but Master Jai explained that these people need to find the Immortal elixir, and that's why they are looking for the Immortal Island, and then they need to meet the Immortal. So there's no need to follow this whole chain of events if they can meet the Immortal right away. But in any case, the words of the Immortal Man for these people should have a meaning, so that they believe and feel enthusiasm and hope to return to their home. Because without achievement of the goal it is impossible. The fleet commander noticed how gradually the dense fog began to clear, and the improved visibility gave him confidence in his own abilities and in his future quests. But suddenly from behind came a completely unfamiliar voice that asked who exactly this person was who was leading this huge fleet. The question made the commander react sharply. The fleet commander firmly grasped the hilt of his blade and demanded from the stranger an immediate explanation as to how he had gotten on board the ship and was so close. At the same time, the commander did not feel the characteristic burning sensation, which meant that the stranger was not a demon. Jai Yuan, calmly smiling, showing his benevolence, said that everyone could now relax and go home to their native shores as soon as possible. The commander began to look around, deciding that the Immortal from Xiangxia Island was next to him. But the great cultivator asked him not to look for the island, as it was still very far away, and he wasn't from this mysterious island at all. This agitated the morally tired fleet commander even more, but he still realized that he was indeed an immortal, even if not from the island they needed. Master Jai confirmed his status as an immortal, at least in the eyes of the common man. Commander Yu Dian introduced himself and paid his respects to the Immortal Master. Jai Yuan noticed the strange jade pendant and stated that he had often heard about how one could encounter demons in the sea. And wasn't Yu Dian afraid of the stranger standing in front of him? As it turned out, this jade pendant was a gift from the state minister of the Dashu dynasty, and this magical item can easily spot evil and demons. If a demon was nearby, the pendant would instantly become hot, and if an immortal was nearby, it would appear cool. Jai Yuan noticed the image on the pendant, which was probably a divine beast that could distinguish between good and evil. He then asked where exactly the Doshu dynasty was located. Yu Dian said that the imperial dynasty was located in the north of the continent of Henju and was the great dynasty of the empire on the southern coast. After listening to the commander, Jai Yuan realized that this family was obviously influential. At least they are much better than some Yunju people who think their land is the best in the world. Then the talk was about the elixir of immortality, and Commander Yu Dian confirmed that this was indeed the main goal of the expedition, and it would be impossible to return home without this magic elixir. Jai Bang advised him to return home and explained to his ruler that in a few years he would go to the Immortal Conference at the Nine Peaks Mountain, and the Immortal cultivators from Xiangxia Island would also be there. And when the time came, the problem with the elixir would also be solved. Then at the commander's request, Jai Yuan introduced himself and explained that it was up to Yu Dian to make the next decision, and only he could trust his words or continue on his endless journey. After saying this, the great cultivator returned to the back of the giant whale and said that he should continue his journey. The commander was simply shocked by what he saw, and especially the general whale. Then after thinking for a while, the fleet commander asked his subordinates if they wanted to go home. This was the most unexpected thing the soldiers had heard in years and could not immediately believe what they had heard. Yu Dian then ordered all the ship captains to gather and discuss going home. In doing so, the commander promised to take full responsibility, and this caused people to cheer. The river goddess was sad and was already tired of sailing the sea on the back of a stupid whale for 2 months. The whale asked not to worry and explained that they would soon leave the Eastern Sea and they had to sail around the Raging Sea and then sail east for 2 or 3 days and there would be an island. Jai Yuan now decided to think about the evil dragon, and they know that he is from the Raging Sea and no more information about him. So the river goddess's mom would have to give them the details. 3 days later, an island similar to Lunyan Island did appear ahead, and it was strange because the entire perimeter of the island was shrouded in storm clouds. Keith advised not to worry because if they could see lightning it was a good sign. The mother becomes sad and bored, and so she promotes the formation of thunder clouds over the island. But there is no rain. Jai Yuan didn't understand why their mother didn't get rid of the evil dragon if she is so powerful. And it's unclear if it's normal to generate lightning with just her anger. The giant whale general said that his mom was naturally very strong, but this evil dragon was also not so simple, and it could even be said that they were on the same level of strength. Yindoli suggested that if her mother decided to fight the evil dragon in such a difficult situation, her chances would be only 50%, and there was no telling how it would end. Master Jai asked if the river goddess herself wanted to fight the dragon. The girl confessed her desire to take revenge on the evil dragon and was not going to lose, especially she was counting on the green vine sword wielded by Uncle Jai. But first she had to get to the island and see her mother, and then after getting all the details she had to decide how to deal with the evil dragon. Meanwhile, the approach of the giant whale was spotted from the island. Angry guards threatened with weapons and ordered not to approach the island where their great lord lives with his wife, and without his permission no one may approach. The behavior of the guards enraged the river goddess, who immediately displayed her true power and demanded that the foolish warrior immediately tell her master's name. Feeling the crunch of his own neck, the frightened guard declared that his master was a flower dragon. Jai Yuan suggested that Yanjoli leave at least one warrior alive to show the way, and she could do with the rest as she wished. These words of Master Jai made the giant whale laugh, who also wanted to take immediate revenge on someone and show his incredible power that lurked in his body. Meanwhile, in the underwater kingdom of Lunyang Island, the maids reported the return of the giant whale general, and it came as a surprise to the long-desperate mistress. Junmu was interested in the giant whale general's visit, and after thinking for a bit, she wondered if he had called the dragon Mu wrong here for help. The excited assistant explained that she had never seen the master, and so the mistress could figure it all out herself if she went out and saw who exactly had come. Soon Junmu went from her chambers to the shore where the guests of the island were already there. Junmu immediately noticed the girl who came on the whale and asked if he was really Yanjoli. The river goddess was very happy to see her mother and asked how she had lived for the past 200 years. Junmu was also happy and asked to know how her daughter and her brother had lived. Yanjoli replied that everything was fine and told her how much they missed her. The river goddess asked her mother not to worry and promised to destroy the evil dragon if it ever appeared again. And even if he didn't show up, he would still answer for all his deeds. Yanjoli reassured her mother and explained that she was not going to act rashly, especially since a strong assistant had come to help her. The river goddess introduced Master Jai as a close friend of her father and assured that he had great power, and his magnificent blade could defeat any opponent. Junmu was surprised and carefully looked at Master Jai, who she realized was Yinhong's good friend. She then asked the immortal cultivator if Yinhong had sent him to help. Jai Yuan confirmed that of course Yinhong was not the only one, although he wanted to come here too. But in the end, Yinhong was afraid of Master's anger and didn't risk it. But his excitement for Yanjoli made him ask for help. Master Jai winked at the river goddess, hinting that it would be better to say so. The girl quickly oriented herself and said that her father had indeed interfered and so Uncle Jai would help them. Just at that moment, a huge general whale spat out the guardian who was preventing them from going to the island, and this surprised Mrs. Junmu, who did not expect to see such a performance. The river goddess immediately explained to her mother that this was a minion of the evil dragon and she had specially left him to lead them to the lair of his vile master, and then it would be possible to end his existence. Yanjoli decided to arrange a little interrogation and ordered the guard to immediately tell what other friends and relatives the evil dragon had and if he had any accomplices. Mom said that when she first met this weirdo, she didn't see any powerful demons around him. For some time, he had been finding out information about her before he started stalking her, and even ate quite a few servants who left her underwater mansion. Keith was furious and reminded that the evil dragon had come from the raging sea, and it was unclear what kind of connections he might have here. Even if he did make friends, they would be no more than mere pals. Besides, if they all managed to attract the identity of the Dragon Lord, who among the underwater tribes would dare to oppose him? The river goddess suggested that they should waste no time and immediately go and deal with this vile dragon, and then ordered the captive to lead them immediately. Meanwhile, Huahu's underwater mansion was packed with visitors who were enjoying alcohol and this time welcomed the arrival of yet another accomplice of Brother Shark. Huahu explained to the guests that before them on the table is a terrestrial treat for which he had not so long ago sunk a dozen ships, so it is necessary to taste what people can enjoy. One of the guests marveled at the wonderful taste of the wine, and then suggested that if Brother Huahu had sunk many ships for the sake of it, then surely there were human beings on board, and it must be understood that human flesh tastes as good as the wine. This remark of the shark's brother made the owner of the house laugh, and he reminded about his inability to control his appetite because it is really difficult when there are too many temptations nearby. Although the taste of people after death and soaking their bodies in seawater changes considerably, otherwise he would have brought some to treat his guests. Brother Shark thanked him for his hospitality and promised to take Brother Huahu to a good place one day, although it was far away. Huahu wondered where this place was that they could travel to. But just at that moment an excited servant burst into the hall and immediately began shouting bad news. He said that the huge Keith was back again, but this time he had some helpers and that the master might be in danger. Hua, who recalled that last time he had restrained himself, and though he had eaten many of the subordinates from the mansion of that beauty, he had never done anything to that huge whale. Hua, who was incredibly pissed off that this whale was always minding his own business, which means that in the future he should not blame anyone for the consequences that happened to him. Brother Shark asked with a chuckle, "Doesn't the owner of the house need help?" because apparently this time he had a problem. But Hua, who said that it was just a big whale and he was a minor character who had not yet taken shape, so Brother Shark could not worry about it. But Brother Shark continued to laugh without saying that he had almost forgotten that he needed an underwater demon soul with a deep and pure cultivation. It was for this purpose that he recruited some helpers and they traveled together to the East China Sea to catch and kill the black dragon. But unfortunately he escaped and only the dragon's tendons could be obtained. Hua, who agreed that Big Keith once said that the patron is a certain black dragon known as Master Mo, and it is likely that this is the former lover Junmu. But now this Mo Jiao has no dragon tendons, and even if he doesn't die he will only remain a useless cripple. A few seconds later there was a terrible blow that literally shattered the wall of the hall. Hua, who was shocked by this sudden intrusion and asked who had had enough of living and who dared to disturb his peace so rudely. The river goddess called the owner of the house a scaly bastard who was responsible for Mo Rong's death, and promised a well-deserved punishment to all those who were also involved in the crime. Ha, who was enraptured by the girl's beauty and was already anticipating how he could take advantage of the gorgeous stranger. But Junmu said that this was her daughter who had come here to do some important work for her. These words made the master of the house, who knew what he was talking about, think. But seeing the serious attitude of the girls, he realized that he should not count on entertainment. The river goddess, meanwhile, bared her green vine blade and declared that she had come here to slay the cursed evil dragon. Despite her determination and thirst for revenge, the young river goddess felt how heavy Green Vine's spiritual sword was. For a few seconds, she even wondered if she would be able to fight effectively with it. But still, the desire to punish her mother's abuser was so strong that it greatly increased the river goddess's strength. Yin Jolie swung her spiritual blade sharply and ordered Huahu to go to hell. At the same moment, a terrifying scream rang out and the green vine blade was once again sensed. The power of the spirit blade was so strong that it even cut the evil dragon's dwelling in half. After a few seconds, the river goddess looked at the result of her attack and realized that even with Uncle Jai's help, she couldn't control the spiritual sword properly to cut the vile dragon and could only cut off one arm and leg. The girl decided to finish what she had started and raised the green vine blade above her head again. But Master Jai gestured to stop her niece, and then explained that although the dragon is not dead yet, but he is already badly wounded, so there is no need to waste your strength on the killing. The great cultivator himself decided to finish the job and used his spiritual energy Kai to create a fire that instantly engulfed the huge body of the scaly dragon, and everyone heard its death roar. Brother Shark was shocked by the manifestation of the named guest's strength. After all, it seemed inconceivable that this man could control the fire at the bottom of the sea and burn the dragon itself. The shark hurried to get as far away from the dragon palace as possible. Yin Jolie asked her uncle if this was really the true fire technique that she had already heard about. Junmu at this moment, she looked at Master Cultivator with astonishment and couldn't believe that he was actually Yin Hong's best friend. He seemed like a truly incredible person and his fire control method was simply terrifying. Jai Yuan thought that the river goddess had heard about the method of fire control from Gao Tianming, and then explained that this true fire samadhi was very good when it took shape. Still, in front of them was a water dragon, and if it wasn't for the blade wound, he would have been able to rely on his magical powers to resist at least a little. But after being seriously wounded, the true fire did its job without any problems. Master Cultivator at this time did not expect the water dragon to have a dragon pearl, and although it was not very big, it still turned out to be a fine trophy. Yin Jolie disagreed with her uncle and said that this dragon pearl was not so small and she could not even imagine such a gift from this vile creature. At the same time, the river goddess was disappointed by the escape of the shark master, who was most likely also involved in Mo Rong's tragic death. Jai Yuan thought about the girl's words and only nodded in response. Yin Jolie asked her uncle if he was going to find out exactly where Master Shark would go. But Jai Yuan replied that he wasn't really interested, although he had originally wanted to scare him into submission, but now he didn't care. The Master Cultivator's words made the river goddess, who didn't understand the true meaning, think. Jai Yuan then suggested to first return to Lunyang Island and then think about the next step. Meanwhile, the master was already a considerable distance away from the underwater palace, but he did not know whether the seawater had extinguished the fire or whether the dragon Huahu still had completely burned. Master Cultivator's methods scared the shark too much, and he decided it was better to hide in his lair. Soon, everyone was in the underwater palace of Lenyang Island, and according to the maid, the celebratory dinner was about to begin. But Jai Yuan decided to leave the palace at this time and explained that he had to leave urgently and would return soon. Jai Yuan met in the sky with the dragon Yinhong, who said that after tracking and observing the escape routes of the shark, it seems that he has nothing in common with some of the true dragons in the Northern Sea. Yinhong explained that he had already imposed the mirage of my body, absorbing most of the life force of this mirage dragon shadow, so it would soon dissipate. Jai Yuan still didn't understand why Yinhong wanted to meet here. After all, it would be better if he went down to his wife. Yinhong stated that Mr. Jai's true samadhi flame is really unusual, and wondered how many more means he had that were unknown to the heavens. Jai replied that this could be said of Yinhong himself, for the technique of the mirage form is also unique. Yinhong asked in surprise, wondering if Master Jai really hadn't noticed his hidden image. The great cultivator grinned and replied that he hadn't actually seen anything, but he had guessed with a hunch, and now it could be assumed that Mo Rong's death was indeed related to the Black Wasteland. Yinhong confessed that he didn't even think that he was not from the vicinity of Dajan, but from the Northern Sea, and those he had killed in the first place had died in their place. Jai Yuan replied that not many of them were actually innocent. Yinhong thanked the master cultivator for helping him suit up for Mo Rong, and the rest of the worries could already be left to him. Jai Yuan replied that it was fine and it wasn't difficult for him anyway. After that, Yinhong said goodbye to his friend and promised that they would definitely see each other again soon. After a few minutes, Jai Yuan still wasn't sure if the dragon form had really disappeared or if it still existed. But either way, there was a feeling that something unpleasant was looming over Yunju, and it would be better for something to happen before the Wandering Celestials convention began. Walking along the sharp, Master Jai tried to understand why the island is called Lunyan, and maybe it is just an unfortunate name. Then Jai noticed a palm tree with coconuts hanging on it, the taste of which interested the master. With a quick but very strong strike, Master Jai made the heavy fruit fall down, and then another green coconut rolled towards the cultivator. Yinjoli was surprised by her uncle's occupation. After all, coconuts were supposed to be harvested by ordinary servants. But Master Jai explained that he was just taking a walk and then noticed the coconut. Jai asked the girl if her mother was willing to return to the river. But as it turned out, Junmu was adamantly opposed to the trip to the hand. But still she managed to convince her to go to the Eastern Sea. And when the time came, she and her older brother would find a suitable place for her mother to settle to take care of her. Jai Yuan praised the girl for such a decision, because it was very inconvenient to get here. The river goddess then reminded her of the banquet that was about to start very soon and advised her to return to the underwater mansion immediately. Master Cultivator agreed, for at the sight of the green coconut, he already felt echoes of hunger. Meanwhile, the hunters from Nukui village returned home with a great catch in the form of a leopard. This made the locals who always waited for the hunters really excited. The huge leopard, which was doomed to roar in the trap, attracted everyone's attention, because thanks to such a catch it was possible to make a great profit and provide for the locals. People of course knew that the skin of a tiger or a leopard is a very rare and valuable prey, and thanks to it this year the village would be well off. Also, everyone was interested in very tasty meat, which was a real delicacy. One of the hunters told how they were in the mountains today, and in that area there was much more prey on the outskirts. The hunting was not too difficult, and perhaps it was due to the cold. The local old man decided it was a good thing since they were so lucky. One of the brothers suggested that they should be happy about the big catch and be sure to go tell all the parents so that they would be happy too. But the second brother was a bit worried and had a feeling as if some animals from the depths had come to the outskirts on purpose. This could mean that there was no food left in the depths of the territory, but the elder brother still advised not to worry about it, as things were going well for them so far. At the very top of Mount Nukui, Lu Shangjun, the tiger, watched the lightning and remembered how the master had said with a smile that sooner or later he would be given freedom, and perhaps that moment had already come. Huyun asked the tiger if he was going to transform now. Shangjun reminded him that everything depends on when the cloud above his head decides to catch up with him, and therefore it is best for the fox to stay away. After all, with her Taoist skills, if she were to get hit by the flood, she would be seriously injured or even die. Then, the majestic Shangjun tiger let out a roar so loud that it even startled a young boy in the village who was peacefully eating dinner at home. The feeling of fear instantly discouraged the desire to eat. The boy confessed that he had once heard that Mount Nukui had been inhabited by horrible demons for some time. But his father called it nonsense and advised his son not to be distracted and to continue enjoying his meal. The eldest son recalled that something similar had happened in his childhood, but he did not remember it well. His father told how 18 years ago there had been a tiger disaster in the Nikui Mountains. Then the government brought him and other hunters to get rid of the tigers in the mountains. The old saying that the wind comes from the tiger and the clouds from the dragon, many people did hear something. But that time they couldn't see anything interesting. At first that night the weather was clear with no wind, but suddenly a gusty wind came up and everyone was frightened by the terrible roar of the tiger. Then suddenly a huge tiger pounced on the people and grabbed a hunter from a neighboring village, and everyone heard that guy's terrible scream. The other hunters reacted quickly and chased after the tiger, but unfortunately they couldn't see anything in the darkness, and then the wind suddenly stopped. After that, no matter how many times the government tried to attract people, no hunter went to the mountain. But the tiger started attacking people steadily. Fortunately, the government later recruited special people, and thanks to a few strong warriors, the tiger was defeated and everyone began to live peacefully. But the eldest son asked if that tiger was really dead. The father was completely sure because it was a rare white tiger and its skin had been hanging in front of the magistrate's building for several years, especially many people from their village had seen it. Then the father asked his son if he had seen something like a tiger when he was on the mountain. The son explained that it was not like that, and it was just that during the hunt on the mountain all the animals came out of the depths of the mountain, and it seemed very strange. Meanwhile, outside the window the weather was rapidly deteriorating, and the night sky was constantly lit up by frightening lightning. The boy was pensively looking out the window and it all seemed frightening to him. Meanwhile, Master Jai was once again meditating and cultivating, mentally visualizing everything happening as a giant go board where certain pieces were carefully moved around. Master Jai was surprised by the courage of the tiger, who didn't even think of dodging the terrible lightning. Meanwhile, the tiger himself was trying to understand how correctly he had estimated the power of this terrible lightning, and was ready even to die. The most important thing Lu Shangjun wanted to achieve was to be recognized by his master and could not disgrace him in any way. Then suddenly, terrifying lightning bolts struck the body of the huge tiger and its terrifying roar resounded once again. After being struck by several powerful lightning bolts, the tiger's body turned black, and Lu Shangjun decided that he had already grasped the secret of becoming a Taoist, which meant that he only had one step left. An old proverb said that if you know the Tao at dawn, you can die at sunset. Then an excited Lu Shangjun, on behalf of his master, addressed the heavens and asked them to explain to him what was really behind this thunder and whether he was doing the right thing, who was waiting for the important moment. Lu Shangjun continued his questions in an attempt to get an answer, but the heavens remained silent and only the terrifying and chilling roar of a tiger was heard all around. Jai Yuan realized that the lightning bolts Lu Shangjun was facing were much more powerful than ordinary ones, and it was impossible for an ordinary demon to withstand such a tremendous power of the heavens. With determination, the great cultivator decided to intervene in the situation and prevent Lu Shangjun from dying today. Taking the tiger figure, Jai Yun endowed it with powerful energy. The figure in Master Jai's hand absorbed the power of the Kai energy. The cultivator then applied the transformation of earth and heaven to help the tiger's friend form as a teacher. At this moment, Lu Shangjun raised his head to the sky from where the teacher's words were heard, and it was exactly what the tiger was expecting. Then the fire cloud began to manifest something like a hand, and it was getting closer. After a few seconds, Teacher Jai's fingers approached Lu Shangjun, who felt an incredible energy coming from the heavens. And then the hand touched and there was a bright flash that consumed everything. Lu Shangjun started roaring loudly and trembling. His entire body seemed to be torn apart and at the same moment put back together. The tiger felt something he had never felt before. After a few minutes of magical transformation, Lu Shangjun felt something incredible flash in the night sky, and then a multicolored lightning of colossal power slammed into the tiger. Lu Shangjun felt his body creaking and crumbling his tan fur, and the acrid vile smoke gave off an unpleasant sensation. But despite all the shock, the tiger was alive and still felt the cold wind. Then a sudden powerful force filled Lu Shangjun's body, and the valley once again heard the roar of a huge animal. But this time the tiger's appearance changed, and Lu Shangjun realized that this was what the teacher called rebirth. But as it turned out, this was not all, and in a few minutes the body of the huge tiger began to change again under the influence of magical energy, and now it became human. The reborn Lu Shangjun gradually got used to the new sensation, and his human body felt the cold raindrops for the first time. Then the guy once again turned to the sky, hoping to find out who was really behind those lightning bolts. The frightened fox was shocked and asked the stranger if he was really Lu Shangjun. The tiger replied that of course it was him, but to the fox it was all unrealistic because he couldn't look like that. It was unbelievable that Lu Shangjun would look so weak in a human body. After all, he would have to look like a muscular man at least 2 meters tall. Lu Shangjun still replied that he was counting on congratulations. Huyun congratulated the tiger on his rebirth and reminded him that he could now travel the earth and the heavens. Huyun suggested that Lu Shangjun would now want to leave the mountain. Tiger admitted that after years of confinement, he certainly wants to come out and see the world in his new form. Still need to check the agreement. Huyun was saddened by this and realized that first Mr. Jai left, then Yin King left, and now Lu Shangjun is leaving. But the tiger explained that he needed to clean himself up and strengthen his state of mind before traveling. After settling down in a comfortable cave, Lu Shangjun, along with the fox, engaged in cultivation. Lu Shangjun realized that the lightning strikes not only helped his rebirth but also greatly increased his cultivation abilities. After completing the strengthening, Lu Shangjun felt much better and decided that it was time for a change. The tiger in the guise of a guy then asked Huyun to take him to Mr. Jai's residence. Soon, the reborn Lu Shangjun along with the fox were near Master Jai's residence. It was surprising that among ordinary people in an ordinary house what a great man like Master Jai. The fox Huyun noticed how nice and quiet this place was and she really liked it here. Such words made the tiger realize that Huyun had already grown up enough. Lu Shangjun then found himself next to the very tree where the dates were growing and introduced himself. Then he explained that he had been instructed by the Lord and practiced on Mount Nukui, and today he had completed his practice and had come to pay his respects at the Huang residence. The fox also decided to engage in a dialogue with the tree and called his traveler a big tiger who had come a long way. Just at this moment, one of the beautiful ripe fruits of the tree broke off from the branch. Lu Shangjun deftly caught the elastic raft of the fire date Huyun had told Huyun about earlier. At first glance, this date looked unusual and its weight was pleasing. After that, the reincarnated tiger explained to the fox that it was unlikely that he would be able to take her with him, so it was better for her to return to Mount Nukui to continue cultivating even harder and eventually reach the limit. Walking down the street, Lu realized that ever since he became human he hadn't eaten human food, especially vegetarian food made from wheat. But if he had to taste new food, it would be better to do it in the territory of his benefactor. Approaching one of the local vendors, Lu asked if he was closing down. The man replied that the sun had already set, but if the gentleman wants to eat noodles he will be sure to make a bowl for him, for there are still plenty of ingredients left. The unusual smell of the strange food interested the tiger, and the merchant decided that the gentleman was not a local, because the noodles have been sold for generations and he always cooks them together with salty meat gravy, as well as can offer an excellent soup of offal. The recipes were passed down from his grandfather to his father and from his father to him, and everyone is satisfied with the taste of the food. Lu Shangjun felt even more eager to try it and ordered a bowl of noodles and soup. But unfortunately, the merchant only had stewed noodles and he couldn't say for sure about the soup. Thanks to his incredible sense of smell, the reincarnated tiger sensed that there was still some giblet broth left in the bowl, which should have been the ingredient for the soup. But in the end, Lu did not insist on asking the merchant for a reason and decided to make do with just a bowl of stewed noodles. The merchant was pleased himself and promised to cook the Lord immediately. After the merchant had put on a full bowl of noodles, he somewhat worriedly offered the Lord the soup he still had left. This surprised the reborn tiger and he asked why the merchant didn't offer it immediately. While suddenly haggling began to explain that all this is due to a long history according to which in their district lived a strange man, all respected him and called Master Jai. Lu was surprised and tried to understand what this had to do with the teacher. According to the merchant, Master Jai is an unusual man and he loves noodle stew and his family's soup. That's why no matter how good or bad his business goes, he always left one portion at the end of the day. But if Master Jai doesn't show up, it becomes another portion that he eats after he comes home from work, and unfortunately there have been many years of such expectations. Lu was even more surprised by these words and asked why the merchant decided to sell him this portion in that case. The merchant replied that Master Jai had not returned for many years and his father had died 2 years ago, so it might be a good idea to move away from these strict rules a bit. Tasting the fresh and flavorful noodles, Lu was pleased with the very pleasant taste. I explained that before he had only eaten meat, but now for the first time in his life he had eaten such an unusual dish. Lu eventually refused to eat the soup that was meant for another person and did not want to break the rules. The merchant did not argue and wished the stranger all the best. At that moment, the merchant didn't even notice how the copper coins left by the tiger turned into gold. Meanwhile, a carriage stopped near Deshang's residence in the middle of the noisy street, and the coachman politely addressed the passengers and informed them of their arrival at the desired place. Luo Ningxuang, a beautiful girl, came out of the carriage and was immediately greeted by a loving man who reminded her that it would be better for her to stay at home to recuperate. At this moment, his children ran to their father and started asking for some pocket money for the most delicious candies. Talking to the children was a pleasure for the man, and of course he promised to buy whatever they wanted. Da Ningxuang looked at the passers-by and some people caught her eye, making her think. Her husband noticed her strange behavior and asked her what was bothering her, but she just smiled and said that everything was fine. Then Du Ningxuang said that she had heard that the city was busy today, so she wanted to go for a walk if it was okay with her husband. At that, she thought that she might have thought that there was something strange that she had seen on the street called fatigue. Her husband replied that unfortunately he wouldn't be able to accompany her as a large caravan from the Wei family would be arriving at the place soon and there were some important goods that needed to be followed personally. Lu Shangjun, observing the girl, realized that in the end she decided to devote herself to the life of a mother and loving wife. Although in the past, she was going to become a hero warrior, and this can be counted as a breach of contract. Luo Ningxuang was calmly strolling around the city with her children while Lu Shanuzun calmly watched her and realized there was nothing evil in her soul. But that didn't exempt her from the need for a test. Suddenly, shouts of people were heard behind the girl. A man reported a robbery in broad daylight not to give the money to the robber, which was meant to save his son. But the nimble young robber was too fast and was able to take the money from the man. Then running away, the robber shouted for no one to stop him and threatened to kill everyone as he has martial arts abilities. Luo Ningxuang continued to watch what was happening, and one of the people said that they felt sorry for the old man who had lost his hard-earned money because the robber would quickly disappear and no one would look for him. People also regretted that there were no more roaming heroes in the city who could protect the innocent. In the end, the young mistress decided to intervene in the situation and ordered the servants to look after the children. After a few seconds, Luo Ningxuang was able to catch up to the robber and grabbed him by the shoulder. The young boy forcefully brushed off the annoying girl, not understanding how she could be so bold. But all the attempts to hit Luo Ningxuang were ineffective. The lady deftly fended off the attacks. Then a few powerful blows sent the young robber to the ground, ending his attempts to escape. Just at that moment, a squad of guards arrived and asked for the whereabouts of the thief. Then the young robber was bound and immobilized, and the locals rejoiced, because at last justice had been served. No one would be afraid of such robberies from this man. Meanwhile, Luo Ningxuang had already managed to escape to a neighboring street and was recovering her breath. The girl felt very excited and irritated because she hadn't done something like this for a long time. Just at that moment, children ran up to her trying to find out what had happened to her. Luo Ningxuang's children told her that she was just a little tired and she needed to find a place where she could rest and relax, and perhaps have a delicious and refreshing lunch. Then the girl continued her way through the streets of the city, and the faithful servant pointed out that there was a tea house ahead where she could sit and relax. Lu Shangjun meanwhile continued to follow the girl, trying to remain unnoticed. Meanwhile, the man who was telling various stories suggested moving on to the next part. Lu asked if he knew a passage from a book about 8 heroes who went to Yunnan County to get rid of a tiger about 20 years ago. As it turned out, the man certainly knew the story of the young heroes who bravely fought the tiger. The reborn tiger paid 3 coins and asked him to tell this great story, for now was the right time. The storyteller was happy to listen and said that many years ago on Mount Nikui, a vicious tiger ate people, and in a few years, countless people died from its sharp fangs. Meanwhile, Luo Nongxuan was enjoying fragrant tea with her children, also listening to the story about the white tiger. All the visitors loved this magnificent story, and some of them certainly dreamed of being a hero and fighting for good. But the girl knew very well how those events actually happened, and everything was not as beautiful as in this story, because they were defeated. The girl remembered the calluses on her hands that remained after hard and persistent martial arts training. Although her hands are in great condition now, she still remembers how hard it was for her. Now she wants to leave her dream of living a hero's life to her children. Lu Shangjun watched the girl carefully and could also hear everything that was being talked about at her table. He realized that it was fate, because everything that happened in the past should remain in the past. Then, with courage, the tiger went to the table where Luo Ningxuang was and expressed his admiration for how brave she was to fight a robber in the center of the city, especially in her pregnant state. She also looked a lot like an old acquaintance, so he dared to go over to get a better look at her face. One of the children said that mom is really awesome and she used to be even cooler, and when she and her brother grow up, They will definitely go out into the world and become great warriors. Luo Ningxuang was surprised by the appearance of the young stranger and asked for more details about her acquaintance who looked so much like her. Lu began to explain that, to be precise, that old acquaintance was more his debtor and enemy. And as for her surname, she had the exact same surname as the woman in the White Tiger story. Luo Ningxuang was surprised by this coincidence and asked for the name of that girl, because it was possible that she might have heard of her and then she would be happy to help. At the same time, Luo thought that it might be a member of her family. Luo Shangjian replied that there was no need for that. Everything that had happened in the past was in the past, and he had already decided to relieve the girl of her debt and let the lady live peacefully from now on. He wished the girl to bring up her children well, and perhaps in the future they would become real heroes. After these words, the reincarnated tiger followed to the exit of the establishment, and Luo Ningxuang was so excited that she asked the stranger to tell her name. This time, Lu Shangjian answered without deception and gave his true name. Luo Ningxuan was shocked when she heard a very familiar name and realized that it couldn't be an ordinary coincidence. Instantly, she felt a long ago memory and began to worry. A very long time ago, she Jai Yuan had discussed the fate of 8 people with the tiger, and if they were to do evil or cause trouble, in that case, the tiger would decide how to deal with them. However, he decided to destroy them would not be against the heavens. At that time, she thought that this was a forced measure that Master Jai had taken to save them. But she didn't think that the ferocious tiger would turn into a human and come down from the mountain to fulfill part of the arrangement. At that moment, the young lady felt weak and her servants instantly picked her up without letting her fall. The girl explained that she was fine and only felt a slight dizziness. One of the servants turned angrily to the stranger and asked who had allowed him to take a seat at the lady's table. But one of the children explained to the servant that it seemed to him that this gentleman had been sitting at the table all the time, especially as he knew his mother. These words surprised not only the servant but also Luo Ningxuang, and she asked if he was really Mr. Jai. The stranger reminded her that it had been 20 years and asked how she was doing. Jai Yuan stated that he had been there when the contract was concluded before and so would be where the contract would be honored. But in any case, Luo shouldn't worry about what happened now. After all, raising children is a very good path and it doesn't conflict with the hero's path. The appointed year for her has already passed, and that means Lu Shangjian won't be looking for her anymore, and maybe this is the last time they will meet in this life, so now one should only think about the future. Jai Yuan repeated the White Tiger's words that what happened in the past should remain in the past, and so the lady warrior should take care of herself in the future, and not worry about the consequences. The young lady repeated the words of the mysterious guest several times to herself, because she herself wished that the past would stay in the past forever, but she did not know how it would really be. In Yucheng County, two people were discussing how the Lu family had undergone a big change a few years ago, and their status in the world had fallen. In the end, the 2 brothers were able to strengthen the foundation of the Yunj family in a short period of time, and so the fate of the Lu family was still not sealed. Moreover, the Lu brothers' reputation in Yucheng County had become even louder than before. However, the reputation of the 2 brothers mainly depended on the senior master of the Lu Chenian family, and the second master of the Lu Chengfeng family had no special reputation. Lu Chenian handed Lu Chengfeng a new change of clothes that had been specially prepared and explained that he should change into it when he arrived at the place. After all, there was no need to still wear rags. Chenian reminded Chengfeng how he used to pay much more attention to his appearance and therefore should maintain his image. Chengfeng replied that clothes are just an insignificant vanity in the world of martial arts and everyone should only recognize his merits and not his clothes. Therefore, it would be best for his brother to open a clothing atelier if he cared so much about his appearance and not about martial arts. These words angered Lu Chenian, who was already tired of listening to various remarks against him, and so he replied, "Is his brother trying to pick a fight again?" Chenian explained that the clothes were needed for a visit to the Zhu family, and as for the martial arts tournament, for the sake of their Chengfeng pavilion, it should make a sensation. His brother promised to take care of all the little things and advised him to wait for him at home. Chenian looked at the departing wagons and said that he was not sure if the Zhu family would agree to the marriage, although the associate did not agree with this after all. Who could not like the union with the second master, and it should be a real blessing for the Zhu family. Chenian recalled that his brother is already 40 years old and Mrs. Zhu is only 20. But the advisor hoped that the Zhu family would admire the martial arts demonstrated at the tournament, and realized that the second master was a worthy candidate for their daughter. After a while, the wagon was on the forest road and Lu Chengfeng suddenly felt a strongly heightened sense of danger, although he did not see how he was being watched from the outside. The second master of the Liu family was rather surprised when he noticed the strange Kong guy who was just standing on the side of the road and watching him with a glance. For a brief moment, the two people's gazes met, but it didn't help them understand what was going on. The wagon continued on its way, leaving behind a dense fog of dust. Liu Changfeng could not calm down and continued to think about his feelings and the strange stranger on the road, and even decided that all this could be imagined. But suddenly, after a few minutes, the cracking of wood and then a spearhead penetrating the wagon shook all the reflexes and senses of the second master Liu. The horse, also sensing danger, reared up sharply and the reins began to sway violently. Not wanting to wait for his death in the confined carriage, Liu Changfeng quickly jumped outside and tried to find out who exactly had carried out the attack. Just at that moment, a stranger with a sword rushed up from behind and demanded that he give up his life immediately. Liu Changfeng began to move swiftly and avoid the island of the blade that the enraged stranger was actively swinging. Every movement of the master was accurate and smooth because he could not afford to die in this forest. But despite his excellent fighting skills, second master of the Liu family could not defeat the stranger. The opponent also had phenomenal martial arts skills, and Liu Changfeng asked who he was and what he wanted. The mysterious attacker was shrouded in some strange magic cloud while also praising his opponent for his excellent fighting skills, and then decided to disappear as quickly as he appeared. Liu Changfeng, furious at the attack, ordered the servants to immediately find his opponent and bring him to him. Fury gripped the second master of the Liu family and he wanted to immediately get even for this attack. Soon, the mysterious attacker of the wagon appeared before Liu Shangjun and told him how Liu Changfeng was excellent in martial arts and he was not as good a man as people said he was. Liu Shangjun was pleased with the result and then asked his servant if he knew why all the other ghosts were released except for him. The servant replied that most likely the master had important plans for this. Liu Shangjun explained to the assistant that if he had died anywhere else, he would have immediately gone to the underworld for judgment. And now he had just tried to kill him several times, and if not for his superior martial arts skills, Liu Changfeng would already be dead. Liu Changfeng this time not only his opponent but also his assistant. And now it was absolutely clear to him that Liu Changfeng was very good and the servant was not as strong as he would like, and so he must accept his fate. The next moment, a bright flash of fire erupted and then a ferocious tiger swallowed the ghost. After a while, on the main street of Duman County appeared unfamiliar to the locals a man who, judging by the announcement, sold writing with fortune-telling from himself and writing. Master Jai not just for nothing settled on this street, and soon he noticed the person he was waiting for. It turned out to be Lan Ning, who very self-confidently and importantly followed the street surrounded by his assistants. Lan Ning paid attention to the man in white clothes and asked if he really knows how to predict fate. Master Jai replied that he had such skills and then asked if the gentleman wanted to buy his writings or fortune writings. Lan Ning looked carefully at the stranger and decided that they have already met somewhere, because he is very familiar facial features of the man who offers to predict the fate. Jai Yuan certainly met with this man but replied that perhaps once they saw each other, but it is difficult for him to talk about it after all. On his way there were many people and now he wants to know whether the gentleman wants to use his divination services. Lan Ning decided to refuse the divination but asked him to write him in big letters on the whole sheet of paper some good words that he will now say. In the end, he asked to write that Renkai is a true hero, a dragon among living people. After Master Jai had beautifully drawn the characters with the desired text and handed the sheet of paper to the customer, Lan Ning was pleased to say that it was indeed a magnificent handwriting and asked about the amount he owed. Jai Yuan asked for 8 silver coins for his work, but this angered Lan Ning, who thought that he was going to be robbed, and it is unlikely that the man in front of him can consider himself a real master. Jai Yuan replied that many masterpieces of masters may not be worth as much as his writing and buying his work, in addition to say a few words of encouragement that will help the gentleman in the future. But Lan Ning carelessly threw only 3 silver coins on the table and indignantly said that this would be enough for the scripts merchant, and then ordered his servants to move on. Jai Yuan, looking in the wake of us greedy Mr. Tiho, said that he uses a good rice paper of the highest quality that costs 100 coins per 30 centimeters. But in the end he decided to forgive the man. After all, he only wanted to meet him first to try to help him out of old friendship. In the end, Master Jai said that now the future would depend only on Lan Ning himself, and then disappeared without a trace with his table, as if he had never been on the street. The servants who noticed this were shocked, for they had never seen a man disappear so skillfully as this seller of writing. It all looked very strange and no one could even guess what had really happened. The furious Lan Ning asked another merchant where did the script merchant who was at this place go. But the merchant was also puzzled because he had just recently greeted a businessman and he was gone the next moment as if mysterious forces were involved. Lan Ning reread the text written on a piece of rice paper several times, saying that if he had any problems in Duman County, he should definitely go to this county. Lan Ning promised to send him to the earthworms the next time he saw this merchant. One of the assistants advised the Lord to calm down and suggested that he split these words into parts, because in such a case, the meaning would still be good. Lan Ning listened to the servant's words and agreed to do just that. Just at that moment, behind him heard the sound of an approaching carriage, and then from it appeared the second master of the family, Lu Changfeng, who greeted Lan Ning and said that he had been looking for him for a long time. Lan Ning asked the stranger who he was and what he wanted. Lu Changfeng remembered how he said Mr. Jai, and that he could hardly remember the names of the others, but as soon as he met one of them who remembered everything as if it was yesterday. But who would have thought that one of the others would have met him? Lu Changfeng laughed loudly, but this only made the uncomprehending Lan Ning even more angry. The second master of the Lu family explained if he was actually laughing at himself, because it's nice to realize that you're not that bad. Lu Changfeng then greeted the interlocutor once more and said his name. He then stated that in this martial arts competition, he would have the opportunity to see the methods of a hero. Lu Changfeng then went back to his carriage and continued on his way, while the excited Lan Ning was puzzled by what had happened and could immediately believe who exactly was in front of him. After a while, guests were gathering in the house of Ren Gui. Following the others, Lan Ning arrived here of course and learned from the servant that the hero Jiang was already here. Lan Ning was in high spirits and was happy to meet hero Jiang, who was apparently already waiting for him. Lu Shangjian watched everything that was happening and realized that the villainous expression on this man's face gave off a complete lack of noble kai. Lan Ning, meanwhile, said that no one should worry here because he would definitely win first place in this martial arts tournament, and would support Jiang Meng in every way possible in the future. Jiang Meng replied that if he heard such words from Hero Lan, then he should really feel much calmer. Jiang then promised that if he made it to the top of the tournament, he wouldn't forget about his buddy in the future. Jian's Tiger Fist is unrivaled in all of Jeju, and few people can compete with it. Therefore, Jiang has a very high chance of reaching the very top of this martial arts tournament. Just at this moment, loud footsteps and shouts were suddenly heard on the stairs and the armed men rushed into the room, and immediately turned to the two heroes sitting at the table calling them scum. Fan Tong at the head of the squad laughing loudly said that he knew that these two scum would show up at the martial arts tournament, and now he would definitely kill them because they were both responsible for the death of his family. Lu Shangjian meanwhile listened to the conversation between the two people at the next table, who were discussing that the two heroes were not the best people, and when the Fan family was completely destroyed, the two of them had contributed greatly to that dastardly deed. At this moment, the shouts were getting louder and Lu began to listen more carefully to the discussion at the neighboring table. It was possible to hear that when the Fang family did not lose their position as sword masters, they were also forced to abandon years of technique research, and this put a stop to the Fang family. A few minutes later, a fierce fight broke out in the room where the two opposing squads were showing off all their skills in martial arts, hoping to destroy their opponents as soon as possible. Hero Jiang W was eventually able to mount an effective attack and delivered a powerful blow to his opponent's chest. Fang Tong cried out hoarsely and a clot of thick blood escaped from his mouth. Lu Shangjian still kept his composure and tried not to attract attention. Jiang meanwhile was satisfied with the result and explained to his opponent that he had overestimated his strength. But Fan Tong, coughing up blood, admitted that he didn't expect an easy victory, but even so, he couldn't back down. After all, Jiang's reputation would be in any case when everyone found out about what happened today, and it was unlikely that he would then be able to become a top martial artist and reach the top of the tournament. Fang Tong, despite the intense pain, was able to laugh in his enemy's face and advised him not to dream of a good name anymore. The words of the young and brave opponent infuriated the hero Jiang, who said that Fan Tong himself was looking for a quick death, and therefore he should go after the rest of his long-dead family. But at that moment, a spear flew in from above. The spear immediately stuck next to Hero Jiang, and he immediately demanded an explanation who dared to interfere in his case. Lu Shangjian asked him if it was true that he called his swift attack a tiger strike. Jiang said that the man who attacked him was to blame for the consequences because he had a sharp sword in his hands, and a curious master better not to interfere in other people's affairs. Lu replied that he didn't really care about the man lying on the floor, but only Mr. Nink had a small debt. And since Hero Jiang was now with him, they could pay the bill together and thus take attention away from themselves and forget about the stranger's presence. Lan Ning was surprised by the stranger's words, because he really did not remember the man's face and even more so did not remember what debt he owed him. Lu Shangjun replied that his face really could not be familiar, and so he was willing to give a small clue as a reference to early spring and the mountain temple on Mount Nukui. Lu stated that he had heeded Mr. Jai's admonition and spared their lives at that moment, and as a promise after they were left alive, they were to strive to become heroes in this life. And so years later he came down from the mountain to see for himself that the people had kept their end of the bargain, and now Lan Ning must remember those events. Lan did remember and felt a chilling horror, for he realized that there was a terrible tiger in front of him. Lan Ning trembled with fear like a child, and Jiang asked what kind of techniques this stranger had. But Lan Ning explained to his buddy that it was most likely not a human in front of them. Hero Jiang was annoyed by his frightened friend and asked to speak more and louder. Lu Shangjun enjoyed the moment and explained to Hero Jiang that it was probably not a human in front of them. The reincarnated tiger then showed his beast arm and said that he too could use the powerful tiger fist. The next second, the fire image of the tiger essence appeared in the room and everyone realized who they were dealing with. Hero Jiang was so stunned by what was happening that he didn't even notice how Lu Shangjun swiftly approached him and delivered a devastating blow to his chest. The damage was incompatible with life and Hero Jiang looked doomed at the horrible wound in his sternum, while Lu Shangjun said in surprise that he didn't even expect that the heart of such a despicable man would still be red. Lan Ning decided not to repeat his buddy's fate and quickly reacted to the situation by jumping over the barriers. He then rushed to run out of the building and disappear into the night as quickly as possible. Lan Ning, showing the wonders of sprinting, decided to get to the Sunset Palace as quickly as possible, because a skilled expert like Luo Long would be able to stop this terrifying demon and save his life. Even if Luo Long can't stop the Mad Tiger, there is still the Lu family's Cloud Pavilion property ahead, where Lu Changfeng, who is a very strong warrior, should be. Knocking down passers-by, Lan Ning is determined to save his life no matter what. Especially Lu Changfeng is also involved in that long-ago pact with the tiger, and so he won't be able to stand by. Just at this moment, high above the city, the representatives of the afterlife heard a beastly roar, and decided that there was a demon in the city, so it was urgent to go and check it out. Meanwhile, the servants begged Lu Shangjun for mercy, explaining that they were innocent and knew nothing about their master's affairs. Lu remained calm as he listened to the frightened people. Then the reincarnated tiger said that he could spare Jiang Meng's life, but his power to do the Fang family a very useful and small favor, and that in this situation change a lot. And if young Fan Tong really wants the death of Hero Jiang, then of course he will die here and now and only needs to finish what he started and destroy his still warm heart. The underworld services were already in the room and realized that it looks like the one who did this just left. This person's soul is shrouded in bad karma, so he has committed many sins in his life. A wandering spirit with such karma is not good for the city and the people, so they need to deal with him first. Meanwhile, in the outer courtyard of the Sunset Palace, Lu Changfeng came to visit Lu Log honoring the third chapter. The house masters welcomed the guest and quietly listened to the second master of the Lu family. But after a few seconds, they heard the frightened cries of Lan Ning, who tried to say that he was being chased by the evil forces from Jianghu. Lan Ning begged for help and for his life. Third head Luo Feng and house head Luo Long were alarmed by the cries and pleas for help and decided to go outside as soon as possible to find out what was really going on. Lan Ning continued to scream and run at an incredible speed, for the chilling fear was adding to his strength, for he really hoped to get protection and save his life. He tried his best to explain as quickly as possible that an evil man was hunting down and killing his fellow martial artists right in public. And at this moment, Hero Jiang was already dead, which meant that the killer would soon come for him. Lan Ning turned his attention to Lu Changfei and was happy to see a strong warrior by his side. And then he explained that their common enemy was coming for them and so they must unite for a common salvation. Lu Changfeng didn't understand what enemy they were talking about, for he didn't remember any common enemies at all. Lan Ning nervously began to laugh and said that he too had forgotten about the long-ago events, but now he unfortunately remembered. Just at that moment, Lu Shangjun appeared nearby and said that his master once said that innate masters are those who have great talent and perseverance. Lan Ning collapsed to the ground in fear and started stuttering. It is said that this demon tore out Jiang Meng's heart. Lu Shangjun scrutinized the people present and said that it was very good that even Lu Changfeng was here. After all, it would be much easier to solve all the issues. Lu Long asked him to explain the details of what was going on and why the gentleman who came to his house uninvited was harassing other people. And if there was any misunderstanding, he could personally act as a trusted negotiator so that everyone could sit down and calmly talk openly. But Lu Shangjun had already thrown himself into another attack and shouted that there was absolutely no need to worry so much about this silly little thing and he would quickly finish his important business. Lu Long, as the master of the house, ordered to stop. Lu Long tried to stop the stranger with his strength, and Lu Feng also came to his aid. But as it turned out, the strength of the two innate experts was not enough to stop Lu Shangjun. Lu Feng's third brother tried his best to restrain the guest who was not calling, but it was impossible, and he ended up removing his hand. Lu Long asked about his condition and Lu Feng replied that it was a minor injury. Lu Shangjun praised the masters of this house for their excellent abilities and the way they fought well. That means their martial arts techniques are really exceptional and allow them to be called masters. Lan Ning realized at this moment that they could not stop the demon and the only thing he could do was to once again run as far away as possible. Otherwise he would die here and now. But after taking just a few steps, Lan Ning felt as if he had hit an impenetrable wall, and then collapsed to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Lu Shangjun wondered how far he was going to run. After all, it was stupid. Lan Ning started begging for mercy and promised to become a hero and be a righteous person and make sure to keep his promise and change his life path. He also promised to definitely return the silver to the Fang family and ask for their forgiveness. Lu Shangjun asked the people present if they understood what he was talking about, and then ordered his victim to get up immediately, as there was no need to bow and dirty his clothes. Nothing could affect the decision of the reincarnated tiger, and in a few seconds his magical image flashed fire again, and then consumed the man who could not keep his promise. Lu Shangjun wiped his mouth in satisfaction and roared once more after devouring the victim. Lu Changfeng was shocked by what had happened and only now realized who was actually standing in front of him. Lu Shangjun asked Lu Changfeng that was he really that scared. The guy didn't even deny it and honestly admitted that he was scared because he didn't expect such a thing when he came to the tournament. Lu Shangjun had heard that Changfeng had not left the county for all those years, and now he was curious to know what his opinion was about that long ago agreement with the tiger. The boy pondered the question, trying to withstand Changjun's gaze. Lu Changfeng answered that in the beginning he thought his family was more important than heroism. But now his family is unstable and in crisis, that for him to become a hero for his family is a priority at the moment. Lu Shangjun appreciated the man's aspiration, because to become a hero you have to do your best. Just at this moment, the servants of the underworld appeared nearby, looking for the demon who had committed the murder. Lu Shangjun of course realized who was looking for him and did not want to start a fight with the underworld, so he quickly and skillfully began to wait and said goodbye to Lu Changfeng. Meanwhile, Lu Long was worried about the third brother's arm, which was able to withstand the demon's blow. Lu Feng, still feeling the unpleasant pain, decided that it was only cracked but not broken, so it would recover soon. The third brother assumed that a few months would be enough and there would be no memories of this injury. Lu Long exhaled an exhale of attraction. Or was he really glad that it was so easy? Lu Long turned to his nephew, but Lu Changfeng immediately explained that it was a very long story. If the head of the house wanted to hear it, he would of course tell about it. But in any case, it was all related to Lu's family. Once in Lu's house, Changfeng told the story and everyone realized that Ninishin would also be in danger. But Lu Changfeng advised not to worry. You are a demonic tiger, acts with great justice, which means he is by no means cruel and bloodthirsty, otherwise he would not let him go alive. Mo's older sister got married early and stayed at home to raise her children, although she didn't really do anything wrong, so the tiger shouldn't hurt her. Lu Feng was still not completely sure that Ning Shuang would be fine and it would be good to find Mr. Jai to help them in this difficult case. But how to do that was still unclear. Lu Changfeng explained that Mr. Jai is traveling the world and he is often away from home, so it is unlikely that he can be found very quickly now. In fact, it is even difficult to find out his exact location. Lu Long, in that case, she decided to go back immediately and check on Mo Ningxuang. If things were bad, she would move her to the capital for a while. Lu Cheng supported this decision and asked his brother to take care of himself during the journey. Meanwhile, Fang Tong had already recovered a little from the battle and was pondering on how to destroy Lan Ning's demonic tiger. Just at this moment, unexpectedly, he received a reply that the enemy was dead. Lu Shangjun appeared as always unexpectedly and silently, and Fan Tong once again asked the benefactor whether he had really defeated the despicable man. The demonic tiger asked not to worry because not a single bone was left of Landink. This amused and pleased the Avenger, who was happy that heaven's revenge had been accomplished and all the people who were guilty would eventually be punished one by one. He couldn't have dreamed of anything more. Fang Tong remembered that he still didn't know the name of the just man who helped him take revenge and how he was related to his family. Lu Shangjun introduced himself and explained that he didn't have a particularly close relationship with the Fan family and he certainly wouldn't be bothered by the offenses of the rest of the family. Fang Tong was even so grateful for helping and eliminating Landink and Jiangmeng, so he dare not ask for more. The demonic tiger praised the guy for being polite and tactful and decided not to be too petty. Lu Shangjun said that in the future, Fang Tong could ask Du Chengfeng for help and ask him to take care of his Fang family. However, there was no need to worry about the answer because everything would be just as it should be. It will be enough to say during his request to Lu Chengfeng that it was recommended by Lu Shangjun, and then he cannot refuse and will definitely take on the most difficult case. Fang Tong was delighted by this conversation and tried to catch up with the mysterious demonic assistant, but he disappeared as quickly as he appeared. The guy was marveled at the incredible movement technique that he had never seen before. Meanwhile, Master Jai, along with the representatives of the underworld, watched from a height. Jai Yuan ended up thanking them for accompanying him this evening and asked them to send their best wishes to the city god. The servants of the city god replied that it was the right thing to make and keep a contract, so there was nothing wrong with it and the master was too polite to them. Master Jai decided in this case not to distract anymore and said goodbye to the servants of the city god. Jai Yuan now pondered that after meeting Lu Ningxuang, Lu Chengfeng and Landink, Lu Shangjun's views on the world should become much broader. In fact, he has a good heart and sound judgment and therefore no longer needs direction from a master. Meanwhile, Lu Shangjun quietly left the city and wondered who would be the next target for his visit. The answer came very quickly, and it was Du Heng. Two squads of warriors met on a narrow stretch of terrain and one of the commanders declared that the enemies were ahead and now they could no longer avoid the battle, and the decisive moment had come. The warrior turned to the head of the squad of order guards Wang Zhai and offered to stop the enemies immediately. Wang Zhai was determined and ordered action. The next moment, they swiftly left their horses and rushed to the attack in an incredible leap. Everyone was surprised by such sharp and precise movements. Wang Zhai and his companion blocked the path of the horsemen and with their first movements of their blades, they were able to destroy several opponents by staining their bodies with bloody cuts. The bandit leader Zhao Dadong said that he and Du Heng had no serious grudges and they could go their separate ways now. But still, Du Heng had decided to track him down for a month and this pursuit was getting tiresome. Du Heng replied that Zhao Dadong might not tolerate it. Wang Zhai reminded the bandit leader how he was always trying to escape and if he had the courage, they would have fought long ago. Apparently, he only has the courage to rob and kill defenseless people. Zhao Dadong exclaimed that there was no point in talking now and so he ordered his subordinates to fight the enemies. After all, they would be able to take a few to the next world with them anyway. But Du Heng quickly ended the life of the main brigand, and all of his subordinates died with him. One of the guards reported that this time, none of the bandits were able to escape, and those who didn't die were captured. Wang Zhai said that this land is indeed full of bandits, but their ability to fight against the guards is insignificant. Just at this moment, everyone noticed the appearance of a strange stranger. Lu Shangjun, who was closely watching the battle, praised Wang Zhai's magnificent victory, and said that he did not expect Du Heng to become more courageous and turn into a noble warrior. Du Heng thanked him for his words and asked the stranger to introduce himself. Wang Zhai clarified whether the stranger was related to the brigands, and if not, he wanted to know the details so that there would be no misunderstanding. Lu Shangjun explained that they were all actually old acquaintances, and then gave his real name and explained that his home was Mount Nukui. The demonic tiger explained that he had come here today specifically to see them and see how they were doing. Wang Zhai and Du Heng felt anxious and scared after mentioning the stranger's name, because the only person they knew by that name who lived on Mount Nukui was a terrifying huge tiger. Lu Shangjun asked them not to worry because if they are not going to do anything bad, the ghosts will never knock on the door. So he always appreciates a promise and admires people who keep them. In the tiger's opinion, not both of them delayed their promise, so they don't deserve any punishment. Wang Zhai and Du Heng thanked the unexpected guest for his fair judgment and put their weapons away. Lu Shangjun then decided to find out something important from his old acquaintances and asked for permission to ask a question. The demonic tiger inquired about Zhao Long's condition. He somehow can't manage to sense him, and if they knew any details about his life and whereabouts, he would like to find out. Du Heng explained how Brother Zhao had long since become a monk and was practicing at the Zen Looming Temple. That was why it was hard to sense him, because he was too far away from ordinary people. He is not in the famous temple in the capital city, but in the temple of Xining province, which is in a more remote place and not many people know about it. This surprised the tiger because he had never thought that someone had really decided to become a monk, and Du Heng had personally visited him in such a distant temple. Du Heng told how Brother Zhao had already been initiated as a spiritual Sang 3 years ago, and every word and action he spoke had the image of a monk. However, he had not given up on martial arts, only changing from his previous good wielding of the staff to favoring the Dawn staff. In the end, Lu Shangzhen decided to leave the people alone and said that he was very happy to see them today, and one day they could even have a drink together when the opportunity arose in the future. Du Heng promised to definitely accept Yi's invitation and prepared the best wine for this purpose. Wang Zhai was also excited to have a chance to drink with the demonic tiger and promised to wait for the invitation. After the demonic tiger disappeared into the sky, the two old friends felt relieved and looked at each other, then simultaneously laughed, realizing that they were on the verge of death. One of the guards asked who this mysterious man was, but Wang Zhai decided not to discuss this topic and ordered the bandits to be sent back to Yazin Mansion, seeing that there were many people waiting to grind their bones into powder and scatter their ashes. After a while, Du Heng noticed another stranger sitting quietly by the fire, and explained to him that they were returning to Yazin Castle, and then asked for permission to stop near him to rest. Jai Yun was alone, and since the sky was cloudy today, it was difficult to travel on the night road, and any traveler could join him by the cozy fire. Du Heng immediately recognized Mr. Jai, and this was the second surprise of the day. Du Heng and Wang Zhai roasted meat in the flames of the bonfire while their foil brigands awaited their fate. Wang Zhai admitted that he still couldn't believe what had happened to Lan Ning. The bandit leader wondered if the underworld really existed and if it was true that when a person died, a yin warrior would appear and take his soul to the underworld. Wang Zhai explained to Jai Yuan that they were able to catch a dangerous criminal. He has committed many misdeeds and will be sentenced to death via lynching when they return home. Master Jai already understood this, for hostility and resentment are intertwined with bad karma, and this man's breath of life is filled with blood and he does not have long to live. Jai Yuan told the robber that there is indeed an underworld, and for him from the underworld will be sent a yin warrior guarding the place of execution. Firstly, to prevent the evil soul from escaping after death, which he would immediately take with him. Secondly, when Zhao Dadong is punished by lynching, the yin message will preserve his heart and vessels and stabilize his soul. It will allow him to be conscious and feel pain until his death, but it would last for a very long time, and the brigand would be able to endure over 3,000 cuts. Master Jai then turned to Wang Zhai and asked to borrow his personal seal for a short while. Master Jai examined the commander's seal and decided that the character was very suitable, and then used his magic brush to infuse the characters with additional spiritual power. Jai Yuan explained that this seal should be nourished by the punishment of evil and righteousness of spirit, following the generally accepted rules of justice. And in the future, if Wang Zhai dealt with ghosts and spirits, they would try to deceive him, and the seal would help restrain them for a while. Wang Zhai looked at the magic seal with astonishment and then thanked Master Jai for this magnificent gift. The commander also promised to be sure to follow his instructions. Meanwhile, Lu Shangzhen was high up in the mountains in Xining Prefecture. Tiger asked the old man for help and asked him to tell him about a hidden place in these mountains called Zen Lumen. The old man was helpful and polite and immediately explained that the place in question had long ago changed its name and was now called Daming Temple. The old man was surprised that the young man was eager to visit the place because very few people know about this temple. Lu Shangzhen thanked the old man for his help and decided to continue his search. Zhao Long became a monk like Luo Ningxuang, who devoted herself to raising children and the life of an ordinary woman. But it's not a sin, and he should see everything with his own eyes anyway. The temple at first glance was not quite ordinary, and it was very easy to miss it against the background of mountains and thick fog if you do not know where it is located. All that remained was to get into it. The beating of the bell from the temple became louder and louder as the demonic tiger approached it. It became obvious that this place was a place for practicing Dharma and was an unusual temple for prayers. Lu Shangwen introduced himself and explained to the monk that he had come here to visit an old friend who had become a monk, and his name was Zhao Long. The old man asked for the Buddhist name of his friend, but the tiger did not know it. Then the benevolent monk offered the young lad to go inside the temple, rest and drink tea. But as soon as Lu Shangzhen took a step across the threshold and felt the influence of strong magic, In the next second, the demonic tiger felt the strongest impact and flew backwards, landing hard on the ground. This surprised the monk, but he knew exactly what to do in such situations. Instantly, a group of martial monks appeared from the temple, and the head monk asked why the evil spirit dared to come to Da Ming Temple. After all, he must have known that he would not be welcome here. The monk admitted that he did not feel an evil aura, but the fact is that the stranger has a huge power that is dangerous. The monk asked for the details of this strange visit. Tiger asked not to worry because he came here only to find a friend whose name is Zhao Long and who is a monk in this temple. This man had once made a contract. Many years had passed since then, and he had come to fulfill it. The monk replied that he knew that the person being sought was feeling the influence of an evil fate. Lu Shangjin decided that in that case, Zhao Long had done something terrible before becoming a monk. The demonic tiger decided to find out where Zhao Long was now and demanded that he come out to talk to him. After all, a simple Buddhist Dharma cultivation temple wouldn't be able to stop him even if it had an incarnation of Vidyaranja. A few seconds later, a magic bell struck and it provoked the fury of the demonic tiger, which let out a deafening roar that was unbearable for ordinary people. The tiger's power was so strong that all the local residents of the temple felt a tremendous magical pressure and fell to the ground, and the largest bell cracked. The head monk of the temple realized that in front of the unusual demon it has already changed its form, and his oppressive demonic aura was too strong so they would not be able to deal with him. Lu Shangjin, he decided that now his words should be more convincing and asked again to make Zhao Long come out to him so that there would be no conflict. The monk said that the benefactor Lu Qiuming, who had devoted himself to practicing Buddhism, had long ago severed all his earthly ties and was not a person who had committed any serious crime. And the demon who visited the temple is very strong. He has a mind and should realize that it is uncomfortable to enter the Zen garden with a demonic cultivator, and it is better to go away. Lu Shangjin that he has never given anything to the people here, so he has no right to call himself a benefactor, and the best title for him in this situation is just Punisher. If they are cultivators and the human race is more concerned with how to cultivate the heart than the demon race. And if Zhao Long is not afraid of the past, then why does he keep hiding? And if he doesn't come out, then I'll have to go to his temple. The head monk promised to try to subdue the demonic energy of the guest, and everyone else should go to the monastery and counteract with Buddhist teachings and constant mantra recitation. All the novices of the temple simultaneously began to fulfill the order, and quickly returned to the temple, and then took a certain posture to recite a prayer that created a collective energy. As the recitation of the mantra became louder, the energy also increased. The head monk advised the demon to retreat before it was too late, for if it persisted the monks would be forced to use restraint and suppression of demonic magic. This caused Lu Shangjin's tiger-like rage, and he called all the monks' threats as nothing, and then demanded to get out of his way immediately. But the three main monks rushed forward, instantly accelerating with magical energy. The monk began to recite a special magic spell that would allow him to subdue the demonic energy of the tiger. His assistants, meanwhile, began to surround Lu Shangjin in certain places. The monk relied on his novices as well as his magical energy. After accumulating the energy, his staff began to glow with a bright light, and then the head monk struck the demonic tiger's head with a powerful blow. This provoked the wrath of the tiger, even though he recognized this place as the abode of Buddhist practice and tried to be tolerant of the teachings of the masters of the past. It had come to this point he would act more forcefully, and if his master Jai was here he would most likely understand his action. Instantly, Lu Shangjin transformed into his beast form. The tiger felt much better and stronger in beast form and promised the monks to demonstrate his might. Despite the mortal danger, the head monk continued to rely on the great demon subjugation method and did not back down. The mighty roar of the demonic tiger was so powerful that it threw the head monk along with his magic staff backwards. The monk only wheezed loudly as he hit the wall with force. Meanwhile, Master Jai was of course watching from the clouds, pondering whether he should intervene in this terrible situation to stop the demonic tiger. At this moment, Lu Shangjin increased in size and continued to call out to Zhu Long outside. It was surprising to the tiger that the temple monks were so protective of him, and did he really want them to die so stupidly? Jai Yuan realized that Tiger's patience was not limitless even when he was trying to behave with restraint. But if this continued for a while longer, the temple might be completely destroyed. There is also a statue of Vidyaraja in the temple, and since the matter might come to life and death, the incarnation of the statue will reveal itself, and such a confrontation for Tiger will not be easy. Lu Shangjin kept calling out Zhao Long and insulting his new name, which sounded too ridiculous. Jai Yuan sensed the demonic aura that was already churning and wanted to kill. Therefore, it was no longer possible to wait and watch everything from the sidelines. Eventually, the doors of the temple opened and monk Zhao Long came out to meet the demonic tiger, who still had the courage to face the person he had contracted with. Master Jai did not expect such an act and still decided to wait a bit and not interfere. Zhao Long, or as he was called in the temple, Jai Ming, took a few steps forward. But the head monk asked him why did he come out and did he not trust Master Huey Tong. Zhao Long recalled how the master had told him that if trouble happens and whatever happens in the future he should not leave the temple. But in the end, he couldn't look at everything that was happening through his fingers. Therefore, there was no other way to solve this situation other than to come to the rescue and personally face the demonic manifestation. Jai Yuan decided at this moment that Zhao Long was talking about him or someone else. Although he had never heard Master Huey Tong's name before, and could it be that they had once met, but it did not remain in his memory. The demonic tiger looked in the monks no animosity and resentment. But in any case, he is a Buddhist and he is able to get rid of these feelings. But if you take him with you, then you can find out everything as it really is. Zhao Long stated that he had once really committed an unpardonable sin when he was used by traitors to unjustly kill a group of righteous soldiers. But once he found out the truth, he eliminated everyone who knew about it because he was afraid of being exposed and losing his reputation. After he was confused and could no longer sleep day or night, he decided to go to the Buddhist temple and worship the statue of Vidya Raja. Zhao Long then asked the demonic tiger, after thinking for a while, how he managed to finally get rid of his guilt. He had eaten many people during his lifetime. Lu Shangjin stated that when he first gained enlightenment, people hunted him for his skin, so he had the right to take their skin and flesh. And after he ate a man, his ghost would submit to him in exchange for his release. He was willing to bring a living man in exchange. But then when he met the master, he realized what living beings are and changed his point of view. To this day, he can distinguish between good and evil, but if guilt is so painful as Zhao Long says, he has never experienced anything like it. Zhao Long, he said that over the years, despite practicing martial arts and reading scriptures, the evil feeling enveloping his heart had never dissipated, and at this moment, he felt relieved. Therefore, the demonic tiger can choose to kill him by tearing him apart, or still realize what kind of person he has now become in this temple. Because everything in this world changes. At this moment, the head monk of the temple stood up in defense of his novice and said that the great Buddha Vidya Raja needs this man, because he is very important to the whole sect and all his karma Buddhist sect is ready to take on. The demonic tiger did not appreciate the main monk's efforts to protect the man, and it only made him angry. Lu Shangjin's powerful breath threw the old man aside so that he no longer dared to interfere in other people's conversation. The tiger then agreed to take Zhao Long's fate into his own hands, since he was so willing to free himself. Before and for these monks, he was unable to gain his freedom. But now he could be completely sure that none of the monks would prevent it. Lu Shangjin reminded that before, Zhao Long didn't have the courage to bear the consequences of losing his reputation. But now he should have the courage to finish this important matter. But he must remember that if he tries to use the Buddhist staff, his soul and body will be completely destroyed after death, and this will be the most serious punishment for him as a monk. Jai Yuan wondered if this was the demonic tiger's divine power, shaking the heart and mind, reflecting everything like a mirror of the human soul. In any case, he had never suspected of such a thing before. Zhao Long fully realized what the demonic tiger had said and decided to do as he saw fit to redeem himself by grabbing his monk staff. He then stated that it could actually be said that he was not really a monk either. Zhao Long tried to concentrate, but in the next moment, a powerful force ripped the staff from his hands and he was once again unarmed in the face of the demonic tiger. Lu Shangjin asked, is he really willing to die so easily? After all these monks are worried about him, and did he really decide to get rid of everything so easily? Zhao Long asked the tiger what he should do in such a case and whether he should come down from the mountain to pay for his sins and then die. Lu Shangjin replied that even if he could believe him, he would never believe all those monks because Zhao Long was already almost dead and there was another more effective method of atonement. Zhao Long was interested in the proposal of the demonic tiger, who eventually explained that he had to let himself be eaten, and then he would be transformed into a monk servant. In this way, he would not only be able to learn about the changes of good and evil in Zhao Long's mind, but also the fruits of the pact between them, after which he would be able to fully restore his karma. Zhao Long replied that the tiger could devour him at any moment and the whole temple would not be able to stop it. And then while all this long conversation, Lu Shangjin explained that unless he could really make sure how much the person wished for death, he would not be able to devour him. The Buddha incarnation of this temple had not manifested, but he had just enlightened his body with his divine power and realized that most of the Buddha's divine Dharma incarnation was within him. and since Zhao Long was sincerely seeking liberation, he should disperse the divine dharma in his body, and when it dispersed, absorbed. Jai Yuan guessed that the demonic tiger really knew that Zhao Long had an uneasy body. Who would have thought that endless Buddha Dharma with a mortal who wasn't even a Buddhist monk? And by controlling this power, Zhao Long could become a living embodiment of the Buddha's own body. If the demonic tiger didn't notice this and devoured the man, he would have indigestion. Therefore, Zhao Long must actively reject the Dharma and dispel the Buddha's power, for only then would it destroy his foundation of practice. Zhao Long and the conditions, even despite the words of the head monk who asked him not to do so. The demonic tiger explained that it is not difficult and one should recite any scriptures he knows while in his body there is the thought of purification from external influences and Dharma desires. Zhao Long began to follow the instructions and hurriedly turned to the Buddha himself with whom he has spirit. In the process of invocation, the Dharma began to shine around the man, releasing from his body. It was at this moment that the huge Buddha statue inside the temple also glowed, which also felt the effects of Zhao Long's strongest internal energy. Master Jai watched what was happening with interest and realized that of course the man couldn't hold back. In the next moment, a huge temple arose which immediately approached the demonic tiger, and the monks said that the power of Buddhism is unlimited. But Lu Shangjun decided not to retreat and face the Buddha's energy. The head monk was happy with what had happened and began to greet Vidyaraja Buddha with reverence, and then slow heavy footsteps were heard, which gradually approached from the depths of the temple. A huge statue came to life and appeared before the monks as well as the demonic tiger, who for the first time in his life saw a living embodiment of the Buddha created with Dharma energy. Once in the temple courtyard, the huge Buddha called on everyone to behold his truth and beautiful Dharma and advised everyone to practice endless contemplation and enjoy this great moment. The next moment, a huge animated statue rushed towards the demonic tiger in an effort to rid the monks of its presence forever. Lu Shangjun did not hesitate for a second and roared angrily and rushed forward as well. Facing the colossal force, the demonic tiger felt the full power of the Buddha. Lu Shangjun realized that this incarnation of the Clear King was capable of causing great calamity. The tiger said that the dragon used sitting on the Clear King's land and he had made a pact long ago. That means that today everything is happening according to cause and effect, and it is not related to Buddha's laws. Besides the power of the Clear King, can the high monks of the temple resist the will of Dragon Yu, and whether it's possible to go against his wishes? The Buddha replied that Buddhism is limitless and the path of stillness sitting on the ground of the Clear King his appearance causes, but does not turn the laws of nature. This is true meditation. Understanding the heart is the foundation of the path to the Buddha's vision. The demonic tiger continued to assess the situation and tried to understand if the Clear King sitting on the ground could really be sent against him, for he had not expected such a thing when he arrived at this temple. Buddha said that if the demonic tiger decides to side with the demons, then in the future his actions will bring people only misfortune and cannot be left alive, so he should calm down and let himself be spared from suffering. Immediately after these words, the huge Buddha used his magic power trying to subdue the demonic tiger as quickly as possible. But Lu Shangjun was ready for it and felt the full force behind his back in the mountain. Tiger said that one incarnation of the Clear King does not allow the opponent to consider himself the embodiment of all Buddhist wisdom, because it is too cocky in the face of a worthy opponent. But the Clear King incarnation was not going to back down and continued to try to subdue the demonic tiger, which was still standing still, and was not going to retreat from its goal. Lu Shangjun felt a tremendous pressure on himself, feeling as if someone was restraining the force acting on him, and realized that the golden armored hero was a deity summoned by Ko Yunfa's magic and the protector of the law was close at hand. Unexpectedly, in a few seconds, the green vine sword sliced through the huge mountain overhanging the demonic tiger, followed by an explosion that shattered the mountain into small shards. All the monks of the temple were stunned by what was happening and tried to take cover from the shards flying at tremendous speed. The largest pieces of the mountain crashed into the incarnation of the Clear King, who also felt the powerful blows and tried to avoid them. Master Jai realized that even the incarnation of the Clear King had put all the power of Buddhist law into that mountain, and his ancient Buddha statue could hardly contain such enormous energy. Jai Yuan then decided to intervene in the situation and descended from heaven and then asked the Clear King not to interfere anymore in this matter, for it could be solved in a much simpler way. The Clear King replied that if this demon had invaded their monastery to devour the monks, then he had a duty to help them and why the Master from heaven was willing to protect the demons. Jai Yuan agreed that minor mistakes had indeed been made and he was willing to apologize for them to the Clear King. This is the highest achievement in the Buddha's path, and he should realize who is actually right and who is at fault without further ado. Buddhism is infinite and limitless, but even the incarnation of the Clear King cannot hold within him the limitless law. His form must eventually dissipate. The Clear King pondered over Master Jaya's words and will eventually take the higher path with them. But in any case, he stays here to protect the temple monks and see to everything personally. Master Jaya advised to calm down and promised that in any case the monks of this temple would not be harmed and he would personally see to it. The Clear King was surprised by these words and realized that the demon had been guided to the path of truth in such a case. A few seconds later, the huge statue began to collapse into small and large shards. At this point, all the monks of the temple began to bow and continued to recite a prayer to the great Buddha, thanking him for his help. Immediately afterwards, the demonic tiger once again took on a human shell, feeling greatly relieved. Lu Shangjun thanked Master Jai for his help. Jai Yuan explained to the demonic tiger that if the incarnation of the Clear King had not manifested, he would not have appeared here today, so it can be considered that he was not really here and do not pay attention. Zhao Long paid his respects to the master, and Jai Yuan asked the monk what he should call him, as it was obvious that he had different manifestations and names. Zhao Long replied that any name of his that would be used is suitable and it's not a big deal now. The demonic tiger then asked the monk if he was able to change his mind. Zhao Long explained that he had never really been a man capable of courage and could not take what was due and let go of what was unavailable. Many years ago, he had bound himself to this death match, and now because of the monastery in such a state, so it all seems pathetic and ridiculous. Zhao Long then turned to the demonic tiger, showing his respect, and asked him to grant him the death he deserved for all his deeds in his past life. Zhao Long calmly accepted everything that was happening and did not even move when the demonic tiger regained its beastly form and devoured him. The head monk of the temple only quietly said at that moment, "Ah," said that everything had the Buddha's blessing. Master Jai explained to the monks that the temple would now be saved and they no longer had to worry about anything. The abbot of the monastery was completely absorbed in his thoughts and did not immediately hear Jai Yuan. Master Jai said that this magnificent temple had many broken solutions and offered to send 2 defenders to help rebuild the temple as quickly as possible. The abbot of the monastery thanked them for their kindness and explained that there was no need to worry, as they would only need to repair the damaged beams and walls. All this is part of their daily labor, and in about half a month they would be able to restore and put everything in order, so there was no need to disturb the divine protectors. Master Jai then decided to leave the temple grounds and bid farewell to the abbot of the monastery. Lu Shangjun asked the teacher if he was going towards the city, but Jai Yuan explained that he had things to do and after he finished them they would meet again. Then the demonic tiger apologized to the abbot of the monastery and for the destruction that he brought to this temple. But in any case, about everything he asked to accept a small fee as compensation. The abbot of the monastery refused, but the demonic tiger kept insisting, and then bid farewell to the monks and wished them to meet another worthy person. Lu Shangjun also asked the monks not to hold a grudge against him. After traveling far into the mountains, the demonic tiger found a secluded place in the dense forest where he released the absorbed soul of Zhao Long to finally finish what he had started and make sure of his essence. Zhao Long was still calm and spoke of the clear Buddha's blessing. Lu Shangjun noticed his calm aura that didn't have a drop of coldness in it, and he now realized why the monks valued him so highly. The demonic tiger explained to the spirit that spirits actually have weaknesses. They are afraid of sunlight and purity, but Zhao Long is different from the ordinary ones and is more like a human, and this is a very rare case. Tiger explained to the spirit monk that there is a western defense post ahead, and after he leaves, he will no longer be his assistant. He would be completely free, but the seal placed on him would last for another year. After 1 year, he will have to rely on his own fate, and no one knows how much time he has left in this world, so he should not hesitate to take care of important matters. Zhao Long thanked the tiger for his concern. Lu Shangjun also advised the monk spirit to always beware of the spirits and deities from the Ming house, and if he encountered wandering souls on his path, they would hardly leave him alone and it would cause problems. Zhao Long's spirit thanked for the important information and then inquired in the demonic tiger about the fate of the other 8 people who were also to be found because of their contract. Lu Shangjun explained that Zhao Long was the last one on the list and the others had already met their end. To be convincing, the tiger released Lan Ning's soul for a while, who laughed at the sight of the righteous man dressed as a monk. Zhao Long remained calm even after being ridiculed and said that he was only a traveler who hoped for the Buddha's mercy, and he would wish that every sinner would find the clear Buddha's blessing and pay for his sins. After that, the tiger told how Luo Ningxuang had married and was raising children, and her heart was full of love and care. Ling Cheng from long ago from rooting out evil in the world cannot be justice and punishing criminals. However, his true virtue lies in honesty and openness. Wang has been an investigator and has been able to apprehend countless criminals, always acting impartially and fairly. Du Haiyan is an exceptional person despite the fact that his martial arts career was cut short due to injury. But he found the strength to continue his journey to the top of the arts. Moreover, he has gathered around him a group of knights who travel all over the country to help those in need. But for the rest of us, fate is still waiting to be decided. Zhao Long's spirit thanked the tiger for this important information that would greatly calm his mind and instill his faith in good people. The monk then wished the tiger to take care of himself and said goodbye. Lan Ning was shocked and offended that Mr. Lu Shangjian had given freedom to the monk and allowed him to follow his own path, for he too could have done the same. But this only annoyed the tiger, and it didn't want to discuss and consumed Lan Ning's soul once again. The demonic tiger rose high above the trees and still looked after the monk he let go for a while. He sincerely wanted to see what this monk would do in the future. After a while, the spirit of the monk Zhao Long found himself in Yinhai City, where he decided to take one last look at the elderly people who were asleep and not even aware of his presence. His path then led the monk to the temple of the city god, and he turned to the servants who were guarding the entrance to the temple and the peace of this city as usual. This seemed to be the final point of the entire journey. The city god's servants were surprised that the master could see them and explained that they were indeed serving the city god, and then inquired how they could help the master. Zhao Long explained that he had come here with the blessing of clear Buddha and was only a sinful spirit, so he asked to be taken along. He would also like to see some souls who had died unjustly. One of the guards of the underworld cautiously touched the monk's spirit's head and was surprised at his spiritual essence, because for a few minutes he thought he was just an ordinary living person. It was also surprising how balanced the monk's aura was. It showed no cold or heat and not the slightest bit of evil. Moreover, the energy of Buddhism hovered around the monk, and it was very strange for the spirit and confirmed his words. In the end, the guards of the underworld agreed to take the monk with them and offered to follow along. Lu Shangjian continued to watch carefully and was surprised by the monk's act of daring to do all this. A little further away, Master Jai was also watching and trying to understand all the events that had happened recently. It was unclear whether the appearance of the demonic tiger in the Buddhist temple was beneficial or harmful. After a while, the demonic tiger arrived at Dong Bai Chen's place and couldn't understand why his energy was very weakened. Perhaps it was caused by something special. After some clarifications, the demonic tiger was near Du Bingcheng's grave and decided that this was indeed very unusual, and now it would be difficult for him to fulfill the terms of contract. They had agreed that he wanted him alive as a human and dead as a spirit, and it was a pity that Du Bingcheng was so unlivable. After all, now he would have to go to Min's office. Soon near the tomb appeared and Master Jai Yuan, who decided that the white hands lead for black hands, and he was wondering if the demonic tiger had thought of how exactly he would go to the Ming department. Soon after, the master found himself in a spacious store of ritual things and various paraphernalia for other rituals. The attentive merchant immediately asked the guest what things he was interested in. Jai Yuan explained that he just wanted to give something to a departed friend in the City of Spirits is not very comfortable to wear anything, so he decided to look in this beautiful place. Then he asked how to use the strange paper money. The merchant was happy for the new customer and explained that all the things in this store are lit in a pure monastery and have spiritual power put into them. After praying to the master, things gain magical energy and turn into artifacts. These magical coins, for example, are charged with power that even spirits can use. Jai Yuan still realized that most of the items in this store did not contain any energy, which meant that there was a lot of deception. Meanwhile, the merchant was displaying smooth and beautiful figurines, but Jai Yuan was only interested in the value of the items. The joyful merchant said that it only cost 40 yen per piece, and it was a very fair price for everyone from a boy to an old man. With these figures, one could assemble an entire retinue of servants, nannies, and guards. The merchant's advertisement pleased the master and asked how much the paper money would cost. As it turned out, standard Ming Tongbao coins could be purchased in huge quantities for even a single real coin. Master Jai immediately placed 2 coins on the table. The merchant decided not to miss a profitable customer and began to offer him paper bows, which were incredibly well detailed, and even paper carriages made by the best masters of this business. But Master Jai was already heading for the exit and explained that at this stage he would only need paper coins, and then thanked the slightly saddened shopkeeper for his help. These paper money certainly looked very simple, but were cut very neatly and were for their price. Master Jai walked a bit down the street and found a quiet place where he applied energy to the money. After a few seconds, the paper money began to glow in magical flames and then turned into real money. Jai Yun quietly said that half of the money had already been spent. The department was already finished. After carefully examining the received shiny coin, Master was satisfied with the result. After all, if you improve the materials and techniques, the result will be even much better than this time. Master Jai was very interested in the effect of these coins, and after he rubbed them on the palm of his fingers, they began to glow and disappear. It looked very beautiful and spectacular. Jai Yun decided to think hard about whether he should involve Dong Bai Cheng. His spiritual essence is unstable. He can make a mess in Spirit City, and even the city god guards wouldn't be able to deal with him. Then after thinking it over carefully for a few more times, Master Jai decided that Lu Shangjian should have already thought of and prepared everything in Ming's domain, because he had to meet the soul of the right person anyway. Meanwhile, the demonic tiger was enjoying the dishes and couldn't even imagine before in the mountains that someone could make such a delicious meal out of ordinary vegetables. Now he understood why Mr. Jai was so careful to take care of order among humans. What a treat not to allow chaos. Lan Ning agreed with his master and wished him to always live in order, for one should never disturb order. The food was indeed very fine, and Lu Shangjian suggested his favor to sit next to him and also enjoy the dishes. Then the demonic tiger said that he needed to go to a place, but he couldn't go there without the help of a servant, and he also needed a special sacrifice. These words made Lan Ning feel afraid again, and he cautiously asked what this place was. Lu Shangjian explained that it was a place where spirits dwell, and it was under Ming's control in the Western Defense Post. But Lan Ning didn't have to worry about it because he wasn't in their jurisdiction and no one knew about his sinful deeds. But in any case, he is still an evil spirit, which means he can be punished, and if he can overcome all the terrible tortures, the servants of the underworld will definitely let him go to the Spirit City. Lu Shangjian advised his servant that after he moved him to the right place, he should just pretend to accidentally run into a patrol, and after punishing him, he would be let into the Spirit City and then the two of them could sneak in. Lan Ning thanked Mr. Lu for his great trust and promised to try to help him, but he was still not sure that he could withstand the torture. After all, if he did, his spirit would dissipate. Lu Shangjian continued to quietly enjoy the deliciously cooked vegetables and asked him not to worry about it because he would definitely help him with his own strength, and he would not die during the torture. After that, the demonic tiger explained to his favors several times how exactly to behave during the torture and communication with the patrol. Master Jai was listening to the details of the cunning plan, trying to understand where it would lead. The evil spirit Dong Bai Cheng flew to his sleeping acquaintance. Then, he slowly put his hand on his chest to pull the spirit out of the man's body. When the spirit flew out of the body, the man didn't quite understand what was happening, but the evil spirit Dong Bai Cheng pointed his finger to follow him. The man walked through the night city following Du Bai Cheng. Suddenly scratching the back of his head, the man asked the evil spirit what he was doing on the street. Dong Bai Cheng's evil spirit turned to his acquaintance and suggested that he take a little walk, because last time he had promised that they would go to the armory, and since he had gotten out, they should go there soon. Dong Bai Cheng grabbed the man's sleeve. Grabbing the man's sleeve, Dong Bai Cheng flew up into the sky with his acquaintance, and they flew above the night city. Frowning his eyebrows, the evil spirit Dong Bai Cheng began to worry that the spirit guides still hadn't arrived, except that the city defenders had already detected the evil spirit and found it even above the city. When the evil spirit spotted the city protector, he was already swinging his katana at him, so to dodge the blow, he threw the man's spirit to the ground. The man began to beg hard to be saved from death. At that moment, the spirit returned to the man's body, and he abruptly woke up in a cold sweat. The defenders of the city surrounded the evil spirit and began to question him about who he was and how he dared to steal people's souls, because such tricks of demons and spirits are not something that can be learned in the human world. Then they decided that there was no point in figuring it out, they should just take him back and everything would become clear. At first, the evil spirit listened to them, but then suddenly rushed over, trying to escape from them. Seeing this, the city protector shouted at him that he wouldn't be able to escape, and swung a powerful magic rap. In the same instant, the whip restrained Dong Bai Cheng's evil spirit, and he no longer had a chance to escape his fate. The city protector ordered his subordinate to take this evil spirit away. He said that the evil spirit Dong Bai Cheng was handed over to the Ming department for trial, and his sentence, 6 strokes of the whip. While the evil spirit was being led to the room where the sentence would be carried out, he thought that it was not so terrible. Because 6 strokes of the whip, it was not mountains of swords or oceans of fire. Then, he managed to overhear the conversation between the two defenders of the city. One of them asked if they had a guest today. The other told him that this guest was met by Mr. Yin Cheng himself. This told him that this person was special. Lu Shangjun and this man's body mumbled that this was fine, because the Ming department would pay attention to the guest, which meant that it would be easier to infiltrate. After pinning the evil spirit to the wall to prevent it from escaping, the city defender told it that the judge had imposed a punishment of 6 strokes of the whip. Immediately after the first whipping, the evil spirit's voice trembled. Clenching his jaw, he endured the pain. After the second blow, Dong Baicheng screamed that he was about to die, mentally begging Mr. Lu to save him from torture. The city protector continued to strike. The third, fourth, fifth, Dong Baicheng screamed out after each blow. After the 6th punch, Dong Baicheng only exhaled all the residue out of himself. The person who beat him didn't expect the evil spirit to withstand 6 blows. Then came the decree that he should be taken away and sent to the spirit city as the law dictated. The city protector breathed a sigh of relief, for whipping was not an easy thing to do. Feeling wild pain all over his body, the evil spirit Dong Baicheng walked through the city. Lu Shangjun came out of him again and said that he had passed the test. Now he must go to his other old acquaintance, and his home was in the southern part of the city. After walking across the city, Dong Baicheng came to the house of his old acquaintance and shouted that he had come to visit him. Brother Dong flew to the doorway, and upon seeing Dong Baicheng, he became very excited. Brother Dong then anxiously began to question why he died so early. Did he really die in the Ming department? He asked many questions that troubled him. Did he die of illness, or was it an accident? Or maybe it was the work of the martial arts world? But decided that it was all worth judging over tea. Dong Baicheng agreed to tea. Dong Baicheng sat down on a chair and asked Brother Dong what he had experienced before entering the spirit city, and how long he had left to live. Dong began to say that perhaps because of the merits of his family in the Ming department, he was not tortured much, except for the servants scolded for bad deeds, and perhaps dying early is a reward. He used to think that to live 60 years is good, but now everything seems very boring. Dong then remembered that Dong Baicheng never told him how he died. Suddenly, Lu Shangjun appeared out of nowhere and told him that Dong Baicheng was a villain, and it led to a deserved end. 1 offering of incense, and that was it. Brother Dong asked Mr. Lai who he was. The man answered him with his name, and explained that once upon a time they had made a pact with him and 8 other knights on the mountain at the foot of the temple, and now he had come to fulfill it, but he had no luck, for he had already managed to die. Brother Dong jumped up from his chair and apologized to Master Lu, but he had died a long time ago and couldn't fulfill the pact, then asked what he was going to do with him now. Brother Dong returned to his chair and began to listen to Lu Shangjun, who told him that he would not do anything to him, for Dong had done no evil and his goal was to fulfill the terms of their long-standing agreement. While cooling his tea, Lu Shangjun suddenly asked him how he died. Exhaling heavily, Brother Dong answered him that it also had to do with knightly virtue. He said that people in the martial arts world admired the great hero. Stories of his feats were passed down by word of mouth, but no one knows how many people died for the sake of these feats. He, Don, had overestimated his strength by entering the fight, but ended up becoming a victim of it himself. Shrugging his shoulders, Mr. Lu answered him that to live or die depends on luck and the will of the heavens, but such a death is respectable. He died without regrets, with a pure heart. Brother Dong resented his words about a pure heart. He said that when you don't know your own strength and blindly rush forward, it brings harm not only to you but also to your family, leaves your friends in mourning and causes your enemies to hate you. Mr. Lu decided that they probably shouldn't talk about it, and said that today's meeting made him happy, and then asked him to tell him about the others, what happened to them. But then, Lu Shangjun stood up and bowed, saying that it was already too late and he shouldn't stay in Spirit City for long. Everyone said goodbye to each other. As he looked at the guests, Brother Dong thought about the fact that today's meeting was likely to be their last, and it was unlikely that they would see each other again. Suddenly Don felt someone's presence behind him. Turning around, he saw Jai Yuan and asked who he was. Don suddenly got excited and shouted Mr. Lu. Crossing his arms on his chest, Jai Yuan said that he did not expect to meet Dong Das in such an appearance. Then he added that what happened in his lifetime is already in the past. The path in the spirit world is long. If he is bored, he can find a job in the Ming department. And if he wants, let him say that he came on the recommendation of Jai Yuan. The guy then held out his hand with coins in it. He said that it was just a small thing but still quite rare. Don asked him what it was. Jai Yuan explained to him that they were artifact coins and he must have heard of them. However, these particular ones are different. At the right moment they can change fate. Use them with caution. Dawn thanked him and they parted ways. On the road, Jai Yuan reasoned that he had one more to meet. He wondered what would happen if he encountered Raging Bull and Mr. Lu Shangjun. The next morning in Luocheng, the eminent manor, Yan was practicing in the courtyard. Raging Bull woke up. Stretching after sleeping, he said that this night was very pleasant, and he had a very good sleep. Suddenly he felt his eyelid twitching. Grabbing his face, he thought that maybe something bad was about to happen to him. Meanwhile in the courtyard, Yan was developing his skills. He was skillfully riding with his sword. Wiping his eye, Raging Bull went to the porch and greeted Yan, who asked in a slightly tired voice if he was awake yet. Raging Bull was very worried about his eye and told Yan about his situation, that ever since he got up, his eyelid wouldn't stop moving and maybe he should leave for a while so as not to bring trouble on him. Yan replied to him that there was no need to worry as he had already helped him defeat the tiger and now it was his turn to get help. He then added that although he was a simple man who had little knowledge of martial arts, perhaps he could still be of some help. He then suggested that a twitching eyelid didn't always mean trouble. Maybe he was just feeling weak. Or maybe it was a sign that the money was about to leave. When Raging Bull took his hand away from his face, Yan saw a red lip print on his cheek. After Yan's words, Raging Bull felt more relaxed, pouring out a couple of coins from the pouch. He said that it was true, money is only temporary. It goes away easily, it comes back easily, there is nothing wrong with it. Feeling energized and in a good mood, Raging Bull asked Yan what they were going to eat today. The lamb stew from last time was amazing. Embarrassed, Yan answered him that they should pay 150 wen for the lamb. Sadly exhaling, Raging Bull told Yan to forget about this conversation, and then wiped the imprint of the kiss off his cheek. Suddenly, he felt something incomprehensible approaching them. He started looking around angrily. Yan, noticing this, asked him if he heard something. Raging Bull answered him that someone was coming, but it wasn't a person, and although the aura was barely perceptible, no one would escape his nose. With concern in his voice, Raging Bull said that he didn't know if it was going to Yan or him. Frightened, Yan asked what they should do. Bull said that he shouldn't worry. However, if it was one of those witches who liked to change appearance, it might be his enemy. Meanwhile, Lu Shangjun's silhouette could be seen in the distance. Lu Shangjun entered their courtyard and asked if Lord Yan and Autumn lived here. Yan frowned his eyebrows and told him that he lived here, but no one knew that his name was Yan Q, and asked who he was. Lu Shangjun bowed and introduced himself, saying that 20 years had passed and it was time to honor their pact. Raging Bull guessed that this young man coming to see them was the same tiger. Lu Shangjun was surprised and asked Bull who he was and what he had to do with Yan Q's case. Raging Bull introduced himself and said that he was Yan's brother. He shares the same fate with him. They share their joys and sorrows equally, and if he is in danger, he will not abandon his brother. Lu Shangjun apologized and said that Yan has a wonderful friend and then asked if he could stay with them for a while. Yan let him into his house. Suddenly, in a stern voice, Raging Bull shouted for him to stand and asked why he came here. Mr. Lu was embarrassed and stopped. With a revealing exhale, Exuberant Bull folded his arms on his chest and said that he could now enter. Lu Shangjun was very excited and didn't understand what just happened, but Boy Bull's behavior scared him a bit. Yan went up to Raging Bull and asked him if he was too rough. The bull told him that he shouldn't worry. He was just a wild beast and accustomed to the laws of the world, so he should be restrained a little, and let this demon who had barely found his form understand how to respect his elders. Yan poured tea for Mr. Lu Shangjun and told him to help himself. The latter reached his hand for the cup. After taking a sip of the hot tea, Lu Shangjun looked at the disgruntled Raging Bull and winked at him. The bull was very angry that Yan had let him in. After all, he didn't inspire confidence. Mr. Lu asked the bull if he was tired of menacingly drilling him with his gaze. The bull didn't answer him anything. Mr. Lu told Yan that he probably knows why he came. The lands of Zuyu say various things about him, and not without reason, for there is a sinister aura and intertwined resentments hovering around Yan. They also say that 9 years ago he challenged a great hero of the Central Plains to a duel, and he was killed by his sword. Lu Shangjun wanted to know if this was true. Yan replied that it was. Knives and swords are not spared. In the heat of a duel it is impossible to stop, and this was not the only case. Then, honing his skills, he challenged quite a few famous Zuyu masters. Some of them were seriously injured while others died. Raging Bull couldn't keep quiet anymore and blurted out that dueling was a matter that both of them agreed to, and asked Mr. Lu if he didn't know what a death challenge was, and if someone weaker lost, why blame someone else? Frowning his eyebrows, Raging Bull added that demons devour people and no one is surprised. But if a person is accidentally killed in a duel, there is an uproar. Mr. Lu began to laugh demonstratively at his words. Lu Shangjun told Yan Qiu that he had already visited all 8 of them, but did not expect that he was now fraternizing with a demon. The Lord was amused and added that Raging Bull was clearly no better. Standing up from the table and pounding on the table with all his might, Raging Bull asked if he wanted to fight. He said that Lu Shangjun, who had just gained his appearance, was a petty demon, and he wouldn't be able to stand against even one of his hands. Looking at Lu Shangjun sitting at the table, Raging Bull thought that he was just a demon who had barely taken the form. Even if he was given 100 years to train, he would hardly be able to change anything. Meanwhile, Lu laughed and replied that he didn't want to fight. And then, raising his burning eyes to Raging Bull, Lu said that he wasn't going to fight them at all. He wanted to do something more, kill them. At this moment, a purple aura enveloped him. Raging Bull immediately reacted to his words and shouted to his brother Yan to hide behind his body, for this tiger demon was clearly up to something. Lu Shangjun released his tiger claws in the blink of an eye and pounced on Raging Bull. With his powerful beast strike, he hit Bull. Yan managed to dodge by hiding behind Bull. From this blow, Raging Bull flew off into the stone wall. After receiving a couple of abrasions and having his back smashed into the wall, Raging Bull got even angrier and was ready to kill Mr. Lu. Getting to his feet, he told Brother Yan that if a fight starts, he should run as far as he can. And this time it's not a joke, it's very serious. Raging Bull gave a very loud bull-like roar and his eyes filled with red color, while Lu Shangjun with his burning yellow eyes roared like a real tiger. They pounced on each other in a rage. Meanwhile, Yan ran away with all his legs without looking back. Suddenly, he heard his brother's voice in the sky. Raging Bull shouted that he would trample Lu Shangjun with his huge hooves. Raging Bull jumped to Yan and started laughing with Lu Shangjun. He called him a little tiger. He had already shown his true form and Bull hadn't yet, and added that he should go to training for a couple 100 years. Suddenly, Yan and Raging Bull froze in place. Lu Shangjun turned into his true form. The guy became a tiger giant. He could break the manor with one paw, and his roar seemed to be heard in the whole neighborhood. Raging Bull stammered and asked Yan if this was what they called a tiger in their great country. Yan asked in a quiet voice filled with anxiety what kind of demon it was. The bull, all nervous, began to shout at Yan that he himself has no idea what kind of demon it is and ordered him to run away. Because this demon is not so simple and it looks like he will have to fight to the death, and when he is in battle, he will not be able to keep track of Yan. Lu Shangjun growled that there was no point in him running away as he would still catch up with him in no time. First he would kill Raging Bull, and then Yan. Raging Bull resented Lu Shangjun calling him a demon and asked who he himself was then. In an instant, from an ordinary person, Raging Bull turned into a giant. Massive horns came out on his head. He shouted that whoever Lu Shangjun was, he would destroy him. With his muscular arms, Raging Bull grabbed onto a tree and ripped it out from the root. He approached Lu Shangjun and started waving the ripped-out tree in front of his face. Meanwhile, the knights outside the city had hinted at something strange in the forest not far from the city. One of them ordered to go to the city quickly and close the gates, for a storm was coming. The city god, who was flying on a cloud with his assistants, also noticed it. He said that there was a powerful demonic energy from there, and supposedly there was a demon living there, but it was not clear who was fighting it. One of the assistants asked the city god if they should intervene. The god replied that they should not be in such a hurry to act. It seems that they are only dealing with each other. It is necessary to watch how the events will develop. Their fight was gaining momentum. Their animalistic screaming could be heard from far away. They were ready to tear each other apart. Yan prayed that his valued friend Raging Bull would not get into trouble. Scratched by the tiger claws, Raging Bull marveled at Lu Shangjun's abilities. Then, Raging Bull thrust his horns into the tiger's paw. Blood gushed out, and Lu Shangjun's roar echoed throughout the neighborhood. But then, the tiger immediately dragged its claws across Raging Bull's back. The latter howled exhaustedly. Lu Shangjun pushed off from Bull's back and made a high jump and landed in front of him. In order not to break, Raging Bull bent his legs at the knees. The bull was breathing heavily and wheezing, his chest and back bleeding. Lu Shangjun was also breathing heavily. But the excitement was taking its toll. He laughed and said that he was very happy to fight the demon for real. Raging Bull smiled and said that he was only pretending to be fine, because in reality, his bullhorn ram was no joke, and it was unlikely that he would last long with such injuries. Lu Shangjun replied to him that his magic was really strong, but it was unlikely that he would be able to use it many more times. He would soon stop being able to use it. He then added that even if Bull could use it many times, he wouldn't fall for it. In a moment, a purple glow enveloped the tiger, and instead of just one tail, he had many more of them. When Raging Bull saw this, anxiety once again came over him in a wave. He couldn't believe that there were still such demons capable of growing multiple tails. He realized that he would have a hard time today. Lu Shangjun started to create strong wind currents that pulled everything on the ground into the sky. Raging Bull shouted at him that he wouldn't be able to do this, as he himself was strong in earth manipulation. But when Bull's field of vision was reduced to a minimum, he began to fret, spinning around, trying to see anything. At that moment, Lu Shangjun flew at him from the back. Raging Bull didn't expect such a setup and didn't have time to react. The tiger sank its fangs into Bull's neck and he screamed in pain. Bull shouted that it was a very mean move. He was in a lot of pain, but he couldn't do anything. Suddenly, Yan Fei ran over to them and shouted that they should kill him, not Raging Bull, as he was innocent. Jai Yuan himself was also there, and he shouted threateningly for them to stop. In the same instant, the tiger and Raging Bull stopped moving and flew to the ground. They fell to the ground with a rumbling and shrieking sound. Raging Bull immediately returned to his normal state, and so did Lu Shangjun. Jai Yuan told them that they had enough fighting for today. Lu Shangjun bowed before him and said that he wouldn't dare to disobey him. The Raging Bull collapsed on the ground and asked if Jai Yuan had been here for a long time and why he couldn't intervene earlier. After all, he had been suffering all this time. Jai Yuan answered him that he had indeed been here for a long time, and he was actually helping. And then he added that if he had held his tongue just a little bit, this fight wouldn't have happened at all. Raging Bull replied that if it wasn't for his bullheadedness, he would have attacked them immediately. But now he was even afraid to breathe. After all, strength was all that mattered. Yan Fei ran up to Raging Bull and asked him if he was alright. He replied that nothing had happened to him. After all, he had thick blood and strong meat, and the blood he had lost was not life energy, so he would be able to replenish himself in no time. Suddenly, Raging Bull collapsed and fell to the ground. With a trembling voice, he asked Yan Fei to give him a hand so he could stand up. Jai Yuan asked Lu Shangjun why he was silent. The latter replied that if the Lord made a remark, he had no right to make excuses. Then Mr. Jai Yuan asked him if he wanted to kill Boy Bull when he bit his neck. Lu replied that he did not want to kill it. He only inflicted many wounds but did not affect its essence. Then, Lu Shangjun, making himself look like a fluffy white animal, added that if Bull hadn't said that there was nothing wrong with eating a couple people, he wouldn't have attacked him. Bull started to resent that he was lying. After all, he never said it was okay to eat people. Yan Fei looked at Bull, then he scratched the back of his head and said that maybe he did say something like that. Jai Yuan walked over to Yan Fei and asked why he didn't take out the sword and tenth scroll. Yan started rummaging around in his breast pocket, trying to get the scroll out. Lu Shangjun was greatly surprised that Yan Fei had it. A little with fear, Yan held out the scroll to Jai Yuan and asked him to look at it. When Mr. Jai unrolled the scroll, his eyes grew wide with surprise. There was no way he could understand what the inscription on it was. Yan Fei said that once the master had left magic power in this inscription scroll, and he studied it several times, and 6 months later he had a dream. The young man said that in the dream he saw the symbols leave the scroll and fly away. He added that the next day he discovered that the text had disappeared. Yan Fei said that even Brother Bull couldn't explain what had happened. After that, the young man decided to hide the scroll and never touched it again. Mr. Lu took the scroll and found that the paper used to be lighter in color, but now it looked like ancient parchment. He thought it was due to the disappearance of the text. He realized that the magic scroll itself was already amazing, and the fact that the symbols flew away was something incredible in general. The Lord felt some connection to them, but it was barely perceptible, as if through a veil. He realized that if Taoist King Song was here with his insight, he might have been able to calculate something. Lu Shangjun said that it appeared that the Lord had thought of everything. He apologized for his impertinence. The bull spirit sighed heavily. The master replied that it wasn't quite like that. He said that Yan Fei's case should be handled by Mr. Lu Shangjun. He pointed out that if his actions were righteous, he would be able to save himself, but if not, there was no point in saving him. The master asked Lu Shangjun what he thought about the matter. Lu Shangjun replied that the master was completely right. He bowed, showing respect. The master turned to the bull. He surmised that Lu Bull's demonic body really had potential because even after the battle, it was still holding on. The bull was wary. The master added that he was no match for Bull in brute force combat. But after he underwent his rebirth, he had a unique ability that he called heart submission. Mr. Lu continued by saying that from the beginning of the battle he had been under its influence and was wasting his strength by following a false direction. He asked Bull if he had noticed any vague anxiety and fear. The master added that Bull was strong but easily angered. He said that as soon as Bull lost control, his senses dulled and his judgment became faulty. The bull began to get angry. Lu Shangjin turned to the master. He said that after his rebirth, he had gotten rid of his tiger form. The young man added that he hadn't mastered the tail yet, but he had already managed to develop something new. He asked the Lord that he knew what his demonic body had become now. The master replied that a tiger body with 9 tails, a human face and tiger paws, this was the form of existence of the powerful being Lu Wu. The people present were surprised at what the master said. The master continued, saying that it was true Lu Wu, but the real Lu Wu had 9 tails, and Lu Shangjin didn't reach that yet. He warned Lu Shangjin that he should have practiced hard, not to worry and not to look for others like him because he was the only Lu Wu at the moment. The young man replied that he understood the master's instructions. In the evening, the master sat at the table in his room. He was studying a scroll. There was a knock at his door. He told the guest to come in. The guest was Lu Shangjin. The master invited him to sit down. He told the young man that his left arm was not moving. The master asked if he was badly wounded. The young man replied that he was wounded very badly. He added that if the bull had not held back for fear of hurting the townspeople, his arm would have been punctured. The young man admitted that the rampaging bull had indeed surpassed him in skill. Mr. Lu replied that the bull's demonic body really impressed him. He swept up that even with his techniques and tactics, he was unable to break the bull's defense. The master said that, however, there was a demon capable of piercing through his body before. Lu Shangjin asked when that was and who did it. The master replied that according to his memory, it happened in the Lanju area, on the Pale Blue Mountain. It was one of the inhabitants of the Jade Fox Cave, most likely the Fox Demoness. The young man interjected. The master explained that foxes, until they gained strength, would even run away from dogs, but once they became strong, especially those that had multiple tails, they became extremely dangerous. He warned the young man that if he ever encountered a demon from the Jade Fox Cave, he should be wary. Mr. Lu added that the demoness Tu Ziyan was especially worth being wary of because she knew many things. Lu Shangjin replied that he understood everything. He asked if the master had any more instructions. The master replied that he had a complete manual for training the heavenly beast, but he didn't pass this to the young man directly, but only gave hints. He added that he let him train on his own to reach his potential. The Lord wanted to add something else, but paused. After the pause, he said that the world was vast and could not be comprehended in its entirety. The Lord continued that each region had its own laws. The demonic clans were a source of immense power. He added that although they were often disparate, some were so powerful that even the heavenly schools dared not interfere. He cited the Black Dreams clan in the Black Wasteland lands as an example. The Lord continued, saying that many of the celestial schools and gods treated demons with prejudice, but it had to be recognized that those who became powerful were rarely naive. He added that especially in places with ancient traditions and purposes. The Lord pulled out something and motioned for the young man to look at it. A wooden plaque appeared in his hand. Lu Shangjin took it and began to study this plaque. The master said that there were demons, heavenly beings, ghosts, and gods in the lands of Cloud Province, but the true strength was behind the humanity that seemed so weak. He added that humans varied in character, but mostly they sought order and respected gods, demons, and spirits. The Lord continued by saying that things were different in the Black Wasteland. He cited the so-called land of men and cattle as an example. He added that there, it wasn't just about hunger or simplified cultivation practices. The master continued that they loved to hear moans, explored cruel torture methods, and played on the weaknesses of the human heart. Mr. Lu swept up that the demon clans were an extremely complex community. He said that Lu Shangjin was no longer quite a demon. The master added that there was only one Lu Wu in this world. He asked the young man who else knew that he was an ancient divine beast. The master said that he hoped that the young man, while remaining in the guise of a demon, would be able to achieve some influence among his own kind. He continued that when he asked for Lu Shangjin's help one day, the young man would be able to help him. Lu Shangjin replied that the teacher's words were law to him. He bowed to the master. The master stopped him. He said that it was his wish, not an order. The master said that as his mentor, of course he wanted the student to be safe. He added that if the young man was to embark on his path, he had to have a strong determination and a sense of duty. The master said that if it was just about the problems of the Black Wasteland, the chaos in this world, or the confrontation between light and darkness, he added that if it was just that, he would not be concerned. The master asked what if his past calculations were wrong about the most important thing. He also asked who had the most to gain from this chaos and disorder. Lu Shangjun replied that he was following his teacher's instructions. The master said that they did their best, but the most important thing was to remain honest to themselves. Meanwhile, on Cloud Mountain, Qin's grandfather was studying. Qin Yuan walked out of the room. He said hello to Grandpa Qin and said that although it was still early, he was already studying. Grandfather also wished a good morning to the Taoist. Qin Yuan said that he was unaccustomed to being called by his Taoist name and would have preferred to be called like Kai Wen before. He added that he needed to go to the restroom. Grandpa's attention was drawn to the top of one of the mountains. He took to the air and flew to the top. Kai Wen returned. The young man was surprised at his grandfather's absence. The grandfather greeted Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu asked if Grandpa Kingu was comfortable in the Cloud Mountain Temple. Grandfather replied that in his past life, he had worked tirelessly, but now he was enjoying the tranquility, breathing in energy, watching the stars, and meditating. It was true bliss for him. Mr. Lu said that he thought Grandpa wouldn't stay still and would constantly come down from the mountain to treat people. Grandpa Qin replied that he understood and appreciated him and Mr. Dragon's efforts, especially since the Cloud Mountain Temple had enough people in need of treatment. Mr. Lu asked him if he had seen the ocean. Grandfather replied that he hadn't seen it. Mr. Lu said that in the future there would be an opportunity and Grandpa would visit the seas and mountains. He added that this world is huge, much bigger than they could imagine. Master said that if Grandfather reached the level of a divine wanderer, he paused in his speech. The master continued by saying that he would watch Grandpa with interest to see if the heavens had boundaries. He asked if he could go beyond the stars and see what was there. Grandfather replied that if that time came, he would certainly do so. Mr. Lu said that the time was already late and it was time for Kai Xuan and Kai Wen to get up. He suggested that Grandpa come downstairs. The weasels brought the prey. One had a snake in its teeth and the other grabbed a mouse. The animals snuck into the crevice that led to the kitchen. Grandpa said that every day at this time they would be sure to bring a small gift to the kitchen. Mr. Lu laughed and said that the gift was beautiful. Mr. Lu was called by Teacher Kai, inviting him inside. The teacher ordered Kai Wen to quickly buy groceries. The young man obeyed. Mr. Lu turned to the teacher. He said that he had come here today to ask for help with a divination. The weather was fine outside. The teacher held a scroll in his hands. He was puzzled. Teacher Kai asked how it was possible to do divination on one piece of paper. Mr. Lu told him to imagine that this sheet was a house and he was to find out the condition of the occupants. The teacher asked that the occupants were drawings and inscriptions. Mr. Lu replied that he was right. He said that the characters were the tenants and the paper was their house. He continued by saying that this scroll was created decades ago. The master added that the teacher needed to assume that the tenants had a birth date and find it. He asked the teacher if he could do it. Teacher Kai replied that he would try. He asked Mr. Lu if he was sure that this divination would not bring problems. The teacher hastily explained that he was just an ordinary person and if even the master himself needed help, what could be said about him? Mr. Lu laughed. He said that it seemed like Teacher Kai still treasured his life. The master added that he didn't need to worry because there was nothing related to heavenly mysteries or targeted attacks by powerful beings here. Teacher Kai replied that in that case, he would begin. From the teacher's energy, everything around shone golden. After applying the spell, the teacher said that the house was half a foot wide, 2 feet long, and had supports made of wood on the side. He paused for a moment. The teacher continued by saying that the master was born on the 9th day of the first month of the year of the water sheep, during the hour of the monkey. He continued by saying that the tenants were numerous. They chose a place with water, like sandalwood and ink, avoided bright light, and in the 9th month of the year of the wooden horse they left their native place. He hesitated in his conclusion. The teacher asked the master if he could have been mistaken. Mr. Lu reassured the teacher. He answered him to go ahead with the divination. The master added that he needed to know at least an approximate direction or area. He felt that would be enough for him to continue his search. The master nodded. The master said that to the northwest, several tens of thousands of li was beyond the borders of the Great Rule. He suggested that once he was closer, he would make calculations and be sure to find these symbols. Mr. Lu stood up and thanked the teacher. He said that coming to the Cloud Mountain Temple had not been in vain. Teacher Kai replied that there was no need to thank him. He said that if Master needed anything, he would always help. The teacher added that if it wasn't for Master, he would never have been able to live to an advanced age in such great shape. Kai Wen returned to the temple. Teacher said that Mr. Lu rarely came here, so he would show off his culinary skill 0 today. He ordered Kai Wen, bring wood and start a fire. The disciple obeyed. The teacher and student left. Mr. Liu asked his grandfather that Kaiwen had no intention of getting married because he was already over 30. Grandfather replied that although Taoists from the temple could take wives, Kaiwen had no such intentions. He added that Kaiwen's heart was striving for the Tao. The master asked grandfather how he felt about the starry slope of Cloud Mountain. Grandpa Qin replied that the slope was beautiful, but it was still a bit empty because only Qin Song and Qin Yuan were here, and with his humble servant, there were only a little more than a handful of them. The gentleman's attention was drawn to the caresses of the temple. Master Liu replied that there was already a handful. The grandfather laughed. He said that it was magnificent. They bowed to the legacy of the temple. The master said that he thought of waiting a little longer, but the lives of ordinary people are not eternal. And Kai Xuan was no longer young, so he didn't want to be greedy. The master took the brush in his hands. He continued that this star flag was already extraordinary in itself, and with the energy that had accumulated over these years of training, it was now possible to begin. He added that it was said that the dragon only came to life when you finished drawing its eyes, so he wanted to draw the stars on the flag. Mr. Liu drew stars on the flag. The Weasel Taoists noticed an unusual energy from the main hall. Kaiwen asked the teacher if they had a chance of achieving immortality. The teacher replied that he had always said that some things could not and should not be forcefully achieved. He added that the main thing was to acquire virtuous connections. Master Liu finished drawing the stars. The master went out to the Taoists. He told them not to worry. The master continued that his actions might have deviated them from the teachings of the Tao. The master added that he had not imposed any restrictions by the methods of the Immortals on the practices of Cloud Mountain. He continued that this star flag belonged to Cloud Mountain, and the way he practiced was still the Taoist method that honored the stars and revered heaven and earth. The teacher was surprised. He thought it was more of a symbolic meaning than an actual footnote. Mr. Liu replied that it was no longer what it used to be. He added that he would explain everything together with his grandfather. The master said that the correct tactic was connecting energy with the power of the stars, which helped one to better unite with inner and outer forces, especially when using magic. Master and student began to meditate. The master along with his grandfather were drinking. Grandfather said that it looked like the two Taoists really had talent. He added that he thought it would take longer to understand and master it. The master explained that years of observing the stars and practicing daily had paid off. He said it was not an accident, but rather a personalized adjustment. The master said it was for spiritual caresses. He added that when they matured and became sensible, they could begin their studies. Mr. Liu took out a plaque with inscriptions on it. Grandfather took it and inquired about the item. The master replied that it was a training method for spiritual beings. He explained that he had once received it from an elder and then refined it. The gentleman said that he could not foresee everything, so he asked for grandfather's help. The grandfather replied that he understood everything and he would take care of it. Mr. Liu took out more books. He said that these books were also a gift. He continued that if Grandpa had time, he should look them over, especially the records of the outward path and the treatise on clarity. He added that both books had his notes and additions, which would be able to help him better understand the practitioner world. The master continued that the other two books were more suitable for Cloud Mountain Taoists, and he could use them for minor matters. At the end, the Lord added that Grandpa's wanderer abilities would be more significant. Grandfather took the books. He thanked the master and said that he would keep them. The next morning, the teacher and the student got excited. The teacher asked the gentleman that he was about to leave. He added that the master had only been at the temple for a day, and they had not been able to treat him properly. The master replied that their attention was enough for him. He said that once he finalized the beautiful methods of heaven and earth, he would definitely come back. He added that for now he had to look for those symbols. The master said that for imparting his knowledge could he be named, but he was interrupted by the master. He said that although he had imparted knowledge to them, it did not mean that it was worth talking about any discipleship. The master added that they were equals and they were friends, so this G equals N necessary. Mr. Liu flew away. At last he said goodbye to them. The master ordered his disciple to quickly bring his best incense scrolls. The disciple obeyed. Grandfather was puzzled. Teacher Kai quickly dipped his brush in ink and began to write something on the scroll. 3 days passed. The teacher was laughing. He shouted that he had succeeded. He drew portraits of the master and grandfather. The teacher said he didn't think he could do it, but it really worked out. The teacher explained that before, when he tried to remember Mr. Liu's face, the details were always blurred. He added that it didn't work at all to draw him, but today he finally could. The student replied that it was amazing. Grandpa added that who would have thought that Taoist Qin Song had such drawing skills. The teacher told Grandpa that he was flattering him. The teacher turned to the painting and said that something was missing. The teacher went through the paintings with his brush. The teacher said that now Grandpa and Mr. Lu were Cloud Mountain's mentor ancestors. He added that he and Kaiwan might not call them that, but the future generations of the temple should remember the roots. Grandfather laughed. He replied that they could do whatever they wanted because Mr. Lu would definitely not judge them. Mr. Lu had seen it all. He said it was drawn beautifully, but the handwriting was so-so. Meanwhile, in the state of the Lion Court in the Tushy Source County, a gentleman was wandering the streets. He said he could barely smell the odor of tushy in the air. He noticed a workshop for its production up ahead. Mr. Lu headed there. On the way, he noticed an elder by the river bank. The elder was witchcrafting over the water. The elderly man said that the odor had disappeared. He thought that it looked like he was wrong again and this was not the place. The gentleman thought that the elder was the local spirit of the earth. The gentleman followed the spirit. He remembered that ink from the Tushy Source County was valued for its weight in gold during the Great Rain. He figured that since he was here, he had to get some bars. The Lord followed the spirit into the store. The spirit looked at and evaluated the bars. Suddenly the spirit exclaimed that it looked like he was going to make progress today. Workers were bringing in bars of carcass. One of them told the other that they should put them on a shelf to dry. The first one opened the curtains that hung in the doorway. He was frightened by what he saw. He asked where all the other bars were. The other said there were at least 200 bars of prime carcass missing. The laborers could not understand where these bars had gone. The first said he had heard that many shops in the neighborhood had been robbed. The other replied that they had been here half an hour ago and everything was fine. The first said they should have informed the owner. The laborers ran to find the owner. An earth spirit appeared in the room where the bars were stored. He applied a spell. The spirit ordered the petty thieves who liked to steal ink to show themselves. The spirit threatened that if they didn't come out, he would burn the place down. One of the robbers replied that he shouldn't have done that. The second added that they were not afraid of him. The third agreed. The second added that the spirit should have left them alone and they would not complain to the Lord. The earth spirit didn't think there would be more than 1 or 2 spirits here. He said he didn't know who their master was, but he would burn them if they didn't show up. Mr. Lu thought that this master was himself. The spirit said they asked for it. If they didn't want to come out, they would get it. He added that he had received so many offerings from the locals, so he couldn't let them down. Flames enveloped the whole place. One of the thieves replied that there was no need to set them on fire. The second added that they should not have been set on fire. The third asked the Lord for help. The fire was getting smaller and smaller. The spirit asked what was the matter. The spirit tried to use the spell again, but it was as if his staff had lost its magic. One of the robbers said that the elder's magic wasn't working. The second added that it was good that there would be no fire. The third continued that he should have let them go because there was no way to set them on fire anyway. The fourth agreed with them. The spirit said he was from Moyen County, Lilong Settlement, asking them to show themselves. Mr. Lu showed up. He said the spirit was completely right and it was impolite. The spirit was surprised. One of the thieves shouted that it was the master. The second shouted that the Lord had come. The third asked the Lord for salvation. The fourth added that it was the old man who was mocking them. The Lord ordered them to show themselves to the spirit. The words appeared. The spirit did not believe what he saw. He asked how the words could have been spirits. The master thought there were too many stolen goods. The earth spirit did not understand who the young man was or why so many spirits were serving him. The earth spirit said that his name was Huang Qiu from Lilong Settlement of Moyen County. He added that he didn't know that these spirits were serving him. The spirit apologized to the master if he had offended him in any way. One of those words replied that this is who should be afraid. The second one appealed to the Lord to teach the elder a lesson. The third told the Lord to chop the spirit with his magic sword, or better yet, to burn it with the true fire of Samadhi. The fourth asked the Lord to avenge them. Mr. Lu ordered them all to be silent. Mr. Lu asked for the spirit's forgiveness. He said that he himself had not kept an eye on them. Master asked if they had done anything else bad besides stealing the carcass. The spirit was nervous. He replied that many people had come to the Earth Temple in recent days to make offerings, claiming that the carcass shop had been robbed repeatedly. He added that he had asked for help from officials and experts, and they had surrounded the vault and waited, but all to no avail. The spirit continued that he thought it might have been the work of spirits and demons, so he did his investigation and ended up here. Mr. Lu opened the scroll. Words began to gather in the scroll, forming text. Mr. Lu turned to the words. He said that they knew the value of a first-class carcass as food. The Lord turned to the spirit. He asked how much one bar of such a high-quality carcass cost. The spirit assured him that he should not have worried because they had not stolen the finished product but only the blanks, so it was quite cheap. The spirit added that he would tell the shopkeepers that the case had been solved. He said that he would be more careful to make sure that this would not happen again, and he would compensate for the losses. The master thanked the spirit for his help. He said that if the spirit could still get him a good mascara, he would buy it back. The spirit laughed. He called the gentleman a joker. The spirit said that good mascara was not easy to get, but he would help. He asked why he needed the gentleman's money. The gentleman took out a gold coin. He asked what the spirit thought about it. The spirit was surprised. Huang laughed and reached for Mr. Jai's hand with a trembling hand. The coin that was in the hero's hand was very precious. Huang wanted to make sure that Mr. Jai was sure that he wanted to exchange it for ink. The hero handed over the coin with a smile and said that he had cast it. It was something like a ritual coin that was burned to the ancestors after the petition ceremony. It was indeed a jewel, but the spiritual component in it was different. The old man laughed and understood everything, then hid the shining coin to his sleeve. He felt that the Tao in this coin was pure and fresh, and it was a true treasure. Since this item was very valuable, Huang was sure to help Zai find him the best mascara. The hero thanked the old man and said that he couldn't leave Moyan County for now. He also asked for permission to stay in his temple for a while. Huang obligingly agreed and offered to stay here even for the rest of his life, after which he asked Jai to follow him. Jai looked at the scroll, from which black eyes peeked out, and cautiously looked around. The hero smiled and said that they were traveling with him and could also take the bars they had stolen earlier with them. The voices in the scroll thanked the Lord, then began to argue amongst themselves. Apparently there was some real fighting and arguing going on in the scroll, so Jai realized that in all likelihood it was going to be fun. A paper crane glowing with green light peeked out from his pocket, reacting to their noise. The hero frowned at the crane and asked not to be like them. In the Temple of Earth, Mr. Jai walked to a table and opened his scroll on it. He asked the ink when they realized they had gained their minds. He touched one of the symbols written on the scroll and asked them to tell him. The character came out of the scroll and told him that about 10 years ago they had felt some strange sensations. Afterward, Jai said that the longer they were with him, the more they would gain consciousness. The hero asked why they didn't just stay in the sword notes. After all, it is their home, but for whatever reason they left. The characters squealed that they wanted to take the notes with them, but they were very heavy. The characters asked Mr. Jai not to be angry, for they had had a hard time. When Jai gave them to that Mr. Yan, they thought they were no longer needed by Mr. Jai, but they still followed him. They learned that the Lord was going to the north. As soon as one of the scribes said this, the other began to argue that the hero was heading west. They ended up having a heated argument and even forgot about talking to the Jai. Eventually 2 hours passed and the hero decided he had had enough. He asked the writings to stop arguing, for he roughly understood why they had escaped and fled 20,000 miles away. So it was difficult for ordinary spirits and monsters to detect them. Mr. Jai in all seriousness told the characters to answer him clearly and to the point. He touched one of the characters, which came out of the parchment and turned into a small inked man. The man knew nothing, but replied that if they wanted to hide, no one but Mr. Jai could find them. The multitude of characters transformed themselves into little men and continued their conversation. One day they had a big fight and their quarrel was overheard by a monster. He wandered around for half a month but never found them. They hid and did not dare to even talk to him. One of the characters said that he was the first to notice this peculiarity, and it was just awful. Jai asked the symbol not to say any other words, for he said to answer clearly and to the point. The hero pointed to the symbol and said that he was the one who first discovered them and assumed that the monster had noticed them. The symbol replied to Mr. Jai that this monster was not guarding them all the time. He would slyly leave for a while and then return. At this time the sense, spirit and he thought that the monster had finally left. But of course he would come again. In the end, he couldn't find them, got angry and gritted his teeth. The hero smiled and praised the characters. He noticed that the words had different character. For example, the heart was smarter, the sense and spirit were more perceptive, and the sword and axe were bolder, more determined, and more capable. He asked lastly, the characters not to run away from them anymore. The characters understood everything and hid in the scroll again. The written characters asked the Lord to take them with him and not to give them to Yan Fei, otherwise they would follow him again. The hero asked them not to worry, for he would not give them to anyone and rolled the scroll back up, especially since Fei has already read it long ago, so they will set off together with Jai. At that moment a man knocked at his door and asked Mr. Jai whether he should serve him food here, or whether he would go out with them and have lunch. The hero smiled and wished to dine in company. On the way, the man said that the Lunwai family had come to pay their respects and brought delicious food with which they wanted to treat Mr. Jai. but the hero was a guest and did not understand how he could refuse them. They went into a room where a table was already set with many different dishes and a jug of wine was standing. The man presented Mr. Liu to Mr. Jai as an honored guest of their temple and asked permission to dine at the same table. Mr. Liu greeted them and gladly agreed. Mentally, he thought that this was the first time he had seen this man. Even before, when the district judge came, they were not so ceremonious. The friendly man offered the gentleman a drink. He presented him their famous wine, which was fragrant and very tasty. Zai smiled and after thanking him, handed him his glass. The man poured Zai's drink and the hero immediately tasted it. At first it seemed that the taste was mediocre, but the aftertaste was very good. One had to drink it slowly, savoring the flavor. Mr. Liu suggested that he was not familiar with it and that Jai was drinking Moyan wine for the first time. Jai replied that he was from Dezheng, so he had never tasted it before, but he knew wine better than some ordinary people. Mr. Liu was impressed that the man in front of him was an important man from Dezheng. He had heard from merchants who had been there that Dezheng was now prosperous. The hero wouldn't say so, for Dezheng was just holding his own bar, but not at all like Tingliang. Mr. Liu stroked his beard and covered his eyes. He was in agreement that Moyan County was not bad, which could not be said about other places in the Tingliang Kingdom. By the way, the hero wondered if Mr. Liu had ever heard of the Dalian Temple. Perhaps he knew of it, for it is a famous Buddhist temple in the north of the kingdom. It was said that many distinguished monks served there. Mr. Liu smiled and replied that he had also heard one gossip about a monk from this temple that had been going around among the locals for many years. The man assumed that Liu was referring to a love story, and the man laughed. That was exactly what he wanted to tell about. The hero already suspected who he was talking about and remembered the bald monk with the staff. Jai raised his mug of wine and asked what kind of love story it was. Mr. Liu suggested that Jai didn't know that there was a prominent monk named Hui Tong in Dalian Temple. He was quite old, but still looked very young and handsome. Many female pilgrims fell in love with him, including the wives of noblemen. They even asked him if he wanted to return to the secular life. All the women who met him seemed to go crazy and blushed at the sight of a bald monk with a staff. The hero immediately realized it was him and laughed. He found it very interesting and asked Mr. Liu if Hui Tong had ever agreed with women. It was definitely not true. He couldn't do anything about his popularity, so he often went traveling and stayed away from the temple for several years at a time. Mr. Liu's woman who was sitting next to him laughed. She then believed that he was practicing like that, but in fact he was hiding from women. They even felt sorry that whenever he went back again, all his efforts were in vain. A few years ago, when he came back again after such a journey, he was almost kidnapped by a princess. Remembering this, Mr. Liu laughed. It seemed to the hero that apparently the monk Hui Tong lived quite a happy life, at least an exciting one. Tasting one of the surimi cakes, Mr. Liu thought they were tasteless and inelastic. The man congratulated Mr. Liu and said that he had gotten a special cake blessed by the Lord of the Earth. It was supposed to bring him good luck and wealth. Liu had heard that the food from the Lord of the Earth tasted soggy and decided that in that case he should eat it. The hero didn't bother to speak up, but he knew that the one about wealth and luck was a blatant fiction. It was better not to eat such things at all, or one could get indigestion. Later, the old man prepared a high-quality ink made from pine smoke for Mr. Jai. He opened a whole box of ink and said that it cost him 163 coins. The old man also asked not to worry, for that was not all. He wanted to prepare an even better ink of Moyan County, but for now he asked to take this one. After bowing to the old man, the hero thanked him for the ink. Mr. Huang replied that it was nothing and quickly disappeared into the cloud. The hero took one of the packages of mascara in his hand and smiled. A scroll of characters immediately opened in front of him and noticed that the mascara smelled delicious. It was much better than the one they had stolen and asked Su to try it. The hero frowned and asked them to calm down. They were already eating like crazy, which was not good for their improvement. So they had to be quiet and wait for him to decide to try it out himself. Mr. Jai dipped his brush into the ink and thought that the sword notes were written with the divine intent intact, making them unusual in nature. But the characters in them were heavy, less variable and varied. The hero asked them not to even think about eating the ink. He had to concentrate to visualize the meaning of his strokes and spell out the 9 words. Jai immediately warned that if anyone was distracted, he would repeat it over and over again and hope they understood him. After a while, the hero put down his brush and wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was only 9 words, but he had put in a lot of effort. Despite this, the result pleased him. The symbols he ordered to focus on shone with a golden light, and the hero realized that it was pretty good. He sat down in front of the scroll that shone with golden light and closed his eyes. As soon as he concentrated, his body also began to pour a golden light. After a while, Mr. Huang came to him and told Mr. Jai that he had brought him what he had promised. In his hands was a large box. Mr. Huang opened it and asked to see it. It was an extremely rare gold ink that one would not find in the ordinary market. The hero looked at the golden ink with a smile. The ink itself was heavy and fragrant and looked like paste. It melted and stuck to the pen and also lay perfectly on the paper. Mr. Huang had no doubt that he knew of it. It was simply a masterpiece of craftsmanship, and Huang hoped that the hero was pleased. Jai bowed and exclaimed that Huang was right. He thanked the old man for finding this ink for him. The hero asked not to bring him any more mascara, for he had enough of this. Besides, he was leaving tomorrow and the old man thought he would go to Daejeon. The hero replied that he wanted to visit the Dalian temple first. This place was really something. It seemed unsurprising to the hero that he was able to produce such a great monk as Huey Tong. Looking at the tall temple, a certain man approached Zai and replied that he was absolutely right. This temple was 200 years old, and it was truly the best Buddhist temple in Tingliang, and Master Huey Tun was very famous. The man heard that the hero had a pleasant accent and assumed that he was from Nanshan County. Master Jai replied that he was neither from Nanshan nor from Tianliang, but from Daejeon. The reputation of the temple had long been on his mind, so today he finally decided to visit it. The man apologized for his ignorance and replied that he was from the capital of Tinliang. One could consider that fate itself had linked them to this place. He was curious to know from Mr. Jai whether there were equally famous temples in Daejeon. The hero replied that they did not have temples of this scale. He thought that Dalian could be considered the best of the best. Neither Daejeon's, Tinliang's, nor Zwei's could compare with it. The man was surprised to hear that the hero was in Zwei. Jai had been there before. He could tell that, except in some places, the people there lived in poverty. The new acquaintance asked if the hero worshipped the Clear King and Jai laughed. He replied that he did not worship him and was going to visit his old friend in that temple. He made his way to the entrance with a sign stating that pilgrims were not allowed to enter. He was stopped at the entrance by two monks who warned him that this was the courtyard where the monks lived and practiced and it was forbidden for pilgrims to enter here. The hero bowed and said that he was not a pilgrim. He had come here to meet a friend and asked him to tell the monk Huey Tong that Jai Yuan was waiting for him. The monk replied to the hero that Master Huey Tong was busy right now, but the hero insisted that they tell him that he was here. The monk looked at his partner uncertainly and hesitated to answer. The monk bowed and asked him to wait, but if the Huey refused the Jai an audience, he warned him. The hero bowed and thanked him for his understanding. Meanwhile, Huey Tong was in one of the annexes, which was guarded by two soldiers. After pouring 2 cups of hot tea, he took the rosary in his hands and closed his eyes. While he was trying to concentrate, a pretty girl sat across from him that he couldn't get enough of the Huey. She distracted the master and told him that there was no way she could learn this sutra. Huey Tong became embarrassed and asked him to recite it then from the beginning. At that moment, a monk approached their temple, but was stopped by 2 servants and told that outsiders were not allowed to enter. The temple monk did not understand why he was suddenly an outsider to them and said that an old friend of the monk's, Huey Tong, had come to see him. He was here to report it. One of the guards happened to be a young girl who did not understand what the monk was talking about. She replied to him that in that case she would inform him herself. When the girl entered the temple, the disgruntled lady asked her what was the matter. The girl replied that a man had come to them claiming to be a friend of Master Huey Tong and his name was Jai Yuan. As soon as the monk heard the name of his acquaintance, he was immediately overjoyed. He thought of the fact that Zai Yuan had just come to him just in time and almost cried with happiness. The monk replied to the princess that Zai Yuan had come here from afar and needed to see him, so he would deviate. The lady smiled and replied that since it was his friend, she would not bother him. The monk bowed to her and replied that she would be blessed by the Buddha. Eventually, the monk came out to Tsu and asked him to follow him. The girl who had warned the monk of the Huey meeting looked at the master's friend with interest. She thought the young man looked quite interesting. The lady replied that not every visitor to the temple could see Huey Tong so easily, and he must have been something special. Huey Tong was very happy to see Mr. Jai and bowed to him upon meeting him. The hero reciprocated and asked the master how he was doing. Tsu had already noticed that many women were falling in love with him, and socializing with them was surely more tiring than reading the sutras. The monk sighed sadly and admitted that climbing mountains for meditation was easier. But the hero noticed that the girl who came out of here just now looked simply peerless. Besides, she was in an escort, and he could assume that she was the eldest princess of the kingdom of Tinliang. The monk confirmed this and said that she was His Majesty's own sister. No one in the kingdom dared to cross her, and he did not know why she liked him so much. His Majesty ordered a monk to teach her the scriptures, but the monk did not understand what she needed it for. The hero took a mocking look at his friend and suggested that she just needed Huey-tun. Seeing that the monk was darkened with grief, he suggested that they change the subject and not talk about it. In any case, it was up to him to decide what to do with her and told the Huey that he remembered something. Jai asked the monk if he had given instruction to a certain Ja Lun of Evenabe, who became the monk known as Juman, but the monk shook his head negatively and confessed that he did not remember such a thing. It seemed strange to the hero that there was such a monk with the same Buddhist name as Huey Hong. In the end, the hero asked his friend not to load his head and better tell him about his love affairs. The monk had something he needed to tell Mr. Jai. As the hero realized, the kingdom of Tianbao was not flooded with monsters, but was just internally and externally unstable. The monk confirmed this and said that much had changed in the 40 years he had not been there. He gave details of this in his letter, but the Jai apparently did not receive it. The hero replied that he had not returned to Ninan for several years and had not received anything, and if this continued, the kingdom would fall in 30 or 40 years. As far as he could remember, it had already existed for 400 years. The monk said that many years ago he had followed and master of the Tianbao, and he just felt that everything would be fine there. However, the master said that a man who cannot even read can become a ruler, and that in splendor, sometimes just a facade. Huey was young then and did not understand much, but now he realized the essence of what was said. The hero replied that all was not as good as it seemed at first glance. By the way, he was curious to know if the master was now in the temple. The monk replied that Master Fudu had passed away 30 years ago at the age of 86. Master Jai was shocked that such a distinguished monk had lived such a short time. The monk replied that life and death was a matter of heaven. Their temple was not a true seat of Buddhist Dharma. Without magic elixirs, longevity was not for everyone. The master's dharma was profound, but heaven took its course. Listening to the monk, Master Jai looked thoughtfully toward the huge temple. As far as the hero remembered, the monk Huey honored the clear king. The monk confirmed this and asked his friend why he had suddenly mentioned it. Their temple had been laboring for quite some time. The statue listened to the sutra day after day and absorbed the power of incense and wishes. Eventually, the incarnation of the clear king made some progress. It was said that when the king took another incarnation, the real body would descend in person, and the hero was curious to see if this was true. The monk suggested that with this story the hero wanted to say that the golden body of the clear king would soon appear. The hero smiled and replied that the power of the scriptures and the Buddha began to combine with the power of incense and wishes, which began to form the golden body of the clear king. The Dalian temple had worked hard for many years and it was time to ascend to a new stage. Monk Huey blushed with a smile and said that this had been the dream not only of his master but of all the monks of the temple for centuries. While they were talking, there was a knock on the door. The monk asked the master if they should bring their dinner to the place. The Huey monk asked Master Jai if he would mind dining here with him. He was afraid that the princess had not gone far away and might in that case come here again. The hero laughed and decided to stay. Later, the lady was told that the monk Huey Tong said that he wanted to spend some more time with Lord Jai so she could go back to the palace. The princess puffed up her cheeks unhappily and thought that every time they stayed together, all they did was read sutras. There was nothing to do, so she suggested that they go to the palace. On the second day after the princess arrived, the monk hurried to report that he and Mr. Jai were still busy. On the third day, he again told the princess that the master was busy talking with Mr. Zai. On the 10th day, the princess was angry that Master Huey Tung could not receive guests now. She was already beginning to doubt that Mr. Zai of Evenale was going to leave here. Besides, she didn't understand what else they hadn't had time to discuss with him. The princess was incredibly angry and wanted to hear what they were talking about. Meanwhile, Mr. Jai told the monk that the sound of scripture recitation was getting louder, and the Buddha's name was emerging from the void and echoing around the temple courtyard. The hero looked at the high temple and thought that the time had come. As they were talking, a worried princess approached them. She wanted to personally ask the master what business he had this time. The monk replied to the princess that today he and Master Jai were going to meet the greatest elders. The woman looked wistfully after the departing men and thought of the elders. She assumed that there would be other monks there, so she also wanted to go with them. At the temple where they were going there was an old man whom they soon met. He spoke about the Dharma King, the Buddha seal, the 1,000 bodies, and the Dharma of all beings. This old monk had a staff in his hands and a long rosary around his neck. His eyes were closed, and he still kept mentioning the Dharma King, the Buddha seal, and the Dharma of all beings. While the hero stood opposite him, he still held his hand in prayer and repeated these words. The monk Huitun bowed to the old man and wished him the blessings of the Buddha. The old man stopped reciting his words and also blessed him with Buddhahood. As the hero realized, this was the human body of the Clear King. The monk Hui together with Jai followed the Clear King to the inner courtyard. While praying, one of the monks heard the words of the Clear King and opened his eyes in shock. The young monk who was sitting next to the old man looked up at him in surprise. Hearing these sounds, the old man immediately asked to go to the Buddha Seal Hall. The other monks who were minding their own business heard the old man immediately calling them to go to the Buddha Seal Hall and were surprised at this sudden behavior. They dispersed before the Clear King and gave their respectful bow. Jai meanwhile walked behind the old man and the monk Huitung who walked beside the old man. Some greeted the Clear King with incense sticks in their hands and bowed to him while he repeated the same words over and over again. The princess noticed that almost all the monks of the Dalian temple were gathered here, but the people behind her for some reason did not react in any way, and she thought it was strange. The princess approached Mr. Jai and verified that that was indeed his name. The hero smiled and replied that she was right. She thought that Mr. Zai would confirm that the environment here was kind of strange. With those words, she looked at the pilgrims suspiciously. The hero replied that the Buddhist elders who had gathered at Dalian Temple today were very wise. These people were not strange, but were simply liberated. In other words, the monks of Dalian Temple and others were subconsciously ignored by people whose thoughts were not sincere, and whose hearts did not contain Buddhahood. In that case, the guard girl did not understand why they were seeing them with the elder princess. She assumed that their thoughts were more sincere than the others. The hero laughed and replied that was certainly not true. He meant that people could see the monks, but they just didn't pay attention to them. They had been following Master Huitong from the beginning, as they only noticed them now. He asked the girls to just quietly observe what was happening. Meanwhile, Monk Huitun and the old man leisurely moved on along the corridor that the monks had built for them. The girl told Her Highness that the sound of the chant echoed and seemed to get louder the more you listened to it. The hero said that a Buddhist monk was perfected by the way gold is smelted. In this way, the true Buddhist monks of the Dalian Temple became more devoted to the Dharma. An old man with a long beard suddenly turned his head toward Jai, who was standing in the company of girls. The eldest princess felt embarrassed, for she thought that this master was eavesdropping on them. But the puzzled girl pointed forward with her finger and asked Her Highness to look at it. The monk who was called the Clear King separated his spirit from his body. His golden aura in the form of a man leisurely walked forward and climbed the stairs. Seeing his golden countenance, one of the monk's cheeks reddened with delight. The golden man approached the statue of the god and repeated the very words he had repeated time after time going to this place. After saying the words, his golden light began to pour into the statue of the god. The light filled the entire statue and it began to look as if it had been scorched by fire. All the people, including the eldest princess, folded their hands in prayer, paying their respects to the new Clear King. The hero believed that the so-called Buddhist Clear King turned out to be actually not a huge golden Buddha, but a real practicing monk. First the golden statue and then the entire temple with its outbuildings was showered with golden flames of fire. Enraptured people offered to look up at the sky, which was glowing brightly. This was the work of the Dalian Temple, and it was as if the Clear King had indeed appeared. People asked him to bless them with wealth this year. The eldest princess looked questioningly at Mr. Jai, who for some reason did not bow. The hero smiled and replied that it made him feel uncomfortable. The old man monk's tears welled up and he said that it was wonderful, for the incarnation of the Clear King had appeared from that day forward. There will be Buddhist Dharma in their Dalian temple. The old man invited their Clear King to go to the inner courtyard and rest. But the new Clear King looked back at Mr. Jai and said he still had business to attend to. Mr. Jai asked the princess to go back to the palace, for Master Huitung had no time at all in the last few days. There was nothing wrong with her wanting to be an object of affection, but he's like a monk, so he had other things to do. The princess agreed and asked him to remember to tell the master that she would come to see him again. The hero responded to her bow with his own bow and said that he would certainly tell him. When the princess left, accompanied by a young guard, a golden monk approached the hero. The Clear King invited Mr. Jai to go to the backyard and have a little talk. The hero agreed and motioned for them to pass. Together with Huitung, all three went to the courtyard, where they sat down at a small table under a tree. The king said that he had come to the Dalian temple only to endow the golden statue with the spirit of Dharma, and he did not expect to meet here a master like Zai. It was as if the Dalian temple was far more interesting than he had thought. The hero replied that he had come here to meet an old friend, and he too had certainly not expected to meet an incarnation of the Clear King here. The old man wanted to know what monastery Mr. Zai was from, and the hero replied that he was from Datshin. There were no monasteries where he came from. Hearing this, the clear king looked into Mr. Zai's green luminous eyes and confessed that there were countless amazing people in this world. The king told the master that if he visited Lanju in the western region in the future, he could come to their temple as a guest. The hero thanked the master and said he would definitely drop by if he got the chance. While talking about Lanju, the hero wanted to know something. He asked the master if he knew anything about the cave of the Jade Fox. As the hero already knew, there were many demonic foxes, some evil and some spiritual. They could adhere to both the side of good and evil, and some were unscrupulous. The king asked the hero if he had encountered something like this before. The hero pointed to his green, shining sword and said that a fox wanted to steal it. The old man suggested that this fox was quite brave and seemed to care only about the sword, since it had decided to go against a master like Zai. He wondered how the hero dealt with her. The immortal sword disappeared and the hero replied that the fox was so strong and skillful that he felt sorry for her and let her run away. The clear king smiled and told the lord that his heart was truly good. Mr. Zai grinned and said that he was not worthy of such praise. In that case, he really could have gotten into trouble. It looked like that fox was indeed very cunning. The cave of the Jade Fox was hidden. Even many Lanju saints did not know where it was, but Mr. Zai must have known that if he went there, the nine-tailed fox mistress of the cave would prevent him from doing so. The hero visualized the nine-tailed fox with a smile and thought that not every demonic fox could have 9 tails. The old man replied that if he did venture out, the first thing he had to do was to find the Tiankang mountain. This mountain was not located in any region, but the hero didn't understand how. The clear king stretched out his palm and a green leaf from a tree fell on it. Autumn was approaching and the trees were turning pale, and the fallen leaves were being carried away from the mountains. The king heard the name mountain foxes used to indicate the approach of fall and winter. Mount Tianking did not exist, or if it did, it had a different name. The mountain where the Jade Fox Cave was located refers to early, middle, and late fall in the form of one of the 3 peaks, Chan Lai, King Chan, and Moyu. The hero asked the old man how to get to this cave if the mountain only appeared at this time of year. Here the Golden King could no longer help him in any way, but if he was there at the right time, he would surely find clues. The warm sun gradually began to sink closer to the mountains with time. While Mr. Zai and the Golden King were talking, the monks sat down around them and folded their hands in prayer. The hero didn't even pay attention to the golden aura of the monks flying around them. During their conversation, a cloud of golden energy began to gather near Huey Tong, which took the shape of a flower. At first, the monk could understand some of this from the principles of cultivation to the inner body of the universe, but now his head was just exploding. It was a rare opportunity for a Buddhist monk to talk to an immortal practitioner and discuss all aspects. Even if he didn't understand everything now, in the future it would be of great benefit to him. Suddenly, he felt the visions of the 2 masters begin to spread. Huey Tong was startled when his abbot, who was sitting next to him, fell on his shoulder. A thin trickle of blood could be seen from the old man's ajar mouth. The old man looked up at Huey and said that this was a great opportunity, for their temple had not encountered something like this in thousands of years. His dharma was profound, and Huey had to try to capture every moment. Huey was still too young and should just absorb as much knowledge as he could. The abbot told Huey that he couldn't take it anymore. The monk took a serious look at the old man and told him that he would do his best, but his visions were spreading as he could no longer control them. Huey asked the abbot to mobilize the monks and disband all the pilgrims in the temple. This was also that ordinary people who saw them would not shout or make noise. They were not allowed to disturb the masters, so the abbot decided to order the others to leave the temple and set the seal. The monks asked the respectable people to come here another day and announced that the Dalian temple was closing for a while. They asked the people for forgiveness, but they should have left the temple. Eventually, the doors of the temple closed and a sign was hanging in front of the entrance that the temple was closing for meditation. A certain man came to the entrance and thought something massive had happened at the temple. A small group of people became interested in what was happening in the Dalian. At first everything was normal, but suddenly the monks came and asked everyone to leave the temple immediately. They also put the national seal of Buddha, which had never been touched since it was given to the emperors. One of the men suggested that his partner look at it before it got dark. Soon night fell, and the sharp sickle of the month appeared in the sky. Hiding in the bushes, the men heard that only outstanding monks lived in this temple and did not understand how to enter. Uncle Liu once told one of them that these monks relied on Buddhism to defeat demons and evil spirits. It would not work on them, ordinary people with strong kai. Thanks to Qigong training, they would be able to leave before the monks reacted to them. Two of the guys jumped over the high roof, completely relying on their Kigong more than ever before. His partner motioned for them to act and advised them to be careful. It seemed strange to the men that they had traveled so far but had not seen anyone yet, and they did not understand where all the monks had gone. One of them pointed his finger forward and suggested that his partner take a look at it. There were 4 monks sitting across from them, and the guys who had infiltrated decided to be quieter and go around them. When they looked around the courtyard, they saw monks everywhere as if they had surrounded the temple and were meditating. The men who penetrated inside thought it was strange that only young monks were here and suggested that the others should go from here. Meanwhile, Mr. Jai was still talking to the Clear King. Mr. Jai told the old man that immortals, Buddha, evil spirits, demons, and all living beings in the world wish to follow the Tao. The old man suggested that evil spirits and demons should not be mentioned next to Buddha and immortals, for that was wrong. The master had no doubt that the master was right, but the hearts of some demons still wanted to follow the Tao. Jai believed that until a man strengthened his mind, he would not attain the Tao. The men who tried to escape, meanwhile, were confronted by a huge dragon-shaped beast that burned with bright golden flames. Su told the old man that if the heart is pure, demons cannot be created. If not, they will appear. People were in search of profit, officialdom, and the power of immortality and longevity. The more one thought about it, the more one desired it. One of the infiltrating men waved his hands in anger and exclaimed that he could not stand it any longer. The group heard a voice behind them telling the men that they should not have come here. They turned behind them and saw the abbot in front of them. The abbot said that this was the reason why the temple was closed for a while, and asked them to leave this place. The 3 men apologized and promised not to do it again and started running at full speed. The fleeing men reported to their official that the farther they got into the depths of the Dalian, the more they saw all kinds of images and heard frightening voices. Rather, this voice was not scary, but very strange. They could not even plug their ears, for it did not help. The more they listened, the more dizzy they became and the more illusions they saw. Dalian Temple was a national temple that was awarded with the golden seal of the late emperor. It was like some great divine power. The official thanked his men for the information and praised them for their good work. After that, he suggested that they rest. His gaze turned stern as he turned to one of his servants and asked him to deliver his letter as quickly as possible. A month had passed since then. A golden sun rose over the Dalian Temple. The hero still sat in the same place with the Golden King and held a conversation with him surrounded by monks. Finally, they got up from the table and the king told the hero that the discussion with him was better than 100 years of practice. Mr. Jai smiled and replied to the master that on the contrary, it had told him much. The old man hoped that whatever they discussed would remain between them and suggested that Jai ring the morning bell today. The hero left the matter to the master, for after all, this temple was henceforth the small place of his dharma. The old man grinned and replied that in the future it would no longer be so small. Finally, after a month, the long-awaited ringing of the bell was heard. The temple had been closed for over a month, but was apparently ready to receive visitors again today. Mr. Tsu looked up and thought they were sitting under a bodhi tree. This was the tree of the knowledge of truth under which Shakyamuni attained nirvana. The old man replied that it was a simple banyan tree. He had never heard of the bodhi tree before and asked Mr. Tsu to tell him about it. The hero said that in one of the dialects it meant enlightenment and wisdom. It was as if the new Buddhist culture was different from that of previous generations. No one knew the story of Shakyamuni anymore. Meanwhile, the eldest princess was in her palace and occasionally walked around the courtyard. Lying on her bed, she did not understand what Huey Tun was doing again and why the temple had been closed. At that moment, the doors to her room opened and the girl excitedly told Her Majesty that the Dalian Temple was open again. The overjoyed princess immediately jumped to attention and asked if it was true. The girl replied that it was true, for many people heard the temple bells at dawn today, and they would gather there tomorrow. The princess clapped her hands and said that it was wonderful. She asked to be told to prepare the carriage, for they were going there now. The girl reminded Her Highness that the temple would not be open until tomorrow, but the princess thought it was only for commoners. Besides, His Majesty had asked her to find out about everything, so she's just following his decree. After a while, the royal carriage with the princess set off. Master Huey Tung respectfully greeted Her Majesty the princess, and the girl asked to enter the temple today. The monk didn't mind and asked her to enter. She wanted to know about Mr. Jai and the old monk who must have left. The monk answered her that His Holiness left the temple immediately after the bell rang, and Mr. Jai was writing a book in the forbidden area of the inner courtyard. Hearing about the forbidden area, the princess was surprised and asked why she had never been there. The monk replied that after the temple was closed, the small courtyard became a kind of forbidden courtyard. It was not exactly a forbidden place, but it was also called pure, that is, without any noise or disturbance. The princess asked permission to go there, but the monk said she could not go there now. At any other time he would be willing to escort her in, but no one was allowed to disturb Mr. Jai. The girl who was escorting the princess approached Master Huey. She had her doubts about the princess not being allowed to enter there. All the more she wondered what the monk would say if the emperor himself was here. The monk sternly answered her that he would not have allowed him to enter at that time either. The two of them saw that Mr. Jai was an extraordinary person. Besides, he did not understand how mortals could disturb a saint. The princess smiled and thought that in that case, the monk was not allowed to enter there either. The monk laughed and replied that although he was called a distinguished monk, he was also an ordinary person to the venerable Mr. Zai. He suggested that the princess follow him, and when the time came, he would gladly take her to the forbidden place. Meanwhile, Mr. Zai took out his large brush and unrolled a scroll on the table that stood under a large tree. When he had written down all that he needed, he placed the brush on the stand. Gladly taking the scroll in his hands, the hero thought that he had written the first half of the mysterious laws of heaven and earth, and the most important part was the transfiguration of heaven and earth. But after that, the weather changed drastically and the clear sky was covered with black clouds. Right above the temple, the hero saw brightly striking lightning bolts. Raising his head to the sky, Mr. Jai looked questioningly at the leaves that were being chased by the strong wind. He had not expected a thunderstorm on such a sunny day. The wind was getting so strong that it was beginning to tear the roofing off the roof. The frightened princess covered her face with her hands and asked the master what was going on here. The puzzled monk raised his head to the sky, but did not understand the reason for the thunderstorm. Jai also didn't understand what was going on and looked at his notes in the scroll. He assumed it was because of his notes, but he couldn't let this happen in the temple. The hero soared into the sky and addressed all the monks. He asked them not to be afraid, for this calamity had started because of him, so he was willing to take it with him. The girl accompanying the princess noticed Mr. Jai in the air, and was surprised that he could fly. The princess asked the monk Huey Tung if it was really Mr. Jai. She noticed the Lord simply turned into a beam of light and flew away. The monk looked up into the sky and confirmed that it was him. Jai flew away on a cloud, controlling the Dharma light. He clearly didn't want to create this violent thunderstorm. The monk asked the good Lord Buddha to protect Jai. As the monk said earlier, Lord Jai was blessed with Dharma. He was an immortal who could converse with the Buddha himself. Meanwhile, Mr. Jai rose higher and higher, clutching his writings more tightly in his hands. He looked back and noticed that the thunderstorm was following him and the sky in the distance was gradually becoming clear. Mr. Jai reached another slope and jumped down. As soon as he landed, a bolt of lightning struck right beside him, which struck a tree a meter away from the hero. From surprise, the hero covered his face with his hand. This thunderstorm was stressing him out, but he could not put off writing the transformation of heaven and earth. Lord Jai was about to fight the lightning itself and summon his immortal sword. As the thunderstorm once again aimed at the hero, Mr. Jai summoned his Lat warrior and pointed his blade toward the sky. At the same second, a golden warrior emerged from a small golden paper man and repelled the lightning strike. From the bright flash of light, the hero squinted a little but kept his gaze on the sky. He noticed that another lightning bolt was flying at him from a height. In addition, the hero didn't like the fact that the thunder was only getting stronger. He took two more golden paper men in her hands, in the likeness of his golden warrior. Eventually, the hero summoned two more warriors, which repelled another blow from the sky. When the warriors resolved the problem, the hero tiredly wiped his sweat from his forehead. But unfortunately, the lightning didn't stop there and Mr. Jai noticed a whole sparkling ball of lightning in the sky that was coming straight at him. The hero picked up his roll of writing and ordered it to eradicate the evil. At that moment, the golden symbols from the scroll flew out and formed a huge golden shield that prevented the lightning from hitting him. The hero became worried that there was no way he could contain this thunderous curse. He used some more golden writing from his scroll. After that, Jai pointed his immortal sword in the direction of the thunderstorm and asked not to look down on him. Yuan was about to repel the lightning strike with his immortal sword and swung it through the air, forming a bright green light from the sword. But the thunderstorm was not going to give up and the lightning bolts painfully struck Jai right in the hand that was clutching the writing. The hero grinned at his hand and said that it was a long-lost pain. But it wasn't so bad, because he was able to absorb the lightning with the help of a scroll. He smiled wryly and decided that it was impossible to let even one more lightning strike him. The lightning strike had turned his white scroll into burnt paper. The white crane that was in his pocket looked outside to see what was wrong. At that moment, the astonished paper crane saw the burned Jai writing, which suddenly glowed with a golden light. The hero unfolded his writing and looked at it. He breathed a sigh of relief and realized that they were all right. Mr. Jai looked at his burned hand, which was still sore from the lightning strike, with a strained smile. Meanwhile, the monk and the princess and her attendant were sitting under the roof of the temple. It looked as if the thunderstorm had subsided, but it was as if the rain had only increased. The monk didn't know whether this was good or bad. He hoped that Mr. Jai was alright and noticed how the clouds abruptly began to part and the sun once again illuminated the blue sky. The princess wondered how there were many masters like Mr. Jai who could soar in the sky. The monk's development was superficial and there was not much experience and knowledge, but he could say with certainty that there were very few like Mr. Jai. Flight was only one of the divine abilities that could be discovered. The princess wondered why she had never seen such a thing, and assumed that such people practiced in the world of immortals. The monk replied to the princess that practitioners of Buddhism had their own spiritual paths, and it was difficult for mortals to understand them without a foundation. However, this did not mean that an ordinary person would never know it. It was just that she often didn't see the whole picture. For example, Mr. Jai would sometimes go into the tea house and sit there without attracting attention, as if he were a mere visitor. Surely the princess would not even be able to realize that he was actually an expert in cultivating immortality. The princess agreed and suggested that she would have thought he was an ordinary person. The monk noticed that the rain had already stopped. A rainbow appeared in the sky and the princess looked up at the sky with delight. It was very beautiful. It wasn't often that they could do something with the monk other than reading sutras. Especially the princess would not have thought that they would be looking at this rainbow together. While the princess was looking at the rainbow with an amorous gaze, the monk awkwardly and almost imperceptibly cast a glance at Her Majesty. But then he rejoiced dramatically when he spotted Mr. Jai in the sky and exclaimed that he was unharmed. The other monks also greeted Lord Jai and asked what it was. The hero could assure them that it had nothing to do with the Dalian temple. The thunderstorm was caused by his writing, but he had resolved it all, so there was nothing to worry about. The old man agreed with him and hoped that everything was really alright by now. The hero approached Master Huey Tung and told him that the temple was still marked with the seal of the Buddha, but noticing the princess beside him he decided not to continue. A sly grin appeared on his face and Jai decided to just let the two continue to admire the sky. He also said that he had gotten a lot of benefit from his conversation with the great master, so now it was time to say goodbye. He wished Monk Huey even more success in his practice. The hero was about to leave, but the girl accompanying the princess asked him to stop. A red blush appeared on her cheeks and she asked the hero what it was necessary to do to become his disciple. The hero replied that he did not accept disciples. For whatever reason, she expected this answer, but she thanked him anyway. One of the monks told Mr. Jai that he had made a great contribution to the Dalian temple and could henceforth be considered an honored guest with them. He offered the hero a snack before his departure. Mr. Jai shocked him with the news that he had missed meat during the entire period of fasting. Seeing the monk's face, the hero laughed and said in farewell that he was just kidding. A cloud appeared under his feet and Jai wished everyone good luck and then flew away. Master Huey Tong with a smile saw off Mr. Jai with a look and had no doubt that Jai was a real free immortal. On the way, the hero reflected on the fact that he was not joking and he really wanted meat. He decided to go to Lao Lun where he could heal his wounds. His ambergris was supposed to have a positive effect. After a while the hero found himself in the underwater realm of the Yangtze waters, where he was welcomed as an honored guest. The hero asked the guard about Mr. Moon and was told that the Lord was now resting, but he could go through and wait for him inside. The hero smiled at the guard and agreed with him. By the way, Jai would like to ask also to prepare something for him and winked at the sea monster. Taking a bite of the treat, Jai inquired about His Highness Ying and Empress Jian Shen. He assumed that they were not here, but the guard hesitated to answer, not knowing how to tell Mr. Jai. Daring to answer, he told the Lord that they had gone to Yueshu Island. Later, Mr. Ying came into his room. He was pleased to see Mr. Jai and exclaimed that they had not seen each other for a long time. The hero greeted Mr. Ying. He asked him about the ambergris that the emperor had promised him and hoped that it was still in force. The hero winked and told Yin with a smile that he had come here to collect the debt. The emperor replied that he certainly had everything ready and waved his hands. In an instant, he created two green and white colored teapots in front of him. The white kettle he prepared especially for Mr. Jai. It contained about 200 liters of good wine brewed with spiritual energy infused with magic herb. The green one directly contained about 30 liters of ambergris. The hero was pleasantly surprised that there was so much of it. Jai smiled at the emperor and said that now he would only leave here after eating the appetizer and drinking the wine. The emperor called this a real impertinence and ordered him to collect his debt and leave. In that case, the hero invited Mr. Yin to go with him to the Yuanshan temple. They had sent Qin Jiju there together, and it was time to visit him. Since the Dragon Emperor was bored anyway, he agreed to go along with Mr. Jai. The sea demon approached Mr. Jai and said that he had brought him what he had asked for. Jai smiled and thought that was just fine. The water guard pointed to the 3-tide fish and said he had swam all the waters to get them. This was exactly what the hero expected from such a responsible subordinate, and placed his hand on his shoulder approvingly. Just as the hero thought, the ambergris was able to slightly suppress the pain caused by that very disaster. Jai looked at his injured arm, which was now glowing with green veins. Flying past the mountains and the clouds, the emperor asked Mr. Jai a question. He noticed that Jai was addicted to wine, and the hero admitted that he had some addiction. But it wasn't to that extent. He just had an injury to his arm and needed ambergris to see if it could heal it. The emperor was surprised that someone would harm Mr. Jai and looked at the hero with a shocked look. Yuan smiled, clenched his previously injured hand into a fist and said that only he could hurt himself. The emperor looked at Jai's hand that was still emitting lightning discharges and recognized that the thunder disaster was a matter of grave concern. He wondered what Jai had done. His development was certainly impeccable, but the emperor did not realize what kind of punishment had befallen him. The hero told how he went to the Dalian temple in the kingdom of Tianlin to visit the master Hui Tung there, and accidentally met an incarnation of the Clear King. The emperor had no doubt that the hero must have stayed there to watch all the fun. Jai laughed and admitted that he was right. He was indeed waiting to have a chat with him. The emperor assumed that this event had something to do with his injury, and the scroll in his hand. The hero replied that he and the great master found common ground immediately. For more than a month they talked about the intricacies of Taoism and other things, and he benefited greatly from it. So he took up the task and decided to write the transfigurations of heaven and earth that went into his mysterious laws of heaven and earth. The emperor thought that as soon as he wrote this, thunder immediately broke out, and Mr. Jai confirmed his conjecture. If it wasn't for the protective barrier, even if the lightning didn't hit it, the situation would have been very dangerous. The lightning was so strong that a little more would have destroyed his manuscript. Fortunately, he was able to resist it, and his labor was not in vain. The hero offered the emperor a look at the manuscripts, and before taking them he asked permission. Mr. Jai laughed and gave permission to the emperor, and then handed him the manuscript. Ying thanked Mr. Jai and took the parchment in his hands. As soon as the emperor opened the writings, all the characters in it lit up with a golden light. The golden light streamed into the sky and turned into a huge golden dragon that looked at the emperor. The emperor was impressed, for he could see the vision. Since even he couldn't avoid it in his mind, others couldn't resist it at all. Heaven and earth and mountains, sky and stars were all as it was. Seeing this, the emperor quickly rolled the scroll back up. The old man handed it back to Mr. Jai and said that it was not without reason that it was called the Transfiguration of Heaven and Earth, and it was truly marvelous. The hero looked at the clear sky with a smile and decided that the thunderstorm that day and was not so terrible. The golden sun was slowly hiding behind the mountains and began to darken. Flying up to a small temple, the emperor asked about Mr. Jai's decision. The hero decided that this Dharma of heaven and earth would be the foundation of the practice of the Yuanshan temple. If this was indeed the case, the emperor believed that an indescribable future would await them. Jai hoped that they would not be arrogant or impatient, and would be able to move forward confidently on the path of spiritual practice and become proper spiritual leaders in the future. The emperor pondered his words and smoothed his beard. He had had suspicions before, but now he seemed to understand and assumed that Mr. Jai had decided to play a big game. The hero smiled and said that it could be called that. On the way, they met Mr. Qin, who happily greeted his guests. Behind Mr. Qin, several other people showed up and rejoiced at the arrival of Mr. Zai and Mr. Yin. The hero laughingly told Monk Kingsong that it was time to show off his culinary skills and created a watery large ball containing 3 large fish. The water balloon burst and the 3 large fish fell directly on the 2 gentlemen, knocking them down. 2 red animals, which outwardly resembled a weasel, appeared at the feet of the attendants. The people were delighted to see such large fish and decided to put them in the water as soon as possible. The hero pointed to the beasts and asked the emperor about them. The old man replied that they had discovered their spiritual wisdom and started to follow the Tao, so he let them live in the temple and practice. He put his finger up and said with a smile that one could consider them disciples. Looking at the beasts, the old man thought that they were lucky. He didn't think that there were many cultivators in the world who were as good as these 2 martens. Saying this, he laughed out loud. The emperor wished that the heavenly thunder would strike down everyone who didn't have a heart open to the Tao. This chapter starts with a pleasant picture. Jai and Yin are sitting at a wooden table, enjoying a delicious tea. But King Song's drink glass is standing still. He is silently looking at the guys. Mr. Jai, continuing to drink the drink, tells King Song that the foundation of Yuanshan temple practice is basically complete. King Song did not expect to hear such news. He asked Mr. Jai about the fact that he had indeed completed the Dharma of heaven and earth. Jai said that the first half called transfiguration of heaven and earth, and shared that the ups and downs it had experienced. The guy looks at King Song and slips the roll of paper into his sleeve. Mr. Yin remarks that this book is no hui. Even the heavens would be jealous. He raised a finger up, thus adding seriousness to his speech. The peach clouds figuratively dissolved into the sky. King Song took hold of his long beard and said that in such a case, its study should not be taken lightly. He believes that even if there are more monks in the future, there will be those who can't do it. Jai laughed and said that there was nothing difficult about it. He held out a roll of paper to Monk King Song with the words, "Here, read it and see for yourself." The monk had a serious expression on his face. King Song spread out the handed paper and scrutinizes all the entries. A fluffy mist has formed over the ground. Jai and Yin sit at the table in anticipation and finish the rest of the delicious herbal brew. King Sing finished reading and carefully folded the paper back up. The monk said that of course, Mr. Jai had thought of everything carefully. He handed the package back to the intelligent gentleman. The happy Jai stroked his full belly and confessed that the food was indeed excellent. The gentleman laughingly said he was full and sighed. They are glad he enjoyed it. Near the well-fed sleeping dens, there is a plate with a fish bone in it. Mr. Jai told Master King Song that this is the transfiguration of heaven and earth, the first half of the Dharma of heaven and earth. He said that the technique is very delicate and should be treasured and be cautious in seeking receivers. Mr. Jai held out the scroll to Master Shinsun. Master Shinsun accepted the roll of paper. He looks at it with excitement. Master Jai warned that Shinsun could look in if he wanted to. He said that this scroll will be the basis of Yuanshan temple practice in the future, so he may not hesitate. Master Shinsun listens to the young man attentively. Shinsun made the decision to reveal the scroll. He and his disciple came to marvel at what they saw. There was a glow emanating from the scroll. Shinsun is wary of what is happening, but his apprentice calmly observes the process. Mr. Yin strokes his beard. He says that it's hard not to notice that these two have immense talent. King Song said that without a subtle understanding, Mr. Jai's labors would be in vain, because he created his work based on the Das method of holding thoughts in the mind. Master Yin agrees and says that this is the case. Master Shinsun's disciple took a deep breath from the excitement brought by the events. Meanwhile, Shinsun wrapped up the scroll. He looks thoughtful. The disciple said to Master Jai, "Are all the immortals' practices really that amazing? Their transfiguration of heaven and earth, the best among all the others, isn't it?" he asked Jai. The master stretched his hand to his face and said dubiously, "Among all, hardly." Mr. Yin coughed and said that it was not for Mr. Jai to brag. He would speak for him. He went on to say that when he had just finished his creation, even the sky wanted to take it away. He raised his finger up again as he always does. The guys are confused by his words. There are only plates of fish bones on the table. Master Shinsun took the scroll. He is shocked. He asked if the sky would take it away. Sweat ran from his disciple's forehead. King Song informed Master Jai that it was time. Master Jai agreed. He ordered the scroll to be unfolded with a smile. Master Shinsong was confused. Master and disciple quickly straightened the scroll, which looks quite long. Master Jai walked closer. King Song and Yin stood in anticipation. Jai stood in a professional pose and pointed 2 fingers at the scroll. Magic formed around his hand. Master concentrated on his work. The scroll was enveloped by Master Jai's magic. The disciple and Master Shinsun let go of the scroll. There was a terrible excitement on their faces. Master Jai lifted the scroll with his magic. Everyone carefully observed what was happening. The scroll smoothly descended lower. Mr. Jai purposefully held up his palm. A magic sheet formed above the scroll. It is a display of the records that are within the scroll. Luminous characters appeared on the scroll. Master Jai brought his fingers together and said that he commands Master Shinsun of the Yuanshan Temple to inherit the Dharma of heaven and earth. Master Shinsun looks at the scroll approaching him. The scroll is rolled back up. A frowning Master Shinsun grabs the scroll. Outside you can see stars from the evening darkness. On a mountain stands a base from which blue rays emanate. Mountains and rivers rise, all things are born and perish. A magical blue aura emanates from Master Shinsun. A tense Master Jai tells Shinsun that whatever happens, he must not let go of the scroll. Otherwise, the scroll will not recognize him as the master. Dark clouds have formed around the mountain, with lightning sparking in them. The energy of the scroll is too strong. Master Shinsun struggles to hold back the gusts of such strong magic. In Shinsun's mind, the thoughts that one must not let go of the scroll, it is only an illusion. He clenched his teeth from the heaviness. Master Shinsun's disciple prepared his fists and adopted a fighting stance. Master Jai silently stares at Shinsun. The exhausted Master Shinsun fell to the ground with the smoke of dead magic coming from him. He was able to hold on to the scroll. Master Jai pointed his magical fingers at the piece of paper. This lord's magic gesture is very powerful. The dark clouds dissolved into the night sky. Kingsong reported that Master Shinsong has no pulse and breathing. His heartbeat has stopped. Master Shinsun lay with his mouth ajar. A frightened disciple for his master asks if he is dead. Master Yin gently puts his hand on his shoulder and tells him to calm down, for he is not dead yet. His master is not easy to kill as it is, and with them around, even more so. Mr. Jai begins to resurrect the master. He cast an incantation, the fated revived, and heaven and earth were transformed. His magical gesture formed a blob of energy. He presented his fingers to the forehead of the half-dead master. Master Shinsun sat on his knees at the same moment and began to touch his neck. Mr. Jai was glad that everything had turned out so well and victory was on the master's side. Master Shinsun heaved a sigh of relief and thought how good it was that he had not let him go until the last. A smug smile appeared on his face. From now on, Master Shinsun now possessed Master Jai's powerful magic as well. He channeled the energy into the house. The gust of magic touched the sheet of hieroglyphics hanging on the wall. The sheet turned black and began to melt. Magical smoke emitted from it. Master Shinsun is very grateful to them for the opportunity. He and his apprentice are grateful to the honored guests. Mr. Jai says that the transfiguration of the book and the earth is a real treasure. It is good that the teachings have recognized them. Although Master Shinsun has a long time to practice, there will be fewer problems of understanding. Jai added for them to keep as the apple of the skull. Master Shinsun completely agrees with the master. He is grateful to him. Master Jai admitted that after such hard work, one should have tea. Kingsong looks at Master Jai with a smile, while Master Yin strokes his gray beard. A team of strong guys sit around the table, musing about important things. These are the sword notes he told them about. The master has finally released them, one says. Isn't that a breath of fresh air, said another. Words really do come alive. Just amazing, they thought. One of them laughed, saying what an amazing thing it is. 2 days later, it's sunny outside, and the minks are playfully spending time with each other outdoors in a burst of sunlight. A sad student sits on the stairs watching the cheerful animals. He speaks his thoughts aloud that once again there is almost no one left in the temple. Grandpa Kin has left with Mr. Jai. He doesn't even know when they will return. He remembers that he has to train hard and not be lazy, otherwise when Grandpa will come back and check. The boy's thoughts were interrupted by another thought. He remembered a moment from his life, how he tells the master that he is now in charge of their temple, and how he thinks the statues to Mr. Jai and grandfather are better placed here in the courtyard. The master looked at him. Master Shinsun replied that it wasn't worth it for now, as they would find a place for her later. Some blessed place. As for their ranks, he ran his hand through his beard. Master Shinsong said that Master Qin should be the world-traveling god of their Yuanshan sect, and Master Jai. Knowing him, he thinks he won't like it if they call him Dharma Patriarch. Master scratched the back of his head thoughtfully. The master had a creative idea in his head. He thought of something to call him. Welcome Master. Shinsun is satisfied with his idea. Shinsun said those liquefied words of his. They called him Master a couple days ago and yet he didn't say anything to them. It means he likes it. They won't have a master of course, but a great master. The disciple agrees. Yuanshan Temple is now a spiritual sect. If they want more receivers in the future, they need to practice hard. The disciple is in solidarity with his master's words. He asked if the master would continue practicing divination. The master thought deeply. This was a difficult question for him. He replied that when he became more advanced in cultivation, he would stop being afraid of ordinary fists, and even martial artists, so he wouldn't have to rely on divination. Shinsun said practice is practice and hobbies are hobbies. Mr. Jai also has hobbies. Here, many, but refining comes first. The disciple stands aghast. Meanwhile, Mr. Yin looks at the village from the sky and asks if the god's physical body is here. Mr. Jai replies that his name is Huang Xingai. To be more precise, he is not just a physical body but a spiritual body in one. Mr. Yin chuckled and wondered how many years this mortal lives. Sooner or later, he would die if he wasn't already dead. He would be sorry if the divine spirit dissipated with this gentleman's life, Mr. Yin said. Mr. Jai said it would be a pity, so in due time, he left an order for the head of Maoqian City, asking him to take care of Huang Xingai's body. Furthermore, he confessed that he had used magic to hide it from prying eyes, so they might not worry, for he would live a peaceful life. The three marvelous gods in the sky ordered it to fly forward. The monk yawned and said that it was strange, for he had just woken up and already he wanted to sleep again. The monk fell asleep again, but not of his own accord. He was passed by three gods whose hands were touched by his snoring. Mr. Jai asks the spirit of the land of Maoqian to appear. In front of him stands a wooden monk with a staff in his hand. Maoqian greets the immortal masters. Mr. Jai said there was no need for these courtesies. He came to thank him for looking after Huang Xingai for so many years. Mr. Jai said that he has only been Maoqian's land spirit for a few years. He must not have been recognized yet. Maoqian said that because of what happened to Huang residents last time, the patron gods of Yuexuan City and Changchuan City recognized his position as a land spirit, and all the ranks of the afterlife also supported him. King Song then asked for permission to ask. Mr. Yin laughed and said quickly. King Song said that if he had a choice, to continue cultivating under the care of the patron god of Changchuan City, or under his supervision, Mr. Yin continued. He asked the earth spirit what he would choose. Maoqian sweated from the excitement that the Lord's question brought. Maoqian made his choice and said that he would like to be under his leadership, a great immortal. Maoqian asked who he was. King Song said that his name was Qin Zizhu. He admitted that he wasn't very famous and didn't have a high status, so he could just call him Mr. Qin. Maoqian understood him. King Song extended his hand with the coins to the earth spirit. He told Maoqian to take them. Maybe with his magic power, they might seem unnecessary to him. But coins are not useless. The earth spirit blushed at King Song's gift. He realized that they were coins. The earth spirit asked if there was any ceremony to be held for him to come under Qin's wing. King Sun replied that he wouldn't tell him what to do. He would figure it out himself when the time came. The three gods used their magic for a good cause for Yuanshan City. The magic ball of the gods flies towards the temple. Jai says that the blessing of the Yuanshan gate is complete. This place has now become truly spiritual. Mr. Yin asks Mr. Jai what he plans to do now. He asked Mr. Jai if he would return to his homeland or perhaps stay with him. Mr. Jai took hold of his chin and said that he could stay at their Huang residence for a while, but then he would have to go to Yuhuai Mountain. He suggested going north together if there was time to visit their old friends. Mr. Yin asked what there was to do in the north. Mr. Jai asked if Mr. Ying had ever heard of the convention, the immortal journey to the 9 peaks. Mr. Ying oohed and said, 9 peaks means. Mr. Jai said that's right and asked if Mr. Ying was interested. Mr. Ying replied that it would be strange to go to an immortal convention. Come on, he still has plenty of demonic things to do. Mr. Jai asked if it was about the aftermath of the Flower Sea Serpent incident. Ying partly replied, but the demon clan is too diverse. We need to solve the Black Wasteland problem. It remains to be seen what happened to the sea serpent they released with him, Mr. Ying said. Mr. Ying said that it was time for him to go. He shared that this trip to Yuanshan has opened his eyes. He will definitely come back for more visits. Mr. Jai said goodbye to Mr. Qin and said see you later. Mr. Qin reciprocated. Mr. Jai is standing on a cloud. In his hand is some kind of magical thing. In his hand is a Yuanshan vein, something he needed at the moment. The market vendor asked if the gentleman would like some dates. The gentleman declined and thanked the vendor. Mr. Jai thought that many people would recognize him on the way, but it turned out not to be so. Really, he thought, it's been so long. He heaved a sigh of relief. Jai walked into the dining room where there weren't many people. It made a smile appear on him. Mr. Jai asked if there were noodles and gravy. The cook replied that there were noodles with lamb giblets. Mr. Jai asked if he could have a plate then. There is a cute little girl sitting on the floor holding a branch from a tree in her hand. Mr. Jai asked what the little girl's name was. The little girl turned her head towards him. The cook brought giblet noodles as the gentleman ordered. He said the girl's name was Sunya. It was his granddaughter. Jai groaned and said in surprise, his granddaughter it means. Looks like old man's son is already dead. Realized a frustrated Jai and looked at his hand. Jai sighed heavily. The cook asked why the gentleman was sighing like that. Jai said it was nothing, he was just thinking of an old friend. Jai tasted the noodles and said it's not bad and the flavor is still the same. The cook was shocked, he had eaten his noodles earlier. Jai laughed and said it used to be only his father's. The cook turned to the master in confusion. Jai drank from his plate. The cook asked loudly if Mr. Jai was Mr. Jai. Mr. Jai said in his own words, he was pleased to know that he remembered him still. The cook asked if it was really him and why it took him so long to come back. Jai admitted that there was a lot to do and had to deal with everything. The master thanked his friend's son for not forgetting about him. The boy understood everything and remarked that the important thing was that he was back. His father had told him a lot about him in his lifetime. Jai laughed and asked if his old man had any unfulfilled wishes before he died. The old man thought about it and remembered that he wanted him and his older brother to pass the exams and become big officials, but they failed. The boy scratched the back of his head. The grandfather looked at his granddaughter and said that his granddaughter has his character to spare. He plans to send her to a private school. The gentleman was surprised that girls can also go to private schools now. The old man added that they couldn't think of such a thing before, but Yin Wenkyu, a high-ranking government official, had appeared in their county. He picked up the plate to carry it away. The old man went on to say that not long ago, he had issued a decree allowing women to be educated. The grandfather admitted that as long as he was with them, he could have no fear for his granddaughter's future. Jai said that's right, he knows someone like that. The master held out his hand with coins and asked if the price was the same. The cook said Mr. Jai has been wandering for so many years and has just returned, so he is treating him. He asks to take back the money from the master. Jai accepted the treat and thanked him for his hospitality. The master warned the old man that if he needed anything, he could apply. The old man thanked Mr. Jai and walked him out with a nice smile. The young boys gave Mr. Zai a glance and asked their uncle who this gentleman was. The man replied that it was Mr. Zai. He had been famous in their county for more than 10 years 20 years ago. Their grandfather must have known him and asked them to ask him. The boys didn't understand how he could still look so young since all this had happened 10 or even 20 years ago. After a while, the hero returned to the patio and opened the doors. There he looked with a smile at the large tree dotted with date fruit and thanked them for their help. He seated himself at a low table and unrolled and scrolled on it. Jai looked at it and stretched out his finger in front of him, which shone with a green emerald light. The hero touched his finger to his paper crane and ordered it to fly to the Yuhui mountain and tell him that it would arrive in 3 months. He tossed the crane and the emerald burning bird set off. One of the symbols in the scroll lit up with a blue light and he breathed a sigh of relief, glad for the long-awaited calm. One by one, the blue symbols began to come out and rejoiced that the hero had returned to Nainan County. One of the characters didn't understand why the date tree still couldn't talk, but another of the characters thought it was silly, because it was warding off spirits. The other characters asked to be a little quieter, for there were mortals everywhere. The hero asked them to stay here for now while he went to get the mail. Master Jai somehow thought that he had accumulated a lot of letters over the years. After a while, he went to the county government office. There he handed Mr. Archivist the letter and said that he came for his mail. The archivist asked the gentleman to wait just a moment while he looked at it. The man was shocked at how many letters he had and had no idea how long Mr. Jai had been saving them. Taking his letters, the hero smiled and replied that he was just wandering for a long time and said goodbye to the archivist. It seemed to the archivist that Mr. Jai seemed rather good-natured in appearance. An old man in a similar uniform appeared behind the man and specified that this gentleman had come for letters. He wanted to know his name. The archivist replied that the envelopes seemed to have Jai Yung written on them. He had a whole thick pile of letters, and some of them were very old. Looking at the old man's face, the archivist did not understand what was wrong with Mr. Zhu. Mr. Zhu recalled the image of Zai and now had no doubt that it was really him. He was shocked that this man had not changed at all. After that, Mr. Zhu decided to visit Zai alone. Just as he was about to knock on the door, Jai invited Mr. Zhu to come in. While writing his symbols, the hero asked the Lord to sit down. His sign had been hanging for too long and the paint had completely worn off. Besides, he was much more confident in his calligraphy now. Since the hero was going to renew his inscription, Zhu offered him the use of his ink. It was given to him by the county chief, Mr. Chen, when he was still the head of the county guard. Mr. Zhu was more of a master in martial arts, so it would be a waste to use it. Besides, the Chinese New Year was coming soon, so he brought small gifts. The hero decided to refuse the carcass, because after all, it's Mr. Chen's gift. But he decided to accept the rest and thanked Mr. Zhu and asked him to sit down. The Lord assumed that Jai had returned for the first time after more than a dozen years. He had heard that the date tree had not bloomed since he had left, but now that he was here the tree must be blooming. Jai looked up at the tree with a smile and said that it would decide for itself whether to bloom or not. But still Mr. Zhu was right. If he was here during the next blooming season, it would bloom. Mr. Zhu was surprised at this answer. The hero invited Mr. Zhu to watch him write for the time being and asked him to look more closely, and appreciate his calligraphy. In just a couple of strokes, the hero created a beautiful inscription on a large wooden plaque with his large brush. He asked the old man for his opinion, and Mr. Zhu exclaimed that it was very, very good. Mr. Zhai smiled and offered to admire it in that case. The sun gradually began to take on its reddish golden evening hue. The hero put his hand on Mr. Zhu's shoulder and called out to him. Zhai thought he had had enough, and the old man seemed to come to his senses now. He looked at Mr. Zhai with some fright and said that it was beautiful calligraphy. The hero thanked the old man for the compliment, but the time was already quite late and he had to go home. He thought that the old man was making his wife and children worry, and Mr. Zhu was surprised at how quickly the time had passed. He looked questioningly at the writing, not believing that all this could have happened because of the calligraphy. Mr. Zhai laughed and asked the old man to keep his head down and trudge home. He apologized that he had no utensils, so he could not invite him to dinner. Mr. Zhu bowed and said that in that case he would go and thank Zhai for the welcome. Still, he decided that he would leave this ink to Mr. Zhai, and the hero thanked him for the gift. After that, Mr. Zhu headed leisurely towards home. The scribes were madly happy that he had finally left, for the sun had long since set and he was still sitting there. The scribes were furious, and this old man had come to them uninvited. Hanging his writing tablet back up, Zhai smiled and thought that it looked like new now. The sign lit up with an emerald bright light. Meanwhile, the crane was already in the Holy Lands near the Yuhui mountain. The person to whom it arrived held out his palm for the crane to sit on. The crane told the dark-haired man with the beard that Mr. Zhai would be visiting soon. It was his first visit to their lands and he had to prepare himself. Moreover, Mr. Zhai was going to attend the Immortal Journey to the Nine Summits convention and wanted them to accompany him. The other man told the master that the invitation to the convention had been sent out long ago, and none of the three of them were going there. And when Master Jiu was on it, there was a rift. The third person furrowed his eyebrows and said that it was more than 100 years ago, and there was no problem now. Besides, Mr. Zhai himself was going to attend the convention. Although it was boring, there would be many like-minded people at it, so they could use Mr. Zhai to show everyone their influence. In that case, the master suggested that his men call Yu Zhufeng and ask his opinion. And besides, since Mr. Zhai was going to visit them, it was necessary to inform him of the visit. Dining in the middle of the night, the hero thought that he had met the villagers during the day, and the spirits and deities at night. Also, he went home again right before the Chinese New Year, just like in his previous life. Voices were heard outside the gate, who called out to Mr. Zhai and said that Sun Shicheng had come to visit and asked permission to let him in. The hero did not mind and allowed him to enter. The old man greeted Mr. Zhai, and the hero similarly bowed in greeting to the patron god of the old city. The old man immediately turned his attention to the tree, which was surrounded by spiritual energy all year round that could purify the muddy Kai. His residence was indeed not so simple. The hero replied that it was not an easy tree and offered to take a seat and drink tea. Taking a seat, the god replied that Ning'an County had been peaceful for decades, and the merit of this was mostly due to Lord Kai, which deserved great praise. Without Yang, Yin could not exist either. The old man told Mr. Zhai that he was only the patron god of the old city and knew little of the world. Zhai was the most experienced and knowledgeable of his acquaintance, so he would like to ask a couple of questions. The hero didn't mind and asked to ask. The old man said that when a person's clear existence ended, he went to the underworld. And when the yin one ended, his soul disappeared, first human, then earthly, and then heavenly. The human soul went out like a lamp. The earthly was going into the earth, and the heavenly was ascending to heaven. But he accidentally discovered that even in heaven there were souls carrying a remnant of human souls. The hero dared to ask how many times the old man had seen something like this. The god recalled that he had seen such a thing only 7 times in more than 200 years. But it wasn't just that. About 6 years ago he had met a man in the temple. It was a Philistine merchant, hungry only for wealth, and there was nothing remarkable about it. But his soul bore an uncanny resemblance to the soul of a special case that had been dispersed decades ago. To find proof, he immersed him in a dream, which confirmed that he was related to that soul. This incident greatly shook him. The old man also asked the patron god of Desheng County's Desin County, but he was not sure. Therefore, the old man would like to ask Mr. Zhai for help. The hero asked the old man if he had ever heard of the 2 types of dragon water movement. Judging from the expression on the old man's face, he had no idea what they were. If a dragon reached a certain cultivation level to become a dragon, it would come to the water channel and make waves. The old man admitted that he didn't know about it. The second kind could be regarded as a secret of the dragon clan, but it wasn't a secret. Having said that, the hero laughed. In fact, when the dragons died, they didn't turn their souls into ghosts, but transformed their essences into energy and left this world. The old man was shocked by such information that he had not heard before. So if a dragon is very talented, there is a chance that it will be reborn again, although its body might have been different. The individuality and most of the memories were retained, a kind of reincarnation. The old man thought for a moment and suggested that in that case it was reincarnation. If the souls were really similar to that extent, then Mr. Jai could explain it by reincarnation. God asked the Lord if this could mean that all those attributes in which there is a heavenly soul and a human soul reincarnated. Only by relying on their continuous perfection could they have a chance. The old man bowed to Mr. Jai and thanked him for dispelling his doubts at last. The hero waved him off with a smile and replied that there was nothing to thank him for. The next morning the hero woke up in his bed and yawned widely and stretched his arms to the top. He was glad that he was finally in his own comfortable bed and had slept until noon. Just at that moment his paper crane flew into his window. The hero praised his crane and suggested that he rest while he went about his business. In an establishment, a man approached his teacher and told him it was time for lunch. They were healers, so they should pay special attention to food. The teacher gave his student a stern look and asked him to wait until he finished. But then he noticed the figure of Mr. Jai at the entrance and his eyes rounded. He immediately rose from his chair and exclaimed that it was Mr. Jai. The visitor who was sitting opposite the teacher turned back questioningly. The man quickly gave the girl the prescription and asked her to take the medicine from his student, for which she was grateful. Mr. Jai told Dr. Tung that the man had excellent memory and eyesight. He was the first in Ninan to recognize him at first sight. The teacher was convinced that the man in front of him was really Mr. Tsu. In fact, it was just one of the patients who had told him that Mr. Zai had returned, so he had been waiting for his visit. He asked the hero to sit down and asked if the master had eaten lunch. The hero replied that he had already eaten, and as a doctor he really should have eaten lunch, and his disciple was right. It was as if the disciple could not believe that Mr. Jai was really in front of him. He was shocked that the hero hadn't changed a bit and looked exactly the same as he did then. He smiled at the gentleman and said he would make him some tea, so he asked him to wait a little while. The teacher told Mr. Jai that it had been a long time since they had seen each other and recalled that it had been more than 10 years. Jai was in agreement that he had not been here for so long that few people recognized him. The teacher laughed and recalled that it was said that Jai had passed away in foreign lands, but he thought it was just a ridiculous rumor. The hero laughed back and asked more about the rumors about him. It was also said that the hero got tuberculosis and died on his way home, and also that after the minister of Gongyan received a letter about his death, he sent people thousands of miles away to take his body back to Ninan, but could not find it. The hero was shocked by such details and asked how long ago this rumor came to light. The old man recalled that it happened about 6 or 7 years ago. 2 years ago, Mr. Yin had returned to his hometown to worship his ancestors, but the teacher did not dare to ask him about it. Mr. Jai thought he had done the right thing and did not ask him, otherwise Mr. Yin would have been furious. But the teacher wished that he would be angry and punish those who came up with this absurdity. The hero took out his scroll from his pocket and held it out to the old man. The teacher looked questioningly at the scroll and asked Master Zai what it was. The hero replied that Master Qin had given it to him for safekeeping, telling him to give it to his disciples when the time came. Jai had not been here for many years, so he decided to hand over this scroll now. The master unrolled the scroll and looked at the contents. He didn't understand why their master hadn't personally given them his work. Apparently, he had described a martial art in it. The hero replied that it was a type of health art from Taoist practice. If they did these exercises every day, they would be able to strengthen their bodies. The old man looked up at Mr. Jai and asked him if he could show it to his patients. The hero didn't think that many patients would be willing to spend half an hour a day on it. If they were all healthy, no one would come to see them either. The old man sighed sadly and thought that in that case, the master had prepared this especially for him and the other healers. At that moment, a disciple came in and told the teacher and Mr. Jai that their tea was ready. But the disciple noticed Mr. Jai's empty seat and asked the teacher where he was. The teacher smiled and said that he had already gone home. He wanted to talk to Mr. Jai some more, but suddenly he stood up abruptly and said that he would soon have guests, and left. Meanwhile, 2 clouds appeared in the sky with 2 groups of people standing on them. On one of them was a beautiful dark-haired girl named Shan Ai. Standing beside her was apparently her brother named Wai Yuancheng. Wai looked up into the sky and asked the master if Master Jai's residence was an ordinary house, or was there a large spiritual space inside. The master replied to the young man that he would be only too happy to ask the Jai himself about this. Wai happily ran up to the master and suggested that he would be interested to know about it too. Master only remained silent and slightly puffed up his cheeks. One of the men saw the signboard in front of the entrance and said that Mr. Jai's calligraphy was the best in the world, the most exquisite and wonderful. The master knocked on Mr. Jai's door and said he had a visitor from Yuhui Mountain. The hero opened the door for them and kindly asked them to come in, for he had just prepared tea and refreshments for them. The elders sat down at a table next to the Jai and the hero asked them not to be shy and to drink. The wine was with date honey, which gave it a special flavor. The old man with a long beard took his mug in his hands and noticed that it was quite fragrant tea. He looked up at the date tree and had the feeling that someone was watching him.